You only touched Whitebeard's corpse during the Marineford War, and unexpectedly gained all of his abilities. Not only did you perfectly master the 3 types of hockey, but you also acquired the power of the tremor fruit. Just because you crossed over to the pirate world and became an army soldier, you originally planned to live a stable life, but suddenly awakened the corpse touch system. The first task of the system is to make you join the Navy, and the reward given by the system is the top-level Conqueror's Hockey. At this moment, you, who have just joined the Navy, received a summons from headquarters, but before you could reach headquarters, your warship was attacked by pirates. The veteran in front of you picked up a telescope, and after just a glance into the distance, his face turned pale, and he shouted, "It's pirates!" Hearing this, you followed the veteran's line of sight and saw several pirate ships shining in the distance on the sea. The veteran immediately picked up the transponder snail beside him and shouted into it, "Report! At 3 o'clock from the warship, an unidentified pirate ship has appeared." In an instant, the alarm bells rang on the warship. As the pirate ships approached, the veteran beside you became unsteady when he saw the flag and shouted, "It's the Whitebeard pirates!" Suddenly, everyone was on high alert, as it was one of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates. Among their 5 warships, the highest combat power was only a rear admiral, which was hardly enough to be taken seriously. Everyone prepared for battle, and a command came through the loudspeaker, "All soldiers on the deck, pick up your weapons." You tightly gripped the long spear in your hands, wondering if your luck was good or bad to encounter the Whitebeard pirates on your first voyage. But soon you calmed down. After all, you possessed the top-level Conqueror's Hockey, so even if you encountered the Whitebeard pirates, at least your life was not in danger. At that moment, a huge sword on the pirate ship in the distance grew larger in everyone's sight. The next second, the sword struck fiercely on the military ship you were on. In an instant, the entire warship shook violently, and almost all the soldiers on board were knocked to the ground, with countless Navy personnel colliding head-on with the flying sword. Being cleaved in half, your military ship suffered a frontal attack, and the other 4 warships immediately opened fire. Boom, 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 the sound of cannons roared, and you had already crouched down on the deck at the first moment, fortunately not suffering any injuries. After a few cannon shots, a voice came from the pirate ship, "Bren, there are important matters to attend to. Don't waste time with these insignificant Navy." Then there was a light snort, and the sword attacking the warship disappeared. After a while, you raised your head and found that the pirate ship in the distance had already left, while your military ship was left with a terrifying scar and several corpses. Voices came from the ship, "The pirate ship has escaped. Should we pursue?" Without orders from the world government, we cannot engage the 4 emperors recklessly. First, we must rescue the injured. Your little heart is pounding non-stop in your chest. Opening the pirate world from the perspective of a Navy soldier is neither passionate nor touching at all. For small characters, this world is filled with danger everywhere. It is a place of deep waters and fierce fires, and with a slight misstep, one could inexplicably lose their life. The veteran who was just chatting and laughing with you has now become a slightly warm corpse. You follow a few soldiers responsible for cleaning the scene, and several of their faces show a sense of numbness as you let out a slight sigh. You reach out to close the eyes of the veteran you were just talking to, and at that moment, you suddenly catch a glimpse of a small light orb beside the veteran's corpse. You are taken aback and look at the others. Apart from yourself, everyone else is busy with their own tasks. A Navy soldier is holding a bucket, washing away the blood on the ground, and the water flows over the light orb, seemingly unnoticed by the soldier. After observing for a while, you confirm that the small light orb on the ground should only be visible to you. What is this thing? You approach the light orb and reach out to try to touch it. Just as your finger touches the light orb, a voice suddenly echoes in your mind. Agility +1, strength +1, marksmanship +1, swordsmanship +1, basic iron block +1. Could this be another golden finger besides the system? As long as someone dies, a light cluster will burst out, and by touching the light cluster, one can obtain the skills the deceased had in life? At this moment, a voice echoed in my mind. The system has issued a new task. Please make a stunning performance in the Marineford War, and you will receive a reward upon completion. The system prompts that the degree of the host's stunning performance will vary the rewards. The more stunning, the more generous the rewards. After hearing the system's voice, you took a deep breath and went all out. The so-called fortune comes from risk. By fully unleashing your top-level Conqueror's Hockey in the Marineford War, it should achieve the system's stunning effect, right? 3 days later, the warship finally arrived. On the deck, you saw a huge island in the distance, its towering walls giving off a chilling and stern feeling. The words Navy were written in large letters on the wall, with a seagull emblem symbolizing the Navy in the middle. At this moment, countless warships were docked around the Navy headquarters, when a pirate ship appeared with a skull emblem surrounded by 9 snakeheads. You originally wanted to look up closely, but a Navy officer beside you pressed your head down and said, "Do you want to die?" That is the 9 snake pirates, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If you see that person, You will turn to stone, you secretly muttered to yourself, thinking that you possessed the top-level conqueror's haki. Although you had almost no combat power, turning to stone shouldn't be a problem, right? You secretly looked up, and almost all of the 7 warlords of the sea were present, except for Jinbei and the Blackbeard pirates. At this time, the Marine headquarters in Marineford had gathered almost all of the Navy's combat power. Finally, after a long wait of 1 day and 1 night, early the next morning, Marineford was already filled with the Navy. Countless vice-admirals appeared in the square of the bay, and 2 tall giant figures stood below the execution platform. After about half an hour, suddenly a slight commotion arose at the scene, and everyone's gaze turned to one place, where 5 figures appeared one after another on the execution square. The crowd, which had been in chaos, instantly quieted down upon the appearance of the 5 figures. You also squinted slightly. Doflamingo, draped in a pink cloak, wore his signature rebellious and arrogant smile, striding forward with a disregard for anyone, followed by Kuma, the Empress, and Moria, while the shortest figure, Hawkeye, walked at the end, with a huge black sword behind him drawing attention. After the 5 arrived at the square, the Navy members close to them hardly dared to breathe. Commanded by the world government, the 7 warlords of the sea are each a force not to be underestimated on the ocean, and now 5 of them appeared at once. The mere presence of the 5 standing there created an oppressive atmosphere that made people feel chilled. The scene was quiet for not long, when 3 figures draped in justice cloaks appeared on the high platform below the execution stage. The Navy, which had been nearly suffocated by the pressure of the 5 figures, visibly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing those 3 figures. The 7 warlords of the sea are indeed terrifying, but don't forget that the Navy also has 3 admirals. Akiji, Akainu, and Kizaru entered the square one after another, casually sitting on the prepared chairs, with Akainu and Kizaru crossing their legs, and Kizaru's expression was even more relaxed and content. As the top 3 combat powers of the Navy, the appearance of the 3 admirals undoubtedly gave all the Navy personnel present a shot of adrenaline, with some even shouting the names of the 3 admirals. You take a deep breath, and all you can think about is how to make a stunning impression in front of such a powerful lineup. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Sengoku stood on the execution platform and nodded to a nearby brigadier general. The brigadier general turned and left, and soon, 2 people brought a figure to the execution platform. Upon seeing that figure, some people in the crowd began to discuss. He is Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. It is said that he possesses the Maramara no Mi, flame fruit, and is quite strong. Being the captain of the 2nd Division in the Whitebeard Pirates, his strength must be considerable. Amidst the discussions, Ace knelt on the execution platform, with 2 Navy personnel holding sharp swords on either side of him. Sengoku suddenly spoke to the soldier beside him. Bring me the Den Den Mushi. A soldier quickly brought over the Den Den Mushi. After Sengoku picked up the phone worm, he took a few steps to the edge of the execution platform, looking down at the densely packed naval officers and captains below. Sengoku took a deep breath and said, "Let me tell you all the significant meaning of this man. Port Gas D. Ace, dying here today." After saying this, Sengoku looked at the kneeling Ace and shouted, "Say your father's name." You, watching everything on the execution platform in the bay from the warship, are not too concerned about what is happening inside. At this moment, your attention is entirely on the sea behind you. If memory serves, the Whitebeard pirates had 3 ships that appeared in the bay through a coating, but the rest of the pirate ships all came charging in from the front. The warship you are on will soon become the first line of defense that the Whitebeard pirates will have to break through. At this time, almost all the soldiers on these warships are ordinary soldiers like yourself. While the officers and cadets are all in the bay, they are just cannon fodder. In the bay, when Sengoku announced that Ace was the son of Roger, there was an uproar at the scene. The uproar among the crowd did not last long. Suddenly, a soldier on the execution platform rushed to Sengoku's side, panic-stricken, and reported, "Report, Admiral Sengoku. The Gate of Justice has not received any instructions and opened by itself. We are currently unable to contact the power room." Sengoku's brow furrowed sharply. Although he anticipated that today's execution would not go smoothly, he did not expect the first line of defense to be so easily breached. At this moment, a strange silence enveloped the entire naval headquarters, and Luke was looking behind him a little nervously. Suddenly, one of the navies in charge of reconnaissance high above, holding binoculars in his hand, shouted violently, "Coming!" At the same time a shrill alarm bell rang throughout the headquarters. For his part, Warlord ordered without hesitation, phone bug in hand, "All hands, prepare for battle." Almost the instant the alarm went off inside the headquarters, Luke saw the sea not far behind him. Countless pirate ships suddenly appeared, a blackened group of hulls nearly filling the distant horizon, and the battleship Luke was on was blocking the middle between the pirate ship and the naval headquarters. It has become the first line of defense. To attack? Someone asked for instructions. Don't act rashly yet. There's no sign of Whitebeard yet. he must be nearby. All hands on deck, prepare for battle. And almost everyone's eyes were searching for Whitebeard. Just then, the sea in the bay suddenly fluctuated. In the next second, a huge pirate ship surprisingly broke the water from the sea inside the bay. The huge ship kicked up huge waves. Looking at the pirate ship that suddenly appeared, someone had already recognized it and exclaimed, "It's the Moby Dick." Surprisingly, it appeared from the bottom of the sea through the coating. Just as the crowd was shocked, suddenly 3 more pirate ships leapt out violently from the bottom of the sea. The 14 captains of the Whitebeard pirates, led by Marco, all appeared on the ship. The crowd looked dead at the Moby Dick in the center. And finally, with everyone watching, a tall and lanky figure wearing a cloak slowly appeared. Chapter 5, Touching a Good Time. With everyone watching, Whitebeard appeared on the deck with a clump of cloud cutters in his hand. Facing all of the Navy's battle forces, the expression was frighteningly calm. The tall figure alone stood there, giving off a powerful impression. As a contemporary of Roger, a man who once reigned supreme on the seas, after Roger's death, Whitebeard was also known as the strongest pirate in the world. Bang! The clump of cloud cuts in his hand were thrust aside. The cloak behind him swung in the wind. As everyone watched, Whitebeard violently closed both fists and curled his body slightly. In the next moment, he suddenly clenched his hands into fists and swung out violently. Bang! 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 What seemed to be the sound of breaking glass rang out. With Whitebeard's fists as the center, cracks appeared in the space all around. The ground shook in an instant, and the sea also instantly turned up huge waves. Carp, standing at the bottom of the high platform, frowned deeply and exclaimed, "It's the shock fruit." Boom! A huge wave kicked up violently, and the violent shaking caused the Navy standing on the ground to tumble. Everyone looked in horror at the monstrous wave that was about to engulf the entire Navy headquarters. Just then, Green Pheasant, who was sitting on 3 chairs, suddenly moved. He was seen leaping high into the air, his hands spread out to face the monstrous waves that had been set off. Terrifying cold air poured out from the palm of his hand. The huge wave that was about to engulf the entire Navy headquarters instantly condensed into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ice Age. Seeing his first attack being neutralized by Green Pheasant, Whitebeard, who was standing on the deck, raised his head to look at Green Pheasant in the air, a small smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It was finally the first time he had spoken since he had appeared. "Green Pheasant, you little brat." For Whitebeard, who has dominated the sea for almost 2 eras, calling Pheasant a brat is not an exaggeration at all. The airborne Green Pheasant grunted softly out of his mouth and crossed his arms over his chest. 2-spined spear. In the air, several spears condensed from cold ice appeared out of nowhere, emitting a piercing air-breaking sound. It instantly shot toward Whitebeard, facing an attack from one of the Navy's strongest 3 combatants. Whitebeard didn't even bother to look back at him. Once again, his right hand formed a fist and slammed it hard into the air. The sound of that glass shattering appeared again, and countless cracks appeared in the space. Sensing something bad, Green Pheasant hurriedly wrapped his entire body in cold ice. Bang! In the next second, Green Pheasant was slammed out of the air and into the sea by a punch. The moment he landed in the sea, a terrifying cold wave centered on him and quickly spread in all directions. It didn't take long for the entire sea to freeze into ice. A loud, unimpeded laugh escaped from Whitebeard's mouth. "Raise your own hands, let's go to war." With Whitebeard's order, countless pirates leapt down from the ship, waving the weapons in their hands towards the Navy to kill. And the Navy responded in kind, waving weapons in their hands. The 2 forces instantly killed each other. The war at the top officially kicked off. On the warship outside the bay, Luke took it all in. Now he has only 2 immediate tasks. Number 1, and that's picking up enough light clusters in this war. Second, find a way to hit the ground running on the battlefield. With his current strength, although he had a top-notch hegemonic color hegemony, it was obviously still a bit difficult to make a splash on the battlefield. So it's better to pick up more light clusters at the very beginning of the war and have enough strength to make a difference. Behind them, the other pirate ships of the Whitebeard pirates had already killed. Though they were aiming for the bay, there were still a few pirates coming up from a few of the warships here. A voice came over the battleship's loudspeaker. "Everyone prepare to fight." On Luke's person was one of the Navy's standard muskets and longswords. By now there were already a few pirates killing from below the battleship. The ones who stayed behind to guard the battleship were all privates like Luke, not much of a fighter at all. Luckily those pirates who rushed up were just a few stragglers. The Navy and the pirates fought, and Luke took advantage of the chaos to try to feel his way toward the bay. After all, the main battlefield was there, and if you wanted to pick up some powerful light masses, you'd have to go inside the bay as well. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was fighting and no one noticed him, Luke felt his way down to the ship. The sea in the bay was frozen into thick ice by Green Pheasant's Ice Age, providing an excellent battlefield for the 2 armies to fight. At this time, the main battlefield had already been fought to a standstill, and the Navy's Vice Admiral, too, joined the fight. When someone fights, naturally someone dies. Luke quietly felt his way down from the battleship, and just as he came out onto the thick ice, he saw countless balls of light scattered on the ground from a distance. There's the Navy and there's the pirates. These light clusters made Luke's eyes light up at the sight of them, and he immediately sneaked closer towards the battlefield. At first, Luke only hung around the edges of the battlefield. The battle here wasn't quite as gruesome. After all, the main forces were in the center of the battlefield. Quietly, he picked up several light clusters, and a constant beeping tone went off inside his head. As the light mass picked up more and more, Luke could even distinctly feel it. Himself was rising at a noticeable rate, both in speed and strength. Suddenly, a loud birdsong came from the sky. Luke looked up and saw a huge blue and yellow firebird spreading its wings in the air, and countless yellow balls of light, falling from even higher up. Although the main target of the yellow balls of light was the firebird, but there are still countless people who have been affected and lost their lives. Luke knew that it was one of the three great admirals of the Navy, Yellow Sorrow, and Marco, the captain of the white-bearded pirates' first squadron. Exchanging blows, the balls of light fired by Yellow Monkey kept smashing down from the air, and even countless navies were hit. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. This was the deepest realization Luke had at that moment, and also felt it again. Opening up the world of pirates from the perspective of an ordinary person turns out to be so brutal. The wails of countless pirates and navies rang out, and Luke hastily retreated towards the edge of the battlefield once again. It was only after Yellow Monkey's round of lightball attacks ended that he once again drew slightly closer towards the center of the battlefield. There were more clusters of light on the ground, each one representing a human life. But at this moment Luke couldn't care about sympathizing with those people. He just kept wandering around the battlefield, picking up the light clusters scattered on the ground. Ding! Agility plus 13. Ding! Strength plus 10 inch. Just as Luke kept picking up the balls of light and feeling the thrill of getting stronger, suddenly, a huge ball of light in front of him caught his attention. Most of the light clusters on the battlefield were no bigger than the size of a basketball, but this one in front was big enough to compare to a small car. In Luke's experience, generally the larger the light mass, the stronger the owner was in life. A ball of light this big is at least a lieutenant general. Looking to the side of the mass of light, Luke was surprised to see the body of a pirate. It seems to be some powerful cadre of the Whitebeard pirates. Luke leaned toward the mass of light. The moment his fingers touched it, a crisp voice rang out inside his head. Ding! Divine Evasion Proficiency plus 10 inch. Chapter 6, Picking Up a God's Avoidance? Listening to the voice inside his head, Luke froze in place. He himself had picked up the divine avoidance on the corpse of a pirate? Even Luke, who was not too clear about the original pirate story, knew that the skill of divine avoidance was a divine skill that had only been used by the former pirate king, Roger, and the Redhead. There was naturally no need to mention the power, and he had actually picked up the skill on a pirate's body. If this pirate could divine avoidance, how could he be killed so easily? Just as Luke froze, suddenly a loud cry came from the side. Die for me! Then the sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air came from Luke's ears. It's a good thing Luke has picked up a lot of light clusters in the battlefield just now, and his strength has increased. Faced with a sudden slash, he immediately bent down to dodge it. A pirate over 2 meters tall appeared next to Luke. He was obviously a little surprised that a Navy brat had managed to dodge his sneak attack slash, but soon the corners of his mouth revealed a sardonic smile, and the large sword in his hand once again slashed towards Luke. Luke dodged in a hurry, relying on the paper drawings he had picked up of the Navy's Form 6 to keep dodging. The tall pirate was unforgiving, and the long sword in his hand kept slashing. After a few rounds, it was clear that the pirate had a bit of an unsure look on his face. The opposite party was clearly just a small soldier of a pirate, but he was able to dodge his attacks continuously. When did the Navy's skirmishers get so good? Being attacked continuously, Luke panicked a bit. Picked up a lot of light clusters though, both in agility and combat power, and also mastered some of the Navy's 6 styles. But after all, it was the first time he had fought someone, and he was completely inexperienced. One could only keep dodging in the face of the opponent's attacks. After a few more rounds, it was clear that the pirates on the other side of the room were getting a bit overwhelmed. As a mid-level cadre of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors, it was surprising that he had fought with a Navy brat for so long and still hadn't struck him down. It's just a strange shame for him. Just then, suddenly another pirate appeared from the side. Monty, what are you up to? Why don't you finish him off and hurry to the center of the battlefield for support? The look on the face of the pirate known as Monty was even more stifled when he heard his companion's words. Is he the one who doesn't want to make it quick? This Navy guy across the street looked like he was clearly just a punk, but the dodging ability is ridiculously strong. It was always easy to dodge in the face of his constant attacks. There was nothing one could do with him. In desperation, Monty could only call out to his companion. He's simply not as strong as a Navy brat should be. Come help me kill him together. His companion frowned at his words. With that, Holding the weapon in his hand, he attacked Luke along with Monty. Facing one person's attack, Luke was still able to dodge it easily, but facing two people at the same time was obviously a bit of a struggle. After dodging a few times, the chest position was suddenly cut by a knife. Blood flowed down and intense pain came from the wound. Calm down, calm down. Luke gritted his teeth and adjusted his breathing to calm himself. The naval longsword in his hand was gripped tightly, and in the next second, the whole person instantly rushed out like an arrow off the string. Luke, who had picked up so many clusters of light, was not weak at all, but just a little flustered the first time he faced a real battle. Performing one of the Navy's 6 styles of shaving, Luke's figure transformed into a residual shadow. The two pirates on the opposite side of the street's complexion snapped, and before they could react, Luke's figure appeared behind the duo. Finger guns, with Luke letting out a low roar. A blood splash suddenly appeared on the chest of the pirate Mundy. The muffled sound of blood and flesh being penetrated came. The large sword in his hand subconsciously still wanted to swing behind him, but his arm, which had just been raised halfway, became limp. With that, the entire tall body of the man fell to the ground. The companion's eyes were filled with panic within his eyes when he saw that Monty was actually killed in a single move. The opposite party was obviously just a Navy brat, so why did they have such strong combat power? Without waiting for him to react, Luke's figure once again turned into a residual shadow. The next second it appeared in front of him. Erasure kick. With a muffled sound, the head of the pirate in front of him turned into a bloody mist. Luke, who had never killed anyone before, killed 2 people in a row and seemed to be in little discomfort except for his heart beating a little faster. 2 clusters of light appeared on the ground. Luke picked it up in a hurry. Ding. Strength plus 25. Ding. Agility plus 30 After taking care of the 2 pirates, Luke once again traveled through the battlefield, constantly picking up light clusters. Occasionally, Luke chose to go straight for the jugular when he encountered an ungrateful pirate. System beeps continued to ring within his mind. Just as Luke was busy shuttling across the battlefield, suddenly the entire frozen sea in the bay shook violently. Luke looked up to see a huge block of ice being held aloft by a figure. "Come block if you dare." The figure let out a roar, and the huge ice cube that looked like a small mountain was directly thrown out by him. A great shadow was cast over the entire navy of the bay. Seeing the huge block of ice about to smash into the Navy headquarters, at that moment, Akainu, who had been sitting in a chair as one of the Navy's 3 great admirals, finally stood up. A disdainful smile crossed his face. "If they all attack, then who will guard this place?" As he spoke, a dazzling searing red color emanated from his fist. In the next moment, countless magma wrapped around his arm. The Great Spitfire, a huge fist composed entirely of magma ruthlessly smashed towards the ice that was like a small mountain in the sky. A loud boom came. Even though they were far apart, Luke felt the blazing heat. Is this the strength of a great general? The magma fist collided with the ice, and the small mountain of ice was barely able to block it. It was reduced to nothing in an instant. The powerful blow clearly shook all the pirates to their core. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the huge magma in the sky. The lava that smashed the ice stayed in the air, and suddenly, the lava began to fall apart in pieces. It turned into a fireball that smashed into the pirates on the ground. "Run! It's a volcano bomb!" A quick reacting pirate hastily shouted out, and the ground pirates were suddenly in a mess, all desperately dodging. But how could an ordinary small pirate outrun a huge fireball? As the fireballs continued to fall, whales continued to come from all around. Luke dodged out of the way in a hurry before the fireball descended. As he watched the countless fireballs fall, light clusters continued to appear on the ground, and each one of them represented the dissipation of a life. Boom! With a loud bang, one of the Whitebeard pirates' pirate ships was hit by a fireball. At the same time, the rain of fireballs in the sky finally stopped. Akainu's strike has energized the entire naval force. A lieutenant general waved a long sword in his hand. "Shoot! Don't stop!" The roar of the cannons came again, and countless navies once again raised their weapons to kill the pirates. The several captains of the Whitebeard pirates, too, immediately began to counterattack. "Don't back down!" In a blink of an eye, the navy and the pirates were once again fighting each other. Chapter 7, The Giant General's Light Group. Faced with a battlefield that was once again scorched, Luke didn't hesitate and once again began rushing into the fray to pick up the light clusters. As his strength grew, Luke slowly edged tentatively towards the center of the battlefield. After all, where the main battlefield was located, the mass of light was clearly larger than the periphery. Just as Luke was picking up the pieces, suddenly there was a vibration from the frozen ice. Looking back, he saw a behemoth suddenly appear on the surface of the sea outside the bay. The massive figure that suddenly appeared was cloaked and had 2 horns on its head, with huge fangs showing. Looking at the behemoth that suddenly appeared, the admiral rushed to take command, pointing and yelling at the giant mountain-like figure. "Shoot! Shoot!" The roar of countless artillery shells came, but the ejected shells hit the huge figure and seemed to have no effect on him. The figure advanced towards the bay step by step, a vibration coming from the ground with every step. Against the heavy artillery fire, the figure stepped in front of several naval warships. The huge scimitar that matched his size was raised high in his hand, and then slashed viciously towards several warships. Luke experienced in this moment what it meant to be shocked by the power of size. The mountainous figure with the giant greatsword in his hand slashed at the warship. Rumble! A loud bang came, and the warship that had been firing shells violently just moments ago was instantly split in two. The mountainous figure looked at Ace on the execution platform in the bay, and a voice like thunder came out of his mouth. Ace! The pirates on the ground's aura went into a frenzy as the figure appeared. A pirate called out his name. Good job! Go for it, Little Oz! Inspired by the pirates, a low roar came out of Little Oz's mouth, followed by raising his arms high. The huge body let out a low roar, as if there was muffled thunder ringing in the sky, and the Navy side realized that allowing such a behemoth to rush into the bay would surely create a scene of destruction. Little Oz murmured as he looked at Ace on the execution table. Ace is a gentleman. I'm not going to let him die. Inside the bay, Luke licked his lips slightly as he watched the huge form of Little Oz. He knew that this mountain-like giant would end up dying at the hands of the 7 musketeers. What kind of ball of light will he explode? Luke had some expectations. Just then, on the Navy side, there was a ground-shaking commotion. 8 figures that were not as large as Little Oz, but definitely qualified as giants moved. With their huge cloaks of justice fluttering in the wind behind them, the 8 raised their weapons in their hands and charged towards the mountainous Little Oz outside the bay. Wherever they passed, weapons were casually brandished, causing countless casualties. The artillery also remained unabated, constantly firing towards Little Oz. Little Oz was not the least bit afraid, still taking one step closer towards the bay, casually holding the mast of a warship. The huge warship was lifted straight up. It was then thrown hard. The target was none other than the 8 naval giants rushing towards him. The 8 naval giants were barely able to stop them before they were smashed right into the bay by the huge warship, and the barrier against the pirates was smashed right through the gap by Little Oz's casual throw. Looking at the gaping hole that had finally appeared, the pirates burst into a frenzy. Charge into the bay. With an angry roar, the pirates rushed towards the bay. The situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed, and the huge figure of Little Oz was still inching his way toward the bay. Several Navy giant lieutenant generals who had risen from within the rubble rushed towards him once more. A couple of Navy giants were like dwarfs compared to Little Oz. In just a few rounds of exchanges, a giant lieutenant general was killed by a single slash from Little Oz. With that, a huge ball of light appeared on the ground. Luke squinted at the mass of light, the first of the giants so far since the start of the war. You guys, go help him with the aftermath. With a command from Whitebeard, who was standing at the bow of the ship, countless pirates began to cover Little Oz as he advanced towards the bay. Such a behemoth charging into the battlefield inside the bay was a one-sided massacre. Another Navy giant vice admiral was cut down by Little Oz's slash, and looking at the huge mass of light that reappeared, Luke couldn't hold back any longer, and his figure instantly rushed towards the battlefield. The eyes of everyone in the arena were on the huge figure of Little Oz. No one noticed a figure in the uniform of a Navy private approaching the center of the battlefield at an alarming rate. Upon approaching the battlefield, a few pirates saw the sudden appearance of Luke, though their faces were shocked. But upon seeing the private's uniform on Luke, they all showed slight disdain. A pirate casually swung the long knife in his hand towards Luke. Finger snatch. Luke let out a low growl, and a muffled sound of blood and flesh being penetrated came from him. The pirate looked incredulously at his chest as a bloody hole appeared. Luke rushed towards the corpses of the 2 naval giants without stopping, and the pirates in his path who came to block them were all killed in one move. On the verge of approaching the 2 huge light masses, the movement on Luke's side finally caught the attention of some people. But when they looked at the situation, they were all astonished. A Navy private, charging into a group of pirates as if it were no man's land. The pirates who came to block were all easily killed by him in seconds. Stop him, a pirate shouted, and instantly a group of pirates rallied to surround Luke. Looking at the encircling pirates, Luke murmured softly, "Moonwalk." In an instant, the entire group rose up in the air and broke away from the pirates. A few jumps brought him to the huge mass of light, and Luke reached out to touch it. The voice came instantly from inside his head. Ding! Strength plus 1000. Ding! Strength plus 1000. Ding! Hegemony proficiency plus 1 inch. Ha! I can't believe I picked up the hegemony skill? Luke's heart rejoiced at the 2 giants' balls of light. Not only did they increase their strength by 2000 points, but they also gained the hegemony skill. Though with only a little proficiency, it might not even be cast. Just as Luke froze, a group of pirates had already surrounded towards him once again. Having already picked up the light cluster, Luke's purpose had been achieved, so he didn't get the slightest bit attached to the battle, rapidly fleeing towards the outside of the battlefield. This behavior on Luke's part seems a bit baffling to everyone. Rushing into the midst of pirates despite the danger, killing a few and then doing nothing before making a hasty escape. This kind of behavior is a complete demonstration in the eyes of the Buccaneers, a Navy private, charging through the midst of them at will, and not stopping anyone yet. This made a group of pirates feel suffocated, and a few pirates waved their weapons in their hands and were about to charge towards Luke regardless. However, someone immediately shouted from the sidelines, "Leave him alone, cover Little Oz to save Ace first." Upon hearing this, several pirates who were preparing to chase Luke could only bite their teeth in resignation, then turned around and returned to cover Oz's group. Chapter 8, The Body of Little Oz. This little fiasco didn't cause much of a ripple. Little Oz took one step closer towards the execution table, and was about to come in front of Ace. Luke looked in the direction of the 7 musketeers, and sure enough, the bear, who hadn't been moving, moved at that moment. His tall body looked extremely small in front of Little Oz, but no one in the room would underestimate him. The bear was seen standing in front of Oars Jr., with his hands slowly spread out. A sound of air being compressed came from his palm. Then, a huge bear paw-shaped light mass visible to the naked eye appeared. As the bear's hands continued to compress, the huge ball of light became smaller and smaller, until the bear's hands merged, then gently released. A miniature bear paw-shaped ball of light appeared and floated towards Little Oz's massive body at a not very fast speed. Bear paw impact. The bear murmured softly intently. The tiny miniature bear paw ball of light was completely negligible in front of Little Oz's mountainous body, but the moment the two touched, a loud boom came. A violent explosion enveloped Little Oz's form, and even the sand flew behind him for a moment. After a long time, the smoke drifted away. Little Oz's huge form appeared. The tall body was covered in blood at this point. The straw hat on his head was also knocked aside. Boom! Little Oz snapped to his knees. In such a miserable condition, everyone thought he could no longer stand up. But in the next second, Little Oz's huge body unexpectedly began to move again. Moonlight Mariah looked at Little Oz with some excitement. Such a powerful body. If it can become my puppet, what a powerful battle force it will be. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the small mountain-like body rose from the ground once again. Trembling, he approached towards the execution table where Ace was. "Shoot!" a lieutenant general commanded loudly. Boom boom boom. The roar of artillery fire came again. Little Oz, who was already at the end of his strength, had no ability to resist normal artillery fire at this point, and a single shell solidly bombarded his body. Ben was just bracing himself to stand up, his frame shaky, just moments before he was about to fall. Oars Jr.'s eyes looked to the one standing in front of him, Doflamingo, who was one of the 7 musketeers. A final fire erupted within his eyes. At least, take out a Shichibukai. With that said, Little Oz's huge fist was raised high and slammed down hard towards Doflamingo in front of him. Boom! A corner of the square was smashed out under a punch from Oars Jr. Smoke filled the air and open laughter rang out above Little Oz's head. Oars Jr. looked up to see Doflamingo in a pink cape crossing over his head, and at the same time, he lost control of one of his feet. Put! It's the sound of bone breaking. In the next second, intense pain came, and a giant foot was neatly severed in a splash of blood flying in the sky. Little Oz, who was already holding on strong, lost his balance completely after losing a foot. The massive body fell to the ground with a loud thud, and at that moment, he was only one step away from Ace's execution table. Looking at Little Oz, who fell to the ground with a loud thud, Ace's eyes widened in anger. Oz, fighting with his last ounce of strength, Little Oz's palm reached out towards Ace on the execution table. Shadow Mage, Shadowhorn Lance. With Moria's shout, countless shadows erupted from the ground, instantly coalescing into a long spear in the air, straight through Little Oz's chest. At the last moment, Little Oz's huge palm was still desperately trying to reach towards Ace on the execution table, but the vitality within his eyes was collapsing little by little. Bang! Little Oz's huge body finally fell to the ground with a loud thud. The ground was smashed out of gaping holes by his huge body. Ace, on the execution table, watched as Little Oz fell in front of him. Despair had filled his eyes. Luke, watching everything from the far side of the battlefield, couldn't help but sigh deeply. Pirate Navy. It may not even be possible to say who was wrong and who was right. It's just a different position. As Little Oz fell to the ground, a huge ball of light followed. Luke took a deep breath. All he had to do was pick up enough light clusters to make himself stronger in this war, then complete the quest required by the system to hit the ground running on the battlefield. Thinking about it, Luke's eyes went to Whitebeard standing in the distance at the bow of the ship. His light mass. That's the main event. Ace on the execution table was filled with agonizing despair, tears streaking down his face, and Whitebeard, who was standing at the bow of the ship, looked at Little Oz, who was already a corpse, and his figure seemed to fall a little forlorn for a moment. Oz, just as Whitebeard whispered to himself. Luns, a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, suddenly leapt high in the air with a huge axe in his hand, showing the cracks. Whitebeard, Despite the seriousness of the occasion, Luke, in the distance, could barely hold back his laughter. As the three most confident famous scenes of the pirates, iron is the strongest. Lean the boat over, and at this point, you're showing your weakness, Whitebeard. Unsurprisingly, Lunz's giant axe just got close to Whitebeard. It was then blocked by Whitebeard's raised palm. The ability of the shock fruit was unleashed, and the huge iron axe was instantly shattered into pieces. With that, Whitebeard's large hand grabbed Lunz's head and pressed it hard in front of him. The shock fruit was unleashed again, and the mask on Lunz's face was reduced to pieces with a loud bang. Fresh blood gushed out from within his 7 orifices, and his eyes rolled over and his entire body fainted. He was then casually thrown out by Whitebeard, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. And at that moment, Whitebeard's eyes were already filled with anger within them. It is known that Whitebeard loves to recognize his sons, and everyone he recognizes as a son, he loves like a real son. At this moment, one of his sons died in front of him, and his anger had reached its peak. But the most important thing now was to save Ace first. Having already lost one son, he didn't want to lose another. Step forward, Oz. At Whitebeard's command, the pirates rushed towards the square like mad. The loss of their companions filled their hearts with thoughts of revenge. The battle was once again at its peak. Luke, too, at that moment, prepares to lean toward the huge corpse of little Oz. After all, a massive light that big is sure to touch something good. At this moment, a group of pirates were stepping on Oz's corpse and charging forward. So that's where the battle was the most intense. Luke's form flickered as he approached quickly toward Oz's body. Soon enough, a pirate noticed him. It's him again. This damn Navy brat. Kill him. Luke then kills his way through the group of pirates before Oz dies. At this point in time, they were in the process of losing their companions and were overwhelmed by anger. Seeing that Luke, a Navy private, actually rushed over again, all of them hated each other for a while. Countless pirates raised the weapons in their hands and then surrounded towards Luke. This time, make sure to give this little soldier a run for his money. Chapter 9. Whose ministry is this? Luke's figure was as fast as it could be. The light mass from the 2 Navy giants just now had increased his speed and power once again. At this point in his life, this group of ordinary pirates were powerless to stop him. Wherever he went, the pirates he encountered were basically killed by him in a single move. The many people watching the battlefield naturally noticed Luke, a small soldier in a Navy private's uniform, rampaging through the pirates. It was hard not to draw attention to such a scene. Just as Luke was charging along, about to get close enough to little Oz's body to touch the massive light, suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. Being so arrogant would make us pirates look too weak. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis surged through Luke's mind. Turning his head, he saw a figure wearing a tall bowler hat and 2 mustaches arrive in front of Luke. In his hands, he held 2 long swords. In an instant, the hairs on Luke's body stood up. This man he certainly recognized. Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates Team 5 Blossom Sword, Vista. He was the one who blocked the attack of Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman. At the very beginning of the war, strength is on par with Hawkeye. The current Luke might be crushing against ordinary pirates, but against such a monster, there was absolutely no chance of winning. Froze. Vista had raised both swords in her hands and instantly struck out towards Luke. Stab. Luke didn't even have time to react before his chest was slashed by a single stroke of Vista's longsword. Blood gushed out all of a sudden, picked up a lot of light clusters and took advantage of fighting countless pirates. Luke's mind was drifting a bit, but Vista slashed him back to reality with a single blow of his sword. The current self is still too weak. Whether it was speed or strength, Vista was crushing it for himself. One sword hit, and Vista's second sword followed. Luke hastily raised the Navy-issue longsword in his hand. Buster Rap. In an instant, Luke's overlord color hegemony poured out. The ordinary longsword glowed a dark red color as it was wrapped in the overpowering aura. Shock welled up within Vista's eyes. Apparently, a Navy brat had actually mastered the overlord color hegemony. And surprisingly, it did the dominant winding. It's just impossible to stay calm in a situation like this. Bang! The 2 weapons clashed, and Luke let out a muffled grunt as he took several steps back. Vista, who originally still had a contemptuous face, had a gloomy expression at this time. The twin swords were pointed at Luke. Obviously you're not supposed to be strong enough to be a Navy brat. Who the hell are you? Luke gritted his teeth. It's just an unknown pawn in the Navy. With that said, Luke's entire body leapt high into the air, his longsword in his hand raised high towards Vista to slash. At the same time, the top-level hegemonic color hegemony was completely released without reservation. In an instant, countless figures in the surrounding area directly fainted with their eyes rolled over because they couldn't endure the pressure of the hegemonic aura, and the ground around them cracked from the ravages of the Baji. What a strong domineering aura, Vista murmured, meeting Luke with both swords in her hands. The 2 men's weapons clashed, and the powerful overpowering aura caused dark red arcs of electricity to appear in the air around them. Unfortunately, Luke only lasted a few seconds before he was knocked back by the power on Vista's twin swords. Obviously Vista's power was far above his. After stomping back a few steps, a trace of blood oozed from the corner of Luke's mouth. Vista, on the other hand, remained bland. Bah! Luke spat a mouthful of blood toward the ground. It's too strong. This man is too strong. Even after picking up so many clusters of light and having a top-tier hegemonic color hegemony, but one is still no match for him. And such a person is nothing more than a captain of the Whitebeard pirates. If he fought hard, he had no chance of winning. Eyes crossed over Vista to the huge ball of light that landed behind him next to Little Oz's body. Luke gulped, then mumbled in his mind. Use the blessing of Grandmaster Lu. Ding, is it used by Vista? Yes. Luke had just finished his meditation in his mind when Vista on the opposite side had already raised both swords in his hands and attacked towards him. At this point, there was no longer any contempt within Vista's eyes at all. The strike is full force. Bang! The two men's long swords collided. Feeling the power coming from the weapon, Vista's heart shook again. What's going on? Did you not use your full strength at all just now? The two exchanged a few moves again, and Vista was surprised to find that his opponent, who could have been suppressed just a moment ago, at this moment, he was suddenly on par with himself, and he couldn't even feel any chance of winning. And the pirates still standing around looked to the exchange between Vista and Luke. His face was also filled with shock. What's going on? He's obviously just a Navy brat. Why is it possible to be on par with Captain Vista? And what about his terrifyingly powerful overlord color hegemony? Not only were the pirates shocked, the Navy side was also filled with dismay. The lowest rank on the battlefields of the bay was that of a colonel general. Even the lieutenant generals have died several times since the war started, but now a minion suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Not only are they rampaging within the pirates, it's even on par with the Whitebeard Pirates Team 5 captain, Hanabi Vista. How could such a man be just a petty officer in the Navy? That strange face no one even recognized. Carp on the high platform suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, when did the Navy have such an interesting brat? The other lieutenant generals were also looking at Luke with amazement. The strength of this little soldier was incomparable to that of some lieutenant generals, but he turned out to be just a pawn. Whose ministry is this? The question came to everyone's mind. On the battlefield, Luke could finally breathe a sigh of relief after using Goldfinger, but the wound on his chest still ached. Looking over at the mass of light over there, Luke approached towards it as he exchanged blows. Finally, after a few rounds of exchanges, Luke arrived in front of the mass of light. The moment his body touched the light mass, the system's voice resounded within his mind. Ding! Strength plus 50,000 inch. Ding! Hegemony proficiency plus 100 inch. According to the system's hints, picked up skills could only be used if they had a proficiency of 10 or more. He himself had just picked up the hegemony in the light mass of two Navy giant admirals, but unfortunately the proficiency level was only 1-0. Now in this cluster of light, he had directly picked up 100 proficiency, which meant that he was now able to cast hegemony. Vista was still in hot pursuit, and Luke decided not to fight anymore now that his goal had been achieved. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Vista, who was exchanging blows, saw the smile at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, Luke forced Vista back with a sword, suddenly raising his own longsword high in his hand. Hegemony! As Luke let out a loud shout, the long sword in his hand slammed down towards the front. A powerful shockwave instantly chopped out. Vista hastily raised both swords to block. The powerful shockwave pushed his figure backward, his feet pulling out two deep grooves in the ground, and wherever the shockwave passed, everything was reduced to pieces. Chapter 10, the main character appears. Luke with a dominating country shot. Once again, it shocked everyone. The deep traces of destruction caused by the hegemony on the ground made all the surrounding pirates tremble in fear. Vista was forced back dozens of meters. Luke put away his longsword and performed a moonwalk to escape the battlefield. A group of pirates would have tried to chase after them, but they were stopped by Vista. There's no need to chase after him. You're no match for him. Save Ace first. A group of pirates gulped. Yes, that little soldier could fight Captain Vista without getting the better of him. That was simply not an opponent that their group of ordinary pirates could stop. Thus, a group of pirates once again killed their way towards the bay. Luke escaped all the way to the edge of the battlefield. Looking at the wound on his chest, he was lucky it wasn't serious. One's current strength was far from being able to make a hit in the top war. With that thought, Luke looked away. Whitebeard's tall figure still stood straight up in the bow of the boat. Through the battlefield his gaze was distant from the warring nations on the execution platform. The two of them had also noticed the exchange between Luke and Vista just now. But more than that, there were more important things that needed their attention. Warlord knows that this war can only be won if Whitebeard is destroyed. And Whitebeard knows that this war will never be as simple as it seems. The name of wise General Buddha's warlord is not an empty claim. Luke took off his jacket and treated the wound on his chest briefly. Once again, he looked to Whitebeard and licked his lips. Perhaps the only way to get Whitebeard's light group is to have the ability to make a splash at the top war yourself. As the war scorched on, Carp suddenly lifted his foot towards the execution table above him. Warlord heard footsteps and turned back to the stairs. Upon seeing Carp's figure, a slight frown creased his brow. He was aware of the other layer of Cap's relationship with Ace. What are you doing here? Carp looked down at the battlefield. Nothing. Warlord opens his mouth. So, before Warlord could say anything, Carp suddenly exclaimed, "Shut up! What does it matter if you let me stay here?" In the face of Carp's rude interruption, Warlord didn't say anything. The entire Navy headquarters knew that even the three admirals. No one dared to speak to the Warlord Marshal like this. The only one who could have this attitude towards the Warlord Marshal was Carp, a lieutenant general. Snap! Carp sat down on his knees beside Ace. At this moment, Ace's figure looked a bit forlorn. The Whitebeard pirates gave everything they had to go to war with the Navy just to save themselves, and since the start of the war, on the execution platform, he had seen with his own eyes that countless former partners had fallen on the battlefield, never stood up again. Little Oz's death, in particular, was a deep irritant. The emotion mixed with self-reproach caused him to have an emotional breakdown for a while. Facing Carp, who was sitting beside him, Ace didn't even have the courage to turn his head to look at him. Countless memories from my childhood come flooding back. Ace, you guys are going to be a powerful Navy, okay? Ace, you as an older brother are going to learn to take care of people, you know? Ace, say anything else about being a pirate and I'll give you a taste of my iron fist of love. Ace, in the future you'll be the grandson of the old man, just like Luffy. Ace, Grandpa should be disappointed. The two gazed down at the battlefield below, and a long time passed. Carp's pale frame suddenly trembled. Asshole, why don't you do what the old man says? Ace looked over at Carp. The old man, who was so strong that he seemed to be able to do anything, was in tears at the moment. It turns out that the man people call a naval hero also cries. Warlord, who had never seen Carp so out of sorts, spoke in a hushed voice. It's a matter of time. If you want to get any ideas, I'll never spare you. Carp. It was said like a warning and a reminder. Carp sniffed coldly. Humph. If I wanted to do it, I would have done it a long time ago. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard in the distance, who had just given orders through a phone bug. Scrap the previous execution plan and advance the execution of Ace. So, you don't stand a chance. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from above the sky. At the sound of the voice, everyone looked upwards, only to see a huge pirate ship suddenly appearing above the head of the naval headquarters. What's going on? There are ships coming down from the sky. Could it be a surprise attack by the Whitebeard pirates? As everyone watched, several figures descended with the ship. In the distance, one could still hear someone cursing loudly as several people descended. Straw Hat Kid, I never should have listened to your bull ********. Dropping dead like this, not the way I wanna die. I'm a rubber. I'm not afraid. On the execution table, originally Carp was still full of grief and sadness, but after hearing the sound in the air, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. No one was more familiar with his own grandson's voice than he was, and Ace, at the same time, looked into the air. No one was more familiar with his own brother's voice than he was. Ace! Shouting rang out again in the sky. Ace looked up into the air and could even see the silhouette already. The warship and a group of silhouettes descended sharply, eventually slamming hard into the ice. Bang! There was a loud noise and countless waves were lifted up. The silhouette in the ship all fell into the hole that was missing a piece from being lifted by Jaws and smashed into the Navy headquarters a moment ago. The pirates looked at the huge warship that had fallen thinking it was the Navy. And the Navy, seeing the group of prisoners on the ship in their Propulsion City prison uniforms, knew they were pirates. Frozen for a moment, all of them reacted. It was a group of pirates who came to the battlefield in a warship. Kill! Shoot! At the Lieutenant General's order, the Navy attacked towards the warships. Luke, in the distance, chose a place to sit and rest after treating his wounds. Everyone had witnessed his battle prowess just now, and there wouldn't be any pirates who wouldn't know better than to come towards him. Hearing a ship land in the sky, Luke looked up. Having read the original, he knew that this was the main group of protagonists making their appearance. Picking a comfortable position, Luke silently looked out over the battlefield. The current him had a rough judgment of his own strength. After picking up Little Oz's light cluster, his own battle power should now be at the Lieutenant General level. Barely the best in the LT Gen, but not as good as Cap. Of course, he was in existence whose strength was definitely not inferior to that of a great general. The difference between himself and the great general is still far. Without the golden finger, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match against Hanabi Vista again. Now that the main group of protagonists has appeared, it's the next battle that slowly moves to the top. Until then, it's better to live in silence yourself. One's current identity is the Navy, and the protagonist is a pirate. Ben is the antagonist. If he is targeted by the protagonist, That would be a pain in the ass. Luke's eyes, burning, went to Whitebeard. Chapter 11. The main character's aura is good. Whitebeard's light mass was the ultimate goal for himself. Briefly cleaning up the wound on his chest, Luke looked to the center of the battlefield. There the Navy and the pirates fought to the death, and a thin figure was killing its way out of the warship that had fallen from the sky. Rubber pistol. Luke saw that a row of generals in cloaks of justice were punched out of the air. There was a grin on his face. The protagonist has not officially grown up yet. In the original, after the war at the top, it was only after 2 years of training and going out to defeat Doflamingo of the Seven Seas that he really began to make a name for himself. It was also since then that Wang Lufei had never lost, even the duel with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, on top of Onigashima in the later stages. There were a few twists and turns, but in the end it was a victory, and also awakened the Nika form, completely invincible since then. Luke rubbed the corner of his mouth. If he killed him now and picked up his light cluster, would one gain access to some of his abilities as well? But soon Luke shook his head and dismissed the thought from his mind. With the protagonist's aura shrouding him, it was a toss-up whether he could kill him or not. On the current battlefield of Marineford alone, the Empress of the 7 Martial Seas, Boa Hancock, and the Navy's Iron Fist, Carp, both would never let anything happen to Luffy. Not to mention the fact that he has a series of powerful connections behind him, including the Redhead as well as the Dragon. He himself was now just a small person with no background and not much strength. There's basically no difference between offending the protagonist and seeking death. Suppressing the mixed thoughts in his mind, Luke gazed at the battlefield. As the two sides fought, there were many more clusters of light on the battlefield. The clusters of light, Luke observed, would be about half an hour or so from the time they appeared to the time they disappeared. Wait for everyone's attention to be diverted before heading to the battlefield to harvest a wave yourself. On the execution table, Ace's eyes finally met Luffy's. Ace, Luffy shouted as the two brothers, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, were now reunited on the battlefield. On the execution platform, Sengoku looked at Luffy's figure in the distance and yelled towards Carp in displeasure. Carp, it's your asshole family again. Carp covered his head. Ace was not his own grandson after all, even though he was also his grandson. But the one standing in the distance now fighting the Navy is his actual own grandson. His own grandson came to such a dangerous place and had to do such a dangerous thing. Carp was angry and worried. Everyone on the field looked at the group of figures that suddenly appeared. Crocodile and Jippy-Eye, a former Shichibukai and a current Shichibukai, Bucky and Straw Hat Boy, 2 pirates, and Ivankov, an important cadre of the Revolutionary Army. It's amazing that such a complex tripartite force has come together. Did they all come to save Ace? Just as everyone was wondering, Ivankov and the crowd looked around. Where's Crocodile? Bucky smiled broadly and opened his mouth dismissively. Must have been so intimidated by such a big scene that they chose to bolt. Suddenly, Bucky trailed off and pointed aside in alarm. There! Everyone sniffed and looked toward the place of his gaze. Only Crocodile's old sandy body, transformed into a strip of quicksand, was flying towards Whitebeard. The cigar in his mouth had been out for I don't know how long. Old Sand's figure came behind Whitebeard's, the gold-colored hook in his left hand raised high. Whitebeard, long time no see. Having once fought and lost to Whitebeard, he had always wanted to wash away the shame of that defeat. Today, it's a great opportunity. Facing Old Sand, who came behind him in a surprise attack, Whitebeard's figure remained straight, didn't even look back. What a guy who can't remember his lessons. From a distance Luke smacked his lips as he watched Old Sandy's behavior on the battlefield. Where did Old Shaw get the courage to take on Whitebeard when he had a defeat at the hands of the current Luffy? Just as the hook in Old Sandy's left hand was raised high and about to fall, suddenly, a foot kicked violently from a distance. Hard kicks back at Old Sandy. Luffy got between Old Sandy and Whitebeard. Looking at Luffy, who had been in the same boat as himself just a moment ago, he was now confronting himself. Old Sandy spoke in a deep voice. Why are you protecting Whitebeard? Luffy's body flashed with the red warmth of second gear. Is this older man really Whitebeard? No shots at him then. Ace is very fond of him. In the distance Luke winced, never having found the dialogue midway through the anime when he first watched it. Luffy blocked Old Sand's attack, and by now several Whitebeard pirates had arrived at Whitebeard's side. Several men set up their swords in case Old Sandy strikes at Whitebeard again. Whitebeard, on the other hand, looked down at Straw Hat behind Luffy. This Straw Hat reminded him of 2 people. One is a former rival and best friend, Roger, the world's recognized king of thieves. There was another one, the red-haired Shanks, who was now the 4th emperor and half a friend of his own. Powerful as Shanks, he lost an arm in the East Sea. It was as if the redhead's reply at the beginning was ringing in his ears. I'm betting it on the new era. So the new era the redhead was talking about was this little kid in the straw hat he once wore? Kid, your straw hat looks a lot like the one the redhead used to wear. Hearing Whitebeard mention the redhead, Luffy instantly felt more intimate with the older man in front of him. Do you know Shanks too, uncle? This straw hat. He gave it to me for safekeeping. Whitebeard looked into the distance and spoke in a deep voice. Is it to save your brother? Luffy nodded once. Yes. Do you know who you're making an enemy of? Saying that, Whitebeard's hand clumped cloud cut heavily on the ground. A powerful aura violently erupted. Just by you. Having a few lives isn't enough. Bucky Ivankov is watching this side. The two were all startled when they saw Whitebeard suddenly explode his powerful aura at Luffy. That's Whitebeard. A figure comparable to the last Pirate King. Roger. Anyone facing such an existence would be intimidated by his aura, right? But Luffy, who was in front of Whitebeard, had no fear at all. Shut up. It's none of your business. I know. You want to be the king of thieves too, don't you? But, the one who's going to be the Pirate King is me. Luffy faced Whitebeard with no fear in his aura. Crossing her arms, she exclaimed. In the distance Luke covered his face in disbelief. It's so nice to have the main character's aura looming over you. If it were anyone else, with such a weak strength, they would still dare to be so reckless in front of Whitebeard. I'm afraid that the shock fruit would have been shaken into Chiu Chow beef balls long ago, but having a protagonist's aura is different. Not only will nothing happen, even Whitebeard would appreciate his courage and swagger. As expected, everyone at the scene was shocked by Luffy's words and guessed how Whitebeard would strike. Whitebeard, however, suddenly waved his hand in the middle of the bush cloud cut. There was no anger on his face, and even a flavor of appreciation. What a big mouth. I won't be able to spare you if you hold me back. Little thief. Chapter 12 Pacifists. And likewise, everyone around them was impressed by Luffy's aura of defying Whitebeard. Ivankov sighed as he looked at Luffy, remembering the dragon. How dare you talk to Whitebeard like that? Worthy of being his son. As Luffy appeared, the gazes of everyone in the battlefield converged on him. Whether it's the Navy's top brass or the pirate forces, that's probably where the protagonist aura comes in. Ace, I'm going over there now. At the bow of the ship, Luffy yelled at Ace on the execution platform and then jumped off the pirate ship. Rubber rockets. The navy that surrounded him were all sent flying by his move. Infected by Luffy's aura, the pirates also ignited their fighting spirit. All the pirate forces once again killed in the direction of the execution platform. It seems that along with the appearance of the protagonist, the war really kicks off. The battlefield was in chaos, and all eyes were on Luffy. No one was paying attention anymore. The navy brat who had just fought with Hanabi Vista. This was the perfect opportunity for Luke to make his move. The bleeding from the chest wound had stopped for the time being. Time to clean up the mess. Luke's form, once again, began to weave through the battlefield. Ding! Strength plus 10. Ding! Speed plus 10 inch. Ding! Naval Style 6 Moonwalk Proficiency plus 10 inch. Ding! Once again, the hints of the harvest within his mind began to sound continuously. At the front of the main battlefield, Straw Hat Luffy was continuously approaching towards the execution platform. On the other hand, Bucky, who was one of the future 4 emperors, it was because of some inexplicable conversation with Whitebeard that he made a fool of himself in front of all his men. On the battlefield outside the bay, the navy fighting the pirates has been routed, but in the face of the routed navy, the pirates were not the first to make an impact towards the bay. Instead, they attacked the re-enveloping warships on either side. Warlord on the execution platform, upon hearing the battle outside the bay, a soft chuckle. Plans fall through? Was it recognized by Whitebeard? Just as the battlefield was in chaos, someone suddenly noticed. High above the execution platform, 2 soldiers with long swords appeared at some point. The 2 soldiers crossed their long swords in their hands and held them against Ace's front. It was as if the execution was about to take place. A pirate yelled, "What's going on? Isn't it time for the execution yet?" Warlord above the execution platform, looking down at the pirates who were charging forward like they didn't want to die. There was a smile on his face that had everything under control. Whispered to himself, "In a few hours, the world will receive news of our victory. The Navy stands for absolute justice, and justice must prevail, even by any means necessary." As his words left his mouth, suddenly, there was a violent explosion from outside the bay. Some of the pirates looked back and saw several explosions, all coming from their pirate ship, and several strange figures appeared on the battlefield outside the bay. In the smoke after the explosion, several bright yellow pillars of light suddenly flashed. A few more explosions came along with the flashes of light columns. This was followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Those strange figures appeared through the smoke in front of everyone. Upon seeing the appearance of those strange figures, a look of surprise flashed across everyone's faces. A few figures that were surprisingly identical in appearance to one of the 7 musketeers' bears. The white-bearded man at the front of the boat squinted to the rear and muttered to himself, "Is this the legendary world government's human weapon?" Luke, who was picking up clusters of light on the battlefield, looked at the group of pacifists that suddenly appeared with a look of interest on his face. I wonder if they, being robots, will also explode into a ball of light when they die. Though the situation on the battlefield right now was not going the way Warlord had originally expected. but there's no big deal. Nothing more than pacifists implicating some warships when they attack. It's just a slightly bigger loss compared to the original plan. Warlord held the phone bug in his hand, and a complaint came from War Mamamaru, the man in charge of pacifism. On the other side, didn't the plan say that the pirates would all be in the bay when we showed up? Listening to Battle Mamamaru's complaints, Warlord spoke up. Even if there's no way to encircle left and right, it's still possible to attack vertically. War Mamamaru, but then, there would be some warships involved. Warlord, never mind all that. Everything starts according to plan. Battle Mamamaru, who had gotten the order, put away the phone bug. Looking at the pirate in front of him, he swung the large axe in his hand. Go, pacifists, on command. Countless pillars of light lit up behind them from the mouths or palms of the pacifists. The pillar of light attacked the pirate in front of him. Violent explosions rang out. Countless pirates were affected by the explosions, and wails of blood continued to ring out. After a bombardment, the pacifists all flew towards the battlefield, faced with robots that knew no pain, had no fear, and were terrifyingly strong in battle. The pirates were hardly a match, and the pirates whose back roads had been cut off were almost in a desperate situation at this point. There was no choice at all but to move forward. Looking at the pirates who were desperately approaching the plaza, Warlord ordered from high above, "Everyone off the ice. Never let them rush the square." When the navies received the order, they all began to engage while retreating towards the square. At this time, the pirates had a powerful naval battle force in front of them and a terrifying pacifist behind them. It's just like a turtle in a jar. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Sengoku's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at Whitebeard in the distance, murmuring, "No matter how much you struggle, you can no longer shake our advantage. When all live images are cut off and the siege wall is activated, you will lose." As he spoke, Warlord looked aside to his men. "Are there still images that haven't been cut off?" The henchman was sweating profusely and panicked. "Not yet. Please wait a little longer." Turning around, he yelled at the phone bug. Upon receiving the order, it was logical that all live video feeds should have been cut off, but there's one left out in favor of the other, and never could find it. The Navy decided not to honor the agreement for an early execution, and a war machine like the pacifist was deployed. News that borders on scandalous would have a major impact on the Navy's image if it were broadcast live. So, all live feeds from the site are going to be cut off. Just then, suddenly Warlord saw a large screen not far away. Live footage about the Marineford scene came in. After a few shaky moments, Bucky's figure appeared on the screen. Seeing the image, Warlord burst into a rage. "What's going on? I want you to cut off this inexplicable livestream immediately now." The Navy under his command immediately panicked and explained. "Report! There's an image bug being snatched by a group of inmates." Warlord raged. "So it's the inmates that are live now? Stop them for me at once." The men led the order and immediately began searching the battlefield for the group of live prisoners. Though the live stream is not completely choked off at the moment and the rest of the plan cannot be executed immediately, but the pirates below, under the back-and-forth attack of the Navy and the pacifists, were already showing defeat. Chapter 13, Whitebeard's Assassination. Aboard the Moby Dick, Pops, at the bow of the ship, hearing the call behind him, Whitebeard turned his head. After seeing the figure behind him, Whitebeard spoke. "Squad, are you okay?" He had not been found on the battlefield outside the bay just now. With little expression on his face, Squad silently took a few steps closer towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard continued, "I haven't been able to contact you just now. What's the situation outside the bay?" The look on Squad's face was obscure. "The flag pirate group seems to be heavily damaged, and I came from the path." Whitebeard looked at the battlefield ahead and leisurely said, "The warlord is not going to give us a hand. We'll have to go all out to get around him." Squad suddenly raised his head and looked at Whitebeard's tall back. "Pops, you found out about the Navy's strategy, haven't you?" Whitebeard said with intent. "Warlord and I are kind of old rivals." At those words, the look on Squad's face suddenly became extremely grim. In a deep voice, he spoke. "So it is." Whitebeard, who had his back to Squad, naturally didn't see the change in his face and remained to himself. "Being surrounded from behind by the Navy is actually just what I need. It's also time to take matters into your own hands and attack in one breath for good measure." Squad took a few steps closer towards Whitebeard's figure once again, muttering under his breath, "Yeah." Taking a few steps to Whitebeard's side, Squad slowly drew his long sword, to go through fire for Pops and the pirates without a single regret. Hearing Squad's sudden words, Whitebeard turned his head and gave him a somewhat relieved look. A hint of apology seemed to be brought within the tone. "It's really over the top." Before Whitebeard could finish his sentence, Squad interrupted him. "I understand that this is a fight to protect my family. Whitebeard Pirates is never going to abandon his family, even if the place we are in now is hell. We have come after you." The man under his command seemed to be getting a little resentful, and Whitebeard didn't answer him again. Instead, he headed forward, ready to join the fray himself, and behind him, Squad suddenly murmured in a low voice. Your family. Wouldn't it be great if we could actually be a part of it? Put. It was the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh and blood. Countless blood flowers bloomed in Whitebeard's chest. Pops. Several shrieks came from the battlefield. Squad. Marco let out a roar as the giant blue firebird blossomed into the air, instantly swept towards Whitebeard's side. Luke, who had just finished picking up a cluster of light, also had his eyes on the bow of the Moby Dick. Whitebeard's tall figure had half-kneeled on the ground. Obviously that slash had injured him badly, but for more than the physical damage, his heart should have suffered more. Everyone knows that the Whitebeard pirates are known for loving their crew. The fact that all of the crew members have to call Whitebeard Pops is enough to say that Whitebeard treats them like his own sons. Now it's being stolen by his own son. TSK. Luke smacked his lips. He knows, as powerful as Whitebeard was, he certainly wouldn't be killed so easily with a single slash. That cut was just the beginning. However, it was one step closer to picking up Whitebeard's light mass for himself. Aboard the Moby Dick, Squad announced Whitebeard's purpose out loud to everyone. We're all your tools. Tools you're going to use to make a deal with the Navy and save Ace, right? Each of Squad's questioning had a good reason, and the situation of the battlefield at this moment seemed to be proving that everything was true. At once, many pirates were shaken in their hearts. There was a hint of skepticism and disappointment in their former admiration as they looked at Whitebeard's figure. The pirates, who were already at a disadvantage, completely lost their fighting spirit at this point. A portion of the pirates even threw down the weapons in their hands, with only the thought of escape remaining in their minds. Warlord let out a light laugh as he realized that he had won this battle, and Green Pheasant had found the last image bug on the battlefield at that moment, and as his figure swept past, the group of prisoners holding image bugs were instantly turned into a single ice sculpture. With everything ready to go, Warlord was finally able to give his final command into the phone bug. Surrounding wall, activate. There was a roar from the earth, and countless barriers were about to rise from the bottom of the sea. All the pirates in the bay would then be surrounded by death. And on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard hugged Squad. My foolish son, I love you in spite of it all. With that, Whitebeard stood up, even with blood still on his chest, but the tall figure still exuded a mind-blowing pressure. Whitebeard curled his body slightly and formed his hands into fists. In the next moment, both fists ruthlessly smashed into the space on both sides. The sound of shattering glass came as if an earthquake had struck the whole of Marineford. Cracks visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions along Whitebeard's double fists. In an instant it spread over the ice. Boom! The sound of ice exploding came. The ice wall that was originally trapping everyone was actually completely shattered by Whitebeard's double fists. The pirate ship outside the bay, trapped by the frost, also untangled itself at this moment. As pirates, it is up to you to decide within yourselves what you should believe. Whitebeard let out a roar, looking at the shattered wall of ice, and the rescued pirate ship outside the bay. At this moment, everyone understood. If you want to escape, you can do it anytime. Pops, we believe you. It's all a Navy plot. Damn it, Squad is under the spell of the Navy. How dare he injure Pops? Charge! Avenge Pops! How could Pops betray us? Damn the Navy! In an instant, the original military heart was in chaos without fighting spirit of the pirates. Under the Whitebeard's one action, once again, the coalesced, and the tall figure of Whitebeard slowly came to the edge of the bow. If one chooses to follow me, then follow me at the risk of your life. With a roar, Whitebeard's tall figure leapt high into the air. For the first time since the beginning, Whitebeard stepped into the battlefield himself. It was amazing to see that their old man had taken matters into his own hands. The confidence of the pirates was once again high. All the pirates raised their weapons in their hands and their shouts broke through the clouds. Warlord, who was high above the execution platform, frowned and said in a deep voice, "Everyone prepare to counterattack." Jumping off the bow of the ship, Whitebeard, in the hands of the bushcloud, cut a finger high above the war country. The pirates behind them immediately rushed towards the front without any hesitation. Cook, who was still happily picking up the light mass, saw a large swath of pirates rushing behind him. In a hurry, they retreated towards the plaza in the bay. Just kidding, Whitebeard himself has joined the fray. If he was targeted by him, with his current strength, it could be said that he was dead. As long as he waited quietly, according to the plot, Whitebeard's light group himself aspired to win. Just as Luke was retreating toward the square, suddenly, a calm voice without anger rang out behind him. "Hey, you're the kid who just fought Vista without losing and had a great dominance, right?" Luke, who was running away, whipped his head around at the sound. A great shadow enveloped itself. The tall figure of Whitebeard was standing behind himself with a clump of cloud cutters in his hands. Chapter 14, But you're in the Navy. To be targeted by Vista was something that made the hairs on Luke's body stand on end. Then at this moment, being stared at by Whitebeard, who was holding a bush cloud cut, the blood in Luke's body seemed to freeze. "What's wrong with you? Why don't you hurry up and save Ace when you're hurt like this?" Why are you staring at yourself as a Navy private? Luke mentally screamed, but looking around, that's when he realized. The Navy all withdrew to the plaza after receiving the order to retreat, and at this point in time, there was only one Navy of his own on the ice in the bay, besides the pirates. Crap, got too caught up in picking up light clusters, didn't even notice that he was the only Navy left on the ice. Whitebeard's 6-meter-tall body blocked the sun in front of Luke, and the clumps of cloud cuts in his hands emanated a cold aura under the blazing sun. One eye looked down at Luke. A fine layer of sweat crept onto Luke's forehead. After a long time, Whitebeard suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. The laughter shook Luke's head and he wondered what Whitebeard was laughing at when he looked at him. It took a moment before Whitebeard put away his smile. The look within his eyes also suddenly became incredibly serious. The characters of the old era should have fallen, and countless new stars are slowly rising. With that he looked off into the distance where Luffy was heading. Before speaking slowly, pirates, Navy, there will be new stars. That's the way it's supposed to be, isn't it? After all, whether it's a powerful Navy or a powerful pirate, if there's only one on the Great Sea, that would be too boring. Luke swallowed, under the intense pressure from the figure across from him. He didn't even hear what Whitebeard actually said, and at this time he was full of thoughts, thinking about how to get out of the trap. Buzz. Whitebeard suddenly raised the clumping cloud cutter in his hand and pointed it straight at Luke in front of him. But, I'm a pirate after all, and you, a Navy man. As Whitebeard's last words were spoken, all Luke could hear was a toothsome sound in the air around him. Luke knew that it was the sound of the shock fruit about to be activated. With his brain running desperately, at the height of the crisis, Luke suddenly exclaimed, "You don't want the secrets of one of the D's to be publicized either." Suddenly, the toothsome sound that filled the air stopped. Bang! The clump of cloud cuts in Whitebeard's hand dragged on the ground. Although Whitebeard was trying his best to hide it, Luke still caught the shock deep in his eyes. Luke was heartened. Bluffing? But suddenly, Whitebeard's eyes erupted within a more violent killing intent. Luke keenly perceived and hastened to open his mouth. "Don't presume that killing me will silence you. If I have an accident, my partner will make everything public." Whitebeard's face was extremely gloomy, looking dead at Luke as he opened his mouth. "Who the hell are you?" "Luke, Roger told you the secrets of the D1 in One Piece before he died. If I tell all of this, guess what the consequences are?" Whitebeard's surface is calm, but inwardly he has already turned over shocking waves. The secrets Roger told himself before he died were clearly known only to himself and Roger. How did the little Navy man in front of me know? Luke's identity had become a complete mystery in Whitebeard's eyes at the moment. He can fight with Vista without losing, and his hegemonic color hegemony is even more terrifying. None of this should be the strength of a Navy brat. Now he even knows so many secrets. Who was this Navy brat in front of me, anyway? Luke looked at Whitebeard, who was frozen in place, and a hint of amusement rose in his heart. He didn't know exactly what those secrets were, of course, but it seemed to be a mere mention of those things. It would have been enough to bluff Whitebeard. Unfortunately, Luke's heartfelt glee didn't last long. The white beard in front of him, and his complexion was then completely restored as before. The clump of cloud cuts in his hand, on the other hand, was once again lifted by him. "Kid, even if you know those secrets, so what? Those outrageous things, even if they were told, no one would believe them, right?" As Whitebeard finished speaking, ripples visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Luke cursed. Suddenly, countless cracks began to spread in all directions with Whitebeard at the center. The target is none other than Luke. Miso. The Navy standard longsword in his hand was drawn by Cook. Hegemonic color hegemony wrapped around the blade. Hegemony. With a roar, Luke met the long sword in his hand towards Whitebeard. On the battlefield just now, Luke picked up many more light clusters. The power is constantly on the rise. The hegemony at this point is far more powerful than it was against Vista. Boom! As if two mountains collided, the domineering aura on Luke's body caused countless dark red arcs of electricity to appear in the air around him. Whitebeard, on the other hand, was surrounded by countless cracks caused by the activation of the shock fruit. The long sword and the clumping cloud cut collide. The huge impact sent ice shards flying on the ground. The pirates who were closer to the duo were directly overturned by the airwave. Even the steps of the Navy headquarters plaza behind Luke had countless cracks appearing under the tremendous impact. All of the Navy in the square were preparing for Whitebeard's attack, but he was surprised to find a small soldier in the way of Whitebeard. That's right, it wasn't Whitebeard who approached Luke in all of them. Instead, Luke took it upon himself to block Whitebeard. After all, the order to retreat had been given long ago, and all the Navy withdrew to the square at the first opportunity. Yet the only one who chose to stay behind was the young soldier, alone to face Whitebeard. What kind of courage is that? Just as the crowd admired Luke's courage, suddenly, the boom came. The longsword in Luke's hand below collided with Whitebeard's clumping cloud cut. The aftermath of the two's exchange of blows even toppled a few Navy men who were a little closer on the spot. Immediately a Navy man exclaimed, "Engage! What a strong domineering aura! That little soldier actually blocked Whitebeard's attack. What a strong two!" And the warlord on the execution platform narrowed his eyes at the two men exchanging blows. Early in the morning he noticed the little soldier. After all, when that little soldier fought Vista, what he revealed was both his strength and that dominating aura. It's all hard to ignore. What puzzled Warlord, though, was that little soldier didn't fight to kill the enemy on the battlefield. More often than not, it's just back and forth across the battlefield, and often stopping by dead bodies. Don't know exactly what I'm doing. When Luke's sword collided with Whitebeard's Kangun Kiri, a flash of deep shock similarly crossed from the depths of Warlord's eyes. As a naval marshal, for the strength of Whitebeard, the sea pirate who is one of the four emperors, the warring nations have a very clear perception. There are only a handful of characters in the entire navy who can block a blow from Whitebeard, but now an unheard of pawn had blocked Whitebeard's blow head-on. At that moment, suddenly Carp, who was on the sidelines, spoke up. It's a bit of a shame if such a person is easily killed by Whitebeard, isn't it? Even as he spoke, Carp couldn't hide the surprise within his tone. Chapter 15, Old Man, let's see how much longer you can run around. On the battlefield, Whitebeard's hand held a giant bushcloud cut and kept firing. Luke, who was short in front of him, was struggling with his longsword in his hand. The two weapons clashed, leaving the air around them covered in cracks and dark red arcs of electricity. In just a few seconds, Luke could no longer resist the power coming from the longsword in his hand. Bang! The longsword in his hand instantly turned into pieces, while Luke's figure, like a kite with broken strings, it was directly knocked away. Just as Luke was preparing for the impact of a hard fall to the ground, suddenly she was aware that a pair of strong arms caught her. What a firm chest! What a hot embrace! I'll look up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's Akainu. Catching Luke, Akainu's eyes looked away from Whitebeard, only a sneer on her serious face. Kid, justice takes courage, but courage without self-knowledge is recklessness. With that said, Akainu placed Luke on the ground in the plaza. That's Whitebeard, an existence that even I would find tricky. Luke was just about to speak when he opened his mouth to stifle a few coughs and a mouthful of blood spewed out. Looking away from Whitebeard, Luke wiped the corners of his mouth, cursing darkly. Old piker, let's see how long you can still jump around. Whitebeard, in the distance, sees Luke being saved by Akainu, nor was there any intention of continuing the pursuit. Instead, he slowly inserted the clump of cloud cuts in his hand onto the isocide. With that, the hand suddenly stretched out towards the sky. Seeing Whitebeard's movements, Luke immediately realized that it was not good. In the original, Whitebeard just let go of a big move right after making this move. The whole of Marineford was almost completely destroyed by him, only to see Whitebeard's raised hands suddenly became claws, then grabbed the air and viciously ripped down. For a moment, a sound that seemed to be high voltage going through power lines resounded throughout the sky. Lying there, Luke only felt the ground beneath his feet begin to tilt. It was as if the whole world and heaven and earth were about to reverse. In the distance the frozen sea cracked in pieces, as if it were a cracked continent. A tsunami of huge ice chunks rises up. The entire island and sea of Marineford began to tilt, and countless buildings developed cracks. Huge cracks in the ground engulfed countless figures that had lost their balance. At this moment, both the pirates and the navy were desperately looking for a safe place to hide. All the sights were as if the world had come to an end. The violent shaking caused extensive building damage and injuries. It went on for a long time before it finally stopped, and a large portion of the entire naval headquarters in Marineford was almost in ruins. Everyone who had slowed down looked at Whitebeard in horror. The ability to almost destroy an island, is that still a power a human can possess? But not before the crowd took a breath. Whitebeard's body flexed slightly once more, followed by a fist slamming in front of him. The cracks in the air as if glass had shattered reappeared. A powerful impact rushed straight towards the execution platform. Just as the shockwave was about to reach the execution platform, three figures suddenly blocked the front of the shockwave. Boom! The speeding shockwave suddenly dissipated in front of the three figures. Three men, the very same three admirals of the navy. Akainu, Yellow Sorrow, Green Pheasant, defusing Whitebeard's attack. Green Pheasant frowned slightly. Has the siege wall not been activated yet? Akainu sulked. It's not as if your ice is too thick and interferes with the activation of the encircling walls. The pirates who had escaped the scene of doom just now had converged once again, preparing for another assault towards the execution platform. High above, Warlord spoke to one of his men at his side. The enclosing wall still won't activate? The henchman panicked. The ice is just too thick. Before he could finish, Warlord interrupted him. Use all the functions of the entire headquarters on the encircling wall. The men were quick to lead the way. Yes, congealed pirates, ready for the final onslaught. But just then, suddenly there was a shaking at his feet. Then the tall walls, one by one, rose from the sea. Boom boom boom. The massive wall rose up piece by piece until it finally encompassed the entire bay. And all the pirates, all caught in the wall. Some of the pirates raised their weapons in their hands and attacked the wall. But in the end, it turned out that no matter what kind of attack, surprisingly, he couldn't even leave a mark on the wall. And that's when a single, blackened barrel appeared above the encircling wall. All guns, aimed at the pirates in the bay. Crap, we're surrounded. Is there no way out? Being surrounded, wouldn't we be a target for them? Wait, there's a road there. Everyone sniffed and looked towards where the man was pointing. Only a gaping hole was visible in the neatly encircling wall. That gaping hole is exactly where the fallen Little Oz was. Little Oz's huge corpse caused the enclosing wall of that piece to not rise. It's Little Oz. He made a way for us to live. On the execution table, Warlord looked at the body of Little Oz. What's going on there? The henchman replied in a panic. His body was too heavy for that piece of the enclosing wall to rise. Frowning, Warlord immediately spoke. Never mind that, Akainu. Start planning. At that, Akainu walked towards the encircling wall, and his arms were wrapped in dark red magma in an instant. Meteor volcano. With a low growl, Akainu's magma arms were raised high in the air. Countless magma fireballs erupted from his arms and shot toward the sky as if they were setting off fireworks. The next moment, above the sky, a huge fist condensed from countless magma descended violently. The target was none other than the pirates trapped inside the encircling wall. Boom! A loud sound came from the countless magma fists that fell. The ice was smashed. The sound of melting ice came. The pirates let out a wail. Luke in the square finally slowed down a bit at this point. He endured Whitebeard's blow, and although he could barely stand up at this time, his entire internal organs felt like they had all shifted. Taking a few deep breaths, he looked up at the fist of lava that kept landing in the sky. Listening to the wailing of the pirates within the encircling walls, Luke couldn't help but sigh. Whether it was Whitebeard's ability to almost destroy the entirety of Marineford just now, or the roiling lava now caused by Akainu, it all made Luke feel that there was a gap between himself and them. Though now he had top-tier hegemonic color hegemony and had picked up a lot of light clusters, but facing this group of perverts, a huge sense of powerlessness still rose from the bottom of his heart. It would be nice to have a powerful devil fruit, but devil fruit, it's almost unattainable, and almost all of those powerful devil fruits have owners now. Luke looked away from Doflamingo. There are no weak fruits, only people who won't develop them. A thread fruit that's trashy to the core can be used to great effect by Doflamingo, but it's prudent to be careful with something this important that you can only have once. I wonder if the system will have something like devil fruit in its future rewards. Chapter 16, Killing Oz. The ice within the encircling wall. Under the ever-falling fists of lava from the sky, the ice began to melt, and even the temperature of the melting seawater was surprisingly rising, and the artillery on the encircling wall, too, rang out at that moment. Cannon fire interspersed with lava fists that the pirates in the bay could not avoid. In a panic, he tries to escape in the direction of Little Oz's body, but there are countless naval forces stationed there. As this continues, it's almost only a matter of time before the pirates are completely wiped out. That's when Whitebeard, who was standing, finally stepped in. The shock fruit's ability was unleashed once again. Whitebeard slammed his fist towards the encircling wall in front of him. The air waves rolled over, and countless people were blown away, unable to open their eyes. After a loud bang, everyone looked up, but he was shocked to find that Whitebeard's blow had only left a deep depression in the encircling wall. What's going on? I can't believe Pop's attack didn't open the wall. This is no ordinary wall. Whitebeard's face, for the first time, showed a different look. Akainu, in the square, had a vicious smile on her lips, murmuring, "Whitebeard, it's time for your time to end." With that said, Magma's arms once again gushed out countless fireballs. At this point, the encircling wall was like a coffin, and all that could be heard was the constant sound of explosions and the wailing of the pirates coming from it. Above the execution platform, Warlord held a megaphone bug in his hand and announced loudly, "All is well with the battle. The pirates have no way out. And now, the execution of Bitka's D. Ace begins." Although the pirates inside the encircling wall couldn't see what was going on outside, Warlord's voice clearly reached everyone's ears. What to do? There's only one way left, the Little Oz side. With the Navy guarding it, there's no way to punch through there. But Ace is about to be executed. Are we going to wait for Ace to be executed? Among the navies in the square, all of them stood at the rank of admiral. Luke was the only one wearing a private's uniform, but with the engagement just now, there was no longer anyone who would take this little soldier lightly. Someone who can engage Hanabi Star and even harden himself against one of Whitebeard's moves. It's just not a bad comparison to some of the LT generals. Luke got up and walked around the square to where he could see the gap in the enclosing wall. Just before he came to the gap, Luke saw Luffy's figure, behind him, followed by a group of pirates. Everyone was preparing to charge with their lives towards the gaping hole created by Little Oz's corpse, and the Navy side sensed the pirates' intentions. At once all the firepower was focused in that direction. Countless pirates were blown away in the cannon fire. Luke also saw countless balls of light appear. Just as Luke's eyes glowed as he looked at the balls of light, suddenly, the huge corpse that had been lying on its back, with all the light masses picked up by Luke, actually moved. As Little Oz's body trembled slightly, a voice resounded within Luke's mind. Resurrection of the departed detected. Light mass about to be returned. Grip it. Listening to the voice in his head, Luke let out a yelp. There's no point in giving back what's been taken. He had worked so hard to pick up so many clusters of light himself. Little Oz's light cluster was by far the largest one, and his own strongest skill. But Joku was picked up from Little Oz's corpse. If this is returned, one is not working for nothing. Luke immediately asked inside his head, how can I stop it? System, stop it by letting the owner of the light mass die. Listening to the system's cold reply, Luke gritted his teeth and looked inside the enclosing wall. Luffy's skinny figure was dodging a few shells and rushing towards the outside of the encircling wall. If he himself made a move to kill Oz, he would inevitably make an enemy of the protagonist group. But on second thought, it seems that he is now on the opposite side of the protagonist group, whether it's this naval uniform he's wearing or his performance so far since the beginning of the war. Fought Vista and took Whitebeard's attack hard. All represent their positions. Clenched his fists, one way or the other. Luke came to a Navy man. Looking at Luke's sudden appearance in front of him, the Marine was obviously a bit flustered. Be respectful. Luke's just a private. Treat your subordinates with the same attitude as your superiors. But Luke's strength is so strong that he doesn't have the guts to do it himself. Luke spoke in a hushed voice. Commodore-sama, lend me your sword. When he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the Brigadier General to reply. Luke reached straight up and drew his saber, then took a step toward Oz. Several generals looked at Luke's back and spoke with trembling voices. What's he going to do? Is it to join the battlefield yourself? Do you still have the strength to fight off Whitebeard's attack just now? A few steps brought him to Oz, whose huge head was bobbing and ready to lift. Suddenly he perceived a figure standing before him. Luke took a deep breath and held his sword high in both hands. I'm sorry, hegemony. A powerful aura emanated from Luke's body. An ace, high above the execution platform, looked at Luke's back, vocally exclaimed, Oz. The crowd inside the enclosing wall also noticed Luke's movements. Everyone exclaimed in panic, Oz. Luke couldn't care less how many people he would offend with this sword. The long sword in his hand slashed down hard. Huge waves of air erupted. A muffled thud came from Little Oz's head. All of a sudden blood splatters were flying. Boom! Little Oz's head, which had just lifted, dropped once again, and a portion of the light mass that had just been returned, once again, returned to Luke's body. Luffy, who was inside the encircling wall, was now filled with rage within his eyes. He looked Luke dead in the eye, and all the pirates looked as if they could not wait to tear Luke alive. How dare you kill the one person Ace cares about the most? I won't spare you. Luffy let out a roar, and that's when Jieping came to his side. Luffy gritted his teeth and spoke to Evening. Send me there. His voice was horribly low. Evening had a serious look on his face, and his gaze toward Luke was tinged with mischief. Gotcha. After saying that, Jieping grabbed Luffy's arm. Seawater over the shoulder drop. With a loud roar, Luffy's figure, grabbed by Jinpei, was thrown towards the outside of the encircling wall. The target is none other than Luke. Luke scowled, though his current self was not necessarily weaker than Luffy, but there was a protagonist's aura shrouding his body in the end. He fought him himself and had to watch out for Empress and Carp in the back. Despite the fact that Carp wears the title of naval hero, his own grandson is in danger if he is. How could you possibly see death? So Luke turned and ran without hesitation. In one breath, he fled behind the three great generals. Seeing Luke fleeing over, Yellow Monkey smacked his lips. Hey, what a strong little kid. So timid? Luke was tempted to spit out a comment about how you usually chant so scary to anyone you see. How can you mock your own cowardice? Luffy's eyes filled with anger when he saw Luke fleeing, and he chased after him regardless, until it was blocked by three figures. When he looked up, the three admirals of the Navy stood in front of him. Chapter 17, The Light Within the Enclosing Wall. Luffy was holding a huge wooden stick, his body slightly red from the second block. Looking up at the three great generals, Akainu, Yellow Ape, and Green Pheasant each had a different look on their faces. Because of Carp, Green Pheasant didn't look at Luffy with too much hostility. To him, Luffy was nothing more than a brat who had just grown up. Even if he dared to face their three great generals alone, it could only be considered courageous. Yellow Sorrow still had that careless look and muttered under his breath, worthy of being Carp's grandson. Nah, it's scary. When he finished he glanced slightly sideways at Akainu, whose fists were already clenched. The dark red magma on top kept churning. Akainu, who upholds absolute justice at heart, would never give Cap any face. Anyone who dared to stand in the way of justice would be crushed by his fists. Luffy in front of him let out a low roar, and the wooden stick in his hand swung violently towards the three. In the face of Luffy's strike, Green Pheasant just casually pointed his hand, and the incoming wooden stick turned into ice and smashed back towards Luffy. Luffy leaped high. Rubber machine gun. Anum. Bang, bang, bang. The ice in front of him was shattered by a kick from Luffy. However, no one expected that Luffy was actually just bluffing. The moment he landed after kicking the ice, his figure leapt towards the execution platform. The yellow ape smacked his lips and his body disappeared into a ball of yellow light. The next second it appeared in front of Luffy. That's really slow, kiddo. After saying that, one of Yellow Monkey's feet turned into a ray of light and kicked Luffy's body hard. Bang! Without any resistance at all, Luffy hit the ground hard. Splash of smoke. On the execution table, Carp tensed when he saw Luffy rushing over. At this time, when he saw Luffy being kicked away by Yellow Saru, he was even more livid and his fists were clenched, obviously worried about his grandson's well-being. Warlord just looked at him and spoke with a soft grunt. Prepare for the execution. Receiving the order, the two executioners who stood beside Ace with sharp blades raised their longswords high in their hands. In an instant everyone's eyes went to the execution table. Even Whitebeard's complexion was completely flustered. Ace gets killed. Then everything they did today is a joke. Marco and several other captains all yelled, Ace! Just in the nick of time. Suddenly two streaks of yellow sand rose from the execution platform. The two executioners with their sharp blades held high didn't even have time to let out muffled grunts. Instantly strangled in place by the yellow sand. Anger erupted violently within Warlord's eyes as his gaze looked downward. Roared. Crocodile. Old Shah, who had suddenly stepped in to save Ace just now, looked unconcerned when he heard Warlord's angry roar. Warlord looked at him and questioned angrily. Why did you save Ace? Aren't you on the opposite side of Whitebeard? Old Sandy exhaled a mouthful of thick cigar and spoke faintly. I just don't want to see you deplorables with too much smugness on your faces. Warlock's teeth squeaked. Just then, suddenly a handler came to report. Reporting to the marshal. The pirates in the encircling wall have shown movement. Warlord looked into the encircling wall, where the ice had been completely melted by Akainu's lava. Most of the pirates were soaking in the water, and at this point, the group of pirates, however, swam desperately towards the gap where Little Oz's body was as if they didn't want to die. Warlord let out a cold grunt. Shoot! The sound of artillery fire rang out in the sky, fire that could not always be avoided on land. At this point the swimming pirates were even more unable to dodge. The wailing resumed. Just then, however, a churning sound was heard from the sea in the bay. With that, a huge pirate ship violently leapt out from the bottom of the sea. There's another pirate ship, then hiding at the bottom of the ocean. It's Whitebeard's ship, leaping high into the air. The ship received the group of desperately swimming pirates aboard. Whitebeard stood at the bow of the boat, waving the clump of clouds cut loudly. Punch it in! The ship sailed toward the body of Little Oz and collided instantly. To save Ace, to win this war, they have no choice. The ship collided with Oz's body, relying on inertia to punch up the body. After a loud bang, the ship carrying the pirates broke out of the encircling wall and came above the square. Whitebeard jumped off the bow of the boat without a single word of caution. The clump of cloud cuts in his hand swung straight up. The ability of the shock fruit was unleashed with a huge impact. Large swaths of the navy were simply toppled, except for the admiral. Little ones, save Ace and destroy the navy. The warring states on the execution platform looked at the pirates who had already rushed in front of them. Slowly, he rolled up his own sleeves. It's time for us to get real. The battlefield was filled with smoke and various fruit abilities were constantly clashing. Luke, on the other hand, was once again transformed into a transparent person at this point. The pirates had already broken out of the encirclement wall, and inside the encirclement wall, it was empty at the moment. To cover his tracks, Luke even stripped off his upper naval uniform and came inside the enclosing wall bare-chested. Because of the tragic battle just now, countless balls of light were silently floating on the surface of the sea within the encircling wall at this moment. Licking his lips, Luke jumped into the sea and swam towards one of the light masses. The strongest mass of light Luke has picked up since the beginning of the war is Little Oz's, enough to add 50,000 power points to yourself. Most of these unusual pirates or navies have light clusters that only increase by about 20. Altogether, it doesn't even add up to as much as Ozzy's one cluster of light. It was a good thing that at this time, the light clusters within the encircling wall were densely packed, almost covering the entire surface of the sea. That much? That's tens of thousands of dollars at least. After picking up these clusters of light, one's strength would once again undergo a qualitative metamorphosis. If you can also pick up nice skills, that's even better. Luke kept swimming in the sea, and one by one the balls of light were picked up and disappeared. The system's beeps inside his head also kept ringing. As for the outside of the encircling wall, The sound of killing that rushed through the sky there had nothing to do with him at all. I don't know how long it took, but the entire sea was about to be picked up when the floating light masses were finished. Luke suddenly heard a loud bang coming from inside the Navy headquarters behind him, accompanied by a flickering light of fire through the sky. In his ears, the cheers of the pirates came. Deliverance! Ace was saved! We did it! We are victorious! Well done, Straw Hat Boy! Listening to the cheers of the pirates, Luke muttered, looks like Ace was saved. After the chant, Luke continued to swim toward the remaining light masses. He knew though that Ace was now saved, but he was not going to make it out of Marineford alive. What ended up happening was a horrible death deflecting Akainu's punch for Luffy. Until then, it's better to finish picking up the light clusters here. Go back to the main battlefield and pick up Aces. With that thought, Luke sped up his hand movements. Chapter 18, The Death of Ace. Finally, when Luke finished picking up the last of the light clusters, suddenly, the whole earth shook. Luke swam desperately toward the shore, and coming to the shore he looked in along the gap. Only on the battlefield inside, Whitebeard was standing alone in front of the navy. The rest of the pirates, on the other hand, were all already moving towards the huge pirate ship. It seems the time has come for Whitebeard to help break everyone's back and face all the navy alone. Luke searched the crowd and quickly caught sight of Ace. Now he was dead on Ace, because it won't be long before Ace dies under Akainu. His light cluster is the main event of this war. On the battlefield, the navy that came to pursue were all blocked by the tall figure of Whitebeard, but all the navy has seen that Whitebeard is now at the end of his rope. From the start of the battle until now, for not caring about the wounds on his body, he kept unleashing his powerful fruit abilities. At this point, his face no longer had the subdued look it had at the beginning. Even the violent panting made his tall form tremble slightly. Nonetheless, facing the sea pirate who had dominated the sea for many years, there was still no one who dared to act rashly. On the other side, a group of pirates were already fleeing towards the distance. Several warships anchored outside the bay were also occupied by them. Once you escape to the boat, there's a vast ocean out there. They'll be safe. Luke lay on his back on the encircling wall, silently looking down at the battlefield below. Now, it's Akainu's turn to strike. Just as Luke was chanting, in the battlefield, Akainu's figure finally appeared. Looking at the fleeing pirates, Akainu didn't hesitate to strike. Huge fists of lava slammed into the fleeing pirates, causing large swaths of death and injury. But most of the pirates were still fleeing towards the distance regardless, seeing that it could no longer be blocked. At this time, Akainu suddenly withdrew her hand. He stood still, looking at the fleeing pirates with a teasing tone. You're going to run away with your tail between your legs after saving someone? The Whitebeard pirates, they're all a bunch of cowards. Akainu's words floated clearly into the ears of every fleeing pirate. A couple of people's figures paused, and a man on the sidelines immediately spoke up. Don't fall for such an obvious provocation. Upon hearing this, several pirates gritted their teeth and continued to run away. Akainu went on, self-consciously, with a captain who looks like a coward. It's no wonder the crew below are so. The most powerful pirate on the Great Sea. What a joke, in my opinion, is nothing more than a loser left over from the last era. The word loser was one that Akainu bit down on extremely hard. Luke on the siege wall scratched his ass, thinking that the taunt wasn't much of an attack. None of them are as offensive as the language of the teammates you used to play and meet in ranked. Ace can be tricked by this? Looked to the front of the battlefield. Sure enough, Ace, who was running away, suddenly stopped when he heard Akainu's words. Only slowly he turned his head and looked at Akainu and spoke calmly. Loser? Boom! 2 balls of fire sprang from Ace's palms. He looked at Akainu and said one word. Take back what you just said. The few pirates around Ace were busy trying to persuade Ace, but at this point, Ace was clearly on top of his game. A flurry of fire sprang from his body as he gritted his teeth. How dare you look down on Pops, you fellow! Akainu looked at Ace, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth as she spoke slowly. Take back my words? Did I not speak the truth? You can only show off in front of some stray fish, and for so many years you've just found a peaceful place to make a fool of yourself. Claiming to be the most powerful pirate with a cry of something is laughable. Being in the same era as Roger in the first place and not doing anything meaningful with his life. Just adopting a bunch of so-called sons to put on a family farce over the ocean? What's a guy like that if he's not a loser? With every word Akainu spoke, the flames in Ace's body grew more intense. Eventually, Ace took a step towards Akainu, and eventually, surprisingly, came to him. Looking up, the two of them locked eyes. Ace's voice was as deep as water. I will make you understand the name of this age. It's called Whitebeard. As the last word exited, flames completely enveloped Ace. A fist wrapped in blazing fire swung viciously toward Akainu. Akainu wasn't the least bit intimidated, and even had a conspiratorial grin all over her face. Again raising his fist to collide with Ace. A flaming fist, a lava fist. The two collided together fiercely. Luke, who was far up high, felt a mouth-drying heat wave come over him. Watching the clash of flames and lava on the battlefield, Luke couldn't help but sigh. It seems like Ace really doesn't understand what it means to leave something to chance. The collision between the two lasted only a few seconds before Ace let out a wail and was sent flying. It then fell hard to the ground. Luke stood up from the enclosing wall with some excitement. Ace's light group is going to show up. Akainu, who had knocked Ace away, looked at the fallen Ace, and Luffy behind him, mumbles, "Son of Roger, son of Dragon, leader of the Revolutionary Army. All of this filthy bloodline should be removed from this world." When he finished speaking, his gaze turned to Luffy in the back. The next moment his figure leapt up high. His right fist was completely wrapped in magma and was about to smash towards Luffy. Just as Akainu's fist was about to hit Luffy, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him. The fist, made of magma, passed through the figure's chest. Ace. Luffy, who had watched Ace being punched through the chest with his own eyes, had a completely twisted expression at the moment. He desperately tried to hold onto Ace's body. Akainu, however, had once again arrived in front of the duo. Lava fists raised high once more. Akainu murmured, "It doesn't seem to be dead yet." With that, the second punch was about to fall. At that moment, Jinping's figure suddenly appeared and blocked Akainu's way. The magma fist collided with Jinping, and a large area of hot magma splashed in all directions. In the distance, Carp was taking a step towards Akainu's back, his fists clenched. Behind him, Warlord keenly sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly sprinted forward. One pushed Carp's head into the ground. Carp's body trembled slightly. Breathing heavily, muttered the opening. "Yeah, just hold me down like that or I'm afraid I won't be able to resist killing Sakazuki." Luke quickly leapt off the enclosing wall, for he saw that an orange mass of light, though not very large, was of a different color than all the ones he had seen. Slowly, it fell to Ace's side. "Is it true that because you're an important character, the light clusters you drop are different from everyone else's? I wonder what kind of things a light mass like that would pick up." Chapter 19 Ace's Light Cluster. Ace in Luffy's arms, his body heat dissipating a little. The body also slowly slipped from his arms. Luffy looked unbelievably at Ace in his arms, tears streaking down his face as he let out a sob. In the end, he even fainted with his eyes rolled up because he couldn't bear the great grief. Even Ping, who was protecting in front of him, was no match for Akainu. Only a few moves were exchanged before they were knocked to the ground. Magma churned in Akainu's arm as he looked at the already dead Ace in front of him. Another look at the passed out Luffy and a vicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Raise your arm high and you're about to slam it down." In the nick of time, the figures of both Marco and Vista finally appeared. The giant orange and blue Firebird, and Vista's twin swords, took Akainu's attack. The three figures were fighting on the sidelines. The down-chipping hurriedly climbed to his feet and reached out to pick up the unconscious Luffy. "Just flee the battlefield." But just as he turned around, a figure stepped in front of him. When Jampion looked up, he saw Luke, who had taken off the top of his naval uniform, standing in front of him with his longsword in his hand. Seeing the figure that suddenly appeared, Jinping's eyes narrowed. "It's that Navy brat," Evening said in a deep voice, "a silent and nameless pawn. Does he also want to block the old man's way? That's a bit too much to look down on the strength of the old man's 7 musketeers." Luke shook the longsword in his hand and did not answer Jinping's words. Instead, he took a step towards Ace's body. Right after his body touched the orange-colored ball of light on the ground, the system's voice inside his head rang out. "Ding, strength plus 100,000 inch. Ding, speed plus 50,000 inch. Ding, physical skill plus 50,000 inch. Ding, armed color hegemony plus 10,000 inch." Hearing the voice inside his head, Luke raised his eyebrows slightly. Worthy of being the protagonist's brother, the power added by this one light cluster is about the same as the sum of all the light clusters he's picked up so far since the start of the war. Ding, devil fruit plus 50 inch. Hearing the last beep inside his head, Luke was astonished. Devil fruit plus 50? That's giving yourself 50 devil fruit? Is the system so raw? Hearing Luke's doubts, the system immediately explained. This is just the value. When the value reaches 100, it can be converted into a devil fruit. Luke immediately asked, "What fruits can all be converted?" System, the current value has not been reached and cannot be queried. Listening to the system, Luke licked his lips. Surprisingly, you can redeem devil fruits. I wonder if all devil fruits in the pirate world can be redeemed. If so, what would be the effect of getting a Nika fruit yourself? This devil fruit value should only appear in the light cluster when those fruit abilities die. It's the first time I've picked it up myself. Just as Luke was studying the rewards of the Aeschylus, suddenly, a low growl came from in front of him. "If you're still dumbfounded against the old man, then pay the price of looking down on people." Luke withdrew his mind and looked up to see that before him, Jepping had set Luffy down in his arms, was slamming his fist towards himself. In the face of the attack from Vulpine, Luke just raised his longsword to block it casually. Bang! Fists and long swords collided. Luke didn't move a muscle. The look on his face didn't change in the slightest. As for Jinpei, he was blown right out of the air. Jieping, who had fallen to the ground, looked at the breezy Luke with shock within his eyes. That strong? An all-out strike was actually blocked by him so easily? Feeling the soreness coming from his fists, Jinpei gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground again. With a roar, he came at Luke again. Luke shifted his body in the face of the incoming Evening. There was only a residual shadow left in place. Evening exclaimed, "What speed?" Before he could react, Luke's figure appeared in front of him. A fist slammed into his chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, Jieping's huge fishman body was smashed straight away. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth. After this fall to the ground, Evening was completely motionless. The surrounding pirates looked at Luke, who suddenly appeared. The look on his face became horrified. Killing one of the 7 musketeers, Jin Ping, with a single punch. Such a powerful strength. How can they resist? Luke just gave the group of pirates a faint look, completely uninterested in them. A normal pirate with a light cluster only has about 50 power at most. After seeing Ace's light clusters, Luke had kind of lost sight of those little light clusters. Suddenly, his eyes went to Luffy, who was lying motionless on the ground. A bold idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. I wonder what Luffy, who is the absolute protagonist and also a Nika fruit possessor, will pick up in the light group? Now one is on the opposite side of the protagonist group, whether it's killing Oz, or Justin, who just injured the future roadship crew. Both himself and Luffy were sort of bonded. Might as well just do it now. The more he thought about it, the more Luke felt tempted. Without realizing it, he stood in front of the unconscious Luffy with his longsword in hand. Just as Luke was sizing up Luffy, suddenly, an extremely powerful sense of crisis came from behind him. At the same time a low voice rang out. One day today, is it your intention to make the old man lose his 2 grandchildren? Luke snapped his head around, only to see the tall figure of Cap standing right behind him. At this moment, Carp was filled with a murderous aura. A pair of fists, known as the Iron Fist, clenched tightly. Luke swallowed. Before he could say anything, Carp repeated his question with a roar. One day, is it to make old me lose 2 grandchildren at the same time? After saying that, Cap's huge fist came crashing down towards Luke. Feeling the anger in Cap's Iron Fist, Luke inwardly cursed. This is taking Ace's death, and his grudge against Akainu, out on himself? The longsword was raised in his hand and clashed with Carp's Iron Fist. Bang! Feeling the immense power coming from the longsword, Luke gritted his teeth. Not bad for a naval hero contemporary of Roger. At this moment, Cap was like a wild beast that had lost its mind, and his fists were like rain towards Luke. Luke kept responding with his longsword in his hand. Countless rounds later, Luke's heart had a fire in it. Mother asterisk 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 her, do you really think I'm a sandbag? With a low growl, Luke gripped his longsword with both hands. In one move, he forced Carp back and raised his longsword high in his hand. Hegemony, aside from the divine evasion, which has only 10 points of proficiency, the Bastard Kingdom is Luke's strongest move at the moment, and it had just been augmented by the power of Ace's light cluster. The hegemony is much more powerful at this point. Boom! Carp's Iron Fist clashed with the longsword. Smoke and dust filled the surroundings, and countless figures were lifted off by the aftermath of the duo's battle. A huge deep pit appeared at the feet of the duo. Chapter 20, Whitebeard's light group is about to appear. All around, whether it's the pirates or the navy, cold sweat ran down his forehead as he watched the two who were exchanging blows. A pirate shuddered. What's going on? Is the navy imploding? Why is one of our own fighting one of our own? How dare a punk take a shot at a naval hero? And it was a completely even fight. On the battlefield, Luke's longsword and Cap's fist were pitted against each other. Powerful pressure continuously emanated towards the surroundings. Carp looked at Luke angrily. After seeing Ace get blown away by Akainu's punch, the anger almost made him choose to take a shot at Akainu. Now Luke is seen again standing in front of an unconscious Luffy with his longsword in hand. At that moment, Carp sat down completely. Even if Luke's initial dominance wowed him, even at that time, his heart grew to cherish Luke's talent. But what is at stake today is the safety of his own grandson. What with absolute justice and naval heroes, Carp didn't care anymore. With only his grandson's safety in mind, he blatantly chose to take a shot at Luke. Although angry, as a naval hero, it was certainly impossible to go all out against a junior. So Kao's idea at first was just to teach the kid a lesson. But when the fist actually collided with Luke's long sword, Carp's expression changed and changed. It was only in his heart that he realized that he had completely underestimated the strength of this little soldier. This little soldier is a bit strong, stronger than one would expect. Iron Fist and hegemony collide. Carp kind of regretted that he hadn't gone all out. Because of the closing hand, he couldn't even tell the difference between himself and this brat for a while. Just as the two of them gritted their teeth against each other, Luke suddenly let go of his left hand and made a gesture of pointing his gun, aimed at none other than the unconscious Luffy behind him. Seeing Luke's movements, Cap snapped his expression. Angrily, he roared, "Kid, how dare you!" For a moment, panic flooded Carp's face, and the strength in his fists suddenly diminished. Luke seized the opportunity and lashed out with his longsword in his hand. Carp let out a muffled grunt. The tall figure flew backwards directly towards the back. When the surrounding minions saw this, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Lieutenant General Carp is actually defeated? Just how strong is this little soldier? How could you defeat Lieutenant General Carp, known as Iron Fist? That's a naval hero. Carp flew backwards, smashing down a building. Luke held his longsword and swung again with a bajoku. Bang! Suddenly, a huge golden figure stood in front of Luke. Luke's hegemony slashed at a huge golden Buddha statue. It made a sound of gold and stone, and the voice of the warlord came at that moment. "Wanna take a shot at your superiors, kid?" Luke looked up to see that the one who had blocked the blow for Cap was none other than the warlord in the guise of a golden Buddha. Putting away his longsword, Luke stood his ground. Seeing Luke close his hand, Warlord returned to his original form. The bottom of his eyes, on the other hand, were filled with shock. Carp's strength was something he knew, although he could tell that Carp hadn't used his full strength just now. But the fact that this minion could beat Carp was enough to show how tough he was. Carp definitely possesses the strength of a great general, though closing his hand is not to be underestimated. Now it was surprising that he had lost in the hands of a little soldier whose name was unknown. This is something that could blow a lot of people's minds when it gets out. Luke's eyes looked through the warlord to Cap behind him. In a hushed voice, he spoke. "I wonder why Lieutenant General Carp suddenly took a shot at me." Carp covered his chest and clenched his teeth. The look on his face was extremely complicated. He himself is the navy that represents absolute justice and has been hailed as a naval hero. But himself, he is also Luffy's grandfather. The moment he chose to strike out at Luke, it already represented a betrayal of the justice in his heart. The bottom line is that one also loses. Warlord looked at Cap's silence and could only turn his head to Luke. Frowning, he spoke. "And that's no reason for you to take a shot at your own superiors." Luke knew, of course, that the warlord would defend Cap with an iron fist. Even if the warlord didn't protect it and fought again, a serious Carp himself really wouldn't be a match for him, so there was no point in saying anything else. When he turns back, he realizes that the unconscious Luffy has been carried by Jieping and escaped. Luke muttered inwardly, "Is this the so-called protagonist Sora?" In the distance, Akainu, having gotten away from Marco and Vista, also saw Carp and Luke fighting. Akainu stroked her chin and looked at Luke's figure, wondering what she was thinking. Just then, he suddenly noticed a shadow appear behind him. Turning back, he saw the tall figure of Whitebeard, standing behind him, and within his eyes, he had been completely eroded by anger. Facing Whitebeard's anger, Akainu subconsciously tried to dodge, but Whitebeard's fist, already raised high, and slammed down. The blow that carried all of Whitebeard's anger blasted Akainu's head, hard, into the ground. Under the powerful force of the shock fruit, Akainu's head was almost deformed and crushed. Luckily, the fruit ability was utilized to carry the blow. The rising Akainu quickly retreats. The head was already covered in blood. Whitebeard swings a clump of cloud cutters in hot pursuit. In just a few moves, Akainu was knocked out by Whitebeard. Looking at Akainu, who had fallen to the ground, Whitebeard was filled with rage. Raising his fist high once again, the shockwave formed by the shock fruit wrapped around his right hand. At the critical moment, Akainu suddenly gritted her teeth and roared, "Stygian dog!" In an instant, dark red lava wrapped around Akainu's entire body. His fist slammed hard towards Whitebeard's abdomen. But, before Whitebeard's fist could land, Akainu's fist had already gone through his abdomen. Bang! The tall figure fell to his knees. Akainu withdrew her fist and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "Look at Whitebeard. Die. Ace is dead and your plan has failed. You've already lost." Before Akainu could finish his words, suddenly, a palm violently grabbed him by the neck. The next moment, his body was lifted high in the air. The severely injured Whitebeard surprisingly stood up again. Akainu struggles helplessly in Whitebeard's grip. All that was seen was a wave of Whitebeard's hand, and Akainu was thrown straight out. With that, the ripples of the shock fruit continued to emerge from Whitebeard's fist. Even the hum of air vibration could be heard within the air around them. Bang! Whitebeard's fist swings out. A crack in the air was spreading, as Akainu, who was right in the center, his body was directly shattered into pieces, and large mouthfuls of blood gushed out from his mouth. The cracks that shattered Akainu didn't stop, but continued to spread in all directions, until it spreads to all of Marineford. Luke, who had already seen the horrors of the shock fruit, was still shaken. Whitebeard's blow nearly destroyed the entirety of Marineford. After one blow, there was no longer any building intact in all of Marineford. Countless cracks spread across the land, and the buildings all became ruins. After the earthquake, Luke spoke to Warlock. "Marshal, I'll go for backup. With that said, Luke walked towards the figure of Whitebeard. He knew that the white-bearded mass of light was about to appear. Chapter 21, Whitebeard's Light Group. Luke's figure leaned towards Whitebeard's side and stopped when he was still a few hundred meters away. His gaze swept around Marineford. Finally, I saw the figure I wanted to see. Blackbeard's pirates. And on the battlefield, someone finally noticed the figures that suddenly appeared. Blackbeard was sitting arrogantly in a chair on the execution table, looking down at the battlefield below. He wore a satisfied smile on his face, especially when his eyes skimmed over Whitebeard's chest and saw the two shocking wounds. The excitement in Blackbeard's eyes increased. The purpose of his own visit was none other than Whitebeard's shock fruit. Noticed everyone had noticed themselves. Blackbeard stood up from the execution table with some excitement, his eyes looking towards the severely injured Whitebeard. Ha 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 ha, Pops, it's great to be here to see you off. Whitebeard looked up at the familiar arrogant figure with a deep frown. Of all the kids he had, the only one he had looked away from was probably Tiki. When Tiki was a child, he was homeless. The Whitebeard pirates took him in, but I didn't realize that after more than 20 years of hibernation, Tiki was waiting for an opportunity. He would not hesitate to kill his former partner for his own purposes, and Ace's death was arguably caused by Blackbeard. Looking at Blackbeard standing right in front of him, Whitebeard murmured in a deep voice, Tiki. Hearing Whitebeard call his name, the smile on Blackbeard's face grew even wider, and at this point, Whitebeard had completely lost his old aura. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates had retreated. What Whitebeard, now scarred and alone, had done seemed to Blackbeard. All of them were like a dying trapped beast making a last futile struggle. Not long for Blackbeard to be happy. Whitebeard's left hand was suddenly raised high. Looking at Blackbeard, he spoke. So arrogant, is it because you think you've won? After saying that, a vibration-forming ball of light smashed out of Whitebeard's left hand. It slammed straight in Blackbeard's direction. Blackbeard's face looked flustered. Apparently he did not expect that Whitebeard, who was already seriously injured and on the verge of death. It's amazing that you can still land such a powerful blow. In a panic, he tried to escape, but was obviously a step too slow. The ball of light hit and an explosion enveloped Blackbeard's form. After a long time, the smoke drifted away. Blackbeard lifted a boulder and slowly stepped out, patting the dust on his body. He grinned. After all, he's your son too, and he strikes out with so little mercy? Whitebeard stood in place, and there was little surprise that Blackbeard was able to block his blow. Blood continued to gush out from his body, and there were already two large puddles of blood where his feet stood. He looked at Blackbeard and spoke slowly. Titch, only you don't deserve to be my son. Saying that, the Tsulmyun Kiri in his hand pointed straight at Blackbeard in front of him. Today, let me take off your head and give everything an understanding. A mouthful of blood gushed out of Whitebeard's mouth only halfway through his words. Blackbeard let out another hearty laugh at the sight of his appearance. All near death and still have the power to remove my head? With that, his hands reached out towards the ground. Countless black substances poured out from his hands and body, and everything was swallowed up wherever they passed. The black substance crawled up the ground along Blackbeard's hands and quickly surrounded towards Whitebeard. In an instant, the place where Whitebeard stood was all infested with a black substance. The dark cave path. Blackbeard let out a soft murmur, and the black substance on the ground seemed to boil. It quickly churned up, and under Whitebeard's feet, it even collapsed a little bit. The black substance was actually going to devour Whitebeard's tall figure little by little. Pops, you're getting old. The world today is not for old men like you. Just as Blackbeard and Whitebeard were fighting, Luke's figure quietly came to flank Whitebeard. In the original, the dark fruit setting was truly perverted. In its presence, any other fruit is rendered useless, and Blackbeard even relied on the dark fruit and his own special physique to devour Whitebeard's shock fruit. Became the only being in the entire world with a double fruit. Battlefield. In the face of Blackbeard's dark fruit, Whitebeard's fruit ability was completely useless. Looking at Blackbeard's arrogant and laughing look, Luke shook his head. Whitebeard was right. Egotistical arrogance and rashness are all weaknesses of Blackbeard. As expected, Blackbeard's arrogance didn't last long. Whitebeard, who was trapped by the black substance, suddenly gave up his fruit ability, only to see that he directly waved his hands Tsulmyun Kiri, relying on his physical skills, and swung it towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard, who was arrogantly laughing 1 second, was directly slapped away by Whitebeard's Tsulmyun Che the next. Whitebeard, who had gotten rid of the black substance, leapt high into the air and grabbed Blackbeard by the neck. Pops, don't kill me. Feeling the threat of death, Blackbeard let out a scream. He didn't realize that Whitebeard was clearly dying of serious injuries. Why is it still so hard to beat? Whitebeard was silent as he grabbed Blackbeard's hand and shock fruit's ability was unleashed. A violent vibration came through the air. Boom! With Blackbeard at the center, a huge deep pit appeared. When the smoke dissipated, Blackbeard, at the bottom of the pit, stood up trembling. Fear crept into his mind as he looked at the white-bearded figure before him. Seeing that Blackbeard wasn't dead, Whitebeard staggered towards him, the ability of the shock fruit in his hand activating once again. Eyes are about to hit Blackbeard. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Bang! A trail of blood blossomed from Whitebeard's long-scarred body. Seeing that he was saved, Blackbeard immediately yelled towards the Blackbeard pirates crew behind him. Kill him! Van Okainu Shiro and a bunch of other crew members quickly rushed towards Whitebeard. Dense gunfire rang out. Blood flowers continued to bloom on Whitebeard's body, and Blackbeard let out his anger. Frantically, he pulled the trigger in his hand. The rain of gunfire went on for a long time before finally stopping. Whitebeard's figure was still standing in place, and the ground around him had long since been dyed with blood. Off to the side Luke rubbed his teeth. It's not even dead? After all, he hadn't seen a white-bearded mass of light appear on the ground. Whitebeard, who was drenched in blood, looked at Marineford, which was almost in ruins in front of him, and suddenly laughed out loud. As he laughed, blood continued to pour out of his mouth. After a long moment, Whitebeard reached up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly he shouted, "One Piece is real." The last shout seemed to take all of Whitebeard's strength, only to hear him continue to murmur intently, "I am a remnant of the party of the old times, and the new times have no ship that can carry me." Whitebeard's eyes slowly closed, and a huge white ball of light appeared at his feet. Luke rubbed his hands together. The thing one has always coveted appears. Chapter 22, Rattling Thunder Fruit. With Whitebeard's death, Blackbeard lets out an unrestrained laugh, then opened his hands and yelled, "Now the magic begins." A huge black cloth, held open by his men. It then enveloped all of Whitebeard's body and Blackbeard. All eyes were on Blackbeard's movements on the field. No one even noticed the sneaky Luke off to the side. The pure white mass of light was right in front of his own eyes. Luke reached out a finger and gently touched the mass of light. The voice in the back of his head that made people excited and thrilled came. Ding! Strength +1, 000 inch. Ding! Agility plus 500,000 inch. Ding! Physical skill plus 500,000 inch. Ding! Swordsmanship. Ding! All skills proficiency plus 10,000 inch. Ding! Devil fruit plus 50 inch. Ding! Full level of devil fruit development. Currently do not possess a devil fruit yet. Listening to the voice inside his head, Luke's face was filled with excitement. A whole million power, which had already surpassed the total of all the light clusters he had picked up since the start of the war. Add 10,000 to all skill proficiencies. Then the divine evasion that he had originally only had 100 proficiency and could only barely cast was now able to be cast at will. And this, what does full devil fruit development mean? Hearing Luke's question, the system promptly explained. When the host possesses a devil fruit, the process of development can be dispensed with and the host can be awakened directly. Hearing the system's explanation, Luke raised an eyebrow. This means that if one does have the Nika fruit in the future, just swallow the fruit and you can awaken the Nika form without any effort to develop it? Wait, the system says that devil fruit values can be converted into a devil fruit when they reach 100. Picked up 50 values from Ace himself, and now adding Whitebeard's 50. Is it already possible to convert devil fruit directly? Thinking of this, Luke immediately said in his head, I have 100 devil fruit values now. Is it possible to just convert them? Ding! The devil fruit value has reached 100. Is it possible to extract the devil fruit? Hearing the system's words, Luke was surprised. Isn't it a direct conversion? How did it become an extraction? Ding! 10,000 devil fruit values before any devil fruit can be directly converted. 100 devil fruit values can only be extracted. 10,000 devil fruit values? Luke exclaimed. You know, it doesn't matter how powerful the fruit ability person is. The light mass after death has only 50 devil fruit values. 10,000 devil fruit values. That would take picking up 200 fruit abilities light clusters to make up. After thinking about it, Luke asked, is it possible to draw any fruit? Ding! The host can draw 3 times, and 10 devil fruits will appear each time. You can choose the best to keep, and after the 3 extractions are complete, you can choose the best of the 3 devil fruits left behind. Listening to the system's explanation, Luke muttered, how is this still the same as a car shakedown? Then he asked again, then if we get another devil fruit value together in the future, can we still replace the existing devil fruit? Ding! Yes, and the degree of fruit development will be retained. Luke licked his lips once. In that case, then he could smoke with confidence. The big deal is that you can change it later. So Luke didn't hesitate to say, start extracting the devil fruit. Waiting quietly for a moment, 10 devil fruits appeared in Luke's mind. The eyes swept over and could see the abilities of each fruit. Scanning around the room, Luke huffed, 10 devil fruits, and surprisingly most of them are pretty trashy in the Superman department. Although there is a saying that there are no trashy fruits, only trashy users. But what the hell is this superhuman voice fruit that allows the ability to speak super loud? The megaphone has become a spirit? But on second thought, Luke thought that if it was developed as a sonic attack, it didn't seem too bad. Hesitating for half a day, Luke finally chose a nature-based hail fruit out of the 10. Draw again. 10 devil fruits refreshed. Luke's eyes scanned, a little speechless. Still mostly trashy superhuman fruits. What a great big fruit that can instantly make one's body a whole lot bigger. There's also some kind of exuberant fruit that allows your body's hair to grow at will after eating it. Who's gonna eat this? After a half dozen choices, Luke finally chooses a Superman-type Megumi fruit. The ability after eating it is probably the same as clairvoyance. With one last draw, Luke took a deep breath. 10 devil fruits refreshed again. Eyes sweeping, there was little hope within Luke's eyes. Seems like the best bet would be that hail fruit. Although the ability is a super degraded version of green pheasant's freeze fruit, it's at least natural, and it's one of the best of the extracted fruits too. The big deal is that you can change it later. Just as Luke's eyes went to the last devil fruit, suddenly, his eyes widened. Rattling thunder fruit. Looking at the last one, a light blue color with arcs of electricity flashing across it from time to time. The devil fruit. Luke's eyes blossomed anew. This fruit appeared in the original series and is possessed by Aniru. In a previous life, someone on a forum voted to rank the most unfortunate fruits. Enilu's rattling thunderfruit is a solid number 1. Everyone agrees that the rattling thunderfruit is only there because it came out too early. If it comes out in the later stages, then Anilu is definitely solidly at the 4 Emperor level. Whether it was speed or destructive power, it was simply unbeatable. The rattling thunderfruit shows up, so there's not much suspense in Luke's choice. He didn't hesitate. I'll go with the rattling thunderfruit. Ding! The rattling thunderfruit was successfully collected. Outside, a light blue fruit appeared in Luke's hand. With little hesitation, Luke opened his mouth and bit into the rattling thunderfruit. A strange flavor spread through his mouth, almost making Luke throw up. I really didn't realize that the taste of devil fruit turned out to be so disgusting. The good thing is that you only need to take one bite to have devil fruit powers. If he ate it all, Luke suspected that he really wouldn't be able to make it. Eating the rattling thunderfruit, Luke squeezed his fist. Multiple arcs of electricity surrounded his palm. Nowadays, he has millions of power and masters the rattling thunderfruit with a full level of development. It also has a top-notch hegemonic color hegemony. The current version of himself is no weaker than the 4 emperors, right? Just as Luke was surveying the changes in his body, suddenly a baleful gaze looked at him. It was none other than Lafitte of the Blackbeard Pirates. His face was heavily painted with makeup and he wore a tall bowler hat. Waving his wings behind him, he looked at Luke. Where did the brat come from? When did it get so close? With that he lifted the scepter in his hand and flew towards Luke. I don't know what the captain is up to, but it's better not to be disturbed. Chapter 23 Blackbeard's Pirates, who are not to be beaten. Although Luke's top has been lost, his hat and pants remain. All of this is enough to show that he's a navy brat. Lafitte casually waved the scepter in his hand. A navy brat, just obliterated will. Snap. The scepter, which was casually swung out, was actually caught by a hand. Luke looked up at him. A look of surprise crossed Lafitte's face. Although he himself had only casually struck it, it was by no means something that a small soldier could easily take. Gullible? Chanting, Lafitte jerked his longsword out of his scepter, instantly stabbing towards Luke's chest. There was a crisp ringing sound. Lafitte's longsword stabbed Luke in the chest, and the expected sight of blood splattering did not occur. Instead, a huge force backfired, shocking his palms. What? Lafitte looked surprised and immediately realized that he had kicked the can down the road. He quickly tried to draw back his longsword, but a powerful suction force sucked his blade to death. In the next moment, a bright electric light was like a swimming dragon, following the blade of the sword towards him. Crack! Electricity flashed and Lafitte lay charred and blackened on the ground. The commotion over here naturally caught the attention of the rest of the Blackbeard pirates. Rain Hirio's fingers tapped the hilt of his sword. What's going on? Can't Lafayette even handle a pawn? Poison Q gave Luke a breathless look. It seems to be a bad presence to mess with. Rain Hirio slowly drew his own longsword. As much as I don't want to fight such a tricky one, if the captain fails, we'll have to disband. I don't want the gang I just joined to break up. After saying that, Rain Hirio's figure rushed out violently. Leaping high into the air, he slashed towards Luke with his longsword in hand. Facing the sudden attack of Rain Shiru, Luke casually raised his right hand. Powerful blue arcs of electricity violently leapt out from the palm of his hand. In a burst of electricity, Rain Hirio let out a muffled grunt as he fell from the air. Van Oka's expression became serious. Everyone together, this guy is not easy to deal with. With his words, the remaining few black-bearded crew members no longer hesitated and instantly rushed towards Luke together. Faced with several people attacking together, Luke's figure disappeared in place. Only a few arcs of electricity were left flickering. Van Oka's face was shocked, and he didn't wait for him to react. Luke appeared right in front of him. His palm flashed with purple arcs of electricity and ruthlessly slapped on Van Oka's chest. Put! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Van Oka flew backwards and fell to the ground. The remaining few ended up almost no differently than Van Oka. Luke's figure was as fast as it could be. In just a few seconds, the entire Blackbeard pirates group fell to the ground. The body was invariably scorched black, and the limbs were constantly twitching. In the distance, Carp had risen from within the rubble, patting the dust off his body. Looking away from Luke, he muttered, "It's a devil fruit?" Warlord's brow furrowed deeply. He didn't expect that this little soldier could surprise him so much. From the beginning of the hegemony, to the blow against Whitebeard, and later defeating Carp, one unexpected after another, thought that was all he had. But I didn't realize that he had a devil fruit ability that he hadn't shown all along. Carp looked at Luke and murmured, "Is it the rattling thunder fruit? Isn't that fruit in the hands of Aniru from the empty island?" Warlord also mused, "I didn't realize that Anilu would lose to your grandson. Where did he go after that?" Carp shook his head. Warlord muttered, "I didn't expect his fruit to appear here, so he should have died at the hands of that pawn. With his strength, it's not impossible to kill Aniru. Carp, such a person is only a junior member of our navy. Shouldn't we check him out thoroughly? And what he joined the navy for?" Warlord nodded. Luke rubbed his hands together after finishing off a few members of the Blackbeard pirates. Killing these guys should result in a nice cluster of light as well. With this thought, countless arcs of electricity coalesced in his palms. But just as Luke was about to make his move, suddenly, the black cloth covering Whitebeard's body was lifted right off. Blackbeard's figure appeared in front of everyone. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard, who had just appeared, let out a hearty laugh, and it could be seen that everything he had planned was going well. But upon seeing the crew lying on the ground, Blackbeard's laughter came to an abrupt end. He gazed over to Luke, who was standing off to the side. "Did you do this?" Luke looked at Blackbeard, a bright light flashing within his eyes. The current Blackbeard is now the only person in the entire pirate world with 2 devil fruit abilities. Kill him, and the light cluster will pop out something really good. 2, I think. Luke nodded softly. "Yes, I did." Blackbeard, who had just gotten the shock fruit, was in a moment of bursting self-confidence. Seeing someone take the initiative to provoke, he had no qualms about giving this guy a little lesson, and at the same time showing everyone a bit of his power. Blackbeard grinned and suddenly flexed in the same signature move as Whitebeard. A familiar vibrating hum came through the air. Countless cracks appeared in front of him. Everyone on the scene let out a shriek. "It's the shock fruit. He actually got Whitebeard's shock fruit. Doesn't he already have a devil fruit? Why can he still have another devil fruit?" A huge shockwave of vibrations came towards Luke. Luke took a deep breath as countless purple thunderbolts nearly condensed into substance in front of him. The air around them was also distorted by the appearance of lightning. Bang! Lightning and vibration shockwaves collide, letting out a loud bang. Blackbeard's face snapped. It was only because the purple arcs of electricity were still coming towards him after defeating the vibration wave. Gritting his teeth, Blackbeard growled low, "What a powerful thunderbolt! Then let's see what the dark fruit can do." Black matter gushed out from his palms, forming a barrier in front of him. The purple lightning was absorbed without a sound when it met the black substance. "Ha ha 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 ha, even if it's a stronger thunderbolt, what can it do?" Blackbeard let out a maniacal laugh. Just as he laughed out loud, Luke's form disappeared from its spot once again. Before possessing the rattling thunder fruit, his speed was extreme. Now with the assistance of the rattling thunder fruit, I'm afraid that in terms of speed, only Yellow Saru's shining fruit can match. Blackbeard let out a gasp. Hegemony! A low roar suddenly sounded in front of him. Only Luke's form was seen, appearing in front of him, right fist raised high. Surprisingly, he swung a Bajoku with his fist. Ah! Blackbeard let out a scream because of his special physique. He had an uncanny sense of pain. Frontal hard against Luke's strike of Bagua. The intense pain almost made him lose his mind. "It hurts so much. You brat!" The fallen Blackbeard cried out in pain. Chapter 24, Shanks makes his appearance. Amidst the ruins, Blackbeard rolled in place in pain. Luke no longer hesitated. His hands slowly extended. The sky was suddenly flooded with large, thick leaden clouds. Countless lightning bolts flashed within the clouds. It was as if a great calamity was brewing among the clouds. The distant warlord saw Luke's action and suddenly his face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Is this kid trying to kill everyone?" Clouds piled up, accompanied by bursts of thunder and lightning that grew more intense. Just then, a figure suddenly came to Luke with a hard step. Luke gave a puzzled Looking down, he saw a head of pink hair appear. The pink hair was obviously under tremendous pressure, and even standing in front of Luke seemed forced. Still, he gritted his teeth and walked over to Luke, struggling to lift his head. A determined gaze looked at Luke. "Stop. Stop it. This war is over. If we strike again, only more people will die. It would be pointless war." Luke looked at him with a puzzled look on his face, and although he felt familiar, he just couldn't remember who he was, so the puzzled question was asked. Which one of you? The pink hair said in one word. Chief of the Navy headquarters. Kirby. The moment he heard the name, Luke snapped to attention. Navy Kirby, the most famous White Lotus and Madonna in the pirate world. If you were to pick one of the most obnoxious characters among the pirate world, Kirby would definitely be at the top of the list. Even more damned than Momonosuke. Cowardly, timid, ungrateful, king of deserters, unable to recognize their own identity. They always engage in neurotic behaviors that they think are righteous and self-motivated. Luke looked at Kirby and one of his outstretched palms suddenly changed direction to aim at him. The arcs of electricity in his palm continued to surge, and the terrifying energy fluctuations caused the surrounding air to distort. You're going to stop me? Kirby swallowed hard in the face of the terrifying arc of electricity. Trembling. The war is over. If we continue, there will be nothing left but killing. That's not what war is about. Luke snorted. Good man. You started the war as a deserter and ran away faster than anyone else, and now you're jumping out to take the moral high ground and say something grandiose. You don't want to suffer any of the misery of war. You want all the great names. Luke smiled slightly and shook his head, murmuring intently, accept the sanction of God. A bolt of lightning slammed down from the leaden clouds in the sky, and the lightning in Luke's palm surged out instantly. The two lightning bolts went towards Kirby at the same time. Suddenly, a longsword noiselessly appeared between Luke and Kirby. Lightning and the longsword collided, and the electricity disappeared without a sound. After resisting the lightning, the longsword was swung violently. Huge sword chi gushed out, and even the leaden clouds Luke had condensed in the sky were split apart. A one-armed figure, holding a sword in one hand, appeared in front of Luke. Kirby had sat on his but out of fear. The figure suddenly appeared, twisting his head to look at Kirby. Well done, young Navy. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, Luke narrowed his eyes. Shanks, the redhead, finally showed up. The original war at the top was ended by the appearance of the redhead. Now, though, not so much. In the distant sea, Shanks' pirate ship had also appeared. Shanks looked at Luke in front of him and put away his longsword. Never seen you before. Are you the newest combatant to emerge from the Navy? Luke didn't say anything, but the lightning in his body couldn't stop surging. Shanks smiled slightly. Since you want to make a scene, I'll keep you company. Just then, Blackbeard, who was off to the side, saw that Luke was distracted. Suddenly out of the blue, the shock fruit's ability was unleashed, and violent vibrations came towards Luke. Facing Blackbeard's sneak attack, Luke turned back to palm a lightning bolt in response. Violent explosions rang out. After a puff of smoke, Luke's form appeared in the distance. Blackbeard stood up from the ground as well, grinning as he looked at the wound over the redhead's eye. Red-haired Shanks, it's been a long time. Shanks smiled softly and nodded at Blackbeard. It's been a long time, Tiki. Blackbeard stood beside him with a grin. The redhead spoke softly. The war should be over. Blackbeard, you're right. It's time to end it. But the problem now is that kid, said Blackbeard looking to Luke in the distance. Looks like we have the same opponent now. Are we going to join forces for a short while? Ha 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 ha, said Blackbeard and laughed out loud, teaming up with the redhead. This kind of thing was outrageous plus funny just thinking about it. But to his surprise, the redhead nodded. A tricky one indeed. Hearing the redhead's words, Blackbeard snapped his head back to look at him. Filled with surprise, he was only jokingly uttering the joint forces, not expecting the redhead to have no rebuttal, and it was said to be a tricky opponent. Doesn't the redhead have any confidence in that kid to win either? Luke, in the distance, had a vaguely excited look on his face. He certainly didn't forget the system's mission to hit the ground running in the topsy-turvy war. Now, isn't that the best opportunity? One man against two men, Blackbeard and redhead. I wonder if that's enough of a hit. The current version of himself had a top-level hegemonic color hegemony and over 1 million in power, and the proficiency of divine avoidance and hegemony is horribly strong, plus the full development level of the rattling thunder fruit. Facing redhead and Blackbeard is not a battle. In the sky, the dark clouds once again kept gathering. The whole of Marineford was enveloped. Terrifying lightning bolts constantly streaked through the clouds, and under the powerful pressure, it was as if the world was ending. It made many people not dare to breathe. Blackbeard stood next to the redhead and swallowed hard. It was only now that he felt that what the redhead had said was true. The Navy brat in front of him was as powerful as a pervert. Definitely not something you can fight against on your own. The redhead, on the other hand, was looking at Luke with a serious face. To end this war, taking care of this tricky pawn is the first thing to do. And further away, both Sengoku and Carp, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. They certainly saw what the Navy brat was trying to do. He actually tried to take on both redhead and Blackbeard Tiki at the same time. Everyone in the room sensed Luke's thoughts. One looked at Luke as if he were looking at a madman. More than that, someone exclaimed, "Is he out of his mind? How dare he try to take on both Redhead and Blackbeard at the same time? That's one of the 4 emperors. The Redhead. It's impossible to even hope to win against one of him alone. Not to mention that there is another opponent, Blackbeard, who possesses both the dark fruit and the shock fruit. Either of these two is not to be underestimated. And he actually wants to take on both by himself? Crazy, crazy, crazy. He must be crazy." Amidst everyone's shrieks, the thick black clouds in the sky seemed to press down. The constantly flickering arcs of electricity were emitting a powerful pressure. Chapter 25. 1 against 2. An ear-splitting thunder continued to ring out. Luke stood there, electricity flashing around him. With everyone watching, Luke slowly extended his hands. "Accept the judgment of God." As soon as the words left his mouth, thick purple lightning from the thick clouds that had been brewing for a long time violently fell from the air. The target was none other than Blackbeard and Redhead in the distance. The Redhead drew her own longsword and lowered her torso. "When it's over, consider it a favor I owe you, Tiki." After saying that, the Redhead's figure was like an arrow off the string, violently leaping towards Luke, and the purple thunderbolts in the sky had already fallen. Blackbeard's face was filled with horror. Hastily, his hand stretched out and his dark fruits ability was activated to block the thunderbolt that was falling from the sky. The Redhead's form arrived in front of Luke, the longsword swinging out of his hand. Divine evasion. The Redhead, who decided to go all out, struck with the strongest killing move. Luke, who was wrapped in lightning, gave a small smile and reached out with a false grip. Lightning condensed into the shape of a long sword in his hand. "God avoidance? Sorry, I can do that too." With that, Luke let out a low growl. Divine evasion. The longsword condensed by lightning clashed with the Redhead's longsword. The divine avoidance of the two met. The violent explosion caused a roar. The ground underneath the duo's feet instantly turned into pieces. Sand flew between the field for a while, and everyone squinted their eyes. After a long time, the smoke drifted away. Luke remained where he stood while the Redhead backed up and returned to her original position. Warlord sucked in a breath of cold air. Did he just pull the same move as the Redhead? Carp murmured. That's right, it's God avoidance. Why does he know Roger's moves? Warlord was silent. The identity of this little soldier had become a mystery. There have been so many shocks for everyone so far out of the gate. All the Navy in the room looked at Luke like he was looking at a monster. Why does he have divine avoidance too? Wasn't that once a move of Roger the Pirate King? After Roger's death, the only person in the world who could pull off that move was the red-haired Shanks. So why would he even be able to? Could he be related to Roger in some way? The 3 admirals of the Navy also stood together at this time. Yellow Ape looked at Luke and smacked his lips and muttered, "It's really scary, yo." Rattling thunder fruit. It seems like it's hard to run if you're facing such a tricky guy. Pheasant was silent, inwardly contemplating if he were to cross paths with Luke. What are the chances of winning? And after half a day's thought, the answer seems to be almost nothing. Akainu then murmured, "With a guy like that, we should be glad he's wearing a Navy uniform now. If a guy like that became a pirate, it would be a headache." Green Pheasant similarly said in a deep voice, "If he becomes a pirate, perhaps the entire landscape of the world will change." Retreating back, the Redhead looked at Luke and gritted her teeth. For his opponent to actually perform the same move as himself, he was puzzled and surprised. Speaking to myself, it's been a long time since I've fought someone so seriously. On the side, Blackbeard relied on the dark fruit to receive Luke's thunderbolt divine punishment, and was now gasping for air. What's going on? Why is he god dodging too? Could he have been on Roger's pirate ship back in the day? The Redhead shook her head slightly. No, he's too young, Blackbeard exclaimed. Then why is he god avoiding? Damn it guys, why is a monster like that staring at me? Redhead, instead of complaining, let's figure out how to team up and take care of this guy. Halfway through the sentence, the Redhead exclaimed, "Look out!" Luke, in the distance, suddenly disappeared. Redhead and Blackbeard, at the same time, sensed a powerful crisis appearing behind them. The duo snapped back towards their backs and struck out. Luke appeared behind the duo with such terrifying speed that it made Blackbeard's scalp tingle. Luke's lightning-wrapped fists met Blackbeard's fist and the Redhead's long sword. With a muffled grunt, Luke took a few steps back. It seemed that a force of over 1,000,000 would have trouble fighting off both Redhead and Blackbeard at the same time. Insouciant, Blackbeard roared, his hand shock fruit ability activating as he slammed his fist towards Luke, and the Redhead swung the long sword in her hand, and a divine evasion slashed towards Luke again. Facing a simultaneous attack from the duo, Luke let out a low growl. Hegemony, the left fist wrapped in lightning, a Bajoku slammed towards Blackbeard's fist. At the same time, his right hand was clenched in a false grip, and a long sword condensed by lightning appeared in his hand. Divine evasion. With another low roar, the long sword of lightning in his right hand met towards the Redhead's long sword. One hand against the Redhead and one hand against Blackbeard. Everyone who watched Luke strike had only one thought within their minds. What an arrogant lunatic! The silhouettes of the three collided together, and the redhead's body released his overlord color hegemonic aura at full strength. And Luke's body, with the same overbearing color hegemony, was no less impressive at all. The violent clash of hegemonic auras caused the air around them to be covered in dark red arcs of electricity. The powerful pressure caused many navies to fall to their knees. The slightly weaker ones even fainted directly. The collision lasted for several seconds, and Luke let out a muffled grunt as his entire body flew backwards. It was only after retreating a few meters that he stabilized himself. A trace of blood slowly spilled from the corner of his mouth. It seems like it's still a bit hard to tough out Redhead and Blackbeard head-on. Seeing Luke defeated, Blackbeard's arrogance reared its ugly head once again. He looked at Luke and yelled openly, "Egotist!" Luke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took a deep breath. Slowly, then let Thor descend. The sky's thick dark clouds churned violently, and bursts of loud thunder shook everyone's heads. The purple lightning was like a swimming dragon within the clouds. Everyone sensed that Luke was brewing something horrible. The arrogance on Blackbeard's face instantly disappeared and he and the redhead were like enemies. Luke slowly raised his head and suddenly let out a low growl. Trillion volt. Thunder god descends. Boom. Countless thunderbolts suddenly appeared, and the whole of Marineford was enveloped in electricity. The lightning within the dark clouds in the sky kept surging towards Luke. Under everyone's gaze, a gigantic figure over 100 feet tall suddenly appeared within Marineford. The huge figure that suddenly appeared had a green face and fangs, and the hair that was transformed into thunder and lightning flew wildly. Lightning surged through every inch of the body's muscle lines. The huge figure opened its mouth and let out a roar towards the redhead and Blackbeard. What came was a loud thunder-like rumble. In the face of the huge lightning figure, Blackbeard's face was nothing but panic. It is in his nature to be arrogant and very afraid of death. At this time, he very clearly perceived that even if he possessed the dark fruit, which was a complete restraint on devil fruits, however, if the lightning figure in front of him made a slight strike, he simply did not have the slightest chance of winning. The redhead had the same serious face. As for the surrounding navy, the timid ones had been completely frightened by the horrifying sight in front of them and sat on the ground with their legs weak. Chapter 26, The Siege. The giant lightning figure moved surprisingly fast. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled with each footfall. The whole of Marineford seems to be shaking. In just a few steps, the huge figure arrived in front of the redhead and Blackbeard. Run! Shanks let out a yelp, and Blackbeard's figure dodged in a hurry. And a huge palm of thunder and lightning that covered the sky came down from the sky and ruthlessly slapped on the place where the two of them had just stood. A deep palm print appeared on the ground. Electricity also arced within the palm print from time to time. Sweat was already falling from the forehead of the redhead who had dodged the blow. He shouted towards Tiki, who was also desperately fleeing in the distance. It's his fruit ability. Can your dark fruit restrain it? Blackbeard was equally sweaty from his escape and hated to curse at the redhead's words. One's own dark fruit, despite its restraints on other devil fruit abilities, was in a situation of similar strength. What they were facing now was nothing short of a monster, and there was no room for his dark fruit to come into play. Blackbeard, who was just about to open his mouth, suddenly heard a gust of wind from behind him. Hurriedly, he looked back, and for a moment his soul nearly fell apart. One could only see that the gigantic lightning figure was raising his left hand high, and a gigantic lightning spear that looked like a mountain was thrown out by him. With such a large attack range, it was impossible to dodge. Rumble! With a loud bang, the lightning spear smashed into the ground. The entire island of Marineford cracked under the blow. Blackbeard let out a mournful scream, and as the redhead saw the moment, her body leapt up. The long sword in his hand slashed out towards Luke, another move of divine evasion. Because of his huge size, this move was impossible for Luke to dodge. The god dodged the hit, and Luke's huge figure only gave a slight lurch. In the next moment, it seemed to go into a frenzy from the redhead's attack. Lightning surged through his body, and his huge figure quickly slammed towards the redhead. The entire island trembled violently due to Luke's wild run, and the cracks originally caused by the lightning spears continued to expand. With such a huge figure, the redhead couldn't dodge at all. One could only grit his teeth and raise his longsword, choosing to carry it hard. The redhead was as small as a fly in front of Luke now. The two collided fiercely. The violent impact coupled with the raging thunder and lightning, the redhead let out a muffled grunt and was directly knocked away. A large mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth when he landed, and Luke, unrelenting, once again chose to run wildly toward the redhead. Just then, the redhead suddenly yelled towards the distant warlord, and to stand by with folded arms? Warlord didn't say anything as his brow furrowed. The redhead then yelled, "The war isn't just about me and Tiki anymore. He's out to destroy Marineford. By that time, no matter what the pirates or the navy, they will all sink into the sea." Warlord looked over at the giant Thor figure that Luke had transformed into. With every step the figure took, the entire Marineford island would send out a tremor. After experiencing countless strikes from Whitebeard, the island was already shaky. Under the stomping of the huge figure, it seemed like it would disintegrate and sink to the bottom of the sea at any moment. All around, no matter if it was pirates or navy, there was nothing but fear on their faces. If they indulged this lightning figure to continue striking, it was only a matter of time before everyone accompanied Marineford to the bottom of the sea. He's killing everyone. Carp looked away and spoke in a deep voice. Going to make a move? After a long time, Warlord sighed slightly. Shanks is right. This war isn't just about him and Tiki anymore. If he is allowed to go on with his recklessness, all of Marineford will sink to the bottom of the sea. There are already too many dead navies in this war. We can't afford any more damage. Carp slowly rolled up his own sleeve. Then let me, an old bone, meet him again. With that said, Carp's figure leapt high into the air. The hegemonic aura wrapped around his fists, and black lightning constantly streaked around him. In the hasty exchange of blows with Luke just now, he hadn't gotten the slightest advantage himself. Now it's time to give Luke a serious try. The punch, which was claimed to be comparable to a nuclear bomb, slammed towards Luke's tall figure. Luke's huge figure running wildly suddenly stopped when he saw Cap, who was attacking towards him. The island shook again. He raised his huge fist and struck back towards Carp. The fists of the two clashed, and Carp's form was slammed straight into the ground. However, in the next second, his figure reappeared. The redhead exclaimed as she saw Carp strike. Strike together! Warlord threw off the cloak behind him, and his entire body transformed into a giant golden Buddha statue. Knock! 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 The golden Buddha statue, running towards Luke. Though compared to Luke's figure at this point, Warlord's golden giant Buddha was much smaller, but it's also the only one on the battlefield at this point in time with a size that's barely an equal match for Luke. The statue of Buddha confronted Luke's massive figure. Luke was surprisingly restrained for a moment, unable to move. Warlord exclaimed, "While it lasts!" The redhead and Carp's forms leapt up from the ground at the same time. Carp's iron fist, the redhead's long sword, were all entwined by the overpowering aura. The two of them had no reservations, and both of them struck out with their full strength. Bang! Fists and long swords hit Luke's form hard, and Luke let out a thunderous wail. Just then, the redhead suddenly frowned. "Where's Tiki?" The eyes scanned, and that's what they saw. Blackbeard had fled with his own newly awakened crew toward the outer bay. The redhead gritted her teeth, running away from such behavior happening to Tiki. There wasn't a single surprise. Luke, who was eating the pain, seemed to explode with potential at this point. The golden giant Buddha, which was still evenly matched, was actually directly lifted by him and then viciously thrown into the distance. Luke's huge figure slammed the ground with both fists, and the whole of Marineford trembled violently as countless navies fell to the ground unsteadily on their feet. Billions of volts. Divine punishment. Luke's huge figure let out a roar. Countless thunderbolts surged out from his body, flying recklessly like long whips, and countless thunderbolts fell from the leaden clouds in the sky at the same time. The entire world was dominated by lightning. Countless lightning bolts struck the entire Marineford. Indiscriminately, the long whip of lightning flung across, leaving a deep gully in the ground. Countless navies wailed as they were sent flying. Warlord kept dodging and yelling at Akainu, Yellow Sorrow, and Green Pheasant. "Everyone, attack that monster with all your might." The Navy's three major war powers also realized at this point how serious things were. If that monster is not stopped, all of Marineford will be destroyed, and there are probably very few who will survive. The three of them turned into three shadows and attacked towards Luke. At one point, Warlord Cap, Akainu, Green Pheasant, Yellow Sorrow and the Redhead, taking turns, they attacked Luke's huge figure. Ice lava, sizzling yellow balls of light, kept slamming towards Luke. Cap's form, meanwhile, kept flickering around Luke as his fists continued to fall. A round of bombardment shook Luke's huge form. The thunder and lightning that dominated heaven and earth also weakened, and the Navy, finally able to take a breath, looked at the besieged Luke with a hijacked expression on their faces. Fear had been all that remained within the eyes. What kind of monster is he? I can't believe it took 3 great generals plus Lieutenant General Carp to do it together. Marshal Warlord also used his full power, didn't he? There's also the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. If that doesn't defeat him. No one said the next words. If that didn't defeat Luke, nothing but despair would describe their feelings. Chapter 27, The End of the War. A group of people, at this point, was like a group fighting monsters. Countless skills were flung towards Luke's huge figure. Each time he was hit, Luke let out a wail. Luke's original intention was to just take on the duo of Blackbeard and Redhead. However, at this moment on the battlefield, almost all of the top combatants were surrounding him. Such an attack was simply not something that the current him could carry. Bucky in the distance, surrounded by prisoners holding up image bugs, he stared daggers at the battlefield. Everyone never dreamed that this war would end up like this. This monster that appeared out of nowhere, Surprisingly, it took one of the 4 emperors, the Redhead, and almost all of the Navy's top combatants to join forces to lay siege to it. Was this monster's strength terrifying to such an extent? And the situation on the battlefield was being broadcast out unreservedly by the image bugs. All of the people who saw the live feed had their mouths wide open in a dazed manner. Before that, it didn't matter if it was Ace's identity or Whitebeard's death. Both brought them more than enough shock. But now that they saw the images on the live broadcast, everyone felt like their worldview had been refreshed once again. Luke's huge figure looked to them as if it was the real Thor descending into the world. What the hell kind of monster is that? I can't believe it took so many people to surround us. His strength is comparable to the 4 emperors of the sea. It's already far beyond, isn't it? Which 4 emperors need so many top-notch combatants to surround them? It's horrible. It's like a monster. The faces of the several 7 musketeers in the distance, all of them except Bear, also had complicated looks on their faces. Moria murmured as she looked at the besieged Luke. If I can get his shadow, then what a powerful zombie puppet I should be able to have. The look on Hawkeye's face was extremely serious. He's always been on par with Shanks when it comes to swordsmanship. Shanks was an absolutely formidable opponent in his mind. But just now, he had witnessed the Redhead being casually defeated by Luke. Taking a deep breath, Hawkeye turned and was about to leave the battlefield. Doflamingo looked at him as he prepared to leave and spoke. Don't you want to watch such a wonderful fight before you leave? Hawkeye carried a huge black blade behind his back, and his head sank without looking back. Fighting like this only makes us realize how small we are, and there's nothing left to lose or win. I have to admit he's strong, but in the face of a siege from so many top combatants, I'm afraid that even if a true god were to descend, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Doflamingo let out a signature maniacal laugh. Without another word, Hawkeye turned away, and the battlefield, it seemed, served to validate his words. Luke's huge form, the lightning on his body was getting fainter and fainter. Facing the group's siege, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Finally, one of Karp's jabs landed. All the lightning on Luke's body surface completely collapsed. The huge figure dissipated, returning to its original size as he fell rapidly down towards the ground. As he watched Luke crash to the ground, Yellow Ape gently skimmed his lips. Everyone hasn't even used their full strength yet, so it seems he's not as strong as he thought. On the side, Green Pheasant gave him a faint look and spoke. In the face of a siege from the likes of us, there shouldn't be any creatures above this sea that can resist. Make a full effort? What kind of joke are you talking about? Yellow Ape let out a sighing laugh. Akainu, on the other hand, was frowning. He barely put up much of a fight in the siege of Luke. Now that Luke was down, Akainu spoke in a hushed voice. If Marshal Sengoku and Lieutenant General Karp used their full strength, that terrifying lightning figure would have been defeated without a doubt. But that's outrageous enough, isn't it? At that neither Yellow Saru nor Green Pheasant said anything. Akainu was right. There was no shame at all in being defeated by them in such a siege. Quite the contrary. This will only shock everyone. Sharp pain came from every corner of his body. Perhaps it was a side effect of the rattling thunder fruit being used extremely, or perhaps it was caused by being attacked in turn. Luke felt pain coming from every crack of his bones. It was as if the bones were breaking by the inch. Disheveled force lay on the ground, blood nearly staining his body. The chest rose and fell weakly. He saw Warlord Cap Redhead standing around himself, playing big. Luke mumbled feebly, I had thought that I could complete the system's one-hit wonder quest by picking 2. I didn't expect to end up under siege. My own current strength might be able to single-handedly challenge anyone present, but being surrounded, I'm afraid that just 1 Karp and 1 Redhead would be enough for myself. Not to mention that just now, Warlord and the 3 great generals had struck out as well. Looking at Luke, who was dying of serious injuries and had fallen into a coma, the Redhead took a deep breath. How could he not expect to meet such a monster in this war? And it's amazing that one has never heard of such a horrible person. Looking at Luke, the Redhead spoke. This monster, if we don't get rid of him now, there will be countless troubles in the future. Everyone didn't say anything. What to do with Luke, it seems, becomes a dilemma. The strength he displayed made everyone present feel tricky. The Redhead looked to the rest of the battlefield. Ace's body was covered by a cloth. Whitebeard's body was still standing. Retracting her gaze, the Redhead spoke slowly. I also ask you all to give me face. This war, please end it. The surrounding navy heard the Redhead's words, and a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. Someone yelled, on what grounds? Are you casually denying the victory we made at great sacrifice? We in the Navy aren't going to take orders from a pirate. That monster no longer has the ability to strike. We certainly can't let go of that group of escaped pirates. Even that monster is one of our Navy. He just struck out at the pirates. Now is the perfect opportunity to completely blow the horn of the counterattack and wipe out all the pirates. Just then, Warlord suddenly let out a roar. Quiet. Everyone closed their mouths and looked at their marshal. Warlord looked at the devastated Marineford. The Navy headquarters that once stood on the island was in ruins. Taking a deep breath, Warlord spoke slowly. It's time for the war to end. Everyone looked at him incredulously. In the eyes of the Navy, the pirates are now routed. Whitebeard dies in battle and the Blackbeard pirates escape. The Redhead had also suffered a defeat in the battle with that huge monster just now. And they, the Navy, though they were also dead and wounded. But Marshal Warlord, Lieutenant General Carp, and 3 other great generals still stood on the battlefield. The Navy's war effort was largely unaffected. Isn't this a good time to strike at those remaining pirates? Marshal. Someone tried to voice a protest, and Warlord immediately interrupted him. I'll take all the consequences. At these words, there was silence. It is the nature of the military to obey. Despite the fact that more people wanted to avenge their dead buddies, despite the fact that more people felt that a Navy victory was in sight, the Redhead bowed her head slightly at Warlock. With pleasure, Warlord waved his hand. Grab the wounded and treat them. Of course, this casualty does not include Luke, who is lying on the ground. Chapter 28. A pirate ship left Marineford. Inside the ruins, the Navy began to pick up the pieces. Stretchers, perhaps of bodies, perhaps of the wounded, were carried through the rubble. Whenever they passed the fallen and unconscious Luke, all of them just looked up for a quick glance. Then he left in a huff with his head down. Curiosity and fear were revealed within the eyes of each one. It was as if what lay there was a horrible monster ready to prey on people. The aftermath of the battlefield was handled by the 3 great generals, with Warlord and Cap standing next to the unconscious Luke. Carp looked at Luke and spoke slowly. What's the plan to deal with this guy? Warlord mused for a moment before speaking. I'm going to the Holy Land of Manhwa to report on this battle, and I'll report along with this guy then. Until then, keep him in custody. As for what to do with it in the end, it's up to the Manhwa guys. Carp nodded slightly. Though on the battlefield, he had created a little friction and discomfort with him himself. But now Cap looked at Luke with a hint of appreciation. At such a young age, he had strength so strong that it was perverted. This time the war ended with Whitebeard himself admitting that the existence of One Piece was real. This is bound to cause a bigger stir on the ocean. Countless pirates would go crazy for the treasure. As a navy fighting against pirates, the pressure must have increased quite a bit. At this time, the Navy was in desperate need of a strong war effort to replenish. And this kid, if he's in the Navy's camp, he's sure to be a powerful booster. With that in mind, Carp spoke up. Leave the investigation of this brat's background to the old man himself. After all, regarding the background of this fellow who fought me twice, old me is also curious. Warlord nodded slightly, agreeing to Carp's request. Then he spoke suddenly into the distance. Smug, come here. Smug, who had white hair combed back and a cigar in his mouth, sniffed and walked over to Warlord. Marshal. Warlord pointed at Smug and pointed at Luke on the ground. He was then escorted to the city of propulsion by you personally, having witnessed his horrors firsthand. So make sure you take it seriously and don't miss a beat. Yes. Smog looked at the unconscious Luke on the floor and let out a long, thick puff of cigar. Such a terrifying guy, if he got out of control, would never be something he could easily handle. After all, it was only through the siege of so many people that he was subdued just now. Luke woke up leisurely, just trying to move his limbs. A clattering sound of chains rubbing together was heard, and when he looked down, he saw a pair of black shackles being placed on his limbs. At the same time the chain went through his collarbone. A feeling of limp powerlessness surged through his body because of the black shackles. Sea-floor stone? Luke's brow furrowed as a sharp pain shot through his collarbone from the tugging of the chains. Cold air sucked from Luke's mouth at the pain. Looking around, he was locked in a cell, the door of which had a black sheen to it. Apparently it is also made of sea-floor stone. In the doorway of the cell stood 2 Navy men in cloaks. To be able to wear a cape within the Navy was at the very least admiral rank. At that moment, hearing Luke's movement in the cell, the 2 Navy men turned back. When they saw that Luke had woken up, both of them had a slightly horrified look on their faces. But how many people who were involved in the war at the top and have seen the horrors of Luke can look at him and not tremble with fear? It was reasonable to say that escorting such a terrifying fellow to Propulsion City, such a task should at the very least be handled by a lieutenant. But now the burden is on the heads of a group of their school officials. If this thing gets out of control, they're all dead. The mission was solely in the hands of Colonel Smog. So immediately upon seeing Luke awake, one of the men went forward to report to Smog. It didn't take long for a footstep to come from outside the cell. Then Smog's figure appeared in the doorway of the cell. Also as a fruit ability person, Smoggy had a natural fear of the hellscream. Through the crack in the Seacrest cell door, Smog looks inside at Luke. Luke, who had retreated from his Thor state, looked like an ordinary teenager with a white face and a head of black broken hair. No threat was visible in the narrowed eyes. If he hadn't seen his terror in the war, no one would have thought that such a clean-cut teenager would be that horrible. Smoggy lit a cigar and looked at Luke as he forced himself to speak. Don't think of any tricks. The cell is all surrounded by seafaring stone. You're also covered in shackles made of sea floorstone, so you have no chance of escaping. Luke moved, tugging at the wound on his collarbone, and sucked in another painful breath. I'm not running away, and I have no reason to run away. I just don't know where to send me now. Smog, with his cigar in his mouth, spoke. We have been ordered to escort you to Propulsion City. Propulsion City? Luke frowned. That was where the Navy held criminals, and he himself was now a criminal? So Luke looked up and asked, what are my charges? At that Smoggy looked puzzled. In fact, he didn't know exactly what Luke was guilty of. From the beginning to the end of the war, every strike Luke makes is directed at the pirates. Even when he finally transformed into a lightning monster, he struck out at both red-haired Shanks and black-bearded Tiki. There's nothing wrong with the Navy attacking the pirates. The only reason Smoggy can think of is that Luke's ability to do this is intimidating to everyone. That's why he had to be imprisoned. So Smog spoke up. I'm just following orders. 2. Luke shrugged, pointing to the chain of helicite that ran through his collarbone. I promise I won't run. Can you help me get this off? Smog didn't answer his question. Luke was a monster in his mind. A monster whose slightest slip could send everyone to hell. All they could do was not to make any mistakes in the face of such a monster. So Smoggy left without a word. Watching his departing back, Luke sighed deeply. Immediately though, he remembered something else and immediately asked within his mind. System, is my mission complete? He could have participated in the top war in the first place just to fulfill the system's mission, and now the war was over. Having been reduced to a prisoner himself, it would be a farce if the mission was to remain unfinished. Inside his head, the system's voice came. The one-hit wonder mission in the war at the top has been completed. Do you want to claim your reward? Hearing the system's voice, Luke was relieved. It was a prisoner, but at least the mission was accomplished. Taking a deep breath, he murmured softly in his head. Pick up. Chapter 29, The Fruit of the Hour. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-level Seeing Color Hegemony. Listening to the voice inside his head, Luke's face didn't look very surprised. The first time he completed the mission of joining the Navy, the system rewarded himself with a top-tier hegemonic color hegemony. Now that you've completed the second quest, which rewards top-notch seeing colors, it all makes perfect sense. According to this pissing contest, the next time the mission was completed, the reward would most likely be a top-tier armed color hegemony. The system's voice inside his head continued to sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Fruit of the Hour. Hearing the system's voice, Luke froze slightly. Fruit of the Hour? If I'm not mistaken, Toki no Fruit is the wife of Mitsuki Goten, Momonosuke's oldest mother in the original series. The fruit's possessed by a time. The ability of this fruit is, to say the least, pretty unbelievable. Sort of the only fruit ability so far that can travel through time, but only being able to travel to the future doesn't do much for Luke at all. Compared to his current rattling thunder fruit, the Toki fruit is really a bit of a chicken. As if knowing what was in Luke's mind, the system's voice sounded in a flash. When the Toki fruit is awakened, you can travel to the past and future at will. What? At the sound of the system's voice, Luke's eyebrows snapped up. If you just traveled to the future, the Fruit of the Hour would be a piece of chicken for you. But if one could travel to the past, then the timeless fruit would be a god-tier fruit for oneself. One's gold finger is the ability to obtain light clusters from the corpses of the dead. If one can cross over, then those powerful people who have been dead for a long time, like Roger, like Rox, himself if he traveled back to when they died, wouldn't that be a way to get their light clusters? Roger and Rox's light mass. Luke was thrilled just thinking about it. Just Whitebeard's light mass alone gave himself such a terrifying ability in one leap. Then, if one obtained the light clusters of the two of them, it would definitely be enough to give oneself the strength to sweep across the entire sea. Just as Luke was getting excited, the system's voice came from inside his head. Should I replace the rattling thunder fruit with the Toki fruit? The degree of awakening may be reserved. Luke sniffed and rubbed his chin. It's better to wait a little longer. Now that you're a prisoner, with the sea light shackles on his body, he has no ability to cast the fruit at all. Everything still had to wait until he got out of the trap. If only I could just make my fruit powers disappear, so that these seafaring stone shackles on my body would be useless. He was absolutely certain that he could escape straight away. Unfortunately, the system doesn't have that ability. Getting out of the way. Muttering a word, Luke's eyes went to the outside of the cell. The two Navy men still stood straight in the cell doorway. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit lax about the monsters held in the cells. There's always a chance. Luke mused silently, but the opportunity was long overdue. For the next few days, the warship holding Luke sailed the seas. It seems that even meals are only one a day in order to limit Luke. After a few more days, the warship finally stopped. The door to the Hellscream cell where Luke is being held is also opened for the first time. Smog and a group of Navy men were on guard, all of them looking at Luke warily. Two lieutenant commanders, armed with seaborne weapons, escorted Luke off the warship. Upon stepping out of the warship, A rigid prison appeared in front of Luke. The very same propulsion city prison that the Navy uses to hold criminals. The thick gate was slowly opened, and two figures appeared at the gate of the City of Advancement. It was Magellan and Hannibal. In order to take Luke into custody, the two top leaders of the City of Propulsion actually show up at the same time. It's clear how seriously the Navy takes Luke. On Magellan's body, there was a purple sticky liquid constantly flowing down because of the poison fruit ability. It gives off a pungent, unpleasant odor. Not long ago, Propulsion City suffered a succession of disturbances from Luffy and Blackbeard. A large number of prisoners escaped, and I heard that the latter group went to Marineford and made a big fuss. This incident made Magellan look very bad. He was even more somber when he heard that Luke had been escorted from the battlefield of Marineford. The huge body took a few steps to Luke, and the two Navy men responsible for escorting Luke saw Magellan. Both curtsied. Administrator Magellan. Magellan didn't pay any attention to the two Navy men, but instead looked Luke up and down with his eyes. After a moment, it spoke. Seems different than expected. Doesn't look like a scary guy. The two navies didn't say anything, and that's when Smoggy came up from behind. The same naval salute was given. Administrator Magellan. Magellan nodded slightly before Smog continued. Don't be deceived by his appearance. This guy launches himself as if he's really the god of thunder descending into the world. The look on Smog's face was much lighter when he arrived in Propulsion City. His own mission was finally accomplished. Finally, we can get rid of this tricky guy. And it's a little bit of a relief to have Administrator Magellan on board. Magellan grunted softly. You don't need to remind me. I've seen countless vicious criminals on these seas. I wouldn't take any of them lightly. Smog spoke up. Escort him here and my mission will be complete. Marshal Warlord has requested that he be held at the bottom of the pile. Magellan's eyebrows raised slightly. There are 6 floors in the City of Propulsion, and the further down you go, the more impressive the criminals being held. As for the 6th floor, after so many years, there were hardly any more prisoners going in. Now this kid he'd never heard of was being asked to be imprisoned in the lowest level. Smog continued to add, as if unsure, don't think it's a trivialization, but in the war in Marineford, he took on both Redhead and Blackbeard by himself and didn't lose a single step. In the end, it was Marshal Sengoku and Lieutenant General Carp, along with the 3 great generals, Green Pheasant, Yellow Sorrow, and Red Inu, who stepped in together to subdue him. Magellan's face jerked. The guy who needed almost all of the Navy's top combatants to come together to subdue him. Just how terrifying did he have to be? Behind him, Hannibal also looked at Luke with a shocked expression. To him, Luke was nothing more than a quiet-looking brat, even with a scrawny streak. It was impossible to connect such a person with the monster that Smoggy had spoken of. Luke's eyes were glancing around as the two talked, trying to find an escape. He knew that if he entered the 6th level of the Propulsion City, it would be much harder to escape. Unless, like Sky the Golden Lion at the time, he chose to cut off his own legs and run away. All around them, besides Administrator Magellan and Deputy Administrator Hannibal, countless weaponized Propulsion City jailers stood by. He himself had left the warship, but the Seacrest shackles on his body had not been loosened for a moment. The chains on his collarbone were even more painful to pull. There's not even the slightest chance of escaping now. Chapter 30, Escape. Magellan reached for the chains that bound Luke. Okay. Smoggy nodded, and was about to leave. And Magellan is about to escort Luke into the inner sanctum of Propulsion City's rigid prison. If you don't do it, you won't have a chance. Luke suddenly murmured. Magellan seemed to hear his chant and stopped. Still fantasizing about getting away with it? Luke slowly raised his head and gave Magellan a smirk. Seeing Luke smile, Magellan's brow furrowed. He was shackled in Seacrest shackles and surrounded by all Navy men. What is this confident smile of his in such a situation? Luke glanced around, then mentally mumbled. Use Lulu's blessing. Target Magellan. The system's voice then sounded. Is it possible to use the blessing of Lou Bastard on Magellan? Luke didn't hesitate. Yes. In the distance, Smoggy had gone out some distance, but stopped as if he had sensed something. Twisting his head, he suddenly yelled, "No good!" And Magellan sensed something was wrong at that moment. The skinny figure in front of him was clearly controlled by the seafloor stone shackles, but a terrifying aura slowly awoke from his body. Luke looked up and reached out to slowly take hold of the chain of helicite being held by Magellan. A teeth-gnashing sound came from Luke's palm, and in the next moment, the chain of seafoam snapped violently. Countless light blue arcs of electricity began to slowly pour out of Luke's body. Bang! The chains of helicite on Luke's body also crumbled at the roots, and the bindings through his collarbone came undone at that moment. Smoggy exclaimed in the distance. What's going on? There are clearly seahorse shackles. How did he escape? The surrounding group of weapon-wielding Navy men were also alarmed. A few school generals around Smog who had seen Luke's terror had turned pale by now. In Marineford, it was a combination of Marshal Warlord as well as 3 great generals and Lieutenant General Carp, which was able to subdue him. Nowadays, In the entire city of propulsion, the person with the highest combat power is Administrator Magellan. That's not going to stop that monster at all. Luke held the sky with one hand, and a huge ball of lightning coalesced in his palm. Million volts. With a yell, the lightning ball of light in Luke's hand was thrown hard. A shocking sound came from the sky. Magellan ducked out of the way just in time, and the formidable high wall on the outskirts of the advancing city was smashed through a huge gap. Electricity flashed around Luke. Magellan was much calmer than the rest of the group, who were in a state of shock. Although Smog described the brat as terrifying, he had just faced him out of hand. I don't know if it was just his own illusion, but Magellan felt that he had the ability to fight him. A feeling of being evenly matched surged through him. As a result, a large amount of purple slime gushed out from Magellan's body surface. It instantly transformed into a huge venomous palm. The palm slapped hard towards Luke. Facing the venomous palm, Luke clenched one hand in vain, and a lightning spear coalesced from his palm. Spear palms collide. Both were reduced to nothingness in the air. Magellan let out a grunt. Looks like this guy isn't as scary as he thought. With that said, the venom once again coalesced into a palm towards Luke. Luke was able to easily neutralize any of Magellan's takedown attempts. However, because of the use of Lulu's blessing, Luke's strength was now 50-50 with Magellan. There was no way to gain the upper hand. By using this ability on someone stronger than himself, Luke's strength grows, but if used by someone weaker than himself, Luke's strength drops to the same level as that person's. That means that at this point Luke is weakened. In the distance Smoggy had been alarmed, but after seeing Luke and Magellan go through 2 moves, a frown went up. What's going on? He seems to be weaker in comparison to the battlefield of Marineford. Is it because of the last few days of incarceration? Smoggy muttered suspiciously. In his preconception, once Luke, this monster, got out of the trap, all of their group could only be killed in seconds. But the monster that had fought all the top combatants in Marineford was actually fighting Administrator Magellan at this point. And Luke, who had fought Magellan, was darkening his face at that moment. By his own strength, he would never have fought Magellan back and forth. System, is there a way to undo Grandmaster Lu's blessing? Ding, can't be voluntarily disarmed. Hearing the system's reply, Luke cursed in his heart, and at that moment, Hannibal, who had a long knife in his hand, joined the fight. As the deputy administrator of Propulsion City, it was naturally incumbent to step in at this time. Against Magellan alone, Luke could go 50-50ths, but Hannibal joins the fight, and Luke is instantly strained, despite now having the support of a top-notch seeing eye color hegemony. But within a few exchanges, a wound was still left on his back by Hannibal's long knife. Seeing that he had hurt Luke, Hannibal's face was agitated. If you solve this prisoner, you'll surely get a commendation from your superiors, and a promotion will be more than expected. Hannibal fought excitedly in his mind and struck harder. Luke gritted his teeth, knowing that if he dragged on any longer, he would surely lose. So with a roar of rage, he exerted his full strength. A huge lightning spear was thrown high up by him. The targets are none other than Magellan and Hannibal. Luke's form, on the other hand, quickly fled towards the distance. At this moment, Luke has no choice but to flee. When Grandmaster Lu's blessing was over, there would be no one left to stop himself. Luke escaped in the direction of the very warship that was parked in the distance. Smug saw Luke running toward him. Spit out the cigar in your mouth and hold the helicite weapon in your hand. What a shock to be surprised by your appearance in Marineford. You're not as scary as you thought. Seeing Luke getting closer, Smog raised his weapon high in his hand. The next second, however, a thick bolt of lightning came at him. Bang! Smoggy didn't even have time to smog himself. The tingling sensation of electricity running through his body came. Snap! Smoggy's body went limp and he was directly electrocuted. With Smog down, the few remaining men have even less courage to stop Luke. Several people watched as Luke fled toward the warship, and Magellan, in the rear, let out a roar. The entire body of the person was instantly wrapped in venom and grew larger. No criminal escapes from my men. Magellan let out a roar, and then a palm that covered the sky slapped towards the fleeing Luke. At the critical moment, Luke's figure was instantly wrapped in lightning, but at this point in time, Luke is nowhere near as good at casting Thor's Descent as he was at Marinventos. A small Thor, many times smaller, met the venomous palm with both hands. The two collided, and Luke used the force to fly directly in the direction of the warship. I said, no one can escape at my hands, Magellan yelled, his huge body coming after him toward Luke. The navy around them also pulled their triggers toward Luke at that moment. Chapter 31, pushing into the 6th level of the city. There were a few stationed naval personnel on the warship. At the sight of an electrified Luke charging in, they all froze in place in fear. Magellan's figure in the rear was closing in, and Luke's figure looked to be about to board the warship. Just then, suddenly the sea was far away, and a warship with a naval flag flying was rapidly approaching this way, and a tall figure had jumped down from the warship. The tall figure raised his own fist in the air, and his entire body turned into a stump as he approached Luke's side. I knew things wouldn't be so easy. Did you really let this kid get away? Carp's voice drifted in from a long distance. The next moment, his figure appeared in front of the fleeing Luke. Upon seeing Cap, Luke let out a long sigh. The heart knew that there was absolutely no hope of escaping today. Cap, who had experience with Luke, struck out at full force. The iron fist with its overlord color hegemonic aura wrapped around it, and with a whistling it slammed hard into Luke. Bang! After a loud bang, Luke's figure was like a kite on a short string, smashing straight into the ground behind him. Carp looked strangely puzzled and gave a soft eep, simply because it was obvious to him that Luke's strength seemed to have regressed a lot. How did that monster that needed to be subdued by joining forces suddenly become so weak? Luke's form slammed down right in front of Magellan, who immediately placed a pair of helicite shackles on the unconscious Luke. Then, generally unsure of himself, he passed the seahorse chain through Luke's collarbone again. Again, he hurriedly ordered his men to bring huge, heavy balls of solid iron and tie them to Luke's feet. Carp woke up the electrocuted Smog and the two walked over to Magellan. Looking at the unconscious Luke on the floor, Cap spoke up. How did he escape? Hannibal, the deputy administrator on the sidelines, had his little mind already moving at the sight of Carp. Carp was only a vice admiral, but anyone who knew him knew his position in the Navy. Even Green Pheasant, one of the three great generals, was his disciple, and a reputation as a hero in the Navy. As long as one gains his favor, it will definitely be of great help to one's promotion. So Hannibal immediately jumped the gun. Lieutenant General Carp, we don't know what's going on. He broke free of the sea light without warning, and it was fortunate that Administrator Magellan and I joined forces, which prevented him from escaping so easily. Magellan's tall figure glanced at Hannibal, thinking that if Lt. General Carp hadn't shown up in time, the criminals should have all escaped onto the warships. Carp rubbed his neck and then spoke. It's fortunate that we didn't let him escape. This terrifying fellow would have a hard time trying to catch him again if he escaped. Imprison him on the 6th floor and remember to strengthen the defenses. This guy is a dangerous one. Luke wakes up on the 6th floor of the darkened city of propulsion. Heavy seaholite shackles pass through his collarbones to secure his limbs. The slightest movement tugged a sharp pain from the wound in his collarbone. Surrounded by walls made of seafloor stone, it brought a sense of despair. Has anyone ever escaped from the 6th level of Propulsion City? As far as Luke knows, only Sky the Golden Lion has ever managed to escape in all these years, but it also came at the cost of losing both feet. That's too high a price to pay, and one certainly doesn't want to do that. The surrounding sea floor stones not only limit fruit abilities, it's also as if he's preying on Luke's power. It made his whole body go limp. Not an ounce of strength. System, Luke called out softly inside his head. Is there any way to escape from here? There was a silence and no one responded to his words. It seems that one system is not intelligent. Are we going to be stuck here forever? It's so hard to cross over to the pirate world and have such a powerful golden finger. Before he could come into his own, he was imprisoned on the 6th floor of the dark city of propulsion. It made Luke upset. The mind kept thinking of ways to escape, but it was clueless. For the rest of the day, except for the jailer who came to deliver the food, Luke never saw anyone else. A newspaper would be delivered to him every day in addition to his meals. Reading the newspaper became the only way for Luke to spend his time during these boring days. Newspaper accounts detail the passage of the war at the top. Aside from the deaths of Whitebeard and Ace, what shocked the world the most was the sudden appearance of the Thunder Giant on the battlefield. The newspapers called him Thor, and the news of Luke's confinement to the 6th level of the city of propulsion hit the papers. Everyone, outside, was curious about Luke's identity, and Luke, imprisoned in the city of propulsion, spends his days pondering how he can escape. As long as you escape the city of propulsion, then utilize the ability of the Tokiwa fruit. Roger and Rox's massive light beckoned to him. The holy land of Manhwa. Inside the huge conference room, 5 figures in suits sat on chairs. Sengoku stood in front of the 5 men in his Marshal of the Navy uniform. The 5, naturally, were the 5 elder stars representing the world government. Listening to Warlord finish his report on the battle in Marineford, Mercury Wachuli, the one of the 5 who was in charge of legal affairs, tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Although both Ace and Whitebeard were obliterated, the casualties on our side this time were too much. All of Marineford is almost in ruins. And, Wachuli paused before speaking next. At the end of the war we clearly had a chance to hunt down the remaining forces of the pirates, and you passed it up? At the words Warlord replied without being condescending. The deaths and injuries on our side at that time were too heavy, and if we continued to pursue, it would only result in more casualties. Those so-called remnants of the pirate forces are also a battle force not to be underestimated. The 5 elder stars looked at each other, and Mars Makazmaz spoke slowly. I heard that at the end of the war, there was an interesting fellow on the battlefield. Warlord nodded. It was a Navy junior who suddenly took on one of the four emperors, the red-haired Shanks C and Blackbeard Tiki. The two of them, Shanks and Tiki, were no match for him, and were later subdued only by our combined efforts. Although I had heard some news from the battlefield for a long time, but now I got a positive answer here in the warring states. The faces of the five still showed a look of surprise and astonishment. No one would question the strength of the red-haired Shanks. That little soldier actually fought both Shanks and Blackbeard Tiki all by himself. What a scary guy. Really? And in the end, it took the warlord to join forces to subdue him. And such a guy is an unknown naval junior? Saturn Satan Saint, one of the five elder stars, asked, "Where is that little soldier now?" Warlord answered truthfully, "I have ordered him to be held in the city of propulsion, and it is up to you all to dispose of him." Satan Saint narrowed his eyes slightly. Such a fellow should take a bit of his blood to study. Jupiter Pit St. nodded slightly. "We get it, and as for what to do with the guy, we need to confer." Warlord nodded back, then took a deep breath. "Our army has suffered heavy losses in this war, and everything is due to my faults. In order to accept responsibility, I would now like to resign my position as Grand Marshal of the Navy." Chapter 32, Lord M. This statement was obviously not made on the spur of the moment by Warlord. Rather, the decision was made after a long and thoughtful process. When the five elder stars heard Warlord's words, they all jerked their heads up to look at him. It is important to realize that the position of Grand Marshal of the Navy is already the supreme leader of the Navy. It's a position that many people can only dream of. And now Warlord has offered to resign. Peter Saint looked at Warlord for a long time before speaking. There's no taking back what's been said. Warlock took a deep breath and stood up straight. "I'm not babbling about this war. It's entirely due to my personal failings that have caused irreparable damage to the Navy. There is really no other way to make up for my heartfelt apologies than to resign as Marshal." Pit St. suddenly grunted softly. "Stop talking like resigning as a Marshal to make amends." At the words Warlord but did not open his mouth to explain anything. Pit St. spoke next. "We'll give you an answer tomorrow, whether it's about your resignation as Marshal or what to do with the boy." When Pietro Saint finished speaking, the Warlord didn't say another word, turned straight around and walked out of the conference room, watching Warlord's figure disappear completely. Jupiter Pit Saint slowly spoke. "What do you think?" Saturn Satan Saint frowned. "You mean about Warlord's resignation as Marshal?" Pit St. shook his head. "I mean the little soldier who appeared out of nowhere." Satan Saint wondered. That little soldier who appeared out of nowhere may be powerful, but for the world government, a character like that would be good for a little attention at best. In contrast, the resignation of the warring states is more of a headache, I guess. Peter Saint suddenly looked at Satan Saint, his voice slightly lowered. "You also participated in the Valley of the Gods battle back then?" Satan Saint nodded rightfully. "Of course, that fight." Suddenly, Satan Saint's voice stopped, then he looked to Pietro St., sounding a bit alarmed. "Are you saying that this little soldier, and the one who appeared in the Valley of the Gods back then?" With that, Satan Saint shook his head violently. "No, it can't be him. After so many years, how can he still look like a brat? I only fought him once back then, but that person's overlord color hegemony and seeing eye color are both very dominant, but that little brat on the battlefield of Marineford didn't have the seeing eye color." Pit St. opened his mouth. "But he also used divine evasion, didn't he? Other than Roger and Shanks, he's the third person in this world to make divine evasion. And that little kid from Marineford was almost exactly the same size and age as the one from the Valley of the Gods back then. Is it a coincidence?" Just as Satan Saint was about to say something else next, suddenly, a tall figure appeared in the conference room. The five members of the five elder stars, who were still sitting on their chairs, all stood up from their chairs the moment that figure appeared. The five knelt down neatly. The tall figure that suddenly appeared was covered in black robes and wore a large crown on his head. "Greetings, Lord M." Imam's blood-red pupils looked around at several people and spoke faintly. "Bring him to me." After leaving those words, Im's figure disappeared. Although it only appeared briefly, a fine layer of sweat appeared on all of the five elder stars' heads. Making sure that Im had left, the five dared to raise their heads. Satan Saint wiped the sweat from his forehead. "What's going on? How could you have alerted Lord M?" There was the same fine bead of sweat on Peter Saint's head, and he took a deep breath before he spoke. "Since Lord M wants to see him, bring him here as soon as possible," Satan Saint said in a deep voice. "I'm leaving now for Propulsion City." With that he walked out of the conference room. Lord M's orders must not be delayed for a single moment. That person's methods, the five elder stars knew better than anyone. Satan Saint left, leaving only 4 people in the conference room. Pit St. then spoke. "As for Warlord's resignation as Marshal, let him go, and the new Marshal, choose from among the 3 great generals." The remaining few nodded, none of them having any objections. Pushing into the city's prisons after so much time in captivity, Luke's entire being was on the verge of going crazy with boredom. There was nothing more to do each day than read that delivered newspaper over and over again. During this time Luke repeatedly yells at the jailer delivering the food that he's willing to recruit anything. Not sure what I'm trying to recruit though. But the jailer who delivered the food simply ignored him. No matter what he said, no matter how flowery his words were, they all treated him like he was air. Kidding aside, the 6th floor of the propulsion city holds all the most important guys. It is something that can never go wrong in any way. How could they possibly respond to a few words from a prisoner? Finally, just as Luke was about to go crazy, Magellan's figure appeared outside the brig. Looking at Magellan's figure, Luke could only feel the overwhelming closeness of his head with its horns open. Magellan, who was standing at the entrance of the prison, raised his head, and immediately a jailer opened the cell door with a key. Luke tried to get to his feet in a flurry of excitement, but a pain came from his collarbone as the chains tugged at it. "Follow me." With just 3 simple words, a jailer escorted Luke to follow Magellan. The group walked out of the darkened prison. Luke breathed in the fresh air outside greedily, finally getting out of that hellhole. At the same time there was a pang of curiosity in his heart. Where is this taking him? Is someone trying to interrogate himself? Who could it be? There is nothing wrong with the identity one has crossed over to. No matter who investigates, he or she is just a small army brat from a small army. And this body's father and grandfather were all army. Now he is absolutely innocent. No matter how to investigate how to try, Luke is not afraid. Just a little curious as to who the person interrogating him or her would be, given the strength he or she had demonstrated. With curiosity, Luke was escorted all the way out to the bottom of the ocean. The Push City prisons are all built under the sea, especially the 6th level at the bottom, which almost never sees sunlight. Coming to the 1st level, the long-lost sunlight shone on Luke's face. With Magellan leading the way, Luke was escorted out of the city of propulsion by his jailers. It was still the same gate that he had come in through that day, and a huge warship was parked outside, and a lanky figure in a suit was standing in front of the warship. Seeing that figure, Luke raised his eyebrows slightly. He recognized the figure in the suit as Satan Saint, one of the 5 Elder Stars. Could it be that the one who wants to interrogate himself is the 5 Elder Stars? Sartaniste. Eyes carefully surveyed Luke, who was being controlled by the seafaring stone shackles. The words of Pietro St. still echoed in his ears. Gradually, Luke's figure, and that figure that had fought him back in the Valley of the Gods, slowly reunited. Could it be that this kid and the one from the Valley of the Gods back then are really the same person? Satan Saint mused silently. Luke is escorted inside the warship to a cell much like the one he was escorted to in the first place. The surrounding area is still built of seafloor stone, but on a much more lavish scale than the warship that Smoggy was in charge of. It wasn't long after entering the cell that Luke became aware of the warship slowly sailing beneath him. Chapter 33, Meeting Him. The warship hadn't been sailing for long when Luke heard footsteps coming from outside the cell. Looking up, he saw the tall form of Satan Saint standing in the doorway of the cell. The two locked gazes. Satan St's gaze looking dead into Luke's eyes. It seemed as if he was trying to see something within his eyes. After a long time had passed, it seemed that the desired information was not forthcoming. Satan Saint withdrew his gaze and spoke. "Remember me?" Luke was at a loss. "What do you mean? You've seen him?" It couldn't be. He had traveled so far and was only a pawn until the top war. There will be no contact at all with people at the level of the 5 elders. So Luke shook his head in confusion. A trace of disappointment flashed across Satan Saint's face, and he secretly said in his heart, "Is it just a resemblance in stature and age?" After all, the blank look on Luke's face didn't look like a fake at all. After a pause, Satan Saint continued to speak. "Where did you get your rattling thunder fruit?" Luke shrugged, picked it up from a chest on an island. Satan Saint grunted, clearly not believing Luke's words. "This devil fruit. The original possessor was named Anilu. Did 2 identical devil fruits appear in this world?" Luke spread his hands, indicating that he had nothing to explain. Seeing Luke's oily look, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Satan Saint's mouth. In the next moment, a sharp pain suddenly came to Luke's head. It was as if his head was going to explode. The intense pain caused Luke to fall to the ground and let out a series of muffled grunts of agony. A long time passed before the sharp pain slowly disappeared, and Luke's body was already wet with sweat. There were many other tactics that Satan Saint would have wanted Luke to try if Lordham hadn't wanted to see him in person. The fallen Luke gasped for air and gritted his teeth as he looked at Satan Saint. According to the original storyline, Satan Saint would end up being personally obliterated by him out of the blue because of his unfavorable execution of his mission. Luke cursed viciously in his mind. "Old thing, don't let me get out of this. When we get Roger and Slocum's light mass, we must let this old thing know what cruelty means." Only then did he speak under his breath. "Really picked it up." Sartaniste grunted softly and scowled at Luke a few more times before turning to leave. In his mind, Luke would definitely not be the same person who had fought with him in the Valley of the Gods in the first place. After all, the one who had fought with him in the first place was very strong. Not at all this brat who can only talk tough. It was another long sea voyage, about 10 days, before the huge warship finally stopped. Luke was escorted out of the warship by Satan's saint himself. After getting off the warship, Luke was shocked to find that the remaining 4 of the 5 elders were all standing outside. 5 characters who were one man in this world looked at Luke as if they were looking at ants. With a slight wave of the hand of the pewter saint, all of the seafaring stone chains on Luke's body were unlocked. All 5 of them were present, and the seafaring stone bindings were like a joke. Pit St. spoke. Follow me. Encircled front and back by the 5 elders, Luke walked towards a huge palace. It didn't take long to arrive inside the palace. The palace is extremely luxurious in style, with tall columns and rich domes that seem to speak of the beauty of power. And at the very top of the hall was a beautifully modeled throne. Around the throne, several weapons were stuck. Luke surveyed his surroundings and pondered in his mind. This, I believe, is the ancient city of Pan in the holy land of Manhwa. Above the great hall is the void throne, which represents the pinnacle of power in the pirate world. A footstep came. When the few people from the 5 elder stars heard the footsteps, they all knelt down. Luke, for his part, looked up at the top of the great hall. Only a tall figure whose entire body was shrouded in black robes appeared beside the void throne above the great hall. On the figure's head was a tall crown. Greetings, Lord Im. The 5 elder stars said together. You guys get out first. Yes. The 5 elder stars exited the great hall. At that moment, only 2 people, Im and Luke, were left in the empty hall. Luke stole another glance up at him. Is this the biggest boss in the pirate world? Those crimson eyes brought Luke an inexplicable pressure. Im, above, sized up Luke delicately. It was a long time before Im's androgynous voice slowly sounded. Why have you become so weak? Luke, huh? Im went on. And why have you become so timid? Luke again. Ha, Im added. You weren't like this back then. 3 words in a row left Luke in a daze. It's odd how the higher-ups in the world government talk, whether it's Satan's saint, who just met himself, or now Im. Why do they all seem to look like they've seen themselves before? But it had only been a few months since he had crossed over. Full stop. Before that, he was nothing more than an army brat. There's no way there's any possibility of having met him and the 5 elders of Satan's saint. The tall figure of him walked step by step down from beside the throne of the void, until he stood in front of Luke. Luke caught a whiff of what seemed like gardenias mixed with cinnamon. Sniffing, Luke said darkly, could him really be a woman? Im towered over Luke, her red eyes looking down at him. After a long time, the tone seemed a bit puzzled. You're not him? But after a pause, he added, no, you're him. There's no mistaking it. Luke had no idea what he was talking about. Just then, Im suddenly raised his right hand, slim, slender fingers, pointing towards Luke's brow. The plain and ordinary finger brought Luke a powerful sense of crisis that he had never felt before. It was as if one's own little life would be lost under this finger point. In an instant, the overlord color hegemonic aura surged out crazily. The ability of the rattling thunder fruit is also unreserved. Luke's form was about to be wrapped in lightning, but Im's finger still gently tapped down, and the originally furious lightning on Luke's body instantly disappeared. Even the surging overlord color hegemonic aura seemed as if it had been sealed, and could not be used in the slightest. Im's finger rested against Luke's brow. It's too weak. Was there some kind of accident? The knot in Luke's throat surged hard. He couldn't muster a single thought of resistance in the face of him. The hegemonic color hegemonic aura and fruit abilities were all ineffective, and the power of more than a million was as if it was an ant in front of him. A feeling of powerlessness and insignificance of an ant seeing the sky came to my mind. Im slowly withdrew her fingers, murmuring in a puzzled tone, was there an accident? With that Im stomped back up the stairs one section at a time to the side of the void throne. Luke, below, was already sweating profusely without realizing it. Im sat on top of the throne of the void, holding his forehead with one hand. You go. At that, Luke tried to move his legs to leave the great hall, but the legs seemed to have lost their senses. The shock that Im brought to him was too terrifying. Chapter 34 Appointment of the Grand Admiral. The pressure that Im brought to Luke was like a mountain over his heart. It was at this point that Luke realized that even if he had gotten Whitebeard's light group, even with the system bonus of top-tier dominance, this includes the rattling thunder fruit, which is developed to the extreme and is incredibly powerful. All of this still seemed too small in front of this world's top battle power. At this point, Luke is more and more eager to utilize the fruit of the hour to go back in time. He needs to get stronger. In the end, it was Pit St. who brought Luke out of the great hall. A few of the remaining 5 elders saw Luke's disoriented appearance and a snicker flashed deep in their eyes. As expected, even how much of a great character would be like that when seeing Im-sama. Newspaper article about Thor, who caused a scene at Marineford. To them, it's a joke. There would be no one in this world who would be a threat to Im-sama. Inside an opulent conference room, Luke stood in front of the 5 elders. Pietro St. looked at him and spoke slowly. There are two choices before you now. Either submit or be obliterated. That's what Lord M meant. Luke took a deep breath. Now that he was there, he simply didn't have a choice. Before obtaining Roger and Rox's light group, he was not qualified to fight against the top power in this world. Pit St. went on to say, on this great sea, there is no doubt that the world government is the most powerful being. Choosing to serve Lord M is a wise choice. Luke slowly lowered his head, though he didn't say a word. At the same time, he said inwardly and silently, the most crucial thing now is to gain freedom so that you can have the chance to utilize the fruit of the hour to go back to the past. Seeing Luke's appearance, the 5 Elder Stars had nodded in satisfaction. Pit St. continued to speak. On the Navy side, Warlord has chosen to resign as Marshal. The vacant Marshal position will be chosen from among the 3 great generals. When that time comes, there will be a vacancy in the position of Grand Admiral, so you will fill the vacant position of Grand Admiral. Before the war at the top, Luke was just a petty officer in the Navy. Now it's possible to take a step up to the position of Admiral. It could be said to be a flight of fancy. It was a gift given by choosing to serve Lord M. It's night. A warship sails over the sea. In the bow position of the warship, 2 figures stood. Luke, at this point, had completely shed his status as a prisoner. His body was clad in the uniform of a Navy admiral, and his cloak, which read Justice, winced in the night wind, and Warlord, standing right next to Luke. Both men were carrying a document from the world government. One letter is about Luke's appointment as Grand Admiral, and one about Warlord's resignation as Marshal, until a new Marshal comes along. Of course, the warring nations remain as Marshals. The 2 men looked at the endless sea for a long time in silence. It was only then that Warlord opened his mouth. Kid, you must be so proud of yourself right now. Luke shrugged. What's there to be proud of? Warlord, from a private, he jumped to become an admiral representing the highest combat power in the Navy. Isn't that something to be proud of? Luke pulled a cigarette he'd passed along from a school officer from his pocket, lit it and took a long drag. It's nothing to be proud of. Warlord narrowed his eyes. Before that, Lt. Gen. Carp had gone ahead and investigated your background. Your father and grandfather, both were a regular army man, and you joined the army when you were 16. 3 years of service in the army, and only a short time ago you chose to join the Navy, after which you fought in the Battle of Marineford. The words of the warring nations seemed to be a warning. Warn Luke not to attempt to hide anything from his presence. He could feel out Luke whenever he wanted. Luke looked back at Warlock. What's the problem? Warlord, of course. From what Carp's investigations have told me, you grew up in your hometown and never left there. How the hell did you get your rattling thunder fruit and all that dominance? Luke took a deep drag on his cigarette, not bothering to open his mouth to explain anything to Warlock. Now himself, though he was an admiral in the Navy, but one works directly for him. That's a background that could run roughshod over the Navy. Seeing that Luke had no intention of opening his mouth to explain, Warlord looked off into the distance for a moment before speaking. The Navy, which stands for absolute justice in this world, whatever purpose you were in, and what you talked to Lord M. But if you dare to do something against justice, Warlord said word for word, I will never spare you. Luke mentally spat out, old centerfold. Then he went back to his cabin without a word. Warlord watched his departing back and narrowed his eyes slightly. Luke made him really unreadable. Carp's research can't be wrong. A grandpa and dad are both in the army. Definitely counts as a clean family. But the warring nations don't believe in the bull **** about the son following his father's wishes. Carp's son and grandson illustrate this well. A naval hero who raises the son who becomes the leader of an organization that rebels against the world government, and a grandson who becomes a pirate. So what exactly was Luke's purpose in joining the Navy? Warlord couldn't guess, which kept him on his toes with Luke. Though Luke has never done anything to contradict the Navy so far, but Warlord always felt uneasy. He had a hunch that if someday there was a big problem within the Navy, that's definitely because of Luke. The news of Luke's tenure as Admiral was nowhere near as powerful as the news of Warlord's resignation as Marshal. Inside the conference room, almost all of the admirals from the Navy headquarters were present. Luke rested his legs on the conference room table and crossed his legs. Despite being an admiral, he had just joined the Navy headquarters himself, not familiar with everyone in the Navy headquarters yet, so now they're the ones discussing them. He himself was just relaxing with a cup of tea and a cigarette. At this moment, everyone in the conference room looked at Warlord in shock. Senator Crane's demeanor was considered the most composed of all. She looked at Warlord. So, Marihoa's side has agreed? The look on Warlord's face was one of disinterest. Of course, the papers concerning my resignation as Marshal, and the boy's appointment as Grand Admiral are all here. The group's eyes briefly skimmed over Luke, who was smoking a cigarette with a matter-of-fact look on his face. Carp suddenly laughed out loud. Actually, it's good. It'll save a lot of heartache if you don't become a Marshal. Warlord also laughed. manhwa means that the new marshal will be chosen from among the generals. In an instant, all eyes looked at the 4 great generals, including Luke. Luke raised his own hands in a huff. I've just assumed the post of Grand Admiral, and I'm not much interested in Marshal. At those words, everyone locked their eyes on Green Pheasant, Yellow Sorrow and Akainu. Yellow Sorrow also raised his hand in a hurry at that moment. I'm not really interested in being a marshal either. It would be exhausting to be a marshal. Chapter 35, The Marshalship. At this, all eyes went to Green Pheasant and Akainu. 4 generals, 2 of whom have chosen to abstain. Then the marshalship would have to be decided between the duo of Green Pheasant and Akainu. Pheasant stared ahead, little expression on his face. Silence, however, had spoken volumes about his attitude. Akainu, on the other hand, craned her head to look at him, then spoke in a deep voice. Since it's what manhwa wants, let's do it. Luke pressed the cigarette out of his hand into the ashtray. Being a traveler, he certainly knew that this duel, a death match between Green Pheasant and Akainu, saw the two fighting with all their might, causing the landscape of the island to shift. The end result is that Akainu is victorious, while Green Pheasant not only loses, but is left with a leg to pay for it. Akainu clasped both arms to her chest, her eyes not looking at Green Pheasant. Then I'll see you in 3 days on Punch Hazard. Pheasant gave a soft The two then walked out of the conference room. Carp sighed helplessly as he watched the backs of the two departing. It's not going to be a fight to the death over a crappy marshalship, is it? Peach Hair exclaimed as he glanced at Carp. It's not the position of a broken marshal. That represents the highest honor of the Navy. Carp scratched his head and laughed. The marshalship was sort of finalized for the time being, though there were still people looking at Warlord lustfully, but things are clearly settled. Next, there's the matter of Luke's new admiral. There have always been 3 admirals in the Navy. Now it's inevitable that one of Green Pheasant and Akainu will be promoted to marshal, so Luke's addition to the team fills that void. All eyes surveyed Luke. He would have been the youngest of all those present, but no one who fought in the Marineford War would underestimate him. The appearance of that day as if a true god had descended to earth was still fresh in my mind. Marineford is in ruins and has a small part of Luke's credit. Senator Crane's pale face was ancient as she looked at Luke. Speaking of which, we haven't gotten to know anything about this newly appointed Grand Admiral yet. Luke had the good sense to gather his legs and get up from his chair. Tugging at the cloak behind him, he spoke with a slight yawn. My name is Luke. I'm 19 years old, and I was formerly a Navy branch private. T. Dolphin looked at Luke's slightly boyish face as a replacement for the Grand Admiral, but he had been preceded to the Grand Admiral's position by an airborne brat. It would be an absolute lie to say that there were no disconcerting thoughts, especially knowing that the brat was only 19 years old and had only been a private in a branch before. Even though how strong his battle prowess is, it's too haphazard to be promoted directly from a second-class soldier to a great general. T. Dolphin muttered silently. On the other hand, Peach Hair, who was also a reserve general, had a pair of beautiful eyes that were constantly sizing up Luke at that moment. She had previously learned from Cap's lips that Luke's origins were as an army man, and both my father and grandfather were from the army. A 19-year-old brat with such strong battle power. It's really intriguing, Peach Rabbit said in his mind. Luke introduced himself and sat down. The crowd had nothing to ask. After all, the horror of Luke's strength was evident to everyone on the battlefield of Malinvado. With that kind of strength, there was no excuse for taking the position of admiral. Despite his young age, Luke sat back in his chair quietly, eager to do what he wanted to do now, which was to get busy with these trivial matters. Grab the time to use the fruit of the hour to travel to the day of Roger's execution. But just then, Warlord suddenly spoke up. In 3 days, you're going to Punkhasset Island as well, and I want you to stop them both before they make a scene. Luke pointed to himself. Me? Warlord nodded. Luke's mind wasn't even here right now, and he was subconsciously about to refuse the mission arranged by the Warlord. Marshal, I've just taken office and I have a lot of things to do. Not too familiar with all aspects of the Navy. Why don't you let Yellow 8 go? Before Luke could finish his words, Warlord spoke up with a sullen face. I've resigned, but I haven't officially stepped down as Marshal. I'm ordering you now. Didn't anyone teach you when you were in the army before, or in the branch, that the nature of a soldier is to obey? Luke was about to speak up when Peach Rabbit, who was on the sidelines, took the lead. Marshal, Grand Admiral Luke has just taken up his post. Would it not be more appropriate for young Cap to go to such a thing? Warlord looked at her and grunted. Are you helping him disobey a military order? Seeing that Warlord seemed to be genuinely angered, Mama Hair only muttered a few words even though his face was disgruntled. Luke looked to Peach Hair, who had helped him out. Honestly, when he first read the original, don't remember much about this character who came along late in the game. All that's known is that she's an admiral's replacement in the Navy, and she seems to be pretty strong too. Now that he had seen her in person, Luke had to sigh a little. These legs are literally longer than my life. Letting out a long sigh, Luke knew in his heart that this was the warlord's way of trying to give him a piece of his mind. But no harm done. Now that it's free, there's no hurry about using the fruit of the hour to cross over. The duel between Akainu and Green Pheasant is considered a famous scene among pirates. It wouldn't hurt to check it out. So Luke spoke up. Okay then, I'll be there. Warlord thought for a moment, and seemed to think that Luke wasn't very comfortable if he went alone. God knows if he'll sneak something bad behind his back. So the warring nations again a finger to the Crane Senator. Lieutenant General Crane, you go with him. Crane had a kind smile on her face. She had little animosity toward Luke. It should be noted that most people in the entire Navy headquarters have little animosity towards Luke, except for the warlord, T. Dolphin. Despite some resentment, Manhwa's posting papers are down, and there's really no doubt about Luke's strength, so at best it's a few complaints. Lieutenant General Crane spoke slowly. I'm getting old, you've resigned, and I'm afraid I'm about to, so I'll stay out of this kind of thing as an old man. Let the Peach Bunny go. After a brief moment of thought, Warlord nodded. Then it's just you two. Go in 3 days. Luke shrugged in agreement. Once everything was organized, the meeting was closed. Marineford was destroyed, and now the naval headquarters needs to be relocated. The entire Navy headquarters, with the exception of Luke, the newly appointed admiral, are all busy. Luke was happy to be free, have been recuperating at ease. After all, there had been several previous battles, both in Marineford and at the gates of the City of Advancement. His own body was left wounded, not to mention the fact that he had been imprisoned in the City of Propulsion for so long behind him, with a wound in his collarbone where a seacock had passed through. Unconsciously 3 days passed. Early in the morning, Luke took the warship that Peach Bunny had arranged and headed toward Punch Hazard Island. By the time he reached his destination, Luke could see it from a distance. Akainu and Green Pheasant were already standing on the island. The sky was windy, the sea breeze blew through, and the cloak behind the two people on the island rattled. Peach Hare and Luke stood on the bow of the warship, watching the duo on the island. The two great generals were fighting, and it was obviously a bit difficult for Mama Hare, a reserve general, to try and stop the duo as they fought for their lives. At that point, it was all about Luke. Peach Hare looked at Luke beside him, thinking darkly, I'm afraid my own mission for this visit is to spy on him. Chapter 36 Akainu vs. Akainu. The Akainu duo didn't have much to say about the arrival of the warships on the sea. Luke knew the battle wouldn't be over anytime soon, so he simply had his subordinates set up a square table and iron skillet on the bow of the ship. Fresh meat ingredients are served. Luke sat on the bow of the boat and actually ate fondue. Across the room, Peach Hare looked over at the relaxed Luke. After all, the other man had just taken office a short time ago, and Peach Hare wasn't sure what the young, new Grand Admiral's personality really was. Seeing the way he looked at that moment, his mind had already equated him with Carp. Seems to be a slacker too, Peach Hare thought silently. Rumble. A loud clanging noise came from the island and Luke, who had just taken a bite of fish, looked up. Only half of the island was seen to be engulfed in crimson magma, and almost simultaneously, Green Pheasant, across from Akainu, opened his hands. Countless blue ice crystals wrapped the other half of the island. Before they could strike, the extreme cold and blazing heat collided. Let there be a muffled sound faintly heard in the air. This vast array of battle caused Peach Rabbit's pretty face to show a shocked expression. As a reserve Grand Admiral, she is not as strong as the Grand Admiral. Such a scene would naturally shock her. Luke just glanced up and looked down to continue eating his fondue. After swallowing a mouthful of meat, he spoke to Mama Hare, who was standing at the bow of the ship looking out over the battlefield. Dare to keep an eye on them at all times. This battle won't end easily, Peach Bunny asked, looking back at Luke with a frown. Are you saying that this battle won't be decided anytime soon? Luke nodded. Of course, it could take days to finish. Peach Bunny bit her lip. Luke's strength she recognized. Since he said so, it shouldn't be wrong. So Peach Bunny sat down across from Luke and crossed her legs naturally. Despite sitting down, Peach Bunny looked up in the direction of the island from time to time. Green Pheasant and Akainu had begun to exchange blows. The collision of magma and ice was destructive. The warship underneath the duo was shuddering from the waves. Luke still had his head buried in his fondue, glancing up at Peach Bunny from time to time. The legs are really long and the neckline is really low. After a long time, Luke was sort of full. After wiping his mouth he lit a cigarette and looked up at the battlefield. The battle between the two Akumas has reached a fever pitch. Every strike the two made was at full strength. Luke sighed silently. It seems both men have a great obsession with the marshalship. After watching the two trade blows for a while, Luke just didn't see the point. It's kind of a famous scene in Pirates, but two people of equal strength fighting each other. Aside from the splendid collision of skills, it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand for a while. Besides, Luke, who had read the original, knew that the winner would come on the 10th day. So, for the most part, Luke's attention was on Peach Hare compared to the battle on the island. I don't know if it's that old thief Onoda's special hobby, but the whole pirate world, with the exception of a few individual Lolitas, there isn't a single flat-chested character at all. After a little while longer, Luke decided it was just a bit tedious, so then he stood up and stretched. I'm going in to rest for a while, just call out to me if anything changes. Peach Rabbit, still nervously following the situation on the battlefield, simply nodded at Luke's words. Luke turned and went inside the warship. The aftermath of the battle caused the warship to shudder uncontrollably, and Luke, who was lying down, was not able to sleep peacefully at all. In the end, there was no choice but to order his subordinates to move the warship backward. Despite Peach Hare's expressed displeasure at this, but Luke swore that he would absolutely step in and stop the two men before they put up a fight, so Peach Hare had to stop. After being far away from the battlefield, Luke was finally able to sleep soundly. Luke, lying down again, was just about to close his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar mechanical synthesized tone sounded in his head. A new mission has been released. Please host set up your own pirate group, and upon completion of the mission, you will receive a reward. Listening to the voice that suddenly appeared in his head, Luke almost jumped right out of bed. This system is psychotic, isn't it? His own first mission, to join the Navy, and his second, to hit the ground running in the topsy-turvy war. The first two missions seem to be making Luke choose to side with the Navy, but now the third mission is directly asking Luke to start his own pirate group. There's no mistaking it, he's just become an admiral in the Navy himself. There were only two choices that him had given himself in the first place, either serve or be obliterated. Himself if he defected from the Navy and became a pirate, will definitely find himself in trouble. Right now, he didn't have what it took to fight against him. Frowning in thought for a long moment, Luke let out a long breath. Anyway, the system didn't require when to complete the task, so one could take their time to plan everything, or wait until we get Roger's light cluster and then think long and hard. So for the next few days, Luke put the mission aside for now. Every day is nothing but sleeping and eating hot pot. Otherwise, he was sitting on the bow of the boat with Peach Hare, watching the battle in the distance. The explosions on the island never stopped roaring. Finally, on the 10th day, Luke gives the order to bring the warship closer to the island. Mama Hare had been following the battle between Akainu and Green Pheasant for the past few days. At this moment, seeing Luke finally approaching the island, he immediately asked, "Is the battle going to end?" Luke leaned on the railing and squinted at the island, nodding slightly. Mama Hare followed his gaze in the same way, and in her field of vision, nothing seemed to have changed in the battle between the two Akainu. There were still countless magma and ice clashing, and loud noises were constantly coming from them. The warship kept getting closer, and Luke held his hands on the railing, thinking silently inwardly, might as well save Green Pheasant's leg, that way he'll owe him a favor. It might come in handy in the future. In the original, Green Pheasant chose to leave the Navy after this defeat, eventually joining Blackbeard's pirate crew. Since the system was now giving himself the task of starting a pirate group of his own, that Green Pheasant, definitely a good crew choice. With this in mind, Luke silently paid attention to the situation on the battlefield. After 10 consecutive days and nights of endless fighting, both Akainu and Green Pheasant were clearly exhausted. The landscape of the island had completely changed because of the battle between the two. Half of it was azure, bitterly cold ice, and half was dark red, blazing magma. It was until noontime. On the battlefield, there was finally a change. In view, Akainu's entire body transformed into a lava giant, her right fist raised high. At the same time an angry roar came. Now, decide the winner. Along with the roar, the sea on the Akainu side of the island showed signs of boiling. Stygian dog. Akainu let out a roar as her magma fist slammed hard towards Green Pheasant. As for Green Pheasant, the last of his vitality erupted violently within his tired eyes. Ice wrapped around his left leg, magma and ice, going for a final collision. It's now, Luke said in his mind. Spinning around, one raised his right hand and a bolt of lightning sliced through the air, running towards the two men on the battlefield. Rumble. The huge collision caused the entire island to tremble violently. It was as if they were going to dismember and sink to the bottom of the ocean the next second. Peach Bunny, standing next to Luke, covered her mouth nervously. After the loud noise, the heavens and earth were quiet. On the island, the figures of Green Pheasant and Akainu stood opposite each other. A sea breeze blew through. Snap. Green Pheasant's body went limp and his entire body slumped to the ground. Peach Bunny called out, "Split the difference." Panting, Akainu looked back in the direction of the warship, eyes locked with Luke's. Of course he sensed that Luke had just struck out. Otherwise with his own punch, Green Pheasant would definitely be more than just unconscious. Luke shrugged slightly. "I was ordered by Marshal Warlord not to let either of you two appear to be in fear of your lives." Akainu grunted softly and didn't say anything, taking a step towards the warship. He won. The Marshal's position. It's his. Chapter 37, Settling the Dust. Akainu's movements to board the warship looked labored. Once he finally climbed up, He lay down on the deck breathing heavily. Luke looked at the unconscious green pheasant on the island and thought for a moment before speaking to his subordinates behind him. "Bring me some food and water." The subordinates led the way, and soon brought large quantities of food and water. Luke shouldered the huge package with food and water and jumped to the island in one leap. Taking a few steps to the green pheasant, Luke placed food and water beside him. Green pheasant's chest rose and fell weakly. Luke didn't care if he could hear him, speaking softly to himself in general. "We'll meet again someday." With those words, Luke prepared to walk toward the warship. He had just taken a few steps out when suddenly the hoarse, faint voice of green pheasant came from behind him. "Thanks." Luke's form lurched slightly, and he gave a slight wave with his back to green pheasant. Turning, he headed toward the warship. He knew that he had achieved his goal, whether it was out to save his leg or the food and water left behind. This would mean a lot for starting your own pirate group in the future. Boarding the warship, Luke was in a good mood and shouted orders. "Departure. Return." On the side, Peach Hair was busy, but Admiral Green Pheasant is still there. Luke grinned and gave her a smirk. Everyone has their own choices, so let's not interfere. Peach Hair looked puzzled, wondering what Luke meant. With some concern, he glanced at Green Pheasant, who was lying on the island. The warship slowly started up and left the island of Punkacid. The site of the former naval branch G1 became the site chosen for the new naval headquarters. This is on the backside of Marineford, the entrance to the new world. In a few days, the new naval headquarters was basically in place. Today is one of the more solemn days. Many admirals and officers of the naval branch were present. The huge plaza was filled with Navy men in cloaks of justice. The meeting had not yet officially begun. A group of Navy men standing in the square are talking. Although it has not yet been officially announced, some gossip has long been known. After the Battle of Marineford, the Navy suffered heavy losses at the grassroots level, and now there are changes coming at the top. The thing that surprised everyone the most, naturally, was the fact that Warlord had voluntarily resigned from his position as Marshal, and the two great generals, Akainu and Green Pheasant, fought for 10 consecutive days on Punkacid Island for the position of Marshal. The word has gotten out, too. Just as everyone was talking, high above the square, a tall figure slowly walked out. It's exactly the Warring States. At this time he was still wearing his Marshal's uniform. With the appearance of Warlord, the noisy square suddenly quieted down. Warlord stood on a raised platform with the phone bug in front of him. After looking around below, Warlord took a deep breath and spoke slowly into the phone bug. "I have asked you all to come here today because there are a few things that need to be announced concerning the future of the entire Navy." Everyone stared and held their breath, listening intently. Warlord paused before continuing to speak word for word. "As of today, I am resigning as Marshal." As soon as these words were uttered, they caused quite a commotion in the square. After all, it was all gossip before, and now it's getting an official announcement. Most of them had a look of shock on their faces. It took a while before Warlord blurted out into the phone bug, "Quiet." The scene quieted down then. Warlord continued, "Let me make the second announcement. As of today, the position of Marshal of the Navy headquarters will be held by one of the original 3 admirals of the Navy, Admiral Akainu." At these words, there was silence, and the figure of Akainu had appeared on top of the high platform. After a few days of recuperation, his body has recovered. Standing on top of the high platform at this moment, a powerful majesty naturally radiated out. Akainu assuming the position of Marshal was shocking though, but no one had any complaints. After all, Akainu's usual style of doing things always carried a flavor of ruthlessness, carrying out absolute justice with thunder and lightning. That's Akainu's style, and with Akainu's seniority in the Navy, serving as an admiral would be perfectly adequate. Warlord coughed lightly and then spoke. "Next, I announced the third thing." Everyone looked sideways, waiting for what was to come. Warlord continued. "Luke, formerly Private Second Class in the Naval Branch, is hereby appointed Grand Admiral of Naval Headquarters." When these words came out, the scene was first dead silent. A few seconds later, it was like a drop of water sliding down a frying pan, causing a furor in the square. A private serving directly as a major general? Did I hear you wrong? How many people can't finish the road in a lifetime? And he did it in one step. Speaking of which, who the hell is this Luke? How come I've never heard of him? Yes, it should be a very powerful character to serve as a great general. Why has no one ever heard of him? While everyone was wondering and talking, Luke, wearing the cloak of a great general, appeared on the high platform with his hands in his pockets. As his figure appeared, it was as if the originally noisy square was suddenly strangled. Many people stared at Luke's figure on the high platform with wide eyes. Countless people opened their mouths wide as if they had seen a ghost. "It's him! It's the one from the battlefield of Marineford. I can't believe it's him." A few shrieks came from the crowd. Many of those who fought in the Battle of Marineford that day are standing in the square today. They looked at Luke's figure, and the scenes of the horrors of Marineford seemed to resurface before their eyes. The shock brought to them by that thunder and lightning figure that destroyed the sky and the earth was as if it had reappeared. No one will ever forget that day. A solo battle against the 4 Emperor Redhead and Blackbeard Tiki, one of the 7 musketeers. It ended up being more of a scene where it took almost all of the Navy's top combatants to subdue him. More than that, it made countless people swallow hard just thinking about it. This horrible guy has become an admiral of the Navy? Didn't they say he was imprisoned on the 6th level of the propulsion city? Someone asked in a trembling voice. No one answered his question. No one knows why this horrible guy suddenly transformed into an admiral of the Navy. But soon there was a sense of celebration. Wouldn't it be the best outcome for a guy like that to become an admiral in the Navy? If he became the antithesis of the Navy, he would undoubtedly be in existence no less than the 4 emperors. Such a terrifying opponent would only cause everyone to feel despair. After the 3 important announcements, the meeting continued as scheduled, but most of the people's eyes would steal a glance at Luke's figure. Those people's gazes were tinged with a little bit of anticipation and a little bit of fear. It went on for 2 hours and the meeting was finally over. Luke, sitting on the raised platform, had gotten impatient a long time ago. The ashtray in front of him was full of cigarette butts. The meeting finally ended and Luke immediately got up and was about to leave. He had important things to do. Now all the trivial things should be over. According to the original storyline, 2 years after the end of the Top War, it's almost like a time period where nothing much happens. Himself. It was time to utilize the fruit of the hour to meet Roger as soon as possible. Chapter 38 Crossing the Sea Circle Calendar 1498. Having just taken office, Akainu has a lot to deal with. In front of the desk, there were many papers and documents, and Warlord, who had resigned his position as marshal, was standing by with a gloating look on his face. A few reminders will be voiced for things Akainu doesn't know. Akainu was distracted by the pile of paperwork. Just then, suddenly there was a knock on the office door. Come in. Placing the cigar in his mouth in the ashtray, the door to the office, a school officer walked in. Akainu frowned. What is it? The school official was obviously a little nervous about facing the newly appointed Akainu. Twisting his head, he glanced at the former admiral of the Navy. Warlord. The school official placed a piece of paper in his hand on Akainu's desk. Marshal, Grand Admiral Luke just asked me to give you this letter. He said he might disappear for a while. Akainu frowned and picked up the paper from the table. It turned out to be a leave of absence note. It's the kind of thing that rarely comes up in the Navy. What's up with this brat? It's a busy time of year, and he's going to disappear for a while. The school official scowled and didn't say anything. He too had just suddenly been yanked by Luke outside. Then he was asked to deliver this letter to Akainu. Before Akainu could then speak, the warlord on the side suddenly looked at the school official with a serious face and asked. He didn't say where he was going? The school official revealed a thoughtful look and spoke. Grand Admiral Luke only said he had something important to do, not where he was going. Warlord frowned. Akainu waved a hand. I know. Go about your business. When the school official left, Warlord's brows were still twisted together tightly. Akainu asked, twisting her head as she sensed something strange. What's wrong? Warlord shook his head slightly. I always felt that what that brat was going to do wasn't going to be good. Akainu, you mean Luke? Warlord nodded. You should have someone look into it. What the hell he did to get there. Akainu didn't quite understand why the warlord seemed to be so wary and skeptical about Luke's attitude all the time. In his opinion, Luke had such a perverted strength at his age. It's natural to have some secrets on your body, but who can live without a little secret in their body? Wouldn't it be a bit of a fuss? After all, everyone's pretty busy right now. Sengoku wanted to say something else, but suddenly realized that he was no longer the Grand Marshal of the Navy now, so there was a soft grunt. Of course, you're the supreme leader of the Navy now, and you need to make the call on everything. I'm just proposing, by the way, to remind you that that kid is definitely not a peaceful guy. Akainu let out a long breath, and after a moment, she picked up the phone bug on her desk. Gion, you come to my office. On the ocean, a small boat without any flag floated. Luke is sitting in the cabin. System. Calling out softly in his head, the system responded with only a ding. Luke gulped. I want to replace the devil fruit. Ding. It has been detected that the host currently possesses only one devil fruit, the Toki fruit. Do you replace the rattling thunder fruit with the Toki fruit? The degree of development may be retained. Luke took a deep breath. Okay. Ding. The rattling thunder fruit has been replaced by the fruit of the hour, and it will take 10 days before the fruit can be replaced again. Hearing the system's voice, Luke's eyebrows jumped. Tentatively, he asked, 10 days before I can do the fruit replacement again? Are you saying that in 10 days I will be able to change the rattling thunder fruit back again? Ding. Of course you can. As long as the host owns a devil fruit, it can be replaced every 10 days, and the level of development is always retained. Luke was stunned, then delighted. It's not the same as being able to have countless devil fruits yourself. You can replace it every 10 days anyway, and the level of development will remain. Originally, he had made plans to give up the rattling thunder fruit in order to use the Toki fruit to go back in time, but now it seems that he just needs to wait for the end of the crossing before replacing the rattling thunder fruit back. Luke was secretly happy inside. After all, the rattling thunder fruit was a fruit that was extremely powerful in both group destructive power and single killing power. With the fruit replacement, Luke's feeling of being able to manipulate lightning with impunity slowly faded. The system's voice came from inside his head. Ding! Top level of Fruit of Time development, with 3 chances to travel through the past. However, after traveling through the past, you must not influence the direction of history, or you will be erased by the rules for causing time disruption. For the sake of the host, the system reminds that after crossing over, try to hide your identity as much as possible to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Listening to the system's reminder, Luke sucked in his breath. Can't influence the course of history? That means what has already happened cannot be interfered with to change it, or be obliterated by the rules. But it's true when you think about it. After all, if you can travel back in time to change history with reckless abandon, the entire timeline would be messed up a bit, and one small act on your part would cause a huge butterfly effect. For example, one could just travel to the very early past and just get I'm dead while he was still young. That way his current self would not be threatened by him. Shaking his head, Luke thought no more about it. Anyway, one's purpose of going back was only to get the light clusters of those already dead powerhouses, nor does it need to change the course of history. Taking a deep breath, Luke held out his hands. With a flick towards the front, the space around them twisted. A dark hole appeared in front of Luke. This is the ability of the Fruit of the Hour. Looking at the time portal in front of him that looked like a black hole, Luke chanted. Roger was executed in the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar. The exact day is unknown. Then travel to the first day of that year. Chanting, Luke lifted his foot into the time portal. A sensation of heavenly spinning instantly wrapped around him. After a long time had passed, Luke opened his eyes again, found himself on top of an island. Did that work? Luke chanted, glancing around toward the island. The island wasn't too big, with dense jungle growing around it, and a few large trees growing in the center of the island. The locations that appear after the Tokiwa travels through time seem to be randomized. One doesn't know exactly what day Roger was executed, so one has to get to Logtown as soon as possible now. In case you missed Roger's execution, it would be a wasted crossing. Surrounded by seawater, Luke didn't really know where he was. As a fruit ability person, touching seawater was a big no-no. Even if he could touch saltwater, Luke couldn't find his way by swimming. So the first order of business is to find a way to build a boat and get off this island. Scanning his eyes, Luke quickly locked onto the towering trees in the center of the island. Despite the loss of the rattling thunder fruit, it was good to see that Luke still had over $1 million of power in his possession. A few kicks snapped off the skyscraping tree. Luke begins to build a small boat. A sturdy boat is a must if you want to sail the seas. In case something goes wrong with the ship during the voyage, being a fruit ability, there's nothing left but death. Unfortunately, Luke has little experience in shipbuilding. After a few days of delay and a few failures, something that could barely be called a ship appeared in front of him. There was no way around it. Luke just couldn't waste any more time. He needed to get to Roguetown as soon as possible and must not miss Roger's execution. So Luke got on this humble boat with a few coconuts he had picked up on the island. There were a couple other small hunts that came along for the ride. The sea of the pirate world is just too big. After drifting at sea for days on end, not only did he not see a single piece of land, not even one other ship in sight, Luke was inwardly incredibly anxious to miss Roger's execution. Finally, just as he was on the verge of despair, a piece of land finally appeared in front of him. Looking at the land in the distance, Luke burst into tears of excitement. Controlling the small boat, he quickly approached towards there. Upon ascending to land, Luke realizes that this is not too big of a town. Anyway, finally on land, the first thing Luke did was buy a newspaper. A quick glance through the paper showed no mention of Roger's arrest. Just in case, Luke still asked to the owner of the newspaper seller, "Haven't there been any news about the Navy or the pirates lately?" The owner, who was sipping tea, looked lazily at Luke. "Isn't it the pirates and the Navy that are reported in the newspapers every day?" Luke asked tentatively. "Roger, the king of thieves, has not been arrested, has he?" The boss put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the young man in front of him like a psychopath. "What nonsense are you talking about? If the king of pirates Roger is arrested, then the headlines of the newspaper will surely carry this explosive news continuously." At that Luke was always relieved. It seems he didn't miss much. Roger hasn't been arrested yet, so head to Logtown yourself. There's still plenty of time. Chapter 39, Meeting Roger. At this point Luke was covered in a black hoodie. The system had warned that as a traveler, if he changed any history, then it will be obliterated by the rules. Just in case, Luke simply hid his He was traveling on a fishing boat that would be passing through a city that was relatively close to Rogue Town. The ship had been on the ocean for several days. In the pirate world, the sea is definitely an extremely dangerous place. It was only a fishing boat, but it was equipped with several so-called escorts. The men had weapons in their hands, and all they had to do on a daily basis was stand on plywood and constantly patrol. But whenever a pirate ship or a suspicious vessel is spotted in the distance, the captain is immediately alerted to avoid it. Ordinary people, trying to make a living in this crisis-ridden world is indeed difficult. The captain has said the most words in the last few days, just complaining about the damn pirates. After a few more days, the fishing boat finally docked. This is the last resupply of supplies for the fishing boats, and next, they head to their destination to start fishing. Luke disembarked from the ship, which was only 2 days away from Rogue Town, found a random place to eat, half a day's poking around the towns, but for the rest of the journey, it was impossible to find a ship that was on the way. So Luke had to hire a small boat at his own expense, which wasn't too far anyway with only 2 days left to travel. 2 days later, the town of Logan finally appeared before Luke. This is where Roger was born and where Roger died. The man who spent his life sailing the seas ultimately chose to be executed in the place of his birth. It's kind of like going back to your roots. Finding a random hotel in the town, Luke stayed for the time being. Next, just be quiet and wait. As the days went by, Luke spent his days wandering around the town, though every effort had been made not to draw attention to it. Still, a number of people knew that there was an extra youth wandering around the town. Unconsciously a few months passed. It was noon again, and Luke made his usual visit to the tavern where he often dined, ordered a rum punch with a side of seafood fried rice. Sitting quietly at the bar, he waited. Just then, suddenly a tall figure wearing a hat sat down beside him, a glass of rum and a seafood fried rice. The tall figure said to the waitress inside the bar. As the tall figure sat down, Luke wrinkled his nose slightly. A sour smell of not having bathed in days came from the figure's body. Luke picked up his own glass and moved it toward the side. The figure looked up at Luke slightly. "Kid, are you disgusted with me?" The man spoke in a loud voice, as rude and casual as possible. Luke, being a traveler, didn't want to mess with anything, so he kept his head down and didn't say anything. The figure didn't care at all and laughed a few times to himself. A loud laugh shook Luke's ears. A seafood fried rice was served and all Luke wanted to do was hurry up and eat and leave. But that tall figure on the side, it was as if he was deliberately looking for a fight. He moved toward Luke with his glass. "Kid, can I have that fried rice?" Luke, who had his head down and was just about to eat, took a deep breath at the sound. Inwardly, you keep reassuring yourself, you're a traveler, you mustn't get into trouble, you mustn't get into trouble, or you'll be wiped out by the rules. After a long adjustment, Luke looked up with what he thought was a placid smile, pushing the seafood fried rice in front of him. "Of course, take your time." After saying that, Luke picked up his wineglass and drank the contents in one gulp. For this meal, he was going to eat somewhere else. Finishing his drink, Luke got up and was about to leave the tavern. The tall figure seemed to feel that he had gone a bit too far when he saw that Luke was leaving. A few more loud laughs. "Kid, I'm not trying to bully you, it's just that I'm afraid of my time." The tall figure's voice suddenly took on a bit of despondency. "It's just that I'm afraid I'm running out of time. The seafood fried rice here, I loved it when I was a kid, and I'd be sorry if I couldn't have it at the end of the day." Luke didn't have any interest in being nosy in the face of the tall figure's obviously storytelling words. Pulling the hood of his hoodie up over his head, he heads off. "Then it's good to eat." With that said, he was ready to head towards the door of the tavern. Just as Luke was approaching the doorway, the powerful seeing colors suddenly caught a hint of crisis. The next second, there was a loud bang from the door of the tavern. A shell smashed through the door and came towards the tavern. Luke was standing in the doorway position and couldn't even think about it, subconsciously about to strike. But a figure, however, stepped in front of him first. The figure held a long sword in his hand. The long sword swung through, and the black projectile directly split in two, and the shock carried by the shell lifted the man's hat. Snap! Sheathing his long sword, the tall figure blocking Luke's path turned back toward Luke with a smirk. "Kid, thanks for the fried rice." Luke looked at the figure's face, his face frozen. The Roger he had been waiting for had appeared so suddenly. Outside the tavern, Carp's much younger voice came. "Roger, you've been surrounded. Come out and surrender." Roger, who was in Luke's way, let out his signature laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, didn't you get my message to come to Logtown? I was supposed to turn myself in." Carp's voice came next. "Come on out then," Roger exclaimed. "What a party pooper. Couldn't you wait until I finished my last fried rice?" Outside, Carp grunted softly. The next moment, a huge cannonball smashed in from outside the tavern again. There was no sound of a shell being fired. Apparently it was thrown in by hand by Carp. It's very much in keeping with his style. The long sword in Roger's hand was once again sheathed, and the shells were easily shot down. yet shell after shell kept coming from outside the tavern. Roger turned back to Luke with a big apologetic grin as he batted down the shells with his longsword. Ha 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 ha, kiddo, I'm so sorry, it seems to implicate you. Luke had no choice but to keep pulling the hood of his hoodie down. If one is caught up in this, one is unaware of some of one's small behaviors. Will it change the course of history? If it will, that's bad. Looking around, the tavern had no back door at all, apart from the big door in front of you. It's the window next to it. Gritting his teeth, his only option now seemed to be to escape through the window, so he took a few steps to the window and reached for it, ready to open it. Roger saw his movement and immediately warned, Carp says we're surrounded, and it must be all Navy out there. If you try to escape in a hurry, you'll get hurt. Luke mentally cursed, who the is we with you? It's only you that Carp wants to arrest. I'm totally the innocent who got dragged into this. Chapter 40 Arrest. Luke didn't bother with Roger and pushed the window open on his own. Outside, sure enough, it was already crowded with the Navy. Countless blackened muzzles were pointed at every corner of the tavern. The window was seen to be pushed open and shots were fired. A bullet came hurtling toward Luke. Helpless, Luke could only reach out and deflect the bullet. To the side, Roger's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Luke's movements. Looks like my hunch was right. It really isn't an ordinary guy. Deflecting the bullet, Luke looked around and realized that the owner and waiter at the bar were all crouching with their heads in their hands. How about disguising yourself as a civilian and hiding? Just as Luke was thinking, outside the cantina, Cap's voice came again. Taste the awesome guys. As soon as the words left his mouth, a huge impact came from outside the tavern. Boom! After a loud bang, the entire tavern was instantly leveled. At the critical moment Luke could only protect himself with the Overlord color. In the smoke, only Roger and Luke remained standing in the entire cantina. The young Carp outside, whose hair hadn't turned completely gray at this point, standing tall, he wore a black suit. When he saw that there were actually two figures in the ruins, he was obviously a bit surprised as well. Upon noticing the overbearing aura that was still leaking out of Luke's body despite his best efforts to suppress it, Carp said in a skeptical voice, who is this guy? Roger waved his hand and patted the dust off his body. You guys, didn't I tell you I was turning myself in? Why involve so many more innocent people? Carp looked at Luke and then at Roger. Turn yourself in? Do you need to turn yourself in with such a helper? Roger laughed out loud. You mean that brat? He's the one who's not my helper. Carp grunted lightly. Who's going to believe your bull asterisk 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 asterisk? This guy who's obviously not simple either. Can't have just appeared out of thin air. On the sidelines Luke gritted his teeth, knowing that today was hardly going to pass easily. He himself had drawn the attention of Roger and Carp and was implicated in the matter. Gritting his teeth, Luke suddenly transformed his body into a residual shadow and rushed towards the outside of the encirclement. Carp grunted lightly. Today, I won't let anyone get away. After saying that, Cap's figure also transformed into a residual shadow and blocked in the direction of Luke's escape. The two figures collided. Instantly they all took a few steps back. Luke covered his slightly numb fist and muttered darkly. Compare that to Cap from the Top War, who was now at the peak of his power. Obviously much tougher. It might not be hard to get out of it, but the longer it was entangled, the more unnecessary trouble it would cause. This is not the result one wants. And Carp, who had taken a few steps back, rubbed his wrist, the shock within his eyes unconcealed. This mysterious guy who suddenly appeared is so strong? The strength was not below himself at all. It was just that against Roger, one didn't even have much of a sure grasp of the situation. Now with the addition of this difficult guy, there would be no chance of winning at all. Roger claims he's turning himself in, but with such a great guy at his side, does this look like you want to turn yourself in? Inside Carp's head, he kept thinking of coping options. And Roger, looking at Luke again, was filled with amazed surprise. He could see that Luke might not be too strong, but he didn't expect it to be as uncommon as this. To be able to throw a punch against Carp and not be on par with him, such strength would never be that of a nobody. Luke, at this point, reached up and tugged on his hat. Make sure your face is not seen by anyone. Taking a deep breath, he said mentally, it's got to be one strike away, in order to travel back in time. So Luke never switched back to the rattling thunderfruit. Now the battle power is more or less discounted. Taking a deep breath, Luke's figure once again turned into a residual shadow and rushed towards the outside of the encirclement. Carp gritted his teeth and his figure instantly blocked again. The loud sounds of fists clashing kept coming, and in an instant, the two of them exchanged more than a dozen punches. As he kept exchanging blows, Carp's mind became less and less able to calm down. This mysterious fellow's strength completely exceeded his expectations. And Roger, who was watching the battle below, had his eyes narrowed slightly. Who the hell is such a strong guy? In the air, Luke, who had exchanged a few blows, suddenly let out a low roar. Hegemony! Instantly, a terrifying aura emanated from Luke's body. The energy carried in his fist caused the surrounding navy to stand unsteadily. Bang! The loud sound of fists colliding came as Carp's form stomped back several steps, and Luke saw the moment and his figure quickly fled towards the outside of the encirclement. A few of the faster reacting navy men immediately pulled the trigger on his back, but with the protection of a powerful overlord, it didn't pose any threat to Luke at all. At that moment, Carp suddenly spoke up. Stop! All naval forces ceased firing. Carp, who had taken a Baja nation, had his head much clearer. This mysterious and powerful figure did seem to be not in league with Roger. His purpose was only to escape, otherwise with his strength, if he teamed up with Roger, the Navy's plan for today will surely fail. Looking at the escaping Luke, Roger's eyes showed extreme interest. If I had more time, a guy like that would be on my crew. Carp turned back to Roger. Unfortunately, that guy is not part of your crew and isn't going to help you. Roger spread his hands indifferently, then threw the longsword in his hand to the ground. I told you, I'm turning myself in. Bang! The longsword fell to the ground. Roger even raised his hands. Carp's brow furrowed deeply, and the navy around him looked on in disbelief. The muzzle of the gun in his hand, however, remained locked onto Roger's figure. That was the man who had no rivals across the entire ocean and was known as the Pirate King. Who could believe that he would tie his hands so easily? For a moment, Roger, with his hands held high, and the navy, who were standing by, formed a confrontational scene. After a moment of stalemate, Roger laughed out loud. What? No one's coming to get me from the capital? The group of people were deeply shocked by his powerful aura, and no one dared to make a move at all. Even though he no longer had a weapon in his hand, even though his hands were raised high in the air, Carp grunted softly and reached out to take a pair of special shackles from a subordinate's hand. Step by step, he approached towards Roger. He still couldn't believe that the pirate, who was recognized as the most powerful in the world, could turn himself in so easily. This is a big joke. Carp approached step by step, always on high alert, but until he reached Roger's side, Roger still held his hands high without a hint of resistance, even offered to give his hands to Carp. Snap! Special shackles were placed on Roger's hands, and Carp remained incredulous. The most powerful pirate in the world, captured so easily? Looking at the controlled Roger, Carp frowned. What the hell are you playing at? Roger let out a harsh laugh, not answering Carp's question. Chapter 41, Luke's hometown. Inside the city of Pangaea in the Holy Land of Manhwa, one of the 5 Elder Stars, Peter Saint, stepped out of the Great Hall. The remaining 4 were waiting outside. Seeing Peter Saint come out, Saturn Satan Saint opened his mouth and asked, "What is it?" Pit St's face was serious. "It's about that kid." Satan St. "That kid? Didn't he just go to the Navy as an admiral?" Pit St. shook his head. "No, Lordum told us to go forward and find him. The boy may have escaped." Mercury Wachuli clasped his hands to his chest. "Escaped? What an ungrateful brat. How can someone who is being watched by Lord Emu escape?" Pit St. shook his head slightly. "Anyway, need to find that kid now." When he finished speaking, his gaze went to Satan Saint. "It's up to you and I to go forward and get the boy back." The Satan Saint looked slightly stunned. "2 of us to catch that kid? It's a bit too much to look down on him." Peter St. "This is what Lord M means." Hearing that it was Lord M's name, Sartan Saint couldn't say anything else, although he still felt that 2 people going to capture Luke was a bit too much of a fuss. Lord M's orders are not to be disobeyed. Several people's faces were a bit puzzled, obviously not understanding why Lord M was so attached to that boy. If it's something to worry about, just go out and obliterate it. Why even go through the trouble of making him an admiral? Naval Headquarters. Mama Hare didn't realize that the first task that Marshal Akainu handed to him when he took office was for him to investigate and track down Admiral Luke of Naval Headquarters. One of our own investigating one of our own? Peach Bunny was slightly critical of the mission, but it was an order after all. After some poking around, she learns that Luke was last seen at Navy Headquarters a day ago. He was seen alone, leaving in a small boat. As for where it went, no one knows. The only clue was the small boat he had left in. But trying to find a small boat on the ocean is like looking for a needle in a haystack. So the first place Peach Bunny chose to go was Luke's old neighborhood. It's a small town called Igri, and the town doesn't have a large population. There was a small army branch stationed here. It says it's an army branch, but there's only a staff of 10 men in it. The top general was an old corporal in his 60s. At the sight of the warship and the peach hair, the 60-year-old corporal who had never left the town of Igri in his life, leading 9 disheveled soldiers, he appeared in the doorway of the branch. In this world, the army is inherently a class below the navy. Not to mention a corporal in the army meeting a reserve admiral in the navy. The old corporal gave a less than standard military salute, trying to sound as grounded as possible. Corporal Dyson, head of the Igri Army Branch, CLT, General Mama Hare. Peach Hare's beautiful eyes swept over the unorthodox force, and she frowned slightly. As far as she knew, Luke had originally been an army man as well. Had he served here? It was unbelievable that he had come from such a place. Adjusting his expression, Peach Hair opened his mouth to ask, "Has Grand Admiral Luke returned recently?" When Luke's name came up along with the position of Grand Admiral, a strange look came over old Dyson's face. Even his voice was more breathy than it had been a moment ago. The one standing in front of him was nothing more than a reserve admiral of the Navy, and in the end, just a lieutenant general. But he, himself, was once Luke's immediate superior. Even though Luke was now an admiral in the Navy, it still didn't change the fact that he had served under him. How could he be cowed in front of a vice admiral when he had led the current admiral? So old Dyson exclaimed, "Reporting to the Lord Lieutenant General, Luke was once a private under my command for 3 years, and served with dedication and without fail in his work. Luke also trains more than anyone else on a daily basis." Seeing that old Dyson was about to pontificate, Peach Hair hurriedly waved his hand. "I was asking you if he's been back lately." Old Dyson coughed lightly. "Reporting to the Lord Lieutenant General." "No." Mama Hair looked at the branch behind a few people and spoke, "Show me in." Her mind was filled with curiosity about Luke's hometown and past. That guy has that kind of strength at such a young age. What was he like in the past? "Yes," old Dyson replied, and with that he led Peach Rabbit into the army branch. The facilities in the branch were as Spartan as those of the old Dyson few. Weapons hung casually on the walls, and the implements of the training ground were worn out, even with rust on some of them. It had obviously not been used for a long time. Such an environment could allow him to awaken a strong hegemonic color hegemony? Peach Bunny clearly didn't believe it. Walking into the conference room, Peach Bunny saw that a few pieces of newspaper cut out of the wall were framed and hanging there. Walking over to the newspaper, it contained the very same report about Luke, the god of thunder, wreaking havoc on the battlefield of Marineford. Next to it, a report on the new admiral of the Navy, Luke, old Dyson explained in an aside, all in honor of Grand Admiral Luke. As he said this, the elder Dyson's tone was tinged with undisguised pride. "When I first read about them in the newspaper, the whole town of Egley thought there must be some mistake. Luke had grown up under their watch, and his old man and grandfather were all dead. They are the people who know Luke best in the world. Everyone couldn't connect the kid who cried when he lost a fight as a child with the man who made a big mess of Marineford and became an admiral. But then when Cap came to investigate Luke's life, all of them realized that it was all true. It's amazing that the kid Egrey walked out on really made such a big deal out there. The day they learned the truth, the town's old friends who had once been Luke's neighbors and partners all swore by it. When Luke was still very young, they could see that the boy was going to do great things in the future." Peach Rabbit wandered around the branch for half a day and found little else. How did this humble environment produce a man as strong as Luke? Maybe the answer wasn't there, and turned to Dyson Sr. "Where is Luke's house? Show me," old Dyson said immediately. "Please come with me." The group walked out of the branch and down the main street of the town for a short time before an ordinary house came into view. Dyson Sr. pointed to the house. "That's it." Peach Bunny looked up and down. It was just an ordinary little house, only one story, with a red roof, and the outside fence was painted a creamy yellow. Suddenly, she saw a sign at the door. It says Home of Grand Admiral Luke. 5,000 berries for one visit. Seeing Peach Hair ogling the sign, old Dyson was busy explaining. Ever since some of the people out there found out about Grand Admiral Luke's life, there have been a lot of people who have come here to find out more about him. The sign was put up to prevent some insignificant person from destroying the place where Luke once lived, but absolutely no one has actually visited. Peach Bunny raised his head once. "Open up and let me in." Chapter 42, Roger's impending execution. The door to the room was opened and Peach Bunny stepped inside. The interior of the house, simple, but not at all cozy. There is nothing extra except some necessary furniture. Walking into the bedroom on the left, it was obvious that this was where Luke used to live. There was nothing more in it than a bed and a desk. Above all the furniture, a thin layer of dust fell. On the desk, there was a picture of what must have been Luke as a child and his old man. Luke's home is just too simple to have anything that can be explored in depth. After surveying the area, Peach Rabbit was ready to turn around and leave. But just as he was about to walk out of the bedroom door, he suddenly saw in his afterglow that the desk in the corner seemed a little different. Taking a few steps over to the desk and reaching out to touch the desktop, Peach Hair was keenly aware of it. This desk has a tabletop that appears to be laminated. Reaching halfway around the room, he finally felt a mechanism on the side of the drawer. Pressing gently, the desktop was surprisingly opened. A dark compartment appeared in front of it, and in the dark compartment, there was only a diary. Reaching for the journal, he flipped it open. Just after reading a few pages, Peach Hair's face suddenly changed dramatically. With that, he slammed the diary shut and was about to leave the place without looking back. Behind him, the older Dyson couldn't help but wonder what was written in that journal that was supposed to be Luke's. It could make this lieutenant general suddenly lose his temper like that. Without looking back, Peach Rabbit walked out of the hut and headed straight for the town beyond. Old Dyson followed hurriedly, and Peach Hare never said another word on the way. All the way to the warship outside the town. Peach Hare was about to board the warship, and as she was about to do so, she suddenly turned back to look at old Dyson with a serious face. Listen, Corporal. Hearing the other man call his rank, the elder Dyson straightened his chest instantly. Yes, Lieutenant General, Peach Hare said in a deep voice. I hope you'll keep what I've come here to do today, including the fact that I took this diary. A secret. That's an order. Old Dyson's face also became extremely serious. Yes, Lieutenant General. Peach Rabbit said no more and turned to walk up to the warship. On the ocean, a warship with the flag of the world government was slowly traveling on the sea. The figures of Sartan St. and Pit St. stood at the bow of the warship. Pit St. frowned and scanned around as Satan St. looked at him. Is this the neighborhood where that kid was last seen? Pietro St. nodded. Of course Sama can do no wrong. The two men stopped speaking, their gazes scanning the surroundings together. It didn't take long to hear Pit St. suddenly speak. Look there. When he opened his mouth, Satan St. saw it. Not far out to sea, a small boat was anchored. The huge warship began to slowly approach towards the small boat. Satan St. moved his wrist slightly. What were Lorden directed to do? Just to capture him? Pietro St. gazed at the small boat. Lorden said it would be best to catch them alive. Satan St. smiled cruelly. That means it's okay to die, right? The warship finally came to a stop close to the small boat, but the brows of the two Peter Saints frowned at the same time, for they all perceived that there was no Luke scent on the boat. The two of them looked at each other and leapt towards the small boat at the same time. The ship was silent. The two walked into the cabin, which was empty and unoccupied, but a Navy admiral's uniform was neatly folded aside. Pit St. reached for his uniform. It's his clothes. Satan Saint's face was puzzled. So where did he go? The boat was surrounded by an endless ocean, and he took off his clothes. Did he jump into the ocean? That's never going to happen. Luke is a fruit ability, is definitely not going to touch the sea water voluntarily. Could it have been picked up? But why take off your clothes? Pit St. suddenly dropped the uniform in his hand and sat down on his knees. He'll be back. At his words Satan Saint quickly realized what he meant. There was stored food and water in the cabin, and the fact that the clothes were still neatly folded all pointed to the fact that Luke would be back. So, they just need to wait here. With this thought, Satan Saint sat down on his knees as well. Log Town. Luke hadn't left his place since that day when he escaped from the cantina. Every day a waiter brought food to his room, along with a copy of the day's newspaper. Luke ate his food and looked at the newspaper. Almost all the headlines in the papers, since Roger's capture, have been about him. Justice will prevail. Gore D. Roger is captured. The world's strongest pirate captured. Pirate King Gold Roger will be publicly executed in Rogue Town. Headline after headline. It's all about Roger. And in the latest papers, it has been announced when Roger is to be executed. 3 days from now, the King of Pirates, Gold Roger, will be publicly executed in Rogue Town. Luke swallowed the food in his mouth. In 3 days, he would have Roger's light cluster for himself. In the past few days, because the news that Roger was going to be executed here had spread, the entire town of Logan had become extremely lively. Countless people flocked to see Roger's execution with their own eyes. The hotels in the town were all full. If Luke hadn't come early, I'm afraid where to live would be a problem right now. Quietly waiting. 3 days passed quickly. Luke woke up early on the third morning. After washing up, the hoodie was pulled over his body. The brim of his hat was pulled low, blocking his face almost completely. Making sure he wouldn't be seen looking, Luke headed out the door. Throughout the town of Logan, the streets were very busy. The crowds filled almost all the streets. I was originally worried that my appearance would attract the attention of others, but after going out, Luke realized that he had been completely overthinking things. There were simply not a few people dressed like themselves in the crowded streets. It seems that a lot of the same people who don't want to be identified have shown up in Logtown, and all of them, moving towards the execution ground. Luke followed the crowd, slowly moving forward. Because of the need to pick up the light mass, Luke had to squeeze forward towards it. It was hard to squeeze to the front, and on the execution platform, there were only a few Navy men standing at this point. It doesn't look like it's time for an execution yet. Countless people were crowding and discussing, and the scene was chaotic. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly two familiar figures appeared on the execution platform. It was Sengoku, but right now, he wasn't the Marshal of the Navy, and was wearing, on his body, the uniform of an admiral, and Carp followed him. Both of their faces were serious, their gazes constantly scanning the crowd at the scene. Everyone knew what Roger's position among the pirates meant. There is no guarantee that all will go well with today's execution. So, the Navy needs to be prepared for any trouble. Chapter 43, Roger's Cluster of Light. After seeing Ace's execution, Luke probably had some idea of the Navy's execution process. The sun climbed up the sea a little bit, and in front of the execution platform, it was already crowded with people. Countless phone bugs are relaying footage of this place from every angle, all over the world. As a Navy representing justice, the execution of the world's #1 sea pirate naturally wants more people to gather around to witness it. It was a way for the Navy to declare victory. Finally, when the sun jumped completely out of sea level, 2 soldiers escorted Roger, who was wearing chains, from the back of the execution platform, out. The crowd, which was still noisy and lively, fell into silence in a flash after Roger appeared. Countless pairs of eyes all looked there. Clank. Roger, in chains, knelt on the execution table. The crowd, which had been silent for a long time, only then had several small voices murmuring, "This is Roger, the world's #1 sea pirate? It doesn't seem to look any different. Do you think he has 3 heads and 6 arms? The man known as the Pirate King is all about to be executed. The Navy is so powerful it's scary. In the future, there shouldn't be such a powerful pirate on the sea anymore." Listening to the occasional words of praise or awe for the Navy from below, self-satisfaction and contentment appeared on the young warlord's face. Luke's eyes looked up through his hat. There was not a trace of fear on Roger's face, even with a smile full of concern. As he looked down at the execution platform, the eye schemes over a few places and will pause slightly. "See any of your former pals?" Warlord took a step out with a draft in his hand, phone bug in hand. The young man sounded confident. "Today is a day that means a lot to the Navy. Once rode the seas, doing no harm, even making people afraid of the sea pirate Gold Roger, will be executed today." A pin dropped on the scene and Luke's eyes turned to the crowd. After a long search, a few familiar figures were seen. Young redheads and Bucky. At this point they were both still childlike. The tender red-haired Shanks. At this time, the tears in her eyes were like broken pearls constantly falling, and her teeth were biting her lip in an effort to keep herself from making a sound. A figure completely wrapped in white robes stood right next to Luke. The figure's fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly. After a brief moment's inspection, Luke recognized the man for what he was. It's none other than Riley. On the execution platform, Warlord kept telling Roger's crimes. A long time passed before Warlord stopped his voice. He kept his eyes alertly looking down, ready to deal with the unexpected at any time. Surprisingly, however, nothing unexpected happened. This strange calmness, on the contrary, unsettled Warlord's mind. Whether it was Roger's voluntary surrender or the calmness of the execution ground today, it all seems incredibly strange. As the Navy's top fighting force, and having fought the world's #1 sea pirate for so many years, Warlord dreamed of putting Roger in the guillotine himself. But when the day actually came, everything seemed so surreal. Push down the trepidation in your heart. Warlord took a step back and came to the executioner's side, arms raised high. "Begin the execution. Whatever the gimmick, it's time for it all to end." The 2 executioners raised their sharp blades high in their hands. Just then, suddenly someone below shouted, "Hey, Roger, the treasure you've scavenged for so many years, where have you hidden it?" In the silence of the crowd, the man's voice carried clearly to all ears. Countless people looked up at Roger curiously. Roger on the execution platform suddenly smiled boldly at the sound. "Wahahaha, want my treasure? I can give you all of it if you want it. Go find it. I keep all my riches there." Hearing Roger's words, a flash of deep greed flashed through countless pairs of eyes at the scene. Countless people even clenched their fists in excitement. That's the lifelong fortune of the world's #1 pirate. Who could resist such a temptation? Warlord seemed to realize something as he yelled towards the executioner. "Hurry up with the execution." Under the blazing sun, 2 sharp blades emitted a cold aura. Raise it high and then drop it sharply. It turns out that even the King of Thieves has the exact same muffled sound as a normal person when his head is cut off. Countless people watched this scene, as if in a dream. The unrivaled world's #1 sea pirate was killed so easily. In the crowd, Shanks couldn't hold it back any longer and let out a howl. Exclaimed Bucky as he tried to cover his mouth with a nervous look on his face. "Are you crazy? Is it because you're afraid no one will notice us?" Bucky covers Shanks' mouth while dragging him about to leave the scene. And Riley, standing beside Luke, his body trembled constantly, his fists clenching and relaxing, a few times back and forth, and suddenly the whole figure went slack. Turning toward the outside of the crowd, his figure fell away. All of this, it's not about Luke anymore. His eyes, deadpan, were on the execution table, beside Roger's headless body. A bright red ball of light that seemed to be dripping blood. The light mass was surprisingly small, about the size of a billiard ball. It was lying quietly next to Roger's body at the moment. Warlord on the execution platform let out a long breath. "It's over. It's all finally over." Carp took out a white cloth and covered Roger's body. His complicated relationship with Roger, who was also an enemy and a friend, didn't put much joy in Cap's heart for finally getting rid of the world's #1 sea pirate. Instead, there was a sense of frustrated loneliness. His body, let me handle it. Warlord nodded. Roger was dead, and the security of the scene was much relaxed. The crowd also turned around and prepared to leave the area, but all anyone was talking about were Roger's words before he died. Where exactly is his treasure hidden? The ocean, of course, the treasure of the former king of thieves. Just thinking about it makes you gag. Tomorrow I'm going to call up a couple of mates and go sailing. Just you? There must be many who covet his treasure. That's for sure. Today Roger's execution was broadcast live to all corners of the world, and now the whole world knows that he hid his treasure somewhere in the ocean. Listening to the group's discussion, Warlord's brows furrowed slightly. This is not a good sign. Just as both he and Carp were staring off into the distance at the dispersing crowd, no one noticed that a figure was silently climbing up to the execution table from below. By the time Warlord spotted the figure, Luke's fingers had touched the tiny ball of light. Where's the guy from? What are you doing? Warlord let out a yell that drew everyone's attention. Luke's head was shrouded in a hoodie so no one could see what he looked like. Roger's light mass had arrived, and its purpose was accomplished. Hearing Warlord yell, Luke turned and fled. Chapter 44, Back to the Present. At Luke's falling figure, Warlord exclaimed, "Get him!" The surrounding area is heavily fortified with naval forces in case there are any accidents during today's execution. At that moment, hearing the order from Warlord, all the Navy pulled the trigger at Luke's back without hesitation. Powerful Overlord colors emanated from Luke's body. A volley of bullets landed powerlessly just a few meters away from Luke. Feeling the familiar powerful overpowering aura, Carp called out, "It's that guy from the tavern. What's he doing here?" Luke was extremely fast as he approached the dispersing throng, directly executing the moon steps to rise up in the air. "It's Moonwalk!" Sengoku and Carp exclaimed at the same time. With that, the duo's figures quickly chased towards the fleeing Luke. The commotion here also caught the attention of the dispersing crowd. To the shocked stares of all, Luke's figure was rapidly moving away. Behind him, Sengoku and Carp came in hot pursuit. A voice kept ringing in the fleeing Luke's head. Ding, power plus 5 million inch. Ding, speed plus 5 million inch. Ding, divine evasion proficiency plus 100,000 inch. Ding, the ability to listen to the voice of all things plus 100,000 inch. Ding, Overlord color buster plus 1 million inch. Ding, see the color of the hegemony plus 1 million inch. Ding, swordsmanship plus 5 million. Ding, Luke's speed skyrocketed in an instant as the constant voice inside his head rang out, and the powerful hegemonic aura on his body. The mad surge erupted into an even stronger aura than before. Carp and Warlord, who were in hot pursuit behind them, lurched. Hastily, he crossed his arms in front of him. However, the powerful hegemonic aura still forced the duo back a few steps. How is this possible? Warlord exclaimed through clenched teeth. He felt a strong and domineering aura that he had never seen in his life from that fleeing back. The strength of this dominance even surpassed that of Roger, who had just been executed. Carp's chest rose and fell violently. Is there a being in this world more powerful than Roger? Who the hell is he? In the time it took for the two of them to give a beat, Luke's figure had already quickly disappeared into the distance. It's completely impossible to catch up again. The dispersed crowd, except for a few super strong presences, most people still don't realize what's happening. All they saw was Warlord and Carp chasing a fleeing figure, and that figure suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, surprisingly forcing back the pursuing Sengoku and Carp directly. Although most people didn't realize what a strong domineering aura that figure possessed, but the scene of just forcing back the Navy's two highest combatants with just their aura had made countless people's jaws drop. Riley, his head shrouded under a shirred hood, watched Luke's fleeing form with blazing eyes. After standing still and stopping for a long time, a smile suddenly appeared on Riley's face. The captain's death is not the end. A new era just opened. After muttering a sentence, Riley's mood was suddenly less sad. Above the ocean, Luke stood on a ship that he had just looted at random when he left Logtown. The heart was beating wildly in his chest, totally because of the excitement. Everything was going well, and he got Roger's light group so easily by himself. This cluster of light provided a full 5 million in power and speed. The proficiency of divine avoidance, moreover, had directly increased by 100,000. Contrast that with the 1 million power of Whitebeard's light group, a little less pathetic. Roger and Whitebeard had almost equal power when they were younger, but by the time of the war at the top, Whitebeard was well into his old age and due to illness, battle power has shrunk considerably. If it's Whitebeard's light mass at his young peak, I'm sure it shouldn't be much worse than Roger's. The current version of himself, if he were to face the scenario of top war under siege again, would not be without a fight. Taking a deep breath, Luke clenched his fists. What's to be done is done, and it's time to go back. Walking into the cabin, he reached out towards the air in front of him. A dark hole appeared in front of them. Luke lifted his foot toward the black hole. A warship traveled slowly on the calm sea. On deck, Peach Rabbit held the notebook he had gotten from the town of Egri. The brow furrowed for a moment, then loosened. The face looked extremely torn and hesitant. The owner of this diary is, without a doubt, Luke, but what was written on it was just too appalling. When the diary was first obtained, Mama Hare's first reaction was to give the item to the Navy brass, but as the warship traveled the ocean for a day, Peach Hare realized, even if he handed it over himself, the Navy hierarchy didn't seem to have the ability to deal with it. So what to do? Perhaps it's better to find Luke himself first before everything can be explained. Peach Hare's brows furrowed together deeply. Just then, suddenly the Caboose Navy came to her, reporting to the Lieutenant General, a ship flying the flag of the world government has appeared in the sea ahead. At that, Mama Hare put away her journal and took a few steps to the front of the warship. Look up! A huge ship anchored a short distance ahead. The flag of the world government on the ship fluttered gently in the wind. It's Marihoa's warships. What are they doing here? Peach Hare wondered. And suddenly, her eyes glanced over the side of the warship. There was a small boat parked, and there was something familiar about the look of that boat. Thinking for a moment, Peach Hare snapped to attention. Didn't that small boat look exactly like the one that the Navy, who had seen Luke leave that day, had described as the boat he was traveling in? I had heard that it was the intention of a certain great man in Marihoa that Grand Admiral Luke should serve. Now it all seems to be confirmed. In the small boat, Pit St. and Satan St. stood in the bow. Both of their gazes went to the naval warship not far away, and Satan St. spoke up. Shall I tell them to leave? Pit St. pondered briefly and was just about to open his mouth. Suddenly, both men jerked back to look into the cabin of the small boat. In the next moment, the two figures swept violently towards the cabin. And in the cabin at that moment, Luke took a step out of the black hole. Finally back. After the chant, Luke stretched hard. He was just about to bend down and pick up his own uniform from the floor when suddenly two huge shadows appeared in position outside the cabin. Luke looked up and saw the figures of Pit St. and Satan St. The three men's eyes intertwined. Satan St. rubbed his wrist. Kid, I thought you'd never come back if you ran away. Escape? Luke wondered. Why would I run away, when it was in the way of Imsama's orders? He couldn't take a swing at this obnoxious brat. Now it's clear that Lorden means to capture Luke, dead or alive. That meant there was nothing to lose to teach this little brat a lesson. Satan St. hummed lightly, revealing a cruel smile as he spoke in a deep voice. I've long wanted to teach you, obnoxious little brat, what attitude to assume when you meet us. In this world, there are rules for this world, and what is superior and what is inferior has been set in stone long ago. It's time I made you realize that inferior people are not even qualified to raise their heads when they meet a superior. Chapter 45, The Great Battle of the Satanic Saints. The scepter in the hands of the Satanic Saint, gently propped against the ground, a terrifying aura slowly brewed. Luke looked up and straight into his eyes. There was not even a hint of timidity visible on his face. The more he did, the more disgusted Satan St. looked at him. What makes this little brat in front of him not fear and respect himself? If the world has such contempt for the rules, what is the hard work one has put in to climb so high up the ladder? The powerful aura finally surged out of Satan Saint's body with unreserved madness. Black flames coiled around his neck forming a circle, and the two horns on top of his head turned dark red at this moment. Several huge spider legs replaced his original legs, and the small boat underneath him was transformed suddenly because of the Satan Saint. It made an agonizing creaking sound. Kid, pay for your arrogance. With a low growl, a spider leg jabbed toward Luke. Snap. The expected blood-splattering scene did not occur. The spider's leg, which had stabbed out violently, was held by a white palm. Luke's figure didn't even budge an inch, his right hand casually gripping the giant spider leg. Superior people? It's just a matter of whoever has the hardest fist has the right. But unfortunately, my fists seem to be harder than yours. Satan Saint's face changed dramatically as he struggled to draw back his leg, only to find that it couldn't shake Luke in the slightest. Luke grinned a smile and slowly raised his left hand. Finger guns. 2 words spat softly from his lips. In the next moment, countless muffled sounds came from the ghostly body of the sacred bull of Satan. Boom! Huge body collapsed directly onto the deck. Luke raised his leg and kicked out, and Satan Saint's huge body flew towards the sea, splashing countless water splashes. On the side of Pit St. looked at Luke. The ancient eyes were full of unbelief at this time. Satan Saint, who was one of the 5 elder stars with himself, had been killed in a single move? How is that possible? Luke's performance on the battlefield of Malinvedo had already been compiled into an intelligence report. The world government has a clear perception of Luke's strength. He could never be that strong. Luke moved his neck slightly and turned his head to look at Pit St. But at that moment, a loud bang suddenly came from the sea, and countless water splashed everywhere. Satan Saint's huge body violently leapt out of the seawater. Incarnated in the form of a bull ghost, His eyes were red at this moment. Unacceptable. Just unacceptable. He himself was actually killed in seconds by this little kid who he completely despised. Anger made Satan Saint's eyes turn crimson. His body once again swelled and became a circle larger. The front ends of several spider legs glowed with an ebony sheen. Damnable brat. Die. With an angry roar, ebony liquid jetted out of the front of the giant spider's legs. Luke's form instantly left his spot as the black liquid hit the boat. As if the sound of sulfuric acid corrosion rang out, the small boat directly melted and sank to the bottom of the sea under the erosion of the black liquid. The 5 old stars seemed to be unkillable. Luke, who had jumped to the side of the world government warship, muttered. In the original, it seems that all of the 5 elder stars, who were Im's minions, were granted immortality and undeath by Im. System, switch the rattling thunder fruit, Luke said darkly in his head. Instantly, countless tiny blue arcs of electricity surged out from his body. Let me see just how many times you can be resurrected, Luke shouted, and his body transformed into a shadow, leaving the warship. In an instant, he appeared behind Satan Saint. The spear transformed by lightning in his hand stabbed out fiercely. Put! With a muffled sound, a hole running back and forth appeared in Satan Saint's chest. Seek death, Satan Saint roared. His huge spider leg was like a sharp scythe, swinging towards Luke in front of him. Luke's figure once again disappeared as a stump. Relying on the speed of the rattling thunder fruit, Luke's figure was like an instantaneous movement around Satan Saint. Every time he disappeared and appeared, the lightning spear in his hand would leave terrifying wounds on the body of the Satan Saint. The fiery energy contained in the lightning caused the smell of burning to come from every wound. Ah! Satan Saint roared in anger, but Luke was too fast for him to catch, not to mention injuring him. Without a moment's effort, Satan Saint's gigantic body was already scarred and bruised, and not a single piece of intact skin could be found at all. Luke, who had disappeared again, appeared in front of Satan Saint the next second. The Satan Saint, who was completely consumed by anger, was gasping for air at this moment with red eyes. Luke lifted his finger, and a dark purple lightning bolt popped up from his fingertip, aimed squarely at the massive head of the Satan Saint. Billions of volts, lightning strikes. With a whisper, in the next moment, the tiny but terrifyingly powerful lightning exploded at Luke's fingertips. Bang! Satan Saint's huge head turned into a cloud of blood mist, and his huge body fell into the seawater once again. Luke jumped back onto the warship. Seconds passed, the sea violently churned, and Satan Saint, in his cow ghost form, once again rushed out of the sea with countless splashes of water. Luke tapped his head. Can't you really kill it anyhow? The face of the reappeared Satan Saint was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. He yelled at Pietro St. below. Still not making a move? There was little expression to be seen on Pit St's signature sad face, but there was no offer of assistance. The Satan Saint, consumed by anger, couldn't care less at all anymore. The huge body attacked towards Luke on the warship. The spider's legs appeared as stumps in the air and kept swinging towards Luke. Bang! 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 The loud sounds of the two exchanging hands and colliding came out continuously. The huge spider legs were covered in a dark black liquid. Apparently it was a virulent poison, but it simply won't work in front of Luke's Overlord Color Buster. Put! There was a muffled thud and Luke had a huge spider leg in his hand. The pain of losing his leg caused Satan Saint to grimace and let out a cry of pain. Several muffled sounds came one after another, and several of Satan Saint's spider legs were all yanked down hard by Luke. Ah! Collapsed on the deck of the warship, Satan Saint kept letting out strange screams of pain. Lightning wrapped around Luke's palm, and the pale blue palm slapped fiercely towards Satan Saint's head. There was another muffled sound, and the huge head once again turned into a bloody mist. However, not waiting for Luke to take a breather, Satan Saint's body then recovered again and stood before him. Luke's brow furrowed at this point. In terms of battle power, he could completely crush Satan Saint, but in front of that perverted ability to recover and regenerate, even if it kills him as many times as possible, it also doesn't seem to work. With a clench of his teeth, Luke's face showed a flash of ruthlessness. As many times as you resurrect today, I'll kill you as many times as I can. Lightning wrapped around his hands, and Luke's form appeared in front of the recently resurrected Satan Saint. Both palms slapped down hard towards Satan Saint's head like clapping hands. A mist of blood appeared, and Satan Saint fell once again. Chapter 46, After the Calm. As Luke watched, the massive form of Satan stood up again. The head, which had turned into blood mist, also recovered a little bit. In his cow ghost form, he gasped for air and looked Luke dead in the eye with monstrous hatred. Without a single word of superfluous nonsense, Luke swept his body out. The lightning-wrapped fist smashed towards Satan Saint's head once again. Bang! The blood mist exploded. With the addition of the terrifying recovery ability, Satan Saint's head once again recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without hesitation, Luke's lightning fist swung out again. In this way, Satan Saint's head was broken and restored again and again. As he recovered over and over again, the look on the face of the Satan Saint slowly changed. From the beginning, when he was furious, to the gradual gloominess, and then later, when he appeared to be panicked, until a huge flash of fear spread completely in the depths of his eyes. Just as Luke was about to strike again to smash Satan Saint's head, suddenly, 3 huge black circles appeared out of nowhere. Black flames spread and flew within the circle that resembled a summoning formation. Luke stopped punching, finally able to catch his breath. Satan Saint quickly pulled away from the two. At this time, there was no longer any arrogance on his face, much less any anger. The gaze that looked at Luke was completely devoid of any other emotion than fear. Monster! Totally a monster. Satan Saint's body trembled slightly. 3 figures that appeared within the black circle of flames. It was the other 3 of the 5 elders. On the battleship, the 5 old stars were all present. 5 figures stood in front of Luke, their appalling aura enveloping the surrounding waters. Except for the slightly trembling body of the satanic saint, the rest of the 4 looked at Luke with a calm gaze. Luke took a deep breath and looked at the 5 men in front of him. The blue arcs of electricity on the surface of his body flickered continuously. Since he had already chosen to do it, let's completely tear the world government apart. The original self hadn't gotten Roger's light cluster yet, not the strength to fight the world government. But now that it has been given Roger's light mass, it is much stronger. Even if there was a complete falling out with the world government, you should also be able to defend yourself against him. The big deal is to run away, wait until no one is around, and then use the Tokiwa fruit ability to go back in time. Waiting to get Rock's light mass, his own self at that time was not without a fight even if he faced him. Besides, the next mission the system gave himself was to start his own pirate group. It was only a matter of time before it went against the world government. Just as Luke was ready to take on all 5 of the 5 elders by himself, Mercury Wachuli Saint in front of him suddenly spoke up. Lord M gave the order. The world government and the navy shall not make an enemy of Luke. As soon as these words were uttered, the atmosphere of the scene, which was originally tense with swords, instantly froze. Luke blanched. What do you mean? One has just returned from the past, and the Sartaniste and Pitiste of the 5 elders are here to guard themselves. Then at the drop of a hat Sataniste took a shot at himself. It was also stated that he would take his escaped self back. One is ready to tear the world government apart. Now Wachuli St is saying that I'm ordering not to make an enemy of himself. Peter Saint and Satan Saint were also stunned. The one who was most stifled was Satan Saint, who twisted his head to look at Peter Saint. The eyes seemed to inquire. You play me? No wonder when he fought that brat just now. Peter Saint was slow to aid him. By striking out at Luke, not only did he fail to gain any advantage, but he also disobeyed Lord M's orders. Peter Saint seemed to know what Satan Saint was thinking and spoke. Lord M's orders at the time were indeed to bring him back, alive or dead. Mercury Wachuli St looked at Luke and then spoke. It's better for you as an admiral to do your job. A light sentence with an obvious meaning. That means that today's incident will be ignored and you can go back to being your admiral. In Luke's impression, the celestial dragons of the pirate world and the top echelons of the world government were extremely condescending and arrogant existences. In their eyes, other than themselves, everyone else in this world is a mole. But today, in the face of this matter of his own, there was so much softness in the way him handled it. For a moment, Luke couldn't figure out what the hell he meant. Wachuli St looked at Luke. Is it necessary for us to take you back? Luke shrugged, the arcs of electricity on his body naturally dissipating. Of course I don't need to trouble a few of you. Although it was unknown, Luke was naturally happy to accept such a result. After all, if you don't tear your face off, you'll still have the status of admiral at the very least. You don't have to run and hide in a mess in order to find an opportunity to utilize the fruit of the hour. With those words, Luke's form leapt toward Peach Hare's warship in the distance. When Luke had left, Satan Saint murmured to Peter Saint, "What the hell is going on?" Pietro St was expressionless and had no intention of explaining. Instead, Mercury Wally St spoke up. Sartan, Lord M wants to see you. Hearing those words, Satan Saint's body shook violently. On the warship, Mama Hare stared in disbelief at what was happening in the distance. She saw the figure of the 5 elder stars and the image of Luke and Satan St exchanging blows. As Luke blasted Satan St's head with each strike, Peach Hare felt his heart go out to him. That's a 5 elder star at the highest level of the world government. Even the marshals have to be respectful when they see them. But Luke had the audacity to take a shot at the 5 elders. What was most unacceptable was that Luke had blown Satan St's head off so easily, over and over again. The opponent didn't even have the ability to fight back. The image of a Navy admiral, smashing the highest level of the world government, the 5 elder stars, over and over again on the head. It made Peach Hair feel like his world was rocking a little bit, and when the rest of the 5 elders showed up, Peach Hair thought Luke was definitely in big trouble, but he didn't expect that in the next moment. Luke leapt towards his side as if nothing had happened, until Luke jumped onto the warship and stood in front of Peach Bunny. Peach Bunny's mouth was wide open, associated with the contents of the journal. At this moment, Luke seemed to be shrouded in mystery in Peach Hair's mind. Luke waved his hand at the dumbfounded Peach Bunny as if nothing had happened. Lieutenant General Mama Hair, what a coincidence to meet you here. It took a great deal of effort for Peach Hair to come back to her senses, her voice a little dry. Luke, Grand Admiral Luke. At night, Luke lay in a recliner, letting the ocean breeze blow across the deck, caressing the crushed hair in front of his forehead. At this moment, he was pondering how to get Locus's light mass. If you want to get Locus's light mass, you have to go back in time and take part in the infamous Battle of the Valley of the Gods in pirate history. Although the original story never detailed the process of the Great Battle of the Valley of the Gods, but that battle changed the landscape of almost the entire world at that time. Naturally, there is no need to mention the extent of the tragedy. With his current strength, no one should be able to hurt him when he went to the Valley of the Gods, but the system had warned that one could not change any history, otherwise it will be obliterated by the rules. Thinking back to the slightly ludicrous experience when he met Carp in Roguetown, Luke shook his head slightly. The battlefield in the Valley of the Gods will only get trickier. One must be prepared for anything. Rubbing his fingers together, Luke thought darkly, it won't be long before the main group comes out. I think the good times for Kaido and Big Mom are coming to an end. Perhaps it would be safest to get Kaido's and Big Mom's light clusters and head to the Valley of the Gods. Chapter 47, Traveling to Hive Island. At Navy headquarters, everything seems to have slowed down for Sengoku since he chose to retire. No phone bugs suddenly ringing in the middle of the night, nor do you have to think about how to respond to something every day. All the burdens were lifted from his shoulders. He had plenty of time to lounge around in the sun and chat with old acquaintances from the Navy headquarters. If I had known it would be so cool not to be a marshal, I would have resigned a long time ago. And just as laid back as he was, there was Carp. These days, though, Carp's brow would instead furrow from time to time. Chewing on a piece of senbei in his mouth, Warlord turned his head to look aside at Carp. Is it worrying about Green Pheasant? Carp grunted softly and didn't say anything. Warlord looked into the distance, his tone as laid back and lazy as it could be. It would be exhausting to carry the whole of justice on your shoulders. If you ask me, instead of having free time to worry about Green Pheasant, why don't you think about your grandson who has become a difficult pirate? With a slight lurch, Warlord added, I'm sorry, I almost forgot you have a son who needs to worry more. Munch D. Dragon, the headache-inducing leader of the Revolutionary Army, right? Carp's face darkened. Warlord laughed happily. Looking at the laughing Warlord, Carp said leisurely, I heard that some time ago, you had Akainu order someone to investigate that Luke kid? What? You stepped down as a marshal and you still have to worry so much? This time it was Warlord's turn to black down Carp's face and laugh. At the mention of Luke, Warlord's heart would always feel uneasy. It's a feeling that has never gone away since Luke appeared on the battlefield in Malinvedo in the first place. Warlord muttered, you're going to suffer greatly if you take that kid lightly. Maybe the whole Navy will fall on that kid. Carp rested his hands behind his head. I'm not underestimating that kid. Speaking of which, he's been gone for almost a year. I wonder if Peach Bunny found him. Just as the two were talking, in the distance, two figures walked into the Navy headquarters. Luke returns on Peach Bunny's warship. All along the way, Peach Bunny had a look of lust for Luke. There seemed to be huge questions that he wanted to ask, but he was reluctant to speak out of concern for something. This squirming continued until they returned to Navy headquarters. At the sight of Luke and Peach Hair, both Cap and Warlock instantly stood up from their recliners. Luke waved a hand at the duo. LT, General Carp, Warlord, what is your current position? Warlord didn't say anything with a cold grunt. Luke was puzzled that this old den would always have the stinky face of a man who had eaten a gun when he saw him. Have you ever offended him? Warlord stinks, and there's no need to put a hard-hot face on a cold ass himself. Shrugging, Luke walked himself inside the headquarters. Peach Hair's face still looked like he was hiding a big secret, nodded slightly to the Warlord duo in greeting, and walked into the Navy headquarters as well. Carp shouted to Peach Hair from behind, where did that kid go when he disappeared for so long? Peach Hair's body stopped and turned back to look at the pair lustfully, at leisure. With that, he left without looking back. Carp wondered, why are you suddenly being secretive? To the side, Warlord narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. After disappearing for so long, the first thing he does when he returns is naturally to meet Akainu. After all, nominally, he was his superior. When he arrived at the marshal's office, Akainu was looking down at a document of some sort on her desk. Seeing Luke walk in, he closed the folder. After being in office for so long, The job of marshal wasn't so overwhelming for him anymore. Looking up at Luke, he wondered if it was an illusion. A feeling of growing impenetrability rose from Akainu's mind. After disappearing for so long, this kid has gotten stronger again? Lighting a cigar, Akainu spoke. Disappeared for so long, where did he go? Luke made it up as he went along. A deceased person died and I went to his funeral. Akainu, what funeral needs to be attended for close to a year? Luke didn't open his mouth to explain. Akainu exhaled a mouthful of smoke, despite being Luke's superior. But whether it was strength or background, it was as if Luke wouldn't be able to look like he could take orders from himself. After all, he was not in the least bit weaker than himself, and his appointment was a direct result of Manhwa's intentions. Leaning back in the chair behind him, Akainu decided not to pursue the matter of where Luke had gone. Pressing the butt out of his cigarette in the ashtray, he pulled a copy from a thick file on the side. Throw it to Luke. Now that you're back, do your part. I received a tip from the branch some time ago that the Blackbeard pirates, who have broken away from the 7 Martial Seas, seem to be making big moves recently. Intelligence indicates that Hive Island will be his next target. After Whitebeard's death, the Navy doesn't want a second scary pirate to appear on the sea. Luke took the folder, and after a quick glance through it probably understood the situation. It does seem to be worth the trip for yourself. The King Strait, once a member of the Locust Pirates, was on Hive Island, and in the original, he was eventually defeated by Blackbeard. Given Blackbeard's character, if he doesn't join in after being defeated, the odds are that he'll end up being obliterated. He himself has to go back in time to get Locust's light group. As the King Strait, who was once a member of the Locust Pirates, definitely give yourself some clues, whether it's about Locust, or the Battle of the Valley of the Gods in the first place. With that in mind, Luke put away the folder. Okay, I'm getting ready to move. Akainu gave Luke a somewhat surprised look, expecting him to shrug it off in the face of this task. I didn't expect Luke to agree so readily. Rubbing his brow, Akainu waved his hand. There you go. Back in his office. He hadn't been sitting down for long when there was a knock on his office door. Luke called out to enter, and a figure that slightly surprised him appeared at the door. Kirby stood in the doorway of the office with pink hair and a look of consternation on her face. This ungrateful sanctimonious. Luke leaned back in his chair and crossed his feet in a double-legged position on the table. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Kirby in the doorway. Something? It was hard for Kirby to avoid being emboldened in the face of the figure that had once nearly killed him. Grand Admiral Luke, Marshal Akainu has ordered me to follow you to Hive Island. Luke frowned slightly, wondering how he'd sent himself such a stinking piece of. The tone was slightly impatient. Got it. Kirby sensed that Luke didn't seem to like himself. Was it because he had tried to stop him on the battlefield in the first place? Kirby said carefully, so, is it okay to leave first thing in the morning? Luke lit a cigarette and held it to his mouth, humming vaguely. Kirby stood up straight and gave a military salute. Yes. Then he turned away in a huff. The immense pressure of facing Luke made him find it a little difficult to breathe. Chapter 48, It's My Secret. Kirby left and Luke made himself a cup of tea. Just as he was lighting his second cigarette, the office door was suddenly knocked on again. Luke frowned slightly. Just got back and you're this busy? The door was pushed open and the figure of Peach Rabbit appeared there. Lieutenant General Peach Rabbit. Something wrong? Luke asked. Peach Bunny didn't wait for him to agree, and walked right into the office, and slammed the door behind her. Grand Admiral Luke, I think we need to talk. Luke looked puzzled. He and Peach Rabbit didn't seem to have any extra interactions. What does one need to talk about with her? But then it suddenly occurred to them that the two had returned to the Navy headquarters on a warship. All the way there Peach Rabbit's face wore a look of desire, as if she had something to ask herself. So Luke pushed the hot tea he had brewed in front of him, which he hadn't yet taken a sip of, in front of Peach Rabbit. Sure. Peach Rabbit sat down across the desk. The dense heat of hot tea rising separated the two faces. Her gaze, through the steam, held Luke's, until Luke, who was looking at him a little uncomfortably. Peach Hair remained silent. Luke could only cast an inquiring glance and spoke. Lieutenant General Peach Hair? At the sound of the voice, Peach Hair then took a deep breath and withdrew her gaze. After a few more moments of silence, he suddenly slipped his hand into his v-neck. Under Luke's dumbfounded gaze, a journal was pulled out. The moment he saw the cover of the journal, Luke realized Peach Rabbit had gone to the town of Egri, and the contents of this journal had been left behind when he had first crossed over. In order to run down what he remembers of the Pirate King storyline, so Luke writes out what he remembers. The cigarette butt in his hand burned to the end. Luke asked without looking up as he pressed the butt of his cigarette into the ashtray. You read what's in there? Peach Rabbit nodded, though trying desperately to maintain her composure. But the heart was beating wildly in his chest. She had already seen Luke's strength. Even if it was the 5 Elder Stars, they didn't even have a chance to resist in front of him. Himself was like an unarmed child in front of him. If he wanted to obliterate himself, it wouldn't take much effort at all. Anyone would be annoyed that a secret was discovered, right? Luke rolled his eyes and spoke. It's not polite to sneak a peek at someone's diary. Peach Hair took a deep breath and spoke. Don't you want to explain something? Luke, explain what? Peach Bunny, from the journal. Of course. Luke, would you believe me if I said it was written blind? Peach Hair, those things written on it. Regardless of the deaths of Ace and Whitebeard on the battlefield of Marineford, or the resignation of martial warring states, including the fact that Green Pheasant and Akainu would fight for 10 days and 10 nights for the marshalship. Even nowadays, the Navy headquarters is going to move to a new place. All of them are happening one by one in reality. What you mean, Grand Admiral? Is that those were all coincidences? Luke crossed his fingers and leaned on the back of the chair behind him. Silence. Peach Bunny continued to press the issue. Who the hell are you? Luke stretched and spoke lazily. I'm Luke, an ordinary man born in the small town of Egri. As to why I know so much about it, it's certainly a secret I would never tell you. Peach Rabbit gritted his teeth. What is the purpose of your visit to Navy headquarters? There's no purpose to it. I don't really like being in the Navy, but it's just the best option at the moment. You're not afraid I'm going to take this diary of yours to someone else? Before Peach Hair could finish her sentence, the journal she was holding suddenly appeared in Luke's hand. Without waiting for Peach Rabbit to speak, blue arcs of electricity wrapped around the diary. The next moment the heat caused a flame, and the diary was almost instantly reduced to ashes. Luke clapped his hands. You don't have any proof, and even if you did people would just take it as gibberish, and I'm perfectly capable of denying it. Peach Rabbit's silver teeth were about to be clenched. Even the mole at the corner of her mouth was trembling slightly. I remember what's on it, including what happens afterward. Luke looked at Peach Bunny. Should we kill her to silence her? The idea was dismissed as soon as it crossed his mind. Even if she tells, so what? There is no evidence of this, and one will not admit it to oneself. And the journal doesn't record anything overly important. For now, killing a reserve admiral of the Navy headquarters would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. It's better to forget about this kind of gain and loss. The Peach Hair figure in front of her suddenly lurched. She had just keenly sensed that a killing intent had appeared on Luke's body. It was only for a mere moment, but the feeling of being stared at caused a fine layer of goosebumps to rise on her arms. Luke stood up and yawned. Well, that's the end of the matter, and if you want to tell someone, then go ahead and be bold. But be forewarned, I'm dead set against admitting it. Are other people going to believe your empty nonsense? Or am I the superbly battle-hardened, young and talented admiral? With that, Luke opened the office door and left. The only thing left in the empty office was Mama Hergione. Her face struggled a few times before her shoulders finally slumped in disheveled strength. Luke was right. People would surely just think they were crazy if they told this pie-in-the-sky thing to themselves. No one will believe in such outrageous things as predicting the future. Early the next morning, Luke hadn't even woken up when there was a knock at the door of his room. Then Kirby's voice rang out. Admiral Luke, the warships are ready for departure. In bed Luke opened his eyes and looked up to find that it wasn't even fully light outside. This desertion king is sick, right? A mental curse. The door to the room was opened and outside Kirby was fully dressed with an inexplicable excitement on his face. Luke spoke in a somber tone. In 3 hours, if any more movement wakes me up, I'll rip your head off. Clang. With that thrown down, Luke slammed the door to his room. Kirby stood in the doorway, the knot in his throat surging hard. With that, like a faithful doorman, he stood in the doorway. He didn't dare bet if someone else woke Luke up, if they were going to rip their own head off too. A little over 2 hours later, the door to Luke's room was opened. Kirby in the doorway was already a little numb on his feet from standing. Walking out of the room, Luke just looked at Kirby. Go. After saying that, he walked towards the outside without looking back, and Kirby, behind him, followed in a hurry. Outside the Navy headquarters, 3 huge warships were ready. Numerous navies stood on warships with weapons in hand. Apparently the strength brought on this mission. Everyone was waiting for Luke, who was the overall commander of the mission. It was all sunrise before Luke's figure wobbled and finally appeared, slowly boarding the warship as everyone watched. He stood on the deck and stretched out. Luke spoke up. Let's go. Chapter 49 Arrival in Rocky Harbor. 3 warships sailed in a zigzag pattern across the ocean. The middlemost warship was equipped with luxurious lounges and offices for Luke's use. As you can tell, this mission, led by Grand Admiral Luke, has a bit of an eerie atmosphere throughout the accompanying navy. Everyone looked at him with a hint of fear within their eyes. Before Luke had even become an admiral, there was a lot of talk within the navy about the terrifying thunder and lightning figure that had last appeared on the battlefield of Marineford in the first place. There are countless arguments and rumors. After all, that day's scene of a single person fighting all the top battle forces alone was too shocking. With the rumor mill adding to the mix, Luke's mystique rises infinitely in the navy. Besides, he hadn't served as an admiral for long, and had disappeared for so long before he was familiar with the people of the Navy headquarters. During the time he disappeared, the rumors grew stronger. There were even rumors that Luke was eating a prisoner alive every day while he was being held in the city of propulsion. So, during the days of the voyage, as soon as Luke's figure appears on the warship, it doesn't matter what a group of people were doing a second before. It would all suddenly go quiet and everyone would either keep their heads down or look around nervously. The crowd will only recover when Luke is gone. There was fear, but all the same, a great sense of security rose up in the hearts of all. With Grand Admiral Luke at the helm, it's just a matter of going on any mission and not failing. No one but Kirby dared to travel to the office to brief Luke, so for the past few days, only Kirby's figure has been in front of him. The shaking distracted Luke. After a week of sailing, early in the morning Kirby knocked on Luke's office door as usual. "Come in." At the door Kirby took a deep breath at the sound and adjusted himself. Although he had been in contact with Luke every day for the past few days, Kirby's heart was still filled with fear of Luke. Pushed the door and walked in. Reporting to Grand Admiral Luke, "The warships will arrive in Rocky Harbor today. It's finally getting there. And it's been a very dull few days of boring sea voyages." Luke nodded. "Good." Kirby didn't even have the courage to look up at Luke as he spoke, and he continued with his head down. "That forerunner arrived in Rocky Harbor yesterday. Do we need to contact him now?" Luke raised an eyebrow. "The advance army? We still have the advance army?" Kirby mustered up the courage to glance up at Luke, then quickly lowered his head again and opened his mouth. "Not technically one of our navy, just one of the pirates who will be joining forces with us in this operation. His information is in the file I gave you on the first day." Luke coughed dryly, then remembered that Kirby did seem to have given himself a file on the first day of departure. "It said it was about this mission, but I didn't even open it to read it myself." So Luke opened his mouth with a dry cough. "That file can't be found. Surely you remember it, and if you dare say you've forgotten it, then you'll be the only one on duty for tonight's shift." Cold sweat seeped from Kirby's forehead and he hurriedly said, reporting to the Grand Admiral, "As I recall, that pirate's name was Trafalgaro. The captain of the Pirates of the Red Heart. Surgical fruit ability. 25 years old. Born in Provence, North Sea. Surprisingly, it's Roe?" Luke then vaguely remembered that Law had indeed been involved in the Rocky Harbor incident. It was after this incident that he was given the status of Shichibukai. Luke nodded slightly. The tiny gesture was caught by Kirby, who took it as Luke's affirmation of his work ethic. Mentally, he was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when Luke, sitting in his office chair, suddenly asked, "What was Roe's grandfather's sign?" Kirby looked up blankly. "Ha?" Luke grimaced. "Looks like your work skills leave a lot to be desired. Dock you a month's pay and get out." "But Kirby was about to explain something when Luke's eyes glared. All he could do was shut up and leave the office. In the evening, the outline of a huge harbor loomed in the distance on the horizon. Luke stood right at the bow of the warship. Behind him stood countless naval forces, and all of them looked at his back without daring to utter a single breath. After seeing the outline of the harbor, Luke suddenly reached out. "All warships halt." No one dared to question his orders. The 3 warships immediately stopped in the sea a long way from the harbor. Luke then ordered, "Lower the naval flag and extinguish all light sources." Although some were puzzled, this order was still swiftly carried out. Everyone looked at Luke, wondering what their great general was going to do. Luke had a small boat lowered and jumped in. Luke, who was standing on the boat, swept his eyes around and suddenly asked in confusion, "Where are the Kirbys?" A subordinate immediately replied, reporting to the Grand Admiral, "Kirby is being punished by you for stepping into the office left foot first when he brought you your lunch at noon by brushing the bottom of the cabin." Luke raised his head once. "Get him here." Soon Kirby was called. Luke gave him a wave. "You, come with me." Kirby still had the brush for the boat in his hand, and when he heard Luke's words, he immediately jumped into the boat even though he didn't know what he was going to do. After the last few days with Luke, Kirby had sensed it. Grand Admiral Luke disliked himself and would often punish himself for minor mistakes. After Kirby jumped into the boat, Luke pointed to the oars. "Rowing." So Kirby paddled the boat and started sailing through the ocean with Luke in tow. After sailing for a long time, Kirby couldn't help but ask, "Grand Admiral Luke, where are we going?" Luke didn't take it well. "Are you blind? Can't you see Rocky Harbor is right in front of you?" Being scolded, KB lowered his head and soldiered on to start rowing, and after a while, he still couldn't hold back and asked again, "Just the 2 of us going?" Luke said, "Of course, if everyone goes, 3 warships alone will alert Blackbeard. Our goal is to wipe out Blackbeard in one fell swoop." Listening to Luke's words, Kirby's eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out that he had been wrong about Grand Admiral Luke, who had never hated himself. All it does is test itself. If he didn't trust to see himself, why was he chosen to carry out such an important operation with him? Kirby had no doubt about Luke's strength. In Marineford, Luke would have been able to take on both Blackbeard and Redhead by himself. Nowadays it would only be easier if it was just Blackbeard Titchy alone. Kirby looked at Luke and suddenly said from the heart, "Thank you." Grand Admiral Luke. Luke was full of questions. What was with this sudden thanks? After another moment of sailing, Kirby couldn't help but speak again. Admiral Luke. Hive Island is a famous pirate's den. If just the two of us traveled there, seemingly afraid that Luke would misunderstand, Kirby immediately explained. Of course, I'm not doubting your strength. I'm just afraid I'll hold you back. Luke grinned a big smile at Kirby. How are you holding me back? You're the future hero of the Navy, the one who's going to take over from Vice Admiral Carp. Chapter 50, Entering the Hive Island. Luke's comment was clearly tongue-in-cheek, but the deserter King Kirby apparently didn't hear it, and he waved his hands in agitation. You mustn't talk nonsense, Grand Admiral. Before Kirby could finish his sentence, Luke slapped him on the head. Row the boat. Yes. Kirby's hands, which had just stopped, immediately moved again with the oars in their hands, and paddle harder. Luke narrowed his eyes and looked at rocky harbor in the distance. Just then, Kirby, who was rowing the oars, spoke again. Admiral Luke, do you really think I'm qualified to take over from Lieutenant General Carp? Shut up, Luke suddenly called out, and Kirby hurriedly shut his mouth at that. At this time, the small boat that the two of them were riding on had already arrived in front of the harbor. Night had completely fallen, and a number of pirate ships were parked outside the harbor, which was shrouded in black. Luke had Kirby moor the boat in a secluded spot and the two sneaked up to the harbor. Hive Island has always been the home base for pirates, due to the long occupation by pirates. Even the architectural style of the houses on the island is on the wild side. The one who ruled the entire Hive Island today was none other than Wang Naoto, a former member of the Locust Pirates. As a member of the Locust Pirates that once dominated the entire sea, Wang Ji has kept an excessively low profile for so many years. There isn't even much out there about him. Unlike Big Mom Kaido and Whitebeard, who were also former members of the Locust Pirates, both have dominated the sea as the four emperors. The two Lukes stood in the harbor, looking up and surveying the front. At night, the Hive Island was lit up. Just as Luke lifted his foot just as he was about to head toward the island, suddenly a gibbering sound rang out from Kirby's pocket. The sudden sound startled Luke. He turned back to look angrily at Kirby. Kirby hastily fumbled to pull a phone bug out of his pocket. After a quick glance, Kirby was busy whispering, "It's that pirate advance." Luke didn't take it well. "Whoever it is, can you make the damn noise stop first?" Kirby gave a panicked "oh," and then picked up the phone bug. Luke covered his face helplessly. Not only is this soldier deserter king an ungrateful White Lotus, but nowadays it seems as if he's also a bit mentally challenged. Two high posts stood in Rocky Harbor. The movement of Luke's duo seemed to have caught the attention of the man on the sentry post. Only two drunken voices could be heard. "Is there something moving down there? You go down and look." "Why shouldn't you go?" "Same old rules. Whoever loses goes." "Good." After a moment of silence, an angry curse came from the sentry platform, followed by a figure cursing and walking down the platform. Luke helplessly tugged Kirby into hiding behind a pirate ship, and a voice came from the phone bug in Kirby's hand. "Are you there yet?" That familiar voice. Sure enough, it was Law. Kirby looked up at Luke, who nodded slightly. So Kirby whispered into the phone bug, "Here we are." Rose's puzzled voice came from over there. "I didn't see any sign of warships in the harbor." Kirby explained. "The warship was anchored in the distance, and we boarded the island in a small boat." There was a pause over there before Rose spoke. "How many of you have come?" "3 warships, but only Grand Admiral Luke and I have boarded the island so far." Ro on the other end of the phone was silent for a long moment after hearing Luke's name. Ryoga spoke up. "I'm at a tavern next to Rocky Harbor, the only one in the neighborhood. Just give my name directly when you come in, and someone will naturally bring you to me." Kirby hummed into the phone bug and hung up. He then turned his head to Luke. "Grand Admiral Luke. He says he's at a tavern nearby and we can find him if we go in and say his name." Luke rolled his eyes. "I'm not deaf." Kirby scratched his head. "So we go over there now?" Luke let out a long breath and pointed to the Navy uniform on Kirby. "You mean you're going to waltz into a pirate's lair in this outfit?" At that Kirby's face turned red, that he could make such a cheap mistake. The two men removed their uniforms from their bodies. Not far away, pirates coming down from their posts. With the bottle in his hand, he staggered around and checked the area. Luke's duo avoided him and headed toward the island. Sure enough, before we had gone too long, a tavern came into view. The duo walked into the tavern, which was unusually slow. Only a few drunken pirates sat at the bar. Without Luke having to step in, Kirby headed toward the bar. The tavern owner looked up at the unfamiliar face before him. "We're looking for Trafalgaro." Kirby stood at the bar and spoke. The owner stopped wiping the cup in his hand and shot Kirby and Luke a few glances. Then he said, "Follow me." The two men followed the owner towards the back of the tavern. A staircase appeared in front of him, and he followed it up to the second floor and came to a door to a room. The owner knocked rhythmically on the door and it didn't take long for the door to the room to be opened. Rose's face peeked out from behind the door. He wasn't wearing that signature hat on his head. A large berry was placed in the tavern keeper's hand. The owner took the money and left. Rose stood in the doorway, his eyes sizing up the two Lukes. A flash of surprise clearly crossed the bottom of Luke's eyes at the sight of his young face. "Come in." With that, Rose stepped aside. The two Lukes walked into the room. 3 figures sat on 3 chairs in the room. Lo's eyes still glanced to Luke from time to time. Luke, on the other hand, had a cigarette in his hand and a calm expression on his face. After a long time, Law was the first to speak. After the Marineford War, Blackbeard annexed a large portion of Whitebeard's territory. I have it on good authority that Blackbeard's next target is here. With that said, Ro looked over at Luke. Luke puffed on his cigarette, not meaning to speak. Kirby, in a rare moment of good sense, spoke up. "In that case, all we have to do is wait here quietly." Ro nodded. "That's right, Blackbeard attacked Hive Island, so we can wait and see what happens first. Wait for them to lose both of them, then strike and kill them all in one fell swoop." Kirby, with some excitement in his eyes, clapped his hands together. "That's right, when they're both defeated, I'll be able to." Just halfway through his sentence, Kirby stole a glance at Luke and then changed his tone. "Admiral Luke can then notify the distant warships to come and wipe out all the pirates." Just as the two were about to continue their discussion, Luke suddenly yawned and spoke. "The entire Hive Island is now ruled by Wang Ji, right?" Law gave him a look and nodded. "Exactly. Where is he?" Upon hearing Luke's question, Rose showed a thoughtful look, obviously not sure what Luke was doing asking this all of a sudden. Still, it was explained. He should be living in the depths of Hive Island. It's not clear exactly. Luke nodded, then stood up. "In that case, wait." When he said this, Luke's tone was meaningful. For a moment it puzzled both Kirby and Law. Chapter 51, Law's Scheme. The only bed in the room, Luke naturally commandeered. Naturally Kirby had no complaints about this, and Ro apparently had nothing to say about it either. He himself was just a pirate, but the other party was an admiral representing the Navy's top fighting force, and Luke's name has long been known to the world for his sick performance on the battlefield of Marineford. The night was silent, and the next morning, Luke was woken up by Kirby. "Grand Admiral Luke, Grand Admiral Luke." Though Kirby tried his best to keep his voice soft, it was still hard to hide the panic. Luke yawned and was just about to open his mouth to curse. Kirby, however, snaps out of it. "Not good, Grand Admiral Luke." Luke got up from the bed and Ro was standing in front of the window of the room against the street, with a look of panic on his face as well. Rubbing his eyes, Luke asked, "What's wrong?" Kirby blanched. "We're surrounded by pirates from Hive Island, and it's all pirates out there now." I had expected something different on Luke's face when he heard the news, but he remained calm. Kirby thought he hadn't heard him and was busy trying to repeat himself, only to be interrupted by Luke. "Shut up, shortling." Luke came to Ro's side and lifted the curtains to look out through the window. Only the streets near Rocky Harbor were filled with pirates at this time. Each of them had a weapon in their hands, and all of them were looking menacingly in the direction of the tavern. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Luke smacked his lips and lowered the curtains. "What's going on?" Upon hearing Luke's question, Lo's brow furrowed. "I'm not sure exactly, but the most important thing right now is to hurry up and call the 3 distant warships for support." Luke yawned. On this mission, the Navy only has those 3 warships, and Hive Island is full of pirates. Seeing Luke's care-filled look, Kirby immediately became anxious. "That will at least cover our retreat." Luke glared at him and Kirby shut up in a hurry. With that Luke turned his head to Ro and muttered, "How could it suddenly be surrounded by so many pirates? I'm guessing, could it be that someone has gotten wind of it?" Under Luke's gaze, the knot in Ro's throat rolled slightly, and a fine layer of sweat unconsciously seethed on his forehead. Luke still mumbled to himself, "Who could have leaked it?" Ro's voice was a little dry. "Maybe it's the owner of this tavern." Without waiting for Ro to finish, Luke suddenly interrupted. "You're supposed to hate Doflamingo, right?" Law's face froze. Luke continued, "If I were you, I'd be tempted to take revenge, too, but one is too weak. What must one do to take revenge?" Looking at Ro, Luke said slowly, "If we can become the 7 musketeers, wouldn't we be a little closer to getting our revenge? And how does one become a shichibukai?" Luke reached out and lifted the curtains again, looking out at the pirates and speaking, such as taking 100 pirate hearts to prove their worth, thus exchanging them with the world government for the status of the shichibukai. With that, Luke pointed to the pirates below. "There are far more than 100 hearts here, aren't there?" Luo's face had been completely replaced by panic. "I thought I had a seamless plan, but was it so easily recognized?" As if he couldn't see Lo's expression, Luke continued to speak. "So the information that Blackbeard would attack Hive Island was provided by you, and the news that the Navy had entered Hive Island was revealed by you. For the sake of using the Navy's hand to help you accomplish the task of 100 pirate hearts." The panic on Ro's face suddenly dissipated into a sense of relief. He looked at Luke and sneered. "Even if we know now, so what? you've got no choice. Now that this place is surrounded by pirates, what choice do you have but to team up with me to kill your way out? Before Ro could finish his words, suddenly his neck was choked by Luke's palm. Luke lifts Law up with one hand around his neck. Speak slowly. A small Hive island. There's no need to say such desperate general words as joining forces and killing your way out. Law's neck was in a death grip, trying to fight back but not having the slightest bit of strength. It was only at this moment that he finally realized just how terrifying the strength of the monster in front of him, who had once caused havoc on the battlefield of Marineford, was. The difference in strength between himself and him was as if there was a difference between clouds and mud. Kirby, who was on the side, looked at the situation in front of him with a face full of shock, yelled at Law. So everything was your plot. Luke laughed softly and suddenly let go. Law fell to the ground and sat paralyzed, gasping for air. Luke hooked a hand to a side of Kirby. Give me the phone bug. Kirby looked at Ro with an angry face and spoke after handing Luke the phone bug. If we let 3 warships come to support us now, won't we be playing right into his hands? Luke laughed softly. Who said I was going to call for warship support? Taking the phone bug and stowing it in his pocket, he then turned toward the door. After opening the door, Luke turned back to Roto in the room. Whether or not you can get 100 pirate hearts depends on your strength. After saying that he was going to turn around and leave, Kirby gave a scornful look towards Law and followed Luke about to leave together. Luke, who had already walked out of the room, suddenly turned back to Kirby. What are you doing? Kirby looked puzzled. Aren't we pulling out? Luke shook his head. No guys, I'm the only one who withdrew. You stayed behind to take care of the extermination of the pirates on Hive Island. Luke, who had turned to leave, added, remember, you're a hero of the Navy and always will be. With those last words, Luke left without looking back, leaving a stunned Kirby alone. In the room, KB was like an ant on a hot pan, lifting the curtains from time to time to look outside. The bandana on his head was even wet with cold sweat. It's over. It's over. It's over for both of us. Listening to Kirby's desperate chanting, Ro asked through clenched teeth, do you still have a way to contact those 3 warships? Kirby cried out. The phone bug was taken by Admiral Luke. Where else would I have a way to contact the warship? Even if we could make contact, 3 warships, against so many pirates, wouldn't do much at all. Ro squeezed his hand indignantly, disgruntled, knowing full well that it's going to be a dangerous place like Hive Island that we're coming to, and that there's the possibility of encountering the Blackbeard pirates. Why only 3 warships? Kirby was filled with helplessness. This mission is led by Grand Admiral Luke, and with his battle prowess, 3 warships will be enough. Ro lifted the curtains to look outside and gritted his teeth. As things stand, we can only find a way to kill our way out. Kirby called out. Both of us? Lo took a deep breath. Is there a third person in the room? Luke, at that moment, was already heading towards the depths of Hive Island. He remembered, of course, the main purpose of his visit here. That is to find the King Strait, who was once a member of the Locust Pirates. One needed to know exactly what happened on the battlefield of the Valley of the Gods back then, which was important if one was going to travel to the Valley of the Gods to obtain Locust's light cluster. Chapter 52, The King of the Rocks Pirate Strait. Rocky Harbor is an important port to the Hive Islands. From here it's a short distance to the interior of Hive Island. Luke sneaks out the back door of the tavern. A group of pirates had surrounded the entire tavern, but luckily, there weren't many pirates at the back door location. The group of pirates all lay on the ground after a slight release of the Overlord color hegemony. Putting on a scavenged hat, Luke walked around the crowd toward the interior of Hive Island. The hierarchy of places long occupied by pirates seems to be quite distinct. The more you move towards the interior of Hive Island, the more luxurious the buildings become. It seems that the less powerful pirates all live on the outskirts, and the closer you get to the interior, the stronger the pirates that inhabit it. Then, as a ruler, it's natural to live in the innermost part. After walking for a short while, Luke suddenly heard a tussle behind him at the Rocky Harbor location. Looking back, he saw the figures of Law and Kirby, already surrounded by pirates. The 2 men fought desperately, shouting and killing all around them. None of this had anything to do with Luke. Of course, as he continued toward the island on his own, it seems that the entire island's pirates have turned out in force in order to round up the navy. Luke made his way unimpeded to the interior of Hive Island. Half a day's wandering around and not a soul in sight. Finally, it was hard to find an old pirate who was already dying. Under the general tactics of Luke's incarnation of Thunderbolt Pharaoh Yan Yongshin, the old pirate finally spoke. We have it on good authority that the Navy is going to wipe out the entire Hive Island. The 3 Navy ships that went ahead last night have arrived, led by the Navy's new Admiral Luke. You should have heard of his name, right? That's a monster who made a big mess on the battlefield of Marineford, and only later did many powerful people join forces to subdue him. To face this monster, everyone on the entire island has headed to Rocky Harbor for defense. Luke didn't realize he was so infamous now. not only in the Navy within the ferocious reputation of countless people fear, even the pirates have their own legend. Smacking his lips, Luke asked, "Where is your chief?" "Old pirate, you mean Captain Wang Ji?" Luke nodded. The old pirate said, "Facing that monster from the Navy, of course Captain Wang Naoshi would have to do it himself." Luke's eyes went to the harbor location. "You mean Wang Ji went to the harbor too?" The old pirate looked at Luke, remembering the tactics he had just used, and nodded with some trepidation. "Running for nothing," Luke muttered, turned and headed down the hill. Looking at Luke's departing back, the old pirate's heart palpitated. Returning to Rocky Harbor again, Luke was surprised to find the 3 warships that had been parked in the distance at his command. Surprisingly, it arrived at the harbor. All of the Navy had landed by now and were fighting the pirates tooth and nail, led by Law and Kirby. On the ground around them, there were quite a few balls of light falling. Luke's eyes glanced around and did not see Wang Ji's figure. So once again, Luke was the king of pickups, constantly traveling back and forth across the battlefield and picking up clusters of light. Though these little clusters of light were now of little gain to themselves, but a fly's leg is meat. What Luke didn't know was that he was searching around the battlefield for Wang Ji. A tall figure covered in armor and holding a huge western sword was standing inside a house. A pair of eyes inside the armor was looking out at the battlefield through the windows of the house. "Captain Wang Ji, still not making a move?" a pirate off to the side asked. Wang Ji's eyes looked out to the battlefield. Although the Navy's numbers were not superior, but the overall strength is much stronger. Countless pirates were letting out a wail and falling at the feet of the Navy. "Wait a little longer," Wang Ji said in a deep voice. As a member of the Locust Pirates, who once dominated the entire sea and even attempted to overthrow the Tenryujin and topple the rule of the world government, Wang Ji had seen too many big scenes in his life. But ever since the big battle years ago, he had chosen to live at a snail's pace within the Hive Island. Compare that to Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Ling Ling, who were also former members of the Locust Pirates. They have all become sea emperors ruling one side of the sea. One does kind of dishonor the members of the Locust Pirates. After all these years, there weren't even many rumors about him on the ocean. Outsiders might not be aware of it, but only Wang Ji himself knew, whether it was age or the hidden dangers left behind by that horrible battle back then. The current self was not the same as it was back then. Nowadays, he has nothing but the honor of having been a member of the Locust Pirates. There's nothing left. The riverine situation is actually quite obvious. The entire Hive Island was full of pirates, but most of them were not very strong. When he got the news that the Navy was going to completely surround the entire Hive Island, he was like a scared bird, especially to learn that the one leading the group was the same monster that had made a scene on the battlefield of Marineford. What are his chances of winning against him? Wang Ji's eyes kept searching the battlefield, trying to find Luke's figure. Last night he got himself a reliable tip that the scary guy was at the tavern in the harbor, but the only ones who came out from inside today were a small, unknown pirate and a Navy man. That guy seems to have disappeared. Originally, he had planned to utilize the Sea of Men tactic to make that guy expend a little bit of his strength, but now it seems that the plan seems to have fallen through. Somewhat forlornly, he took a deep breath. Wang Ji gripped the hilt of the sword in his hand tighter. On the battlefield, Luke kept searching, but he still didn't see Wang Ji's figure. It was hard to catch a few pirates trying to get a little information, but he only slightly shot. Most of the pirates in his hands will directly not be able to hold out 2 eyes rolled over and fainted. The strength of the pirates on the entire Hive Island was horribly weak. Just as Luke was about to continue arresting people for information, suddenly, a surprised yell came from behind him. "Grand Admiral Luke!" Luke turned his head to see Kirby, covered in blood, looking at himself with an excited expression. "Sure enough, it's you, Grand Admiral Luke. I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Kirby looked at Luke and exclaimed in surprise. Luke covered his face with a helpless one. Kirby suddenly raised the longsword in his hand and shouted, "Brothers, Grand Admiral Luke has been there all along. We will not lose." This shout caused almost all eyes on the battlefield to look over. The Navy's usual pressure that made them almost breathless at the sight of Luke's figure was now transformed into a great confidence. "It's Grand Admiral Luke. We're winning," a Navy man shouted in excitement, and fear welled up on countless faces of the pirates as they heard Luke's name. What's more, some of them directly threw down the weapons in their hands and started to run away with a yell. In a flash, the situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. The Hive Island pirates, who were already not very strong, were even more difficult to resist at this time. The Navy fought excitedly, and countless pirates fell. Kirby killed his way to Luke and wiped the blood from his face. "I have long guessed that you must have your plans, and leaving me behind is only part of your plan." Kirby was just halfway through his words when he suddenly looked behind Luke and his face changed. "Grand Admiral Luke, look out!" At the same time, a loud sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air came from behind Luke. Chapter 53 The Great Battle of the Valley of the Gods in History. Ding! The sound of gold and stone clashing came. Luke's palm was wrapped in a dark red overpowering aura, and 2 fingers cupped the sword that was sneaking towards him. Wang Ji's figure encased in armor stood right behind Luke, huge western sword in his hand. Luke slowly turned his head and looked at the tall armored figure. "You are Wang Ji?" As he spoke, Luke's fingers fired slightly. There was a toothsome crunching sound coming from the huge western sword. The next second, there was a crunching sound. The huge western sword was instantly reduced to pieces. With just one blow, Wang Ji understood. The current self and this terrifying admiral were not even on the same level of strength. The hilt of the sword in his hand slammed toward Luke, and he turned to flee the battlefield. The enemy who had fled so crisply after so many encounters. It was the first time Luke had seen it, but there was no rush. The finger flicked towards Wang Ji's escaping figure. Luke chanted softly, "Divine punishment." A blue lightning bolt appeared out of thin air and quickly fell towards Wang Ji's escaping figure. Aha! A muffled grunt of pain came. Wang Ji's tall figure fell heavily to the ground. The scene here was reflected in the eyes of everyone around. The pirates, who were already in a state of defeat, completely lost the idea of resistance at this time. That admiral of the navy just casually struck, and their most battle-hardened captain Wang Ji collapsed. How could this make them? The group of pirates resist? Hive Island is finished. I don't know who was the first to shout out. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. The sound of weapons falling to the ground kept coming, and countless pirates began to flee towards the harbor. Of course, there were also quite a few pirates with a harder backbone, with a death-defying expression on their faces who chose to continue resisting. Luke walked slowly and leisurely toward the fallen King Strait. Many of the surrounding pirates with weapons in their hands shouted, "Protect the captain!" In a flash a group of pirates came towards Luke. Luke didn't go soft in the face of the group. The palm of his hand spread out, and countless thunderbolts spread violently towards the surroundings. The wailing continued. One by one, those pirates who killed Luke fell to the ground. The body hit by lightning twitched from time to time. Luke took a few steps in front of Wang Ji and raised his leg to kick his head armor. A pale face appeared before him. Surprisingly, it was a very standard Asian face. On the face, a pair of eyes looked at Luke, as if knowing that he was doomed today. Fear and despair were instead overcome by candor. King looked straight at Luke. Sure enough, it's that monster that made a big mess of Marineford. Frighteningly strong. Luke smiled slightly. Wang Ji had a relieved expression on his face as he spoke blandly. "Come as you may. Old man is ready to die gracefully." Luke picked at his fingers, casually. "Answer me a few questions and maybe I'll consider sparing your life." Hearing Luke's words, Wang Ji let out a disdainful, scornful laugh. Although his own strength is long gone now, he was once a member of the Locust Pirates. This kid is a little underestimated, isn't he? When the pirates first disbanded, he himself was not worse than a few of the other crew members. Even the position of the 4 emperors is within reach. But ever since losing to a brat named Shanks, that heart, which belonged to a member of the Locust Pirates, grew cold. His heart already understood that even if he tried harder, it would be impossible to return to his former glory. That's why for so many years, it chose to hunker down on Hive Island and not ask questions. Otherwise, with his identity as a former member of the Locust Pirates, how could this great sea not leave his legend? He had lost to that brat named Shanks, and now he had lost in one move at the hands of this navy brat. Time is such a relentless thing. Ha 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 ha. Wang Ji let out a loud laugh. Who do you think you are? I've stood at the top of this world before. Luke nodded softly in praise. Have a backbone, and I hope you stay that way. After saying that, Luke opened his palm and a small ball of lightning appeared in his palm. Flexing his fingers, the tiny ball of lightning bounced towards Wang Ji's chest. In the next moment, blue lightning spread all over Wang Ji's body. Ah! The collapsed Wang Ji was convulsing and constantly wailing. A long time passed before the lightning dissipated. Wang Ji took a big intake of breath, and in Luke's hand, a ball of lightning slightly larger than a moment ago had converged. Wang Ji's face twitched. Luke flexed his fingers again. Ah! Even more miserable screams than earlier came out from Wang Ji's mouth. After another long time, the lightning slowly dissipated, and at this time, Wang Ji was already covered in sweat. Luke spread his hands and a larger ball of lightning coalesced again. Where I come from there's an old saying that those who know what they're doing are the ones who know what they're doing. Luke tossed the ball of lightning in his hand and spoke. If you can live, why should you prefer death? Wang Ji gasped for air. His face changed several times, and finally squeezed out words from between his teeth. What questions do you have for me? Luke said slowly. It's not a big secret. I just want to know something about the great battle of the Valley of the Gods back then. The words Valley of the Gods seemed to have touched some nerve in him. Wang Ji's pupils shrunk violently. That's an old story from years ago. What can you do if you know about it? Luke said casually. I'm the one asking you questions now. You're in no position to ask them. Wang Ji gritted his teeth. This little kid from the navy in front of him had a powerful pressure that he hadn't felt from anyone since the Valley of the Gods battle back then. What do you want to know? Simple. You just need to tell me everything you know. Wang Ji's mouth opened a few times for a long time before he spoke. It was a big battle. Luke rolled his eyes and said, "Isn't that crap? That war pretty much changed the landscape of the world at the time." With that, Wang Ji looked at Luke with an expression of scorn. "You should be glad you weren't born in those days." Luke didn't say anything, only the ball of lightning in his palm grew violently larger by a circle. Wang Ji continued to speak with a dry cough. Almost every power was involved in that battle at the time. The world government had the Knights of God and the 5 Elders. You may not have heard of them, but here's who they are. Luke interrupted him. "I know this better than you." Wang Ji hummed lightly and then spoke. "That was supposed to be a hunting game for the Skrulls, but with our presence, that game changed flavor. The game became a real war. A war that cost countless lives. Unfortunately." Wang Ji's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence, murmuring as if he were speaking to himself. "Unfortunately, just a little bit and we'd have made it." Luke thought to himself, not a little worse. Although the world government and navy had deployed almost all of their top fighting forces, it probably didn't put up a fight. If you want to overthrow the world government, it's still hard enough to do it with just the Locust Pirates. Chapter 54, Killing Wang Ji. Luke interrupted Wang Ji's recollection. One didn't come here to hear him tell about the Locust Pirates and how great they were back in the day. So Luke asked the question that concerned him the most. How the hell did Locks, back then, die? By Cap and Roger teaming up? The question seemed poignant to Wang Ji. The words Valley of the Gods might just make his pupils shrink, but the mention of Locks' death, he even looked forlorn. Captain. Wang Ji's gaze looked into the distance. Roger and Cap teaming up? Ha ha ha. Wang Ji laughed a few times. Is that what Carp told you? It's ridiculous that the rights and wrongs of this world are changed by those who win and survive. Luke raised an eyebrow. It looked like there was something else going on with Rox's death. Wang Ji withdrew his gaze and looked at Luke. The captain is so powerful. Even if Cap and Roger teamed up, how could they defeat him? What the captain suffered that day was a siege, with almost all of the world government coming at us, said Wang Ji. Once again revealed a scornful smile. You think you're good? If you appear on that battlefield, you'll realize that you're actually that ridiculously strong. Luke frowned. It seemed that the battle in the Valley of the Gods was even more grueling than he had expected. Participating in that war were the 5 elder stars of the world government, the Knights of God, and on the Navy side, Cap, who was young and at the peak of his powers, and Sengoku, and on the pirate side, there was the world's strongest Rocks pirates at the time. Then there's the newly emerging Roger pirates. Shortly after that big battle, Roger became recognized as the strongest pirate in the world. It seems that all the world's top combatants at the time participated in that war, and some of the characters who would make it big in the pirate world in the future appeared in that war. Locust died in the siege, which must have been the center of the battlefield. With his current strength, he traveled to the Valley of the Gods to battle to obtain Locust's light mass. It's a bit of a struggle to face the top fighters in the entire world at the time, and there's the restriction of the rule that the system can't change history. It's not good for you. Luke mused inwardly. The figures of Kaido and Charlotte Lingling suddenly came to mind. If one obtained the light masses of the two of them, wouldn't it be more of a guarantee to travel to the Valley of the Gods? Luke's face was deep in thought, lost in his own thoughts. Wang Ji looked at the dazed Luke and carefully took a deep breath. A short sword quietly appeared in his hand. Luke, on the other hand, seemed oblivious and still looked like he was frowning. Suddenly, the short sword in Wang Ji's hand stabbed out violently towards Luke in front of him. The distance between the two was so close that they could never miss. Wang Ji roared, "Kid, it's facing a dying old man like me. You still have to be vigilant." However, just when the sharp blade was less than 2 centimeters away from Luke's chest, it suddenly looked like it had touched an invisible barrier. It's hard to inch in any further. Luke looked down at Wang Ji and grinned. "Actually, I was really going to spare your life." As the last word exited, a blue current suddenly followed the short sword that was about to stab into his chest. Towards Wang Ji surged violently. The raging current even caused a buzz to come from the air around them. Ah! A scream didn't even make it out of Wang Ji's throat in one piece. Then it came to an abrupt end as if the neck had been pinched. Wang Ji's pupils gradually laxed, and his entire figure was even more powerless and limp. A ball of light that appeared next to his body. Luke bent down to pick it up. Ding! Power plus 800,000 inch. Ding! Agility plus 500,000. Ding! When Twilight Whitebeard's light mass had only increased its power by 1 million. He didn't expect Wang Ji's light mass to have 800,000 as well. All the surrounding pirates saw that Wang Ji, who was their captain and the highest combatant in the entire Hive Island, had become a corpse. It can already be declared that victory belongs to the Navy. Most of the disorganized pirates had already fled towards the harbor. The rest, even if they were barely able to fight, didn't have much of a mind to resist after Wang Ji's death. It was only a matter of time before the Navy won. On the battlefield, Law had long since disappeared after accomplishing his purpose of 100 hearts. The pirates in the harbor had either fled or died in battle. leaving only a small portion of them to escape into the interior of Hive Island. The Navy didn't bring a lot of troops this time. In the face of the scattered and fleeing pirates, it was impossible to continue the pursuit. Once inside the Hive Island, then the Navy's forces would inevitably be separated. The Navy would be at a great disadvantage against pirates who had the advantage of familiarizing themselves with the terrain. Kirby came to the front, and at that moment he looked at Luke as if he were looking at his absolute idol. Nothing but worship. Wang Ji was a member of the once famous Locust Pirates, only to be killed by Luke in a single move. This kind of strength, no matter whether it's the veteran Great General Yellow Saru or the newly promoted Great General Fujikyu, all of them can't be compared. With the Navy having such an admiral, all the pirates are going to be out of luck. Grand Admiral Luke, we have prevailed, Kirby said excitedly. Luke waved his hand perfunctorily. I see, now that we've won, let's withdraw. Yes, Kirby saluted. In front of Rocky Harbor, 3 warships prepared to depart. At this time on Hive Island, only a few scattered pirates remained. It's no longer a climate. This mission was a big win, to say the least. Kirby stood at the bow of the boat, the excitement still fresh on his face. He looked at Luke and asked, Grand Admiral Luke, is it true that we don't need to send men to remain stationed here? Luke shook his head. According to the original storyline, it was supposed to be Kirby and Law fighting King straight on Rocky Harbor. Then Blackbeard pops up to pick up the slack. Although he had changed the original plot, his intuition told him, Blackbeard was hiding somewhere right now watching them. In Marineford, one casts a shadow over Blackbeard. He certainly wouldn't actively provoke himself. You'll just hide away from yourself. As long as he doesn't leave, Blackbeard will never show up. Though cocky and arrogant, caution is also a trait of his character. Though he won't show up now, Luke promises that once he's gone, Blackbeard would then start attacking Hive Island without hesitation, and he could be doing him a huge favor. Wang Ji, an opponent who was still powerful to him, was eradicated by himself. It would only make it easier for Blackbeard to take over Hive Island. Warship departs Rocky Harbor. A long time later, inside a narrow reef bay in Rocky Harbor, several figures appeared furtively. It was none other than Blackbeard and a few others. Blackbeard's eyes looked in the direction of the warship's distance, his gaze filled with scorn. Turning his head to Hive Island again, the look on his face was nothing but smug. Ha 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 ha, this little brat, he's done me a great favor. Chapter 55 Thunder and Lightning figure from 800 years ago. The Holy Land of Manhwa, within the city of Pangaea. Im's figure, completely shrouded in robes, was standing in front of a huge stone monument. On the stone tablet, countless lines outlined a picture. The image depicts a war. Countless soldiers in armor stood in front of a thin figure. One of the thin figure's arms was stretched long, like rubber. It was swinging in one direction. The figure's hair, on the other hand, was outlined with a few lines of flame. Joey boy. Looking at the figure, Im's androgynous voice murmured intently. The whole picture is a simple one of Joey boy with a group of soldiers, fighting another side. After a moment, Im's gaze landed across from Joy boy. There stood an equally skinny figure. The entirety of the figure shrouded in a hoodie, is making a move to escape. But around the fleeing figure shrouded by the hoodie, there were lines outlining countless lightning bolts. It looked like electricity wrapped the figure in a giant. Joey boy's fist was clearly swung towards this lightning figure, and the lightning figure chose to wrap itself in lightning in order to return the favor. After staring at the thundering figure for a long moment, a soft intake of Imu's breath came from the empty hall. Why are you so weak now, my partner? With a softly murmured intimation, he turned around and left the great hall. The 5 elder stars knelt on the ground, and Im sat on top of the void throne. You mean, he's gotten stronger? Hearing Imam's inquiry, Satan Saint's body trembled slightly. He was unsure if this statement was a rebuke of his own incompetence, so he lowered his head and spoke carefully. Lord Im, compared to what he did on the battlefield of Malinvado, it's a lot stronger. Im got up from his throne, looking down at Satan St. Are you saying that you have no chance of fighting back under him? Satan Saint's body trembled once again and his tone became more careful. Yes, I'm Sama. The rest of the 5 elder stars were silent. The atmosphere in the entire hall was oppressive to the extreme. Suddenly, a giggle came out of Im's mouth. It was a long time before Im stopped laughing and spoke. Okay. The 5 elder stars looked at each other with confusion within each of their eyes. At Navy headquarters, Luke sat leisurely in his office, a cup of tea steaming in front of him. He was holding a copy of today's newspaper in his hand. After a long time, Luke folded the newspaper in his hand and placed it on the desk in front of him. Having been back and recuperating for so long, Luke is constantly on the lookout for news from the outside world. Now, the news one has been waiting for has finally appeared. Before traveling to the Valley of the Gods, he needed to do 2 things. Before he acquired Roger's light mass, he was too weak. Im's flick of the finger is still a bit of a heartbreaker. That's why there was only the option of submitting to him and serving as an admiral in the first place. But today, everything is different. He had obtained Roger's light cluster himself, and had sort of poked around a bit in the Valley of the Gods back in the day. Everything has been stabilized. Now even if they encountered him, and couldn't beat them, there should always be a chance of escape. It was time to complete the quest issued by the system to break away from the Navy and form his own pirate group. Since we're starting a pirate group, we'll definitely need crew. It was time to harvest the fruit that had been planted at Green Pheasant. And Luke's eyes went to the newspaper, and the second crewman he had been waiting for was finally in sight. It's time to tear it up with the world government, with the Navy, with him. Complete the system's quests and get rewards. One's strength will rise again. Traveling to the Valley of the Gods is one more safeguard. Shaking his neck slightly, Luke removed the cloak representing the Admiral from his body. With that, he opened the door to his office and walked out of the Navy headquarters building to the plaza outside. At this time a group of soldiers from the headquarters were training in the square. Sengoku, who was a retired old marshal, was lying with Carp watching the soldiers train. Luke was the first thing Warlord saw when he appeared in the plaza. And Luke, too, was looking at the warring nations. The two of them locked gazes, and suddenly a sense of foreboding surged through Warlord's mind. A group of training soldiers, too, noticed Luke's figure, though the general is basically rarely seen on weekdays. But if everyone were to vote for the strongest admiral in the Navy, Luke would be elected without a doubt. Kid, what are you doing? Warlord sat up from his recliner. Luke was very confused as to why exactly the Warlord had been wary, even hostile, towards himself. He was also the one who gave the order to lock himself up in Propulsion City in the first place. Obviously he was helping the Navy on the battlefield of Marineford and ended up in jail. Letting out a long sigh, Luke flashed a wide smile at Warlock. Suddenly, both Warlord and Carp snapped their heads up to the sky, only to see that the originally clear blue sky was suddenly cloudy at this moment. Luke in the square pointed to the sky with one finger and spoke softly. Trillions of volts, the god of thunder descends. A thunderclap rang out violently, and in the next moment, a tall mountain-like figure of terrifying thunder and lightning. Silently, he stood in the plaza of the Navy headquarters. At this moment, everyone's memories were pulled back to the battlefield of Marineford. The terrifying lightning figure on the battlefield that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth appeared in front of everyone once again. Warlord gritted his teeth, his eyes looking dead at the lightning figure that seemed to be destroying the sky and the earth. I told you the Navy would fall on this little brat's ass. As the words fell, golden light appeared from Warlord's body at first glance. A giant golden Buddha appeared. Luke in the guise of Thor laughed softly. Back in the days of Marineford, the Warlord wasn't necessarily a match for himself, let alone now. Divine punishment. The voice of the huge lightning figure was like a bell. Two words exited, and a thick lightning bolt struck towards the Warlord. Lightning and the golden giant Buddha collided, and a huge sound came out. A large portion of the buildings around the warren were destroyed. A deep crater even appeared on the ground as if it had been hit by a meteorite. Warlord lay dying at the bottom of the pit. Kid, Carp let out a roar, and his entire body shot out from the ground like an arrow off a string. The hegemonic color hegemony wrapped his fist and slammed it hard towards Luke. The huge lightning figure that Luke had incarnated just flexed his fingers. Carp slammed into the ground faster than he jumped up. The moment Luke transformed into Thor, the entire Navy headquarters was startled. Countless figures rushed out from the headquarters building. Upon seeing the figure in the square that looked like a thunder god descending into the world, almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Yellow Sara's face wasn't as relaxed as it usually was, frowning and muttering, "This little brat, who messed with him again?" Chapter 56, Disengagement from the Navy. Akainu, who was the current marshal of the Navy, also rushed out of the Navy building at the first opportunity, looking at the figure of Raiden in the center of the square, and then at the dying Warlord. Akainu asked with a frown towards Yellow Saru, who had arrived a bit earlier at her side. "What's going on?" Yellow Sara smacked his lips. "I don't know. Maybe it's whoever messed with that kid." With that, his gaze was directed, if anything, to the Warlord at the bottom of the huge pit. When the battlefield of Marineford was in progress, almost all of the Navy's war power took a shot at Luke. Later the warring states even ordered him to be imprisoned in the city of Propulsion. Luke and the Navy, it seems, were at odds from the beginning. That's why all of them were surprised when they first received the news that he was serving as an admiral. Akainu shouted as she looked at Luke in his Thor guise. "Hey, kiddo, what are you doing?" The huge green-faced, fanged Raiden head turned slowly to look at Akainu. A thunderous voice then resounded throughout the Navy headquarters. "Do what? Do what I have to do?" "Of course." Akainu frowned. "Have you forgotten your status as an admiral?" Luke let out a loud laugh. Loud laughter made everyone's ears perk up. "I'm sorry, but as of today, my status is no longer that of an admiral." After saying that, the eyes of the thunder god that Luke had transformed into narrowed slightly. the huge stone pillar-like fingers spread out towards the entire Navy headquarters. Divine punishment. Thunder net. A few words were exited, and the thick dark clouds in the entire sky suddenly violently churned. Muffled thunder that sounded like bells kept ringing, and terrifying lightning was brewing within the clouds. All of them sensed that a terrifying pressure was about to be released from within the clouds. Akainu yelled in a huff, "Everyone, prepare for defense." Not long ago, the Navy headquarters had just been moved here because of the destruction of Marineford. Today, is it going to be ruined again? Wouldn't that make the Navy a joke? Almost all of the war power of the entire headquarters appeared in the square. The two reserve generals, Peach Hare and T Dolphin, also looked at the black clouds and huge thunder and lightning figures that were churning in the sky. Peach Rabbit's frown deepened. She still remembers the contents of that diary. Luke's identity had always been a mystery to her. Rumble. A thunderclap as if the sky was about to split open. Immediately afterward, dense lightning violently descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Navy headquarters. Lightning bombarded the ground and countless cracked deep pits appeared. The entire Navy headquarters was shaken. Despite the desperate resistance of a few top warriors, the heavenly thunder that fell from the sky was simply difficult to stop. Countless people were instantly fainted by the lightning hits. The entire Navy headquarters was reduced to a scorched earth, with none of the buildings left in ruins. A long time passed before the lightning finally stopped. Those who survived looked up and around. Aside from the unconscious figures all over the ground and the charred land after being struck by lightning, Luke's huge Thor figure had disappeared. The Navy headquarters, which had just been newly constructed, was once again reduced to rubble. Even more disastrous than the original Marineford. You have to realize that when Marineford was destroyed, it took several strikes by Whitebeard and countless other great battles to cause it. But today, Luke was only one man with only one move. The newly constructed Navy headquarters was transformed into an even more tragic sight than Marineford. Akainu blacked out, having just assumed the position of Marshal herself. Just this kind of thing happened, and how would this make him accountable to Manhwa? But then it occurred to Luke that Luke's tenure as admiral wasn't exactly what the Holy Land of Manhwa was all about. Carp was also in a sorry state at this point, his clothes in tatters. The hair on his head looked like it had obviously been struck by lightning. Yellow Sorrow possesses the shining fruit, which is known for its speed, no less, and everyone is woefully out of control. Instead, he looked completely unaffected. TSK. There seems to be a great deal of resentment for destroying the entire Navy headquarters like this. Yellow monkeyed sked. Upon hearing his words, everyone then remembered where the warlord was. Eyes searched through the ruins, and soon enough, they saw Warlord lying there completely unaware of life or death. Carp rushed to his side and reached up to touch his neck. Take a long breath. I thought your old bones were going to die at the hands of that brat. Smoggy, who had luckily just dodged a bullet by relying on his devil fruit ability, now patted the dust off his body and walked over to Akainu. Marshal, that brat escaped. Should we pursue? Akainu gave him a hard stare. Are you kidding me? With what Luke has shown, how do you chase? Going after them to get killed? Save the wounded first. Yes. Akainu took a deep breath and looked at the Navy headquarters, which was once again in ruins. Why did he do that? On the side, Yellow Ape's face was thoughtful. If anything, it's because the warlord has done something very excessive to him. There's absolutely no need to hold back until today. Akainu rubbed her chin as she thought about how the warlord usually treated Luke. Remember when Luke said he was going to disappear for a while, and the warlord's first reaction was to send someone to track him down? It seemed that from the beginning, he was uneasy about Luke. Luke's last words to himself, I'm sorry, but as of today, my status is no longer that of an admiral. Akainu muttered, sentenced out of the Navy? For some reason, Green Pheasant's figure unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Shaking his head slightly, Akainu pulled out the phone bug. There is a situation here that needs to be reported to Manhwa. After all, when all was said and done, Luke was considered one of theirs. The Holy Land of Manhwa. The 5 old stars sat at the round table in the conference room. The faces of all 5 were a bit heavy. Just now, they received a message from the Navy headquarters. That little brat Luke had gone rogue after destroying the Navy headquarters. Satan Saint was disgruntled. So much battle power in the Navy headquarters, and they can't stop a single brat? Pietro St. gave him a slight look. I think you know better than anyone what kind of strength he possesses. Mars Mazzy St. tapped her fingers lightly on the tabletop. I've heard that the entire Navy headquarters was reduced to rubble with a single blow from him. Such strength seems far more terrifying than on the battlefield of Marineford. Satan Saint grunted lightly. I've been saying for a while now that kid's strength is growing at a bit of an odd rate. Pietro St. leaned his body against the back of the chair. It would be better to report this matter to Lord M. After saying that, the 5 people got up together and walked towards the outside of the conference room. It seemed that ever since the little brat had appeared so far, he had been giving them constant trouble. Luke, at that moment, was standing on the bow of a warship. The one who piloted the warship for him turned out to be a pink-haired Kirby. Kirby watched Luke's figure with trepidation. At the time, when Luke dropped the thunderbolt, Ben thought he was going to be done for. Unexpectedly, he was taken out of the Navy headquarters, after which the two piloted a warship and left the location of the Navy headquarters. Luke had only said one thing to him along the way. That's, take me to Hive Island and when you're done you can roll. Kirby was afraid to ask any questions. The current Luke, and the one who had taken himself on the mission to Hive Island, seemed to have become two people. Chapter 57, Looking for Green Pheasant. In front of Rocky Harbor, the warship slowly docked and stopped. When they were still a long distance away from the harbor, some pirates had already spotted the warship that suddenly appeared. Hive Island had just been captured by the Navy a few months earlier. The former ruler, King Nyoto, died in battle, and many pirates died in that battle as well. Blackbeard's ascent to the island was almost certainly unimpeded, just easily took over the entire Hive Island. Those remaining remnants of the old army on the island were also taken under their command. Now in charge of sentry duty at Loki's harbor are the original Hive Islanders who converted to Blackbeard's service. He had binoculars in his hand. After scrutinizing the distance, a puzzled look on his face. There's only one warship, and on the warship, there's only two people? Seemingly thinking that he had misread the situation, the pirate rubbed his eyes and looked more closely. That confirmed it. There were really only two of them. Beside him stood a pirate who was blind in one eye. The blind pirate gritted his teeth. His eyes, which were blinded in that battle with the Navy not too long ago. Is it because you think that you can take the entire Hive Island seriously because you defeated us so easily last time? If it wasn't for that damn admiral from the Navy last time, how could we have lost so badly? Just after his words, the pirate holding the binoculars suddenly turned pale and put down the binoculars in his hand. The blind pirate looked at him quizzically. What the hell with it? That pirate's lips trembled slightly as he handed the binoculars in his hand to the blind pirate. The blind pirate muttered in disbelief, and then looked through the binoculars into the distance with that intact eye. In the next moment, his face also turned white. The hell with it. It's really a ghost, he exclaimed in horror, then immediately pulled the alarm on his head, then pulled out the phone bug, yelled at the inside. Not good, that Navy monster is at it again. Alarm bells ring throughout the harbor. Since Blackbeard took over Hive Island, he has issued a number of recruitment orders to the outside world. Many pirates have caught wind of the situation, and it's a great addition to the war effort. At this time several new faces in the vicinity of Rocky Harbor immediately came to the harbor when they heard the alarm bell. When they saw the warship parked outside the harbor, they all looked panicked. Pirates have a natural fear of the Navy in their bones. But soon, everyone's faces calmed down again. After all, there was only one warship in the harbor and there didn't seem to be many of them. The entire warship was silent. A disgruntled pirate muttered as he looked toward the guardhouse. It's just a warship. What's all the fuss about? Looking at the silent warship, another pirate spoke up. And it seems to be a warship that doesn't carry any people. Soon, a pirate squinted at the warship and spoke. It's not that there's no one. There are two figures on the warship. Only then did all the pirates see that there were indeed two figures standing on the deck of the huge warship. What's wrong with you? One warship and two navies, and they dare to come to Beehive Island and clamor? Could it be that they lost so badly at the hands of the Navy last time that it gave the Navy such an undercurrent? A pirate drew his waist lance and said angrily, Are you kidding me? Still think this is the old Hive Island? With that, he pulled the trigger on the figure in front of the warship. After a gunshot, only one of the two figures on the deck could be seen looking over his head. Then, in the eyes of all the pirates who were shocked, that figure disappeared into the bow of the ship as a stump. In the next second, there was a figure in front of the group of pirates. Luke held a projectile between his fingers, apparently the same one he had just shot. He swept his gaze over the group of pirates and opened his mouth. Is Green Pheasant here? All the pirates looked at him. So fast, so fast. Someone spoke in a trembling voice. Suddenly, a pirate looked at Luke's face and exclaimed, It's him! Apparently, a pirate recognized Luke. There was a loud cry. It's that admiral from the Navy. It's that monster. Immediately after that, many pirates who had seen Luke in the first place all recognized him. They were as if they had seen a ghost, and their faces were pale and trembling. The pirates who didn't recognize Luke's identity, on the other hand, were filled with confusion. The more courageous ones raised their weapons at Luke. Disdain exclaimed, A monster of the Navy? Even if it's some kind of monster, he's only one person. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots rang out and countless bullets were fired at Luke. However, all the projectiles were easily bounced away by Luke using his overlord aura when they were a few meters away from him. Fingers flicked down towards a group of pirates. A bolt of lightning exploded instantly within the crowd. Countless pirates fell to the ground in convulsions without even uttering a single wail. It was only at this time, too, that someone finally shouted Luke's name out loud. It's him! It's that monster Admiral Luke from the Navy. The yell was like a drop of water entering a boiling frying pan. It caused a furor within the crowd. Just then, suddenly a figure came quickly from the interior of Hive Island to Rocky Harbor. The visitor wore a hat and had a cigar in his mouth. A long knife was slung around his waist. Luke looked up at the figure and licked his lips. Rain no Haryu, Rain Haryu, who had quickly arrived from the island upon hearing the news, had his face sink the moment he saw Luke. He had suffered a great loss at the hands of Luke when he was on the battlefield of Marineford, without even having the chance to fight back. He was defeated. It's been a long time, kiddo, Rain no Haryu said grimly, though he knew he was no match for him. Rain Haryu thought Luke was just as strong as he could be. Is it still possible for one person to take on all the pirates of the entire Hive Island? Luke just swept him off his feet. Just look inside the Hive Island. At this moment, several figures were rapidly coming towards this place from the island. It didn't take long for several figures to arrive in front of Luke. It was the other members of the Blackbeard pirates. All of them looked at Luke with wary faces. Every single person knew in their heart how terrifying Luke's strength really was. In the original battlefield of Marineford, Blackbeard's pirates were almost completely wiped out at his hands. Van Oka looked at Luke, his face showing little expression, but his tone held a touch of fear. Grand Admiral Luke, I wonder what the business of coming to Hive Island is. Luke's eyes scanned the crowd, but there was no sign of Green Pheasant, no sign of Blackbeard either. Retracting his gaze, Luke looked at Van Oka and spoke. I'm here to find someone and borrow something in the meantime. Hearing Luke's words, several people secretly sighed in relief. As long as you're not looking for trouble, everything's fine. After all, no one wanted to fight him until it was absolutely necessary. Van Oka said, is it for our captain? Luke shook his head. What I'm looking for is the former admiral, Green Pheasant. Several people looked at each other when they heard Luke's words. It was no secret that Green Pheasant had rebelled against the Navy. What does Luke, as the current admiral, want with Green Pheasant? Could it be that the Navy is trying to clean house? Chapter 58 Establishment of the Pirates. Inside Hive Island, Luke sat in his chair with his legs crossed. Crossing his fingers, he waited quietly. Blackbeard and Green Pheasant are in the nearby waters and will be back soon. Outside the room where Luke was, the other members of Blackbeard's pirates were, at that moment, gathered together. Poison Q still had that sickly look as he spoke breathlessly. If we sneak in together, we don't have no chance of winning. Van Oka gripped the lance in his hand. What if you lose? Rain no Shiro gave a cruel smile. If we lose, perhaps all must perish. The rest of the group didn't say anything, and Lafayette turned his gaze to the harbor location, wondering when Blackbeard and Green Pheasant would be back. The situation here has been communicated to Blackbeard by Van Oka through a phone bug. Just as several people kept looking at the harbor location, suddenly, Basha's, who had just said he was heading to the harbor to wait for the captain, returned. In his hand, he was holding something else. Several people looked at him and Lafayette asked, the captain's back? Basha shook his head, but raised the object in his hand towards the crowd. It's a newspaper. Lafitte frowned in confusion with her scepter in hand. You guys, aren't you going to pick up the captain? What are you doing back here with a newspaper? Basha's laughed a few times and threw the newspaper towards Lafitte. Check it out. Very interesting news. Lafitte took the paper, and several people around him gathered around curiously, opening the newspaper and just reading a few times. A group of people's faces suddenly became strange. After a long time had passed, Lafitte closed the paper. There was a moment of silence before he spoke. So it's not the admiral sitting in there anymore. Rain no Haryu laughed a few sorrowful laughs. That was unexpected and really interesting. Van Oka fumbled with the lance in his hand and muttered. In contrast, the news that the entire Navy headquarters was reduced to rubble in a single move is even more surprising, isn't it? The newspaper ran a gimmicky story. Almost everything that could catch the eye was written. The monster that made a big mess of Marineford, a move that reduced the Navy headquarters to rubble. Admiral 4 Luke rebels against the Navy. The simple title mentions almost everything that blew up. Vanikar spoke up as he stared at the paper. If he's no longer in the Navy now, he's not much of a threat to us, is he? Lafitte rubbed his chin. And what is the purpose of his visit to Green Pheasant? What could two traitors to the Navy be up to when they get together? Rain no Shiro chuckled softly. If you don't become a Navy man, will you become a pirate? If two guys like that become pirates, they'll be a big threat to the Navy. The rest of the few people sniffed and said no more. A pirate ship with both Blackbeard and Green Pheasant standing at the bow. Blackbeard's hand held a newspaper, and the look on his face couldn't be described as excitement or surprise. Ha 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 ha. That's interesting. Beside him, Green Pheasant was silent. Blackbeard continued to himself. He actually rebelled against the Navy because he couldn't take the Navy's bull ***** justice anymore? Green Pheasant looked at the sea and spoke faintly. Navy or not, it doesn't take away from the fact that he could easily beat you to the punch. A move that made the Navy headquarters a ruin. It should be simple to make Hive Island a ruin as well. At those words, Blackbeard's face suddenly gave a start, but then laughed out loud. I don't have anything against him, do I? It was just a little misunderstanding back in Marineford, and he came to Hive Island looking for you. You, as a former colleague of his, should have no end of things to say. Green Pheasant said no more, and the pirate ship traveled slowly towards Hive Island. Half a day later, it finally reached Rocky Harbor. Bosch's has long been waiting. With that, the few people headed towards the interior of the Hive Island. The sun was setting, and one of the largest ships in the entire Blackbeard's pirates stood the figures of Luke and Green Pheasant, and in the harbor, Blackbeard and his party. Several faces twitched slightly as they looked at Luke. For all of them to join forces and not last a single move at Luke's hands seems reasonable, but a bit overwhelming. Go! Luke on the ship spoke to Green Pheasant. The next moment the huge pirate ship set sail and slowly left Rocky Harbor. With the departure of the pirate ship, Blackbeard and his party were finally relieved. Rain's hairy face was defiant. Just let him go? Blackbeard's face grew somber as Luke left. Or what? Do we let the entire Hive Island end up like Navy headquarters? With that, Blackbeard took a deep breath and continued. It's unexpected that he has that kind of strength. He seems stronger than on the battlefield of Marineford. The remaining few didn't feel anything special. After all, Marineford was one-trick pony on the battlefield, and he was still one-trick pony just now. There's no difference at all. Go! Looking at the departing pirate ship, Blackbeard ordered. The group left the harbor and headed inside Hive Island. Sailing a pirate ship, Luke is struggling to design his own pirate flag. The system is tasked with creating its own pirate group, and now that the ship is available, the crew is only Green Pheasant though, but it's kind of there. All that was missing was a flag representing Luke's own pirate group. Thinking hard for a long time, Luke finally simply drew a lightning bolt on the huge blank banner. Sort of barely fits my profile, Luke thought, then took the flag and went to the clipboard. Green Pheasant was slumped in a chair when he saw Luke come out with a new flag in his hand. Eyes shifted to the side. Even the individual was a former admiral. It's a bit indefinably bizarre that they've come together to form a pirate group nowadays. Luke climbed up the flagpole in a few steps and ripped off the flag that originally represented the Blackbeard pirates. Turning to the banner he had just painted, he hung it up. After doing everything, jumped off the flagpole. The white flag with a lightning bolt fluttering in the wind looked simple, but Luke was quite pleased with it. Well, now the ship is there. The crew is there. The exclusive flag of his own pirate group is also available. Sure enough, the next moment, a voice sounded within Luke's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Create Your Own Pirate Group quest. The reward has been issued. Is it claimed now? Luke licked his lips, and without a moment's hesitation, murmured in his mind. Pick up. Chapter 59 PPO Fruit. A beautiful mechanical voice sounded within Luke's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-level armed color hegemony. Listening to the voice inside his head, Luke thought to himself that he had been right in his prediction. The third time he completed the system quest, the reward was none other than the armed color hegemony. The current self, no matter if it is armed color hegemony, or hearing color hegemony, or overlord color hegemony, all top-notch, relying on the hegemony alone. There weren't many people in this great sea who were their opponents anymore. The mechanical voice of the system continued to ring in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the puffy fruit. Luke's eyebrows snapped up. PPO fruit? If I remember correctly, it should be the devil fruit possessed by the Golden Lion Sky, a former member of the Rocks Pirates. Rubbing his chin, Luke wondered darkly. The Golden Lion Sky once used the floating fruit, which could make dozens of islands float in the air, and the PPO fruit also has the ability to manipulate seawater. This is a godly skill for fruit power users. Think about the power of controlling an island or a sea and smashing it over in battle. That power can simply be called destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Luke, now, has 3 devil fruits. They are the Toki fruit, the rattling thunder fruit and the newly obtained puffy fruit. The fruit of the hour is a functional fruit that is virtually useless for strength enhancement. As for the rattling thunder fruit, the single attack and speed are unbeatable. The newly acquired puffy fruit, on the other hand, is a group attack ceiling. The 3 colors of top-tier hegemony, combined with the almost invincible single attack of the rattling thunder fruit, and the terrifying group attack of the puffy fruit. Now himself, he is simply a hexagonal warrior. The moody Luke whistled easily. Below, Green Pheasant, still lying in his recliner with an eye patch on, appears to be sleeping. It had only been a few days of sailing, but Luke already knew it well. No wonder King Luffy went to sea and needed to find so many partners. There's no way to run a pirate group if it's just the two of you. Yourself and Green Pheasant. Green Pheasant's lazy character. Often he would only move once he had given himself a whip. Right now on the ship, there's a shortage of people who can work. Luke tapped his fingers lightly on the sails. His second crew member, already in place. In the past few days, One has been following the news in the newspaper. After being destroyed by Luke, the Navy headquarters had to choose to relocate once again. This time the site was chosen, still one of the original branches. Aside from moving some of the original stuff in, there was almost no new construction on this one. After all, 2 headquarters were destroyed in quick succession. It's already casting a shadow over everyone. The Navy, which represents absolute justice, has become less powerful in the minds of some. Inside a new office, there were some papers on the table in front of him, and after looking down at them for a moment, Akainu sat up straight. The look on his face held a hint of impatience. As Sengoku said in the beginning, the position of naval marshal was not as glamorous as it appeared to be. It hadn't been long since the Luke thing had ended. The Straw Hat Kid gang, which has been gone for 2 years, has resurfaced, and for once, there was a lot of trouble. Fujitaka, one of the Navy's 3 newest admirals, has traveled to deal with it. I just don't know what the outcome will be. Rubbing his brow, Akainu lit a cigar. Just then, suddenly the office door was pushed right open. In the entire Navy headquarters, there were only a few people who could just come in without knocking. Akainu looked up and it was Yellow Sara who entered. Exhaling a thick puff of smoke, Akainu sounded a bit weary. Anything? Yellow Sara had a teasing look on his face. It looks really tired nah. Akainu let out a long breath. Yellow Sara sat straight across the desk and spoke. I'm really afraid that what I'm about to say will make you feel even more headstrong. Akainu's brow knit into a Chuan shape. Look at Yellow Monkey. Who is it about? Yellow Sara said. It's from those 2 most mind-numbing guys. Luke? Yellow Sara nodded. That's right, and Straw Hat Boy. Akainu took a large drag on her cigar and exhaled a thick fog of silence as she waited for what Yellow Sara was going to say. Then I'll tell you about the Straw Hat Kid first. Doflamingo worships at his hands. After a pause Yellow Sara continued. To be precise, it was defeated by the combination of Straw Hat Boy and Trafalgaro. Akainu frowned in silence as Yellow Sara continued. In contrast to the second piece of news, this one could even be called good news. Yellow Sara smacked his lips and continued to speak. The second piece of news is that a new pirate group has recently appeared, and the captain of that group is none other than Luke. Blinking at Akainu, Yellow Sara said, that guy becoming a pirate, that's going to give the entire Navy, and even the entire world government, a headache, isn't it? Akainu pressed the burned-out cigar into the ashtray. The end was sealed the moment he struck to destroy the headquarters. That's not exactly surprising news. Yellow Sara shrugged. It's also true that a lot of amazing brats have appeared since the Marineford War. It seems like they all want to become pirates and find the so-called treasure. The Navy is really a bit of a powerhouse by comparison. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. With that said, Yellow Sara was about to turn around and leave. Just as he was about to walk out of the office door, suddenly it stopped. By the way, there's one more interesting thing. Akainu looked up at him. Yellow Sara said, you know, Luke's pirate crew. There's another crew, an unexpected crew. Who? Yellow Ape spoke slowly. Green Pheasant. Akainu's body lurched slightly, and there was a long silence before she spoke. I know, 2 former admirals, now all rebelled against the Navy, and colluded to form a pirate group. What's wrong with the world? In the harbor of the new Navy headquarters, Sengoku and Carp stood in front of a warship. To the side stood Lieutenant General Crane. Warlord's face was a little deeper. Since the last time he was injured at Luke's hands, it took him months of recuperation to recover. That kid becoming a pirate isn't something surprising at all, Warlord said. Carp frowned. But why did that kid, Green Pheasant, choose to collude with him? Warlord said in a deep voice. 2 admirals who rebelled from the Navy and colluded to become pirates is a real laugh. LT. Jen. Crane didn't say a word from the sidelines. A long time later, the battleship behind them was ready, just waiting for Warlord and Lieutenant General Tsuru to get on board. Carp turned to Warlock. It's already too much of an unsettled world out there right now. With the Navy headquarters destroyed twice in a row, those damned pirates aren't so fearful of us anymore. You must be careful nah. Warlord snorted softly through his nose, his hair almost completely gray from the time he had spent recuperating. Lieutenant General Tsuru's face was a smirk. We'll be back soon, escorting Doflamingo to Propulsion City. There will be no surprises. Chapter 60, Bring the boat over. The night is low. The sky was pouring with rain. The wind was whipping up the waves, and the whole ship was lurching. Luke turned out all the lights on the ship and looked off into the distance with binoculars in his hand. Green Pheasant stood right beside him, watching him in silence. I wonder what Luke is really up to. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a few warships appeared in the sea in the distance. Seeing the warship appear, Luke lowered his binoculars and licked his lips. Green Pheasant also saw the warships in the distance and tightened the raincoat on his body and opened his mouth. What are we going to do? Hijack a warship? Luke turned around and grinned. Sort of. There was a hint of disbelief within Green Pheasant's gaze. He didn't understand what was on that warship that could make Luke covet it. Not long after that warship appeared, suddenly another pirate ship appeared in the distance. At the head of the pirate ship was a huge elephant head with 2 long tusks that were piercing a wave. The ship's flag waved from side to side in the gale, and the logo of the 100 Beasts Pirates could be vaguely seen. A huge figure stood at the bow of the ship. An iron gag shrouded half of his face, and 2 exaggeratedly long ivory tusks radiated sharpness. The figure stood in the rain, which beat down on his burly body. Beside him stood a pirate who was holding binoculars to look at the warship in the distance. After a moment, the pirate turned back. "Captain Jack, it's impossible to hijack Doflamingo, isn't it? On that warship, there are several of the Navy's top fighters." The tall, burly figure was none other than Drought Jack, the Grand Watchman under Kaido of the 100 Beasts Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Jack's eyes snapped open at the words of his men. The sleek muscle lines on his body suddenly tightened. The powerful aura made his men's bodies shiver. "Asshole, are you kidding me? Who do you think I am?" The men were frightened at the sight of Jack's anger. And on the distant warship, Warlord also stood on the bow with binoculars in his hand looking at the pirate ship in the distance. Upon seeing the flag on the pirate ship, Warlord put away his binoculars. "It's the 100 Beast Pirates." By his side stood Fujitaka. Fujitsugu held his long sword in his hand. His blind eyes were in a closed state. The vicissitudes of his voice rang out. "Only one ship?" Warlord didn't care if Fujitaka could see it or not, and nodded to himself. On the distant pirate ship, Jack stood extremely arrogantly at the bow. Open arms seemed to embrace the stormy winds and rain. "Pull the boat over." As he yelled, his men hurriedly leaned the pirate ship towards the warship. In the distance Luke watched the commotion and grinned. "I thought to myself that even if Kaido himself came, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to give the order to pull the ship over." The pirate ship headed towards the warship at breakneck speed. Eyes were getting closer and closer. Jack exclaimed, "Fire!" Bang, bang, bang. Numerous sounds of artillery fire were heard. Standing at the bow of the ship, Sengoku had his hands behind his back, while Toho, on the side, had his hand on the hilt of his sword. Lieutenant General Crane, on the other hand, didn't even try to make a move. Click! A soft thud surprisingly drowned out the sound of the surrounding artillery fire and reached Jack's ears clearly. It's the sound of a knife being sheathed. Suddenly, a powerful sense of crisis wrapped around Jack. For a moment he felt as if he couldn't even move. Cold sweat instantly crept up his forehead. In the sky, several huge meteorites suddenly fell from the sky. It was Fujitaka who struck. Before the entire pirate ship even had time to react, it was hit by the meteorite that sped down. There was a panicked wail from the pirates on board. Instantly the entire pirate ship was in pieces, and Drought Jack, who was the big watchman of the 100 Beasts Pirates, without even a chance to struggle a bit, he sank to the bottom of the sea along with the pirate ship. Click! Fujitsugu sheathed his long sword in his hand and spoke in a deep voice. "I thought Kaido himself had come." Just as Warlord and Fujitsugu were about to turn around and go back inside the warship, suddenly, a few people on the boat seemed to sense something. All turned back to look violently into the distance. All that could be seen was a pirate ship with no lights on, approaching the area. Fujitsugu gripped the hilt of his blade once more. "Who is it?" Warlord's brow furrowed, and he hastily picked up the binoculars in his hand to look into the distance. The flag on the pirate ship in the distance was a simple lightning bolt. Warlord mused. The banner didn't seem to have seen itself before. In the middle of his contemplation, the pirate ship had already approached at great speed, and in an instant it came to a distance that could be seen without binoculars. Suddenly, Warlord's face suddenly changed. "It's him!" Fujitsugu heard the panic in Warlord's tone and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Before Warlord could say anything, Lieutenant General Tsuru had come along to the bow with a heavy face. "It's Luke's pirates, isn't it?" At the sound of Luke's name, Fujitaka's grip on the hilt of his sword tightened. For so long, one had heard Luke's name and legends about him, but have never met him in person. The big mess on the battlefield of Marineford, destroying the entire Navy headquarters in one move. All sorts of rumors have been circulating about how powerful Luke is, but I've never seen him in person. Lieutenant General Crane's face was serious and his tone was calm. "What's he doing here?" Warlord didn't say anything, but just looked warily at the pirate ship in the distance. He'd suffered too many losses at Luke's hands. In the distance on the pirate ship, both Luke and Green Pheasant stood at the bow. Green Pheasant's face, a little unnatural. After all, the people on the boat across the river now were his own associates from back in the day. Even he worked under Warlord for a long time. Now that they had become rivals, the feeling was too weird. Luke spoke to Green Pheasant at his side. "Lean the boat over." Without a word, Green Pheasant stepped inside the cabin. The pirate ship kept approaching towards the warship. At this point on the warship, most of the people saw Luke's figure. Some bad memories came flooding back to all of them. Finally, the pirate ship came to the front of the warship, and Green Pheasant came to Luke's side once again. On the warship, LT. Admiral Crane stepped forward, his eyes scanning Luke and Green Pheasant's faces for a few moments. The expression was a bit complicated. The strength of these two people were all not simple. Obviously once all admirals of the Navy. Now they all chose to rebel against the Navy and become pirates. Lieutenant General Tsuru spoke in a complicated tone. What are you doing here? Luke had a relaxed look on his face. I came to ask you for one. Hearing Luke's words, several people on the ship froze. Luke pointed behind a few people and spoke. Doflamingo. LT. General Tsuru was clearly a little confused that Luke didn't seem to have much of a relationship with Doflamingo at all. Now Doflamingo has been arrested and is about to be sent to Propulsion City. And Luke suddenly wants to save him? Lieutenant General Crane asked in a deep voice. Why? Lou bristled. Where's the why? Saving him was of course to get him to join my pirate group. Lieutenant General Crane took a long breath. 2 former admirals of the Navy, plus a former Shichibukai. 3 people like that forming a pirate group gave one a headache just thinking about it. Luke's strength, moreover, was far beyond the level of a great general. Is there going to be another Emperor of the Sea, on the Great Sea? Chapter 61. Click. It was the sound of a long knife being sheathed. A small portion of the blade popped out of the long sword in Fujitsugu's hand. A frown filled the tightly closed eyes. Maybe it won't be an opponent, but it can't even have the courage to fight back. The vicissitudes of Fujitsu's voice rang out. In the sky, several huge meteorites fell from the sky. The target was none other than the pirate ship that Luke and Green Pheasant were on. Facing the meteorite that fell from the sky, Green Pheasant slowly raised his head. Is this the strength of the new Admiral of the Navy? With that, Green Pheasant turned his head to Luke. He didn't think an attack like that would be hard on Luke. Sure enough, Luke's fingers lifted gently. It was raining heavily in a cloudy sky when a bolt of lightning broke through the clouds. Rumble, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Several meteorites were instantly wrapped in lightning and turned into pieces in an instant. Luke's face was relaxed as he looked at the few people on the warship. So that means there's no talk? As he spoke, a small ball of lightning slowly coalesced at his fingertips. Although it was small, anyone could feel the terrifying power contained within the ball of lightning. Palm outstretched, the thunderbolt was aimed squarely at the warship in front of him. Fujitsu's face grew heavier and heavier. Although he knew that his opponent's strength would be very strong, he didn't expect it to be as strong as this. Defusing one's attack was as simple as crushing a grain of earth. Warlord's body was tense, ready to strike at a moment's notice. But just then, Lieutenant General Crane let out a long sigh and exclaimed, "Go and bring in Doflamingo." A few of the weapon-wielding navies around them were visibly flabbergasted at the words of Lieutenant General Tsuru. Fujitsugu and Warlord also stiffened their expressions. Warlord looked at Lieutenant General Tsuru and spoke in a deep voice. Lieutenant General Tsuru, what do you mean? Lieutenant General Crane's face held a hint of helplessness as he spoke in a tired tone. Is there any better way? Warlord was filled with rage. This will only make that boy more pleased. Lieutenant General Tsuru, not wanting to argue with Warlord anymore, spoke to the Navy aside. What are you waiting for? A few of the Navy snapped back to their senses and immediately said, yes. With that, he turned and walked into the interior of the warship. Luke smiled softly as the lightning at his fingertips disappeared. Warlord and Fujitsugu wanted to say something else, but their mouths opened a few times but no words came out. Perhaps LT. General Crane was right about facing an opponent as powerful as Luke. It's just that killing all of them today and then snatching Doflamingo would be doable. Since the other side just wanted to take people away, there was no other way but to compromise. It didn't take long for a sound of chains rubbing together to ring out. Dover Corn, dressed in a prison uniform, was brought on deck by 2 Navy men. Doflamingo laughed openly. What? Do even you guys fear Kaido? Halfway through his sentence, Doflamingo paused. The expected figure of Kaido did not appear in his gaze. Having met Luke a few times, Doflamingo naturally recognized him. However, his face showed doubt. He didn't understand why this person was here. Luke touched the rainwater on his face and shifted, appearing on the warship in an instant. Everyone was on the edge of their seats at Luke's sudden boarding. Luke held out his hand. Well, the people can be handed over to me. The 2 Navy men in charge of escorting Doflamingo trembled and handed Luke the chain in his hand. Go. In the next second, Luke and Doflamingo's forms disappeared, instantly returning to the pirate ship. Withdraw. With a word to Green Pheasant, Luke turned back to the cabin. Green Pheasant just gave Doflamingo a faint look before returning to the bridge and piloting the pirate ship away from the warship. Doflamingo at the bows still looked puzzled. The pirate ship slowly pulled away from the warship. Looking at the departing Luke's men, Warlord's palms gripped the guardrail on the deck in a death grip. The Navy put out so much power just to bring back Doflamingo. The original ones were ready to go to war with the 100 Beast Pirates, but I didn't realize that in the end, it was Luke who broke all the plans. So many people, but they didn't even have the ability to fight back against that kid. There was not much other mood that could describe what was going on inside the warring nations right now other than suffocating. Fujitsu put away the long sword in his hand and spoke in a deep voice. It's inconceivable that such a monster ever served the navy. That would be a disaster for all pirates. After a pause, Fujitaka continued. Now that he's a pirate, that would be a disaster for all of the navy as well. Lieutenant General Crane did not speak. With Luke now, only the world government may be able to step in and stop it. But on the side of the world government, it seems that there has been no movement. A mission that sent out a lieutenant general, a grand admiral, plus the former martial warlord. It failed just because Luke was alone. In the cabin, Doflamingo sat in a chair. Across the room were a seated Luke and a standing green pheasant. Leaning back in his chair, sticking out his tongue and licking his lips, Doflamingo still had that arrogant look about him. Eyes surveyed Luke's duo through sunglasses that would never come off. After a moment, it spoke. I didn't expect that. I really didn't. The two great admirals of the Navy at one time have both chosen to betray the Navy and become pirates. There's something interesting about that combination. Luke touched his lips, a thoughtful look on his face. Doflamingo continued to speak. I can't believe it's going to be you two who save me. Pheasant took a deep breath and looked at Luke. If there's nothing else, I'll go rest. With him being so arrogant, I'm really afraid I won't be able to resist punching him. As soon as Green Pheasant finished speaking, Doflamingo suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. I heard that you chose to betray the Navy after losing a battle with Akainu for the position of Marshal. After that it was in Blackbeard's pirates, right? And now it's here again. What a standoffish guy. Suddenly, there was the sound of ice condensing in the air. White frost wrapped around Green Pheasant's body, and a white frost crawled along the ground towards the arrogant-faced Doflamingo. Luke rose from his chair and reached out his foot to stomp on the frost that was spreading across the floor. White frost can't go any further. Luke waved a hand at Green Pheasant. You go ahead and rest. The white frost cleared from Pheasant's body, and with a soft glance at Doflamingo, he turned and walked out. Luke stepped in front of Doflamingo. Reaching down, he helped him untie the chains from his body. Doflamingo watched Luke's movements and laughed a few times. When I first met you on the battlefields of Marineford, you were just a small navy man. You were really majestic that day, but the way you were surrounded afterwards was really wretched. I wasn't too surprised to hear later that you became an admiral in the navy. You have that kind of power. Now that we meet again, you've become a pirate. Ha ha ha. It was Kaido's orders to come to my rescue, wasn't it? Now that the mission is complete, is it time to let me go? Clunk. The chains on Doflamingo were untied and fell to the ground. Chapter 62 Doflamingo joins. Unlocking the chains from Doflamingo, Luke stood up straight. Looking at Doflamingo, he smiled and opened his mouth. No, unchain you for fear of disobedience. The next second before the puzzled look on Doflamingo's face had fully surfaced, a sharp pain came from his chest then, and it felt like he had hit a big mountain. Put! A mouthful of blood was spat out, and Doflamingo fell hard to the ground. Luke moved his wrist slightly. Doflamingo's experiences as a child inevitably created his untamed character. If one wanted to make this kind of person submit, there was no other choice but to display absolute crushing power. Once a Tenryou man, he carries Muchang in his character. Ahem. The fallen Doflamingo covered his chest and coughed a few times before wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. With that, he slowly stood up from the ground, looking at Luke, a rare serious look on his face. He knew that he would never be a match for Luke, but I just don't know how big the gap will really be. Luke, with little expression on his face, looked at him faintly. Just Kaido can order me around? Doflamingo didn't say a word, and in Luke's body he felt a hint of immense pressure no less than Kaido's. Dark red hegemony surged out from his body. Doflamingo stretched out his hands and countless transparent lines appeared in the air. Luke snorted, playing bully in front of yourself. Class act. In an instant, a domineering aura that was unknown how many times more powerful blossomed violently from Luke's body. This overlord color hegemony, compared to Doflamingo's overlord color hegemony, was simply crushing, almost defenseless. Doflamingo let out a muffled grunt, almost fell to his knees with his legs weak. Luke gently extended his hand and electricity bloomed across his body. A transparent line, as if it had become a prepared wire. 10 million volts. Luke let out a soft intimation. Countless electric lights surged towards Doflamingo along the lines that covered the entire room. Ah! A scream of being electrocuted came from Doflamingo's mouth. Luke had no intention of stopping. Electricity kept appearing from him and kept surging towards Doflamingo. The fallen Doflamingo was wrapped in electricity and convulsed violently. A long time passed before the electric light that filled the room disappeared, and Doflamingo, who had collapsed on the ground, was scorched black and his limbs were twitching. Luke turned in his chair, wait quietly for Doflamingo to wake up. I don't know how long it took before the unconscious Doflamingo woke up leisurely, and within the gaze that looked up at Luke again, there had been almost nothing but fear. It was a fear that surpassed even the state he was in when facing Kaido. Even though he had witnessed Luke's horrors on the battlefield of Marineford, he now faced them in person. It was then that he truly felt what it meant to be desperate. What does it mean to be crushed by strength? What does it mean to have no power to fight back? Luke crossed his legs and looked down at Doflamingo. Well, now you can talk properly. Doflamingo breathed heavily and slowly lowered his head. Luke stood up, his hands behind his back. Still want to be your Shichibukai? The world government meeting is about to begin, and I have it on good authority that the Shichibukai system is about to be abolished. Even if I let you go now, what you're going to face will be the fate of being wanted by the world government. Hearing Luke's words, Doflamingo's heart shook. The 7 musketeers are being abolished? Luke continued. Having lost your identity as the Shichibukai, you're just a pirate, and not even remotely powerful. Doflamingo's palms clenched and he bowed his head in a deep voice. What exactly do you need me to do? Luke pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it before speaking. Be my crew. Doflamingo snapped his head up. Though currently Luke's pirates are only Green Pheasant, but as a former admiral, Green Pheasant's own strength is not to be underestimated. Together with the powerful and perverted Luke, such strength has already gained weight in the entire sea. But is he stronger or weaker than Kaido? As strong as Luke is, after all, he's pretty much going it alone at the moment. Kaido, as one of the 4 emperors, has a lot of territory and power under his belt that should not be underestimated. I hold too many of Kaido's secrets, and Kaido won't take it easy by joining your pirate group. Luke took a deep drag on his cigarette and spoke. Worried about Kaido? Doflamingo didn't say anything. Luke then spoke faintly. I'm about to take a trip to the land of peace. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, savoring the meaning of Luke's statement. It was a long time before he spoke. You want to be the new 4th emperor? Luke snorted and shook his head gently. The 4 emperors? The redhead was no match for me on the battlefield of Marineford. Being the 4th emperor is a bit too insulting, isn't it? The scene on the battlefield of Marineford where Luke in the guise of Thor chased down the redhead and Blackbeard and beat them up comes to mind. Doflamingo murmured. What the hell do you want? Luke puffed on his cigarette and gazed off into the distance. I want to do things. That's a lot. If you want to know, just follow my lead and watch carefully. On the ocean, Luke's pirate ship traveled slowly. Doflamingo sat in the cab with his legs crossed. Green Pheasant was still lying on a lounge chair, sunning himself. Luke can finally clear his head. With Doflamingo on board, most of the chores of the entire pirate group could be left to him. There was nothing much to say about that, either. Doflamingo, after all, Green Pheasant was not weaker than him in any way. Not to mention Luke. It was a beautiful day, and Luke lay down on the deck and followed Green Pheasant's example of soaking up the sun. The pirate group is now primed and solidified in its own right. Luffy has already made a big mess on Cake Island, and the next step is to form an alliance to crusade against Kaido and is about to head to Ghost Island. Big Mom and Kaido will lose to Luffy. The next thing you need to do for yourself is to get Kaido and Big Mom's light clusters. After that, it's time to head to the Valley of the Gods. Just how powerful would one be after obtaining Locus's light cluster? The Holy Land of Manhwa. The Quadrennial World Conference is a major event for the entire world. 2 of the Navy's newest admirals, Green Ox and Fujitsugu, also traveled to the Holy Land of Manhwa. On the warship, the Green Ox held a cigarette and muttered as he looked at the sea in front of him. Is his strength really so terrifying? As a replacement for Luke, the Green Bull who ended up being the big general, all he knew about Luke was what he'd heard from others and through news reports. Upon getting the news that Luke, alone, had snatched the felon Doflamingo from Sengoku and Fujitsugu and Lieutenant General Tsuru, he was a little incredulous for a moment, but then the thought came to mind. Someone who could make a scene on the battlefield of Marineford and destroy the Navy headquarters in one move. It doesn't seem like there's anything surprising about doing that. Clutching his long sword, Fujitsugu stood right next to Green Ox. Chapter 63, Arrival in the Land of Peace. Luke's pirate ship, which had arrived in the territory of the Land of Peace a few days ago. None of the 3 had gotten off the ship in the past few days, except to go down and pick up some supplies. Luke didn't say anything, and neither did Green Pheasant or Doflamingo ask. All they knew was that Luke seemed to be waiting for someone. Every day when he gets off the ship to pick up supplies, Luke asks Doflamingo to bring back a copy of the day's newspaper. Much of what has been reported in the newspapers in the last few days has been about the World Government Conference. Luke also saw something about the Revolutionary Army. Rolling the newspaper up, Luke tapped his head slightly in a thoughtful manner. Luffy, already known as the 5th Emperor of the New World, but newspapers have always liked to exaggerate. His own pirate group hadn't done much of anything major since its inception, but still, not long ago, I read about myself in the newspaper. The title that the outside world has for himself today is called Luke, the God of Thunder, and the newspapers claim that he is in existence beyond the 4 emperors. What once happened on the battlefield of Marineford when he fought Redhead and Blackbeard alone was brought out and reported again. The pirates are joined by Green Pheasant, also a Navy renegade and former Grand Admiral, plus Doflamingo, once one of the 7 musketeers. Newspapers claimed that such a force was enough to shake the world government. Luke just smiled and didn't say anything at that statement. Whether it's the Revolutionary Army, or the Straw Hat Pirates, trying to shake up the world government is a joke. Even Luffy's impending awakening of his Nika form is not even close. Yawning slightly, Luke turned around in the recliner. So far on the ship, Doflamingo has adapted perfectly to the awakening of being part of Luke's crew. At the moment he was sitting on the side of the boat with a fishing rod in his hand. Originally, he thought that Luke's coming to the Land of Peace would inevitably lead to a big battle with Kaido, but I didn't realize that after so many days of arriving in the territory of Kazunokuni, Luke just parked his ship here. Seems to be waiting for something. For once in his rare diligence, Green Pheasant was repairing a gaping hole in the ship, mallet in hand. A few whacks and a glance up at Luke. There seemed to be a look of wanting to say something. Finally, after another 3 days, Luke had an impatient look on his face. He stood up from the recliner and both Green Pheasant and Doflamingo looked over at him, lighting a cigarette and looking at the ocean in the distance. Luke then spoke. Park the ship and let's enter the Land of Peace. Green Pheasant and Doflamingo looked at each other. The two couldn't guess as to what their mysterious captain was thinking, but since it's the captain's orders, just do it. So the 2 men parked the boat, and the 3 of them stepped into the country of Kazuno. Luke's trio walks through the territory of Kazunokuni, and all they see along the way are abandoned fields and contaminated water sources. Occasionally, I saw a few figures, most of them with yellow faces, deep-set eyes, and a look of malnutrition. Doflamingo's pace remains arrogant and hexagonal. Both he and Green Pheasant were around 3 meters tall, and Luke, who was 6'6", looked like a dwarf when he walked between the two. Doflamingo didn't seem to think anything of the miserable scene around him, and from time to time, he'd give Luke an introduction to the land of Wabi-Sabi. Green Pheasant, on the other hand, frowned and said nothing. The trio's destination was none other than the flower capital of Kazunokuni. Inside the flower capital, a tavern. Compared to the barren misery of the rest of the world, this is like another world altogether. Orochi Karatsuchi was sitting in a private room, watching a geisha perform in front of him and gulping down a fine wine. At this time, a scarlet red color had surfaced on his cheeks, and it was obvious that he had already had a little too much to drink. Just then, suddenly the door to the private room was pushed open by someone. Inside, the music of the geisha's dance is interrupted. The visitor's face was flustered, and the black and tan serpent looked at him with displeasure as he held his glass of wine. The man couldn't care less, and went straight to the big black and tan snake, bending down and whispering a few words in his ear. As the man finished whispering, bang, there was a sound, and the glass of wine in the black charcoal serpent's hand fell to the ground. He exclaimed, "When did you find out?" The man bent over and tensed. "Just now. They're coming toward Huadu." The black charcoal Orobaro's face, which originally revealed a scarlet red color, turned deathly white at this moment. The wine also sobered up instantly, only to see him get up in a panic. He headed outside. On top of Ghost Island, Kaido was holding a bowl of wine ready to drink. Suddenly there was a rush of footsteps outside. When he raised his head, he saw the black charcoal serpent walking in with a panicked and hurried face. "Something's wrong." Before he even walked into the great hall, the black and charcoal serpent exclaimed. Kaido put down the bowl of wine in his hand. During the weekdays when there was no major event, the black charcoal serpent seldom came to Ghost Island. For his hurried appearance, Kaido was much more composed. "What happened?" The black and tan serpent stopped. "That Navy kid came to Wakuni." "A Navy brat?" Kaido looked puzzled. The black and tan serpent exclaimed. "That's the kid who chased and beat up Redhead and Blackbeard all by himself on the Marineford battlefield. Became an admiral afterward, and then rebelled against the Navy by destroying the entire Navy headquarters with one move." With a sound of miso, Kaido stood up from his chair. There was a pause, and then he sat down again. "What's he doing in the Land of Peace?" Black charcoal Orochi, "He didn't come alone. He came with his entire pirate group." Kaido was puzzled. "The entire pirate group?" The black and charcoal serpent's face showed anger, and he shouted in dissatisfaction. "Do you even care what's out there? That boy has formed his own pirate group, with the former admiral of the Navy, and Green Pheasant, who also rebelled from the Navy, as members. There's another one." The black and tan serpent paused before continuing. "And then there's Doflamingo." Upon hearing Doflamingo's name, Kaido's face fell. "Didn't that kid get captured by the Navy?" The black and tan serpent covered his face once. "Do you really never care about anything else but drinking every day?" Kaido leaned back in his chair, his face thoughtful. "So, what was the purpose of his coming to Kazunokuni?" The black and tan serpent anxiously said. "Doflamingo used to work with us a lot, didn't he? Now that he's a member of that kid's crew, the first thing he does is come to the Land of Peace. Do you think he can hold any good intentions?" Cadre rubbed his brow. At Luke, he hadn't really cared too much. After all, the two hadn't crossed paths at all. All that is known is that it is rumored that he is so strong that he can even take on both Redhead and Blackbeard on his own. Nonetheless, Kaido didn't have much fear in his heart for Luke. He lifted the bowl of wine again. If you come, so what? The black and tan serpent exclaimed. Aren't you afraid he'll make a move against Kazunoki? It's been rumored that he's in existence beyond the 4 emperors, and the land of Wabi-Sabi might be his goal to prove himself. Kaido chuckled lightly. Then let me meet him. Chapter 64, War of the Ashes. Doflamingo seems to be familiar with the land of peace. With him leading the way, the 3 of them soon arrived at Huadu. This is the capital city of Kazunokuni, not far from Onigashima where Kaido lives, and it's guarded by Orochi the Black and Tan Orochi. That's why this place is so prosperous, far beyond other places. The 3 of them walked into the city, and the streets around them were bustling with activity. For the appearance of the 3 unfamiliar figures, especially Doflamingo's arrogant and conspicuous appearance, many sideways glances were given. Just as Luke was planning to find a random place to stay first, suddenly a figure appeared in front of the trio. The figure was extremely tall, and his entire body, including his face, was wrapped in black clothing. There was a fire burning in the back of his head, a long sword was slung around his waist, and a pair of huge black wings stood out. Luke struggled to lift his head enough to see it. Damn! Aren't there many normal heights in the pirate world? Luke mentally cursed. Even though Doflamingo's stature was already considered tall, it barely reached his waist in front of the visitor. It's the Inferno Plague Ashes, the top of the 3 watchers under Kaido. Doflamingo spoke to Luke. Luke nodded. Of course he recognized it. The eyes behind Ash's mask scanned Luke and then spoke. The captain wants to see you. Luke had both arms wrapped around his chest and a cigarette in his mouth. Looks like you were noticed as soon as you entered the land of peace. Captain? Kaido, right? Ashes is more subdued and doesn't talk much. Facing Luke's words didn't choose to speak. So Luke went on. I haven't shopped enough yet, and I don't want to see cadre just yet. With that said, Luke waved at Green Pheasant and Doflamingo and prepared to leave around Ashes. Seeing the 3 of them about to leave, Ash's tall figure gently moved and blocked in front of them, spoke in a deep voice. It's not a notice, it's an order. Luke threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground and stomped it out with his foot. Looking up, orders? One of Ash's hands rested on the hilt of the knife. In the next moment, the long knife was sheathed and slashed violently towards Luke. But just as the blade was about to touch Luke, it suddenly stopped in the air. A few transparent threads that held onto Ashes. Doflamingo stood in front of Luke, arms crossed and fingers crossed. Countless threads spread out through the fingers. Ashes looked at Doflamingo and spoke. Already a loyal traitor to him? Doflamingo had his signature evil grin on his face. Each other. And aren't you a traitor to Kaido as well? Ash's gaze went through his mask, his red eyes looking dead at Doflamingo. Your words are not yet my match. Doflamingo's 10 fingers snapped together and Ash's tall figure stomped back a few steps. Hey, if it's a rival or not, try it to find out. When the 2 men struck, the residents of the surrounding streets had already let out shrieks and all fled. At that moment, Green Pheasant, who had been silent, took a step forward. The people of Kazunokuni are pathetic enough. Go to the outskirts of the city. Luke gave Green Pheasant a look and thought to himself that he was worthy of being the original admiral. Awareness is just high. He waved his hand indifferently. Make it quick. I'll shop around some more. After saying that, he lifted his foot to go around a few people and left the battlefield. Green Pheasant and Doflamingo teamed up if they couldn't beat in Ashes. Then they can both go home and plow the fields. Outside the flower capital, white frost filled Green Pheasant's body, and a shocking cold aura enveloped the surroundings. Doflamingo's 10 fingers spread out, and countless threads had enveloped Ash's figure. A former admiral of the navy and a former 7 musketeers, facing both of them at the same time. Ashes took a deep breath and slowly drew his long sword. There was little suspense in this fight. It's that facing Green Pheasant alone, Ash's chances of winning are almost 0, not to mention the fact that he's facing 2 people at once, even though he's the leader of Kaido's 3 plagues. Doflamingo's silk threads hold him. Green Pheasant's furious frost attack came crashing down on him. It was only a few moves before Ashes collapsed without moving. Doflamingo arrogantly stepped forward and planted 1 foot on Ash's face, let out a maniacal laugh. Although the previous him and Kaido were explicitly trading and cooperating, he actually had more fear in his heart. Now he can step on Ash's head. It was as if the heart was out of its mouth. He held out his index finger and a transparent silk thread wrapped around Ash's neck. Apparently, he wanted Ash's dead. Just then, Green Pheasant, who had already faded into a frosty body, spoke up. The captain's orders didn't include killing him, did they? At that, Doflamingo's finger lurched, smiling slightly at Ashes. Count yourself lucky. Be careful next time. With that, he stood up and left with Green Pheasant with an arrogant stride. The fallen Ashes coughed up a mouthful of blood and took a long time to get up from the ground. He didn't think that Luke's group would really dare to strike at him in the Land of Peace. Could it be that they were really running towards the 100 Beasts pirates? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Now, he was going back to resume his duties. In the flower capital, Luke was standing in a group of people who had gathered around him, eyes on the center of the crowd. There, a figure was selling his stuff. This pill, although it may look plain and ordinary, you must not underestimate it. It's called the Vitality Pill, and it has the effect of boosting fighting ability, increasing stamina, and curing various terminal illnesses. Out there, it's something that's very sought after, and a lot of people just don't always get it even with the money. Everyone around them was bluffed by the man's mouthy sales pitch. At that moment, Green Pheasant and Doflamingo appeared behind Luke. Luke turned back. Things work out? Doflamingo had a smug grin on his face. It was an easy fix. Luke nodded, and suddenly both Green Pheasant's eyes were drawn to the figure in the center of the crowd selling pills. Green Pheasant frowned slightly. Is it someone from the Straw Hat Kids gang? Luke smiled slightly. Right. In the crowd, Usopp, who was selling fake medicines, suddenly saw two figures in the crowd with his afterglow. The man who had been mouthing off a second before suddenly stiffened. Sweat just broke out from his forehead. Naturally, he recognized Green Pheasant and Doflamingo, who hadn't made any disguises, especially when he realized that the two were also looking at him. Cold sweat dampened his back in an instant. These two people, in his mind, were both extremely terrifying existences. What are they? What are they doing here? And why are these two entangled? Usopp's mind screamed. He hastily collected the things in front of him and turned to the people around him. That's enough business for today. Goodbye. With that said, Usopp clutched his belongings and fled in a hurry. Watching his fleeing back, Luke had no intention of chasing after him. Green Pheasant spoke slowly. Could it be that Straw Hat Boy and the others are also in Wakuni? Luke shrugged. Who knew? Doflamingo's eyes behind his sunglasses, on the other hand, narrowed slightly. He was the one who lost to the combination of Luffy and Law in the first place. Chapter 65, 3 Plagues Under the Emperor. Above Ghost Island, Kaido's face was a bit grim. In front of him was the badly injured Ashes. Ashes had reported to him what had happened at that time. Already, the black and charcoal serpent was also on the sidelines, looking at the injured Ashes, while his face had an expression of I knew this would happen. Suddenly, the bowl of wine in Kaido's hand slammed hard on the table. It's been a long time since someone dared to be so reckless in the Land of Peace. The words, practically squeezed out of Kaido's teeth. The black and tan serpent rolled his eyes. The two had worked together for so many years. Kaido's character he knew too well. At the moment, he was thinking about it. Based on Ash's words, the other party clearly had a chance to kill him at that time, but it didn't make a move. Does this mean that the other side doesn't want to make things too difficult either? So what exactly is the purpose of that brat's visit to the Land of Peace? Or is that brat a little afraid of Kaido too? Countless thoughts crossed the black and charcoal serpent's mind, looking up at Kaido, who was in the midst of his anger. In fact, Ghost Island doesn't care who inhabits it, whether it's Kaido or that little brat named Luke. If that brat's goal was to defeat Kaido and take his place, then Black Charcoal Orochi might even help him at the last minute. He doesn't care who the governor is, he just wants to be the governor's wife. Just as the black and charcoal serpent's brain continued to ponder, Drought Jack, who had not yet healed from his serious injuries, stepped forward with a bandage on his body. Might as well let me go. Kaido gave him a look. Jack continued, isn't that just a navy brat? This is the land of Wabi-Sabi. Judging by the courage of those who still dared to lean their ships over in the first place, knowing that they had the Navy's top fighting force on board, Drought Jack is absolutely reckless. Black and Tan Orochi suddenly stood up and turned to Kaido. At the moment, we don't know the purpose of the other party's visit to Wakuni, so perhaps we shouldn't make things too difficult. Why don't we just let the three of them go together? And remember to be polite in your attitude this time. After all, we invited them over. If he's still afraid to come, doesn't that just show that he's a cowardly coward? If he comes, we are even less afraid of him on Ghost Island. Listening to Black Charcoal Orochi's words, a thoughtful look appeared on Kaido's face. After a long time, it seemed that his words did make sense. If the other guy doesn't come, then he's a cowardly coward who has nothing to fear. If the other party came, then when they reached Ghost Island, they would have even less need to fear him. So, whether the other side comes or not, the odds are in your favor. So Kaido nodded, speaking to the three main watchers. In that case, the three of you will go along for the ride. The three men led the way out, and Kaido looked in the direction of Hanadu, his palm slowly stroking his chin. What reckless brats! How dare they barge into their own territory with just those two people? Hanadu, Luke's trio resides in a tavern. Having just arranged for a place to stay, Luke headed out the door. Green Pheasant and Doflamingo, on the other hand, stayed at the residence. Walking through the streets of Huadu, Luke's eyes kept scanning around. I wonder if Luffy, now, has arrived in the land of Wabi-Sabi. After walking for a while, Luke unknowingly came to a remote place. This place seems to have left the confines of Watu. Not far ahead, there was a small village. There were a few other withered-faced figures standing at the entrance to the village. A few at the sight of Luke. The eyes were a little wary, with a hint of caution. It seems that the entire country of Kazunokuni, with the exception of Hanadu, all of them are in a very downtrodden state. It has become the norm for people to not have enough to eat. The hand went into his pocket, where it held a burrito he had just bought on the street. Luke took a step toward the figures at the entrance of the village. Several people lowered their heads when they saw Luke approaching. Taking a few steps in front of a few people, Luke reached down and pulled out the burrito in his arms. A few yellow-faced figures looked at the burrito in Luke's hand, and the knots in their throats welled up, eyes full of desperately restrained longing. Luke gave what he thought was a fairly amiable smile and raised the burrito. "I'd like to ask you guys about something." A woman, probably in her 30s, looked at Luke and spoke cautiously. "What is it?" Luke gave a look of trying to remember, and after a moment he said, "Do you guys know of a little village? I think it's called something like Braided Hat Village." A few people looked at each other, and still the woman spoke. "You mean the Braided Hats village of 9 Mile? Luke nodded. Yeah, that's the village. You know?" The woman nodded slightly. Luke handed over the burrito in his hand. "Can you take me there?" The woman looked at the burrito and swallowed hard, but instead of taking it at first, he gave Luke a slightly wary look. Asked, "Are you going there for something?" Luke gave a smile. "I was looking for a girl named Jade. She's a friend of mine." The woman still had a wary look within her eyes, though her expression relaxed slightly. "The village of Braided Casa is some distance away and requires you to keep going west. There are a few rivers to cross on the way. Some distance yet." Luke nodded and smiled, handing the woman the burrito in his hand. The woman hesitated for a moment, and in the end it was clear that hunger had taken over. Taking the burrito, he tore off a few pieces and gave them to the people next to him, and then the group gobbled them down. After saying his thanks, Luke headed west toward where the woman had indicated. He had just been walking for a while when suddenly Luke heard, not far from the roadside, a loud noise coming from a grove of trees. Luke stopped and looked at the woods. There was a rustling sound, and then a tall figure stepped out of the woods. Luke rubbed his fingers together. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of him was none other than one of the 3 main watchmen under Kaido, Drought Jack. It's really hard to meet someone in the world of the Pirate King who's about the same size as you. Drought Jack looked down at Luke. "You're the brat, aren't you?" As he spoke, a sardonic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, 2 equally tall figures stepped out of the bushes behind Luke. "The 3 main watchmen under Kaido are all here. Just seen not long ago." Ashes of the Inferno disaster still had traces of bandages on his arms. It should be left behind by Green Pheasant and Doflamingo. 3 men, surrounding Luke. Drought Jack's eyes scanned around, and then he spoke. "Looks like your bodyguard didn't bring it out." Luke looked at the 3 of them, his tone flirty. "You 3, you don't need anyone else yet." Jack grunted coldly. Just then, the extremely obese Epidemic Quinn spoke up. "The captain told us to be polite." Jack grunted softly, his fingers crunching in both fists. "If you're not polite, my fist is already in his face." Chapter 66, The Great Black Anthracite Snake. Ashes spoke at that moment. "Our captain would like to see you and would like you to come with us." At this point, Ash's tone was no longer as overbearing as it had been in the morning. Luke spread his hands helplessly. "I said I don't want to see Kados just yet, and when I do want to see him, I'll naturally go." As soon as Luke's words were out of his mouth, Jack, who had been leaping to the sidelines, suddenly clenching his fists, he exclaimed, "No one in the land of peace has yet dared to withhold face from our captain." As he was speaking, a loud elephant sound came. Drought Jack, in the guise of a giant mammoth. It was his devil fruit ability. Ashes twisted his head to look at Jack, knowing it was too late to stop him. But there's nothing to stop it. There were 3 of them, and the opponent was just one. What's to fear? Epidemic Quinn had a teasing look on his obese face. "Since we've decided to do it, let's go together. The other party is not a small person." As he spoke, he also transformed into a giant Brachiosaurus. Luke shook his head helplessly. In the next moment, the body transformed into a residual shadow. The 3 Ashes let out a shriek. So fast. The 3 gazes tried to find Luke's figure. Yet the next second, Luke's form then appeared in front of the giant mammoth that Jack had taken on. A small ball of lightning appeared in his palm. With that, Luke held the tiny ball of lightning in his hand and slapped it fiercely towards the mammoth's head. Drought Jack had little chance to resist. Just one move, the giant mammoth figure disappeared. Returning to his human form, he flew out viciously backwards and smashed into a forest. Splash of dust and smoke. There's no way to stop it. Quinn, disguised as a Brachiosaurus, yelled. Within Ash's eyes, they were also filled with shock. Luke is surprisingly strong. Even if it was Green Pheasant and Doflamingo teaming up, it wouldn't make him feel so threatened. Strike together. Ashes yelled towards Quinn, but the eyes of the two men couldn't catch up with Luke's form. After knocking down Jack, Luke once again transformed into a stump. Not waiting for Quinn and Ashes to react, Luke's form then appeared between the two of them. Opening his arms, two thick streaks of purple lightning erupted from Luke's arms. The targets were none other than Quinn and Ashes. Boom! Two loud bangs sounded at the same time. The two couldn't even put up a little resistance. Purple lightning wrapped around the figures of the duo, and it didn't take more than a moment. Both men then fell to the ground convulsing and lost consciousness. Defeating three men, Luke didn't even take a ragged breath. Looking as usual, he clapped his hands, bypassed Quinn and Ashes and went on his way. It was as if solving the three main watchmen under Kaido was like crushing three ants. Ghost Island. The three Ashes barely managed to make it back by holding each other up. The black and tan serpent looked at the severely injured trio. Inside, the plan was already in place, so he stood up. I have a few things to do, so I'll leave you to it. Kaido's face was grim as water. He didn't expect, by any means, that Luke, that little brat, would actually dare to tear himself apart within the territory of the Kazoku. It was equally inwardly shocking that Luke actually had that kind of strength. Seeing that the black and charcoal serpent was about to leave, Kaido called out to him, "Wait, you're just going to walk away when Kazunokuni is faced with something like this?" The great black and tan serpent stopped and looked back at Kaido. "I don't really think this is something that Kazunokuni needs to face. The other party hasn't shown much malice since they appeared." Kaido's fist slammed down hard on the table in front of him, and the table fell to pieces. "No malice? The injuries on the three of them don't count as malice?" The Black Coal Ouroboros spoke in a calm tone. "Don't they always reach out to them? And for the second time I've already said we should be polite. But these three idiots obviously didn't listen to me." Hearing the black and charcoal serpent call them stupid, the faces of the three Ashes people all chilled. They may not be a match for Luke, but the great black and tan serpent was not yet in a position to call them stupid. Kaido sulked and didn't say anything. The black and tan serpent continued. "Right now, no matter what, the other side is at the very least not acting like they're trying to start a war. Just wait and see. Of course, if you let those fools get themselves killed again, that's between you and him, and has nothing to do with the kingdom." After saying that, the black charcoal serpent turned around and left. Only Kaido, who was almost chomping his teeth together, was left behind. After Luke finished with the Ashes trio, he continued toward the west, but the size of Kazunokuni far exceeded his expectations, and everywhere they passed, all of them were barren lands and downtrodden people. It's nowhere near as prosperous as the flower capital. Forget it, let's go back first. With that in mind, Luke turned back. When he came to the outskirts of Huadu City, far away, Luke suddenly saw several figures standing there. Several figures all gathered their gazes over as they saw themselves. Moving a little closer, Luke then got a better look. Standing outside of Hanadu, surprisingly, was the black and charcoal Orochi and a few servants. Luke rubbed his chin. First Kaido, now black and tan Orochi? Seeing Luke, a warm smile immediately appeared on the face of the black charcoal serpent. "Captain Luke, since the establishment of the pirates, this was the first time someone had called themselves that." Not knowing exactly what the other man had in mind, Luke just nodded slightly. The black and tan serpent continued to speak. "I have set a feast in the city, just waiting for you to come." Luke looked at the black and charcoal serpent, and it was clear that the other man's attitude was a sign of goodwill. At the moment he needed to pry some information himself, and he was just the man for the job. So Luke smiled back. A few pleasantries were exchanged, and the black and tan serpent led Luke toward the flower capital. Along the way, his mouth was almost full of words of extreme flattery. "What, the youngest admiral? Luke just says he's no longer in the navy." Black charcoal Orochi then praises it again, saying that Luke is a pirate who will definitely make the entire world tremble in the future. Luke smiled without saying a word. By the time he arrived at a swanky tavern, Luke realized that Green Pheasant and Doflamingo had actually been invited. It seemed that the black charcoal serpent, for being able to invite himself to the banquet, had complete certainty. The entire country of Kazunoki is ruled by black and tan Orochi and Kaido. On the surface the two are partners and their personalities complement each other greatly. Kaido is as strong as he is, but in some ways, the black and tan serpent, however, was far stronger than him. A civil servant and a military general would be appropriate. Once seated, the black and tan serpent poured Luke a glass of sake. With that, he poured another cup for both Green Pheasant and Doflamingo. The gesture was put extremely low. As he set the glass down for Doflamingo, the black and tan Orochi had a smile on his face. "Ming, the two of us are sort of old friends." Doflamingo's eyes skimmed Luke's face and saw that he didn't show much. Only then did he take the glass of wine and bantered with the big black charcoal snake for a few moments. Geisha danced in front of them, and several musicians played music around them. Only after a few cups of wine had been consumed did the black charcoal serpent roll his eyes and speak slowly. "I wonder if Captain Luke, coming to the land of peace is Chapter 67, Luffy's Trail. The latter half of the sentence was not uttered by the black charcoal serpent. Luke looked at him with an inquiring face and put down the glass in his hand. A little thought was given before he spoke languidly. I'm here to find someone. Hearing Luke's words, an amused expression appeared on the face of the black charcoal serpent. It seemed to be a secret relief and a bit of a disappointment. I wonder who it's for. I'm fairly well informed in the land of peace. At that, Luke pulled a long-prepared bounty from his pocket. After handing it to the black charcoal serpent, he spoke. It's not really a matter of having to find him. Just wondering if he's in Kazunokuni territory right now. Receiving the bounty order. Black charcoal Ouroboros first saw the bounty on it. 1.5 billion berries. It was only then that I saw the message on it. Munch D. Luffy, Straw Hat Pirates. Naturally, Black Charcoal Orochi had heard of Luffy's group, but in his mind, that group was at best a small group of pirates with a bit of guts, even with the previous rumor that they had made a big mess on Cake Island. But that's about it. Compared to Luke, that crowd was a bunch of brats. After all, Luke wreaked havoc on the battlefield of Marineford, taking on both Redhead and Blackbeard by himself without losing a fight. And when he first rebelled from the Navy, he even destroyed the entire Navy headquarters in one move. Today he had also personally witnessed that Luke alone had easily killed the 3 major watchmen under Kaido. In front of such a battle record, Luffy's group could only be considered a small fight. So the black and tan serpent put away the wanted notice in his hand. Turning to Luke, don't worry, I'll have someone look into it. Above Ghost Island, Kaido had several jars of wine in front of him. I could tell he was in a bit of a sullen mood. Kazunokuni, which has always been quiet, has suddenly been buzzing with activity lately. It's not just the sudden arrival of Luke's pirates. The Straw Hat Kid gang seems to be coming towards Wakuni as well. The more he thought about it, the more depressed Kaido became, and he swallowed another large bowl of wine. Luke is fine, but what gives the Straw Hat Kid the right? Bowl after bowl of wine was downed, and Kaido's eyes became mesmerized. Suddenly, he rose from his chair, stumbled outside of Ghost Island. The sky is a bit overcast. Kaido gazed in the direction of Hanadu and then into the distance. Suddenly the whole person swept towards the air. In a flash, it transformed into a huge green dragon. The dragon's body twisted and headed off into the distance. After a full meal, Luke left the tavern where the black and tan serpent had entertained him. Behind them followed Green Pheasant and Doflamingo towards their quarters. But not long afterward, suddenly all 3 of them saw the sky in the distance, where there seemed to be movement. Luke narrowed his eyes. You guys go back first. After saying that, Luke's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning and swept towards the distance. Some distance away from Hanadu, Luke came to the place where the disturbance was rumored. Only a huge green dragon was seen coiled in the sky, and on the ground, a town was reduced to rubble. Apparently, it was from Kaido in the guise of a giant green dragon. Luke rubbed his chin, trying to think if there was this episode in the original. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, the green dragon in the sky let out a roar, then opened his mouth wide, and a fierce fiery light was spat out from within his mouth. Wherever it passed, everything was reduced to pieces. That last giant dragon spit hit a city built on a hill. Under this spitting breath, half of the entire mountain was missing. Luke scanned the scene. Suddenly, a tiny figure appeared within his sight. The moment he saw the tiny figure, Luke narrowed his eyes. It's so hard to find the right place to get it. Luffy, who had been thinking of going in search of it, had appeared right in front of him. After casting a spit, Kaido's huge dragon body twisted as if he was planning to leave. And at that moment, Luffy's figure appeared. Only his tiny figure was seen leaping high towards the dragon body that Kaido had transformed into. A huge fist snapped into existence, and on it was the very same black color that Luffy showed when he turned on his third block, Elephant Gun. With a roar, the giant black fist then slammed towards Kaido. Bang! A loud clanging sound slammed out. The black fist slammed into Kaido's faucet, sending him hard into the ground. For a while the scene was filled with flying sand and smoke. The powerful impact made it impossible for those around to open their eyes. Luke said darkly as he watched the striking Luffy. Compared to the battlefield of the original Top War, he's gotten stronger by more than a little bit. After a long time, the smoke dissipated. The giant green dragon that Kaido had incarnated appeared unharmed in the middle of a ruin. He slowly stood up again. Dark purple lightning enveloped his entire body, and Luffy's tiny figure stood in front of the green dragon. Instead of a hint of fear, his face was all anger. Luke, in the distance, was also finally remembering. Now corresponds to the very first encounter between Luffy and Kaido in the original. On the battlefield, Luffy, who was angrily staring at Kaido, suddenly shouted, and then his entire body leapt high into the air. At the same time the entire fist once again grew larger, becoming black. Rubber, Elephant Gun. With a loud roar, the huge black fist slammed towards Kaido once again. Kaido seemed to freeze in place in the face of Luffy's attack. Dragonhead knuckled down and took the blow to the Elephant Gun. Luffy connects with a single shot that doesn't faze him in the slightest. Yelled again. Giant seal. As he yelled, his right leg quickly grew larger, also turning black. Kaido still has no intention of dodging. The huge dragon's body sturdily resisted Luffy's move. 2 moves to get it. Luffy's self-confidence was bursting at the seams. Roaring, his entire body rapidly expanded. Both arms were violently facing backward, and then swung out fiercely. The 2 black fists that were giganticized slammed towards Kaido. Rubber, Grizzly Sinjijin. The blow, still solid, hit Kaido in the head. The huge green dragon's body was pressed by Luffy and slammed hard into the ground. Tremors came from the earth, and many people around them dodged in panic. Fear of being smashed by the huge green dragon. After smashing a large hole in the ground, the huge green dragon's body suddenly disappeared. In turn, Kaido's main body appeared in the pit. He wobbled to his feet, a hangover-like look on his face. A huge wolf's tooth rod appeared in his hand. Upon seeing Luffy in front of him, Kaido hiccuped. Kids, all kids. As if still sober, Kaido's speech was slurred. Luffy looked at Kaido. All of his attacks just now all hit, but the other party was now simply unharmed. Gritting his teeth, a hot aura suddenly emanated from Luffy's body. Instantly, his body changed. The entire body rapidly expanded as if it were an inflated balloon. A dark red color enveloped his legs and hands. Swollen, he kept jumping up and down in place. There came a sound as if an air-filled basketball, slapping the floor. In the distance Luke stretched. He knew that this was Luffy's strongest state right now. 4th block. Chapter 68 Luffy Kaido's first encounter. Seeing Luffy transform, Kaido still had a drunken look on his face. This completely enraged Luffy, only to see him let out a roar. His black fists were like rain, frantically smashing towards Kaido's body. Loud noises kept coming. This time Luffy's attack was finally something. Kaido's drunken eyes gradually sobered up under Luffy's fist. Only his eyes snapped open. A rumble of thunder came from the sky at the same time. A thick bolt of purple lightning slammed down and enveloped Kaido's body. And by now, Luffy had clenched his fists. Rubber, Great Ape King Gun. The black fist was like a taut spring with a terrifying force stored in it. This move was the strongest strike that Luffy could currently perform. Facing the Great Ape King Gun, Kaido also raised the wolfsbane in his hand, thundering 8 trigrams. With a roar, the wolfsbane in his hand slammed towards Luffy. 2 people with moves that completely abandoned defense. Both chose to ignore the other's attacks. The only thought in his mind was to hit his opponent. Eventually, the Great Ape King Gun smashed into Kaido's chest, and Kaido's thundering bagua hits Luffy. But the 2 men are in a completely different situation. After eating a Great Ape King Gun, Kaido didn't even shake his form. And on the flip side, Luffy is hit by a huge wolfsbane. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth. The pupils were even knocked lax. In the end, the entire body was knocked away and hit hard on a boulder, losing consciousness. So far in the opening battle, facing Luffy's attacks, that was the only time Kaido fought back. With just 1 move, Luffy was finished. In the distance Luke smacked his lips. With the way things are going, the difference in strength between Luffy and Kaido, it's like the difference between a cloud and a sea. Kaido came over to the unconscious Luffy with a giant wolfsbane in hand. The wolf tooth stick in his hand fell heavily to the ground, smashing the ground out of cracks. A brat like you still wants to try to become the Pirate King? With a snort, one of Kaido's men immediately tied Luffy up. Kaido shouldered the huge wolfsbane and turned to leave. But after just a few steps, the huge body stopped, his gaze fixed in the distance. That's where Luke is. Luke looked at Kaido with his hands between his sleeves and a calm expression on his face. The 2 men locked eyes. One of the 2 brats who had offended the Kazoku had already lost to him. Then let's take the opportunity to eradicate the other brat along with it. Kaido's hand crunched as he gripped his wolfsbane, though his instincts told him that Luke was in no way a brat like Luffy. Despite repeated warnings from Black and Tan Orochi, Luke was a being capable of fighting Redhead and Blackbeard alone. But Kaido didn't want that much at this point. A terrifying aura was brewing in his body. Luke remained calm, speaking faintly towards Kaido. I just find your death at my hands too boring, that's all. And killing you would cause a lot of unwanted chain reactions, which would cause me to lose my ability to foresee the future. A vein rippled across Kaido's forehead. Kill yourself? It had been a long time since anyone had dared to say something so arrogant. Thud! Kaido took 1 step, and a loud noise came from the ground, accompanied by a trembling of the earth. He took a step toward Luke. Luke's face remained calm, just as Kaido was about to come before him. His eyes, which had been narrowed, suddenly opened. Beyond the top level of the hegemony color hegemony, it instantly poured out. The speeding Kaido suddenly lurched, his feet stopping sharply, causing 2 deep craters to appear in the ground. Just a moment ago, Kaido felt a surge in Luke's body, one that was foreign to himself. That's death. Luke remained still. Neither of the hands straightened out from between the sleeves. For some reason, Kaido suddenly thought of someone. Rocks. The oppression Luke brought upon himself at this moment was too similar to when he first met the captain. Cold sweat broke out from Kaido's head. Luke gave cadre a calm look. Without another word, he turned directly away. Kaido, on the other hand, who was in place, was breathing heavily. It wasn't until Luke was long gone that he came back to his senses. That brat, Kaido kept mumbling. When they returned to their lodgings, Green Pheasant and Doflamingo, one was reading a book and the other was looking out the window, wondering what they were thinking. Luke came back and sat straight down in a chair in the room. With three people together, silence seemed to be the norm. After a long time, Doflamingo asked sullenly, "What do we need to do now?" Luke lit a cigarette, now that he knew where Luffy was. So he took a deep drag on his cigarette and then spoke. "Wait, just a simple word." Doflamingo stroked his sunglasses. "I thought we came to the land of peace to do something." Luke said calmly, "Kaido won't live long." Hearing Luke's words, a hint of bloodthirsty excitement appeared on Doflamingo's face. "You're going to kill him?" Doflamingo didn't have much doubt that Luke had the strength to kill Kaido. Only saw Luke strike that time in Marineford though. Green Pheasant, who heard Luke's words, also put down the book he was holding and looked up at him. Luke shook his head slightly. "I'm not really interested in killing Kaido, but I am interested in his death." Doubt showed on Doflamingo's face. The meaning of Luke's words seemed like he wasn't going to do it himself. "Can anyone else kill Kaido?" Green Pheasant suddenly frowned and spoke. "There's news that Big Mom, who is also the fourth emperor, is also coming towards the land of peace." Luke still shook his head. "She won't live much longer." Hearing Luke's words, a hint of surprise appeared on both Green Pheasant's faces. Big Mom and Kaido, both characters that have been four kings for a long time. Strength naturally needs no introduction. Could someone have killed them both at the same time? Who else in the world has that kind of power besides Luke? Luke smiled, not meaning to explain anything. Doflamingo's long tongue licked his lips. "I really can't think of anyone who could have such an ability to obliterate two long-established fourth emperors at the same time." Luke suddenly smiled. "You lost to that one back in the day." Hearing Luke's words, Doflamingo's face suddenly froze. Then he exclaimed, "You mean Straw Hat Boy?" Luke didn't affirm, but he didn't deny either. At once, Doflamingo's face looked like he had seen a ghost. Yelled, "How is that possible? I've fought with that kid. I know his strength very well. Trying to defeat both Kaido and Big Mom at the same time. It's simply impossible." Luke smiled. "Whether it will or not, we'll just have to wait and see." Soon. Chapter 69, Death of Toya Yasushi. For the next few days, things were quiet. The Black and Tan Serpent did come a couple times. The first time, it was to deliver a message from Luffy, though he wasn't sure why Luke cared to hear from that brat. Along with Luffy's message came an invitation. It's an invitation to a lavish banquet. In response, Luke had little interest and instead tossed the invitation directly to Doflamingo. Before Doflamingo was defeated by Luffy, he had been the middleman between Black and Tan Orochi and the world government. Many of the world government's weapons were purchased through Doflamingo, a middleman. So, he and Black Charcoal Orochi were sort of old acquaintances. It was only fitting that he should be present at this banquet. Luke, who was idle, drank tea and read the newspaper every day, keeping an eye on the outside world. Recently, the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates have been causing quite a stir within the territory of Kazunokuni. Black and Tan Orochi's men, and Kaido's men, crossed paths with all of them, and Big Mom, who is also one of the four emperors, has come to the land of peace. However, due to being struck down to the bottom of the ocean by Inferno Calamity Ashes, Big Mom has lost his memory. Everything is going according to the original plot. Luffy, the quarry, is also grinding to get stronger. That morning, Luke got up and opened the window. Outside, the streets are busier than ever today. It seemed like something big was about to happen, and countless silhouettes were surging in one direction. Luke stepped out of his quarters and into the street, moving along with the crowd. It didn't take long to come to a wide street, and there was a stake standing in front of the street at that moment. On the stake, a figure was bound. The figure looked familiar, and it took Luke a long time to think about it. This person, Tanemori Yasushi, who was executed by the Black Charcoal Orochi, was also an important person who used to follow Mitsuki Goten, the Frost Moon Yasushi family. At this moment, he was being chained to death to a wooden stake, and all around, a large number of guards watched. The Great Black and Tan Serpent was also present. The moment he saw Luke, the Black and Tan Serpent greeted him eagerly. "Captain Luke." Luke nodded slightly. So far, Orochi Black Coal still hadn't quite figured out Luke's purpose for coming to the land of peace. If it was a search for Luffy's trail, it had now been reached, but he still had no intention of leaving the land of peace. Luke walked over to the big black charcoal snake. The Black Coal Ouroboros looked at the scene below, and his face seemed slightly embarrassed. "It's some of our family business in Kazunokuni that makes you laugh." Luke smiled to indicate that it was nothing. After that, he stood quietly beside the Black and Charcoal Serpent. For a while, the black charcoal serpent couldn't figure out what he meant. Simply go on about your business. He spoke out loud to all the people at the scene about Tanamayasu's sins. Finally, a sardonic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Such a person doesn't deserve to continue surviving in Kazunokuni anymore. Shoot! At the command of the black and tan serpent, the guards who had been ready all around them, all raised the guns in their hands and pulled the triggers. Numerous gunshots were heard. Tanamayasu on the stake, with a smile on his face as he went to his death with ease. Of course, because of the consumption of pirated devil fruit, he couldn't show any expression other than a smile. A cascade of blood bloomed on his body. In the distance, a group of people suddenly erupted into laughter. The group, Luke knew, were villagers who had consumed pirated devil fruit, just like Tanamayasu, and Tono Yasushi's daughter, Tatoko, was in the crowd. Also in the crowd was a green head. It's none other than Sauron. Luke pulled out a cigarette and lit it, took a deep drag and then went over to Tanamayasu's body. Seeing Luke coming forward, the black and charcoal serpent hurriedly told everyone to stop shooting. A small ball of light landed right next to Tanamayasu's feet. Luke bent down and reached out, only to touch the massive light. Ding! Strength plus 5,000 inch. Ding! Speed plus 5,000 inch. Ding! Swordsmanship plus 5,000 inch. Ding! Inside his head, the system's voice came. This minuscule increase is completely optional for Luke right now. Just as Luke was picking up the ball of light, suddenly a small figure burst in towards the execution ground. It's none other than Tashiko, daughter of Tanamayasu. She, who also consumes pirated devil fruit, can't make any expression at all at this point in the face of her father's death, except for a big smile. Seeing Tashiko appear, a look of violent anger suddenly appeared on the face of the black charcoal Ouroboros. Snatching the gun from one of his men, he raised it at Tashiko. Captain Luke, please also stay away from this criminal's daughter. Let me dispose of her myself. Luke sighed slightly as he looked at the tearful but still laughing Tashiko. Looking up at the black and tan serpent, he said, where I come from, there's a saying that you have to be forgiving. Just give me face today. The black and tan serpent held up the gun in his hand, his eyes rolling. Inwardly, he pondered whether it was worth offending Luke for a little girl or not. Just then, two figures also suddenly jumped to Luke's side. It is the sword-wielding Sauron and Sanji, who has donned a combat suit and taken on the guise of buckwheat mask. Intense anger radiated from the two men, and at that moment, the black charcoal serpent suddenly lowered the gun in his hand. Because he was entrusted to Luke earlier, he investigated the Straw Hat Kid gang, so for Sanji and Sauron, natural recognition. At the moment he didn't know if Luke and the Straw Hat Boys gang were friend or foe. Now that he saw that the three of them were actually standing together, he subconsciously assumed that these two were in league with Luke, so he smiled at Luke. Of course, Captain Luke's face. Surely, although Black and Tan Orochi put away his weapons, Sauron and Sanji clearly didn't want to let him go so easily. Seek death. Sanji suddenly yelled. Fire erupted from his feet and instantly attacked towards the black charcoal serpent. Luke took a deep breath and tossed the butt out of his mouth, and beside him, Sauron looked at Sanji, who had already rushed up. Suddenly, he turned to Luke. Don't know who you are, but thanks. After saying that, Sauron drew the sword at his waist and rushed into the battlefield. The Black and Tan Orochi didn't think that someone would dare to take a shot at him in Hanadu, and for a moment he didn't understand what Luke's attitude was at this point. He could only keep defending against Sanji and Sauron's attacks. At that moment, Luke waved his hand at the Black and Tan serpent that was exchanging blows. See you some other time. When he finished, he left the street on his own. Seeing Luke leave, the black and charcoal serpent instantly understood. Turns out Luke wasn't even in league with these two, and had no intention of getting involved in this at all. An instant burst of anger. Two little brats. What a way to get killed. After saying that, Black Charcoal Orochi instantly unleashed his devil fruit ability. A huge Yamaji Orochi appeared in front of Sanji and Sauron, and the surrounding Black Charcoal Serpent's men also rushed out to help. Chapter 70, Kaido and Big Mom Alliance. The sounds of fighting in the streets spread throughout the flower capital. As Luke returns, he encounters Doflamingo and Green Pheasant, who are preparing to rush over. The two men's faces were relieved to see Luke, though Luke's strength was definitely nothing for them to worry about. But after all, it was their captain, and if they were in an accident, they weren't around as a crew. That's more or less a no-brainer. Back at his place, Luke opened the window and looked out. The battle didn't last long, and the outcome was already predetermined. This was just the first head-to-head encounter between Orochi Black and the Straw Hat Gang. The best is yet to come. Early the next morning, the Black and Tan Serpent had his men come to Luke's place. Along with the expression of yesterday's apology, an invitation was sent. The invitation was about the Fire Festival day in a few days. Luke responded and dismissed the man above Ghost Island. At this moment, everyone dared not breathe and looked up at the top of the Great Hall. Big MOM, who was originally kicked out of his memory by Ashes, was now standing with Kaido at the top of the temple. The two had just exchanged blows, and there was a mess all around. At this moment, the two men glared angrily at each other, and the atmosphere around them was tense with swords. It was such a long stalemate that suddenly, a loud laugh escaped from the duo's mouths. Both seemed to be in the midst of something extremely delightful. Kaido even had tears in his eyes from laughing. As crew members who had once spent time together under Locus, the two men would have actually been old acquaintances. After the exchange just now, Kaido was pleasantly surprised. Big Mom hasn't dropped much, not even close to myself, an idea that gradually surfaced in his mind. Laughing out loud for a long time, both men stopped laughing at the same time. A wine gourd was taken out by Kaido and 2 bowls of wine appeared in front of him. Kaido picks up his bowl of wine and Big Mom does the same. The two men looked at each other and smiled, then took a big gulp of their bowls. A tacit understanding, as if returning to the Locust pirates, spread between the two. Any interest in taking down the whole world with me? Kaido is the first to speak, and while he speaks, he fills Big Mom's bowl once again. Big Mom, who is also a 4 emperor, has been developing his power all these years. His own daughters, one by one, have all become objects of marriage, and the marriage to Sanji not long ago was an attempt to draw closer to the family behind him. Now, hearing Kaido's words, the two men had the same idea of taking down the whole world. It's exciting to think about. So Big Mom picks up the bowl of wine and takes another drink. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Kaido laughed out loud and downed another bowl of wine. Throwing the empty bowl on the table, he exclaimed, "We, the 100 Beast Pirates," and the Big Mom on the sidelines immediately said, "Big Mom Pirates, decide to form a pirate alliance." Quinn and Ashes, standing below, all let out a gasp. Keep in mind that Kaido and Big Mom are the same 4 emperors who have dominated the entire ocean for many years. The strength and depth are extraordinary. What a terrifying force such 2 terrifying existences would become when they join forces. It's unimaginable. Kaido and Big Mom, above, begin to drink freely. Everyone didn't expect that the 2 people who had been at sword's length not long ago had suddenly formed an alliance. A few large bowls of wine went down, and immediately a drunken blush appeared on both of their faces. Putting down the wine gourd, Kaido's face suddenly deepened. Big Mom looks at him. "What's wrong? Is there anything else that worries you about our 2 pirate groups joining forces?" Kaido cupped his palm around the wine gourd. "Now that we've decided to join forces, before taking the entire world, our first enemy is now in the flower capital of Kazunokuni." Big Mom looks at Kaido. "Isn't the land of peace under your rule?" Kaido sulked. "That's right, but recently there was an unexpected guest in the land of Wakanos. Who? Have you ever heard of Luke, the god of thunder?" Big Mom's face suddenly lurched, then recovered and spoke. "Thor Luke, the admiral who defected from the navy?" Kaido nodded. "That's right, after he left the navy, he set up his own pirate group, and Green Pheasant, who was also a traitor to the navy, as well as Doflamingo, who was once the 7 martial seas, have all become his subordinates now. Today, they're in the flower capital of the Kazunokuni." Big Mom lets out a slightly mocking laugh. "Just blatantly came into your territory and you did nothing?" At those words Kaido's face suddenly became somber. Inside his head, he recalled that stare down with Luke back then. The other party had only given a single look, and he himself had actually lost the courage to even make a move at that time. "When I think about it today, I have nothing but fear, and anger at my own cowardice." Lifting the wine gourd, several large gulps of wine were poured down before Kaido spoke in a deep voice. "That kid's strength is extraordinary. There was a pause before Kaido continued. "He reminds me of the captain." There was only one man who could be called captain by Kaido. Big Mom stalled, then suddenly laughed out loud. "Don't joke. How can someone as powerful as Captain Locust still exist in the world today?" Kaido looked serious and shook his head slightly. "No, you haven't met the boy." Big Mom suddenly rises from his chair. "He's in Wakuni, isn't he?" Kaido nodded. Big Mom continued. "Since that's the case, then today is the first day of our alliance. Let's go and meet him." A look of deliberation crossed Kaido's face. "Luke is strong. If you add in Green Pheasant and that little brat Doflamingo." Seeing Kaido surprisingly hesitate, Big Mom exclaimed, "In your current state, you're still talking about taking down the whole world with me?" At those words, an angry look appeared on Kaido's face. Facing Luke again, he surprises himself with another display of cowardice. Bang! The wine gourd in his hand was thrown to the ground by Kaido, and his tall figure stood up at once. "What kind of joke? As long as you and I join forces, taking in the entire world is the goal. And Luke, the god of thunder, is nothing more than a ridiculous joke." Big Mom laughs a few times. "That's right, since he's in Huadu, let's go and meet him now." Yes. The 2 men's huge bodies walked towards the outside of Ghost Island, one in the guise of a green dragon, the other with 1 foot on a cloud. Both figures were heading towards Huadu. Luke, meanwhile, was sitting on the balcony of his residence. In front of me was a boiling hot pot. A little hiatus, it won't suck. Thanks to all the readers who read this, and Happy New Year. Chapter 71, Strength Beyond Imagination. The sky above Huadu always looks gray on weekdays because of the constant industrial pollution. Luke sat on the balcony of the second floor of the tavern and watched the ingredients tumbling in the fondue pot in front of him. He was about to pick up his chopsticks when he suddenly looked up as if he felt something. Only the leaden clouds covered the sky and suddenly there was a flash of fire. A huge dragon shadow, which was tumbling within the clouds, was coming towards Huadu from afar. And next to the huge dragon shadow was a figure stomping on a cloud. Luke put down the chopsticks he was holding, a slightly amused look on his face. The door to the room on the balcony behind him, too, was violently pushed open. The figures of Doflamingo and Green Pheasant appeared behind Luke. Behind his sunglasses, Doflamingo's brow furrowed. "It's Kaido and Big Mom," Green Pheasant murmured. Luke nodded slightly with a faint smile on his face. Doflamingo looked over at Kaido's figure, though trying hard to put on a fearless face, but the trembling right hand still betrayed him. There was news that Big Mom had come to the land of Wabi-Sabi, and now he's surprisingly appearing with Kaido. 4 emperors appear together. Green Pheasant rubbed his fingers together before he then muttered, "That's rare." The giant dragon that Kaido had manifested in the sky, along with the Big Mom that was stomping on the clouds, were coming towards here in Hanadu. The Big Mom's voice came before he even arrived. "That brat, where is it?" The huge lantern-like eyes on the dragon's head cast down from the sky, looking straight at where Luke was. In an instant, both Green Pheasant and Doflamingo felt a great pressure. "Looks like it's coming our way." Doflamingo spoke up. Just as he finished speaking, a terrifyingly cold aura filled out from the Green Pheasant beside him. Apparently, going to bat for one's captain is what a crew member is supposed to do. Doflamingo, whose right hand had been trembling slightly, gritted his teeth at that moment and took a deep breath in an effort to calm himself down, already posed to strike. Just then, Luke finally stood up slowly, throwing the blanket draped over him casually on the chair. "Wait, I'll be right back." After saying these words, Luke's figure suddenly turned into an arc of electricity and disappeared in place. Looking at Luke, who was prancing away, Doflamingo's lips twitched slightly. Turning his head, he seemed to want to say something to Green Pheasant. However, Green Pheasant had no intention of trying to open his mouth, but instead looked at the sky with a slight frown on his face. Sky, Kaido clearly didn't expect to face him and Big Mom teaming up. Luke surprisingly chose to take the initiative. Turning into an arc of electricity, he came right up to Kaido's massive dragon body. Eyes glanced at Kaido, then at Big Mom, little expression on his face. "Go outside the city." Leaving these words behind, Luke's figure flashed and flew towards the outside of Flower Capital City. Big Mom chuckles lightly. "I didn't expect that this little brat has quite a lot of guts. Facing the two of us, you and I, we don't even have any look of fear." With that, her gaze went to the outside of the city. Or are they pretending to be calm, but have actually run away? Kaido saw Luke again, and the great fear that he had left in himself that day just by looking at him surfaced once more. But after taking a deep breath, Kaido quickly adjusted himself. Now that he's teamed up with Big Mom, the two of them, should they be afraid of that brat? "Let's go. He can't escape even if he wants to." A loud, muffled thunderous voice came from the dragon's head that Kaido had conjured up, and the two men, at once, chased after Luke in the direction he had left. Outside of Hanadu, Luke's short figure stood on the ground, and Kaido returns to his human form, standing across from him with Big Mom. For Luke, it's the first time Big Mom has seen it. Before that it was just a matter of hearing some whispers about him out there. What with all the news of the Marin Vandals, destroying the Navy headquarters in one move, defecting from the Navy, and so on. "I heard you defeated the red-haired Shanks on the battlefield of Marineford?" Big Mom looks at Luke and asks in a casual tone. Instead of answering her question, Luke moved his neck vigorously. Speaking faintly, he said, "Are you two in such a hurry to die?" Luke's tone was flat, but the words that came out were arrogant to the extreme. Hearing his words, Kaido's face sank, and Big Mom stared at first, with a look on his face as if he suspected he'd heard wrong. After freezing for a moment, he suddenly covered his stomach and laughed. There were tears in his eyes from laughing all the time, and it was a long time before Big Mom wiped away his own tears. "Kid, even if you did defeat the red-haired Shanks, but do you know what you're facing now?" "What is it?" Luke looks up, his face calmly sweeping over the Big Mom's face. "What is it?" Big Mom has a cruel smile on his lips as lightning rolls within the clouds at his feet. Word by word, slowly, "Kid, you are now facing the wrath of the two most powerful people on this great sea." As she spoke, a thick bolt of lightning erupted from within the cloud at her feet and sped toward Luke. In the face of the incoming lightning, Luke looked bland. "Thunder and lightning? It just so happens that I do." With a soft murmur, An even thicker bolt of lightning erupted violently from Luke's arm. The two lightning bolts collided in the air. The huge wave of air lifted the dirt and gravel around them. For a while the scene was flying, and after a long time, the smoke finally slowly drifted away. Luke, on the other hand, remained still. Big Mom looks at the unharmed Luke, clearly coming to grips with the situation, and whispers, kind of. As she spoke, a huge longsword appeared in her hand. Kaido, on the other hand, was holding a huge wolfsbane in his hand, and was completely unsurprised that Luke was able to resist the Big Mom's blow. It's only normal that this brat is not easy to deal with. His heart was already prepared to fight a great battle with all his might. Let me meet him first. Big Mom says a word to Kaido, and then moves towards Luke with his longsword in his hand. After taking a few steps closer, the older woman violently raised the longsword in her own hand. The Lance of Elbaf. A roar of fury snapped out of her mouth. A powerful hegemonic aura instantly wrapped around her entire body, and Big Mom held her sword with both hands, a terrifying might brewing on the sword. The air around them even vibrated, and under the huge sense of oppression, it seemed as if this move out was going to destroy the entire heaven and earth. Luke took a deep breath and electricity flashed between the palms of his hands. Palms wrapped in electric light lightly clapped together. Thunder God descends. With a soft murmur. In the next moment, a huge lightning figure violently appeared, and Big Mom's sword finally slashed out. Chapter 72, The Great Defeat. The otherwise tall figures of Kaido and Big Mom in front of the huge lightning figure. It's like two little ants at this point. The long sword in Big Mom's hand swung hard towards the lightning figure that Luke had transformed into. The terrifying energy carried by the sword was as if it was going to destroy the heavens and the earth. Pop! A soft, untimely thud came. The terrifying energy that had ravaged the surrounding area suddenly returned to silence. Ha! The sword-wielding older woman let out a soft giggle and looked up this time. The shocking sword that he himself had carved out was actually caught by Luke with his bare hands. The blade of the sword, caught in two of Luke's fingers. A flash of shock flooded the older woman's eyes. No one knew the terrifying power of her own move better than herself. But this little brat on the opposite side of the room, with two fingers, easily caught it. Even if the incarnation of a giant lightning figure had some enhancements, but it was so easy to receive his own Elbaf's lance. Are you kidding? How is this possible? Big Mom opened his mouth with a quivering lip. As for Kaido on the side, although his face was a bit calmer than Big Mom's, the shock within his eyes was not hidden at all. He'd thought Luke was strong, but he still hadn't expected Luke to be this strong. Even if he himself faced this sword, it would take a bit of means to try to take it, but Luke was able to take it so easily. The huge thunderhead with green face and fangs, within its eyes was a calmness that defied everything, as if it was a real god. Raiden's head looks to Big Mom and a muffled sound like a flood of bells rings out. Billions of volts, divine punishment. After speaking, purple lightning followed the sword blade between her fingers and surged towards Big Mom. Nearby, Big Mom felt the terror for the first time. Both hands immediately spread the hilt of the sword. Her long sword was a variation of the soul-created Hat Hormeyes, who screamed under the insane wash of lightning, revealing the prototype. The older woman, who had retreated to Kaido's side, blushed a bit and mumbled over and over, This kid. Kaido raised the huge wolfsbane in his hand and spoke in a deep voice. I've said it all before, this kid is not easy to deal with. Let's go together. The older woman clenched her teeth, anger suddenly showing within her eyes. Then together, let's show this brat a thing or two. The wrath of 4 emperors joining forces. With a wave of her hand, Big Mom returned to her in the form of her prototype Hormats. She opened her own hands, and the thunderclouds at her feet drifted into her palms along with a cloud floating off to the side, and Hormeyes accompanied the two clouds, spinning wildly together between Big Mom's palms. In the next moment, a huge flaming giant sword appeared in her hand. Naritsuken, Big Mom roared. Obviously, she was no longer going to have any reservations with this move. Kaido, on the other hand, raised the huge wolfsbane he was holding, thundering 8 trigrams. This move, too, was Kaido's strongest strike. The 4 emperors, who have dominated the sea for many years, both offered their strongest moves in the face of Luke. The huge sword that was sparking with fire, and the huge wolfsbane that was flashing with a terrifying dark red domineering aura. At the same time it swung towards Luke, who was incarnated as the god of thunder. Having traveled through the pirate world for so long, Luke had experienced quite a few battles. Today, facing the combination of Kaido and Big Mom, he clearly felt it. This should be by far the most powerful force one has ever seen. After all, they were 2 veteran 4 emperors who had dominated the sea for many years, and both of them were striking with all their might. Myself, it's time to get serious. Thus, the blue lightning on the body surface of the gigantic lightning figure surged crazily. A palpitatingly terrifying might emanated from Luke's body. In the next moment, a huge lightning spear appeared in Luke's hand. A muffled thunderous roar came from the mouth of the huge lightning figure, trillions of volts, the thunder spear of extinction. The terrifying spear swung out from Luke's hand, and it seemed as if heaven and earth were going to lose their colors at this moment. Throughout Huadu, everyone could feel as if the earth was trembling. Doflamingo and Green Pheasant were the first to rush out of the city. The two men looked at the scene in front of them and only felt incomparably shocked. The thunder and lightning figure with a spear in his hand in the sky and earth seemed as if he wanted to shatter the entire earth with a single spear. Despite not facing Luke straight on with this blow, but that terrifying aura still left Green Pheasant and Doflamingo gasping for air. Captain, what kind of monster is Captain? Doflamingo struggled to squeeze a few words out of his mouth, and at the entrance of Wada City, the black charcoal serpent who had noticed the abnormality had stood there early to watch the battle in the distance. A look of shocked awe covered his face. If he could join forces with such a person to rule the land of peace, who else in the entire world could he fear? And Kaido and Big Mom, who were facing Luke's blow directly, couldn't even breathe at this point, although both of them had offered their respective strongest moves. But the moment Luke swung this terrifying spear, the two understood. They lost. In the next moment, the lightning long hair and the flame long sword Wolfsbane collided. Boom! A horrible explosion engulfed everything around it. The entire earth trembled violently. The clouds in the sky were all shattered. The few people watching the battle from afar made a defense despite the first time, but the terrifying aftermath of the battle still engulfed them and lifted them off the ground. Doflamingo and Green Pheasant were rolled up and stomped back a few steps, and the distant black charcoal serpent was even directly lifted off the ground and ruthlessly smashed into the distant ground. The aftermath of the battle caused a huge deep crater in the ground outside of Huadu. A long time passed before the smoke caused by the battle slowly drifted away. Luke's form revealed. By now he was back to normal and coughed softly. Luke patted the dust off his body, and across from him, Kaido and Big Mom lie on the ground, covered in blood and alive. At the last minute, Luke gathered his strength. Otherwise, if a spear went down, Kaido and Big Mom would have to recuperate for a long time even if they didn't die. If that was the case, then on the day of the fire sacrifice a few days later, facing the Resistance Alliance, there would be no way for the play to go down. Green Pheasant and Doflamingo, who had stabilized themselves, were the first to come to Luke's side. Captain, both spoke at the same time. Luke waved his hand gently. It's okay. The two of them, Green Pheasant Doflamingo, gazed towards Kaido and Big Mom, who were living and dying in the distance, and then at the horrific sights around them due to the battle. There was no other look within the two men's gazes at Luke than shocked awe. The previous ones only knew that their own Captain Luke was strong, but no one expected that it could be as strong as this. Two veteran four emperors who had dominated the sea for many years were actually defeated by him in a single strike. A flash of madness suddenly welled up on Doflamingo's face. Kaido, whom he himself had feared immensely in the beginning, turned out to be worthless in front of Luke. His voice was trembling a little. Captain, those two. Luke straightened his clothes and said calmly, let's go. The two of them just fainted temporarily. This attack isn't enough to kill the two fourth emperors. But next, they shouldn't bother me anymore. After saying these words, Luke turned around and walked towards the interior of Flower Capital City. Green Pheasant and Doflamingo exchanged glances and left right behind them. Chapter 73, Naval Concerns. New Navy Headquarters. The meeting of the world government has ended, and a lot of amazing news has emerged about this meeting. Akainu sat in her chair with a bit of a deeper look on her face. The yellow ape in front of him, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. Still has that look that nothing matters. This world conference is really surprising. Yellow Ape was the first to speak. It was said to be surprised, yet there was no surprise at all within the tone. Akainu lit a cigar, a deep frown still on her face. Since he had taken the position of marshal, the whole world seemed to have become less peaceful than it had been before. Every day, there are drastic changes. Just a few years since the death of Whitebeard in the original Marineford War, both the pirates and the navy have changed drastically. Placing his cigar in the ashtray, Akainu murmured, the world government's decision to abolish the Shichibukai system was really unexpected. Being part of the original group of the Seven Musketeers is a hefty bounty for each one. Yellow Sorrow sat in the chair across from Akainu. The Navy has sent out all the bounty orders about them through the newspapers. Akainu nodded. Suddenly, did you hear the rumors over in Kazunokuni? Yellow Monkey nodded. Of course, the two veteran four emperors who have dominated the sea for many years have formed an alliance, and the bounty on both of them combined is 9 billion berries. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's awful. Yellow Sorrow smacked his lips, his face still showing no fear. Followed by, should we call for a visit to Kazunokuni? Akainu shook her head, and suddenly, the phone bug sitting on his desk rang. Yellow Ape got up from his seat and walked over to the window, feigning evasion. Akainu picked up the phone bug. Hello. A moment later, Akainu snapped out of her chair. What? The tone was clearly full of surprise. and the yellow ape at the window looked back at him slightly. After a long time, Akainu said yes to the phone bug, and then hung up. The brows that were already furrowed together were even more furrowed at this point. Yellow Sorrow returned to his desk, his face flippant. It looks like something extraordinary has happened, Akainu murmured. That little brat, Luke, showed up in Kazunokuni, too. Yellow Sorrow raised an eyebrow. That doesn't seem like something that would surprise anyone. Akainu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Kaido and Big Mom just formed an alliance and lost to him. The defeat was extremely miserable. At those words, Yellow Ape's face gave a slight lurch. Then he said, what a surprise, but nothing too surprising. With his strength plus Doflamingo and Green Pheasant, even against an alliance of Kaido and Big Mom, he has a chance of winning. Akainu shook her head slightly. It was him alone, against both Kaido and Big Mom. This time, a different color finally appeared on Yellow Ape's face. A one-man solo against both Kaido and Big Mom? Akainu let out a long breath and rubbed her brow. His strength is far beyond all of our predictions. After a while, Yellow Ape suddenly said, Luke has now joined forces with Green Pheasant and Doflamingo to form his own pirate group. So why has it taken so long yet there's still no bounty on him? His bounty, at the very least, must be over 9 billion berries. At that, the exhaustion on Akane's face became even more apparent. I have mentioned this to the Holy Land Mary Joaquin long ago, but they mean, after a pause Akainu continued, they mean to not put a bounty on Luke. A hiss escaped Yellow Sarah's lips. The world government's attitude towards Luke seemed to have been ambiguous. Whether it was the world government's decision to make him an admiral after the original fuss over Marineford, or later destroying the Navy headquarters and defecting, as well as starting his own pirate group later on, it's as if the world government has been turning a blind eye to him, even stating that they are harboring him. What is all this about? Akane's fingers tapped on the tabletop as she spoke slowly. Even Kaido and Big Mom teamed up and lost to him. What will he do next? Yellow Monkey was silent. Akainu continued, suddenly appearing in Kazunokuni and defeating the Kaido alliance. If he wants to start an alliance of his own too, with his power, if you add Kaido and Big Mom. The latter words were not said by Akainu, but Yellow Saru's heart was already flooded with shock. I'm afraid that the strength of such an alliance can only be rivaled by that most powerful pirate group in history. Akainu looked out the window and murmured in a deep voice, if another locust pirate emerges. Both men stopped speaking. The land of peace, the city of flowers. Inside the tavern room, Doflamingo held a newspaper in his hand. In the newspapers, it was about this very world conference. After a long moment, he closed the paper. The world government actually abolished the Shichibukai system. Doflamingo murmured. On the side, Green Pheasant just gave him a faint look. Are you still dreaming of your Shichibukai? Doflamingo shook his head. Kidding aside, that's far more potential than being a Shichibukai when you're on Luke's side now. He hadn't forgotten a bit about the big battle outside of Huadu the other day. But, the words Luke had spoken in the first place floated in his ears. As far as I know, the Shichibukai system will be abolished after this world conference. Those were Luke's words when he first became a member of his own crew. At this point, in Doflamingo's mind, the identity of his captain was already mysterious. One that is so strong and so well informed. What is his identity? And what is his purpose? Green Pheasant picked up the newspaper from the table, which not only carried the news of the abolition of the Shichibukai system, and the bounty on the 7 musketeers was announced. After reading for a while, Green Pheasant put down the paper. With our strength, or the captain's, our pirate group is not to be underestimated, but after all this time, a bounty on us has never appeared. This is a problem that Davron realized long ago. According to his prediction, the bounty for an existence like Luke would not be less than 7 billion berries in any case, but after all this time, the world government has no intention of offering them a bounty. That's weird. With that thought his eyes went to Luke who was lying in the sun outside the balcony. Just then, suddenly there was a knock at the door of the room. Doflamingo got up and opened the door. A squire-like figure stood in the doorway. Is Captain Luke there, please? Doflamingo looked at the balcony location and then spoke. Anything? The valet-like man handed over an invitation. Tomorrow is the day of our greatest festival in the land of peace, the Fire Festival. And Lord Kuratsuchi Orochi asked me to send an invitation. Doflamingo frowned. Wasn't it delivered before? The squire said. Lord Black Coal Serpent asked me to deliver it again, saying that Captain Luke is a most respected honored guest. Taking the invitation, Doflamingo nodded slightly. I know. With that, he closed the door. Chapter 74, The Day of the Fire Sacrifice. Taking the invitation, Doflamingo went straight outside the balcony. Luke had an eye patch over his eyes and wondered if he was asleep. Doflamingo called out carefully and softly, Captain Luke, whose eyes were covered by an eye patch. After traveling through the world of pirates for so long, there is a dearth of entertainment in this world. Once a person is without a cell phone, they have a huge amount of time to waste every day. And these days Luke, sleeping in the sun every day is the best way to spend his time. Doflamingo spoke in a small voice. The great black charcoal serpent has had another invitation sent. Luke took off his blindfold. About the fire festival day? Doflamingo hummed. Luke rubbed his chin. According to the plot, the day of the fire sacrifice is when the good stuff starts. He had waited so long and it was time to reap the rewards. Stretching vigorously, Luke took the invitation from Doflamingo's hand and looked at it. You and Green Pheasant get ready. Tomorrow, we'll go to the fire festival day. Doflamingo was actually a bit confused about the fact that Luke was going to participate in the fire festival day. He remembered, of course, that not too long ago, Kaido had just been defeated by Luke. Now Luke is actually going to a party hosted by Kaido and the Black and Tan Orochi. It was a bit strange. What was in the gourd of one's captain? The next day, the Black and Tan Serpent waited early at the dock by the boat. For Luke to be able to participate in the fire festival day was important to him. That battle not long ago had left a deep shock in the heart of the Black Charcoal Ouroboros. The combination of Kaido and Big Mom is surprisingly completely unbeatable against Luke. Such a powerful person was exactly the kind of ally one needed to pull in. After waiting for a long time, the figures of Luke and Doflamingo Green Pheasant finally appeared from the distance. The old Black and Tan Serpent waved his hand. Captain Luke. Luke lazily stepped forward, though his figure was made extremely small by the duo of Doflamingos. But no one dared to slight him. Come aboard. I have everything ready. Nodding slightly, Luke boarded the ship. The Black and Tan Serpent was close behind. The boat had been prepared with wine and food, as well as musicians and dancers. For all that, Luke had little interest now. In his mind, he had long since begun to wonder what would happen on the day of the fire festival. With a big smile on his face, the Black and Tan Serpent sat down next to Luke. In fact, the whole country of Kazunoki has been very unsettled lately. He had all received word long ago that those vassals who had once been Mitsuki got Anda. Surprisingly, he had formed some kind of resistance alliance in a vain attempt to start a war against Ghost Island on the day of the fire festival, but their own eyes had been planted inside them long ago. I'm afraid their plan will be aborted before it can be implemented. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Black Coal Orochi's mouth at the thought. Compared to Luke, that group's behavior was completely petty. All the way there, the Black and Tan Serpent was constantly flattering Luke. Luke, on the other hand, was gazing out, seemingly thinking about something. It didn't take long for the huge Ghost Island to come into view. Not long before the battle, Kaido and Big Mom suffered defeat at the hands of Luke. But Luke had withdrawn his hand, so the duo just looked worse for wear. But they weren't actually hurt too badly at all. With a few days of recuperation, the duo's injuries had healed. Because of the fire festival day, the normally more chilly Onigashima, it seemed like a very busy day. Several huge ships anchored in front of Ghost Island. The ship of the Black Charcoal Serpent, too, docked slowly. With Luke in tow, the Black and Tan Serpent and his group walked inside Ghost Island. All the way down the hall, it was full of people early on. Fire festival day, but it was an annual event. And above, Kaido was sitting there. When Luke and his group walked into the hall, the originally lively hall fell silent. Everyone's gazes all converged on Luke, who was beside the Black and Charcoal Serpent. The three main watchmen, who were the strongest combatants under Kaido, had all suffered defeat at Luke's hands. Even Kaido himself, lost to Luke. This is something that not many people know about. Though, Luke's identity is an enemy to the entire 100 Beasts pirates. Now this enemy has come to Ghost Island. For a while, the atmosphere was a bit tense. As if he hadn't noticed, Luke walked straight to the top of the hall. Doflamingo and Green Pheasant were close behind. Although he knew that Luke's battle power was strong, it was so blatant, especially when surrounded by all of Kaido's men. It still made the duo sweat quietly. A cold smile rose in Black Charcoal Orochi's heart as he watched the atmosphere of the scene. His purpose, in fact, was to capitalize on Luke's momentum, giving Kaido a run for his money. The implication is clear, Luke is now his friend. Having a friend like that is intimidating and a check and balance for Kaido. Luke sat down as Green Pheasant and Doflamingo stood behind him, casually picking up a wine glass. He raised it to Kaido. Captain Kaido, it's been a long time. Kaido's face was a bit grim. For a moment there was no telling what Luke meant. For the time being, he can only choose to press on for now, so he also raised the bowl of wine in his hand. Captain Luke, long time no see. The two men raised their heads and drank from their wine bowls. The atmosphere of the scene, which had originally dropped to the freezing point, had a slight easing. The Black and Tan Orochi also came to the front and looked at both Kaido and Luke. Suddenly he laughed. It is nothing short of an honor for Captain Luke to visit us here in Kazunoki for the Fire Festival Day. On behalf of the Land of Peace, I'd like to toast Captain Luke as well. As he spoke, the Black and Tan Serpent himself refilled Luke's drink. Luke didn't say no, and the two of them finished their drinks. For a moment, Kaido couldn't figure out what Luke was thinking. one can only take one step at a time. With a few drinks down, the atmosphere finally eased. The music continued to play, and the group of men below all began to drink and talk once again. The entire hall was, once again, buzzing with activity. Everyone's eyes, though, couldn't help but glance at Luke. Kaido didn't say anything, just drank bowl after bowl of wine. Luke, for his part, gazed out into the hall, wondering when the main storyline would begin. The party had been going on for a long time, and the atmosphere of the scene had completely eased. Everyone had the feeling that Luke's purpose today seemed to be simply to come to the fire festival day. 2 piles of red had drifted up on Kaido's face, obviously a little drunk. I don't know if I'm really drunk or if I'm just faking it. Luke, on the other hand, had been silent, drinking when someone made a toast and drinking when no one did so, with the duo behind him, chatting away. I don't know how long it's been. Suddenly, a figure outside the hall stumbled in. Luke looked up at him. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The main event, it's about to begin. Chapter 75, The Great War will begin. The one who ran into the hall in a panic was none other than the traitor within the Red Sheath 9, also known as Kanjuro. In his arms, he was also holding a small child figure. The kid's face was bruised and swollen, obviously having just been taught a lesson. Kanjuro rushed into the hall without attracting much attention. The day of the fire festival was a grand annual feast, and at this time on Onigashima, more than 30,000 of Kaido's and Black Coal Orochi's men had converged on the island. The hall was even more crowded and the party had been going on for some time. Everyone's face was more or less drunk. No one in the coming and going crowd even noticed Kanjuro's figure. Still, the black and tan serpent was the first to see him. Kanjuro carried Momonosuke to the side of the black and tan Orochi and swept his gaze over Kaido and Luke, then blurted out, "Not good." The yell instantly caused Kaido and a few others around him to all look at him. Kanjuro told all about the plans of the Red Sheath 9, and the formation of the rebel army. The originally lively banquet hall was suddenly quiet at this moment. Cadre stood up, his eyes subconsciously glancing at Luke. Only then did it sink in. "Are you saying that the group of retainers that once surrounded Mitsuki Anda have once again assembled?" Kanjuro nodded in panic. "That's right. I originally thought their plan had failed. Who knew they still had a backhand ready? At this time that group of assembled people is already coming this way towards Ghost Island." Kaido grunted lightly in disdain. "It's just a bunch of former underlings." On the other hand, the black and charcoal Orochi on the side was looking at the child in Kanjuro's hands with an interested gaze. Momonosuke, with a bruised nose, looked at the figure of the black and charcoal Orochi. The tiny body couldn't help but tremble, and her eyes filled with tears. Black and tan Orochi lifted Momonosuke up with a cruel grin on his face. "This brat, is he Mitsuki Goten's son?" Just then, Luke suddenly stood up. Both Kaido and black and tan Orochi were in a lurch. Thought Luke was going to have something to say about this. Who knew that Luke just waved his hand gently. "Sorry, had a little too much to drink. I'm going out for some air." With those words, Luke turned and headed out into the hall. He knew that according to the plot, a fight was going to break out in the hall in a while. He was too lazy to get involved in stirring up trouble about these things. All he had to do was wait for Kaido and Big Mom to lose the battle and then sit back and reap the benefits. Luke headed out towards the hall, with Doflamingo still holding the bowl of wine in his hand. Pheasant gave him a faint look, and he immediately understood. The captain had left. What was he doing sitting here? So immediately following Luke, the three of them headed out into the hall, carrying Momonosuke in his hand. The black and tan Orochi waited until Luke had left, just opened his mouth. "I didn't realize that Mitsuki Goten's son was still alive. Since it's the dirty bloodline of the Mitsuki family that runs through him, it's a good idea to take advantage of the banquet today and have a public execution of him." Outside the banquet hall, the evening breeze blew through. Luke pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it, taking a deep drag before gazing off into the distance. The 2 green pheasants stood right behind him. The lingering Rokas under Kaido left the party after Kanjuro spoke of the situation outside. Apparently went forward to deal with the group of rebels. Doflamingo looked into the distance, where the sounds of battle seemed to be ringing out. Today, it seems, is not destined to be too peaceful. However, with Kaido's strength and with Big Mom teaming up, definitely not a big problem. After all, it's not like anyone has Luke's strength. "Captain, what do we do now?" Watching the battle in the distance, Doflamingo couldn't help but ask. Luke took a deep drag on his cigarette and trailed off. "Just wait." Just as Doflamingo was about to say something, suddenly footsteps sounded in the distance. Twisting his head around, he was surprised to see that Kaido had come out of the banquet hall as well. Kaido's eyes looked at Luke and walked right up to him. Luke craned his head to look at him, then turned his head back to the distance. The fighting there seems to have calmed down for the time being. Kaido stood beside Luke, his voice low. "What is your purpose?" Luke tossed the burned-out cigarette in his hand and shook his head. "There's no purpose." After a pause Luke then spoke. "You can do whatever you want to do all you want. I'm not going to help anyone, and don't worry about me. Hearing Luke at these words, a long breath seemed to flash under Kaido's eyes. When he saw Luke and the black and tan serpent come together today, Kaido thought the two of them had stood together. Now hearing Luke say that was a visible relief. After a moment, Kaido spoke next. Captain Luke, I have joined forces with Big Mom. By then the whole of Kazunokuni will be a pirate's paradise. You, interested in participating? As far as Kaido is concerned, Luke has rebelled against the Navy and has started his own pirate group. With his strength, the ambition in his heart would certainly not be small. If Luke joined their alliance, they, too, could surely make the whole world tremble. Even if the word of the League is going to belong to Luke when he joins. But with his strength, shouldn't that be the case? Luke took a deep breath and then said, I'm not interested. I want to do something different than you guys. Kaido looked at him uncertainly. Luke continued, however, I will never interfere in your affairs, no matter who it is, and I will not help. Kaido looked puzzled for a long moment. Take a long breath. You are always welcome in our alliance. After saying that, Kaido walked into the banquet hall without looking back. He had a lot of things to do tonight. In the hall, Kaido went and returned. The black and tan serpent looked at him, thoughtful. Of course he knew that cadre had gone out to find Luke. He just didn't know what the two had said. Momonosuke had been tied to a pillar in the hall. At this point, his eyes were full of tears. There was only one thought on his mind. It's over. It's over. I'm going to be done for today. With little expression on his face, Kaido returned to his seat and sat down. Black and tan Orochi, on the other hand, is presiding over the execution of Momonosuke. Below the banquet, there were two different figures, both men, gazing up at Momonosuke, trapped on the executioner's rack above them. The two of them were none other than Robin and Jieping, who had infiltrated in disguise. Black charcoal Orochi's eyebrows were flying at this time, loudly telling how detestable the Mitsuki family was. House that almost destroyed Kazunokuni. The countless pirates and his men below, on the other hand, all loudly agreed. Just then, Kaido, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly stood up. The black and charcoal serpent, who was giving a loud speech, stopped at once. Eyes went to Kaido. Kaido tilted his head back and drained the wine in his hand, then blurted out, Little ones, this brat's execution is so boring, let me add something interesting. At once, all eyes were drawn to him. Chapter 76 The New Ghost Island Project. On the bright side, the Land of Peace is governed by Kaido along with Black and Tan Orochi. However, Black Coal Orochi shows up more often on weekdays, and he handles all of the trivial matters in the land of Wabi-Sabi. Kaido, on the other hand, aside from the Mitsuki Goten incident back in the day, has been barely visible for so many years. At Kaido's interruption, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on the Black Coal Orochi's face. He couldn't speak with much respect for Kaido in the old days. Now with Luke's presence, his dislike for Kaido only grew. In his mind, Kaido had always been a stupid guy with brute strength and not much brains at all. Kaido, who had just gotten a positive answer from Luke, was much more at peace. A renewed burst of ambition. He swept his gaze over all the people in front of the execution platform. Speak slowly. That is, the new Ghost Island program. As his words left his mouth, the atmosphere of the scene was completely ignited. And hidden in the crowd got Robin and Jinping all looked aghast. The new Ghost Island program? What the hell is this guy playing at? Kaido, above, continued to speak in a deep voice. The world is already in turmoil. The system of the 7 musketeers has been abolished. Do you think the world government is insane? Of course not. Kaido's voice snapped up. That's because the world government is confident that with the Navy, they can wipe out our group of pirates. As he said this, Kaido couldn't help but think of Luke's figure. Would the world government still be so confident if there was an existence like him among the pirates? However, about Luke's pirate group, it seems that there has been no bounty by the world government, plus Luke's former status as an admiral. It made Kaido wonder more. Was Luke plotting something with the world government? But, as it was, Kaido didn't want that much anymore. He shook his head slightly and continued. All we have to do is wake up the floundering world government. We're going to get the most powerful force in the world, the ancient weapons, and the secret treasure that all pirates covet, One Piece. All the pirates were once again in a frenzy after hearing Kaido's words. No pirate can remain sane after hearing about One Piece. That's the ultimate dream of all pirates. For this reason, we chose to join forces with Big Mom. As Kaido's words fell, a sudden loud explosion roared out. A huge figure slowly appeared in the crowd. All the pirates craned their heads to look. Only the huge figure of Big Mom appeared in front of everyone's eyes. That powerful sense of oppression caused all the pirates' breath to stutter. Is this the Big Mom who is on par with Captain Kaido? So scary. Is this the most powerful old woman in the world? It's even scarier up close. Suddenly Big Mom appears with a wanton grin on his face. Are you calling me? Kaido, The two veteran four emperors who had dominated the sea for many years all appeared in front of the crowd at this moment. Luke and Green Pheasant Doflamingo were standing on the far side of the crowd. His hand was cupped around a cigarette that was about to burn out. After taking the last puff, he threw the butt down. The look on his face was bland. If you let that group of pirates know that Kaido and Big Mom, who were like invincible in their hearts, joined forces and actually lost in their own hands, I wonder if they will still be so confident in their league. Along with Big Mom comes Nami, who she just tackled. Nami's figure was casually thrown to the ground by her. Both Jinping and Robin in the crowd looked shocked the moment they saw Nami. Kaido, on the other hand, laughs out loud and looks at the Big Mom. Finally, Ling Ling. Big Mom laughs equally, but it's kind of catching up. Huge waves lap the entire Ghost Island. Under the night, the brightly lit Ghost Island exudes a sense of suffocating terror. Big Mom stood beside Kaido, looking at the group of pirates in front of him and spoke slowly. As Kaido said, "We formed an alliance. Some things that seemed so hard to achieve before seem to be a breeze these days. Listen up, we are, now, the whole ocean." Big Mom's tone falters as Luke's figure comes to her mind. However, she quickly adjusted her mind and continued to speak. "We are now, the most powerful pirates in the entire ocean. The one piece that all pirates covet. It's already in our possession." The crowd cheered loudly. To all the pirates, Big Mom's words were exactly right. The combination of the two four emperors was enough to sweep across the entire ocean, even taking down the ultimate secret treasure of the world. One piece certainly wouldn't matter. The black and tan serpent had been listening quietly from the sidelines. A look of excitement also appeared on his face at this time. As scary as the teaming up of Big Mom and Kaido is, there's also the terrifying presence of Luke on the island today. After all this time with Luke, he didn't seem to have any animosity towards himself, and even a large portion of the time, it's pretty much giving itself away. Luke is not the enemy. With a little bit of persuasion on his part, Luke would surely join the alliance as well. Then the alliance at that point would be myself and Luke on one side, and Kaido and Big Mom on the other. As long as one curried favor with Luke, with his strength, he was sure to be the first voice in the league. Thinking this way, the black charcoal Ouroboros' heart grew more and more excited. Licking his tongue, the black charcoal serpent excitedly said, "It's really something to look forward to." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kaido was already standing behind him. Looking at the black and tan serpent, Kaido murmured, "Next, it's your ministry. Pick a side." As soon as Kaido finished speaking, the black and charcoal serpent's face froze. His men all froze as well. Pick a side? What does that mean? Kaido's huge figure enveloped the black and charcoal serpent, the expression on his face unreadable. He then spoke in a hushed voice. "The geography of Wakuni is such that it is destined to become a natural fortress. Whether it's the pirates, or the world government, or whatever, it takes a lot of effort to even think about attacking this place. I need more weapons factories, and the people of Hanadu are going to be hard labor. Here, it will become a pirate's paradise, absolutely outside the law." The gaze of the black coal Ouroboros became more and more gloomy as Kaido spoke one sentence at a time. Finally gritting his teeth, he spoke in a deep voice. "Hey, what do you mean by those words? What's the stupid thing you've been blathering on about from the start? Huadu, but it's always been my territory. You want to get your hands on it too?" Chapter 77, Beheading the Black Charcoal Serpent. The face of the black charcoal Ouroboros had been gloomy to the extreme. In his mind, he had been able to step by step to get to where he was today, all by virtue of his own strength. Even Kaido, who was known as the Four Emperors, even Kaido, who was feared by everyone, and just a pawn in his own hands, Kaido is also completely on his own for being where he is today. Now the piece is actually trying to jump off the board and out of control. The voice of the great black and tan serpent was equally somber. "How do you think Kazunokuni got to where it is today? What do you think you got where you are today in the land of peace because of? Don't kid yourself. I, Black Charcoal Orochi, am the master of all. The flower capital is my territory. And if you can reign supreme on Ghost Island, it's because of my promise. Now, what the hell kind of delusional talk are you talking about?" The last sentence, the black and charcoal serpent almost roared out. His finger pointed at Kaido, his face shifting from grim to furious. Facing such a black and charcoal serpent, Kaido's face was similarly gloomy. He turned slightly, the huge wolfsbane slung over his shoulder. A crackling sound came from the bones as he gently twisted his neck. Whoever was present at that moment sensed a silent rage brewing in Kaido's body. Knock knock. Kaido's huge body seemed as if it was because of his anger, and with each step, the entire ground trembled. He stepped in front of the bound Momonosuke. The tiny Momonosuke was like a tiny grain of sand in front of Kaido's gigantic body, and behind Kaido, the black and charcoal serpent was still questioning loudly. Kaido's suppressed anger was ready to spill out. The three main watchmen, who were the top fighting force under him, naturally felt Kaido's anger. Ash's right hand, slowly gripped on the hilt of the sword in his hand. Did you hear that? Kaido, recognize yourself. Who do you think is the master of the land of peace? It is I. It's me, Black Charcoal Orochi. You're nothing but a spare tire, and you're only where you are today because of me. Kaido's figure had his back to the black and tan serpent, and the huge wolfsbane he was carrying on his shoulder suddenly hit the ground with a thud. A snicker appeared at the corner of the black and tan serpent's mouth. In his mind, it was Kaido recognizing reality and compromising. It's good to have everything figured out. And don't forget that Captain Luke was invited by me to attend today's banquet as well. Now all we have to do is kill the brat. As he spoke, the black charcoal Orochi's finger pointed at Momonosuke, who was tied up. When it's all over, Before black charcoal Orochi could finish his words, suddenly a cold light flashed from Kaido's hand. At the same time the muffled sound of bone and flesh being chopped off came. The black charcoal Ouroboros only felt that heaven and earth suddenly spun. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black and charcoal serpent that had lost its head fell straight to the ground. The whole world went silent. All the people at the scene were looking at the scene in front of them incredulously. The pupils of Doflamingo, who was standing beside Luke in the distance, snapped shut. After dealing with Kaido and the others for so long, he had always believed that Kaido and Black and Tan Orochi were missing from the rule of the land of Wabi-Sabi. But now, the black charcoal serpent had actually had its head cut off by Kaido with a single slash. Luke rubbed his chin. The black and charcoal serpent had been corpsed though, but no light mass appeared around him. This means that the black charcoal serpent is not dead. The scene was silent as a pin drop. Kaido, who had cut off the head of the black and charcoal serpent, glanced slightly toward where Luke was. Seeing Luke's face was a matter-of-fact bland expression. Kaido's nose, a long humming breath. Do you really think you're such a big deal? Kaido said with a soft grunt. Now, you are of no use, and in the land of peace, I have the final say. After saying that, Kaido flung the long blade in his hand. The blood of the black and charcoal serpent on the blade spilled a shocking trail of blood on the ground. Several of Black Coal Big Snake's men had their mouths slightly open at this moment. Sweat was constantly crossing his forehead. Daigimoam then looks at Kaido, his eyes showing approval. This is what it looks like to be able to do great things. Then a loud, unimpeded laugh escaped her lips. Kaido stood in front of the massive wooden post that bound Momonosuke and raised his fist to slam it down hard. It doesn't matter if it's the Black and Tan family or the Light Moon family. What's the point for me? But it's all as ridiculous a story as a child's play. What I'm going to do is conquer the whole ocean. When he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the stage. Those who were caught in his gaze were all trembling like sieves. Those people, all of them, are the henchmen of the great black charcoal serpent. Now, it is time for you to choose. Deep in Kaido's eyes hid a touch of cruelty that made everyone tremble. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. Will you follow me and become a pirate? Or will you avenge your leader and challenge me to death? This country is destined to become a paradise for pirates. Those who were gazed at by him all slowly lowered their heads, despite the fact that they had once been the most loyal henchmen of the Black Coal Serpent. The Black Coal Serpent was now a corpse lying on the ground without a head. What choice to make is well understood by all. Seeing that no one made a sound, a snicker played at the corner of Kaido's mouth. Tonight, move Ghost Island to Flower City. A new era is coming, and the land of peace is destined to become history. From this day forward, Kazunokuni will be renamed Shin Onigashima. As for the new general, it will be my son, Yamato. In the distance, Luke stretched slightly as Kaido made Yamato the new general. It was evident that Kaido still cared fondly for Yamato, despite the fact that this son has not been obedient since he was a child. In his heart, they are family, and nothing can change the bond of blood. Unfortunately, Yamato has been brainwashed by Mitsuki Goten's diary, bent on defeating his father. Press never thought about bloodlines, or fathers, or family. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a white wolf nah. Luke smacked his lips and muttered. Kaido waited silently for Black and Tan Orochi's men to reply. Faced with a situation that didn't even need to be considered, this group showed a great deal of knowledge. The Kazunokuni Ninja Army and the Gotiei Fangs, totaling 5,000 men, at your service. We likewise, the 5,000 samurai congregation of Kazunokuni, are at your disposal. After saying that, the group of henchmen that Black Charcoal Big Snake had brought with him all lowered their heads neatly. Faced with such a situation, a satisfied smile appeared on Kaido's face. From this day on, the entire country of Kazunokuni is now completely under his control. He opened his mouth with a wide grin. Welcome, all the newly accepted members of the scene, as well as the original Black and Tan Orochi's henchmen. All raised their weapons and let out a neat cheer. Chapter 78, The Chesty Yamato. After the death of the Black Charcoal Serpent, the two waves of people on the scene who were originally at sword point, with Kaido's welcome to you all, there was a moment when all the gaps dissipated. Some even put their arms directly around their shoulders and raised their glasses. Daigimoam looks at the rabble with contempt within his eyes. The ability to easily betray a former leader and turn to someone else. Such a ministry has no loyalty whatsoever, just waiting for that day when Kaido falls. This group will fall without hesitation like today. But for now, it's a new force to add to the league. In this way, it should be considered high on the list when it comes to troop strength. Kaido on the high platform. By now all things have been arranged, and the black and charcoal serpent is dead. All of his men were also taken in. Everything was going in the mold of his plan. His eyes looked in the direction of the flower capital in the distance. Kaido murmured, I don't think those idiots in Huadu realize that tonight is already their last night, do they? Momonosuke, tied to a wooden post, naturally heard Kaido's murmur of intimacy. In his mind, Kaido is the enemy who killed his father, and an unbeatable and powerful demon. Now, about to be the murderer who destroys his own country again? Thinking so, fear, aggression, helplessness, all kinds of complicated emotions surged into his heart. In a flash, tears flowed from within his eyes. The entire body of the man also trembled slightly. Momonosuke's cowardly look was naturally taken in by Kaido. He looked at Momonosuke with interest and spoke indifferently. I've always wondered how a cowardly coward like you could be Mitsuki Goten's son. Momonosuke shuddered, and a wave of shame washed over him. Kaido's huge fingers gently held up his jaw, then whispered, this execution is to put an end to the old Kazoku once and for all. 20 years ago, it was the same scene, wasn't it? A small smile appeared at the corner of Kaido's mouth. In that case, I'll give you another chance, a chance to choose again. With that, Kaido slowly raised the huge wolfsbane in his hand. If you are not Mitsuki Goten's son, then I will naturally release you. After all, it doesn't matter if it's the old Kazunokuni or the new Onigashima. Anything that wrongs people like that shouldn't even happen. But, saying that, an extremely cruel smile appeared on Kaido's face. If you are Mitsuki Goten's son, then you will end up like him. Facing Kaido, who was radiating a powerful oppression, all that remained on Momonosuke's face was fear, and even breathing became difficult. Kaido gently gripped the wolfsbane in his hand and looked at Momonosuke word for word. Kid, now I'm going to ask you one last time. What the hell is your name? In the distance Luke waved a glass of wine from the hand of one of the attendants. After taking a sip his eyes scanned the crowd. Aside from a few familiar faces, the main characters that should be here have yet to make an appearance. What a rush! When the hell is the main event going to start? The pirates below all laughed loudly when they heard Kaido's words. There was even a pirate who spoke out in mockery. Kaido-sama is so merciful. That brat could have survived just by telling a lie. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding pirates let out bursts of laughter. All of this fell on the ears of Momonosuke, who was tied to a wooden post. All sorts of complicated emotions kept churning in his chest. His body trembled continuously, and everyone looked at him with mocking and ridiculous eyes. Kaido leaned down slightly. Answer me, kid, what is your name? Exactly? Momonosuke was clearly struggling in the face of countless great pressures. Father's look, mother's look, Luffy's look. The appearance of countless companions who accompanied him on his journey all crossed his mind one by one. Suddenly, Momonosuke's trembling body slowly calmed down. Although there were still tears glistening within his eyes, there was an added sense of determination. He raised his head, gritted his teeth, and yelled in one word. My name, call Momonosuke. Mitsuki Momonosuke. I am like my father. It's the man who will become the shogun of Kazunokuni in the future. The last hiss spelled out all his strength. The voice reached the ears of everyone present. In the distance Luke sipped his wine and tapped his fingers on the armrest beside him. It's so hot and embarrassing. Momonosuke's words completely enraged Kaido. Fury crept into his eyes as he raised the wolfsbane high in his hand and roared. Are the people of the Mitsuki family, the people of Kazunokuni, all stupid? Facing a furious Kaido, Momonosuke closed his eyes in despair. At the time of uttering those words, his heart was already prepared to die. At that moment, he closed his eyes and listened to the muffled sound of the wolfsbane slicing through the air. All that was left in his mind was despair. Even if I die today, I'll be a man at least. Momonosuke's mind wandered silently. Just as he closed his eyes and waited, the expected wolfsbane did not fall. Instead, a loud explosive boom suddenly came from the distance. The eyes of everyone on the scene were all attracted by the explosion. The violent explosion even blew away Big Mom, who was standing to the side. What's going on? Big Mom roared. Smoke enveloped the crowd, and a long time passed before the smoke finally dispersed. Two figures, appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the one wearing a moon-white robe with the same pair of horns on his head, a figure too hot to be true. Several of Kaido's men exclaimed, Young master, the people who came were none other than Luffy, and Kaido's son, Yamato. Yamato's face was full of anger at this point as he looked at Kaido above him. You ugly guy with horns, you really want me to die, don't you? From now on, you are no longer my father. Nothing. In the distance Luke bristled. This busty woman. Didn't she hear that Kaido just decided to make her the new general of the Kingdom of Peace? It's just so stupid. Shoo! The wolfsbane in Yamato's hand swung out violently. pointing directly at Kaido above him. "Today, let me make an end with you." Yamato's words brought an already angry Kaido to the brink of almost going berserk. He wouldn't be so angry at anyone in the world who said such a thing to him, but it was his own son who spoke these words. It was the son of his own soon-to-be-ordained Grand Admiral of New Ghost Island. How could that not make him angry? Kaido's palm, squeezing the wolfsbane in his hand, creaked. The veins on his forehead even burst. Yamato, below, took a deep breath and his entire body surged towards Kaido. At the same time, he roared, "Suffer death, stinking old man." With that look, it was clear that he no longer considered Kaido as his father, but only as an absolute enemy. Chapter 79, Start of the Crusading War. The furious Yamato, with his wolfsbane in hand, charged towards Kaido without a care in the world. But while the figure was still in the air, it was suddenly stopped by Luffy on the side. At this moment, Luffy's face was filled with a grave expression. Having fought Kaido, he naturally understood Kaido's power. But stopping Yamato at this point was not a fear that Yamato would lose. His eyes looked at Kaido and he spoke in a deep voice. "We should not be the ones to start this fight." Almost the instant his sentence was just finished, a loud bang came from the distance. Everyone looked sideways again. Only a few figures, who were holding weapons and killing people, appeared in front of everyone. The visitors were none other than a few of the retainers of the former Mitsuki Gatanda, a few samurai known as the 9 Warriors of the Red Sheath. Luke licked his lips with some excitement as he looked at the sudden appearance of several people. The main event, finally. The sudden appearance of several figures caused Kaido's face to sink, and Drought Jack, who was one of the 3 main watchmen under him, looked shocked. "This group of people, they're still alive?" As he spoke, a figure had violently appeared in front of him. A sound of ripping flesh and blood came from the Drought Jack in just one look. A deep wound then appeared on his chest. Ashes, who was also one of the 3 main watchmen, walked up to Jack with his long knife in hand. After helping him up, he said in a deep voice, "Stop drinking, little ones." Even if he didn't open his mouth, the surrounding pirates had already put down the wine bowls in their hands. All of them were looking at the several figures that suddenly appeared and had already picked up the weapons in their hands. In an instant, a group of pirates all rushed towards the Red Sheath 9 crowd with their weapons, but the Red Sheath 9 are clearly only aiming for Kaido. In a few simple moves, he got rid of the crowd that was surrounding him. Several figures, in unison, raised the weapons in their hands and attacked towards Kaido. At this time, Kaido, facing the sudden killing of several people. I don't know why, but there was a little bit of panic in my heart for some inexplicable reason. Shaking his head, he pushed down the jumble of thoughts in his mind. As if to suppress his panic, Kaido looked at several figures and roared, "With your swords, you can't hurt me." This angry roar spread throughout the banquet hall. However, the few figures that were killing towards him did not show any fear at all. The figure sped on, the weapon in his hand glowing with a cold light. For a moment, Kaido seemed to see, in a trance, the figure that had fought with a sword towards himself 20 years ago. Several figures leapt high into the air. In front of Kaido's huge figure, several people looked extremely small. However, the next moment, a scene like an ant devouring an elephant appeared. Put! The sound of blood and flesh tearing came. A large amount of blood spurted out of Kaido's chest. His huge figure was actually knocked straight down from the high platform. Kaido, who was falling at extreme speed, had only Mitsuki Goten's figure left in front of him. Damn it! Damn it! Kaido roared. It was clearly all about someone who had been dead for more than 20 years, or who had played himself to death. At what point did it actually leave such a deep fear in one's heart? A scene from 20 years ago kept echoing in his mind. His huge body kept falling. Finally, it slammed down hard on the ground. There was a loud bang. The ground was dusty, and everyone who witnessed it, the look on his face was nothing but shock. So much has happened in just one short evening today. Whether it's Kaido's new Ghost Island plan or Black and Tan Orochi getting his head chopped off with a knife. Now the Mitsuki Gatanda retainers of 20 years ago were surprisingly assembled once again, and it hurt Kaido with one blow. All of this was cluttering the brains of everyone in the room. Yet before the crowd could return to their senses, suddenly a sound of killing came from all around. Several figures, one after another, appeared in front of everyone. A redhead known as Magneto's Kido, a supernova of the same period. Ro was the biggest victim of the abolition of the 7 Musketeers system. There was also a member of the Straw Hat Boys, Sauron Sanji, all of whom appeared inside the banquet hall. Their eyes, all of them, went to the fact that Kaido had just crashed, still shrouded in smoke. Obviously, they have one goal in mind. That's the crusade against Kaido. Luffy, who was the protagonist, took a deep breath at that moment. A roar that resonated through the heavens came from his chest. The war to crush Kaido. Let it begin in full force. It was time for Wakuni to be changed from the miserable state it had been in for so many years. With Luffy's roar, the big battle officially kicked off, and at that moment, the smoke from Kaido's fall dissipated completely. A huge green dragon leaped high into the air. he still had a few of the red sheath 9 hanging off his back. Scum! With you guys, you can't even think of defeating me. It's time to show you what it means to be the world's strongest fighting force. A loud voice came from within Kaido's dragon head. In the next moment, the huge dragon's body twisted and flew towards the sky, and the battlefield below had already begun. The sound of weapons clashing, the sound of killing and roaring, it kept coming from all around. Just then, Luffy's gaze suddenly saw a few figures in the distance. In an instant, his brow furrowed deeply. Luke and he looked at each other across the bustling battlefield, and aside from that, Doflamingo gently squeezed his fingers. He was the one who lost to the combination of Luffy and Law in the first place, and now, Law and Luffy all appeared. The thought of revenge constantly lingered in his mind, and aside from that, Green Pheasant looked at Luffy with a slightly complicated expression. However, no one knew what was really going on in his mind. For Luffy, the 3 Lukes standing in the distance, all very tricky to exist. Luke killed Ace's best buddy, Little Oz, with his own hands back on the battlefield of Marineford. It's absolute hatred. Doflamingo, naturally, is even more of a no-brainer. He was defeated by himself in the first place, and the two people already had a hatred for each other. And Green Pheasant, back when he was an admiral, had crossed paths with himself many times. The two are not even close to being friends either. So the 3 people in the distance, all of them were enemies. Luffy gritted his teeth. Crusading against Kaido was already a difficult task, and now the 3 of them were even added to the mix. This time the war is much more difficult. Luke waved slightly at Luffy, a smile on his face. The grandson of LT, General Cap, the son of the Revolutionary Army Dragon, the brat to whom the red-haired Shanks gave all his hopes, the beloved of Hancock, the possessor of the rubber fruit. Munchie D. Luffy, how are you? Luffy, of course, had no idea why Luke was calling himself by such a long title. He just gritted his teeth. The weird guy who killed Oz. Are you here to help Kaido? Luke waved his hand in quick succession. No, of course I'm not, Luffy immediately said. So what are you doing here with those 2 nasty guys? Luke raised the glass in his hand. Came for the banquet. Of course, but apparently it's ruined now. In that case, I won't stay much longer. Bye. After saying that, Luke put down the wine glass in his hand and surprisingly, he really turned around and left. Chapter 80 Marco. Doflamingo's face still wore a look of hate and resentment, but nowadays, his status is Luke's crew, since the captain has said that he is leaving. Naturally, he, as a subordinate, can't say anything. He licked his lips at Luffy. Kid, I hope you survive Kaido's hand. With that said, Doflamingo left after Luke. Green Pheasant, on the other hand, looked at Luffy with a meaningful expression, and with that, he also left after Luke. Luffy didn't expect that the 3 people who had made themselves look like enemies would actually say they were leaving. Before he could freeze, though, a distant shout caught his attention. Kid, I was going to look for you, but I didn't think you'd throw yourself into the net. The person who spoke was none other than Big Mom, and when she finished, she burst into a weird laughter. In the next moment, the 2 people, Luffy Big Mom, fought fiercely together. The entire banquet hall, or the entire Ghost Island. It was a complete mess at this point. There were signs of battle all around, and large swaths of buildings had even collapsed from the fighting. Luke strolls through the battlefield with the duo of Doflamingos. Wherever a cluster of light appears, it stays briefly. During that time there were ungrateful people who came to attack them, but none of them had to be fought by Luke. Doflamingo gently hooks his finger and a corpse collapses. The 3 strolled towards the outskirts of the battlefield. Green Pheasant kept looking back to the back. He certainly remembered what Luke had said in the first place. Kaido and Big Mom will both be defeated. Still, he couldn't figure out what chance of victory Luffy and the others had right now. In the sky, Kaido and the Red Sheath 9 are fighting furiously. The huge dragon's body kept twisting and the explosions were endless. The banquet hall, on the other hand, was a battleground for Big Mom and the Luffy crowd. On the entire Ghost Island, hundreds of thousands of people were killing each other gruesomely. The 3 of them walked for a while and came to the outskirts of the battlefield, and a silhouette, too, appeared in front of the 3. The man wore a pair of glasses and had his signature pineapple head. Seeing the figure, Doflamingo took a deep breath. Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates? He's surprisingly here too. When the 3 saw Marco, Marco naturally saw them. The instant he saw Luke, a flash of suppressed anger crossed the depths of Marco's eyes. It was as if everything in Marineford had come back to him. Little Oz was slaughtered by Luke himself. Luke on the battlefield took a shot at Pops as well. The entire Whitebeard Pirates, it could be said, had an unresolvable hatred with Luke. Green and yellow flames instantly surged out from Marco's body. Just then, Green Pheasant stood motionless in front of Luke. A terrifying cold aura erupted from his body. Ice and fire, colliding in the air. I really didn't expect that a former admiral of the Navy would now become a traitor to a pirate. What a surprise. Looking at Green Pheasant, who was radiating a cold aura, Marco sneered. After Whitebeard's death, Marco thought he had matured a lot. But facing Luke, his enemy, at this time, he still failed to suppress the anger in his heart. Hearing his words, Green Pheasant had not yet spoken. Luke, however, was direct. That's not true. I'm a former admiral too. Poof. Marco sneered. 2 former admirals have all rebelled against the Navy and become pirates. The absolute justice that the Navy upholds is like a joke. As soon as his words were out of his mouth, Luke spoke up in a general reminder. Looks like your first order of business today is to shoot the breeze with me here. Sure enough, the words seemed to be a reminder to Marco. A look of hateful resignation appeared on his face. If it's not on Ghost Island right now, Little Oz's revenge, and Pop's death, I must settle things with you in detail nah. Luke sniffed and rolled his eyes. Little Oz killed himself, he admitted. But what does Whitebeard's death have to do with himself? Rolling his eyes, Luke waved his hand. I'm not interested in getting involved in what's going on here, so you can play by yourself. With that, he turned to leave. The cold aura on Green Pheasant's body dissipated with it. Doflamingo gave Marco a sympathetic look. He had contributed to killing Little Oz in the first place. The 2 men followed Luke, strutting away. Standing still, Marco took a deep breath. Did Luke show up to help Kado? If he gets involved, it will have a huge impact on this crusade. But facing himself, he had no intention of striking. Was his presence here just an accident? Marco shook his head. His own important task now was to stop the other members of the Big Mom pirates from boarding Ghost Island. Just as Marco was contemplating this, suddenly a strange cry rang out in the distance. Looking up, he was startled to find the figure of Big Mom. Surprisingly, he rolled out of the banquet hall. Marco looks at Big Mom and Big Mom sees him. Yo, I can't believe it's that brat under Whitebeard. I didn't think you'd be alive after Whitebeard's death. Marco, by now, had calmed down. Looking at the Big Mom in front of him, he smiled slightly. I didn't realize that the mighty and unbeatable Big Mom pirates had become Kaido's subordinates even now. Big Mom gives a strange laugh. Kids are so insensitive. Kaido and I are in an alliance. On the contrary, what are you doing here when the Whitebeard pirates don't even exist anymore? Going to be in this war too? Marco spread his hands. As you said, the Whitebeard pirates are gone, so there's no limit to what I want to do now. Big Mom sneers. Kid, since you chose to participate in this battle, you have to be ready to sacrifice O. As soon as the words fell, huge flames bloomed from Big Mom's palm, and once again, green and yellow flames poured out of Marco's body. 2 flames of different forms violently collided together. The powerful aftermath of the battle raged in all directions. Marco's power, naturally, is no match for the Big Mom. The 2 men exchanged just a few moves before Marco was gripped by a huge hand. Big Mom looks at Marco, who is no longer able to move in the palm of his hand. A strange laugh escaped his lips once again. Whitebeard is dead, so what are you still holding out for, you ridiculous brat? Marco squirms desperately, but is never able to get out of Big Mom's grasp. Right at this moment, 2 white light flashes suddenly appeared in the battlefield, bumper to bumper. A muffled thud came from the pained Big Mom who scattered his palms. The 2 white lights that suddenly attacked transformed into a humanoid fox and a humanoid rabbit. The 2 figures assisted Marco and quickly disappeared towards the distance. Looking at the escaping figure, Big Mom grunted coldly. A little Marco doesn't matter at all. The battlefield inside, that's the main thing. After thinking that, Big Mother's figure suddenly sped towards the interior of the banquet hall once again. Chapter 81, The Floating Ghost Island. Luke took the Green Pheasant duo and stayed far away from all the battlefield, a randomly selected piece of high ground with an open view. Then he sat down on his knees, taking out a cigarette from his pocket. He lit it and took a deep drag before looking intently at the distant battlefield. Although the battle inside the banquet hall was fierce, Luke knew that the main battlefield was above Ghost Island. Kaido and Big Mom, doomed tonight. All he had to do was sit back and reap the benefits. Above the island of ghosts, Kaido is carrying blood and wounds though. But in front of his powerful to perverted physique, this injury was nothing at all. Instead, being covered in blood made him become more excited. The Red Sheath 9 warriors' attacks continued. Kaido's face had long since recovered from the shock and dismay he had started with, and he understood that Mitsuki Goten was dead, even if a few of his retainers could make the same moves as him. But so what? Tonight, as long as Luke doesn't make a move, he is the most powerful being on the entire Ghost Island. The huge dragon's body kept rolling over, and a spit spewed out from within the dragon's mouth. The originally aggressive Red Sheath 9 several people. After Kaido adjusted his mind, it was an instant fall. In just a few shots, people were constantly falling down with injuries. In a matter of moments, the Red Sheath 9, surprisingly, all collapsed in front of Kaido, with his green dragon body perched above Ghost Island. Kaido's tone was excitedly arrogant. Do you really think you're the Mitsuki Goten of old? Today, even if Mitsuki Goten were to arrive in person, would that be enough to stop me? My ambition is to annex the whole world. After saying that, Kaido's huge dragon head slowly opened up, and large flames suddenly erupted from his mouth. Those flames that spewed out didn't dissipate. Instead, it drifted towards the entire perimeter of the Ghost Island. Dragon's Flame Cloud. A dark cloud emanated from the large flames drifting away. The entire Ghost Island, all enveloped in flaming clouds. Rumble. The entire island began to tremble. In front of everyone's horrified gazes, the flame cloud created by Kaido actually held up the entire Ghost Island. The two of them, Green Pheasant and Doflamingo, were originally still looking up at Kaido's battle above the sky. However, when they felt the entire Ghost Island floating in the air, their faces showed shock. What is this Kaido up to? Doflamingo called out. Luke's face remained calm as he took a deep drag on his cigarette before speaking. Didn't Kaido just say at the party, the new Onigashima program, that Onigashima was going to be relocated to Hanadu? Doflamingo sniffed groggily. But I didn't think he was going to migrate like that either. Luke smiled without saying a word. The flame cloud was holding up the entire Ghost Island, and it was indeed slowly floating towards the flower capital, and Big Mom's figure had arrived above the Ghost Island at some point. Looking at the Red Sheath 9 warriors who were lying on the ground already dying, Big Mom laughs oddly. I thought a couple of them would cause you some trouble. Kaido grunted lightly in disdain. With just a few of them, it's not even close. Just then, suddenly several figures, between flashes, appeared above the Ghost Island where Kaido was. The people who came were just a few of the important people in this crusade against Kaido's army. Kido, Kira, Law, Sauron, all four stood in front of Kaido. In the next moment, Luffy, who was the main character, also finally arrived late. These 5 figures represented almost the entire new era of young pirates. Big Mom looks at the 5 and mumbles with a smile on his face. Is this the so-called gang known as the Age of Sin? Kaido's face was equally disdainful. In front of their group of veteran pirates, this group of young pirates were like a bunch of small children playing house. What a supernova! What an Age of Sin! It's all stuff that just makes them feel ridiculous. Kaido grunted lightly. Blow on them casually and they'll be blown away like floating dust, right? If that is all you have to crusade against me, then today, you may be doomed to disappointment. It's not that easy to beat me. Luke noticed the scene above the Ghost Island and immediately threw away the cigarette in his hand. A wave of his hand at Green Pheasant and Doflamingo. Come on, go up and see the action. After saying that, Luke took the lead in transforming into a residual shadow and swept towards the top of the Ghost Island. Doflamingo also used the ability of the Thread Fruit, and his body headed towards the top of Onigashima. Green Pheasant, on the other hand, relied entirely on his body's perverse qualities. His legs slightly bent. The whole person jumped up like a spring. Right after the two, the 3 of them silently hid behind a huge rock, quietly watching the several silhouettes in the distance. In the distance, facing Kaido's taunts, Luffy went deaf and pressed on, just bowing his head like a pushy protagonist. He walked towards the back of the duo. With that, he stood straight in front of the fallen Red Sheath 9. Looking at the blood-soaked kamikaze, Luffy gently helped him up. Are you okay? I'm so sorry we're late. From a distance, Luke watched the scene before him, his toes clawing together, so pretentious in the face of a powerful enemy. True to form, it's the main character. This time Kaido and Big Mom are really cooperating as well. Surprisingly, they really don't put up a fight, just quietly watching Luffy pretend. Luke fought through his discomfort as he watched Luffy and Jinman finish a warm scene. However, Kaido, cooperating, did so after the pair had finished all their talking. Only then did it finally appear behind Luffy. Kid, are you done? In the next moment, the huge wolfsbane in Kaido's hand was raised high. Terrifying power came from the wolfsbane. Luffy yelled at Law in the distance. Send them down. Luo's fingers gently waved, and the figures of the Red Sheath 9 heroes instantly disappeared in place. And with that, the terrifying wolfsbane in Kaido's hand fell. The deafening sound of a horrible explosion came. Luffy's figure, however, had already disappeared from the spot long before the wolfsbane fell. The next moment, his figure appeared behind Kaido. The huge fist that inflated and swelled up turned black at this moment. Rubber, Karma Fire Gun. With a roar, the huge black fist with flames on it slammed hard towards Kaido's face. Kaido doesn't blink, choose to take this punch hard. However, it was not expected that the power of the punch would be so great. With a loud noise, Kaido's huge figure was actually smashed by Luffy's punch and lay on the ground. At this scene, the Big Mom in the distance exclaims in surprise. Kaido, what are you up to? To be knocked down by a single punch from this brat? Luke, who was hiding in the shadows, had a slightly complicated look on his face. Luke is amazed at how fast Luffy has grown up, worthy of being the main character. It's amazing how fast you can grow. Doflamingo, on the other hand, had his mouth slightly open. Having fought with Luffy, he certainly knew Luffy's strength well. But now, Luffy's strength compared to when he fought himself, it's simply not a step up. Chapter 82 The Battle of Ghost Island. Kaido, within the ruins, slowly climbed to his feet. The color on his face was still disdainful, but he clenched his teeth. And after Luffy had gotten his strike off, he had landed in style and stood in front of several of Sauron's men. Reaching up, he slightly pressed the hat on his head. Delighted. I am Munch D. Luffy, the man who will surpass you and become the Pirate King. Behind him, a few of Kido's men, who also bore the name of New Era Pirates, had a small smile on their faces, though they were also surprised at how fast Luffy's strength was growing. But defeating Kaido, in their minds, was already something that could definitely be done. Big Mom sneers a few times. Kid, hanging on to becoming the Pirate King every day. You actually don't know the meaning of the words Pirate King, do you? Kaido, who had gotten up aside, patted the dust off his body. A flash of anger flashed under his eyes. Kid, it's time for you to get your head out of your ass. This ocean is not your children's playground. You can be allowed to go on such a rampage and fool around. With that said, a powerful hegemonic aura surged out of Kaido's body, and Luffy, who was in front of him, stopped talking nonsense and showed the same domineering aura. The two's hegemonic auras collided in the air, with dark red lightning constantly streaking around them, the teeth-gnashing sound of creaking air vibrating, constantly. In the next moment, Kaido violently raised the huge wolfsbane in his hand, thundering 8 trigrams. Wolfsbane swung out violently. Luffy's skinny body was smashed hard, landing on the ground. He quickly adjusted his stance, and Big Mom, on the sidelines, is no longer standing idly by. After all, she and Kaido had formed an alliance. The Prometheus at his side emitted fiery flames and violently rolled towards Luffy, who had just landed on the ground. However, an astonishing blade chi rose up violently. In an instant, Sauron's figure appeared in front of Luffy. His palm tightly gripped the hilt of the knife. Luke looked at Sauron's figure. In fact, throughout the pirate world, it's not dependent on background. It's entirely based on your own hard work and diligence. The only person Luke could admire would probably be Sauron. Neither a strong background nor a past of selling out, with just the belief of wanting to become the world's #1 swordsman from the beginning to the end, plus his own hard work. Just have what you have today. Luke admires Solon for being a man. Strong and incomparable blade aura emanated from Sauron's body, and the blade in his hand violently leapt out from within its sheath. Shoo! The sound of a sharp blade cutting through the air came. The raging flames were split in half by Sauron's slash. Seeing that Big Mom's attack fell short, Kaido once again raised the wolfsbane in his hand and swung out again with a powerful blow. However, Luo in the distance suddenly struck out. Luffy's figure instantly disappeared in place, dodging Kaido's blow. The figure that reappeared came to Kaido and Law's side. Kaido looked at Law and smiled disdainfully. What a loyal little brother. Law was furious when he heard Kid's taunt. Who are you calling a little brother? The three men instantly bickered over who was the boss. Just then, the Prometheus in front of Big Mom once again transformed into a wheel that seemed to be burning like a sun. The roaring flames attacked towards the three people who were arguing. The three people who were arguing turned around to see the huge flames that were attacking them. Luffy gritted his teeth. Only a coward would duck, right? Hearing Luffy's words, a defiant look appeared on both Luo and Kaido's faces. For a moment, the attack, which could have been completely dodged, seemed to turn into something that proved itself. The other two gritted their teeth. An attack like that is only dodged by cowards. If you're afraid, run away, coward. In the face of the incoming flames, the three of them did not flash or dodge. Boom! A loud roar came from the three figures as they were instantly engulfed by the flames. After neatly screaming miserably, all three people flew out backwards and fell hard on the ground. Luke got a little bit of a nasty chill down his spine. It's true that as long as you have the protagonist's aura to protect you, nothing can happen to you no matter what you do. The three Luffy, who flew out backwards, stood up unharmed. Kaido, in the distance, suddenly took a step. Ling Ling, don't make a move yet. Let me help this brat who doesn't know what's good for him clear his head. Big Mom lets out a big laugh. But don't delay too long. Kaido grunted softly and stepped forward carrying his massive wolfsbane. Facing Kaido, several of the young pirates had stony looks on their faces, though tonight Kaido was attacked and wounded in quick succession. But everyone knows that this veteran four emperors who has dominated the sea for many years, definitely not that easy to deal with. Bang! It was Kira who took the lead. Seeing Kira strike, Kaido and Luffy no longer hesitated. In an instant, they displayed their respective fruit abilities. Several figures transformed into streams of light, and various attacks continued to smash towards Kaido. For a time, the battlefield was filled with roaring sounds and smoke and mist in all directions. After a frantic skill frenzy, a deep giant crater appeared all over the ground. A few of the men returned to their original positions once more. their eyes looking up at the smoke-filled place. It didn't take long for Kaido's figure within the smoke to slowly stand up. On his body, aside from some dust, there wasn't even a scratch. A hearty laugh came from Kaido's voice. What an unbelievable group of guys. I was almost going to die. With his massive wolfsbane in his hand, Kaido took a step out of the smoke. Seeing the unharmed Kaido, the faces of Luffy's few people showed an unbelievable expression. Although they all knew that Kaido was powerful, no one expected Kaido to be this powerful. A group of people surrounded them with almost all their strength, but they didn't even manage to get Kaido hurt. In the next moment, Kaido's form changed violently. The huge green dragon appeared in front of everyone once again. Now that your turns are over, next, it's my turn, right? With that, the copper bell-like eyes looked towards Luffy, who was incarnated in a 4-block form. Kid, today you will definitely die, and the body of history in your hand will be mine. The winner of today's battle will definitely be me, and the one who finds One Piece is also destined to be me. The one who conquers the entire sea and becomes the king can still only be me, too. In the next moment, a furious spit gushed out from within Kaido's dragon's mouth. This is where the battle between Kaido and Luffy and the others officially kicks off. The roar of battle continued to come in, and Luke and a few of the green pheasants hid in the distance. Doflamingo looked at Luffy and the others on the battlefield. The color of the gods had been extremely complicated. He was the one who lost to the combination of Luffy and Law in the first place. His mind was never convinced about that defeat. His own Tenryujin origin, although he had suffered all kinds of hardships since he was a child, but his own identity of the 7 Musketeers. It's something you work on step by step. 2 brats who so easily destroyed and stripped away everything they had worked so hard to build. Doflamingo had always thought that it was just that he wasn't as lucky as the 2 of them. But today, I saw Luffy and Law on the battlefield. There was a slight wavering within Doflamingo. Was it really just bad luck that he failed in the first place? Chapter 83, Black Anthracite Orochi's request for a joint effort. The big battle continues as Luffy's 5 take on Kaido and Big Mom. Several people are on fire. Countless explosive booms and astonishing blade chi constantly clashed against each other. The entire Ghost Island seemed to be shaking. After a few intense battles, with Sauron's slash, a huge gash appeared on Kaido's body, spilling blood all over the scene. The rest of the few people were also out of breath by now, all of them panting heavily. Their eyes looked hopefully at the fallen Kaido. Sauron's slash gave them a glimpse of victory. Even as powerful as Kaido, under such a furious bombardment from them, he showed defeat. But when the smoke cleared, Kaido's form met everyone's eyes and stood out once more. Once again, he appeared in front of the crowd. His body changed. Large dragon scales enveloped his body, emitting a cold aura. Seeing that Kaido remained unharmed, a touch of despair crossed the depths of Luffy's several eyes. Is Kaido, indeed, incapable of war? Just then, Sauron gritted his teeth and spoke. Don't be discouraged. It would only be disappointing if you were defeated that easily, wouldn't it? Kira didn't say a word, but her actions said it all. His body transformed into a residual shadow and attacked violently towards Kaido. Kaido, who was covered in dragon scales, didn't dodge in the face of Kira's attack. Ding! The sound of gold and stone clashing came from the dragon scales on Kaido's body. In the next moment, Kira was surprisingly bounced off most directly by the tremendous force of the backlash. Luffy took a deep breath. The original 4-block state that had been lifted due to exhaustion. It was turned on again at this point. He looked at Kaido and growled. Together, the Kaido Alliance will lose today. After a roar, several figures once again attacked towards Kaido and Big Mom. The battle above Ghost Island lasted for a long time. At first Luke watched with interest, but after a while, it got a little tiresome. The duel between a few people went back and forth with just a few moves, causing an amazing amount of destruction though. But it's hard not to get numb after looking at it for so long. Taking the time to look down at Ghost Island, he found countless fires enveloping a large portion of the building. Obviously, even a more intense battle could not have caused such a fire. Just as Luke was taking a closer look, he suddenly realized, in the midst of the burning fire, a figure was running quickly with a torch in his hand. It seems that most of the fires below are from him, the great black and tan snake. Luke chanted. After a little thought, suddenly a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. If I remember correctly, Black Charcoal Orochi also died in the Onigashima War. His death should be imminent, though with the ability of the Black and Charcoal Ouroboros, the light clusters that were dropped couldn't provide much help to Luke now, but a fly's leg is meat, too. With that in mind, Luke whispered to Green Pheasant and Doflamingo, you guys keep watch here for now, and remember to contact me with the phone bug if the situation changes. It was hard to guess what their captain was going to do, but the two didn't ask many questions, just nodded. Luke's form instantly disappeared above the Ghost Island, arriving as a bolt of lightning inside the building below. The battle above the Ghost Island was certainly intense, but the battle below was similarly deadly. Large and small clusters of light were scattered all around. True to his principle of not wasting anything, Luke picked up all the light clusters wherever he passed. The system's beeps inside his head also kept ringing. Strength and speed are on the rise. After searching for a short while, Luke finally caught sight of the big black charcoal snake inside a building. However, at this time, he had already transformed into a monster with several heads. This would be the fruit ability of black charcoal Orochi, and in front of him stood several figures. It was none other than Mitsuki Gotanda's former retainer, the Red Sheath 9. At the head of the group was a kamikaze with a long sword, and from the scene it looked like the two gangs had just been in a fight. At this moment, the black charcoal serpent, several heads twisted. The vertical pupils of the snakes looked at the Jinwame and several people without any emotion. A few traitors of Mitsuki Goten. I didn't expect you to survive Kaido's hands. That Kaido, he really is a loser. Facing the black charcoal serpent, the faces of the few people from the Kamen ruins had no other expression than hatred. The death of Mitsuki got ended 20 years ago, and the way Kazunokuni is today. The credit of the black coal Orochi is definitely greater than that of Kaido. Kamen clenched his long sword in his hand. The tragedy of 20 years ago had a lot to do with our cowardice. Today, I will never let the tragedy repeat itself again. As the words fell, Jinwayman raised the long sword in his hand and instantly slashed towards the black charcoal serpent. A few muffled sounds came from the huge snake brain of the black charcoal serpent, which was surprisingly slashed down by Jinwayman. Luke, who was standing in the distance, watched the battle on the scene and rubbed his chin with a TSK in his mouth. The fruit ability possessed by black charcoal Orochi allows him to transform into an Orochi. By all rights it should be a very strong ability, but this powerful fruit, in the body of the black charcoal serpent, could do nothing but drop its head to save its life. It didn't play at all. After the decapitations of Kaido and Kinko, there were not many heads left of the black and charcoal serpent. I wonder how many more times I can stay alive. The black charcoal serpent that had lost its head instantly transformed into a humanoid form before lying straight on the ground. Just then, the phone bug in Luke's arms rang. Pulling out the phone bug, Doflamingo's voice came through. Captain, the battlefield has changed dramatically. Luke gave a soft signaling him to continue. Doflamingo before continuing. Kiddo and Kira lured the big MOM away, and Sauron was seriously injured himself after seriously injuring Kaido with a slash. At this point it has been taken away by Ro. The only two people left on Onigashima right now are Kaido and Straw Hat Boy. Luke hummed again and then said, "You guys keep watching." With that Luke put away the phone bug. Inside the house at this time, after resolving the black charcoal serpent, the Red Sheath 9 warriors had already left. Luke took a few steps over to the fallen black and charcoal serpent, a small arc of lightning jumping in his palm, though he tried desperately not to change the original direction of the plot. Fear that if you flap your tiny butterfly wings, the future direction of the entire world will become upside down. The advantage of being able to predict the plot yourself will be wiped out by the change. But a small character like black charcoal Orochi, kill it yourself. His light cluster, after all, was of some value. 50 of devil fruit power is tantalizing enough. If you gather 100 devil fruit power, you can draw a new devil fruit. Just as Luke's palm arced with electricity, the suddenly unconscious black charcoal serpent opened its eyes. When he saw that the person in front of him was Luke, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Lord Luke, at last I have found you. Seeing the black and charcoal serpent wake up, the arc of electricity in Luke's palm did not move and dissipated. A small smile appeared on his face as well. Standing up, the black and tan serpent grabbed Luke's hand. Lord Luke, you must help me. The land of Wabi-Sabi must not fall into the hands of that punk Kaido. You and I will join forces and together we will rule the entire land of Wabi-Sabi. That's the best possible outcome. Chapter 84, Luffy's Defeat. The eyes of the black charcoal Ouroboros were filled with hope within them, and his tone was extremely sincere. Luke had a smile on his face and didn't say no or yes. Instead, he opened his mouth as if he were at a loss. What the hell happened? Just now I went out to get some air because the air in the banquet hall was just a bit dull, only to come back and find the scene in shambles. Tears were glistening within the eyes of the black charcoal serpent. Lord Luke, you don't know, that white-eyed, stupid piece of Kaido, to think that you want to leave me behind to rule the entire Kazunokuni alone, and talk about some new Onigashima program. It's laughable. He felt that after he teamed up with Big Mom, there was no one in the entire world who was a match for them. I think he must have forgotten that even if he teamed up with Big Mom, he lost to you only a short while ago. With such ridiculous strength as his, he would even presume to rule the entire Kazunokuni alone. Lord Luke, don't you think it's ridiculous? Even if the land of peace were to be ruled by someone, it would be appropriate for it to be in existence like yours. Luke-sama. Luke listened to the flattery and whining of the black and tan serpent with a faint smile still on his face. Watching Luke's silence, the black and tan serpent continued. Lord Luke, are you not interested? After ruling all of Kazunokuni, I will be your most loyal henchman. At that time, no matter whether it is wealth, power, fame, power, as long as you want, all of them are at your fingertips. Luke smiled and rubbed his chin. If you put it that way, I'm really kind of psyched about it. Hearing Luke's words, a delighted expression immediately appeared on the face of the black charcoal serpent. As long as you're on Luke's lap, what with Kaido, what with the big MOM, or what's left of the Mitsuki Midas family, all of it. So the black and tan serpent struck while the iron was hot and said, right now, on the entire Onigashima, aside from Kaido's alliance with the big MOM, it's the group of guys who are the remnants of the Mitsuki Goten family. But as long as we catch Momonosuke, Mitsuki Goten's son, the entire remnant of the Mitsuki family will be unraveled. When the time comes, it's just a matter of taking care of the rest of the Kaido alliance. The entire country of Kazunoki would be ours. Luke had an interested look on his face. The great black and tan serpent hastily added, Luke-sama, don't hesitate. Let's go find that little brat Momonosuke now. Luke nodded slightly. The black charcoal serpent's face was ecstatic, and then he led Luke towards the banquet hall. The calculation in Luke's mind, on the other hand, was that the great black and tan serpent was sure to die anyway. All one had to do was follow his lead. The battle above the Ghost Island would not be divided into winners and losers for a while. Even if there were any changes, surely Green Pheasant and Doflamingo would have contacted themselves in time. So, now he had all the time in the world to accompany the black and charcoal serpent to slither around for a while. It's idle anyway. At this time, above Onigashima, the battle between Kaido and Luffy has entered a white heat. Even though Luffy's strength was growing fast, he still didn't have much of a chance of winning in front of Kaido. The fact that he was able to fight Kaido back and forth just now was entirely due to the assistance of Sauron Rocket and others around him. Now only Luffy is left, and the situation on the battlefield is completely crushing. Doflamingo looked at Luffy, who kept getting knocked down by Kaido and getting up again and again. The corners of his mouth tugged slightly. His mind had realized that even if the current version of himself and Luffy were to have a fair fight again, his chances of winning, no more than 20%. And Green Pheasant, who was crouching beside Doflamingo, watched Luffy fall and get up again and again. Suddenly, Green Pheasant stood up. A cold aura surged from his body as he took a step out, intending to join the battlefield. Doflamingo tugged at him, whispering, "What are you doing?" Green Pheasant's eyes looked at Luffy, who was fighting Kaido, with a grave expression. His mouth opened a few times, but not a word came out. Doflamingo whimpered, "Are you crazy? Are you planning to help your benefactor's grandson? Don't forget, what you are now, is a member of the Lightning Pirates, and your captain is Lord Luke, acting without his orders. Aren't you afraid that the captain will be blamed when the time comes?" Green Pheasant took a few deep breaths, and the cold air on his body surface dispersed with extreme reluctance. While the two were talking, Kaido, who was no longer holding back in the slightest, a fierce swing of the wolfsbane, Luffy's figure, hit hard. A large mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth, while his body, which had drawn a perfect parabola, fell towards the sea within the lower part of Ghost Island at extreme speed. Luffy is a fruit ability, and once he encounters the sea, there is almost no chance of survival. Kaido looked at the knocked away Luffy with a slightly forlorn look on his face. Then he mumbled something like, "Surprisingly, I was able to completely ignite my fighting spirit. I should have cut off your head to declare victory. Otherwise, everyone thought you were going to win." After saying that, Kaido's gaze shifted slightly to the right, instantly landing on the place where Green Pheasant and Doflamingo were hiding. Doflamingo, who was hiding behind a rock, gave his body a lurch. "Discovered?" Kaido looked there and spoke slowly. "It's a great showdown, isn't it?" Knowing that Kaido was onto them, Doflamingo simply stopped hiding as well. Standing up from behind the rock, licking his lips, Doflamingo chuckled. "Captain Luke asked us to observe the battle here, and now that you've won, I think it's time for me to report back to Captain Luke." The meaning of Doflamingo's statement was obvious. That would be a reminder to Kaido that he's Luke's man. "Even if I'm no match for you, don't forget that not long ago you and Big MOM teamed up and both lost at the hands of our captain." Kaido grunted softly and didn't say anything. Just then, there was a sudden sound of a phone bug in his arms. Kaido pulled out his phone bug and a voice immediately came from inside. "Kaido-sama, we found Momonosuke." Kaido grimaced. Everything was supposed to go well tonight. Now that the Straw Hat Kid gang had been dealt with, the next thing to be disposed of was the remaining members of the Mitsuki Midas family. "Once we've killed everything that needs killing, everything tonight, we'll be back on track." Kaido instructed the phone bug and then put it away. He didn't pay any more attention to the two of them, but instead, his figure flashed and disappeared directly above the Ghost Island. While Kaido departed, Green Pheasant's gaze stayed on the ocean below, unsure of what was going on in his head, and Doflamingo was quick to take out his phone bug. "Hello, Lord Luke. The battle above Onigashima has been decided. and the Straw Hat Kid was defeated by Kaido and fell into the sea. He's already defeated. Upon hearing this news, the voice on the other side of the phone bug remained calm. I know, you guys can pull out. Putting away the phone bug, Doflamingo pondered. When Luke first said that both Kaido and Big Mom would die tonight, and the one who killed them was the Straw Hat Kid, but now that the victory has been decided and the Straw Hat Kid has lost, it seems that the captain's prophecies are not always accurate. Chapter 85 CP0, Below Ghost Island. Luke put away the phone bug in his hand. Naturally, Black Charcoal Orochi heard Doflamingo's voice just now. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, a voice that spread throughout Ghost Island suddenly rang out. Straw Hat Boy has been defeated. Lord Kaido has won. All the fools who rebel against Lord Kaido, put down the weapons in your hands as soon as possible and stop your futile resistance. All those who surrender now may keep your lives. The loud voice reached everyone's ears through the loudspeakers that littered Ghost Island. The black and tan serpent snorted. While it's true that Kaido is a dumbass, that Straw Hat Kid is way out of his league. His defeat was completely expected. Luke's face still had a faint smile on it. Knowing the plot, of course he did. Luffy is only temporarily knocked out to sea. It won't take long. Awakening to a brand new state, he would then come back to kill again, so he smiled and muttered, "Who knows?" After saying that, the two continued walking in the direction of the hall. Just as he was about to arrive at the hall, suddenly a voice once again came from within the loudspeakers that were spread throughout Ghost Island. I am Momonosuke Mitsuki. The moment he heard this voice, the black charcoal serpent's face suddenly turned livid. It's the brat. He gritted his teeth. Inside the loudspeaker, Momonosuke's voice continued. Everyone listen to me. Luffy is not dead. He said he'd come back with a vengeance. Please raise everyone's spirits. Make preparations to fight until the last moment. The loud voice traveled through the loudspeakers to all parts of Ghost Island. Luke, who knew the plot, had no sadness or joy on his face, and the black charcoal serpent gritted its teeth in death. That damned brat. Lord Luke, we need to find him as soon as possible. Luke nodded softly and quickly headed down the hall, led by the black and tan serpent. When they came to the interior of the hall, Luke and the black and tan serpent saw it. There was only Kenjuro, who was lying on the ground, looking at as the undercover agent that he had once placed within the Red Sheath 9. It seemed as if he had become a cold corpse at this moment. There was no look of pity on the face of the black and tan serpent. Instead, it's a kick to the body of Kenjuro. A low curse escaped his lips. Waste. Luke, on the other hand, walked over to Kenjuro. Reaching out, he gently stroked his hand towards Kenjuro's head. A tiny arc of electricity entered Kenjuro's head without moving. In the next moment, a small ball of light appeared beside Kenjuro. Luke reached out to touch. Ding! Devil Fruit Power plus 50-inch. Listen to the voice inside your head. Luke had a contented smile on his face. Kenjuro was a fruit ability. Picking up his light mass gives himself 50 Devil Fruit Power. Now all that's needed is to acquire another Devil Fruit light cluster to draw a new Devil Fruit again. The great black and tan serpent turned his head to Luke. Luke-sama, that Momonosuke kid seems to have escaped. Let's look again. The two figures continued to wander around the hall. The roar of battle kept coming from the distance. Looks like there's a lot of fighting going on out there. The two men traveled from room to room, and suddenly, as they passed in front of a door, Luke stopped in his tracks. The black and tan serpent in front of him sensed Luke's movement and stopped as well. What is it, Lord Luke? Luke made a motion to listen carefully, and then, suddenly, reached out and opened the door to the room beside him. The moment the door of the room opened, the several figures in the room all turned their heads to look at the doorway. Upon seeing Luke's figure, an exclamation of surprise all came from the mouths of several people. Luke, captain of the Lightning Pirates. Inside the room were several people, sitting cross-legged in front of a table. Sitting on the table was a chessboard. The black and white pieces are staggered on the board, and the faces of the group all wore masks, pure white masks. The expression on Luke's face was spare. Surprisingly, it's the world government's CP0 organization. The one wearing a mask at the head was, naturally, Rob Lucci. As a secret spy agency of the world government, CP0's daily work is to be responsible for collecting and organizing all kinds of intelligence secrets in the whole world. As for Luke, they naturally had quite a bit of information. Before the Marineford War, Luke was just a regular army man. He later joined the Navy to fight in the Marineford War, where he made a name for himself and showed amazing strength. He was later imprisoned in the Propulsion City prison, and then authorized by the high command of the world government to become an admiral. He then rebelled against the Navy and formed his own Lightning Pirates. The crew under his command are Green Pheasant, who was also once one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, and Doflamingo, a member of the original 7 Musketeers. While the intel was complete, the knowledge of Luke's strength, all they knew was that this person's battle power was terrifying, an existence that was absolutely no less than any of the 4 emperors. but there was no accurate information on exactly how strong Luke was. And it's strange that the world government has treated Luke so well for so long. A pirate group made up of such powerful people is slow to be rewarded by the world government. At this moment, this person unexpectedly appeared in front of them, and the entire team of CP0 made a defensive move. A flash of surprise flashed across the face of the great black and tan serpent when he saw them though, but it subsided quickly. So it's you guys. Things between us may have to wait a while, said the black and tan serpent pointing outside. As you can see, something has happened in Kazunokuni. No need to worry though, this will all be sorted out soon. The masked Lucci gave a slight nod to the black and tan serpent. Sure, although he was speaking toward the black and tan serpent, his full attention was on Luke. The black and tan serpent suddenly pointed at Luke on one side. I can totally introduce you guys ahead of time now. This is Captain Luke of the Lightning Pirates. With that said, an open smile appeared on the face of the black charcoal serpent. In the future, Kaido will lose everything he has in the Land of Peace, and Captain Luke will take his place. Believe me, Captain Luke is in no way a match for that idiot Kaido. When the time comes for us to work together, it will be even more enjoyable. Luke's face was expressionless. He knew that the Land of Peace and the world government had always had close dealings. It doesn't matter if it's a weapon deal or a devil fruit deal. Luigi, who was wearing a mask, formally turned his attention to Luke. The Lightning Pirates have actually teamed up with Black Charcoal Orochi? This is really important news, Lucci said in his mind. The rest of his eyes looked to the board in front of him, with the black and white pieces that he had deduced to represent the rebels and Kaido at this point in the battle. Now Luke enters the fray. The entire battlefield would need to be re-evaluated. He looked at Luke and bent his head slightly. Grand Admiral Luke, or Captain Luke, I've heard a lot about you. Luke waved his hand and said nothing. Just then, the phone bug in his arm suddenly rang. Pulling out the phone bug, Luke didn't make any bones about it. Soon, the voice of Doflamingo came from inside. Captain, Straw Hat Boy is not dead. Chapter 86, Big Mother's Defeat. The voice of Doflamingo within the phone bug reached everyone's ears. The black charcoal serpent clenched his teeth slightly. Kaido's place in his heart fell and fell. Can't even solve a Straw Hat Kid and has to spread false news about Luffy's defeat. The expressions of the entire CP0 staff, on the other hand, were hidden under white masks, and it was impossible to see what kind of expressions they were wearing. Luke hummed into the phone bug. Doflamingo continued. Now, Kaido is actually fighting his own son, Yamato, but we've evacuated. Just outside the banquet hall, Luke whispered into the phone bug. Okay. Watching Luke put away the phone bug, the black and tan serpent said, Kaido is such a stupid loser. Not only could he not handle that Straw Hat Kid, now that he's even being attacked by his own son. It's ridiculous that such a loser would even think of ruling Kazunokuni. What with the Shin Onigashima program? Let's just go find that damn brat Momonosuke first. With that, the black and charcoal serpent opened his mouth to a few people from CP0. Just a moment for a few of you. We'll take care of everything soon. Watching Luke and the big black charcoal snake leave, Luigi pulled the phone bug out of his own arms as well. A few moments of hesitation, but then the phone bug was put away. In the original plan, if Kaido lost the battle, then the world government would take over the Land of Peace. But now, Luke's sudden appearance disrupts all plans. Even if Kaido loses the war, it would be hard for the world government to take over the Land of Peace if Luke is there, and with Luke out of the way, Kaido's defeat seems to be a foregone conclusion. After all, when he was on the battlefield of Marineford, he was able to fight both Redhead Shanks and Blackbeard Tiki alone. Now it's not like there's no chance of winning if you want to beat Kaido and Big Mom. And Kaido is up against more than just Luke. He had already suffered a number of injuries from tonight's battle. Luke, now, was like a cunning fox waiting to reap the benefits of his actions. Luke and Black and Tan Orochi arrived outside where Green Pheasant and Doflamingo had been waiting for a long time. The moment he saw Luke, Doflamingo greeted him. Captain, Straw Hat Boy really isn't dead. Just now, he's already back above Ghost Island again. With that, several people looked up over the Ghost Island. There, indeed, fierce battles were erupting. Just as a few people were staring above the Ghost Island, suddenly, a pink-colored dragon, surprisingly, wobbled and hovered down from above the Ghost Island. The gaze of the black charcoal Ouroboros suddenly became agitated. It's the brat. With that, he excitedly tried to shake Luke's arm, but upon seeing Luke's expressionless face, he immediately stopped moving. Turning around, he yelled at Green Pheasant and Doflamingo. Hey, you two, Luke-sama and I have joined forces, and that ugly pink dragon is that little kid Momonosuke. Now, I order you, hurry up and kill him. Pheasant lifted his head without expression. Snap, with a single step, Green Pheasant stood in front of Black Charcoal Orochi. A terrifying cold aura spread from his feet, heading straight towards the Black Charcoal Serpent. What did you say? Green Pheasant's voice didn't have a trace of emotion. No joy or anger could be heard, but the demeanor says it all. feeling the terrifying coldness emanating from the cold ice under his feet. The look on the black charcoal Ouroboros face instantly turned to fear. He desperately dodged a few steps backward and looked at Green Pheasant Road in horror. What are you going to do? But I'm teaming up with Lord Luke. Lord Luke needs my help to step to the top of Wakoku. Luke finally turned back at this point. Hey, be polite. Upon hearing Luke's words, the cold air spreading out from under Green Pheasant's feet dissipated. He looked at the black and charcoal serpent with an expressionless face. If you give me any more orders, you'll turn into an ice sculpture. To the side, Doflamingo also licked his lips and smiled sorrowfully at Black and Tan Orochi. Our captain, there's only one of us. Oh. The black and tan serpent swallowed hard. It was only now that he suddenly realized, there doesn't seem to be much difference between Luke's lightning pirates and Kaido's 100 Beasts pirates. And Luke, the man, is still far more terrifying than Kaido. Luke's gaze was about to continue looking over the Ghost Island when suddenly, in the distance, inside the banquet hall, an incomparably violent explosion rang out. Luke whipped his head around to see a huge blade that went through the entire banquet hall. The other end of the blade, surprisingly, went directly towards the bottom of Ghost Island. Kid, a heartbreaking roar came from within the banquet hall. Luke hears it. It's Big Mom's voice, a voice that is usually high and unassailable. Surprisingly, at this point in time, with despair and resignation. Boom! The next moment, an even bigger explosion roared out. The entire island shook. Wait for me here. Luke, realizing what was happening, shouted at the Green Pheasant duo in his haste. His body then transformed into a residual shadow and instantly disappeared in the same place. In the original, Big Mom was to be defeated before Kaido. The sharp blade that ran through the entire Ghost Island just now was none other than Luo's best move. In the original, this is the same move that unites Kiddo's final skill. The two supernovas will dominate the sea for many years. The old Four Kings Big Mom, sent to the magma deep in the earth. Luke's form left Ghost Island, the flower capital below close at hand. Tonight's flower capital was extremely lively, and countless fires illuminated the entire flower capital with a brightly lit sky. The people of Huadu were cheering and laughing. A calming lantern slowly rises from within the flower capital. Of course, these beauties Luke had no interest in viewing. At this moment, his gaze was then looking down at the ground below with a deadpan expression. A deep pit that seemed to have pierced through the entire earth appeared in front of him, and deep underground, terrifying magma emanated fire and fiery energy. Without the slightest hesitation, Luke's figure instantly headed towards the depths of the earth. It didn't take long to stop before the lava. The boiling magma kept churning, just approaching for a moment. Luke then felt his face sizzle. Reaching up to rub his face, Luke's eyes searched around within the lava. He himself came to the land of peace and stayed for so long for Kaido and Big Mom's light group. These two men's light masses were very important for their own journey to the great battle of the Valley of the Gods. At this point Big Mom is knocked down into the lava. If he couldn't find her body in the light mass, his own plan this time would be half a failure. The eyes kept searching within the tumbling lava, but after a long time, there was still no sign of Big Mom. Do you have to jump in and find it yourself? Can one's physical strength withstand boiling lava? Just as Luke is anxiously about to prepare to jump inside the lava to find Big Mom's body, suddenly, within the tumbling lava, a huge figure slowly floated up with the tumble. Chapter 87, Big Mama's Light Group. Big Mom's huge body kept sinking and floating as the lava churned. Luke reaches out with his right hand and a lightning chain yanks on Big Mom's body, dragging her to shore. The entire depths of the earth were devoid of anything other than Big Mom and himself. And, of course, no clusters of light appeared. So the Big Mom, now, is not dead. Looking down, Big Mom's chest is still heaving slightly and her eyes are open, but the pupil is not visible at all in the eye socket. This isn't even dead. Truly worthy of being at the level of the four emperors. Luke whispered. Since he wasn't dead, then he needed to find himself personally to give him one last ride. As he chanted, a small ball of lightning light converged in Luke's palm. Just then, the unconscious older woman seemed to notice something. With a soft grunt, the older woman's eyes actually slowly regained their clarity. The first thing she saw was Luke in front of her. Also, the ball of lightning light in Luke's palm. Although awakened, her body was still weak. Are you going to kill me? Looking at the ball of lightning light in Luke's palm, Big Mom's voice trembled. Luke had a smile on his face. What's the point of living in the world when you've already lost to the newcomers who came after you? Big Mom's eyes are filled with shock within them. She couldn't believe that Luke actually wanted her dead. She had suffered so much in just one day today. Whether it was at the top of Ghost Island where she and Kaido teamed up, it's amazing that they fought a few newcomers back and forth. Or was he later defeated in the hall by Law and Kid combined? It all made waves inside her. The sea has changed. The whole world has changed. It seemed that they, the group of old things that had dominated the sea for many years, were really going to be trampled under the feet of the newcomers that came after them, including the monster in front of him that he couldn't even see the depths of. His young face seemed to be a reminder that he was getting old. Big Mom's head suddenly drops. A loud laugh escaped her lips. Probably should have guessed this day was coming. Many years ago, following in the footsteps of Captain Locus. Back then we thought we were on top of the world, but in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, the Locust pirates lost. Now, many years later, I thought that by joining forces with Kaido, we were on top of the world once again, but I lost again, said Big Mom. A hint of despondency surprisingly appeared on his face. It was hard for Luke to avoid a little sigh of relief as well, but this wouldn't be a reason for him to be merciful. Big Mom's light group, himself aspiring to win. Suddenly, Big Mom's countenance changes from despondent to vicious. Even if you knew stars are dazzling, but don't underestimate us old guys. You probably weren't even weaned when we rode the whole ocean, even though I will lose. But if you want to kill me, it still depends on whether you have that ability. Luke stood up. A small ball of lightning light spinning wildly in his palm as a palpitating force enveloped the Big Mom. Still underestimating this brat's strength? Feeling the terrifying power within that thunder and lightning ball of light, Big Mom murmured in his heart. Luke's long, white, thin palm flicked. The thunderous mass of light gently floats towards the Big Mom. Then try it. Luke read softly. In the next moment, the ball of lightning light touched Big Mom's body. The manic violent lightning spread out violently. The entire depths of the earth were shrouded in lightning. The Big Mom, who was the center of it all, let out a miserable scream. After a long time, the electricity disappeared. The Big Mom lying on the ground is long gone. Luke scanned the area and still saw no sign of the light mass. Ha! Luke makes a puzzled noise, then bends down and bends his head close to Big Mom's chest. A faint, but still rhythmic, heartbeat came. This doesn't even die? Luke was surprised. Big Mom's physicality is so terrifying. With that, Luke stood up again. An even more violent and terrifying thunderbolt was brewing in his palm. In an instant, a spear forged from lightning appeared in his hand. I don't believe you're still alive with your head blown off? With a mutter, the lightning spear in Luke's hand viciously headed towards Big Mom's brow. Bang! Violent collision sounds came from the entire depths of the earth, and the ground shook. Large chunks of rocky earth fall around them, waiting for the smoke to clear. Luke looks down at the Big Mom. The look on his face was full of surprise. His own lightning spear, surprisingly, only left a shallow wound in the center of Big Mom's brow. It didn't even hurt the skull. The four emperors really are all monsters. Maybe Luffy and Rockid, among others, already have the strength to be able to defeat Big Mom and Kaido. But Luke swears and tries to kill Kaido and the Big Mom. Even 10 more kiddos-in-laws couldn't do it. Taking a deep breath, Luke looked around at the shifting space. With that, one hand lifts Big Mom and the two leave the depths of the earth. On the ground, Luke throws Big Mom to the ground. A serious look appeared within his eyes. Terrifying overlord-colored hegemonic aura emanated from within his body. He slowly raised his right hand, and there was no longer a trace of reservation in his strength. Hegemony! Luke roared. Since acquiring Roger's light cluster, his own strength has increased to this point. Have never used this move at full strength again. The hegemony at this time, and the hegemony on the battlefield of Marineford, were two completely different concepts. A heaven-destroying aura brewed in Luke's fist, and in the next moment, the fist was wrapped in a fierce astral wind, hard towards Big Mom's head. Rumble! It was as if the earth was about to crack. The entire land of Kazunokuni shuddered, and even the Oni Islands floating in the sky were affected. The group of people who sensed the strange movement all came to the edge of Ghost Island. Together, they looked down toward the bottom, only to see a deep pit that seemed to be the size of a city appear on the originally flat earth. Around the deep pit, terrifying cracks spread out, tearing the surrounding earth apart. What's going on? Did someone use a super weapon? Such horrible destructive power. Could it be a world government weapon? Several members of CP0 also observed the situation below at this time. Lucci sucked in a breath of cool air with a hiss from his mouth. What kind of thing could cause such horrific destruction? After a long time, finally the smoke drifted away. Only a tiny figure was standing at the bottom of the huge pit. In front of that figure was a corpse. Someone soon recognized the body. I can't believe it's Big Mom. Luke, on the other hand, below, was taking a long breath at that moment, although the head of the Big Mom in front of him was still in full shape. However, a ping-pong ball-sized, substance-like ball of light appeared beside Big Mom. Chapter 88, New Devil Fruit. A smile played at the corners of Luke's mouth. Half of the purpose of this trip to the Land of Peace had been accomplished. Reaching out his fingers, he gently touched the light mass in front of him. In the next moment, the system's voice came from within his head. Ding, power plus 3 million inch. With the sound of the voice, a flood-like pleasure surged through Luke's entire body. Luke couldn't wait to shout freely. After obtaining the Rogers light cluster, his battle power was already considered the pinnacle of the entire ocean. Nowadays, his power should be enough to boast the entire ocean. Luke in this moment had a feeling that Kaido's light mass was not needed. You can easily take the God's Valley War yourself. Ding! Devil Fruit Power plus 50 inch. The current Devil Fruit Power has reached 100. Will you start drawing a new Devil Fruit? The system's beep inside his head sounded again. Luke clenched his fists and didn't hesitate. Begin extraction. A sound as if a carousel was spinning sounded in Luke's head. In the next moment, 10 Devil Fruits appeared in his mind. Luke just probably scanned it with a glance. 10 Devil Fruits, all in the trashy Superman line. Luke randomly chose a fruit that still looked good and chose to keep it. Then began the second round of extraction. A few moments later, the 10 Devil Fruits appeared in front of him once again. Luke scans again, and to no surprise, it's still all trashy superhuman faculties. Luke, who has had experience, knows that it's still harder to extract decent Devil Fruit. In the last extraction, only the Rattling Thunder Fruit, a nature-based fruit, had come out. Randomly picking a fruit to leave behind, it began to be drawn in the final round. Waiting again for a moment, inside his head, 10 Devil Fruits appeared. Luke scanned and a flash of disappointment crossed his mind. No remarkable fruit appeared at all. 30 charges, surprisingly all in the Superman department. None of the natural or precious phantom species, torn slightly between the 3 Devil Fruits left behind. Luke goes with a Superman-type sound fruit. This fruit had also appeared when he had first extracted it in the first place. He scoffed at it himself at the time, but now he didn't realize that he was the best of all the Devil Fruits. The Sonic Fruit, when fully developed, seems to be a good means of sonic attacks, and since sound waves also create vibrations, wouldn't that make it possible to make the same effect as the Shock Fruit? Luke pondered carefully. Suddenly, I kind of understand the saying that there is no such thing as the most trashy fruit, only the most trashy ability user. The current self has 4 Devil Fruits. They are the most commonly used Rattling Thunder Fruit, and the Timeless Fruit, which can travel through time and space. There's also the Puffy Fruit, which has never been used before, plus the Sound Fruit, which was just extracted, and now one's own power is beyond 10 million. It was as if a qualitative change had occurred. Looking up at the Ghost Island slowly floating forward above him, Luke powered up slightly. Without using any of his fruit abilities, he leapt right onto Ghost Island with just his physical strength. Bang! The ground was smashed out of a deep crater and Luke's form returned to Green Pheasant and Doflamingo. The black and tan serpent was still standing there, watching Luke swallow hard. He had also seen the scene below Ghost Island just now. Big M.O.M., dead at Luke's hand. Luke, Lord Luke. The black and tan serpent's voice was a little dry. At this point he felt as if he had never known Luke before. The young man who had been smiling and laughing had been Luke's disguise. And yeah, a monster who could take on Redhead Shanks and Blackbeard Tiki solo, and destroy the Navy headquarters in one move. How can it be the superficial appearance that one sees? I still have some things to do, so I'll excuse myself for a moment. With a dry and shaky voice, the great black and tan serpent spoke cautiously to Luke. Luke looked back at him slightly. Just a normal glance caused the body of the black charcoal serpent to tremble. Luke gave a thoughtful look, followed by his signature smile. Okay, when he first followed Black Charcoal Orochi, he was trying to obtain his light cluster so that he could put together 100 Devil Fruit power. Now that he had reached it, and that the most important thing he should be concerned about today would be the battle above Ghost Island, so Luke graciously let him go. The black and tan serpent was like an amnesty when he heard Luke's words. Immediately turn and run. Luke gave a slight wink to Doflamingo. Doflamingo understood Luke's meaning at the first moment, and then followed behind the black and charcoal serpent without moving. After dealing with being on this side, Luke's eyes once again looked over the Ghost Island. Kaido and Luffy above Ghost Island were both attracted to the huge explosion below them just now. The two men had a tacit truce and saw the scene below. Upon seeing Big Mom's body lying right in front of Luke, Kaido's expression froze a bit, turning to despondency. Luffy, on the other hand, was looking at the huge deep crater that Luke had created with nothing but dismayed shock. Hey, Big Mom is dead, and your Kaido alliance, it seems, is all that's left of yourself. Luffy looked at the despondent Kaido and spoke. At that, Kaido slowly turned his head. Big Mom was dead, so who would be the next one Luke planned to strike? The answer seems obvious enough. Even though Luke had promised him earlier that he would never interfere with anything, obviously, that's lying to yourself. Phew, Kaido let out a long breath. It is inevitable that old times fall and new times rise, but even though I'm going to die in battle here today, the one who defeats me will never be you. When he finished speaking, the forlorn dullness within Kaido's eyes was swept away. He raised the wolfsbane in his hand and struck out towards Luffy once again. The two figures, once again, tangled together. The battle went white hot, just as the two figures leapt high into the air, preparing for a final sparring match. At that moment, suddenly a white figure appeared behind Luffy, exactly the same members of CP0. Iron Block. The figure that suddenly appeared let out a soft murmur. Luffy, who was leaping high up and preparing to deliver a full force strike, suddenly lurched. The wolfsbane swung by the two Kaido, on the other hand, hit Luffy solidly. Blood splattered as Luffy's form slammed into the ground, and Kaido, who swung a bat, suddenly became extremely gloomy. He looked towards the members of CP0, and his tone was filled with anger that was suppressed to the extreme. Do you, know what you're doing? The CP0 member wearing the white hat and white mask, on the other hand, reached out and tugged slightly on the brim of his hat. There was no answer to Kaido's question. The answer was already in his mind as he stepped out to engage in this fight. To do so would surely need Kaido's wrath. ******************************** ing stupid. Sure enough, Kaido, whose battle had been interrupted, let out a roar with a scowl on his face. The wolf-tooth stick in his hand swung out fiercely. Bang! After a loud bang, the BP-0 member who was previously standing there was reduced to a streak of ashes, turning his head to look at Luffy on the ground. At this point, his eyes had rolled over and he couldn't move a muscle. After experiencing such a fierce battle and suffering such severe injuries, it was obvious that it was by no means possible to stand up again. Chapter 89, Kaido's Defeat. Kaido looked at the dying Luffy with a more complex expression. He didn't realize that he was almost pushed to the brink by this brat. There was also a vague hint of unpleasantness coming from his heart. For CP0 to disturb his battle, it made his heart seem like a stone was pressed down. It never flows smoothly. Bang! The huge wolfsbane was slung over his shoulder just as he was about to turn around. Suddenly two figures appeared above the ghost island. Upon seeing the face of the visitor, Kaido's pupils snapped shut. Luke and Green Pheasant, standing right in front of Kaido. Luke still had that grinning look on his face. Kaido, who had thought the fight was over, suddenly squeezed his palm tightly around his wolfsbane. Of course he remembers the scene below where Luke decapitated Big Mom just now. So, his goal is to destroy his alliance and then take over Wakoku? Luke's eyes rested on Luffy lying there. Kaido took a breath. Captain Luke. Before he could finish his sentence, Luke suddenly raised his own index finger against his lips. Shoo, listen. Cadre frowned, wondering what Luke meant. But just then, suddenly a faint sound of drums came. Knock, knock, knock. The drums took on a strange rhythm and kept on sounding. Luke lifted his head to look at Kaido. Hear that? Kaido frowned in disbelief. And just then, lay there on top of the otherwise dying Luffy, suddenly a white mist kept rising up. This mutation attracted everyone's attention. As several people watched, the corner of Luffy's mouth suddenly hooked up. In the next moment, a white mist violently enveloped his entire body. Bang! The lying Luffy leapt up, and in this instant, his whole body changed under the white mist. The hair on his head was dancing uncontrollably like a burning white flame. The white mist twisted out behind him in a fringe-like circle. Ha 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 ha! A loud, joyous laugh came from his lips, and the drumming that had been, if anything, at this time, it was even more directly resounding through heaven and earth. Looking at Luffy, who had suddenly produced a huge change, Kaido was like an enemy. It was clear that he had defeated him with serious injuries. But what was the matter with his appearance now? Luke's face still wore a faint smile. He looked at Luffy and whispered, "Is this the awakened state of the Nika fruit?" Luffy, who had awakened again, had a completely cheerful look on his face. He laughed continuously and his body danced as if he was uncontrollable. At the same time the terrifying overlord color hegemonic aura filled the surroundings. Feeling that terrifying power, Kaido's expression turned more and more grave. At this moment, he felt a threat in Luffy's body. Suddenly, one of Luffy's hands swelled and grew larger, instantly grabbing towards Kaido. The moment Luffy struck, Kaido's body also took on the form of a giant green dragon. Bang! The huge palm grabbed Kaido's dragon body as if it were a loach, and then flung it in a leather band. Bang! 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 One at a time, it hit the ground. Luke shifted and broke away from the battlefield. Green Pheasant, beside him, watched Luffy's pupils shrink slightly. "He looks like the one from the legend," Green Pheasant muttered intently. The transformed Luffy is in a state of crushing battle power. The battle between the two people stirred up the entire ghost island above. Luffy's form leapt up into the clouds of the sky. The next moment, a huge voice came out from within the clouds. "Rubber rubber, giants!" With the shout, a huge figure broke through the clouds and arrived above Ghost Island. Luffy, in his transformed giant state, unleashes a one-sided beating on Kaido. Kaido in the guise of a green dragon was more like a leather strap that Luffy grabbed in his hands and played around with. Finally, forced by a hot breath coming from inside the dragon's mouth, Luffy let go of Kaido. Kaido gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that in his dying state, Luffy had awakened his fruit, and the ability after awakening was so amazing. Lor Nanoha! Kaido gritted his teeth and let out a roar, swinging his wolfsbane violently in his hand. The Great War opens again. However, all of Kaido's attacks were easily dodged by Luffy's hokey abilities, and most of the attacks also bounced back. Instead, Kaido was gradually losing ground under his own offense, and with the upper hand, Luffy once again leapt high into the air, suddenly reaching out to grab a bolt of lightning from within the dense clouds. Lightning pulsed violently in his hands. In the next moment, it transformed into a large net that covered the sky and smashed towards Kaido. In the distance, Luke's face looked a little less than stellar. The rattling thunder fruit that he had worked so hard to obtain was like a joke at this point. What's the difference between Luffy's awakened ability to manipulate lightning at will and the rattling thunder fruit? His own fruit ability had become completely subsidiary to the Nika fruit. Lightning kept striking Kaido's body, who looked miserable though, but it still didn't look like it was hurt too badly. Thunder and lightning raged above Ghost Island, and those who didn't know it thought Luke had struck, while Kaido, who was constantly enveloped by lightning, roared, "Dawei De!" Thundering Bagua, bang! With a loud bang, Luffy was smashed into the clouds above. Kaido said in a cold voice, "Kid, it will never be a fruit ability that can dominate this world. The only thing that matters is dominance, is the key to world domination." He had just finished his words when suddenly a rubber palm reached out from within the clouds. The palm that fell from the sky yanked Kaido tightly. Terrifying might was also brewing within the clouds. Apparently, Luffy intends to perform one last move, and Kaido's face, too, became incredibly heavy at this moment. He looked at the clouds above him, his body violently enveloped in searing flames. Rubber rubber! From the clouds, came Luffy's roar. At this moment, Kaido also broke out into a death-defying yell. Flame Bagua, Ape King Gun, a pillar of blue light, and a pillar of fiery red light, rapidly approached. When the two pillars of light collided together, the whole world became silent. It was only a few seconds later that a loud boom that resounded through the heavens and earth came. Rumble! Powerful shockwaves violently spread in all directions. Everything was reduced to pieces wherever it passed. The sky was rendered red by the violent waves of colliding light. The collision between the two seemed to tear the sky apart. Luke let out a long breath and turned to Green Pheasant. "Prepare to go to the harbor and launch our ship. The Great War is coming to an end." After saying these words, Luke's figure turned into a stump and disappeared into thin air. Luke, who had turned into a stump, had already arrived at the bottom of Kazunokuni when he reappeared. He looked up at the ghost island in the sky and waited quietly. It didn't take long for the extremely brilliant light of the sky colliding to bloom violently. Immediately, a shadow fell violently from above the ghost island. Luke could see that it was Kaido in the form of a green dragon. Boom! The huge figure smashed through the ground, heading straight towards the depths of the earth. Without further hesitation, Luke transformed into a flickering arc of electricity. Toward the falling figure of Kaido, he chased after him. Onigashima, which had lost Kaido, began to fall rapidly. Luckily, Momonosuke, who was transformed into a pink dragon at the crucial moment, spat out the flame cloud. He held the entire ghost island and landed peacefully on the outskirts of the flower capital. After defeating Kaido, Luffy's expression remained tight. His eyes kept scanning around. In fact, he had sensed Luke's presence from the very beginning of the great battle. For the man who killed Oars Jr. and defeated the red-haired Shanks, Luffy never took it lightly. But after scanning his eyes for a long time, he still didn't find the figure of that person. Luffy clenched his fists. Now he felt horribly strong. Really want to have a good fight with that guy people call Luke, the God of Thunder. Chapter 90, Kaido's Light Cluster. The entire country of Kazunokuni seems to be built on a volcano. After Kaido smashed through the ground, he appeared in the same magma deep underground. But at this moment, he was staring blankly at the sky, as if he had lost his soul. There was no reaction to Luke's arrival either. Luke slowly crouched down beside Cadre, following his gaze along with him as he looked up into the sky above. After the great battle, the dark clouds in the sky had been torn apart. The clear night sky allows you to see the bright moon and a few stars high in the sky. A sky lantern floating from the flower capital crossed the sky above. "Are you, by any chance, here to take my life?" Kaido, who was looking at the sky with lifeless eyes, suddenly muttered. Luke looked at the sky and let out a long breath before letting out a soft "hmm." Kaido seemed to have a smile on his face as he sniffed. "No one in this world can kill me." Luke gave a thoughtful look. It did take a lot of effort to kill Big Mom just now, but now his own power, after acquiring Big Mom's light cluster, had surpassed 10 million. Trying to kill Kaido shouldn't be hard anymore. Ahem. Kaido suddenly coughed lightly, then murmured with a smile on his face, "I lost to the Straw Hat Kid, or to Joey Boy, and it was all set in motion by fate. But it was definitely not you who took my life." Luke flicked out his fingers, electricity arcing on his fingertips. "But I think it was definitely me who took your life." A disdainful smile appeared within Kaido's eyes. "I know you're strong." After a moment Kaido changed his tone. "No, it's your time that's strong. From the time Roger opened the Age of Sail, monster after monster has sprung up on this great sea. But I'm still one of the 4 emperors who dominate the sea, and those who came to challenge me all lost one by one to my wolf's toothstick, though I came across as so powerful and invincible. but I knew that one day I would lose. You know what? Cadre suddenly whipped his head around to look at Luke. Life or death. It doesn't matter to me. What matters is whether I can keep winning. Now that I have been defeated, then this life has no meaning. After saying the last word, Kaido's eyes were dead set on Luke, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. A smile bloomed on his face and then froze. A ball of light silently appeared next to Kaido. The arcs of electricity at Luke's fingertips dissipated as he looked at Kaido, who at the last moment had a smile on his face and chose to end himself. Pulling a cigarette from his pocket, he lit it and placed it next to his body. With that, the fingers gently touched the light mass. Ding! Power plus 4 million inch. Ding! Overlord Color Buster plus 3 million inch. Ding! Devil Fruit Power plus 50 inch. Ding! Luke stood up while the phone bug in his arms rang. After pulling out the phone bug, Doflamingo's voice came from over there. Captain, the black and tan serpent is dead. Luke hummed and then said, wait, I'll be right there. After saying that, his figure disappeared into the depths of the earth. As he departed, Luke unleashed all of his Overlord color hegemony. With his departure, the entire depths of the earth collapsed in a violent shaking. Kaido's body was also buried underneath. Doflamingo looked at Luke, who was standing next to him, and wondered why. Although they hadn't seen each other for a short while, the pressure Luke brought to him at this moment, surprisingly, it has increased a lot. Just for a moment, has Captain Luke gotten stronger again? It's not scientific. Doflamingo kept muttering inwardly. Luke didn't even look at the black and charcoal serpent lying in a pool of blood. Instead, he walked straight towards the light mass. Fingers touched, and the voice of the system inside his head came instantly. Kaido's light group plus black and tan Orochi's light group, and now himself. He can once again extract devil fruit. Still, it's better to get out of here first. Come on, Green Pheasant is already on board. Hearing Luke's words, Doflamingo hastily let out an "oh," although he didn't understand what Luke had come over to do. Right now, the captain's orders were to leave. The two men headed outside. The news of Kaido's defeat just now had spread through the loudspeakers all over Ghost Island. What Luke had said in the first place seemed to all come true in an outrageous way. Big Mom lost the battle and Kaido lost the battle. Even though he had seen the results with his own eyes, Doflamingo still couldn't figure it out. The two veteran four emperors who had dominated the sea for many years were defeated, or lost when they just joined forces to become an alliance. If placed in the past, Doflamingo felt that either Kaido or Big Mom were powerful existences that could not be defeated. If the two joined forces, it would definitely be an existence that could rewrite the situation of the entire world. But now they have been defeated just like that. Why? With that pondering, the two walked out of the haunted island towards the harbor where the ship was docked. But not for long. Suddenly Luke stopped. Noticing Luke stop, Doflamingo wondered, "What's the matter, Captain?" Luke didn't say a word, but instead his gaze went to the back of the room. In the next moment, an aura instantly arrived in front of Luke's duo. Luke crossed his arms and looked at the figure in front of him. The person who came was none other than Luffy. The battle on Onigashima was sent to the world government at the first opportunity. 5 figures in suits were sitting at a round table in the conference room. The face of Pietro St. was grave. "I can't believe that Kaido and Big Mom lost." Satan Saint's expression was also a bit saddened. "I had thought that the two of them would definitely make a bit of a big commotion by joining forces. I didn't expect the alliance to lose to a bunch of brats just after it was formed." Peter Saint's face remained serious as he looked towards Satan Saint. About what they mentioned during the fight. There was a pause before he continued. "Strange drumming, and the way that man fights." The next words did not come out of his mouth. The rest of the few people listened to his words, and the looks on their faces all became serious. It seems that this is something that they are completely unable to make up their minds about. Based on all the clues, an extremely head-scratching and a constant worry for the world government. It seems to have happened. After a long time, Satan Saint spoke. "That fruit hasn't awakened in 200 years, so maybe it's just a coincidence." Before he could finish his words, Pit St. interrupted him by speaking in a deep voice. "There can be no accidents in this matter, and there must be no coincidences. It is better to report to Lord M." The remaining few people all nodded somberly when they heard his words. With that, the 5 of them got up and walked together towards the outside of the conference room. But just as they went out the door, a few people's figures lurched. In the next moment, the 5 people knelt down neatly. In front of them, a figure wearing a crown and covered in robes was standing there. "Greetings, Lord M." Chapter 91, Thor's Descent vs. 5 Gear Nika. Imam's tall figure stood in front of the 5, casting a long drawn-out shadow. Shadows loomed over several of the 5 elder stars. "Tell me about it." An indistinguishable male and female voice rang out. Pietro St. didn't even have the courage to raise his head. His forehead was pressed to the ground. "Carefully. Kaido's alliance lost." Imhun softly. It was only then that Pit St. continued. "That devil fruit has awakened. Pietro St. Finished, but Im gave no response. The red pupils with peculiar patterns looked into the distance, seemingly pondering something. Cold sweat crossed the foreheads of several of the 5 elder stars. It was a long time before Im's voice sounded again. About Luke, he showed up in Kazunokuni too? Pit St. answered in a hurry. Yes, Lord Im. Big Mom was defeated by the Straw Hat Boys, but ended up dying at Luke's hands. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter. The 5 elder stars all kept their heads down, and no one knew why Lord Im laughed, nor did he know what Lord Im's smile meant. The laughter echoed for a long time before Im's voice sounded again. He'll fix everything. A gust of wind blew by, and several of the 5 elders looked up to find that Im's figure had left at some point. There was still something they didn't understand about Lord Im's last words. He'll fix everything? Who's he referring to? Luke? Solve everything? Is it the solution to that headache of a devil fruit? The land of peace. Luke looked at Luffy in front of him with a calm face. After a big battle, he still had scars on his body, but the look to Luke was full of wariness. Hey, going to just walk away? Luffy looked at Luke and opened his mouth with a battle cry. Luke shrugged. Or what? Luffy, we have a score to settle between us. Hearing Luffy's words, Luke bared his soul. It seems that Luffy, who defeated Kaido by awakening his Nika state, is exactly where his confidence is skyrocketing at this point. Intend to settle yourself once and for all as well. Luke pointed to the wound on Luffy's body. Are you sure you can beat me in this state? Luffy smiled faintly, and white mist instantly drifted out from within his body. You won't know if you can win a fight until you try. As he spoke, Luffy, in Nika form, appeared in front of Luke. That cheerful drumming started again, and a big laugh came out of Luffy's mouth. The death of Little Oz, and Shanks' revenge. Of course I need to avenge that. After saying that, a huge fist wrapped in hegemonic aura slammed fiercely towards Luke. Luke sighed helplessly. To be honest, he didn't really want to kill Luffy right now. Even if we were to kill, it would have to be after we returned from the Valley of the Gods, waiting to have the Locus of Light. That's when you can be true to yourself and have no need to fear anyone. Screw Tech and Cap. Screw the mysterious Revolutionary Army leader Dragon. Even if it was him, one could be completely disrespectful. It's entirely possible to knead the world to your liking when the time comes. Right now, though, the time is not ripe. Looking at Luffy's huge fist smashing in, Luke sighed slightly. Dragging Doflamingo with him, his form instantly disappeared from the spot. Move Doflamingo off the battlefield. Luke commanded. You go ahead and meet Green Pheasant at the harbor. I'll be there soon. But Captain, Doflamingo obviously had more to say. Luke's form, however, had disappeared and returned to the battlefield. Looking at Luffy in his Nika form, Luke wiggled his neck slightly. It's time to clear his head. Luke's hands slowly opened, one pointing to the sky, the other to the earth. I heard that your fruit doesn't fear lightning at all? A smile tugged at the corners of Luffy's mouth and he nodded. In fact, this was the reason why he had the courage to come and challenge Luke directly after a big battle. One's greatest reliance was the fruit characteristic of being fearless of thunder and lightning. So what if you, Luke, are known as the god of thunder? Your fruit, perfectly restrained by me. What are you gonna fight me with? Luke smiled softly, electricity flickering on his hands. Speaking softly, I just don't know if you can withstand a thunderbolt like mine. With that said, lightning flashed violently on Luke's hands. The originally clear sky was instantly cloudy. Billions and billions of volts. Thunder god descends. Rumble. A thunderbolt appeared out of thin air, and all those who heard it had their hearts clenched. Even Sauron and the others who were standing in the distance, looking at the battlefield from afar. Every one of their gazes, they were dead set on the battlefield. After the great battle just now, everyone was exhausted. Law sat paralyzed on the floor, remembering the immense pressure Luke had put on him back on Hive Island. Now, Luffy had the audacity to challenge that man in person. Phew, take a long breath, Law said in his heart. Luffy's devil fruit that perfectly restrains Luke's rattling thunder fruit, and now he has awakened a new form. Luke and Luffy, who wins and who loses is completely unknown. To the side of Sol and Sanji's face was a confident look. They in no way questioned the strength of their own captain. Not to mention rubber restraining Raiden, Luffy's newly awakened form has an absolute chance of winning against Luke. On the battlefield, a gigantic lightning figure appeared between heaven and earth. After absorbing Kaido's and Big Mom's light clusters, Luke's strength has changed qualitatively. At this time, the Thunder God descending was even more of a different model than before. The green-faced, fanged head of the idol would raise palpitations just by looking at it. The thunder and lightning surging around them was emitting terrifying fluctuations. The huge lightning figure clasped its hands towards the void. Rumble. The space around them seemed to be distorted due to the powerful energy. A huge spear that appeared in Luke's hand. Billions and billions of volts. The spear of extinction. Accompanied by the roar. The huge spear was raised high. Within the thick clouds in the sky, Countless lightning bolts continued to churn, connecting Luke's form to the sky. At this moment Luke incarnated as a god on top of the earth. Spears were thrown. Although it seemed slow, the space in front of the spear was ruptured because it couldn't withstand the terrifying energy carried by the spear. Luffy, in his Nika form, looked at the spear coming towards him. Suddenly a flash of regret flashed through his heart. I thought that I had a fruit restraint and had just awakened my new form, so I definitely had a chance against Luke. But the moment Luke stabbed the spear in his hand, Luffy felt like it was becoming difficult to breathe. Shouldn't you adjust your form before challenging Luke? Strongly resisting the pressure, Luffy shouted as he met the spear with all his might. Rubber rubber, Great Ape King Gun. The huge fist met the lightning spear and swung out violently. The two collided in the air. Rumble. The loud noise of the collision between Far Cry and Kaido's last move tore through the sky. The spear collided with the fist and only paused slightly before continuing to stab towards the front. Luffy's fist, on the other hand, was deflated as if it had just been knocked away. The next moment, the spear hit Luffy. An even more terrifying explosion rang out. The earth of Kazunokuni trembled, and countless buildings collapsed from the violent shaking. Even the group of figures watching the battle from afar fell to the ground in an unsteady position due to the shaking. Chapter 92, The Destruction of the Land of Peace. The spear seemed to be just like its name, possessing the power to destroy the world. The earth rumbled and trembled, and the people who had just finished celebrating within the flower capital, a look of horror welled up on their faces. People were instantly screaming and running around. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground, devouring figure after figure. Large swaths of buildings collapsed from the violent shaking of the ground. Marco spread his flaming wings and flew through the air. Watching the apocalyptic scene, it reminded him of his old man Whitebeard's shock fruit. That represented the extremely terrifying earthquake of natural disasters. When Pops unleashed his fruit abilities at full power, there will be scenes like this too. But that monster, surprisingly, was just relying on its own power. It creates this apocalyptic scene. What kind of terrifying power is this? Several of the Saurons who were watching the battle were desperately trying to stabilize themselves against the trembling of the earth. Law clutched his long sword with both hands and exclaimed in horror. Kazunokuni cracked. Everyone saw it without him having to say it. The country of Kazunokuni, which was still considered a whole landmass, was now torn apart in trembling. Behind a few people, Hanadu had become a ruin. Solon exclaimed through gritted teeth. Go see Luffy. The aftermath of the battle had shattered the great land of Kazunokuni, and Luffy, who had met Luke's spear head-on. The situation will only get worse. Several people from the Straw Hat Pirates all wanted to head towards Luffy's side, but the earth was still trembling, and several people were having trouble stabilizing their figures. All that anyone could do was watch as the earth shuddered and fell apart, the buildings becoming rubble piece by piece. Seawater and lava poured violently from the edges of the shattered ground. A long time passed before everything finally stopped, and the whole country of Kazunoki has changed its look. The original earth was polluted, but at least there were forests and buildings. But at this moment, the earth was not only spreading with countless terrifying cracks. Large swaths of lava and seawater receded, leaving only charred brown land. Kazunokuni, which was still an entire landmass, was now transformed into a small island. Countless wails and whimpers came from within the collapsed flower capital behind them. Tears welled up within Momonosuke's eyes as he looked at what was in front of him. It was thought that by defeating Kaido, the land of peace would be saved. Now Kaido is defeated. But what about the land of Wabi-Sabi? It's completely in ruins. The people were killed and wounded, and the land was torn apart, not to mention being completely barren. This completely cuts off any hope of people continuing to live here in the future. Kazunokuni is gone after Luke's blow? Then what's the point of everything you've worked so hard for? The first time the earth stopped trembling, the Straw Hat Pirates group all frantically headed towards where Luffy was. The original place where Luffy and Luke fought was a landmass. By now the land had disappeared into an abyss of gushing waters. Solon and Sanji jumped without hesitation, and as a fisherman who could move freely in the seawater, Jepping also followed without hesitation. On the ocean, Doflamingo and Green Pheasant stood at the bow of the ship. The violent explosion within the Kazuno country rippled out into the distant sea. Countless shocking waves tumbled up. Luckily, Green Pheasant had stepped in just in time to freeze the nearby waters, and Doflamingo had used his thread fruit ability to secure the ship to the ice. That's what prevented a shipwreck. The two looked at the country of Kazunoki, which was torn apart and reduced to an apocalyptic scene. A palpitating look flashed across their faces. Is this the strength of your own captain? Destroy a country with one move? How many people in the world can do that? Just as the two froze, a bolt of lightning struck from afar. The next moment, Luke's form appeared at the bow of the ship. Both men saw Luke and all bowed their heads. Captain. Luke let out a long breath. That destructive move had taken a lot of his strength as well. Pulling a cigarette out of his pocket and lighting it, Luke exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke somewhat wearily. Go. The pirate ship with the lightning flag slowly sailed away from the already torn apart Kazunokuni. Whether Luffy is dead or not, Luke doesn't know. One's full strength had been swung anyway. Whether you live or die depends on God's will. Kaido and Big Mom's light cluster has arrived. Right now, one's main task was to head to the Valley of the Gods immediately after adjusting his state. Wasting too much time on Luffy doesn't make any sense. Luffy's body was wrapped in thick bandages, and after 3 days in a coma, he finally woke up. In the distance, the people of Kazunokuni set up their tents within the ruins. Countless displaced people, too, have gathered here. All that was left on everyone's faces was despair. Even when it was first ruled by Kaido, the entire country of Kazunoki was oppressed and the earth was polluted and difficult to cultivate. But people know that this is their home. As long as Kaido could be defeated one day, there was still hope that their home could be restored to its former self. But today, everything has changed. After being engulfed by the lava, the land was completely devoid of hope for cultivation. Wakuni was torn apart and all the buildings were destroyed. It is no longer possible for people to live here. Momonosuke, who had become an adult form, stood in front of Luffy. Luffy, who was informed of everything, suddenly clenched his fists. Damn it, Luke! Hearing Luffy's curse, Momonosuke suddenly raised his head. There was a coldness within the gaze that looked towards Luffy. Do you think this is all Luke's fault? Luffy looked at Momonosuke in disbelief at his words. Wasn't it because of Luke's blow that the entire country of Kazunoki became what it is now? Who else to blame if not Luke? Momonosuke took a deep breath and forced down the tears within his eyes. There is no grudge between Luke and the Land of Peace, and even Big Mom still died at his hands. After Kaido was defeated, he was originally planning to leave, right? Hearing Momonosuke's words, Luffy's body lurched. Momonosuke continued. Who went and stopped him? Who was it that said he wanted revenge on him? If he hadn't been stopped, if he hadn't taken a shot at him, would Kazunoki have become what it is today? Towards the end, Momonosuke looked at Luffy with extremely complicated eyes. You helped us save Kazunoki from Kaido, and I thank you for that. But the current Kazoku is not as good as it was when it was ruled by Kaido. Where are we supposed to go as a group with the destruction of Kazunokuni? All of us, are homeless. Momonosuke practically growled the last sentence. The few Red Sheath 9 warriors who were still alive around them all lowered their heads at this time as well. Momonosuke was right. If it wasn't for Luffy's insouciance in stopping Luke and talking about revenge and settling scores and such, none of what is happening today would have happened. Luke, at the time, was clearly all set to leave. Now that their homes have been destroyed, where do they go from here? In the end, it was all because of Luffy's insouciance. Chapter 93, Traveling to the Valley of the Gods. Under the blue sky is the calm sea. The pirate ship with the lightning flag floated just above the sea. Fondue has always been Luke's favorite. At the moment he was sitting at a table with the bottom of a boiling pot in front of him. It's been a week since I left Kazunokuni. After this period of rest, Luke's body had recovered to its peak, and had become fully familiar with the power that has surged a notch. After eating, Doflamingo cleaned up the dishes. Luke lit a cigarette and gazed out to sea. Everything was ready, and now all that was left to do was to travel to the Valley of the Gods. He turned back to Green Pheasant. Find a random uninhabited island and prepare to dock. Hearing the captain's order, Green Pheasant stepped into the cockpit without a word. Luke, on the other hand, called out softly in his head. System, start extracting devil fruit. Kaido's and Black Charcoal Orochi's light clusters provided 50 devil fruit power each. Now himself, he has the ability to extract devil fruit again. Rubbing his hands together, Luke was still a little excited inside. I wonder if I can extract a better, or more interesting, devil fruit this time. The sound came from inside his head as if a carousel was spinning. After a long time, 10 devil fruits appeared in his mind. Luke swept through them one by one without any surprises. All of them were useless superhuman faculties. Not to be discouraged though, picking a smooth one at random to leave behind. Luke began the second round of devil fruit extraction. A few seconds later, the 10 devil fruits reappeared within the mind. Luke's eyes swept over. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on an oddly shaped devil fruit. This devil fruit was like a small sun, radiating a dazzling light. Luke couldn't even make out exactly what it looked like, and the introduction, surprisingly, doesn't specify which faculty it actually belongs to. There are only a few simple words in the introductory column. The fruit of the sun. Who is the real sun god? Luke scrutinized the few words in the introductory column. The sun god? If memory serves, Luffy's fruit awakened and was known as the sun god Nika form. And this fruit, surprisingly, is called the sun fruit. And the introduction says who is the real sun god. It made Luke's curiosity rise. The introductory column didn't mention what the specific ability of this fruit actually was, either. This intrigued Luke even more. Thinking for a moment, Luke locked onto the fruit without hesitation. Starting the third draw again, Luke just made a cursory sweep. This time he could basically not have to dwell on it. This mysterious sun fruit was undoubtedly the best choice. After ending the extraction, Luke looked at the sun fruit that had been left behind. After some hesitation, he pressed his curiosity. Now he himself will soon be traveling to the Valley of the Gods. Requires equipping the fruit of the hour. The fruit can only be changed every 7 days, so it's better to wait until you have a chance to scrutinize it. The Holy Land of Manhwa. Inside the empty hall, the 5 elder stars knelt below. At the top, Im was sitting on top of the throne of the void, listening to the news from Kazunokuni. The red pupils on Im's face narrowed slightly, as if he were smiling. After a long time, it was as if he were talking to himself. I had guessed that you would solve everything. Even if Joy Boy himself arrived, it would be hard to take advantage of your hands, wouldn't it? With that, Im laughed out loud. A few of the 5 elder stars down below just kept their heads down. After a while, Im stopped laughing and looked as if he was in a good mood. Okay, I've got it. You guys go down. Yes, Lord Im. The 5 elder stars opened their mouths neatly and then exited the great hall. Im was the only one left in the empty hall, and his self-talking voice sounded again. You are indeed my partner. 800 years ago, you defeated him in the same way. Pheasant maneuvered the ship close to an uninhabited island. Luke jumped off the boat and nodded in satisfaction after carefully scanning the entire island. Here, it's a fitting place, he instructed Green Pheasant and Doflamingo. You two just stay here and don't let anyone get close. It will take me a while, maybe soon, maybe a long time. You just need to keep watch. Yes, the Green Pheasant duo spoke up. There was little curiosity about what their own captain was going to do. It wasn't the first day he had known about the mystery of his own captain. If I'm curious, it was before the Great War in Kazunokuni had even begun. The fact that Luke was then able to accurately predict the defeat of Kaido and Big Mom was enough to make both men wonder. After ordering everything, Luke headed off into the depths of the island alone. Finally, a suitable place was picked out and stopped. Looking around, Luke reached out a finger and flicked it toward his front. A pitch-black spacetime door appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, Luke lifted his foot and walked in. In an empty hall, a pitch-black hole suddenly appeared. Luke walked out of the time portal rubbing his dizzy head. Surveying his surroundings, he realized that he had appeared in the middle of a huge palace. The location of the temporal teleportation is completely random, so Luke didn't know exactly where he was now. Wandering out of the Great Hall, what met Luke's eyes was a complex of opulent palaces. Just about ready to look around, Luke saw a few figures approached in the distance. The figures, all wearing clear glass shields over their heads. The body was dressed in the usual clothes of a spacesuit, and in their hands, they were still holding chains, and underneath the chains was not a pet, but a figure. Who else could this particular costume be but a Skrull? Where did you teleport to? Without waiting for Luke to look back, suddenly the Skrulls in the distance spotted him. The Skrull in the lead was a pretty-looking female. It looked to be about 30 years old. Her eyes looked at Luke. Where did this brat come from? Beside the woman stood a young male Skrull. He looked at Luke and shook his head slightly. Luke was wearing a simple black hoodie, obviously not a Skrull. So the young male Skrull muttered, could it be that someone's slave has escaped? Several of the Tenryu were surrounded by guards wearing swords. The woman instructed the guards at her side. You guys, go get him. The guards led the way and headed toward Luke with their swords in hand. Luke had just snapped his hat on his head when a couple of guards came up to him. Without a word of unnecessary nonsense at all, the long sword in the guard's hand was on Luke's neck. Go! A simple word came out of his mouth, and several guards tried to rack Luke to follow them. Luke raised an eyebrow. Mentally. That much of a drag? Chapter 94, Hunting Game. Though there is a restriction of the fruit that one cannot change karma by traveling to the past, but punching away a few Skrulls and their guards shouldn't have much of an impact. Luke took a deep breath. Now that he was equipped with the fruit of the hour, or else these guards would definitely be electrocuted out of their wits. A few guards frowned when they saw that Luke dared to resist. The leader of the guards raised his foot and was ready to kick towards Luke's body, but just then, the female Skrull had come to them. Stop! The woman gulped softly, her gaze curiously surveying Luke through the glass enclosure. Just a moment ago, she had actually felt the presence of a domineering aura in Luke's body. Looking at Luke, the woman tilted her head slightly. Whose slave are you? Luke's brow wrinkled. He really didn't want to say anything more to this inbred group of Skrulls. The hegemony had wrapped around his fist. It was just a matter of dealing with a few Tenryu and a few guards, and he didn't even bother to use his full strength. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw the dominance on Luke's fists. Surprisingly, it's really dominant. She ordered to the guards on either side of her. You guys, grab him for me. Luke smiled disdainfully, his fist intent on swinging toward the guard at his side. But just then, the female Skrull continued to speak. It just so happens that the hunting game over in the Valley of the Gods is about to begin, and I'm short of a few slaves who can participate. It's a good choice that he knows how to dominate. The woman's words reached Luke's ears, and he suddenly lurched as he was just about to strike. A hunting game in the Valley of the Gods? The original self was still worried about how to reach the Valley of the Gods, but now this opportunity, wasn't it just right? And so the dominating aura that wrapped around his fists dissipated. The long swords in the hands of several guards were pressed dead center against Luke's neck. A guard immediately brought shackles and tied Luke's hands. The shackles clanked. Such was the control that it was a joke to Luke. The female Skrull bent down slightly to scrutinize Luke's face. Suddenly, he covered his mouth and smiled. A bit of strength. Not bad looking, if not for the upcoming hunt in the Valley of the Gods. A slave like you would be good to keep around as a plaything. For the next few days, Luke was held in a small room. He was surprised to find that even the places the Skrulls gave their slaves to live in were better than the Navy's punters' quarters. Of course, it was also possible that it was because one was an upcoming slave in the Valley of the Gods hunting game. That's why he's treated well. Through the last few days, Luke learned. He himself came across this time, and was surprised that he went straight to the Holy Land of manhwa. And the name of the female Skrull who grabbed herself was Deliace Miyagi. The annual slave hunting games of the Skrulls are about to begin, and the location has been set in the resource-rich Valley of the Gods. All of the celestial dragons seem to be taking this hunting game very seriously. The reason, on the other hand, was that it was rumored that this hunting game was rewarded with something very generous. Among them were even treasures that the Navy had gotten from the Locust pirates. For this game, some of the Skrulls, on the other hand, chose to add their own people to the group of slaves banished to the Valley of the Gods. That way, it's kind of an inside job. Can have a better chance of winning the final hunt? The rich reward of the champion is one aspect. The honor of the champion is something that all the Tianlong people are looking at. Luke, then, becomes the inside man that Delia's palace arranges into the slaves. Good food and drink after being served for days. One morning, the cell door was opened. Delia's palace stood in the doorway at the head of several guards, her eyes scanning Luke. A look of satisfaction crossed her face. After the past few days of recuperation, Luke was raised white and fat. Delia's palace slightly raised her head, and the guards behind her immediately walked over with a shackle used to put around the neck. Click! The shackles were secured and Luke wiggled his neck slightly. Whatever. It was all about participating in the great battle of the Valley of the Gods. Substitute the role of a slave now. Delia's palace spoke up. Today, you will be sent to the Valley of the Gods to be locked up with the group of slaves who are to participate in the hunting game. With that, she pointed to the shackles around Luke's neck. There's something terrible placed there. Don't try to take it down. Trust me, you can't do it with your abilities. As long as you do as I say, I promise that thing around your neck will never hurt you. Luke nodded indifferently. Seeing that he was so obedient, Delia's palace nodded in satisfaction. Know what you need to do? Luke shook his head. I don't know. Delia's palace opened her mouth with a light laugh. All you have to do is keep the stupid things under control once the hunting game starts, and then wait for me to slaughter them. There will be 13 special prey in this hunting game. If you can control any of them, I'm going to reward you well. With that, Delia Palace reached out and gently cupped Luke's chin. Seemingly admiring a beautiful work of art, he spoke softly. If I can get one of the 6 rewards for this hunting game, I will bestow that one on you, bully, plus a nice devil fruit. Your status won't necessarily be that of a slave forever. It's not bad to be my personal guard. Delia's Palace bites the word close very hard, as if trying to give the word a different meaning. Luke looked up and put on a show of excitement. Really? Delia's Palace smiled slightly. Of course it's true. For the sake of freedom, you'll have to put up a good fight in the hunting game. Luke nodded quickly. Delia's Palace smiled in satisfaction, thinking that she had taken the slave completely in hand. Slaves with a hegemonic color hegemony are rare. With a slight wave of his hand, the 2 guards escorted Luke towards the outside. It had come all the way to a harbor before which a huge ship was anchored, and at the harbor, there were many more slaves in shackles. Much like Luke, it seems that this is the same insider that the other Skrulls are going to plant into the hunting game. Luke also saw a couple of giants in the crowd. The tall figure was controlled by shackles. Every slave here had a fierce look on their face. Anyone who could be an inside man planted by the Tenria people must have some strength in them. And Luke, who wasn't tall, didn't look menacing, and was even a little handsome, looked like an anomaly in the crowd. A glass-covered Skrull looks at Luke, smiling disdainfully. He pointed at him and opened his mouth. Is that Delia's court sending her male favorites around? It's a hunting game. Not just anyone who looks good can have an advantage. Chapter 95 Arrival at the Valley of the Gods. The group of slaves around them also laughed. All slaves are prey in the middle of a hunting game. This, of course, includes other insiders that the Skrulls have planted into the mix. When they entered the game, their group of slaves would naturally become enemies, so the skinny Luke was like a lamb that could be killed at any time in their eyes. Luke didn't care. Nothing on his face. After waiting a little longer, A group of shackled slaves had gathered at the harbor. A Skrull nodded slightly. One of the captains of the guard, who was in charge of this transportation, opened the deck of the ship when he was ordered to do so. A group of slaves were yelled at and boarded the ship like cattle. Luke blended in with the crowd and boarded the ship as the group was put into the closed, dark, lowest cabin. With so many people crammed together, the air in the small space was immediately cloudy. There were especially a few figures of the giant race mixed in. Inside the lowest cabin, there were only a few small windows near the side of the ship. The small window not only provides light in a dark space, it is also the only place where fresh air can come through. At that moment, however, several figures stood guard in front of those small windows. Those people were all strong and powerful, with fierce faces, and just by looking at their appearance alone, they were definitely not something to be messed with. The other slaves, although they cursed loudly, all tacitly, acquiesced to the fact that those few people were occupying the window. The rule of survival for slaves is simple. Whoever has the biggest fist has the right. Luke pinched his nose and pushed his way through the crowd, toward the location of the window. The window closest to him was occupied by a middle-aged man blind in one eye. The man was about 2 meters tall, and although the blind eye was covered by an eye patch, the scars that showed around the eye patch revealed a viciousness. At that moment the man's intact eye was constantly scanning the surroundings. The eyes were full of provocation and anticipation. He was expecting someone to challenge him. Luke's diminutive figure squeezed his way to the window position and hastily moved his head closer to the window to take a sharp breath of fresh air. At the same time the mouth blurted out, "You people, don't you usually take a shower?" Inside the small cabin, the air was filled with the smell of sweat and an inexplicable stench. Everyone noticed Luke's actions, and most of them had a gloating look within their eyes. Someone muttered in a low voice, "Mori is a slave of Sikanyashin, isn't he?" "That's right, that brat dared to mess with him. He's the worst of our group. The kid is going down. I saw Mori crush the head of a guy who offended him last time. So guess if that little kid will end up like that. Crush the head. It's not going to be easy to get the smell of blood out of here later." A group of slaves around them muttered in whispers. It was as if Luke had just realized at this time that before him stood a one-eyed man, and the one-eyed man's intact eye was staring back at himself. The look on his face was one of great excitement and insanity. The one-eyed man stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. The voice rasped, "Pretty brat, it's a thrill for me to crush a head like yours." The man was more than a head taller than Luke. Luke could only look up at him, puzzled. "You're going to crush my head?" The one-eyed man rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Kid, in your next life, you must learn to remember." Just as he finished speaking, he violently extended his right hand and slapped it towards Luke's head. A group of slaves around them let out a gasp of surprise. They seemed to have foreseen a head exploding in blood, but in the next second, everyone's eyes suddenly opened wide. The expected scene of the head bursting open did not appear. Instead, a crunching sound of bones breaking came. One of the one-eyed man's hands was gently squeezed by Luke. The middle of his little arm, on the other hand, was twisted up at a strange angle. "It's obviously broken." A muffled grunt came from the one-eyed man's mouth from the pain. Luke grinned. "Have a backbone. I'm surprised you didn't scream out." With that said, Luke's fingers once again fired slightly. The sound of bones crushing came. The one-eyed man's 5 fingers, all broken. The broken finger even stuck to the back of his hand. Under the torture of the intense pain, the one-eyed man unexpectedly lay directly on the ground and fainted. Luke, who had done everything, clapped his hands lightly and muttered, "Thought you were a tough guy. This is too much to carry." All the slaves around them all sucked in a breath of cold air. Mori, who was extremely difficult to mess with in their eyes, was actually defeated by this unassuming-looking brat in just one look. This little brat is not at all as harmless as he seems. Luke swept his gaze around, and those he saw all subconsciously took a step back. A semicircle appeared in front of Luke. What had been a crowded lower plywood floor became spacious for Luke at this point. Enjoying the cool breeze coming in through the window, he pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it. Luke leisurely exhaled smoke toward the window and waited quietly for the ship to begin sailing. Finally, the ship rocked, sailed away from Marigold's harbor. Luke brought a couple of barrels from the corner of the cabin and set his whole body on them just so his head could enjoy the sea breeze outside. The slaves around him, on the other hand, looked at him with deep scorn. No one dared to come forward to provoke again. The ship kept sailing for 3 days. It was during these 3 days that Luke came to realize what a slave should be treated like. As slaves they had only 1 meal a day, carried in a large wooden barrel by 2 guards. The so-called rice was just some clear, thin rice with a few small, pathetic pieces of fish floating on the top layer of the rice. Luke defeats Mori and builds up a good deal of prestige among the group of slaves. Whenever the meal is delivered, as long as Luke doesn't come forward, no slave would ever dare be the first to do so. It was all after Luke had finished picking, so they could begin to eat their meals one by one in order. Some of the weaker slaves, by the time they were done, the barrels were long dry and clean. There was little they could do about it but starve themselves and wait quietly for the ship to arrive. One morning, 3 days later, the ship finally stopped. The door to the lower plywood, 2, was finally opened. A few guards with weapons looked at the slaves inside the plywood with eyes like they were looking at a herd of livestock. Here we are, come out. Hearing the order, a group of slaves headed outside, and naturally, Luke remained first. After stepping out of the bottom plywood, Luke then saw it. A huge island appeared in front of them. At this time on the island, quite a number of platforms had already been set up, and there were also many figures dressed in guards' garb busying themselves. Looks like it's all in preparation for a hunting game soon. A group of shackled slaves were escorted by guards towards the island. It didn't take long to come to a huge cave. Several guards also stood at the entrance to the cave, which, in turn, was fitted with a tall, iron-barred gate. Someone opened the door. At a sign from the guard, Luke, a group of slaves, walked towards the cave. Chapter 96, Young Bear. The interior of the cave was even worse than the lower level of the cabin where Luke had come from. Inside where the sun never visited, the light came from a few poor torches on the wall. The dark, damp, rotting smell permeates the entire interior. Just after walking into the cavern, a few figures could be seen huddled at the entrance. Their bodies were clothed in rags and shackled around their necks, apparently slaves as well. After sending a few people into the cave, a few guards left. The iron door behind the crowd, 2, clanked into place and was locked. A group of slaves, heading deeper into the cave. Everywhere they went, they were surrounded by shackled slaves, but they were dressed in different forms. Some even had suits on them that looked like they were made of good material, obviously before they became slaves. Probably has a good standing. Luke even saw, among the slaves, a few children with youthful faces. The group picked a random place to sit and Luke's eyes scanned the area. Most of the slaves here have withered faces and dull eyes. Luke suspected that even if someone were to kill them right now, they probably wouldn't even fight back. The group didn't have much of a reaction to their new group of slaves. Pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it, just took a drag. Suddenly an angry curse came from the depths of the cave. Kid, how dare you steal from me? Inside the silent cavern, the angry curse caught everyone's attention. Luke also screwed his head towards where the heckling was coming from. All that could be seen was a bony slave who was raising his foot and kicking furiously towards a young boy in front of him. They say he's a little boy, but he's not short at all, and Luke even about the same. The young boy who was being kicked furiously didn't say a word. His hands were on his chest, deathly protective of something. Luke stared at the little boy's form and felt just a little bit of familiarity. Ryoga suddenly reacted to the little boy. Wasn't it just Bear as a teenager? At this time, Bear had a simple face and a simple inch hair. There was no way to see the emotionless look that he had when he became the 7 Musketeers in the future. The bony man kicked Bear a few times before bending down to try and get what was his from his arms. But Bear's boyish but robust body was clearly not something the bony man could subdue. The man tried for a long time, but could not get Bear's hands, which were shielded tightly against his chest, to open. A flash of viciousness crept into the man's eyes. He picked up a rock from the ground next to him and cursed the little beast. Then he raised his hands high and was about to bring down the stone in his hands. But just then, 2 equally childish voices rang out. Stop! Luke looked in the direction the voice had come from, only to see Ginny, with her short pink hair, and Ivankov, as a teenager, appear not far away. The faces of the 2 children were filled with anger. Ginny stepped forward to help Bear up, while Ivankov pointed and yelled at the man. What do you do? The man looked at the 2 children in front of him with no fear at all on his face. Justified. This little brat stole from me. What's wrong with me giving him a little lesson and getting my stuff back? Ivankov's face was filled with anger. Your stuff? Didn't you steal that meat from us? The man gave a start. He thought he had done it quietly, but he didn't realize they had found out long ago. Soon, however, the man's face once again showed an arrogant look. Wasn't the reason they were picked to do it because they were kids? What's so scary about yourself? He exclaimed. I stole it? Do you have any proof? Ginny, who had finished checking on Bear's injuries, had heard the man's words and her eyes had been consumed with rage. Despite her young age, she definitely had the worst temper within the trio. So you say Bear stole from you? What proof do you have that it was yours? The man choked on Ginny's words. The quarrel of several men drew the attention of a portion of the slaves within the cavern. But most people have numb eyes and don't care about anything at all. After all, they all knew that when the hunting game started, the odds were that everyone's life was about to come to an end. People who are about to die, even if something happens, it's none of their business. A portion of the slaves, however, had their eyes rolled slightly. That kid actually had a piece of meat. Most of the people here have not had a full meal in a long time. The man's face was grim as the 3 children dared to speak out against him. Seek death. The man cursed and the rock in his hand was about to slam towards the Akiz and Ginny. But at that moment, a figure blocked in front of him. The man flinched slightly. Luke's head was covered with a hoodie and the man couldn't see what he looked like. Surveying the figure that suddenly appeared before him, the man exclaimed, "To do what? Going to stand up for these three brats?" Luke was silent while the man raised the stone in his hand impatiently. "Then go to hell with these three brats." When he shouted, the stone in his hand slammed hard towards Luke. The next second, however, a muffled sound came. The man didn't even have time to let out a scream. The entire figure was like a cannonball that was viciously kicked away and slammed into the far wall. After doing so, Luke glanced lightly at the big bears through his hoodie. Then without a word he was about to leave. Luke, who had read the original, was honestly a bit sympathetic to Bear's tragic life. As a teenager, the racial family brings misfortune and the people they like don't get to be together. Later on, you intend to guard someone with all your might, but you are faced with extremely painful choices. After that, it was even made to look inhuman by the world government. To summarize, this man has never had a good day since he was born. To step in and help him now is also purely out of pity. Just as Luke turned to leave, Ginny suddenly yelled, "Wow, you're good." Luke reached up and tugged on his hoodie without a word. He knew that whether it was Ivankov or Bear, that was an important character in future episodes. If they were to see what they look like, who knows if it would change the plot in the future. In case it is, then one can be wiped out by the rules. Seeing that Luke wasn't talking, a jumpy Ginny came right up to him. Curious eyes looked toward Luke's face. Luke turned around in a hurry and pulled his hoodie lower. Ginny was unforgiving and spoke curiously. "If you're so powerful, why were you taken as a slave?" Ivankov, on the sidelines, changed his face. It was obvious from Luke's strike just now that he was powerful. It's dangerous for Ginny to go so far as to offend someone so powerful. Ivankov immediately whispered towards Ginny, "Ginny, get over here." Ginny, however, continued to stand in front of Luke as if she hadn't heard him. "If you're so powerful, surely you won't die in the hunting game when the time comes, right?" Luke sighed slightly, suddenly regretting meddling a little. All that could be done was to lower his voice and speak in a hushed tone. "Not necessarily, it may live or it may die." Hearing Luke's words, Ginny clapped her hands together happily. "I feel sure you'll survive." Chapter 97, Poor Woman. Luke took a deep breath. If Ginny continued to pester him so much, he didn't mind teaching them a few brats a lesson. Ginny blinked her big eyes and looked at Luke and opened her mouth. "Can you do me a favor?" Luke tugged at his hoodie and spoke indifferently. "As you can see, I am now a slave as well, and I am not capable, much less obligated, to do anything for you." The look on Ginny's face dimmed when she heard Luke's words. The tone was a bit condescending. "I just want you to help him when the hunting game starts." As she spoke, Ginny's voice grew fainter and fainter. "It doesn't matter anymore about me and little Ivan, but Bear, he didn't deserve to die. He was a good man, extraordinarily good, extraordinarily nice guy, but he never felt happy. The world can't be this unfair." Ginny's head slowly lowered as the voices grew fainter and fainter. Luke let out a long sigh and suddenly spoke hoarsely. "You won't die, at least not in this hunting game." Hearing Luke's words, Ginny jerked her head up and looked at Luke with wide, hopeful eyes. "So, are you promising me?" Luke nodded somewhat sheepishly. One wasn't exactly lying to her. After all, the original storyline had the three of them in this God's Valley battle. It wasn't dead in the first place, and Bear had eaten the meatball fruit. So, even if he didn't help them, the big bear guys would still survive until the end of the hunting game. Ginny jumped for joy and ran to Bear's side in a few steps, full of joy. "Hear that, Bear? You can definitely survive. The hunting game starts. You just need to follow that uncle. He promised to protect you." Bear's naive face was mute. Eyes peeked over to Luke, who was wearing a hoodie, and then quickly lowered his head. Not a word. Luke could finally stay quiet again. In the dark shadows, a few slaves originally had food on their bodies when they heard about the kids from Big Bear. Already stupid. But after seeing Luke's outburst and the conversation with those kids, all of them were discouraged. After all, no one wants to end up like that man. Still, trouble found Luke. A woman holding a child appeared not far away. The child in her arms was probably just in the shape of a toddler, and was now lying on her back in the woman's arms. The child's slender, skinny neck and limbs were surprisingly shackled as well. The woman cautiously approached Luke first, seeing that Luke didn't react much, before stepping closer. Her eyes were deep-set and her withered hair was in disarray. "Mister." Hearing the woman's call, Luke twisted his head slightly. There was a hint of begging within the woman's numb eyes, and a caution that made it hard to look away. She first surveyed the cigarette butts littering the floor in front of Luke, then carefully pulled a carton of cigarettes from her own pocket. "Do you smoke, sir?" Luke's gaze swept to the dirt-covered 5 fingers in the crevices of his fingernails, on which a carton of cigarettes was carefully pinched. One of the cheapest brands of cigarettes in the entire pirate world. Luke shook his head slightly. The woman lowered her head, as if feeling guilty that she couldn't get better cigarettes. Her lips shrugged slightly, but she was slow to speak. In her simple worldview, If a stranger did not accept her favors, he ventured to make his own terms. It is an immensely shameful thing. Looking at the torn woman, Luke sighed slightly. He could certainly guess what the woman was trying to say, but there was nothing one could do about it. So he spoke hoarsely. I can't save anyone. At Luke's words, the woman jerked her head up. Sir, I just want my child to live. With it she passed the child in her arms forward. He's only 3. He can't die here. Please. He's very obedient. With that, the woman whimpered. Tears crossed her parched face. The child in the woman's arms was blinking one eye, looked at Luke and then at his mother. Luke turned his head, really afraid he wouldn't be able to resist saying yes to the woman in a moment. At the same time, his heart was extremely chagrined that he had just made a move to help Big Bear. The rule of the system is that you can't change karma, and by killing someone or saving someone, that necessarily changes karma. In the face of this poor mother's begging, one just can't help her. The woman suddenly dropped her child and flung herself to her knees. With that, the head kept knocking down towards the ground. Please, save my baby. It doesn't matter if I live or die anymore. You just need to save my child. He's only 3, he's very obedient, and he'll never give you any trouble. The woman kept kowtowing and begging. The sound of his head hitting the ground suddenly raised a nameless anger in Luke. The gazes of the surrounding group of slaves all looked here. Luke knew that once he agreed to the woman's request, that will inevitably bring more people to their knees. They'll be one more pathetic than the other, one more needy than the other. Luke suddenly stood up, his powerful overbearing aura slightly outward. With just a slight release, a large number of slaves around the area couldn't handle it. Several figures directly rolled their eyes and fainted because they were unable to withstand the tremendous pressure. More people were half kneeling on the ground, cold sweat pouring from their heads. Not a single person dared to look at Luke here again. Luke reached out and took the poorly made carton of cigarettes from the woman's hand. Unwrapping it and taking one out and sticking it in his mouth and lighting it, he took a deep breath that sent a fiery sensation down his throat. The game starts by handing him over to me. At those words, the woman's thin frame trembled slightly. She looked up at Luke with tears of gratitude on her face. Thank you, the woman kept chanting. Luke twisted his head away from the woman's face. I don't want any more trouble. You understand? The woman understood the meaning of Luke's words and immediately picked up her baby and wiped the tears from her face. I understand. Thank you. After expressing her thanks again, the woman took her child in her arms and planned to leave. Luke suddenly spoke up. What's his name? The woman stopped and looked at the child in her arms. His name is Versailles. Luke gave a slight nod and a half, signaling that the woman was free to go. Once the woman left, Luke sat down again. He didn't intend to go to desperate measures to save that child. He just thought of a way to jam the system bug. Since he can't step in and change the karma himself, it's known from the known storyline that Ivankov the bear and the others will survive. So just lend them a hand. In that case, it can't be considered that you've stepped in to change the karma, can it? Chapter 98. The hunt is about to begin. Inside the cave, you can't see the sunlight outside, so your concept of time can be blurred. All Luke knew was that he was sound asleep when there was a sudden clamor in his ears. It was only when I opened my eyes that I saw. Inside the cave that was originally full of slaves, there was a group of soldiers wearing armor and holding weapons. The slaves who were originally hiding in the corners of the cave were being driven to one place by them. Watching the group of soldiers appear, all the slaves realized something. That's when the hunting game is going to start. The soldiers' hands held torches, and the otherwise gloomy space suddenly became bright. Swine, come on, hurry up or I'll cut off your legs. The curses of the soldiers were accompanied by the occasional crack of the whip and the wails of the slaves, which resounded continuously within the cave. Luke stood up and joined the crowd in the center of the cave. The very moment Luke got up, several figures immediately leaned over to his side. Separately, the 3 little kids, Bear Ivankov, and the woman with the baby in her arms. Luke looked helpless, but there was nothing he could do. One could only allow a few people to follow them. Soldiers with torches and weapons in their hands surrounded all the slaves. After counting the number of people, escorted by soldiers, a group of slaves walked out of the cave. The sunlight outside was exceptionally harsh, and the slaves who had spent a lot of time inside the cave were still a bit uncomfortable. The group of people arrived at a square in the center of the small island of God's Valley. At this time, a high platform had already been built above the square, and on the high platform stood a group of figures. The group was invariably Skrulls with glass-covered heads. The group of Skrulls were gathering in small groups, talking and laughing, each with a smile on their faces. The slaves in the square, on the other hand, were in shackles. Most were yellow-faced and thin. Luke then realizes that there are simply more caves holding slaves than the one he is in. As their group of slaves were escorted to the square, there were also a large number of slaves, one after another, escorted from different other directions. In no time at all, the entire square was filled with shackled slaves. It seems that the Skylanders have put in a lot of effort for this hunting game, and some of the slaves were still yelling when they came to the square. You release me. I am not a slave. I was captured by them. My home is in the East Sea, and I'm not a slave. You must be mistaken. I am a tavern bartender, not a slave at all. Those who begged for help were mostly answered with a whip. If the stubbornness continues, it will be a gunshot that will end it all once and for all. It seems that this hunting game is too ambitious due to its size. So the scrolls took a lot of people who weren't slaves to make up the numbers. But it didn't matter to any of them. This world is full of lowly slaves, except for the noble Tenryou people. Finally, no more slaves were being escorted from the square, and the Tenryou people on the high platform were quiet at that moment. Their gazes looked towards the slaves in the square below with interest, each of them carrying a hint of excitement within their eyes. As far as they were concerned, the group was already a bunch of dead people. Luke stood among the slaves, his eyes sweeping over. Suddenly, he realized that near the front of the high platform, there were 13 different figures. The figures looked stronger. Even the shackles on their bodies were thicker and stronger than the other slaves. It seemed that these 13 people were the special prey mentioned by Delias' palace in the first place. Luke's eyes scanned, and there was a small platform above the raised platform where the group of scrolls stood. And on the small counter, there were only 6 boxes. If I'm not mistaken, this is the prize for this hunting game. Just as Luke surveyed the 6 crates, guessing what exactly was inside, suddenly, a yell came from within the speakers above the high platform. Be quiet, you swine! After an angry shout, the slaves below were only a little less vocal, but there was still a cacophony of noise coming from it. After all, the group of slaves was far too large, and how many could keep their mouths shut in the face of the fear of the unknown or even death? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, numerous gunshots rang out. With the sound of gunfire, several figures among the slaves fell in a pool of blood. The voice from inside the loudspeaker came again. You bunch of losers, swine, sons of ES. If you can't be quiet anymore, then shut up for good. A few more gunshots came from the plaza, accompanied by an angry roar from within the loudspeakers. No doubt a few slaves would fall in correspondence. Finally, the slaves in the square were finally quiet. The sound inside the loudspeakers was only slightly more satisfying. Aren't you scumbags honored to be the prey of this hunting game? A constant stream of meaningless curses came from the loudspeakers. Luke continued to survey the raised platform. His eyes caught a few distinctive figures. The figures, on their heads, did not wear the iconic glass masks of the scrolls. However, the arrogant look on their faces was the same as that group of skydragons. Luke quickly guessed who they were. These few people should be the elite of the legendary Tianlong people. Knights of God. Behind the Knights of God, Luke also saw an old acquaintance. Surprisingly, it was one of the 5 elders, Satan's Saint. The cursing inside the loudspeaker went on for a long time before it finally stopped. Ahem. Well, next, let me start this hunting game. This year's hunting game is a lot different than previous years. Everyone noticed the 6 treasure chests there, right? In there, it's filled with treasures that some people can only dream of. As for what exactly it is, it's better to wait until the end of the game to reveal it. Now, let me announce the rules for this game. The group of celestial dragons above them looked extremely excited as they listened to the voices within the loudspeakers. Several members of the Knights of God were even gripping the weapons in their hands, with a look of eagerness within their eyes. There are 13 ultra-rare rabbits in this hunt. The reward for killing them is 10,000 points. With the loudspeaker's announcement, the eyes of all the celestial dragons burned towards the 13 figures in front of the high platform. They are none other than the ultra-rare prey of the tuba's mouth. In addition, there are 150 rare prey. If you kill them in one hit, there will be an extra reward. For the winners of this competition, extremely luxurious prizes have been prepared, including, but by no means limited to, the treasures within those 6 chests. A cheer went up from the scrolls as the sound within the loudspeaker ended. All the slaves, on the other hand, were pale. The 3 boys, Bear and Ivankov Ginny, were hiding behind Luke. The woman holding her child was taking her last moments to get a good last look at her child. Chapter 99, The Rocks Pirates. Then the game is ready to begin. The voice inside the loudspeaker became teasing. You will have 1 hour to escape after the gun goes off. In that time, run as hard as you can. Ha 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 ha. There was a loud laugh that made the faces of all the slaves turn white. Immediately afterward, a gunshot resounded throughout the square. Most of the slaves still had frozen looks on their faces as the gunshots came in. Only a small portion of the slaves fled towards the dense forest within behind them. Seeing the group of slaves frozen in place, a scroll with a glass-covered head raised the pistol he was holding. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots were fired and several slaves fell to the ground from the hits. Disgruntled voices immediately came from within the loudspeakers. Stro Saint, what are you doing? The Tenryou guy who shot the gun had a slightly demented expression on his face. There was even drool pulling a transparent thread around the corner of his mouth as he spoke. He gripped his pistol and giggled vaguely. These fools, why don't they run away? At some point on the high platform, an hourglass was placed there. The sand within the hourglass passed quickly, and the voice within the loudspeaker sounded again. You're running out of time. Oh. Most of the slaves had realized by now that escaping might have a chance of survival, but if one didn't run, then there was absolutely nothing left but death. As a result, most of the slaves fled towards the inside of the dense forest behind them. Luke was also going to leave with the group of slaves. Just then, the woman holding the baby handed Luke the child in her arms. Please, the woman said in a determined tone. Luke frowned slightly as he looked at her, who stood still, clearly no longer intending to escape. After some hesitation, he still didn't say anything, so he handed the child in his arms to Bear. After glancing at the woman, he left with the crowd without looking back, and the woman's children, watching their mother surprisingly not follow. Tears flashed within his eyes, but he forced himself not to cry. The woman was right. His child was only 3 years old, but obedient. Perhaps he also understood that keeping himself alive was all his mother could do. It wasn't long after several people walked into the dense forest that gunfire erupted violently behind them. The voice came from inside the loudspeaker as well. The time has come. The hunt begins. Marineford at the Navy headquarters, the current Marshal of the Navy's Hollow, was pacing back and forth anxiously, all the while constantly looking at the phone bug on the table, while Warlock, who was still a great general, stood aside, his torso straight. What's going on with that Carp guy, anyway? Empty kept yelling between pacing back and forth. Carp had taken a leave of absence from Navy headquarters half a month ago, saying he was going on vacation. Now at this critical moment, it was surprising that he couldn't be contacted at all. To the side, Warlord muttered in his mind, that slacker, it's harder than hell to find him during vacation. Just when Marshal Hollow had waited with extreme impatience and was about to explode, suddenly the phone bug on the desk rang. Empty rushed forward to pick up the phone bug, and Cap's laid-back voice came from over there. You can also faintly hear the waves lapping at the beach and the cries of seagulls. What's wrong, Marshal? Hearing Carp's lazy voice, Hollow's anger flared. At once, he raged at the phone bug. You guys, why did it take so long to answer the phone? Carp said leisurely. Didn't I take a vacation? It makes sense not to answer the phone while on vacation, doesn't it? Empty barely suppressed his anger and yelled at the phone bug. I am ordering you to end your leave immediately and perform a mission of the highest caliber. There was a pause in Carp's voice over there, and it took a moment before it sounded again. Is it about this Valley of the Gods hunting game? Empty froze slightly at Carp's words. This guy is obviously on vacation. Why is he still so well informed? Taking a deep breath, Hollow spoke into the phone bug. I'm sorry I can't tell you exactly why, but I promise you, if anything happens, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Carp's gloating laugh came. I've told you all before, you shouldn't have messed with those guys from Hive Island. Rocks are not something that group of so-called world nobles can rub their noses in. Steal their treasure and they are bound to take it back. Empty yelled at the phone bug. This is not the time for that. Carp muttered something, then asked, hasn't it been adequately guarded? Still afraid of what? Empty murmured. No, if it was just rocks, it might be barely manageable. But, I didn't realize Roger was out there. As soon as Empty's words were finished, Carp's yell immediately came from over there. What did you say? Just by the sound of his voice, Hollow could guess that Carp, on the other end of the line, might have gone from a lying position to standing. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm leaving now. The phone bug was hung up with Carp yelling. Putting down the phone bug's gaze was deep, his brows furrowed together. Roger and Locust traveling to the Valley of the Gods together was unsettling. Even with all the guards they had, the Valley of the Gods has gathered so many of the world's nobles nowadays. In the event of an accident, that's going to be a pain in the ass. Hive Island, known as a pirate's paradise. Several huge pirate ships that were docked at the harbor. Several figures, standing on the pirate ship. The figure at the head of the group wasn't exactly tall. It even looked a little short standing in a group of pirates. A short black hair was messy, and golden earrings hung from her ears. At this moment, his gaze was somewhat gloomy as he looked at the sea in the distance. The rest of the crew, however, stood behind the man, all with different looks on their faces. There was excitement, nervousness, and leaping. Captain, the men are here and ready to go. A small pirate came to the man and spoke respectfully. In all of Hive Island, there is only one person who can be called captain. That's the sea pirate who now strikes fear into the entire world. Locust withdrew his own gaze, a grim smile on his face. Since everyone is here, let's get going. His palms raised, he looked away and licked his lips. A hunting game for the Skrulls. Then we'll see who's really the prey. With a command from Locust, several huge pirate ships slowly set sail. If Luke had been there at that moment, he would have recognized several of the figures standing behind rocks. The young Kaido stood unsmiling, holding a huge wolfsbane. The Whitebeard, who is at the peak of his youth and combat power, holds a clump of clouds and cuts his posture straight, and the young Charlotte Lingling was at her peak at this time, both in terms of face and body and strength. The 4 sea emperors who would dominate the entire sea in the future. 3 of them appeared here at this time. And these 3, all of them, are Rock's men. Chapter 100. Born with the holy body of the Revolutionary Army, countless naval fleets docked around the Valley of the Gods. Each of the warships was equipped with a myriad of weapon-wielding navies. At this moment, the Valley of the Gods was like a steel fortress. No one could break in and ruin the game inside, and it was certainly unlikely that anyone would be able to escape from within the Valley of the Gods at this point. In the middle of a dense forest, countless figures in shackles were constantly on the run, and in their wake were the Skrulls with their heads covered in glass. There were constant gunshots, or the sound of a sharp blade going through flesh and blood. The wailing of the slaves and the open laughter of the Skrulls intertwined throughout the island in a musical score of bloody slaughter. At this moment, several figures were hiding inside a canyon. Luke puffed on his cigarette, constantly listening sideways to the sounds around him. Little is mentioned in the original about this great battle within the Valley of the Gods, and the news he poked around didn't go into detail. So, when exactly does the Locust Pirates, the Roger Pirates, show up? He had no way of knowing. He could only keeping an eye out for movements in the outside world. Ivankov and Bear, all 3 of them, followed Luke, and the woman's child, Velsi, was held in Ginny's arms. Their lives, at this point, could only depend on Luke in front of them. After a moment of silence, Ivankov suddenly rose from the floor. His face was slightly angry. On the whole island, the number of slaves is close to 100,000. There are only a few hundred of those ridiculous skinks. I really don't understand how such a disparity in numbers can be a one-sided massacre. As long as we are united, those Tenria people are not to be feared at all. Luke, his face mostly obscured by his hoodie and his cigarette dangling from his mouth, scanned Ivankov slightly. The heart murmured, worthy of being an important figure in the future Revolutionary Army. He already had this kind of realization when he was a child. After taking a long drag on his cigarette, Luke murmured, if this group of slaves would have banded together, or dared to fight back, things like today would not have happened. Ivankov gritted his teeth, a leap of faith on his small face. Why don't we go and persuade those slaves now? As long as we talk them into uniting, this one-sided massacre will surely fail. Luke let out a soft chuckle, only feeling how childish Ivankov's idea was. If this group of slaves could be talked down, then someone would have jumped up and rebelled long ago. The notion that the celestial dragons were supreme and could not be resisted had become deeply imprinted in their bones. It simply can't be changed by a few pep talks alone. Shaking his head, Luke, who was about to speak, suddenly paused. Inwardly, he pondered, if one hadn't crossed over and followed the original plot, what will Ivankov and the others do now? In the original story, they had survived to the end without incident, and now they were following their side. Instead of changing the original plot, after a brief moment of thought, Luke's eyes went to Bear and Ginny. What do you two think? Ginny's face also had an indignant look on it as she waved her little fist. I think little Ivan is right. There are so many of us. If we join forces, how can we possibly be chased and killed by that group of celestial dragons? While Ginny finished speaking, the simple bear lowered his head slightly, whispering, I think they're right. Luke rubbed his chin if he hadn't shown up. Then, according to the original storyline, the odds are that Ginny and Bear will listen to Ivankov. Throwing the cigarette butt in his hand on the ground, he stamped it out hard with his foot. Luke stood up and addressed the 3 men. Then do what you want. Ivankov froze as he looked at Luke. Then you. Luke shrugged. I will protect you in the shadows, and you can just boldly do what you want. A hint of suspicion crossed Ivankov's face. Luke continued, don't worry, I can swear on my name that you will absolutely live. Hearing this, the suspicion under Ivankov's eyes dissipated, and he turned to Luke with excitement. You think I have a point, too, don't you? Luke nodded slightly. Ivankov yet again wondered, why don't you join us? Luke spread his hands. Because of some special reasons, it's not convenient for me to show my face, so I can only protect you in the dark. Ivankov, all right then. With that said, he looked over to Versailles, who Ginny was holding. What about him? Luke spoke up. You guys take it with you. Ginny, Ivankov and the 3 of them looked at each other. Then Ivankov spoke. My idea is to find a group of slaves first, and then find a way to convince them. After that, we'll rely on those people to keep spreading the word of the revolt. Luke nodded, and said to himself that he really was a natural-born candidate to join the Revolutionary Army. Spinning around, he spoke. Then do it. The 3 Ivankovs nodded excitedly, a wave of excitement that they were about to do something great rising to their hearts. So the trio hugged Versailles and said goodbye to Luke 3 steps at a time. At the edge of the island, Ivankov stood on a towering rock. In front of him converged a group of fleeing slaves. The Skrulls' hunt was starting from the plaza side, and all the edges of the island were still considered safe for the time being. At this point, Ivankov's face was filled with hateful anger. He pointed at the group of slaves and cursed. "You fools! Are you still dreaming of being able to live?" The group of slaves below were pointed at by such a child in anger, but no one felt shame at all. Their hearts only had one thought at this time, and that was to live. A skinny slave muttered in a small voice, "The rules of the game are that if we make it through 3 weeks, we can live and be free." The anger on Ivankov's face increased at his words, and he shouted, "Stop dreaming! None of the slaves on this island will survive at all. What do you mean the rules of the game? That's all made up by the Skrulls. The reason you were told the rules like that was to leave you with a glimmer of hope. That way you'll all run wild and add a little fun to this game. In 3 weeks, all of us will have been slaughtered and none of us will have survived at all. In past hunting games, do you know how many slaves survived? I tell you, it's 0. No slave has ever survived the hunting games of the Skrulls. If we don't unite against this, in 3 weeks, this place will just be a real hell." None of the slaves gave a response to Ivankov's rant. "Stop dreaming. Stop deluding yourself that you can survive from inside this game. What we have to do is revolt. It's a united revolt." Ivankov roared in despair and rage, but let him grind his teeth. Still none of the slaves chose to stand up and join him. Chapter 101, The Rocks Pirates Appear. Just as Ivankov was struggling to try and rouse the group of slaves, a yell with excitement came from the radio on the island of God's Valley. Knights of God Fergal Garin SA, first to get 10,000 points. The announcement, tinged with surprise, caused all the slaves to blanch. 10,000 points meant that the corresponding slave had died at his hands. Ginny fiddled with a couple of phone bugs and kept listening to the messages coming in. Ivankov looked angrily at the group of slaves in front of him. He didn't understand. Why can this group be so weak? In the face of the Tianlong people's massacre, there was surprisingly not a single desire to fight back in their heads. Instead, they were praying that the Skrulls, who had always been a bunch of talkers, would play by the rules of the game and let them live in the end. Why would anyone be able to hope for their life or death at the hands of another, instead of fighting as hard as you can on your own? Just as Ivankov was furious, suddenly, a strange-looking fishman race in the group of slaves in front of him stood out. His body was covered in scales, and his sharp teeth, characteristic of the fish people, were exposed beyond his lips. Maybe I can help you." Although this fishman clan was a big man with a big body and even a bit of an intimidating face, but the voice and tone of his words were seriously out of character with his rugged appearance. Ivankov gave him a somewhat surprised look, and the big fishman pointed to the shackles on Ivankov's hands. "I might be able to help you remove that." Ivankov raised his hands, and there was a clatter of shackles. "You can?" The large fishman man nodded, and then came to Ivankov. Hands picked up the shackles and opened his fong-filled mouth. Ka-chow! A sound of metal snapping came from his teeth on the shackles. The sturdy shackles were actually directly bitten off by the teeth of the big man of the fish people tribe. Surprise showed on Ivankov's face. "True to form, you managed to bite through the shackles. Not bad for a fishman with an amazing bite." The big man of the fishman race who was praised had an extremely incongruous coy smile on his face. "This is the first time anyone has ever complimented me." Just as Ivankov was about to say something, suddenly Ginny, who had been fiddling with the phone bug, surprise called out, "I probably know a way to escape." Hearing Ginny's words, Ivankov looked surprised. "What way?" Ginny held up the phone bug in her hand. "The way to life is hidden in the prize of this hunting game." Ivankov looked puzzled. Ginny immediately explained, "I heard them talking just now. Among the prizes for this hunting game is the devil fruit that, when eaten, can transform into the mythical fantasy beast, the green dragon. Just get it and eat it so we can fly off this island and escape. There is also a devil fruit called the fruit of the meatball, which, when eaten, also allows you, or someone else, to fly to super long distances. So, all we have to do is get these 2 devil fruits and we can escape the island." At that, Ivankov clenched his fists in delight. "If I remember correctly, the prize for this game is in the same square where we escaped just now." Ginny nodded with an excited face as well. Ivankov continued, "So, to get those 2 devil fruits, you have to head towards the plaza." Bear, who had been a coy one at the side, was now holding Versailles in his arms. Ginny and Ivankov were heard excitedly discussing plans for escape. Unable to help but look worried, he whispered a reminder. "It's the center of the hunting game right now, and it's full of Skrulls. If we show up there, we'll be killed if we're not careful, right?" Hearing Bear's words, Ginny gave him a blank look. "Have you forgotten? That mysterious man said he would always protect us in the shadows. He told us to do what we wanted to do, and what we want to do now is go over to the plaza and grab the prizes." Bear lowered his head and muttered, "Even so, but it's a bit too risky." Ivankov wasn't even listening to what Bear was saying, but was thinking about his plan with an excited look on his face. As long as they could obtain those 2 devil fruits, not only them, but also the slaves on the entire island, could possibly get a way out. All the slaves around them still had numb looks on their faces. In their opinion, Instead of going over to the plaza to obtain the so-called devil fruit, might as well pray for a silver lining in surviving the game then. After separating from a couple of Ivankov's brats, Luke is alone on the edge of the small island of the Valley of the Gods. Throughout the small island of the Valley of the Gods, the outer coastline was densely packed with naval vessels docked. Once a year, the so-called hunt is a carnival event for the Skrulls. It's also when the Navy is most on edge, with such a large group of Tenryou people converging together. Should any danger arise, that's all absolutely heavenly. Luke smacked his lips as his eyes surveyed the warships that surrounded the entire island as a brick wall. I have to say, the Navy is really good traders who do their duty for the Skrulls. There's no telling when exactly the Locust pirates will arrive. Just as Luke was looking around, suddenly, a terrific cannon blast came from the other side of the island. The Skrulls hunted this group of slaves using guns and cold weapons. A loud noise like that could obviously only come from a battleship. Luke craned his head to see a thick cloud of smoke rising from the other direction of the island. At the same time a shrill warning siren sounded. Coming! Luke cried out darkly, then immediately called out in his head. Replace the rattling thunderfruit. In the next moment, Luke's figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, quickly skimming across the island. He ran toward the place where the smoke was coming out. On the shoreline, a warship is hit by a shell. The shell nearly disintegrated the entire warship. At once all the warships around them pulled the warning signal. Enemy attack. Everyone prepare to counterattack. Our warships are under attack. Shouting exclamations from the Navy came from countless warships, while some of them had already raised their binoculars and looked into the distance. Suddenly, a Navy man holding binoculars looked horrified. The whole man stumbled a few steps backward, his fingers trembling as he pointed to the distant sea. It's a pirate. He didn't need to say that most of the Navy had seen it by now. In the distant horizon, several huge pirate ships were slowly coming this way, and the pirate ship at the very front flew a black flag. After seeing the symbol on the flag, all the navies swallowed hard. Who else could the white skulls and crossed white bones on the black flag be but the fearsome and infamous Locust pirates? Just as the Navy froze, suddenly, there were a few more huge shells flying in the sky. Boom boom boom. A few loud bangs came. Chapter 102 Landing in the Valley of Gods. Prepare to counterattack. Prepare to counterattack. The voices of the commanders on the warships kept ringing out. It wasn't long before the roar of cannons came from countless warships as well. The Navy ships and the pirate ships of the Locust pirates, which were far apart, began shelling. And by this time, Luke had arrived on the scene, picking an elevated spot with a good view. Luke surveyed the beach, only to see that in the distance of the sea, countless pirate ships were approaching this way. As the biggest pirate in the world today, there was naturally no doubt about Rox's calling power. In addition to the Rox pirates ship, there was a dense group of affiliated pirate groups that followed along. That vast battlefield was nothing less than the scene during the war at the top. It's no wonder that the Battle of the Valley of the Gods is known as a war in which the Locust pirates presumed to overthrow the world government. With so many pirates, even if their strength was average, utilizing the Sea of Men tactic alone, I thought that the entire Tenryou people on the Valley of the Gods would have suffered a bit. The sound of cannons continued to ring out, and against the cannon fire, the group of pirate ships came closer and closer, and a figure gradually appeared in the view of all the Navy. Lox's not quite tall form stood at the bow of the ship, a grim smile on his face. Watch as several naval vessels sink into the sea after taking shelling. His face suddenly broke into a wide open grin. The Navy? Nothing but traitors to the Skrulls. Do you want to stop me with you guys? Saying that, Locust suddenly raised his arms high. Rox pirates, follow me. The pirate ship was close enough. Hearing Rox's loud shout, countless pirate figures leapt up from the pirate ship. Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Ling Ling who is not yet a big MOM, and the Golden Lion and a host of other pirates who will come to be famous on the sea. All of them leaped high into the air and swept towards the small island in the Valley of the Gods. High above, Luke watched the group of pirates killing the island, his eyes skimming over the familiar yet young faces. The whole thing just felt like a heart attack. With so many powerful henchmen, it's a wonder that Lox doesn't have ambitions to overthrow the world government. Such a powerful force was held in his hand, as if he was holding a supreme divine weapon in his hand. It can be said that with a sharp blade in hand, the killing mind is self-evident. Not to mention that this time, it was the world government that had been the first to provoke him. Locust was in the lead, holding a long sword as if it were no man's land. Every time his hand rose and his sword fell, a figure fell in front of him. As for Whitebeard, Kaido and the others in the back, although they were also killing with gusto, they were far behind Locust. In his youth, Kaido's stature could already bring a great sense of oppression. He looked at Whitebeard and gave a gruff laugh. Newgate, aren't you going to help the captain? The young white-bearded man with long blonde hair grunted lightly in disdain. Captain? When did I become his subordinate? Kaido let out a laugh. Off to the side, the young Charlotte Ling Ling gently stroked her hat. The stunning features and the bold smile were slightly out of place. Ha 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 ha. All those treasures are on the island, right? Doesn't it mean that if whoever gets them is whoever gets them? On the side, the Golden Lion, Sky, smiled slightly. Those treasures shouldn't be of much use to you, should they? Charlotte Lingling turned around and gave the Golden Lion a blank look. So what? I'll take it today. After saying that, Charlotte Lingling went towards the battlefield to kill. Whitebeard muttered under his breath as he looked ahead at the killing rocks. I'll bet that idiot has forgotten what we came for. Sky the Golden Lion rubbed his chin. If you ask me, you should just steal the treasure quietly. Making such a big deal out of it seems like it's easy to fail. Kaido slammed the wolfsbane off his shoulder and onto the ground. In any case, the situation is now such that Roger, that boy, seems to have made his move as well. Before Kaido could finish his words, Sky the Golden Lion spoke up. Hush, kid, now is not the time to worry about him. Compared to Roger, the group of Tenryu on the island right now is the trouble we have in front of us. At this time Kaido was still young enough that the Golden Lion called him a brat. There doesn't seem to be any problem with that either. At that Kaido snorted softly through his nose. A few people stopped talking, each with a different look on their faces, and killed towards the island without saying a word. Out of the entire members of the Locust Pirates, only Wang Ji and Silver Axe seemed to be extremely loyal to Locust. The others, not a bit of Lox's ministry at all. Those navies deployed along the coastline were no match for this group of pirates at all. In just a single glance, they were killed and routed. Within moments, the defenses of the coastline had fallen. The pirate ships of the Rocks pirates all docked at the coastline. Countless pirates, armed with weapons, jumped down from the ship, yelling and killing towards the island. And the battle here has long been reported to the square side of the island. Several members of the Celestial Dragons and the Knights of God were gathering together with grim faces. One of the 5 Elder Stars, Satan Saint, was among them. Who the hell leaked the location of this hunting game? A scroll with a horribly grim face inside his glass cover spoke in a deep voice. Naturally there was no answer to his question. As the elite Knights of God among the Celestial Dragons, their strength was naturally top-notch. A member of the Knights of God touched the sword at his waist, thinking for a moment before speaking. The Locust Pirates? I've heard all about their reputation long ago. I'm sure that group of pirates can't be stopped, right? Why don't you let me lead the men to settle it? Just as he finished speaking, one of the 5 elders, Satan Saint, stood up suddenly with his scepter. It's just a bunch of pirates, and they're here to get their stuff back, I'm afraid. With that, the group's eyes looked up high. There were 6 crates sitting there, the very prizes for this hunting game. The glass-shrouded Skrull grunted softly. Their stuff? And those filthy pirates deserve this? Satan Saint nodded his cane in his hand on the ground. In any case, that group of pirates has already landed on the island, so it's better to find a way to solve the immediate problem first. Several figures glanced at each other, and the glass-shrouded Skrull spoke up in displeasure. What the hell is going on with air? How could you only call in a bunch of ordinary navies to do defense work, and not a single admiral? Still no one answered his words. In the distance of the island, the sounds of fighting could already be faintly heard. Apparently, the battle is raging there. A member of the Knights of God. His fingers tapped the hilt of his sword at his waist a few times. Suddenly, he pulled out a phone bug and then dialed. It didn't take long for a voice to come from there. What's wrong? The Knights of God member spoke slowly into the phone bug. Garen Saint, a group of pirates have now arrived in the Valley of the Gods. Don't just hunt the swine. Keep an eye on the pirates as well. The Garen Saint on the other side of the phone paused, and then an easy laugh came out. Okay. After that, the phone bug was hung up. Chapter 103 Roger the Pirate's Debut. The Valley of the Gods at the coast of the island. The Locust Pirates have torn a hole in the Navy's defenses. Countless pirates were pouring through that gap towards the island. Those blocking the Navy turned into a fallen corpse, and naval vessels from other places are heading this way in support. Just then, a warship off the coast. A Navy man holding binoculars suddenly turned pale. The whole thing froze in place. A disgruntled lieutenant general off to the side called out, "What are you fuming about at this time? Why don't you hurry and head over there for support?" The Navy man holding the binoculars, his body trembling slightly, pointed into the distance and trembled. LT, Admiral, there seems to be another group of pirates over there. The lieutenant general instantly grabbed the binoculars from the Navy's hand when he heard his men's words. Just one look and the whole thing is just like that Navy, dumb as a board. On the distant horizon, countless ships of the pirates were heading this way. Could it be that the Rocks pirates haven't arrived yet? The lieutenant general speculated despairingly in his mind. However, as the distant pirate ships approached, this lieutenant general also saw the flag on the pirate ship at the head. In that instant, the lieutenant general's face went a shade of white and red. With that he yelled towards one side of the Navy, "Quickly go and report it. The pirates attacking the Valley of the Gods are not just the Locust pirates." A subordinate rolled aside and left, going forward to report the situation here to the Navy headquarters. and the group of pirate ships on the distant horizon came to the shore of the small island of God's Valley at an extremely fast speed. The pirate ship at the head of the group even rushed straight to shore. A figure held a long sword and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Rocks! I didn't think you'd move fast. This shout immediately caused the two groups of people who were originally fighting to all look sideways towards this side. Upon looking at the figure holding the long sword, and the pirate group behind him, all exclaimed, "It's the Roger Pirates!" The Navy, which was already struggling to hold on, had nothing but despair on its face. A single Locust Pirates is already hard to stop. Now the Roger Pirates had even arrived. The top two pirate groups in the entire ocean all came to the Valley of the Gods. Today, there's only going to be a lot of trouble. Killjoy rocks. Looking back at Roger, with a flash of excitement on his face, he lifted the long knife in his hand and flung it around, the blood on the blade drawing a line of blood on the ground. He looked at Roger and yelled, "Hey, so it's the underdog. What? Did you come to the Valley of the Gods to get a piece of the action too?" Roger looked at Locks and smiled broadly in response. "I haven't seen you in a year, and do you know what kind of mindset I've spent this year in? I really dream of fighting you again. Last time, it was such an upsetting loss." Behind Roger were several of Riley's men. A few of their gazes looked towards the God's Valley Island, and then at the group of Rocks pirates, with a hint of helplessness on their faces. They weren't really very supportive of their captain's desire to trip into the murky waters here in the Valley of the Gods, though the captain had always wanted to avenge his defeat at the hands of Locust a year ago. But today's Valley of the Gods was going to have to face more than just the Locust pirates. Not only is there a heavily guarded navy on the island, but there's also that group of Skrulls. While most of the Skrulls are a bunch of idiots, one has to admit that the thing called the Knights of God in the Skrulls, there are still a few tough guys. It's just not wise to come into the muddy waters here with this complicated situation. Riley shook his head slightly. It's just that it's not the first time my own captain has been so nonsensical. Now that we're here, let's face it with all our strength. The Roger Pirates, too, are not something that can just be underestimated. Just as the two groups of people confronted each other, several figures walked out from the interior of the island. Judging from the costumes they were wearing, it was none other than a few people from the Knights of God. Garen St. bore the brunt of the attack, his eyes looking towards the group of pirates on the shoreline. Upon seeing the crowd of Roger Pirates, Garen Shang's eyes narrowed slightly. Didn't the intel say there was only the Locust Pirates? How come the Roger Pirates are here too? But the next moment, his gaze returned to normal. Even if the Roger Pirates and the Locust Pirates were gathered together, it would only be a small accident. It's just a little trickier to solve. Garen St. gripped the longsword at his waist in his hand and whispered to a few figures behind him who were also members of the Knights of God. "Have this group of Navy go ahead and protect the Tenryu on the other side of the plaza, and just leave this place to us." A member of the Knights of God with a slim figure and a huge scythe in his hand shrugged slightly. "I really don't know. What's the point of that defense line formed by that group of navies? Surprisingly, it's so overwhelming." Most of the members within the Knights of God were of celestial dragon origin, but there are some that are not Skrulls. A few of them looked at each other, and then they followed Garen Saint's orders and went forward to command the navy to the depths of the island. Garen Saint looked at the two groups of pirates in the distance and rubbed his chin gently. Taking care of this group of pirates would be far more interesting than slaughtering that group of defenseless slaves. Holding his longsword in his hand, Garen Saint led a group of members of the Knights of God, stepping towards where Locust and Roger's pirates were. Roger's pirates and Rock's pirates, opposite each other. The quivering group of Navy men were completely relegated to the background at this point. In their eyes, whether it was Roger or Rock's, that was a monster that the current ones could not stop. The long knife in Roger's hand pointed straight at Locust in front of him. "Well, are you ready to die?" Rox grinned in the face of the open-mouthed Roger. "You lost to me a year ago, and now, what gives you the backbone to think you can beat me?" With that, Rox's eyes went to several of the crew members behind Roger. "Whether it's the strength of the crew, or you and I, it seems like you don't have much of a chance of winning." Locust paused slightly as his gaze skimmed over Riley. As far as he was concerned, the kid with the sword was probably the only one of Roger's men who was somewhat interesting. The others are just a few stragglers, and behind Locust, several monsters with terrifying strength all wore teasing smiles. It doesn't matter if it's Whitebeard or Kaido, or the Golden Lion and Charlotte Ringer. None of them took the Roger Pirates seriously. Whitebeard even turned his head. A small voice muttered, "This guy, surely he has forgotten what we came here for. Now is not the time to tangle with Roger and the others." Charlotte Lingling burst into a light laugh. "Roger's bunch, it's just a matter of smooth sailing to get rid of them. It's not too late to grab back the island's treasures." Only the Golden Lion looked at Roger with interest. In his opinion, this young man named Roger was in existence with great potential. Although his strength wasn't enough now, it wouldn't be long before he would perhaps have a great reputation on the Great Sea as well. Chapter 104, A Duel Between Captains. On the small island, there was already a large influx of pirates. Although the main force of the pirate group was still over the coastline, the group of pirates had already rushed onto the island. Before coming, they had heard about the key to this operation. That is, there are treasures on this island that everyone covets. They're pirates, and treasure attracts pirates like fishy fish attracts cats. The group of pirates that stormed the island pretty much killed anyone they saw. It doesn't even matter if it's a slave or a Skrull. It made no difference at all to this group of vicious buccaneers. A few of the Tenryu suffered from a siege of pirates, albeit a menacing one, but the lofty look on their faces remained unchanged. Looking at the pirate in front of him was filled with the disgust of a superior looking at an inferior. You swine, are you trying to make a move on us? Looking at the high and mighty Sky Dragon man, several pirates were wearing sardonic smiles. Normally this group had the guardianship of the Navy or the Knights, and their group of pirates didn't even have a chance to get close to the celestial dragons. But today's situation is different. This group of Skrulls has been left alone, and the Navy is still fending off the invasion over the coastline. The Knights of God were nowhere to be seen. Therefore, this group of usually high and mighty Tianlong people had been reduced to a group of weak and helpless lambs in general. The pirate raised the weapon in his hand and gave a sardonic smile to the surrounded Skrulls. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the glass shield over the head of a Skrull was instantly shattered. Shards of blooming glass cut a few bloody lines across his face. That Skylander's face was suddenly filled with shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe that this group of hateful inferior pirates actually dared to strike at them. This is the Valley of the Gods, where they hold their hunting games. Today, they are the hunters, and all the rest are the prey. Now this prey had taken a shot at himself. The Skrull exclaimed at once, "You stupid ING guy, how dare you make a move on me? I'm going to capture you, make you my slave, and show you what life is like." Screaming, the Skrull raised the pistol in his hand. The trigger was pulled on the pirate. The pirates also really did not expect, obviously already surrounded by a desperate situation. These unknowing Tenryu people actually dared to fight back. A pirate was hit by a bullet in the thigh, and blood poured out. The surrounding pirates' faces at this moment turned their sardonic smiles into anger, and they raised the weapons in their hands one after another. It was about to turn these few encircled Skrulls into sieves, but just then, suddenly a gunshot came from the depths of the dense forest aside. Immediately after that, countless figures in naval uniforms jumped out of the dense forest. This group of naval forces were the very ones who had just been by the coastline and had received orders from the Knights of God to go deeper into the island to protect the Tenryu people. A group of naval forces raised their weapons in their hands, and at once the pirates in front of them all became sieves. The Tenryu man with a broken glass cover on his head faced the Navy that came to his rescue, still full of rage. "You ING guys, did I tell you to kill them? My orders are to take him alive and make him my slave. You stupid Navy losers." The more the Skrulls spoke, the more agitated they became, and suddenly raised the gun in their hands and pulled the trigger on one of the navies in front of them. Bang! After a shot rang out, a Navy man was instantly shot and fell to the ground. All of the surrounding naval forces all turned white. The Tianlong man is definitely an existence that they can't mess with. After killing one of the Navy, it seemed that the Skrulls hadn't finished venting their anger. He glared angrily at the rest of the Navy. At this point a brigadier general within the group rushed forward. "My lord, the coastline side has been breached by the pirates, and a large number of them are now pouring into the God's Valley Islands. The orders we received were to protect your lords to the safety of the center of the island." The Tianlong man cursed with lingering anger on his face. What a bunch of losers. So many navies couldn't even fend off that tiny group of pirates. The brigadier general smiled with him and scowled at a few of his men behind him. A few of his men hurriedly escorted a few of the Skrulls towards the center of the island, and the body of the killed Navy man just lay there in the cold. No one has even bothered to ask. It's not even a big deal for a Skrull to kill a Navy man, and unnoticed by all. Among the Navy escorting those few Skrulls to the safety of the center of the island, a young soldier. His eyes reddened at this point. He gripped the lance in his hand tightly and turned back slightly, glancing at his comrade who was lying in a pool of blood. He doesn't understand being in the Navy. Surprisingly, they didn't die on the battlefield against the pirates, but instead, it was the Tenryu who they were protecting. Slaughter like a dog. The knuckles of his fingers, gripping the weapon tightly, were glowing white from excessive force. Shortly after the group left, a couple of tiny figures jumped out of the bushes off to the side. At the head of the group was none other than Ivankov. He was followed by Baron Ginny, who was holding Versailles. A few people looked at the departing Navy crowd and Ivankov cursed. "What a bunch of dumbass pigs, Navy. What's the difference between them and us slaves who were left to be slaughtered by the Skrulls?" Bear was silent while Ginny dropped Versailles and trotted over to the bodies, picked up the weapons from their hands. "Hand the weapons to Bear and Ivankov." Ginny spoke up. Most of the Tenryu have now converged towards the plaza side and are surrounded by the Navy that protects them. "The difficulty of our task has increased quite a bit." Ivankov checked the weapons in his hands, then looked up at the center of the island. Even so, we must travel. The only way to live, after all, is right there. After saying that, several people took their weapons and once again headed towards the center of the island. Over the sea, Luke hides high above. Eyes unmoving, he looked down at the side of the battlefield below. Aside from a few main forces, most of the pirates had already surged towards the island. A large body of the navy, lying on the shore. It dyed the waters offshore red, facing one of the top 2 big pirate groups in the ocean. This group of navy had no chance to resist at all. That group of pirates entered the island, so I'm sure the island is in chaos right now. Luke mused darkly. Below, Rox and Roger, the dominance in both of them had pressed on. Dark red arcs of electricity vibrated through the air around them. Kaido and Whitebeard, a few of them, took a few steps back in good humor. It was a duel between their captains, and they didn't need to get involved. Not to mention that in their opinion, there was no need to strike at all. A Roger is just a Roger. There's no way he's a match for Rox. And behind Roger, Riley and the others took a step back with great understanding. Chapter 105, Peak Showdown. A terrifying hegemonic aura ravaged the surroundings. The dark red lightning made the air vibrate with a hum. As the most powerful pirate in the Great Sea at the moment, Roxas's hegemony was strong and terrifying. And Roger, who came on later, was no less impressive. Miso, the long knife was drawn in Roger's hand. Divine evasion. With a low roar, Roger struck out with his strongest move. Obviously, Rox was definitely a difficult opponent to defeat in his mind. He naturally had to go all out. The sharp blade carried a terrifying oppression and swung viciously towards Locus. In the face of Roger's divine avoidance, Lox had no intention of avoiding it at all. His hands grasped towards his sides, and dark purple lightning enveloped his hands. High above, Luke watched the two fight about what kind of powers Locus really had. The original anime didn't go into much detail about it himself. Today, he was able to catch a glimpse of Rox. The hands wrapped in dark purple thunderbolts unexpectedly gripped directly towards the blade that slashed violently. The teeth-gnashing sound of clashing gold and stone came. Roger's powerful slash was surprisingly caught by Lox's empty hand. Powerful impacts kept coming from between the blade and the palm of the hand. The ground around them was even blown out hard and deep. Whitebeard and a few other powerful crew members only squinted slightly in the face of the powerful onslaught. But the surrounding navy was not so lucky. The aftermath of Roger's duo's exchange was like the end of the world for them. Countless figures were sent flying by the aftermath and then fell to the ground hard without knowing whether they were alive or dead. The naval forces that still had some left were almost half damaged at this point. The two figures stood frozen for a moment. Bang! A muffled thud came from Lox's figure, still standing in place. Roger, on the other hand, stomped back several steps with his long sword in hand. Ha 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 ha. Lox let out a loud, unimpeded laugh. Thought that after not seeing you for a year, your strength must have grown quite a bit. That's why the courage to challenge me again was so unexpected. Has it changed at all compared to the person you were a year ago? Rox yelled openly. Roger, on the other hand, clenched his teeth hard. Don't think that's all I've got. The fun's just beginning. With that, Roger then raised the long blade in his hand once again and charged towards Roxas. Just then, Whitebeard, who was in the crowd of Locust pirates on the sidelines, exclaimed, "Hey, Rox, don't forget the real reason we're here." For Whitebeard's shouting, Lox ignored it. At this time, he only has Roger in his eyes. Just as Roger's figure was about to approach Rox, suddenly, there was only a residual shadow left in place. In the next second, Lox's figure appeared behind Roger. Despite having foreseen it using his powerful seeing colors, Rox's movements were just too fast. Dark purple lightning wrapped around his hands. His right hand was in the form of a claw, ruthlessly slapping towards Roger's back. Bang! Muffled sounds came. Roger's figure was like a kite with broken strings, directly being sent flying by a claw of Rox. High above, Luke watched the battlefield. Dark thought. From the way Locus had struck so far, his reliance seemed to be on those hands that were wrapped in dark purple lightning. I just don't know if that dark purple lightning is his fruit ability or not, or is it an effect produced by other means. But as far as the current situation was concerned then, Roger was no match for him at all. Roger, who was smashed into the ground, splattered with dust. It was a long time before his figure rose from within the dust, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The battle intent within Roger's eyes, however, became even more energized. This more and more frustrated look of his was really a bit similar to Luffy. That's a tough one. Looking at Locus, who was unharmed and even seemed to not be using his full strength, Roger muttered. And the Golden Lion, who was watching the battle from afar, exclaimed with a teasing face, "Well, Roger, you won't be a match for him. What's more, these so-called minions of ours haven't even made a move yet. You're Roger pirates. They're still too weak now." After saying that, the Golden Lion let out a burst of unrestrained laughter. But at that moment, several figures had silently arrived at the side of the battlefield. The gazes of the crowd looked towards the few figures that had suddenly appeared. At that moment, all of them narrowed their eyes slightly. The few people who appeared were none other than the Knights of God led by Garen Saint. The figure carrying the huge scythe looked at Roger and Rox, who were exchanging blows. Mumbles. I thought it was two pirate groups joining forces to attack the Valley of the Gods, but I didn't expect them to fight. It seems that there is no peace between pirates and corsairs. Garen Saint licked his lips, excitement filling his eyes within. He was different from the group of Tenryu who had come for the hunt. What honors, what rewards. He didn't care about any of it. He cared about being able to have a figure fall in front of him. If it was this group of pirates whose strength far exceeded that of the slaves that fell in front of them, I'm sure it would be more fulfilling. Garen Saint thought excitedly. Soon, however, a figure stood in front of a group of Knights of God. The visitor was none other than Whitebeard of the Locust Pirates. Whitebeard stood in front of several people with a clump of cloud cutters in his hands, without any other expression on his face. He looked at the several people and spoke faintly. This is a duel between two captains, and no one else should be allowed to just interrupt it. Garen Saint looked up at the tall figure of Whitebeard, and the excitement on his face increased. A flash of surprise flashed under Charlotte Lingling's eyes in the distance. The Locust Pirates aren't as united as the outside world sees them. Whitebeard, in particular, is usually resistant to being thought of as one of Lox's men. I didn't realize that he would be the first one to come forward now. Charlotte Ling teased. Hey, Whitebeard, I didn't realize you were so loyal. Whitebeard didn't return his head and spoke in a deep voice. Even if I'm not a member of the Locust Pirates, the duel between the two of them shouldn't be disturbed. Fairness, but something that overrides winning and losing. Charlotte Lingling let out a loud laugh, and then in a few steps she walked over to Whitebeard and stood side by side with him. Your words really have a correctness to them that one cannot oppose. Fairness is something that should override winning and losing. As Charlotte Ling stepped forward, the remaining few members of the Locust Pirates also came to the Knights of God in droves. The Golden Lion was smiling. Though fairness and winning don't mean much to me, but we're pirates. There is no reason at all to strike in the face of you Skrulls. Kaido was silent with his massive wolfsbane on his shoulder. When he was younger, he obviously didn't have that much to say. Garen Saint's fingers rested on the longsword at his waist. The tone was excited and low. The monsters of the Locust Pirates. What a thrill! Chapter 106, Muddy Waters. In the next second, the longsword at Garen Saint's waist was violently sheathed. On the blade of the sword, it even carried the blood of the group of slaves that had just been slaughtered. Bang! The great battle begins again. Several crew members under the banner of the Locust Pirates take on several Skrulls Knights of God. And in the distance, Roger and Rox, fighting again. On both battlefields, the clashing sounds of weapons resounded continuously. The powerful aftermath of the battle left the Navy, which was already in the background, dead and wounded once again. Luke, who was sitting high above the mountain, smacked his lips slightly. In his opinion, the members of this group of Knights of God, with the exception of Garen Saint, whose strength was probably on the same level as Whitebeard's few, the remaining few members of the Knights of God were probably no match at all. And Roger and Rox, on the other battlefield, didn't have to look at all. Though it's not clear how much battle power Cap actually possesses in this current period. But even if he and Roger teamed up and tried to kill Rox, Luke felt a little hungover as well. But the stronger Rox is, the more excited Luke gets. His target, after all, was none other than Rox's light mass. Just get his light mass and go back to the future. Then his really could do whatever he wanted. The whole world could make him feel even a hint of threat. It would just be that monster him. At this point in the center of the island, several Skrulls were escorted back to the plaza. Discontent was revealed on the faces of every Skrull. It was originally a happy hunting game, but because of the appearance of that group of pirates, it was completely messed up. The group of Navy men stationed on the beach were also a huge disappointment to them. So many people, and they couldn't even stop a group of pirates. The entire island of God's Valley was now filled with pirates. The Saint of Satan sat quietly on the highest dais with his scepter propped up in his hand. A Skrull cursed and found a chair to sit on, grumbling loudly. The hunting game is being exciting. And that group of pirates that showed up on the island was just a minor blip. Why be so serious as to stop the hunting game? Another Skrull on the sidelines chimed in. Yes, since that group of pirates are looking for death, it would be better to use them together as prey for the hunting game. The upper satanic saint did not speak. On the other hand, one of the Sky Dragon Man elders who had been discussing a plan with him at the beginning of the day had a gloomy expression on his face at this moment. You know, how many people just died at the hands of that group of pirates? Hearing his words, a look of surprise appeared on the faces of the several Tianlong people below. Someone was killed by those pirates? The old Skylander man high above nodded somberly. In the next moment, one of the Tenryu people suddenly slammed the glass of wine handed to him by one of his men on the side onto the ground. Damn those dirty and stupid pirates for daring to strike at us. The old Sky Ranger man high above closed his eyes and took a deep breath before opening his eyes after a while. No matter what, no one else can die in this hunting game. That's why I had all of you sent here to the square, so that the hunting game can continue after that group of pirates is taken care of. As soon as he finished his words, suddenly a member of the Knights of God came over from the periphery of the square. He came to a high point and bent down slightly. Divries St. is on the west side of the island, dead at the hands of a group of pirates. Hearing the words of this member of the Knights of God, the cloudy eyes of the old Sky Dragon man were filled with anger within them. This hunting game, which was supposed to be all about the scrolls slaughtering to their heart's content, seems to be getting slightly out of hand now. He said in a hushed voice, "What about Garin St. and the others?" The Knights of God member bowed his head. Over by the coastline, fighting a few of the main men of the Rocks pirates. The cloudy eyes of the Sky Dragon man old man looked towards the Sartan Saint, who had kept his eyes closed. Satan Saint seemed to feel something and finally opened his eyes slowly. After letting out a long breath, he opened his mouth. "I'll check it out." After saying that, Satan Saint's gigantic figure suddenly turned into a burning black flame and disappeared in place. Just a short distance away from the plaza, behind a thick clump of thorns, a few tiny figures were hiding behind. Ivankov's eyes looked over the square through the cracks in the thorns. His brows knitted together when he saw the densely packed navy and Skrulls. I had anticipated that the security on this side of the square would be tight, but I still didn't expect it to be this tight. Not to mention the group of navy, but the few members of the Knights of God that were mixed in the crowd. It's definitely not something they can deal with either. Ivankov's eyes went to the raised platform high above the square, where the 6 crates, glistening in the sun. What was in there was their hope for life. Ginny's quirky gaze on the side also looked at the box on the high platform. After surveying the area for a moment, she came to the same conclusion as Ivankov. With just a few of them, they wanted to get those boxes in front of so many people. It's a fool's errand. So after surveying the situation for a moment, Ginny spoke up. "What now?" Ivankov let out a long sigh and spoke in a small voice. "It will have to wait." "Ginny, wait for what?" Ivankov looked back to the rear of the island, where the constant sounds of fighting were coming from. It could be pirates and slaves, or it could be pirates and Skrulls. Strangely enough, when that group of slaves faced the Skrulls, they didn't have the courage to fight back, despite their own worn-out mouths. But in the face of that group of pirates, everyone had the courage to fight back. What a bunch of ES. Ivankov cursed inwardly before speaking to Ginny. That group of pirates that landed on the island seemed to be aiming for those treasure chests here as well. We just need to wait for the group of pirates to come. As long as they stir up the scene, we can take advantage of the situation then. Ginny's face still had an uneasy look on it. There are indeed many pirates who have climbed onto the island of Kanugu, but they were all a bunch of shrimp and crab soldiers, and the real main force was all dragged along the beach. Even if the group of pirates who landed on the island did come to the square, but with so many navies and those few Knights of God members here, I'm afraid that group of pirates haven't muddied the waters here yet. It would have been killed on the spot, right? Ginny thought darkly, but for the moment, there really wasn't anything they could do but wait. So 3 tiny figures, hiding behind a thorn bush, surreptitiously surveyed the situation on the other side of the square. During that time, a steady stream of Skylanders were being escorted to the plaza by the navy, and the navy around the plaza is growing. Ginny's eyes were getting dimmer too. The more navy there is here, it also proves that it's safer. Then the chances of their plan to grab the treasures inside the treasure chest coming to fruition would be even slimmer. Finally, and I don't know how long, suddenly a shout rang out from the woods on the left side of the square. A woefully out-of-shape Skylander, chased by a group of pirates, fled to the plaza here. Chapter 107, The Hero's Appearance. This movement caught the attention of everyone in the square. The weapons in the hands of countless navies turned in unison towards the group of pirates that had suddenly appeared. The leader of the pirates was a tall man over 3 meters tall. In his hand he held a large, serrated sword. 1 second, a group of them were chasing down the Skrulls in front of them. The next moment, however, it was in front of the square. The leader of the pirates spat hard towards the ground, cursing, "Mother asterisk 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 her, it's an ambush." And the Skylanders, who had been chased by them and appeared to be in a sorry state, realized at that moment that they were finally safe. And so the Skrull got up from the ground. His face changed from panic to extreme anger. "You stupid pigs with dirty blood flowing within your group. How dare you try to make a move against the honorable Tenryu? You guys really deserve to die. Really damned." With that, he turned his head and cursed at the navy behind him. "What are you fools waiting for?" A group of navy men with weapons raised, as if in a dream, at the group of pirates. They pulled the triggers in their hands. Bang, bang, bang. Countless gunshots rang out, and the figures of several pirates instantly fell to the ground. The remaining pirates, on the other hand, yelled, "Run!" They then fled the scene in the form of birds and animals, eyes on the murderer who had chased him all the way and even nearly killed him. Surprisingly, he escaped. The Skrull who had come back from the dead instantly hissed and yelled, "Waste! Rubbish, the Navy is full of crap, the defenses on the beach are in shambles, and now you've managed to let the pirates escape right in front of you. When this is all over, I'm going to kill you all. I'm going to kill you loser navies. A few of the surrounding Skrulls, also wearing glass shields, stepped forward and tried to calm him down, but the more he cursed, the more agitated he became. After all, being the usual high and mighty Tenryu man, when had he ever been in such a sorry state? And it was also forced to such a point by a group of dirty pirates. The anger in his heart was simply hard to quell. Suddenly, the Skrull snatched the gun out of a Navy man's hand and pulled the trigger on one. His face was nothing but a look of rage to the point of insanity, and his mouth roared, "Since we can't catch the murderer, you'll all die for him." Bang! After the shots were fired, a Navy man fell in a pool of blood. The rest of the surrounding celestial dragons wanted to stop them, but who knew that the old celestial dragon man on the high ground would stand up at that moment? The face grimaced. Let him vent his anger. It was a good thing that the Navy's guns were flintlocks, which could only fire one bullet at a time. Otherwise, there's bound to be a few more Navy corpses here today. As far as they were concerned, the Navy was a bunch of traitors held captive by the Skrulls and the world government. Killing a few of them would be nothing at all. The rest of the Navy around them all had their heads down at this point. A strange atmosphere slowly spread through the Navy. No one noticed that a young Navy man, in the midst of the many Navy men, was holding a weapon in his hand at that moment, slightly lowering his head. His body trembled uncontrollably. Only a short while ago, he had witnessed, with his own eyes, his own brother who had joined the Navy with him, murdered in front of his own face because of the wrath of the Skrulls. Now, he saw that his comrade, who was a fellow soldier, was just casually shot again by the Skrulls, and the old man of the celestial dragons above him even said something like that. Let him vent his anger. Were their Navy lives to be thrown away for this ridiculous reason? When he and his brother first joined the Navy, they had extremely high ideals in mind. Now instead of dying against the pirates, they were actually killed by the Skrulls they were protecting. The young Navy was getting confused. Just then, the periphery of the square, a group of pirates who had rushed in all lurked silently in the bushes. The big man who was 3 meters tall and held a sawtooth longsword in his hand. His eyes looked dead on in the direction of the square. He was accompanied by several pirates who also looked like small chiefs. Well, should we attack now? There was a small pirate leader looking at the 6 chests in the square with burning eyes. The big man holding the serrated longsword shook his head slightly, though the awesome Knights of God members, including the old man who seemed awesome in his suit, all left. But there are still quite a few Navy and a few Knights of God members in the square right now. We're no match for this number of people. A small hooded leader licked his lips. It's not like our goal is to kill them all. That couple of treasure chests up there is everyone's ultimate goal. Just cause a commotion and then take advantage of the chaos to grab those treasure chests. The big man with the serrated sword in his hand looked around. At this time, a group of pirates had already gathered behind them in considerable numbers. The big man shook his head slightly. Wait a little longer. On the battlefield by the sea, the situation was quickly divided. A few members of the Knights of God were no match for a few of Whitebeard's men. Except for Garen Saint, who was still struggling to hold on, the rest were all knocked to the ground. The one who fought Garen St. was Whitebeard. As they continued to go through the motions, a hint of surprise flooded the hearts of both men. None of them had expected the other party to be so strong. The remaining few had already finished their opponents and looked at the white-bearded duo who were exchanging blows. Charlotte Lingling covered her mouth and laughed. Hey, Whitebeard, are you letting off steam? Why don't you hurry up and settle the fight? Whitebeard gritted his teeth and didn't speak. On the side, the Golden Lion Sky also laughed a few times. Whitebeard, show your strength. Don't let anyone underestimate you. Several people watched the exchange between Whitebeard and Garen Saint with interest. On the other side of the battlefield, at this point, Roger was bruised and battered. His clothes were covered in dust and blood, but despite being knocked down by rocks over and over again, Roger would always get back up again. And Riley's face was full of pity as he looked at the injuries on his captain. Several times he tried to step in and help Roger, but they were all stopped. This is my fight, Roger yelled at him. Watching Roger get knocked down once more, it seemed as if he didn't even have the strength to get back up again. There wasn't a single scratch on his body. Not even his clothes were too disheveled for locusts. Smiling broadly at Roger, he opened his mouth. Kid, with the current you're still not my match at all. Roger gritted his teeth and rose from the dust again. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, suddenly in the distance, on the sea, a huge warship came towards here in a hurry. The ship hasn't arrived yet. A huge cannonball then took the lead and slammed towards rocks. Bang! Facing the smashing shells, Locks casually swung away. The shells were then sent flying, and a voice came from that warship. Roger, what a disappointment. It seems to be a complete match for rocks. Listening to the voice, Roger tilted his head, whispered, Carp, Chapter 108, The Five Elder Stars. The huge naval vessel, slammed down the sea and onto the beach. The violent shockwave raised a cloud of dust. A group of Navy, leaping from a warship, and at the head of the group was none other than Carp, who was known as the hero of the Navy. Although he was currently only in the position of Lieutenant General, no one would underestimate him. The Navy that had already been heavily killed and wounded, with nothing but despair in their eyes. At the sight of Carp's figure, the bleak eyes instantly showed hope. It's Carp! It's Lieutenant General Carp! Countless navies cheered loudly. Carp, on the other hand, rubbed his shoulder, then slowly rolled up his sleeve, came to Rox and Roger. Roger looked at Carp with a slightly mixed expression. He seems to have been entangled with Carp, a Navy man, since he became a pirate himself. To say that he was his lifelong enemy would not be an exaggeration. It didn't seem like much of a surprise to run into him here today. Carp grinned, his eyes looking up and down at the bruised and battered Roger. With that, he laughed out loud. There's a real shame in that, Roger. Thanks to you claiming why you want to be the man of the Pirate King. I wish I could bring a mirror to show the cow how miserable you look now. Roger grunted softly and twisted his head. It did embarrass him to be so humiliated in front of Carp. Rox spoke up at that moment. Hey, don't greet each other like that like nobody's business. We're in the middle of a fight. His eyes then went to Carp, a grim smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Navy hero, you're here to save the island, aren't you? Carp's gaze looked into the depths of the island with a slightly complicated expression. It doesn't seem to be my duty to save the island. Whirling around, his gaze went back to Rox. But now that it's here, it must be stopped. After all, I'm the Navy, and you're the most notorious pirate on this great sea. Locust smiled and nodded. One person against the two of you is not a problem. A hint of anger appeared on Roger's face as he glared at Carp. Hey, you nasty piece of, who needs your help? Carp clenched his fists. Who says I'm doing you a favor? I'm just doing what a Navy man is supposed to do. Don't think you're going to get away with it today. When I clean him up, you're next. Roger gritted his teeth. Who do you think you are? Trying to clean me up? When I finish him off, you'll be under my thumb as well. Carp didn't say anything, just watched as Rox rubbed his fist. For his part, Lox was all open grins. If you want to join forces, just do it. Why do you need so many grandiose reasons? As if the two of you will absolutely win if you join forces. Poof. Carp grunted softly, his fist wrapped in black hegemony. His figure leaped up high, and at this time he was at the peak of his youthfulness. His strength and all aspects of his body were all at their peak. His fist was like a cannonball, and he slammed it hard towards Lox's head. Locust grunted as dark purple lightning wrapped around his hands once more. His right hand in Carp's black iron fist clashed hard, feeling the intense aftermath of the battle. Roger's face also surged with an exuberant battle spirit. He yelled at Carp. I really didn't expect that after a long time of not seeing you. You brat seems to have gotten even stronger. Carp laughed out loud. When I've finished with him, I'll let you feel my fists, just how much stronger they are. Rox knocked Cap back with a punch, and suddenly one hand was grabbing towards Roger. Kid, said I'd beat you both alone, so don't even think about watching the show. Asshole, Roger exclaimed. In an instant, the figures of Carp and Roger were all swept into the fray by Rox. A battle that was far more intense than just a moment ago erupted at this point, and with Carp and his squad showing up, the Navy, which was still chipper, as if they had been injected with stimulants, they all took up their weapons again. The Golden Lion looked at the group of once again invigorated Navy. Why is it suddenly inexplicably hot? Kaido stepped forward, but even with all the hope in their hearts, they are just a bunch of pawns. With that, Kaido's figure rushed into the Navy. Countless minions flew up as he swung his wolfsbane. Charlotte Lingling facepalmed. This little group of soldiers, it's not enough for us to make a move. By the way, where are our men? At that the Golden Lion looked around. The pirates who had originally rushed to the island with them had almost all disappeared. He let out a soft chuckle. It seems like that group of people are all rushing towards the treasures on the island. Charlotte Lingling's face stared. Did the old lady become a gun for that crowd? The Golden Lion, however, smiled without a care in the world. Even if they find the treasure, so what? With them, they won't be able to get it at all. Charlotte Lingling then hummed softly. The Golden Lion was right. With that group of people, even if they found the treasure, it was simply impossible to get their hands on it. Just then, a huge shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of the several people. The Golden Lion several people all stared with a blank expression. The shadow that appeared out of nowhere suddenly twisted violently and transformed into a rising black flame. A tall figure slowly emerged from within the flames. Satan Saint's hand was leaning on his crutch, and his gaze looked towards the Golden Lion several people. That appearance was like a god scrutinizing a group of mole crickets. Riley, who had not made a move all this time, looked at the figure of Satan Saint and was suddenly like an enemy. It's Satan Saint of the Five Elders. Hearing Riley shout, Satan Saint twisted his head to look at him. One finger gently nudged towards Riley while muttering under his breath. How dare you call me by my name? Damn it! A dark, slimy liquid shot out from Satan Saint's fingertips, heading straight towards Riley. Riley rolled over and dodged in a hurry as the puddle of ebony liquid hit the ground. A sound as if ice was being melted came. At the same time a black smoke rose from the ground. Apparently, the black substance in that mess was filled with a highly toxic substance. Charlotte Lingling and the Golden Lion. All of them looked at Satan Saint with a grave expression. In his heart, he had predicted that he was bound to meet tricky opponents on the Valley of the Gods today. But I didn't expect that the 5 Elder Stars, who were the most mysterious at the highest level of the world government, would show up today. And Garen Saint, who had been fighting with Whitebeard for a long time, saw Satan Saint appear at this time. There was also a slight sigh of relief. It was indeed a bit of a struggle to deal with this group of guys if they were just by themselves. However, no one expected that a huge storm was brewing in the center of the small island of God's Valley, the periphery of the square in the center of the Valley of the Gods. A large group of pirates had gathered in the dense underbrush. At the very front, there was still the big man with a sawtooth longsword in his hand. His gaze looked behind him to the densely packed pirate figures, and he slowly squeezed the hilt of his sword in his hand. Now the time has come. It was time to take a shot at the group of Skrulls in the square. Chapter 109, Naval Traders. In the center of the plaza, countless celestial dragons gathered, though most of the faces were tinged with displeasure and anger. But it's done, and they don't have much other choice. But in their opinion, that group of pirates were still a bunch of clowns who couldn't make any waves. Soon everything will be sorted out. And all around, the Navy was in an inexplicable mood. Just now, in front of everyone's eyes, that Skrull shot a Navy man with a gun. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a sound of trees rubbing together rang out. One of the Navies on alert looked up in the direction the voice had come from. Before he could see it, a cold light sliced through his eyes. He tried to open his mouth to yell, but all that came out of his throat was a raggedy sound. Put! The naval figure fell, and a naval officer on the sidelines sensed the abnormality and was just about to step forward. Suddenly a few figures emerged from the bushes. Looking at the figures, the Navy snapped up the weapons in their hands. Yelled, "There are pirates!" Bang! The gunshot came, and the Navy man who had called out fell instantly in a pool of blood. The commotion over here naturally attracted the attention of the others. All the navies present were on alert in an instant. However, countless rustling sounds came from all sides of the square. A pirate's figure jumped out from within the bushes. In a matter of moments, the entire square was surrounded by pirates. The celestial dragons, surrounded by the Navy, saw that this group of pirates dared to jump out so blatantly. The anger that had just been extinguished on his face was instantly rekindled. A Skrull raised the weapon in his hand. These stupid and dirty pirates, how dare they jump out of their own accord? Kill them for me! This order of his was evidently addressed to the Navy. The pirates that surrounded the entire square all had sinister smiles on their faces. It was still the same big man with the sawtooth longsword in his hand, who raised the weapon in his hand high and shouted at all the pirates, "Brothers, it's time to hunt these fools who think they're nobles. Kill!" With the big man's yell, excitement surged on the faces of all the pirates on the scene. This group of normally high and mighty skylarks had become their prey at this point. A shout of excitement emanated from the mouths of the pirates. Everyone raised their weapons and instantly killed the square, fighting with the Navy in charge of the defense. And the old Skylander man on the high ground stood up at that moment. He shouted to the Skrulls below, "All Skrulls fall back. The Navy is in charge of defense." Some of the Skrulls heard the old man's order and leaned towards the high part of the square. And there were a few arrogant-eyed Skrulls who raised their weapons in their hands at that moment. "You sewer rats!" With that, he pulled the trigger. The Navy and pirates were fighting each other when the gunshot rang through, but it hit a Navy's shoulder impartially. The crowd was chaotic though, and most people didn't notice the incident. But a Navy man with a green pheasant face took it all in stride. The anger in his eyes violently engulfed reason for a moment. In the midst of the fighting crowd, the Marine raised his lance. Through the crowd, aiming at the Skrulls in the center of the square. "Go to hell!" the Marine roared, his finger pulling the trigger. Bang! There was a loud ringing sound, and the next moment the sound of a glass hood shattering came. The entire head of that Tianlong man, who had been flaunting his strength just a moment ago, instantly exploded. Scarlet blood stained the broken glass cover red. The death of that Skrull caused a commotion in the center of the square. Who fired the shot? Save him! All Tenryo people retreat towards the center of the square. You bunch of loser navies, to have a pirate commit murder in front of you. With the death of that celestial dragon man, the entire plaza final was suddenly in chaos. The old Tianlongman standing on the high ground, on the other hand, was screaming at the top of his voice, "Where are the Knights of God?" All Tenryo people converged towards the center of the Plaza of the One, this time in the Valley of the Gods, except for the group of celestial dragons who came to participate in the hunt. There were also quite a few family members of the Skylanders who had come to visit. That group of Skrulls, they didn't have any fighting ability at all. Surrounded by this group of pirates at this moment, it was like a lamb to the slaughter. The Navy man who had killed a Tenryou man with a single shot was trembling at that moment. With trembling hands, he once again added ammunition to his lance. When he had changed his ammunition, he raised his lance once more. At this time, there was no longer any fear in his heart. Instead, it was filled with excitement and thrill. Having killed the Skrulls themselves, it turns out that the Skrulls are nothing special at all. When a shot hits, their heads explode just like a normal person's. This time, his gun was instead aimed at the old Skrull man high above. Bang! The gunshot came again. The old Tenryou man who stood high above the scene and was commanding the scene a second ago. Suddenly a flower of blood bloomed on his shoulder. The old man's hand injury sparked an even stronger commotion within the crowd. And just then, a Skrull pointed into the crowd and shouted, "It's the Navy!" It was the Navy that fired the shot. The young Navy man who had fired the shot was recognized by the Skrulls from the crowd. On his face, instead, a small smile appeared. Without hesitation, he once again filled his weapon with ammunition. The Skrull, who had noticed him shooting, was pointing at him and yelling over and over again, "It was that damn Navy guy who fired the shot. He's a murderer." As he yelled, the Marine had filled his ammunition again. He raised his lance, this time aiming at the very same Tenryou who had pointed and yelled at him. But just as he was about to shoot, a Skrull beat him to it. Bang! The gun went off and the Marine fell in a pool of blood. And a portion of the unknown Navy only saw that at this time, the Skrulls actually shot one of their comrades. The Skrull, who had caught out the Navy traitor, also raised his pistol at that moment, pulled the trigger on the Navy, all the while cursing under his breath, "UING guys, I'll kill you all." In this instant, the situation of the battlefield was instantly chaotic. Originally all the Navy was fighting the frontal pirates, but the Skrulls, who were being protected by them, were shooting towards them from behind. And just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "The Skrulls are killing the Navy." That yell, along with a portion of the people who had just seen the Skrulls shoot the Navy, all of a sudden the Navy side of the formation was in chaos, and there is a section of people who saw the whole thing and are desperately yelling to try to explain it. But in such a chaotic situation, not many people even listened to the explanation. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots rang out. A few more of the Sky Rangers in the center of the square fell. At this point the Tenryou people don't believe anyone anymore, and the pirate navy seems to have become murderers who want to kill them. A few of the Skrulls raised their weapons directly toward the navy and began to return fire. The battle at the scene was a complete mess. Chapter 110 Pandemonium. Countless gunshots rang out across the square. The sounds of fighting and killing, and the painful wails of the injured falling to the ground, immediately spread throughout the entire square. The Sky Dragon Man old man on the high ground was covering his shoulder at this moment, his face pale. The chaos below was caught in his eye. Out of big trouble. That was the only thought left in his mind. A large number of Tenryou people had gathered in the square, and by now, many had already fallen in a pool of blood. It was supposed to be just a hunting game for fun. No one expected it to turn out like this today. Obviously, everything is out of control. With great difficulty, the old man took out his phone bug and dialed, speaking weakly into the phone bug. "There's a disturbance on this side of the square. Everything's out of control." These words seemed to have exhausted all the old man's strength. When he finished speaking, his palms loosened in disheveled strength. By the sea, the great battle continues. Garen Shang, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, suddenly heard the voice of a telephone bug. Barely out of the fray, he pulled out his phone bug, and all that came out of it was a weak voice. "There's a disturbance on this side of the square. Everything's out of control." One could hear the sound of gunfire and fighting still coming from that side. Before Garen Saint could say anything, there was no movement on the phone bug side. An unpleasant premonition surged through Garen Shang's mind. He turned to the crowd of Knights of God who were fighting and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, there's a disturbance over in the plaza. Get back to defense." After saying these words, Garen Shang disengaged from the battlefield regardless and rushed towards the center of the square. There in the plaza, a large number of Tenryou people had gathered. Of course, the life and death of those people Garen Shang could care less. But your own children, too, are over in the square. With Garen St. retreating, the members of the Knights of God who were fighting with Whitebeard and the others, and all stopped fighting. All of them desperately broke away from the battlefield after striking with all their might. Following closely behind Garen Shang's back, they all headed over towards the square. Only members of Satan Saint and Carp's special squad were left on the scene. Without the help of the Knights of God, the group was quickly showing defeat. After resolving the people in front of them, Whitebeard's men looked curiously at the Garen Sage men who had hastily retreated. Charlotte Lingling smiled playfully. "Seems like there's trouble at their home base." The Golden Lion stroked his hair. "I think it's because our people have already killed over there, but it's a real underestimation of that group of pirates to make them so nervous." Charlotte Lingling suddenly changed her face. In that case, isn't it possible for the treasure to be won by him as well? The white-bearded men all tightened their faces at the words. Charlotte Lingling took the lead and immediately headed towards the center of the island as well. And Sky the Golden Lion was a close second. Kaido hesitated slightly, glancing at the battle between several of the rocks in the distance, and then followed suit. It's better to get the treasure first and then come back to support the captain. Kaido thought so. Over there on the battlefield, Rox is alone against Roger and Cap. There was no appearance of defeat at all, and it even got stronger and stronger. But Satan Saint, who was sitting on the sidelines, always swept his eyes over Lox's body, a look of being ready to step in and help. Luke, who was watching the battle from high above, hissed and sucked in a breath from his mouth as he looked at Locus, who was like a god of war on the battlefield. Locus was simply more powerful than he had expected. The yelling of Garen Saint over there was obviously heard by the few carp people who were in the middle of the battle. The first one to have a reaction was none other than Satan Saint, his brow furrowed. After glancing at the battlefield, he then violently turned into black flames and disappeared. Carp and Roger, who had gone all out on Rox for I don't know how many times. However, they still didn't expect that Locus would be powerful to such an extent. After the full force of the move, the three men were suddenly separated. The three figures all gasped for air. It was a battle that seemed like it couldn't be divided into winners and losers at all. Most of the figures on the seashore had been heading towards the center of the island. Lox couldn't help but curse as he watched his men unexpectedly all abandon him. What a heartless fellow to leave his captain like that. Roger wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced toward the center of the island there. Carp, on the other hand, gasped and rubbed his wrists. That's a tough one. Roxas gave a light chuckle at Carp and Roger. With just the two of you, you're not even close to defeating me. But right now I have more important things to do. I'll play with you guys after we settle everything. After saying that, Rox's figure swept towards the depths of the island in the same manner. Carp and Roger looked at each other and rushed to follow. Just now, look at Garen Saint's flustered look. Apparently there was a huge turn of events there in the center of the island. In just an instant, the few figures on the beach disappeared into thin air. Luke, who was watching the battle from high above, naturally headed towards the center of the island along with everyone else. His figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, his speed far exceeding everyone else's. Carp and Roger, who were speeding along, seemed to feel something. Suddenly and simultaneously, they looked up into the sky. The afterglow caught it just in time as a bolt of lightning cut through the sky. Roger's powerful seeing colors caught a hint of Luke's scent. In a hushed voice, seems like a scary guy. Carp's face was equally grave. Who is it? With only a brief hesitation, the two immediately headed towards the center of the island once again. The Valley of the Gods seemed to be exceptionally lively today. In addition to these powerful guys that have already shown up, there seems to be an even trickier guy that's been hiding in the shadows. The square in the center of the island in the Valley of the Gods. The scene was already a picture of hell on earth. Countless corpses lay on the ground, not the least of which was the Skrulls. At this time, the three parties that were battling each other were in complete chaos. The pirates strike out at the Navy and the Skrulls, and while the Navy is fighting the pirates, they are also keeping a close watch on the Skrulls. And the Skrulls, at this point, don't trust anyone anymore. The pirates wanted them dead, and the Navy even took a shot at them. The surviving Skrulls looked at everyone warily. As long as someone was near, whether it was a pirate or a Navy, they would all strike without hesitation. Just as the three forces were mingling, no one noticed that three short figures, who were bypassing everyone, were quietly feeling their way towards the highest part of the square. Ivankov's sneaky form was at the forefront. Ginny and Bear, who was carrying Versailles, followed close behind. The yell that had just disturbed the crowd was actually from Ivankov. Only by creating chaos will they have a chance. And at that moment those 6 chests were close at hand. As long as they get the treasure in the chest, they can escape from the island of God's Valley. Today, life is at your fingertips. A few figures climbed down the high platform towards the treasure chest above, and a few of the Knights of God, led by Satan Saint and Garen Saint, finally returned to defense and arrived at the square. Chapter 111, Quelling the Riot. Stop! Garen Saint's shout drew all the attention of the entire square. Garen St. The moment the several celestial dragons saw Garen Saint, it was as if they had seen hope. The square should not have been in such a desperate situation, but where Garen Saint or Satan Saint were present, this small group of pirates couldn't make any waves at all. Garen Shang's figure turned into a stream of light and swept past several pirates. Several muffled sounds of bone and flesh breaking came. Several pirates' heads flew up with bloody splatters. I told everyone to stop. Didn't you hear me? Garen Saint's strike instantly silenced the situation in the square. A pirate who recognized him exclaimed, "It's Garen Saint of the Knights of God. Retreat!" The appearance of Garen Shang also caused an ominous feeling to arise in the hearts of some pirates. The main force, which was supposed to be held at the beach, has returned to defense at this point. What about the main force of the pirates? Have they all been defeated already? The group of pirates yelled and were about to turn and flee into the dense forest. Garen Saint's face was grim as his gaze scanned the square, and there was only one thing he was worried about right now. That is, whether his two sons, or not, are still safe. Soon his eyes caught a figure pushing a stroller in the crowd. The figure apparently saw him as well, and waved a hand at Garen Saint through the chaos. Seeing the man's movement, Garen Shang was relieved. It seems that one's worst fears have not been realized. With a sigh of relief, his gaze went to the group of pirates who had fled. Everyone on my command, launch a counterattack against the pirates. Just as he shouted, suddenly black flames burned on several of the fleeing pirates. The figure of Satan Saint on crutches appeared at the edge of the square. He also saw the remnants of the square. As the nobles of the world, when had the Tianlong people ever suffered such grievous damage? He waved his cane gently. Countless black fire clusters flared up again, and the pirates who were wrapped in flames couldn't even send out a miserable scream. It was reduced to a streak of ashes. Garlene St. also picked up his weapon and unleashed a slaughter on the group of pirates. But at that moment, suddenly several figures rushed into the square from the dense forest. At the head of the group was none other than Charlotte Lingling. A wild ride made her chest majesty rise and fall slightly, but when the eyes looked at the several treasure chests high above the square, they were obviously relieved. Luckily, the most important things didn't come up short. Whirling around and looking at the pursued pirates, Charlotte Lingling exclaimed, "Hey, hey, 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 isn't it too much to take me seriously to do that right in front of me? After all, I'm a pirate too. We're on the same side." Just as she spoke, the figures of Kaido Whitebeard and the Golden Lion both appeared at her side. In the distance, Satan Saint let out a cold snort. "It's just as well that you've caused so much trouble that you'll have to answer for it with your lives." Garen Saint also let out a cold snort. A small hunting game had caused so much trouble. There was no way to explain this matter without killing a few substantial pirates today. Several monsters from the Locust Pirates take on the Knights of God, led by Garen Saint, plus one of the 5 elders, Satan Saint. The great battle that kicked off, high above the square. Ivankov carefully hid his form in a shadow, eyes on the prize. "I didn't expect that the guys from the Garlinese and Rocks Pirates would all come back to kill." As for the guys from the Locust Pirates, their purpose was obviously these treasure chests as well. It's too dangerous to do it now. It's better to wait for them to fight for a while. It's safest to wait until everyone's attention is off the place. In the dense forest of the small island of the Valley of the Gods, Roger and Carp, who were still running rapidly, all stopped, their eyes looking ahead. There, Lox's figure blocked in front of a man. The man who was stopped by rocks didn't look too big. The entire head was covered by a hoodie, as if afraid that someone would see his face. One of the man's large hands tugged at the hood of his hoodie. The 5 features were tightly covered. Rocks looked at the man. "Who the hell is your excellency? But I have sensed that from the very beginning of the great battle. Your excellency has been hiding on the sidelines to watch the battle." The person who was stopped was, naturally, Luke. He reached up and tugged his hat down again. He had planned to sit back and watch the tigers fight and not get involved in anything. Surprisingly, at this point, he was stopped by rocks on his own accord. This was the situation he was most worried about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to come to the Valley of the Gods only after he was strong enough. There's the rule of not being able to change the rules of karma to face this group. Trying to get out of it effortlessly is also a difficult task. Luke rasped, "Who I am doesn't mean anything even if you know. I just want to see a good show and don't want to get involved in anything." Rocks grinned. "My show is not for anyone who wants to see it." As he spoke, dark red lightning was wrapped around his palm. Apparently, he wants to make a move on Luke. A mysterious and powerful guy who suddenly appeared naturally aroused his curiosity. Luke shook his head somewhat helplessly. A long sigh. "Does it have to be?" Boom! As soon as Luke's words were out of his mouth, Rox's form disappeared into thin air. The powerful force caused a deep pit to appear on the ground with cracks spreading out. The palm wrapped in dark red lightning fiercely slapped towards Luke. Luke's form blurred and was actually faster. Dodging a strike from Rox, his figure appeared behind Rox. "Trust me, if I wanted to do something, there's no one on this island that could stop me at the moment." A wave of shock welled up in the depths of Lox's eyes. What speed! Luke was so fast that he couldn't even lock onto him himself. As he said, by virtue of being so fast alone, with all the people currently on the island, there is simply no one who can stop him from doing anything. But the more he did, the more curious Locus became. Which power is such a powerful one? Pirates? The Navy? Or the world government? Roger and Carp, who were in the back, also had faces full of surprise at this time. Having just crossed paths with Locus, they naturally understood how powerful Locus was. But that person was able to dodge Rox's attack so easily in the face of it. And the speed of that man, it was like a monster. Could it be a devil fruit ability? Soon both men dismissed the idea in their minds at the same time. When that person dodged just now, there wasn't any devil fruit fluctuation at all. In other words, he had achieved such speed purely by virtue of his physical strength. Mere physical strength? Does such a horrible monster exist in this world? Chapter 112 Sky People preparing to retreat. Luke, who had dodged Rox's blow, landed lightly on a tree to the side. The hat still steadily obscured his features. Like I said, I have no interest in your war. I just want to see a good show. Hearing Luke's words, a flash of excitement suddenly surged within Rox's eyes. Luke, who seemed to be aware of this, was very helpless at this point. He didn't want to mess with anyone, but now it was as if Rox had been aroused by his own desire to fight. Sure enough, the next moment Rox looked up. He looked at Luke with a hint of excitement within his eyes in addition to the desire to lead his team in battle. Just now he was alone against both Roger and Cap, though the fight was hard, but for Rox, that wasn't even a good fight. At this moment, this powerful mysterious person gave him a feeling of equal power and greatness. Such an opponent completely aroused his desire to fight. That red lightning on Rox's hand surged, and the next moment it actually enveloped his entire body. Don't know who you are, but my gut tells me, you're a tough opponent. What a thrill, Locus muttered. In the next second, his figure transformed into a residual shadow, and his hands carried a terrifying forceful aura, coming at Luke. At this point Luke was even more helpless. It seemed the less he wanted to invite trouble, the more trouble will come to you. There was no way around it. If he didn't show some strength today, Locus would never give up. So Luke slowly raised his right fist, murmured softly to the speeding Locus. Hegemony. The fists of the two men all carried terrifying power chi. The two collided, and the violent aftershocks of the collision scattered out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the trees and shrubs were all reduced to pieces. Even the two Rogers in the distance raised their arms to shield their eyes. The aftershocks of the collision even blew the two of them away from opening their eyes. It was a long time before the horrifying collision ended, and what had been surrounded by dense jungle became a flatland. A huge flat circle appeared around Luke and Rox. Locus had returned to his original position, though there was little expression on his face, but his heart was secretly surprised. He could sense that his opponent was clearly holding back. Otherwise, one would never have ended up with nothing more than a numb hand now. And looking at the opponent's appearance, there was no change at all after the horrifying counterattack. Even the hood of his hoodie remained tightly covering his face. Who is this mysterious person? Is there such a powerful being in this world? A myriad of questions flooded Lox's mind. Luke, on the other hand, remained still. The original sky-high tree under their feet had been reduced to countless fragments in the battle between the two of them. I told you, I don't want to be involved in any of your business. Luke's eyes suddenly looked deeper into the island. There, countless sounds of killing were being heard. Luke continued, for what you should be more concerned about right now than me, should probably be over there. At those words, Rox's gaze went deeper into the island. That's right, this time he came out with the entire Rox pirates in full force. For more than just coming to reclaim the treasures that were rightfully theirs in the first place. More importantly, there's the scrolls there. Rox took a deep breath and gave Luke a smirk. You're right, but my interest in you is really growing. There was a pause before Lox continued. I'll be sure to uncover your identity when we're done with this place. When he finished speaking, Rox stopped hesitating and gave Luke a deep look before, turning around, he headed over towards the plaza. Seeing Roxas leave, Carp and Roger headed over towards the plaza as well, but in passing Luke, both men stopped and gazed toward Luke. Luke shrugged slightly. You two want to try it too? Carp and Roger looked at each other. Both of them saw the deep scorn in the other's eyes. What Luke is important to them. If it's someone from the Navy or world government side, that's a powerful opponent for Roger in the future. Might be about to add another one to the list, but if he's on the side of the pirates, that's going to be a headache for Carp in the future. And Roger, it won't be much easier. After all, in addition to Locus, there was another such powerful pirate. Roger's goal of becoming the Pirate King just got further and further away. The two didn't say a word. Regardless of Luke's status, the more dominant issue now was the battle on the island. Whether it's a Rox victory or a Skrull's victory today, it's going to have a huge impact on the future. Both men gave Luke an equally deep look. It then turned into two streams of light and chased after Locus. After everyone left, Luke let out a long breath. Without the restriction of rules that can't change cause and effect, he actually didn't suggest a good time with Lox at all. After all, Luke himself wasn't too sure about the current state of his strength. Since crossing over, he's gotten Whitebeard, Roger, and Kaido and Big Mom's light groups. To what extent the strength was strong was not clear to himself. After all, it had been a long time since he had gone all out. Thinking about it, Luke shook his head slightly. Once you get Locus's light mass, come back to the real world again. At that time, it will be time for him to make a good fuss. In the center of the plaza, a few of the Knights of God, plus Lox's men such as Satan Saint and Kaido Whitebeard. It's a big battle going on. However, Satan Saint and Garen Saint's strikes were slightly more intimidating. After all, there were still a lot of celestial dragons around, and there were many of them with low strength or even little combat power. The aftermath of their battle would ripple around if they were not careful. In contrast, a few of the monsters from the Locust Pirates had no qualms about it. The strikes are wide open. Not long into the battle, Satan Saint shouted at Garen Saint, who was also fighting. Garen Saint, things are getting out of hand now. Today it's no longer a simple hunting game or a sneak attack by a pirate. It's a war, a real war. Garen Saint gritted his teeth. Of course he understood. At this point the scene couldn't get any worse. If Rox rushed to the scene, plus Roger, there was no telling how many more of those Skrulls hiding in the distance would die. Garen Saint gritted his teeth and shouted at Satan Saint, "Find a way to retreat." The Sartan Saint, who had already fought for a long time and had manifested his ghostly form, looking back at the group of Skrulls. With that, he exclaimed, "All Skrulls, prepare to retreat. The situation here is completely out of control." A group of celestial dragons heard Satan Saint's words. On some faces were resignation and anger, while others were dismissive, believing that things were nowhere near as bad as they could be. But now that the retreat was underway, part of the group's eyes looked to higher ground, since if you retreat, it's only natural that the treasures should be taken away as well. But just as their gazes looked up high, they suddenly all revealed a flash of shock. Chapter 113, Siege of Locus. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, all that could be seen were three little kids, taking advantage of the melee at the scene, had quietly touched the side of the treasure chest. Even one of them had opened the treasure chest and took out a strangely shaped fruit from it. "It's the slave brats," a Skrull exclaimed, and high above, Ivankov heard the yelling behind him. A cold sweat broke out on his body. The idea was that by taking advantage of the chaos, a few of them would be able to get their hands on the fruit. "But I didn't expect to be found out at the last minute. Take the fruit and run," Ivankov yelled. His hand held a fruit covered in green scales, while Ginny, who was on the side, opened a treasure chest as well. From inside, he took out a devil fruit that looked like a bear's paw. At this point it was realized that the people below had all noticed their movements. Ginny didn't hesitate any longer, and with one hand holding the fruit tightly, her entire body jumped down from the high platform where the treasure chest was placed. Ivankov was close behind. The silent bear, on the other hand, was hugging Versailles. "Run!" There was no time to say anything more, and Ivankov yelled. Clutching the fruit, he ran towards the outskirts of the square. Ginny Bear was a close second. On the other side of the battlefield, Charlotte Lingling saw that the treasure was actually snatched by a few slave brats. There was a sudden burst of anger. "Kid, what a way to die." After cursing, Charlotte Lingling tried to chase after them towards those brats, but at that moment, a member of the Knights of God stepped in front of him. Charlotte Lingling was preoccupied with the treasure that had been snatched by a couple of brats, and eager to catch up, he yelled at Kaido to the side, "Help me stop these nasty guys. I'll go grab the treasure back." Without a word, Kaido stepped in front of Charlotte Lingling. In the entire Locust Pirates, the best relationship with Kaido on weekdays, it's Charlotte Lingling. Charlotte Lingling, who was much older than him, usually took care of Kaido like a full big sister. Maybe in her mind, she really does think of Kaido as a brother. After Kaido blocked that God's Knights member, Charlotte Lingling immediately chased after him in the direction where the Ivankovs had fled. The remaining members of the Locust Pirates, after seeing that the treasures inside the treasure chest were actually stolen by a few brats too, all of them were anxious at once. They were here for the big battle, and the treasure was stolen by a couple of slave brats. That was their treasure and the purpose of their group of pirates coming to the Valley of the Gods. So a group of pirates who were still fighting the Navy and the members of the Knights of God all switched targets. The group of pirates all headed towards the treasure chest high above. The several key members of the Rocks Pirates, led by the Golden Lion, all shifted their gaze to the treasure chest at this time. Their goal, too, seemed to be more inclined to retrieve the treasure first than to fight the Skrulls. Garen Saint gritted his teeth. At this point in time, it doesn't matter that much. The safety of all Skrulls is worth far more than treasure chests. However, right at this moment, there was a sudden loud bang, and a figure, violently leapt out from the periphery, jumped down in the center of the square. The visitor was none other than Locus. Locus, who had come to the center of the square, looked around with his eyes towards the surroundings. Upon seeing the bodies of several Skrulls lying there, excitement flashed within Rox's eyes. Everyone thought that the purpose of their visit was to snatch back the treasures that originally belonged to them. Yet only Rox knew that he was up to more than that. His purpose is to kill the Tianlong people and even overthrow the rule of the world government. The figures of Roger and Carp followed close behind. The gazes of Galen Saint and Satan Saint in the plaza, in full, looked at Locus. This is now the center of the island, surrounded by all the Skrulls. Once Rox launches into madness here, That would definitely cause a large-scale disaster with numerous deaths and injuries for the Skrulls. So Garen St. yelled, "Everyone ignore the side of the treasure chest for now and prepare to siege Locust together." With Garen Saint's loud command, at once all the members of the Knights of God turned their guns around. For a moment, countless figures surrounded Roxas, Garen St., Satan St., Carp, and a host of Knights of God members, surrounding Lox in a circle. Roger's gaze was a bit complicated. The purpose of his coming today was originally to defeat Lox, but the battlefield situation now became a siege. This wasn't the fight he wanted at all. With so many people, even if we win against Rox, what's the point? From a distance, Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, Sky, looked at the surrounded Locust. The Golden Lion yelled at Rox, "Captain, you seem to be in a bit of a bad way." And the surrounded Roxas didn't have any bit of fear on his face at all. Instead, he looked around and then laughed maniacally. It took a long time to stop laughing. Lifting his head slowly, he said, "If we kill you people, then this war will be considered a victory." Carp grunted lightly. What a cocky guy. And Roger, who had been entangled for a while, at that moment silently withdrew from the encirclement. At the end of the day, he's a pirate. Even if how he wants to win against Locust, can't do something like team up with the world government in a cluster ***** either. Leaving the encirclement, he turned his gaze to the treasure chests high above as well. The Golden Lion, several people, too, seemed to have sensed Roger's thoughts, so shouted towards Locust, "Captain, don't worry about settling them. The treasure side, leave it to us." Locust clenched his fists. Everyone else saw that there were countless strong monsters under the banner of his Locust pirates, but who knows? In fact, for him, the captain, the group of monsters under his command didn't have much loyalty to speak of at all. It doesn't matter if it's the Golden Lion or the Whitebeard, or the usual becoming a small group of Charlotte Ray and Kaido. Neither of them have been people for a long time. This look at the scene at this point was kind of expected, but Rox didn't care. Instead, his body was ablaze with fighting spirit. The encounter with Luke just now showed him that the world is full of awesome guys. Dark red lightning wrapped around his entire body, and a vibrating hum came from the air around him. Lox yelled at the number of figures surrounding him. "Come on!" Bang! The first to strike was instead the encircled Locust. At once, a group of people started a battle to surround Locust. Whitebeard, who was on the side, showed a slight bit of worry in the bottom of his eyes. The Golden Lion smiled weakly at him. "Is it worrying about your lord, Captain?" Whitebeard snorted and shook his head. "With this number of people, it's still a bit difficult to kill that guy." The Golden Lion smiled slightly. "So that should be our target." With that, the Golden Lion looked towards the treasure chest in the distance. The figures of several people all headed over towards the treasure chest. Chapter 114, Birth of the Tyrant Bear. 6 treasure chests, minus the 2 taken by Ivankov and the others, and 4 more treasure chests in the field. Though Garen Saint had already given orders for all the celestial dragons to find a way to retreat, but there were still a few Skrulls whose eyes were locked on the treasure chest. It seems that even if you retreat, you absolutely must take the treasure chest with you, and the few Skrulls, already surrounded by pirates, seeing that the Golden Lion several people had come, the faces of those several celestial dragons showed despair for the first time. Maybe there's a chance that ordinary pirates could still maneuver around a bit, but the ones who came now were a few of the backbones of the Locust pirates, not to mention them, even if it was Garlean Saint himself. Not sure we can stop them either. The corners of the Golden Lion's mouth revealed a sinister smile. Then he took the lead and flew in the direction of the treasure chest, and Whitebeard Kaido was close behind. But just as the 3 of them were about to approach the treasure chest, a long sword suddenly blocked the path of the several people. Looking up, he realized it was Roger. After exiting the battlefield besieging Locust, Roger's target naturally aimed for the treasure chest here as well. The Golden Lion looked at Roger and whistled. "So the goal of defeating Rox is going to be abandoned?" Roger hemmed and hawed. "Of course I won't give up, but before that, it's time to do what a pirate should do." With that his eyes went to the treasure chest. Continued, "Like grabbing treasures, that's what pirates are born to do." The Golden Lion rubbed his neck. "Well, let's give it a try." After saying that, Roger and the 3 of them, Kaido, the white-bearded Golden Lion, battled together. The battle at the scene was once again in chaos. A few of the escaped Ivankov brats had fled from the square. The faces of all 3 were filled with excitement. The treasures they wanted had been obtained, and they had found the hope of life. At this moment, the Valley of the Gods was like a hell on earth. There were sounds of killing everywhere, corpses everywhere, and blood stained a large portion of the land. In such a cultivated arena, the 3 of them, brats with no background of strength, were in the presence of so many big shots, stole 2 devil fruits. Such a feat is simply enough to go down in history. Waiting to come to a remote corner, 3 panting figures stopped. Bear was also finally able to put Velsi down in his arms. Ginny looked excitedly at the devil fruit in her hand. This should be the fruit that, when eaten, can transform into the mythical green dragon. Ivankov nodded excitedly, and in his hand was a fruit like a bear's paw. Apparently, this is another meatball fruit that can fly to any safe island after eating it. So, who eats this devil fruit? Ginny's eyes looked at the devil fruit in her hand covered in green scales and opened her mouth to ask. Hearing his words, Ivankov's gaze subconsciously went to Bear. The next moment, Ginny and Ivankov spoke in unison. Let the big bear eat it. Upon hearing the duo's decision, Bear first froze, then immediately waved his hand. With my ability, eating it would only waste such an ability. Ginny gave Bear a helpless blank look and spoke in anger. How come? If we're talking about kindness, you're definitely the most qualified out of the three of us to eat a devil fruit. Ivankov nodded back. That's right, Bear, there's no one better but you, and there's no more time for us to waste here now that the situation is urgent. Bear looked up noisily. Without waiting for him to open his mouth to refuse again, Ginny directly shoved the devil fruit in her hand, which was covered in green scales, into Bear's hand, and opened his mouth to urge. There is no time to hesitate. Have you forgotten our purpose? To free more slaves on the island? Bear looked at the fruit in his hand, then a rare flash of determination flashed within his eyes. Ginny and Ivankov were right. There is no more time for hesitation now. By eating the devil fruit as early as possible, more slaves like them can be saved. So Bear raised his head and gave Ginny and Ivankov a grateful look. Then he said in a deep voice, I will save more people. After saying that, Bear opened his mouth and prepared to bite towards the devil fruit in his hand, but at that moment, suddenly a figure violently rushed out from the side. The fruit in Bear's hand was instantly snatched away from her. The three Ivankovs looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. All of them were flustered. Charlotte Lingling's tall and large figure appeared in front of the trio, the scale-covered devil fruit in her hand. The enchanting face wore a smile. Hey, three brats, something like this is not for you to consume. With that, her gaze went to the other devil fruit in Ivankov's hand. Fade spoke. Such a treasure contains the power to change the world, and it would only be a waste for a brat like you to eat it. The hairs on Ivankov's body stood on end as he was stared at by Charlotte Lingling. Suddenly, he slammed the devil fruit in his hand into Bear's, at the same time anxiously exclaimed, Eat it quickly, that way she won't be able to snatch it. Bear was only slightly stunned, while Charlotte Lingling exclaimed, Don't you dare. In an instant, he was charging towards the big bear, yet it was slow in the end. Frozen for a moment, Bear instantly realized that Ivankov was right. If they didn't eat it now, the three of them simply didn't have the ability to hold on to the fruit. How could he save more slaves like them if he threw away this hard-won way of life? Thus, he opened his mouth wide and bit towards the devil fruit in his hand without hesitation. With one bite, a hard-to-swallow flavor spread through Bear's mouth. Bear fought back the nausea, the knot in his throat welling up. The devil fruit in his mouth didn't even have time to be chewed before he swallowed it in one gulp. The look on Charlotte Lingling's face snapped to fury. Pretty features twisted together as she snarled, Kid, do you realize what kind of stupid thing you've done? After saying that, a terrifying aura emanated from her body like a tidal wave. It surged toward the big bear. However, before the aura on her body could fully explode, suddenly a more powerful aura descended violently. Even the surrounding trees were instantly turned into fragments due to their difficulty in withstanding that terrifying pressure. With that, a black flame appeared in front of several people. The figure of the five elder star, Satan's saint, appeared in front of several people. The battlefield of Locus over there is enough for Karp and Garen Assay to take care of, so the five elder stars came after the stolen treasure. However, didn't expect, this little kid in front of him had already eaten a devil fruit. Satan St. leaned on his crutches and stood in front of the bear. Within his gaze was a contempt as if he was looking at a mole cricket. Looking down on the big bear, the bacchanalian brat, the great bear stood up from the ground with great difficulty, yet the terrifying pressure from the Sartan Saint caused his body to tremble slightly. Chapter 115 I Am Karma. Satan Saint witnessed Bear swallow that devil fruit. The shadow of his massive form enveloped the great bear, and he just towered over him. Under his powerful pressure, the big bear's body still trembled slightly though. The tiny head, however, lifted. Satan Saint looked at Bear for a long time before speaking. Child of the bacchanalian race, you are doomed in this life to be a slave or face death. That fruit, it won't change any of that. History has already decided everything. Don't be naive enough to think you can change anything by swallowing a devil fruit. Bear's chest rose and fell violently, as if locking eyes with Satan Saint had taken a great deal of his strength. It took a few ragged breaths before Bear was finally able to speak with difficulty. Grandpa, do you have a lot of power? Satan Saint's eyes narrowed slightly as he wondered what this child, destined to be a slave, was going to say. Bear's throat welled up and he swallowed before struggling to speak again. It's a really strange feeling if you have power at birth, like this, but like me, Or like our entire bacchanalian race? Since we are destined to be slaves at birth, then why be born? Things like that don't make any sense at all, do they? The last two words were asked by Bear as he looked straight into the gaze of the satanic saint. Satan Saint's palm gently stroked the walking stick in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly as he wondered what he was thinking. Bear suddenly laughed at himself. If I get any power now because of that devil fruit, I'm going to do. A drop of blood crossed the corner of Bear's eye. That was the wound caused by the mere wave of air that swept him up when Satan Saint appeared just now. Bear wiped away the blood that slid down the corner of his brow. Word for word, if I gain some sort of power, then I must be like Nika, to do everything in my power to save those who are as pitiful as I am, as meaningless as I was defined from birth. People who can't even control their own destiny. Toward the end, Bear's eyes were filled with determination within them. Satan Saint's slightly narrowed eyes had widened at the child of the bacchanalian race before him. It seemed to undergo some remarkable metamorphosis under its own watchful eye. Want to take control of your destiny? It's ridiculous. How many people in this world can control their own destiny? I'm afraid only a child could say such a thing in such a deserving manner. Black flames slowly rose from underneath Satan Saint's walking stick, and his eyes were already filled with killing intent within them. Look at the teenager who doesn't know what he's doing. He spoke in a hushed voice. This is why you people are destined to be nothing but slaves, destined to disappear from this world. Pay for your foolishness. Black flames burst forth from the Satan Saint's walking stick. The next moment, it was slammed towards the bear, but just in the nick of time, a bolt of lightning sliced violently across the front of Satan Saint, and the big bear's figure disappeared with that lightning. A powerful sense of crisis surged through Satan Saint's heart as he looked at the lightning bolt. Who is it? Luke's hoodie-clad figure appeared in front of the satanic saint. In his arms, he held the startled bear. Bear's chest rose and fell violently. Just now, he really thought he was going to die. Luke tugged on his hoodie and set Bear down on the ground, calmly facing the Satan Saint. His voice hoarsely opened. Putting your hands on a child doesn't seem to go well with your status as a 5 Elder Star. Just now, Luke suddenly realized something. If the original storyline is anything to go by, Bear and a few of the Ivankovs survived to the end, but now the Great Bear, facing the Satan Saint alone, was about to be killed. There was no chance of surviving at all, except for saving him himself. The rule of temporal fruit is that you cannot change the cause and effect of what has already happened. Does that mean that one is actually already part of karma in the first place? Everything one does now looks as if one is choosing. In fact, however, in the dark, the outcome was already predetermined. The reason Bear survived the great battle in the Valley of the Gods, crossing over to himself, would have been his karma. Satan eyed Luke carefully. It seemed to be pondering who this mysterious figure could be, yet after thinking about it for a long time, it seemed as if there was no figure within his mind that could match Luke. He leaned on his cane and spoke in a deep voice. Who the hell are you? Things really seem to have gotten out of hand in the Valley of the Gods today. It doesn't matter if it's Rox or Roger or the group of Skrulls on the island that were killed. Both indicate that this hunting game has turned into a war. Now this mysterious person who suddenly appeared made Satan Saint feel even more that everything was going in a bad direction. In the distance, the figures of Ivankov and Ginny were hiding in the shadows. Ivankov said to Ginny, "See, I told you. The man said he would protect us. Then it will do what it says on the tin, and if it weren't for him, Bear would probably be dead." Just then, Luke suddenly turned his head and called out towards the distant Ivankovs. "Come here, you guys, and take him. Just leave it to me here." Ivankov sniffed and rushed forward to Bear's side. "Come on." With that, Ivankov yanked up Bear's hand and prepared to lead him away. But the god suddenly froze. He noticed that Bear's palm, it seemed to have changed. Several balls of flesh, which only appeared on a bear's paw, appeared in his palm. At this point, the big bear's palm really looked like a bear's paw. Was it that devil fruit? Ivankov mused darkly, but now is not the time to look into that. He tugged Bear immediately away from Luke. Luke turned his head to the departing duo. "Remember what I said and go do what you want to do." Ivankov's form lurched. Then he yelled at Luke. "Thank you so much. Never knew your name yet." Luke's heart fluttered, and suddenly a bad taste surged through his mind. With that, he turned to Ivankov. "I have a son named Luffy that you will meet in the future." Ivankov made a secret note of Luke's words. With that, he took Bear and Ginny, who was holding Versailles, and left quickly together, watching a couple of brats disappear before his eyes. A flash of anger flashed within Satan Saint's eyes as his cane snapped up. The black flame emitted a terrifying pressure. "Do you really think you can escape?" Saying that, a black flame swiftly headed towards the fleeing Ivankov. Several people. Luke's figure, on the other hand, transformed into a bolt of lightning at that moment. The black flames went up in smoke under Luke's punch. At the same time Luke raised his fist and his whole body went towards Satan Saint. Facing the incoming Luke, Satan Saint hastily raised his fist in defense. Bang! A loud bang came. Chapter 116 Rock's Masterstroke. Satan Saint's fist wrapped in black flame collided with Luke's fist wrapped in lightning. When he first acquired Roger's light core, Luke was able to crush Satan St. Now at Kaido and Big Mom's light group, Satan Saint was no match at all. After a shocking sound, Satan Saint's figure was like a cannonball. It smashed hard into the dense forest aside. The loud noise on this side attracted the attention of a few of Ivankov's men who were fleeing. Bear's form stopped as he looked at the distant Satan Saint who had been sent flying backwards by Luke's punch. Glancing down at his hands again, his eyes gazed at the few balls of flesh in his palms. The expression on his face changed several times before it finally turned completely resolute. If some sort of power is gained, then it's up to you to save more people. Just like Nika did. The words repeated themselves again in Bear's mind. On the side, Ivankov's mouth was wide open. He didn't even think about the mysterious man who had saved them. The strength was surprisingly strong to such an extent. From Luke's words just now, Ivankov realized that this old man who suddenly appeared, surprisingly, it's the legendary 5 Elder Stars. That was an honorable status that their group of slaves couldn't even think of. Surprisingly, he was defeated by such a punch. Then how strong was that mysterious person? Ivankov just felt like something he couldn't come up with in his own exhausted imagination. And why would such a person be a slave to this hunting game? I'm sure it must have its own purpose. After punching away the Satan Saint, Luke hoofed it over towards the square. When he arrived at the plaza, Luke realized that the scene was a complete mess. Everywhere there are battlegrounds of killing. There are Tenrya people and pirates. There are pirates and navies. And a part of the people were fighting under the high platform where the treasure chest was placed, apparently for the very treasures inside the treasure chest. However, the figures of Whitebeard and Kaido were already standing on the high platform where the treasure chest was placed, and Roger, with his crew, was confronting them. Luke just felt strange. Shouldn't Roger be involved in a siege against rocks? What's with all the fighting over the treasure chest? But it soon occurred to Luke that in the original story, it was on the battlefield of the Valley of the Gods that the Roger pirates obtained a treasure chest. The treasure chest of the duo contained none other than the red-haired Shanks, one of the future 4 emperors, and Shanks' identity. Luke gazed over to Garen St, who was fighting with rocks. The redhead is identified as the son of none other than Garen St. So, think one of those 4 remaining treasure chests contained Shanks? That said, why would Garen Saint's son be in the box that was supposed to hold the devil fruit? Is it some kind of special fetish of the Skrulls? His eyes fell on rocks, and Luke was in heartfelt admiration. After traveling through the pirate world for so long, Locus should be himself besides him, the strongest presence in the battlefield ever seen. First, he fought Roger Cap on the beach, and then he had a few fights with himself. Now it was under siege by Garen St, Carp and the Knights of God. Yet Rox has yet to show any signs of defeat. Not even a hint of battle fatigue appeared on his face. Instead, it kind of looks like the more you fight, the more you get. No wonder he dared to come and cause trouble on the Valley of the Gods, which was full of Tenrya people. With such strength, he does have that capital. Roger, high above, led several of his own crew. Across from them were a few of the backbone of the Rocks pirates. The Golden Lion looked at Roger. Hey, Roger, we're all pirates anyway, so let's not talk about fairness. As for who the treasure goes to in the end, it's better to use strength to decide. Listening to the Golden Lion's words, Roger's gaze kept looking over to Rox's side. Apparently, treasure chests don't really count as something he cares about. He cared more, still, about Rox. From time to time, Whitebeard's gaze also looked at Locus on the battlefield, though he had never thought of himself as one of Locke's men. After all, in the outside world his identity was that of a member of the Locus Pirates. Now the captain was over there fighting, and they, the nominal crew, were here fighting someone else for some treasure. That's a bit of a lack of due diligence, Whitebeard muttered as he looked at the distant battlefield. That guy, does he really want to kill all the Tenrya people on the island? Shouldn't we now get the treasure chest and withdraw, as we agreed when we arrived? Roger similarly gazed at the distant battlefield. He mustn't lose to that group. It should be me who defeats him. On the battlefield, Rox faced rounds of attacks from Carp and Garen St. The excitement was growing on his face. Dark red lightning completely wrapped his figure. Outsiders could only see a mass of dark red lightning that flashed madly. Sweat was already crossing Carp's forehead at this point. Locus was far more powerful than he had expected. It was as if this monster knew no fatigue. After so many battles, not only did his stamina not look depleted, instead, it seems to be getting more and more energized. If we keep dragging this out, the scales of victory will slowly tilt toward Rox. Boom! There was a loud thud, and after Roxas and Carp exchanged hard punches, Carp went flying backwards. Locus, on the other hand, stood with a face full of excitement. His gaze swept over the panting Garen St. and Carp, whose face had gone a little pale. Excitedly, he licked his lips. Is that all you've got? If so, then the entire celestial dragons of the Valley of the Gods are going to die today. Garlean St. gritted his teeth. There was no way that he and Carp alone could defeat Locus. In favor of this time, Satan Saint's figure was gone. Although his heart was thinking this, Darren Shang's mouth said, "Do you really think that you, a small Locust pirates, can do something that will shock the entire world?" A grim smile appeared at the corners of Lox's mouth. "It seems like all that's left is a stiff upper lip." With that, the dark red lightning on his body surged once again. The sky seemed to have changed because of him, and what was originally a clear and sunny sky violently gathered countless dark clouds at this time. A terrifying domineering aura also emanated from within Rox's body. Obviously, he was ready to make some kind of killer move. The surrounding plaza had long been covered in cracks because of the previous battle. At this moment, underneath Lox's feet, the earth even made a creaking sound as if it couldn't bear it. Immediately afterward, the ground of the entire island seemed to shake. Carp's face was incredibly grave as he looked at Rox and yelled, "What are you going to do?" Rox looked up and let out a chuckle. "Like I said, if that's all you've got, then all of the Tenria people on the entire God's Valley Island will be buried here today." Roger and Whitebeard, who were a few people high above, had panic on their faces at this time. Whitebeard murmured, "This madman, does he want everyone on the island to die?" Chapter 117, The Ultimate Strike. The earth rumbled and trembled, and the gesture was even more terrifying than the mold that Whitebeard had created in Marineford in the first place. Everyone sensed a force so strong that it seemed to destroy the entire world. It was brewing inside Rox's body. Carp's face grew more and more serious. Originally, this trip to the Valley of the Gods, he had come for Roger, but the biggest threat facing them today is clearly Rox. The guys had been warned not to so easily mess with this monster from Hive Island. Carp's mind darkened, and Garlean Saint, who was holding a long sword, swept his gaze around at that moment. What he cared about, more than the life and death of the people on the island, was his own son. Thick leaden clouds converged in the sky as if they were about to collapse the next moment, and as the center of the storm, Rox was like a demon god descending at this time. The hegemony rendered his pupils red. Black hair danced in the wind. He slowly raised his head, his blood-red eyes sweeping over everyone around him. Spin spoke slowly. "What treasures? I don't even care. What I want." With that, a strange laugh escaped his lips. Ryoga spoke next. "What I want is for all the Tenria to die." As his last word exited, the sky violently resounded with an explosion of thunder. Rumble. Countless dark red lightning bolts densely covered the sky, and the entire Valley of the Gods was enveloped in them. Rox lifted his finger and tapped it down towards the front of him. Click. It was as if something had gently shattered. In the next moment, the dark red lightning that filled the sky fell as if it were raining. Luke, who had just arrived at the edge of the square, looked at the horrific sight before him. It felt as if one was on fire to deliver divine punishment. Dark red lightning fell from within the thick clouds, waving recklessly across the earth. A loud bang came from all the places that were struck by the dark red lightning. Flying sand and rocks. At this moment it didn't matter if it was an honorable Tenryujin or a pirate who was in league with Rox. Under the terrifying lightning, all were treated equally. Thunder rises from Luke's body as dark red lightning hits him. It was as if it hit the air and passed right through his body. No damage was done. The extent of his fruit awakening, combined with his terrifying strength. Getting your body thunderized is easy. Just as the thunder and lightning bombarded the earth recklessly, Locus was like a god. Stand in the center of the square. At that moment, a black flame suddenly and silently rose up around Roxas. In the next moment, a tall old man's figure appeared in the flames. It is none other than Satan S.A., the cane in his hand, pointing towards Rox's chest. Not long after the Great War began, Satan S.A. disappeared. No one noticed his presence. Locus, who was recklessly exerting the energy in his body, likewise didn't notice. The front of the cane carried a black flame, while the cane itself glowed with an ebony light. That's a symbol of intense poison. Put. A muffled thud came, and blood flowed slowly down Rox's chest. Since the start of the war, this was the first time Rox had been injured. The raging dark red lightning suddenly weakened by 1 point. Rox looked down at the crutch in his chest, one hand touching the blood that was flowing out. A few of Cap's men, in the distance, saw that Rox was seriously injured. In a flash, they all looked happy. After such a long engagement, they all thought that this monster wouldn't be injured. Satan Saint's mouth was tinged with a cold smile. Be proud of what you've done, but that's where it all ends. Click. Satan Saint's hand, gripping his cane, turned violently. A sound of bones breaking came. In the distance, the white-bearded Kaido several people who were just now grabbing the treasures. At this time, their pupils were all slightly shrunken, though in their hearts, they were very reluctant to admit that they had stooped to the level of the crew of the Locust Pirates. But in fact, in the bottom of his heart, he still had a clear perception of Rox's strength. Otherwise, they would have pulled Rox off the captain's chair a long time ago. But now, Lox was injured, and very badly at that. Kaido murmured, "The captain isn't going to lose just like that, is he?" For the first time, the Golden Lion's face was also devoid of a smile. Since as a crew member, how can you watch your captain lose a battle? Whitebeard also raised the clump of cloud cuts in his hand, and Silver Axe and Wangji, who were the most loyal to Locks. At the first moment they saw that Locks was injured, then he raised the weapon in his hand and shouted from his mouth, "Captain!" With that, the two of them snapped towards Locus, who was in the center of the battlefield. But before the duo could arrive on the scene, Locus, who had the Sartaniste crutch stuck in his chest, just slowly lifted his head. A loud, unimpeded laugh escaped his lips. That's the end of it? That's a bit of an underestimate, isn't it? In his hand, Locus snapped his grip on Sataniste's crutch. A teeth-gnashing creak came the next moment. Bang! The walking stick that was stuck in his chest unexpectedly turned directly into pieces. Satan Saint's figure then jerked back. Lox's face, still with a smirk on it. I haven't come up with a real dueling attitude yet. With that said, Rox snapped his hands up. The black clouds in the sky unexpectedly converged into a huge vortex as he raised his hands. Silver Axe and Wangji, who were originally planning to come to rescue Roxas, all stopped. Everyone, including the two of them, looked up into the sky. The terrifyingly huge vortex slowly rotated, giving people a dizzying feeling when they looked at it. Rumble. The muffled thunder that rang out wasn't too loud, but the dark red lightning glow illuminated the entire sky. Garen Saint's face changed dramatically. He didn't expect this crazy Lox to have such a perverted strength. It was a sight that was clearly intended to leave no one on the entire island. Satan Saint's face also turned into horror. For the first time he felt that death was so close to him. Even the crowd of Rock's pirates in the distance, their faces changed color. The Golden Lion exclaimed, "Run!" Kaido also sensed something bad at this moment. He had sensed that if he chose to remain here, then the only thing that will happen is death. Whitebeard, on the other hand, exclaimed with a heavy face, "What a madman! Have you already disregarded everything in order to achieve your goal? Run!" Sky the Golden Lion shouted again. With that, he grabbed one of the treasure chests in front of him and swept towards the distance without looking back. The mind couldn't care about anything but running for his life. Seeing the Golden Lion escape with a treasure chest, Whitebeard also turned his own gaze to one. Then he picked up the treasure chest and followed the figure of the Golden Lion. Kaido reached out to take one of the treasure chests as well, but just as he did, his hand was blocked by Roger's long sword. Roger looked at him and spoke slowly. "The remaining 4 treasure chests, that's us splitting them equally, so you guys can only get 2, right?" Kaido gritted his teeth and was about to say something. Suddenly a muffled thunder came from the sky again. "Humph, let's say we escape alive." Putting down a harsh word, Kaido fled the scene without looking back. Chapter 118, 3 against 1. As the ships made of the Roger pirates, Riley's eyes looked to the sky. The face was full of worry. This madman, the whole island will be destroyed by him. When he finished speaking, Riley looked over at Roger. "Come on." Roger's face at this point, not even a trace of fear could be seen within his complexion. He pointed to the treasure chest in front of him and told Riley, "You guys take the rest of the treasure chest and leave first." At that Riley snapped to Roger, "What about you?" Roger's eyes went to the culprit who had created the scene of doom. The look was bland. "Of course I'm staying and cleaning up this mess together." Riley frowned and sulked. "That madman's aim is to drag everyone on the island to their deaths with him. There's no point in you staying." A sudden smile tugged at the corners of Roger's mouth, which turned into a wide grin as he looked over at Riley. "Do you remember? I lost at the hands of that guy a year ago. My hunch tells me that this could be that guy's last fight, and if I miss this opportunity, I may never be able to clear myself of that defeat." Riley's mouth opened a few times, the words still not coming out of his mouth. Roger smiled slightly and signaled Riley to hurry up with the treasure chest. Another muffled thunder came from the sky. Riley bent down and picked up the treasure chest on the ground, and for a moment, he didn't know if it was an illusion or not. He felt as if there was a sound coming from inside the treasure chest. Couldn't care less now though. Riley clutched the treasure chest and nodded deeply at Roger. With that, he took Roger and the crowd of pirates and fled towards the outskirts of the island. The sky was red with dark red lightning within the dark clouds. Lox's figure actually slowly floated up at this moment, levitating in the air. He spread his hands wide. It was as if heaven and earth were centered on him at this moment. Carp gritted his teeth against the howling wind. He knew that if he couldn't stop Rox now, then when the terrifying might of the sky came down, the entire island would be destroyed. Luke, who was hiding in the dense forest, was also a bit hesitant at this point. Rox is clearly looking to take on heaven and earth now, even though he was as strong as he was. At this moment, he also sensed the terrifying stance that was about to erupt. If he didn't flee, there was no guarantee that he would get hurt, but if he escaped, the purpose of his trip would not be in vain. After a moment's hesitation, Luke's mind was made up. Anyway, in the original, this fight was besides Locus, and no one died. Since now Satan St. Capcarin St. Roger, the last ones to survive, did not run away. Then what's the point of running away? They were able to survive, so what were they worried about? With that thought, Luke's mind settled. Looking up at the sky, he thought darkly, if one exerted one's full strength, would one have such power? However, it also made Luke look forward to it even more. How much stronger could such a strong locust be? And how much stronger could he make himself by bursting into a ball of light? Whether or not it's possible to do that, one man can single-handedly take on the entire pirate world. The wind was so fierce that Carp could barely keep his eyes open, and he raised his arms in front of him, yelled, something must be done to stop him. Garen Saint glanced at Carp, as an elite within the Skrulls, needing to fight alongside a tiny vice-admiral of the Navy. This had already made him feel humiliated, and at this point this lieutenant general even presumed to tell him what to do. Garen Saint took a deep breath. It was upsetting, but Carp was right. Something had to be done to stop Rox now. At this point in time, the only people left on the field who could fight were themselves and Satan Saint, as well as that Navy admiral. But the raging gale that surrounded Rox didn't even come close. Garen Saint gritted his teeth and could only go all out to try. With that in mind, Garen Saint turned his head to look at Satan Saint. Satan Saint, don't hold back any longer. If we don't stop that madman now, all of them will be buried with him in a moment. Satan Saint's face was grim as this hunting game developed. There are just too many accidents. His gaze still looked back from time to time. The encounter with Luke just now had left him distracted. Everyone was concerned about the locust before him, the mysterious man who had crossed his path in his mind. The strength is nothing less than Rox. Where is that person at this time now? Whether or not they were waiting for all of them to lose both of them, that person was just waiting to finally strike and reap all of their lives. As things stood, though Satan Saint hadn't guessed the identity of the man, but based on his behavior just now when he took a shot at himself in order to protect those few slaves, he definitely wouldn't be on the world government's side, and odds are he wouldn't be on the Navy side either. The biggest possibility, then, is that it's the opposite of the pirates or the world government. The fear of Luke kept Satan St. on the defensive against the others and unable to focus on dealing with Locus in front of him. Garen Saint looked at the obviously unfocused Satan Saint and blurted out again, "Hey, Satan Saint, what are you gawking at this time of night?" Although Satan Saint's status was noble as the 5 Elder Stars, but Garen Saint, who was the head of the Knights of God, would never scorn him. Satan Saint took a deep breath and withdrew his mind. He just gave a hushed at Garen Saint. Immediately, the gazes of the 3 people all looked towards Locus, who was floating in the air. Carp exclaimed, "Make the best of it." With that, he raised his fists and shook his shoulders slightly. Garen Saint and Satan Saint, too, suppressed any other thoughts in their minds. All of the attention was focused on Rox. Satan Saint's body, at that moment, changed violently. The next moment, a monster with 8 legs, like a spider, appeared in front of him. This is none other than the other form of the satanic saint, the bull ghost form, and Garen Saint, too, raised the longsword in his own hand. Galactic impact. It was Carp who took the lead. Against the violent gusts of wind, his figure leapt high, the entire fist turned black, and with a spellbinding punch, it slammed down hard in the direction where Locus was. It was his strongest blow, a punch that was claimed to be able to destroy a town, and Garen Saint no longer hesitated. Similarly holding up the longsword in his hand, the entire person similarly leapt up, the blade of the sword emitting a dazzling light, carrying a furious might as it slashed towards Rox's form. The 2 Garlean Saints struck out, and the Satan Saint took a deep breath, mentally suppressing his concern for the mysterious man. A spider leg was raised high in the air. In front of the spider's legs, black, highly toxic substances pooled. In the next moment, a highly toxic liquid shot out. In the exchange of blows just now, Lox's body was already tainted with his own intense poison. At this moment, an even more terrifying poison once again attacked towards him. Garen St. Kapuzat St. All 3 of them struck with all their might. The terrifying sound caused by the 3 strikes vaguely had the feeling that they were evenly matched with Locus. Chapter 119 Rokus dies in battle. The thick swirling dark clouds in the sky were at this time because of the strikes of the 3 Garen Saints. For a stiffening, eyes on the attack about to hit Rox, but there was no panic at all on Rox's face. Instead, it was as if he had anticipated everything. His hands, which had been raised as if to embrace heaven and earth, suddenly withdrew one. That hand clenched in the air at the 2 figures that were attacking. The Gaulin St. Carp duo's speeding figures froze violently, but it only froze for a second, and in the next moment, it was once again heading toward Locus. The venom that shot out from within the legs of the Sartan sacred spider, on the other hand, did not receive the slightest effect. A direct hit to Rox's chest. A corrosive snorting sound came from the moment, even as a white smoke rose from Rox's chest, and the duo of Carp, who were right behind them, arrived in front of Locus the next moment. The ebony iron fist seemed to destroy the world as it slammed down hard. Garen Saint's long sword also carried terrifying might as it slashed down towards the top of Rox's head. Everything, as if it were a foregone conclusion. Rox is bound to lose. Luke, in the distance, also saw the situation on the battlefield. The heart murmured, "Is this what it looks like when Rox falls?" The next moment, however, his eyes snapped open, only to see that the punch and sword, which had already almost hit, were in the nick of time. Surprisingly, it was blocked by Rox's hands. Obviously just now, it looked like he was already at the end of his strength. His mind was all on manipulating the thunderclouds in the sky. No one expected him to have the energy to answer the attack in front of him, and the thunderclouds in the sky paused for just a moment. Rox has both hands, one holding Carp's fist. In one hand, he held the long sword of the Garlean Saint. There was a sinister, maniacal grin on his face. "Wouldn't think that would stop me, would you? I told you, the whole of the Tenryu on the Valley of the Gods today, all will die." Saying the last sentence, it was as if the thunderclouds in the sky had also brewed to the extreme. Dark red lightning violently illuminated the entire cloud layer, a lightning bolt that enveloped the entire Valley of the Gods. Or maybe a pillar of light would be more appropriate. It was thick lightning that no one had ever seen before, and it shot out violently from within the clouds. Garen, Shang and Carp, all of them had a shocked look on their faces. All three of them had joined forces, and they hadn't even been able to stop this madman? The red lightning that was as thick as the small island in the Valley of the Gods fell. Without a doubt, the whole island is going to be destroyed. A madman. What a madman, Carp mentally hissed. But the lightning had already appeared from within the clouds and was about to fall. At this moment, all the people on the island who didn't have time to escape had nothing but despair on their faces. They looked up at the sky, and the only thing they could do at that moment was to watch the lightning fall, tear everyone up, tear the island apart along with it. Luke, who was in the distance, also showed a trace of panic on his face at this moment. Didn't the original story say that the final outcome of this battle was that Lox was defeated and then died? What is this now? Rox is about to ruin everything. Mentally cursing, Luke's form elementalized into lightning. Himself was lightning, and so was Lox's dark red one. But Luke wasn't afraid to take the gamble either. The decision was made in his mind as he gritted his teeth. Still, you have to withdraw first, and the prerequisite for obtaining the light cluster is also to survive. Just as his figure turned into lightning, he was about to plan to leave the island. Suddenly his afterglow caught a glimpse of a figure with a sharp handheld blade at Lox's side. It's Roger. Just at the moment when the battlefield was at a standstill and no one noticed, Roger's figure, silently, appeared behind Rox. At this point, all of Locus' attention was on Carp and Garen Saint in front of him, still needing to be distracted from manipulating the lightning in the sky. He didn't even notice Roger behind him, and even if he noticed, it also simply doesn't free up your hands to deal with it. After all, he had two hands, one holding Carp's fist and the other holding Garen Saint's longsword. Without a word, Roger raised the sharp blade in his hand. Put! The sound of flesh and blood being penetrated came. Locus looked down only to see a bloodied blade that ran through his chest. He turned his head slightly and saw Roger's expressionless face. It was a sneak attack, after all, and it wasn't exactly honorable for Roger. Put! Suddenly a large mouthful of blood spurted out of Lox's mouth. The lightning in the sky that was originally going to fall in the next second. With this mouthful of blood spat out by Locus, it froze violently. The fierce winds that had originally ravaged the heavens and earth also stopped at this moment. Rox's pupils grew lax, and he could feel his heart about to stop beating inside his chest. At the last moment, he turned his head, looking at the expressionless Roger. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. You want to be the king of thieves, don't you? Roger was silent. Lox's lips quirked slowly. You can't do it. Snap. Rox's hand slowly slipped away. The body fell from high in the air. Silver Axe and Wang Ji, who didn't run away in the distance, were now looking at Roxas's corpse with eyes wide open. Captain! Both men yelled at the same time, and then quickly ran towards the body of Rox as he crashed down. At this time, Locus' pupils were completely lax. The blood wet his chest completely. Wang Ji's eyes seemed to have lost their light. He couldn't believe that Captain Locus, who was as powerful as a god in his mind. I can't believe he just died. This war, even if they can't win, the captain should never have died, either. But the fact of the matter today is that the captain is dead. The soft-stepping corpse was right in front of them. The figures of Carp and Garen St, as well as Roger, also fell from the heights. Wang Ji's eyes snapped to Roger, growling like a trapped beast. You little man who can only sneak up on people. Just you still want to become the pirate king? A person who only knows how to sneak attacks can never become the pirate king. Roger didn't say a word in the face of Wang Ji's rant. He was right. He was sneaking up. And that's even while Locus is completely defenseless and is fighting against Garen Saint, out for a sneak attack. Now he had one. And Lox, who had defeated him in the first place, died at his hands. But there was no trace of triumph in Roger's heart. Luke, who was all set to run away in the distance, also steadied himself. The sudden reversal on the battlefield caught him off guard. Rock's death was a bit sudden, but everything seemed to make sense. After all, it was Caprow Jaggerin Saint, and even Satan Saint had made a move. In the face of such a siege, even how powerful Rox was, nor is it possible to win. Unexpected and reasonable. Looking at the grief-stricken Wang Ji, Luke pulled out a cigarette and lit it, gently exhaling a mouthful of smoke. No wonder when he had first found Wang Ji, he had said that Lux hadn't died at all from the combination of Cap and Roger. Instead, they were mobbed to death. Now this is not far from what he said at first. Chapter 120 10 Million Hegemony. A dark red ball of light landed right next to Rox. Luke's eyes closed slightly. That was what he was after this time. The heavy dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, and the sunlight shone down through the surrounding Brahman leaves, presenting dots of speckled light. The wind swept in the salty air from the beach and everything seemed to return to calm. On the scene, Wang Ji and Silver Axe stood beside Lux, the Caprow Jaggerin Saints. On the other hand, stood on the other side of the room. The square at his feet was devastated. Countless corpses were lying around in bits and pieces. There were navies, pirates, and quite a few Tenryou people as well. Satan Saint took a deep breath as his body returned to its original state. Today was a day of heavy losses like the Skrulls had never seen before. Not only were the unusual Tenryou people dead or wounded, but even the Knights of God. Also in this war, a lot of people died. Such a tragic state of affairs has never been seen before. His eyes looked off into the distance, and his mind had begun to wonder what was going on. Garin Shang, on the other hand, retrieved his long sword, his gaze constantly scanning around. It's pretty obvious what he's looking for, and that's more important than the death of anyone in this war. His children. Karp was young at this point, and this big battle was tough and exhausting for him though. But now it's all over. His gaze went to Roger, who was currently holding the hilt of his sword, with blood dripping from the front of his long sword. That's Lux's blood. A great sense of vanity seemed to consume Roger. Just then, Satan Saint leaned on his crutch and spoke. It's a mess here. Maybe I should think about how to report back to the top. With that said, Satan Saint rubbed his brow. Seems to be agonizing over it. It's no wonder that the Skrulls are such a big loss. He needs to think about the wording and go to the people who should be reporting. Karp walked over to Roger's side, to the being who was also an enemy and a friend. The attitude is a bit mixed. Hey, you've done something extraordinary. Roger's in a bit of a slump. With the siege coupled with the sneak attack, in every way, one can't talk about the word glorious in one's own victory. Such a victory was not what he wanted. Without a word, Roger put away his own longsword and tried to leave the place. As for the aftermath, it was none of his business as a pirate. Karp also knew that this was not the time to talk too much. Then he didn't say anything else. Silver Axe, who was standing next to Rox's body, looked at everyone in front of him with a wary gaze. Their captain was dead, and the rest of the crew had long since run off without a trace. Now if that group wanted to take a shot at them, it couldn't be easier. So Silver Axe lowered his voice. It's all over now. Find a way to escape. Wang Ji turned back indignantly. Both fists were clenched tightly. Although he knew that what Silver Axe said was right, a great unwillingness rose from his heart. Obviously the captain doesn't have to die, but those ungrateful guys, they all escaped. Even in this one, the guy's goal was only the treasure chest from start to finish. Despite how unwilling the heart is, the end is now set. They had no other choice but to find a way out of here. Just as the atmosphere in the square fell silent for a time, Luke, the king of pickups, had felt his way out of the dense forest. Trying to make himself less noticeable, he sneaked toward the ball of light that wasn't too far from Rox's body. Luke has been pretty quiet though, but how could one appear so blatantly in front of such a group of people and not be noticed? Miso, the long sword that Garin Shang had originally put away, was violently pulled out from within its scabbard once again, and Cap and the disinterested Roger, who were both ready to leave, at the sight of Luke's figure, it was also instantly alert. Sartan Saint, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. The most feared thing, had it happened after all? He had indeed been hiding in the shadows all along, in order to come out and collect favors after they had split the victory and defeat? Noticing everyone watching him, Luke simply stopped pretending. The hoodie hid his face so no one would see what he looked like anyway, and one's purpose was only the light mass of Locus. Even if someone wants to take a shot at themselves, there is also a high probability that he will be able to get the light cluster and get out in one piece. Although all of them were watching Luke with full attention, none of them took the lead. The great battle just now had consumed a lot for any of them. The ones that still have their full battle strength saved now. It might just as well be Sataniste. Luke took a step closer to Rox's mass of light. Then without moving, he bent down and touched his fingers gently. Instantly, a voice came from inside his head. Ding, power plus 10 million inch. Luke's breath caught in his throat. The power of 10 million. He himself had obtained so many powerful people's light clusters, and together they had barely surpassed 10 million. Now Locus alone has a surprising 10 million light masses. It was worthy of being a monster that required so many people to join forces in order to get rid of it. As the system's voice rang out inside his head, an extremely smooth tingling sensation passed through Luke's entire body. It made Luke want to look up and scream. Over here Luke was bending over to pick up the light mass though, but as the others looked on, all that was seen was Luke arriving not far from Rox's body. With that, he bent over, and then his whole body froze. If he hadn't seen Luke's strength before, Cap would have thought the man had blinked his back when he bent over. Ding! Agility plus 7 million. Ding! Physical arts plus 9 million inch. Ding! Overlord color hegemony plus 10 million inch. Ding! The rewarding sounds inside his head kept coming. After obtaining Roger's light cluster the last time, Luke's overlord color hegemony had been raised to a terrifying level. Now Lox's light mass had, once again, increased by 10 million hegemony. In this instant, Luke's internal hegemony seemed to be going out of control. Boom! Dark red arcs of electricity violently filled out from Luke's body. The entire plaza was filled with people who were originally still standing after the big battle. At that moment, they all fell to their knees with a poof. Some even just rolled their eyes and passed out. It also included several members of the Knights of God. Roger, who was the closest to Luke, had an even sweeter throat, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Carp's situation isn't much better. His forehead veins violently rippled, and against the tremendous pressure, he gritted his teeth and bitterly supported a low roar. Are you kidding me? Luke, at this point, was in everyone's sights. It was like a beast of destruction that had just awakened. Under the pressure of the powerful hegemonic aura, fear actually arose within the group of powerhouses. Roger only felt incredible. He himself didn't have any fear present in his heart even when he was defeated by Lox in the first place. He thought, for a moment, that such a thing as fear had been completely removed from his heart. But today, he actually felt this unfamiliar emotion in this mysterious man. Garen Saint's longsword creaked in his grip. He gritted his teeth. Such a strong domineering aura. Who the hell is he? Chapter 121, The End of the War in the Valley of the Gods. The pressure caused by this powerful overbearing aura. It wasn't even the slightest bit inferior to the pressure caused by Rox's final stance just now. The already devastated square was now under the ravages of Luke's domineering aura. Add countless new cracks. The surrounding trees, too, were devastated because they could hardly withstand the overbearing aura. Countless wood chips flew from the thick trees. Most of the people on the scene had either fallen to their knees or had passed out with both eyes rolled back. The few remaining standing figures were all gritting their teeth and holding on. Carp's teeth squeaked. Could it be that this monster also needs to go and join forces to get rid of it like just now? But under the pressure of such a powerful overbearing aura, it's like trying to swing a fist has become a luxury. Luke, who was standing there, took a long time to control the excitement in his heart, and the energy that was raging wildly in his body. Lifting his head, he realized the misery that surrounded him. So Luke hastily gathered his domineering aura. The pressure around them suddenly disappeared as Luke gathered himself. The few people who relied on Garen Shang were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Within the eyes of a few people looking at Luke again, there was nothing but scorn. Cold sweat was even seeping out of Satan Saint's forehead. A terrible thought came to him. This terrifying fellow reminded him of Lord M, who had lived within the city of Pangaea for a long time. Such terrifying dominance, such terrifying strength. Quickly, Satan Saint shook his head to dispel the absurd thoughts within. It's impossible. It's impossible for someone more powerful than Sama to exist in this world today. Even though the aura and dominance that this guy exuded made himself feel a fear and shock that he had never felt before. But it's a bit of a muse to try to compete with Sama. Luke, who had put away his dominance, swept his eyes over the faces of everyone around him. The original idea in his mind was to try not to draw too much attention to himself, but he didn't expect it, or accidentally become the center of attention. Now that Rox's light mass was in hand, his own purpose had been accomplished. Next, it's time to pull out. And everyone else around them was watching Luke warily. Always be on the lookout for his next move. Luke waved his hand at a few people. Gentlemen, I meant nothing else. Now that it's all over, it's time for me to leave. After saying that, Luke's figure was really ready to withdraw towards the periphery of the square. Nonetheless, the gazes of everyone looking at him were still filled with vigilance. No one would think that a guy with such a terrifying strength would leave with such alacrity. There are so many variables that come into play in this Valley of the Gods hunting game. All people come, inevitably with their own purposes. So what kind of agenda does this mysterious guy have? Just as everyone was speculating, they were stunned to realize Luke's figure actually did retreat to the edge of the square. Then the entire person turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly disappeared from everyone's view. Everyone at the scene sensed Luke's aura getting farther and farther away. And all of a sudden, there was nothing but dismay on their faces. Just go? Then, disbelievingly, he made sure again several times until he was sure that Luke had really left. Everyone's faces were still filled with disbelief. That horrible guy actually left without doing anything? And what exactly is the purpose of his visit to the Valley of the Gods? Is it really just to come along for the ride? Doubts are doubts, but the truth is now, that horrible guy, who came to the scene, exuded his horrible domineering aura, as if he was there to show off on purpose, and then it's gone. Carp took a deep breath and twisted his head as he looked over at Rox's body. Yet again, he was stunned to realize that when everyone's attention was on the guy just now, Silver Axe and Wang Ji, surprisingly, had taken advantage of the chaos to run away already with Rox's corpse. The Rox pirates can be said to have suffered a great deal this time, and Rox, who was the captain of the ship, died in the battle. Those who escaped were not to be underestimated despite their strength, but odds are it won't make any more waves. At the very least, you can settle down for a good long while. Carp's eyes went to Roger. At this point Roger's look was even more despondent. His goal is to become the Pirate King, but now not only did he fail to defeat Rox in a dignified manner, but he also found a guy with a terrifyingly insurmountable strength. It was devastating to him. Internally, at this point it was all over and Roger just wanted to get the hell out of this place, not caring to say anything more to Cap, who was also his enemy and friend. Roger left the scene without looking back. Garen Saint and Satan Saint didn't mean to stop him either. On the lively square, only a few standing figures remained at this time. Both Satan Saint and Garen Saint, at this time, had more headaches. It was his own children that Garen Issei worried about inwardly. Satan Saint, on the other hand, had a headache over how to account to the top for the deaths of so many celestial dragons. It was supposed to be a simple, annual hunting game. No one expected it to get out of hand to such an extent. The losses of the Skrulls were as heavy as they had ever been. Not far from the beach in the Valley of the Gods, on a huge pirate ship, Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte, Ling Ling and the others, all standing on the bow. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked in the direction of the small island in the Valley of the Gods. The terrifying aura of Roxas, which they had detected just now, had unexpectedly disappeared in an instant. That's not a good feeling. After a long time, Whitebeard muttered, "Did that guy lose?" The Golden Lion also frowned. "Want to go back and check?" Charlotte Lingling, who was on the side, immediately called out at her words. "What's the point of going back now? Our goal was the treasure on the island, and now that goal has been achieved. That lunatic of a captain obviously wants the whole island to all go to hell, and I'm not going to play that crazy game with him." Whitebeard opened his mouth and was just about to say something. Suddenly, on the small island of the Valley of the Gods, an extremely terrifying overbearing aura was violently released in all directions. Despite their distance, that strong and terrifying domineering aura, it still gives everyone a heart attack. Who is it? The Golden Lion's pupils snapped as he gripped the parapet at the bow of the ship. The same question appeared in the minds of all. Is that their Captain Rox? Nope. Rox's strength is terrifying though, but in such a strong and dominating aura, it wasn't something he could unleash. Could it be those Skrulls? Nor is it possible, although they hadn't seen them go all out. But if they were that strong, this war should have been ended a long time ago and it wouldn't be the way it is now. So, this terrifying overbearing aura, who exactly was it that emanated it? Feeling the aftermath of the palpitating hegemony, Whitebeard suddenly wanted to go back to the island and take a look around. Let's see who this scary guy really is. Chapter 122, The Shame of the Pirates. Just when a few people were deeply shocked by that terrifying domineering aura before they could react, suddenly, the overbearing aura dissipated violently. It was as if everything just now was an illusion. At this point, what was happening on the island? Everyone's people were incredibly curious. Whitebeard suddenly stood up straight. "I think we need to go and see what's going on the island." Whether it was the sudden dissipation of the horrifying sight caused by Locus earlier, or the terrifying domineering aura that suddenly erupted and quickly disappeared, all of which left everyone wondering what was going on the island. But at that moment, suddenly a figure quickly leapt out from the island. That terrifying speed caused everyone present to feel a pang of shock. The next moment, Luke's form appeared on the beach. He picked a boat at random and jumped on it. On the ship was standing a pirate with an overwhelmed face. Luke's face showed ferocity, and his dominant aura was slightly released. "Sail the boat." 2 words exited his mouth, and that little pirate instantly felt that the person in front of him was like a ferocious beast that would tear him apart at any moment. Warily, he came to the wheelhouse and hoisted the sails. The ship slowly pulled away from the shoreline. In the distance on a pirate ship, a few of Whitebeard's men watched Luke's figure jump onto a pirate ship. Kaido murmured, "What terrifying speed, and who is he?" Before the others could speak, a strange look suddenly surged across Charlotte Lingling's face. He had seen Luke strike earlier when he had grabbed the devil fruit from Ivankov on the island. A bold guess floated to her mind. To be able to defeat one of the 5 Elder Stars, Satan Saint, with a single punch. Just how terrifying was the strength of that mysterious figure? Thinking about it, Charlotte Lingling then spoke. There's no need to guess. That terrifying domineering aura on the island was probably released by him. At those words, the few people around all sucked in a breath of cold air, exuding such a powerful overbearing aura. Just how terrifying could that person's strength be? With such great strength. Who is this person? Charlotte Lingling took a deep breath and continued to speak. I saw him strike just now on the island. One of the 5 elders. Satan St. There was a pause before she continued. Blown away by his punch. A punch to the face. Everyone's figures stiffened and their faces froze. It was only after a long time that the Golden Lion, Sky, spoke. Who the hell is that guy? Did the captain lose to him? Everyone was silent, and the pirate ship that Luke was traveling on had sailed away. Gradually, with the sea breeze, Whitebeard shook the clump of cloud cuts in his hand as he suddenly realized there were too many terrifying monsters that existed in this great sea. Just then, a few people's gazes suddenly saw the beach in the distance. 2 figures walked out from the island. When they saw the figure clearly, several people on the boat all shouted, Wang Ji, Silver Axe. The 2 of them, Wang Ji, holding Lox's body, naturally saw the several people on the boat in the distance. The duo's figures only paused, and then they continued toward a boat on the shore. As for Whitebeard and the others, they also saw Locus, who was being held by Wang Naoshi. Charlotte Lingling frowned slightly. What's going on? Is the captain that badly hurt? Sky the Golden Lion called out as well. If it was that horrible guy who struck just now, it seems understandable to be so heavily injured. But soon, a few people realized something was wrong. Locus, who was being held by Wang Ji, had a limp body, and there was an awful lot of blood on it. Bang! Whitebeard took a step on the fence at the bow of the ship, and his figure came violently in front of Wang Ji's duo. The 2 Wang Ji stopped, their eyes behind their armor devoid of any emotion. Being this close was enough for Whitebeard to see everything. His tall figure froze violently in place. Whitebeard's lips trembled and opened a few times, but still not a word came out. Wang Ji, on the other hand, had no fluctuation in his tone. Get out of the way. At that moment, the figures of Kaito Golden Lion and the others jumped down from the ship. Charlotte Lingling's mouth was still agape. What's going on? The captain's injury. Her words were just halfway out of her mouth when she suddenly paused. Everyone in the Locust Pirates, including her, froze in place. The Golden Lion stammered. Captain is dead. Everyone thought about the fact that Rox might lose, maybe even lose badly with severe injuries, but no one expected Rox to die, as the most powerful pirate in the entire ocean, and the entire world. Surprisingly, it became a corpse at this point. Whitebeard's pupils continued to contract, and the clumps of cloud cuts in his hands were trembling. Who killed the captain? Whitebeard, who had never considered himself as a member of the Locust Pirates, was biting the word captain very hard at this moment. Wang Ji's tone was indifferent. Doesn't matter anymore, does it? Get out of the way. I'm taking the captain's remains back to Hive Island. After saying that, Wang Ji no longer cared about the expressions of the others, and Silver Axe bypassed a few people and headed straight for the ship. Suddenly, Whitebeard turned back to Wang Ji and shouted, is that the guy who just gave off a horrible domineering aura on the island? He killed the captain, didn't he? Wang Ji, who was leaving, stopped. The head didn't come back. Instead, he turned his back to the crowd of Locust Pirates and spoke in a hoarse voice. Are you trying to avenge the captain's death? Suddenly, Wang Ji laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. How can a coward who runs away from the battlefield have the courage to take revenge? It's true that we are pirates, and it's also true that pirates only have treasure in their eyes. But pirates, they should never be a bunch of people who are afraid of death. Saying that, Wang Ji laughed a few more times. More than anything else though, the laughter was just a wave of unspeakable desolation. The Golden Lion gritted his teeth. Being mocked so blatantly caused a hint of fire to rise in his heart. Hey kid, the Golden Lion only shouted, but suddenly he didn't know what to say. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with what Wang Ji said. Locust died in battle, and they served as the crew of the Locust Pirates. Instead, they did nothing and escaped with the treasure chest before the big battle started. It's only natural for a pirate to be greedy for money, but it's an absolute disgrace to be afraid of death. Wang Ji didn't look back, and Silver Axe took Rox's body with him, leaving the shore. The rest of the group, all with their heads bowed in silence. Though I didn't expect Rox to die in battle anyway, but the reputation of being greedy and fearful of death, or even betraying the captain, they were sitting on. If such a reputation were to spread, what face would they have to call themselves pirates who wanted to dominate the entire sea? A pirate's greed for money is natural, but fear of death is a disgrace. The Golden Lion suddenly exclaimed, are you kidding me? How could he die here? Charlotte Lingling was similarly downcast. It should have been that guy who struck out. Everyone knows who the guy she's talking about is. Only when a guy with that kind of horrible dominance strikes, the captain will die in battle, right? Chapter 123 Rest and Recuperation. A dreary atmosphere enveloped the seashore. Several future sea pirates who will soon reign over the entire sea. At this time all fell into silence. Between the sorrowful clouds, the sky was darkening. During this time, slaves continued to escape from around the island. Many pirates died in battle on the island, so their ship became unclaimed. And these ships, at this point, became the slaves' hope of escaping the island. There were still the occasional skirmishes between escaped pirates and slaves, but no one cared anymore. The surviving Tenri of people on the island didn't have the energy to worry about that stuff at this point. A few of the backbone of the Locust pirates had more important things on their minds as well. As twilight fell in the west, a few of Whitebeard's men finally decided, no matter what, it was better to leave this place first and plan everything after returning to Hive Island. So a party of people took the boat that had come in. The ship's sails were raised and it slowly sailed away from the Valley of the Gods. Luke coerced the pirate and sent himself to a town that was closer. Once off the ship, Luke found a tavern to stay in. It takes 7 days to replace a devil fruit. Just the thing to leave yourself to recuperate. Inwardly calculating the harvest of this one, the 10 million power provided by the Locus Opticus fully doubled his own power. And the scariest of all was his own dominance. All of them were already top of the line. And now with the 10 million hegemony provided by the Locus Light Cluster, how terrifying his own hegemony was now. Luke himself wasn't sure. When he left the Valley of the Gods, just the aftermath of the dominance emanating from the loss of control seemed to make it difficult for a few people. Roger Cap, to bear. So if it is unleashed at full power, is it based on dominance alone? It would be able to crush the effect of one's full strength application of the rattling thunder fruit. Now one's greatest reliance should no longer be the devil fruit. Rather, it's your own dominance and power. Luke lay down on his bed and lit a cigarette. Feeling the power within his body that seemed to stretch out like a vast ocean, Luke mulled it over and waited to return to the real world. It's time for the big show. Staring at the butt in his hand, Luke muttered. The great battle in the Valley of the Gods had sent shock waves throughout the pirate world. However, not many people have ever come out to say what the exact details are. They knew only one thing, and that was the captain of the Locust pirates who dominated the entire sea. Locust died in battle on the Valley of the Gods. This news has been enough to make many jaws drop. Rumors have been swirling for a while about who Locust actually died at the hands of. There's a rumor that it's the higher-ups in the world government who have stepped in. It's also rumored that it was the Navy's cap who joined with the Knights of God to kill Locust. There were even more rumors that it was infighting within the Locust pirates. All of them set out to kill their captain in order to grab the island's treasure. However, the most widely circulated piece of news was about a monster with terrifying strength to the extreme that had appeared on the battlefield of the Valley of the Gods. That monster alone exuded its own overbearing aura, making everyone on the battlefield that day not dare to move. And the odds are that the monster struck in Lox's death. There were also many people who began to speculate about the identity of that monster, but there was never a definitive answer to begin with. Inside the Hive Island, a fresh grave comes into view. All of the members of the Locust pirates were all standing in front of the grave. Wang Ji personally covered Lox's coat on the cross in front of the grave, and all of them slightly bent down to salute. After everything was over, Wang Ji prepared to leave without a word. It was at this point that the Golden Lion finally relented. He shouted at Wang Ji's back, "Hey, it's time to tell us how the captain really died. Did the higher-ups of the world government make a move or not? Or was it killed by Cap and the Knights of God teaming up, like the rumors say? Or was it killed by that mysterious man?" Wang Ji's figure lurched, but he still turned to leave without a word. An almost frantic look appeared on the Golden Lion's face. If it wasn't for Whitebeard stopping him, he would have inevitably chased after Wang Ji and dragged him by the collar to ask the truth. Just then, suddenly Kaido, who was on the sidelines, took out a newspaper. Today's latest paper. At those words, all eyes turned to him. He opened the paper. It records part of what happened on the Valley of the Gods, including the death of the captain. Hearing his words, everyone immediately turned their eyes to the newspaper. Upon reading what was in the paper, several people looked strangely puzzled. The newspaper did contain a partial account of what had happened on the Valley of the Gods. As Kaido had said, Mutant Valley of the Gods hunting game. Captain Locus of the Locust Pirates died in battle. The huge headline dominated the entire cover of the newspaper, and below the title is a portrait of Cap and Roger. The Golden Lion snatched the newspaper as soon as he could, and after looking at it carefully for a while, he suddenly crumpled it into a ball, cursing, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How could the captain have been killed by Cap and Roger working together? All of us were present at the battle on the beach. Those two guys are no match for the captain." Charlotte Lingling lowered her head and said after a pause, "The information in the newspaper seems to have been deliberately hidden. Maybe it's a good thing for us instead." Hearing her words, everyone understood what she meant. abandoning the captain to escape, with only treasure in mind, even betraying the captain's name. None of these things that worry them are reported in the newspapers. And about Garen S.A., Knight of the Divine Order of the Celestial Dragons, and Satan S.A., one of the 5 elders. Not a word about it in the papers either. Obviously, this was done deliberately by someone. Most likely, it's the Skrulls trying to keep up their face. That's why the news of one of the 5 elders, Satan Saint, and the Knights of God, Garen Saint, participating in the war was hidden, and hid the news that they had abandoned the captain to escape. The face of the Tenrya people, and their face, all taken into account. There was a long silence, and one by one the people at the scene left one after another. Even the Golden Lion left the scene with a sullen face, and as Kaido was about to leave as well, he was suddenly stopped by Charlotte Lingling. "Hey, Kaido boy." Hearing Charlotte Lingling's words, Kaido stopped and looked back at her in confusion. Charlotte Lingling gazed around to make sure everyone was gone. Only then did he come to Kaido's side in a mysterious manner, a hand wrapped around his shoulder. "Kid, sister will give you some favors. Come with me." Kaido had a puzzled look on his face. From the time he joined the Locust Pirates until now, Charlotte Lingling had always taken good care of herself, as if it were her own sister. She's going to give herself the benefit of the doubt. What is it? The two left Locust Grave and ended up in a remote corner. Charlotte Lingling suddenly pulled out a devil fruit from her chest. Chapter 124, Let's Call You Shanks. On the exterior of that fruit, it was covered with a layer of green-colored scales that looked like dragon scales. It was the same fruit that Charlotte Lingling had snatched from Ivankov's hands at that time. Kaido looked at the fruit and looked puzzled. Charlotte Lingling had a smile on her face. "How's it going, little Kaido? This is a rare treasure that I snatched from the island in the Valley of the Gods, because he already possessed the soul fruit himself. This rare fruit was of no use at all to Charlotte Lingling. Might as well do a big favor with this fruit." Thinking about it, in the entire Locust Pirates, only Kaido and himself had a better relationship. Moreover, Kaido is already terrifyingly strong at a young age now that he doesn't have the devil fruit boost. The future is absolutely limitless. If he ate this rare devil fruit again, then his strength would definitely go to another level. Becoming a dominant sea pirate in time was a sure thing. By helping him now, he would owe him a big favor. The knot in Kaido's throat surged. Of course he knew how rare this devil fruit that could be used as a prize for the God's Valley Celestial Dragons hunting game was. Once he himself obtained this fruit, his strength would inevitably increase greatly. But despite this, Kaido's head was still clear. Though in the Locust Pirates, Charlotte Lingling and herself had one of the best relationships. The two love each other as siblings. But it was never good enough for Charlotte Lingling to give herself such an extremely rare devil fruit. And so, Kaido's gaze was blazing even though he was looking at the devil fruit, but still calmly asked, "Any conditions?" Charlotte Lingling smiled slightly. If Kaido had accepted the fruit outright, she would have thought him a fool instead. A man with courage and no skill was not a target she was going to invest in. So Charlotte Lingling spoke up. "It's not really a special request, but," after a pause, Charlotte Lingling suddenly changed her words. Asked, "Now that the captain is dead, do you have any plans?" Kaido had a thoughtful look on his face before speaking after a moment. "I want to go for a walk." Hearing Kaido's words, a hint of appreciation appeared in the bottom of Charlotte Lingling's eyes. A man like Kaido was never meant to be subservient. Pop. The devil fruit in Charlotte Rain's hand was tossed to Kaido. "Consider it a favor you owe me," Charlotte Lingling said. "A favor?" Kaido muttered. "Favors, that's the hardest thing in the world to pay back." On the 7th day after the great battle of the Valley of the Gods, news came from Hive Island. Captain Locust of the Locust Pirates is killed in battle, and so the pirate group that had dominated the entire ocean announced its dissolution. Crew members Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Lingling, and Sky the Golden Lion choose to leave Hive Island. All of them set up their own pirate groups. Wang Ji and Silver Axe, on the other hand, chose to remain on Beehive Island. The Rocks pirates that dominated the sea and even gave the Navy a headache and even scorn for a long time, just disbanded. But its crews set up their own pirate groups on the ocean. Not sure how that would work out for the Navy, a blessing or a curse. Inside the Roger pirates, since returning from the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, Roger had locked himself in the captain's cabin and hadn't shown his face for 7 days. Riley stood in the doorway of the captain's cabin, and no matter how much he had called out over the past few days, Roger had always just responded, "Leave me alone," and then there was no more movement. It had been 7 days and everyone was worried about what was going to happen to their captain. Finally standing on the morning of the 7th day, the door to the captain's cabin was opened. Only 7 days have passed. The Roger who reappeared before everyone was changed forever. His eye sockets were deep set and his face was a bit gaunt. Riley saw him and immediately greeted him. "Captain." Roger waved his hand and spoke directly. "I need to eat." In the ship's dining room, a large table of food was quickly wiped out by Roger's wind. After eating his fill, he rubbed his stomach and slumped back in his chair. Riley and the others looked at each other and wondered if the captain was recovering or not. After thinking about it, Riley left and not long afterward, surprisingly, came to Roger holding a baby. Roger's face froze as he looked at Riley and the baby in his arms. You have a child? Riley exclaimed as his head filled with black lines. It's not my baby. Roger's face was full of doubt and his eyes swept everyone before he said, whose kid is that? Riley placed the baby directly on the dining table, and the baby blinked its large eyes, seemingly inquisitive, as it surveyed everyone around it. Strikingly, the baby had beautiful red hair. It's something we snatched from the island in the Valley of the Gods, Riley explained. Roger, who had just taken a sip of water, almost spat it out. With that, he exclaimed, what are you doing robbing a baby? Riley had no choice but to continue explaining. This is the baby we found in the treasure chest we looted from the island, and he seems to have been placed in it from the beginning. At that, Roger slumped down on the table. Eyes scrutinized the baby that was placed on the table. Suddenly, the baby grinned and gave Roger a smile. As if infected by the baby's smile, Roger also laughed out loud with a ha 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 ha. With that it was as if many days of bad moods had changed for the better. He laughed out loud. Since it's a baby no one wants, let him become a member of our Roger Pirates. Riley was filled with helplessness. No one told you he was nobody's baby, did they? Look at his red hair. Isn't that a clear symbol? His identity may. Before Riley could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Roger. I don't care. Since he's on our Roger Pirates ship, he's destined to be a member of our pirates. With that, he picked up the baby in his arms, muttered to himself with a smile on his face. What a cute little guy. I don't suppose you have a name yet? Let's see. What should you really be called? Thinking for half a day, Roger suddenly said, just call you Shanks. Shanks, Shanks. Roger teased the baby in his arms. Shanks, Shanks with the beautiful red hair. The rest of the crew seemed to be used to the captain's rambunctious behavior, and Riley threw a newspaper on the table. In the newspaper, it was reported about the great battle of the Valley of the Gods. Hearing Riley's words, Roger's expression lurched. With that, he set Shanks down and reached for the paper. His eyes swept over the newspaper for a long time before he put it down. His gaze looked into the distance, revealing a contemplative expression. Wasn't it reported about his own sneak attack? Is someone deliberately hiding it? The paper said that Locust died from a combination of himself and Carp, Garleen St. and Satan St. No news at all. Suddenly, a smile appeared at the corner of Roger's mouth. Spinning around, he picked up Shanks again and continued his teasing. Chapter 125, Return to the Real World. The Great Blue Sea. A small boat drifted casually on the sea, rising and falling with the rippling waves. Instead, a spectacle appeared around the boat. Only first there were countless giant sea fish and other creatures that seemed a bit agitated. They leap out of the water with a jolt, then drop back down and smash up numerous waves. Finally, a layer of fine water waves, visible to the naked eye, appeared around the boat. There seemed to be a vibrating hum in the air, and the next moment, a school of giant fish silently surfaced from the water. All the fish's eyes rolled over and they were obviously dazed. In the cabin, Luke's form stepped out. Looking at the countless fish floating up around the small boat, a smile appeared at the corner of Luke's mouth. A harpoon was then thrown from his hand, hitting the body of a fish steadily. With a tug on the rope, the huge fish was yanked up. That's the proper way to use dominance, Luke muttered darkly. A fish knife in his hand rose and fell, and the huge fish was instantly disintegrated. A thin slice of fish fluttered down onto a plate that had been prepared long ago. Take the prepared soy sauce and mustard and mix well. Pick up a thin slice of fish with chopsticks and gently wiggle it inside the soy wasabi mixture. Then open your mouth and swallow the fillet. Freshly slaughtered fish is at its most flavorful. In one bite, the saltiness of the soy sauce, mixed with the sweetness of the fish, explodes in your mouth. After swallowing most of his plate of fish in one big gulp, Luke belched contentedly. Lighting a cigarette, Luke cozied up on the deck of the small boat, picking up a newspaper from the sidelines. The headline on it, it was the front page news of Lox's death and battle in the Valley of the Gods. Looking at the newspaper, Luke's mouth tugged with a hint of derision. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, he certainly knew what had happened on the small island of God's Valley. It is also understood that the cause of Rox's death was not such as it was written in the newspapers. Satan St., Galen St., plus Cap's siege, and finally died from a sneak attack by Roger. And the members of the Locust Pirates, all of them escaped with their treasures. Roger's sneak attack, the treachery of the Locust Pirates crew. In addition, the strikes of Garen St. and Satan St. were all concealed in the newspaper. Who the hell is hiding it? Actually, Luke could probably guess. It was nothing more than the celestial dragons hiding the strikes of the Satan Saint and the Garleen Saint in order to care for their own face and to maintain their powerful appearance, and as a condition of sealing the mouths of those pirates. So it also omits Roger's sneak attack, and the escape of the other members of the Locust Pirates. All of these shameful things. In this way, The Tenryujin defended himself and, in passing, the dignity of that group of pirates. Tossing the paper aside, Luke exhaled a puff of smoke. Suddenly I remembered Wang Ji's words. The truth of this world is a complete fabrication made up at the whim of the victors. Shaking his head slightly, Luke rose from the deck. Everything he had to do had been done, and next, it was time to go back. System, switching. I was just about to give the command to switch the temporal fruit, when suddenly, Luke saw the fruit inside his head that shone so brightly that he couldn't even see the original face. The fruit of the sun. Who is the real sun god? This fruit, which he himself had extracted in the land of peace in the first place. Haven't had a chance to look into it yet though. Shaking his head slightly, it was better to go back first. Luke then gave the order to replace the Tokiwa fruit within his mind. With that, he opened his eyes and stretched out a finger in front of him. A pitch-black time portal appeared in front of him. Luke lifted his foot and stepped inside the nameless island. Green Pheasant and Doflamingo had been waiting on the beach for days. During the boring hours, Green Pheasant spends his days doing nothing but reading and fishing. It doesn't even look like it's in a hurry. Doflamingo, on the other hand, has been going around the outskirts of the island every day. He wondered what Luke was doing in the middle of the island, but Luke gave orders when he left that he was not to be approached. The anxious waiting made him extremely curious. There were even a few times when I almost pressed on to the center of the island, but all stop at key moments to disobey Luke's orders. Thinking of what happened to Kaido and Big Mom, who were as strong as the four emperors, he still dismissed the thought in time. Another few days passed, and there was still no sign of Luke in the center of the island. Doflamingo stood at the bow of the ship, looking inside the island and pacing back and forth anxiously. Green Pheasant, on the other hand, is wearing an eye patch and seems to be asleep. After a long time, Doflamingo stopped, looking at the fake sleeping Green Pheasant. Aren't you curious? Pheasant wore an eye patch and didn't move his head. Curious about what? Doflamingo scratched his head, curious as to what the captain was doing there. Of course, Green Pheasant suddenly removed his eye patch, a rare hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If you're really curious, why don't you go check it out? Doflamingo immediately shook his head. Pheasant snorted and said no more. Doflamingo continued to pace back and forth anxiously, and after a while, couldn't help but speak once again. Do you think the captain could be in some kind of danger? At that, Green Pheasant looked at him with a look of idiocy. Captain? Danger? Are you in a hurry? Doflamingo instantly realized what the hell kind of stupidity he was talking about. With Luke's formidable strength, who in the world could be a danger to him? He can even steal it without picking on anyone else. And he had carefully looked around the island after he had first landed on it. It's a totally yellow island, not to mention people and not many animals. But the more he did, the more curious Doflamingo felt. What could the captain be doing there on an empty island? Just as Doflamingo was puzzled, suddenly, Green Pheasant, who was lying there, stood up violently, and Doflamingo, too, instantly looked like an enemy. Both of them, they detected an extremely powerful aura. A cold aura emanated from Green Pheasant's body as he looked warily into the depths of the island. The tone was murmured in a low voice. What a strong dominance. Doflamingo's face, too, suddenly looked as if it was on fire. He also detected a powerful and terrifying overbearing aura that emanated from the depths of the island. And it could be clearly detected that the owner who emitted the domineering aura simply did not have a domineering aura that could be allowed to overflow. Rather, it is an unintentional flow. Does a mere inadvertent display of dominance give people such heart palpitations? The knot in Doflamingo's throat surged, his voice dry and hoarse. Could it be the captain? Green Pheasant's face was serious. The captain's dominance is indeed strong, but this man's dominance may be far above the captain's. Doflamingo swallowed. What kind of monster would it have to be to have more dominance than the captain? Could it be that captain has really met an untimely end in the middle of the island? Chapter 126, Crossing the Windless Zone. Just as the two of them were speculating, the strong and domineering aura in the center of the island, it was becoming more and more obvious that Green Pheasant and Doflamingo were tense, always be ready to strike. Immediately, a silhouette slowly walked out from the depths of the island, but after seeing the figure, both Green Pheasant and Doflamingo froze in place. The visitor was none other than Captain Luke, whom they had not seen for many days. Finally back in the real world, Luke had just stepped off the island when he saw the Green Pheasant duo on the bow of the ship, so he waved his hand. It's been a long time. There was nothing but stupefaction on the faces of both Green Pheasants in the face of Luke's greeting. The powerful overbearing aura they detected was actually emanated by Luke. It's only been a few days. Has their captain gotten stronger again? This strong and domineering aura was simply like a different person from before. Although Luke, before that, was also terribly strong. But today he is just standing there alone. The aura that naturally flowed from his body was like a dormant beast, to choose someone at any time. Walking himself onto the boat, Luke stretched comfortably. It's better to be back in the comfort of your own boat. Doflamingo stood right beside him, the look on his face looking extremely cautious. As night fell, the pirate ship with the lightning symbol had sailed away from that island. On deck, Luke lay in a chaise lounge with a cigarette in his fingers, leisurely crossing his legs. Doflamingo set out all the ingredients needed for the hot pot and then sat down on the opposite side of the table. Beside him, Green Pheasant, his eyes kept glancing at Luke's face. It seemed to be trying to discern some secret that he needed to know. The silence lasted for a long time before Doflamingo put a piece of fish into the hot pot before speaking carefully. "Captain, what do we do next?" As Doflamingo finished, Green Pheasant's gaze locked onto Luke's face. Since following Luke, they seemed to be mostly aimless. Even when he first traveled to the land of Wabi-Sabi, Luke seemed to act as if he had wandered there, so he was going to check it out. Luke took a drag on his cigarette and gazed out into the distance. There was a moment of silence before he spoke slowly. "Ming, you used to be a Tenryu, right?" Hearing Luke's words, Doflamingo's body lurched. The question of one's own birth was not considered a secret, but not many people knew about it. He didn't understand what Luke meant when he suddenly asked that, so all that could be done was to nod. "Yes." Luke puffed on his cigarette, his face thoughtful. After a moment spoke. "Do you think that the world needs the Skrulls?" Doflamingo's chopsticks, which were reaching for the meat, shook. For the Tenryu people, despite being of Tenryu origin themselves, he didn't have much to offer. Just like his own stupid father, all the Tenryu people are stupid in the eyes of Doflamingo. Doflamingo was silent and didn't speak. Luke continued to speak to himself. "It's not right that the Red Earth continent can only be inhabited by celestial dragons, is it?" Neither Green Pheasant nor Doflamingo answered his words. Luke suddenly snapped his fingers. "Our next objective, traveling to the Red Earth continent. I want to visit the land of the Skrulls." Combine that with Luke's previous few words, and where he's headed now. A horrible thought suddenly surfaced in the back of Green Pheasant and Doflamingo's minds. Their captain, of course, was of unquestionable strength. Both Green Pheasant and Doflamingo admitted that they couldn't think of anyone in this world who could be Luke's opponent. But sometimes, the success or failure of things is not measured by how strong a person is. The celestial dragons have ruled the entire world for hundreds of years, and are simply not that easy to shake. Luke seemed to know what the two of them were thinking and spoke in a relaxed tone. "Don't worry so much, I'm not a reckless person. The Skrulls have existed for hundreds of years, the world government has existed for hundreds of years, and there are some things that cannot be rushed." This explanation from Luke did not assuage the concerns in the minds of the Green Pheasant duo. Instead, it proved their suspicions. This crazy captain of theirs is actually trying to do things that will dry up the world. But how can it be that simple? The ship sailed slowly through the dark night sky, and the two Green Pheasants never spoke again. A few days later, on the Azure Sea, Luke and Green Pheasant stood at the bow of the ship. Green Pheasant's hand held a nautical map, and after staring at it for a long time, he spoke slowly. "We are now in the East Sea, and we need to make a detour to the upside-down mountain in order to enter the Red Earth continent." Luke took the map from Green Pheasant's hand and looked at it before speaking. "Why don't we just go straight through the Windless Belt, then into the Great Voyage, then straight to the Holy Land of Manhwa?" Green Pheasant's face gave a lurch. "Our ships, we can't cross the Windless Zone." Luke tapped him on the shoulder. "How do you know if you don't try?" Green Pheasant frowned and spoke. "There are a large number of sea king-like creatures within the Windless Belt, and rushing in will not only involve facing the attacking harassment of that group of sea kings, and inside the Windless Zone, we lose power to our ships when we lose wind." Luke pulled a cigarette from his pocket and held it to his mouth. "Just go. I'll find a way." Thinking of Luke's terrifying overbearing aura that emanated from his body, inexplicably, Green Pheasant felt that such a powerful person, the small windlass band, really didn't seem to count as a problem for him. So the ship changed course and headed straight for the Great Voyage. 3 days later, the ship slowed to a stop. Luke, who had just woken up, stepped out of the cabin. Looking at the stopped ship, he opened his mouth. "Why did you stop?" Both Doflamingo and Green Pheasant stood at the bow of the ship. Hearing Luke's words behind him, Doflamingo pointed to the huge sails on the ship. The sails were completely dried out at this point. "We've reached the Windless Zone." Luke came to the side of the boat and reached out to feel in the air. There was no hint of air movement at all in the clear air. "Is this the Windless Zone? It's amazing." Retracting his arm, Luke took off the jacket he was wearing and threw it on the floor. With that, he slowly rolled up his own sleeves while speaking to Green Pheasant and Doflamingo. "Be careful, you two." Doflamingo and Green Pheasant hadn't understood what Luke meant by that statement. Suddenly, an incomparably powerful and terrifying pressure. It suddenly emanated violently from Luke's body. The terrifying pressure caused ripples that could be seen with the naked eye to appear within the surrounding air. At the same time, dark red lightning wrapped Luke's body completely. Flop. Green Pheasant and Doflamingo, who were standing next to Luke, had no chance of resisting. the two men went straight to their knees. It was obvious that the overbearing aura released from Luke's body was not only not directed at the two of them, there was even a deliberate effort to get around the two of them. But just the aftershock of Luke's full release of his overbearing aura was enough to make them lose any ability to resist. Chapter 127 Challenges. It wasn't as if the duo hadn't seen Luke strike before. Whether it was the first time we saw Luke blossom on the battlefield of Marineford, or is it that later, within the country of peace, Luke steps in to decapitate Kaido. Both Green Pheasant and Doflamingo assumed that was Luke's full strength. But today, they realized, regardless of the previous fight, Luke had not exerted his full strength. Feeling the terrifying aftershocks of the domineering aura, the two people only felt their insides trembling. Before, they all thought Luke's strongest point was his fruit ability, but now it seems that dominance is his strongest killing move. What kind of monster is this? Both men wondered inwardly at the same time. Why in the world would anyone be powerful enough to do that? Terrifying overbearing aura ravaged the surroundings, and the hull of the ship made teeth-gnashing crunching noises. It seemed as if at any moment it might dismember into pieces because it couldn't withstand the aftermath of Luke's overbearing aura. The three of them are all fruit ability users. Once the ship has a problem, everyone is going to be finished. Roar! Suddenly, a loud and dull roar came from within the sea. The sea began to ripple. In the next moment, a huge Sea King class emerged from within the deep sea. The ship that Luke's trio was traveling in was like a toy boat in front of its huge figure. The waves caused by the appearance of the Sea King class made the entire ship feel as if it had encountered a tsunami. A bumpy ride. The vertical pupils on the huge head were on the verge of catching up with the size of the ship. Luke, who stood at the bow of the ship, simply turned his gaze faintly toward the huge Sea King class. In the next moment, within that originally cold and emotionless vertical pupil, a hint of very humanized fear suddenly appeared. Poof! Luke grunted lightly within his nose. The huge creature, which was like a small mountain, was suddenly like an enemy, and its entire figure froze in place. Blue sea, no wind around. The pirate ship that Luke's trio was on, pulled by the huge Sea King class, traveled quickly through the windless zone. During this time, a faint aura of dominance still emanated from Luke's body. Wherever the Neptune class passes, no other unsuspecting creatures come to disturb them. Doflamingo looked ahead at the Sea King class that was desperately trying to catch up. Swallowed. He had never thought it possible to cross the windless zone in this way. Green Pheasant, on the other hand, stood by, not realizing that Luke had chosen to cross the windless zone this way. In fact, with 3 bikes they could have traversed the entire windless zone. The Sea King class towed Luke's ship inside the windless zone for 2 days, and on the morning of the 3rd day, the surroundings suddenly changed. It was as if a quiet space was suddenly broken. Luke looked up and saw that the sails, which had been dried out, were suddenly swollen. Looks like they've crossed the windless zone. Untie the rope holding the Neptune class. Sensing the loss of their restraints, the huge head of the Neptune class turned around. The pupils still looked at Luke with deep fear. Luke waved his hand casually. Get lost. Instantly, that Sea King class that was supposed to dominate the area was like an amnesty, and immediately dived into the seawater without looking back. In just a few seconds, the huge figure disappeared. Green Pheasant, who was standing next to Luke, took out the charts and looked at them before speaking. 2 more days of sailing and we'll see the Red Earth continent. Luke gave a slight nod, signaling that he was ready to go. Once you enter the Great Voyage, there are more ships around. Every once in a while you could see either a navy or a pirate ship out at sea. But those ships, after seeing the flag with black lightning painted on Luke's ship from a long distance, all of them immediately turned around and fled as if they were fleeing for their lives. After the great battle in the Land of Peace, Luke and his lightning pirates already had a heck of a reputation. Or rather, a fierce reputation. Even the name of the 4 emperors is far from Luke's. Another day and night of sailing, and early the next morning, Luke had just gotten up and stood at the bow of the boat stretching. Suddenly, from a long distance, he saw a ship that wasn't too far off from his own pirate ship, slowly approaching his side. During the course of the day yesterday, Luke and the others also encountered a number of ships, but those ships all fled for their lives after seeing the flag on board. It was the first one to approach with a straight hook like that. Luke narrowed his eyes at the ship, then signaled for Green Pheasant to slow down. Luke was kinda curious about the ship that had approached him of its own accord. It didn't take long for the ship to come into sight of Luke. The distance between the 2 ships was no more than tens of meters. On that ship, there was a flag depicting the skull and crossbones symbol commonly used by pirates. Obviously a pirate ship. Get closer and you can see it too. On the bow of that ship stood a group of figures. At the head of the group was a young-looking pirate. Hey, is that the Lightning Pirates? The young pirate shouted over to Luke's side. Luke didn't even have to say anything before Doflamingo frowned and looked that way, then blurted out, "Where did the brat come from?" The young pirate saw Doflamingo, and a flash of excitement suddenly welled up on his face. With that, he shouted, "I am the captain of the Gar Pirates, Gar Benedoya." Hearing the other party introduce themselves, Luke's three faces showed doubt. Green Pheasant asked to Doflamingo, "You recognize?" A thoughtful look crossed Doflamingo's face for a long moment before he shook his head. "Never heard of it." The youth over there, who called himself the captain of the Gal pirate ship, had a smile on his face as he yelled at Luke's men once again. "You may not have heard my name before, but from this day forward, my name will be heard throughout the sea. Miso." Suddenly, a long sword glowing with a cold light appeared in Gar's hand. He raised his long sword and pointed it straight at Luke's men. "I, captain of the Gal pirates, Gal Benedoya, to Lightning and the pirates, launch the challenge." The three Lukes stood at the bow of the ship, their faces a little stiff. After a long time had passed, it was as if Doflamingo suspected he had heard wrong. Turning to Green Pheasant, he asked, He's here to challenge us?" Pheasant suddenly yawned and turned away from the bow, speaking as he walked. "Another brat who wants to be famous like crazy." Luke, on the other hand, looked at the young man who called himself Gar with curiosity. In all the time he had been a pirate, it was the first time he had encountered someone who wanted to challenge him. To be fair, during this time, some news about himself must have been widely spread in the outside world, but due to the over-the-top nature of what he had done, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, I believe most people think it's fake, so it's kind of expected that someone would come and challenge themselves. Doflamingo turned his head to Luke for instructions. "I'll fix them?" Luke, however, shook his head. "Let me play with them." Chapter 128 Teasing. Not far away, a number of ships were docked at a small island harbor. At this point in time, there were quite a few people standing at the harbor location. Some eagle-eyed ones had recognized Luke's ship. The newspapers, after all, don't print much about him. It's the Lightning Pirates. Is it really true that the monster is on board as well? Keep your voice down. He'll be in big trouble if he hears you. I heard that all of Kazunokuni was destroyed by him. Not only Kazunoki, but I heard that Kaido and Big Mom died at his hands as well. How did he get here? Who knows? Did I hear that right? That what's his name? The Gar Pirates are actually going to challenge him. Are you kidding me? The Gar Pirates? Never even heard of them. A group of people gathered at the harbor and kept talking, but no one noticed a figure wearing a pure white mask and a white suit just blend in with the crowd. Behind the white mask, a pair of eyes watched Luke's ship in the distance. After a long time of listening to the surrounding discussions, the figure left the crowd and came to a secluded corner. He pulled a phone bug out of his pocket. It was then quickly dialed. "I found Luke the Thunder God's trail." At the bow, Luke stretched hard. "Spinning around," he exclaimed to Gar, who was holding a sharp blade in the distance. "Okay, I accept your challenge." At those words, excitement snapped within Gar's eyes. As a teenager who also had dreams of greatness as a pirate, he had been out at sea for quite some time. Through his own efforts, he also established his own pirate group, but after all this time, he never found the opportunity to make a name for himself. Just yesterday, he suddenly received a message from his men. It says that the Lightning Pirates have appeared in the neighborhood. The Lightning Pirates, in today's Great Sea, are notorious. Their captain, Luke, is rumored to have formerly been just a petty officer in the Navy, but a hit on the famous battlefield of Marineford. Not only did he take on one of the four emperors, Redhead and Blackbeard Tiki, all by himself, but he also destroyed the entirety of Marineford. It wasn't long after that battle that he became one of the three great admirals of the Navy. But then, for reasons unknown, Luke chose to rebel against the Navy and has started his own pirate group. Under his command, there is even Green Pheasant, who is also a former admiral like him, and one of the former 7 musketeers, Doflamingo, has become his crew. Not too long ago, they even made a big mess in the country of Kazunoki. It is said that the entire country of Kazuno was destroyed by him. Such a legendary figure has naturally become a legendary pirate on this great sea. However, for some reason, the world government had never announced a bounty for the Lightning Pirates. None of that matters, though. All Gar saw now was a chance to make a name for himself across the ocean. Beside him, several of the crew had weapons in hand at this point. The aura on his face, though, was much weaker. In their opinion, Gar was crazy for challenging the Lightning Pirates. The captain of the Lightning Pirates is that heck of a monster. Not to mention them, even Kaido, who was a veteran 4th emperor, died at his hands. A henchman swallowed hard and opened his mouth with a voice that trembled a little. "Ship, Captain, I think it's better to forget about it. With our current strength, it's impossible to defeat the Lightning Pirates, right?" Gar glanced back at the henchman slightly, then flung the sharp blade in his hand. "Hey, don't forget, our goal is to become the strongest pirate group that dominates the entire ocean. Challenging the Lightning Pirates is just the beginning. What's next?" Before Gar could finish his words, a lazy voice suddenly rang in his ears. "What's next?" Hearing the voice, Gar jerked his head around to see a slouching young man, standing right next to him. "Thunder! Thor! Thor Luke!" All the crew around them all yelled. How did Luke, who was clearly in the distance just now, suddenly appear so silently on their ship? Everyone tensed and gripped their weapons in their hands, but the panic and fear on his face couldn't be hidden. Gar's throat rolled as well, and after swallowing a mouthful of water, he gripped the sharp blade in his hand as hard as he could. Strongly composing himself, he spoke to Luke. I'm going to challenge you. Luke shrugged, his tone casual. Yeah, come on. Gale looked at Luke, who seemed to him to be all broken at this point. Ah! Suddenly, Gar yelled and jerked up the weapon in his hand and slashed at Luke's body. Gale's attack was, in Luke's opinion, too slow. With a slight sway of his body, he dodged his strike, not even with his hands in his pockets. A little slow, Luke muttered. Upon hearing Luke's words, a look of anger appeared on Gar's face. Damn it! There's a price to pay for underestimating me. With a roar, the sharp blade in Gar's hand once again swung toward Luke. Luke doesn't take his time to dodge. The sharp blade in Gale's hand swung faster and faster, but no matter how fast he was, he could never even reach the corner of Luke's coat. In the distance on the lightning pirate ship, Doflamingo looked over at Luke. Is the captain killing the boredom? A chaise longue that Green Pheasant had already moved. Looking at the distance in a flat tone. Boring? A character like that can be solved with just a slight release of dominance. In the distance at the harbor of the island, countless silhouettes all looked at the so-called battle over there. There was an exclamation of surprise. What's going on? That kid could really fight Thor Luke for that long. Are you kidding me? Is this the battle power of Luke, the god of thunder? A disdainful voice rang out when he heard everyone's comments. Bunch of idiots. Can't you see that Luke, the god of thunder, is playing with him? He didn't even use his full strength. No, to be precise, Luke the thunder god didn't contribute at all. While the group was talking, in the remote corner, the figure in the pure white suit was listening attentively to the orders on the other side of the phone bug. Make sure to keep a close eye on him and keep me posted. Yes, on the boat, Gar's breath was coming in sharper and sharper. But Luke, in front of him, still looked cloudy. After a long time, Gar finally realized the person in front of him was simply teasing him. His own full force attack was completely like child's play to him. Damn it, won't you fight back? Finally unable to endure the humiliation, Gar let out a desperate roar. At the same time the sharp blades in his hands stopped and he stood in place breathing heavily. Luke looked at him and spoke with a smile on his face. Let me fight back? Are you sure? Chapter 129, The Red Earth Continent. Gale gasped dramatically. From the time he decided to become a pirate until now, he had basically encountered no setbacks along the way. Go to sea, form your own pirate group, and then have a certain bounty. Smooth sailing has almost never stopped him, not to mention being teased like that. Come on, let me see. The so-called Thunder God Pirates. Is it a false name or not? Gale yelled at Luke. Luke still had a smile on his face and then raised his finger. On his fingertips, a sesame-sized ball of light appeared there. With that, Luke's fingers flicked. The sesame-sized ball of light then leapt out from his fingertips and lightly floated towards Gar. Luke's form, meanwhile, had leapt high into the air. Since you initiated the duel, be prepared to bear the price of defeat. Dropping a light sentence, Luke's figure turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly disappeared over the Gar vessel. Gar watched, as the sesame seed-sized mass of light slowly came to him. The next moment, he had never seen in his life, an extremely brilliant light. It exploded violently in front of him. The mass of light quickly expanded and instantly enveloped Gar's entire ship. The countless men behind him didn't even let out a cry of surprise. The expression on his face was still stuck on his curiosity about the sesame seed-sized ball of light. Boom! The ship enveloped by the ball of light let out a loud roar. Luke's form, meanwhile, had returned to his ship. Standing at the bow of the ship, he calmly watched the scene in the distance. The ships that were engulfed by the ball of light had been reduced to pieces, and the people on the boat, all of them screamed and fell into the sea. Apparently, Luke's strike stayed merciful. Otherwise the group might have been reduced to powder in an instant. Just like the ship, Doflamingo's eyes glanced slightly over Luke's body. The captain of the house, it seems, is quite kind. At the harbor in the distance, countless silhouettes looking that way all raised their hands in panic to shield their eyes. So gorgeous was the massive light that they couldn't even look straight at it. Only after waiting for the ball of light to disperse did all of them look at it sideways, only to see that where there was originally a ship, there was only seawater left, and all the people of the Gar pirates were all struggling in the sea, desperately swimming towards the small island that was closest to them. A casual strike left a ship with not even a bit of dregs left. It's a bit beyond anyone's knowledge. Most people's mouths were wide open, dumbfounded. He stared at what was in front of him. It's extremely logical that Gar lost to Luke the Thunder God, but Luke's terror was refreshing heights in their minds. Not bad for a monster that could destroy the entire country of Kazunokuni. Even the four emperors would probably have a hard time possessing this kind of battle power. It seems that the rumors from the outside world were right. Luke's strength has long surpassed that of the four emperors. and after settling the trouble, the ship of the lightning pirates continued to embark on its voyage. The figure in the harbor crowd, the one wearing a white mask and a white suit, eyes watched through the mask in the direction Luke's ship was slowly leaving. With that, he pulled the phone bug out of his pocket. Report, Luke and his party are headed toward Upside Down Mountain, Manhwa, Holy Land. A figure in a pure white suit, the very symbol of CP0, the World Government Intelligence Organization. Hurriedly, he walked inside a building. Bang, bang, bang. After a knock on the door, a voice came from inside. Come in. Inside an office, Pit St. was sitting at his desk. The CP0 member who walked through the door immediately lowered his head upon entering. There's information that Luke's lightning pirates, who suddenly appeared not far from the Upside Down Mountain, are coming this way towards Manhwa. Upon hearing the news of CP0, Pit St's expression gave a slight lurch. Luke, the god of thunder. It seems like it's been a long time since we've heard from him. The last time I heard from him was over in Wakuni. After disappearing for so long, he is now running to Manhwa? Is there a purpose? Pit St. thought darkly. When he first met with Lord M himself had given the order. Any news about Luke should be reported to him first. So Pietro Saint stood up and waved his hand slightly at the CP0 member. Got it. Keep an eye on him and keep me posted. Yes. After receiving the order, the CP0 members left the office. Peter Saint walked out of the conference room with a gloomy look on his face and hurriedly headed towards Pangu City. A towering wall jolted into view. That being said, this was the first time Luke had seen the continent of Red Earth. The grandeur of the scene made him feel unconsciously shocked. Doflamingo was standing right next to Luke, his eyes also looking in the direction where the Red Earth continent was. I don't know what's going on inside. Whether he was thinking about the scene when he was a child still as a Tenryou man, living on top of the Red Earth continent. The ship slowly approached towards the Red Earth continent, and Green Pheasant stepped out of the cabin, still holding the charts in his hand. Upside Down Mountain is on the left. We can. Before Pheasant could finish his words, Luke waved his hand at him. My destination is here. Hearing Luke's words, both Green Pheasant and Doflamingo froze. This is the destination? Isn't it the Holy Land of Manhwa? This is just one section of the long area of the Red Earth continent. Before the two could come up with a result, Luke instructed Green Pheasant and Doflamingo. You guys just wait here for me. With that, he made a leap at the Red Earth continent in front of him. The two of them were shocked. Could it be that Luke was planning to enter the Red Earth continent directly from here? Thinking about Luke's strength, the Green Pheasant duo certainly didn't doubt that he would be able to enter the Red Earth continent from here, but realized that the entire continent of Red Earth is inhabited by all Tenryou people, and it's heavily guarded. Anyone who enters who isn't a Skrull identity will be rounded up if they're discovered. Despite Luke's strength, the number of Skrulls up there is a lot. There are some very powerful people, like the Knights of God. As a former Tenryou man, Doflamingo knew more or less what was going on in the Red Earth continent. He looked worried. Captain, if you go up there alone. Luke waved his hand unconcernedly. If I run into trouble that I just can't solve, I'll run away. At that, Doflamingo could only choose to keep his mouth shut. If it's just an escape, with the strength of their captain, I'm afraid no one can stop it. The ship was extremely close to the continent of Red Earth, and Luke stood at the bow, reaching out to touch the towering walls in front of him. With that, his knees bent slightly. The next moment, his entire body was like a cannonball. It popped up so hard that the entire ship tilted from his force. Luke's figure had swept violently towards the top of the Red Earth continent. Chapter 130 Elaine the Dragon. As Green Pheasant and Doflamingo looked on in shock, Luke's form grew smaller and smaller, eventually disappearing at the top of the Red Earth continent. It was a long time before Green Pheasant withdrew his gaze, and Doflamingo, looking up, muttered, "What do you suppose the captain is going to do?" Green Pheasant was already preparing to walk towards the cabin when he heard Doflamingo's words and gave a slight stance. Then he shook his head. I don't know. Doflamingo withdrew his gaze, thoughtfully. It's so exciting to see if a little something surprising will happen. Luke's form appeared above the continent of Red Earth. If he removed the crossing over to the God's Valley War, this was the first time he had come above the Red Earth continent. As far as the eye could see, all one could see was a huge palace. I guess this is where the Skrulls live. Luke's form dropped to the ground, and in the distance, a group of soldiers, armed with weapons, came patrolling from a distance. Luke quickly hid. One's target is not these ordinary Tenryou people. Eyeing the group of soldiers as they walked away, Luke was just about to come out of hiding. Suddenly, there was a sound of movement from behind them. Luke looked back and saw a young girl, probably in her mid-20s, standing not far behind him. On the young girl's body, she wore the iconic Tenryou costume, and on her head, the characteristic Tenryou glass cover. The gaze of the young girl behind the glass cover at that moment was filled with curiosity and surprise. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Luke intently. It was a long time before the young girl spoke with some curiosity. Who are you? Luke didn't detect a hint of danger in the young girl's body. It looked as if the young girl was an ordinary person who didn't have a dominant aura and couldn't fight. Ordinary Skrulls, I should say. Skrulls were often inbred, though Luke saw nothing obvious in the young girl's face in terms of mental retardation. And the young girl had beautiful yellow hair. Even in the pirate world, where beautiful women walk everywhere, it's still considered outstanding. The young girl's curious eyes surveyed Luke. Luke was still debating whether to get some information out of her mouth or just strike and knock her out. Just as Luke hesitated, the young girl suddenly spoke again. You're not a Skrull, nor are you a squire or a knight of God. Are you a pariah from the lower world? Hearing the young girl's words, Luke almost couldn't help himself. However, when the young girl said the word pariah, there was no fluctuation within her tone. It was like calling a cabbage. Extremely natural and casual. Luke rubbed his teeth together and gave the young girl a menacing look. That's right, I'm from the lower world. The young girl showed no fear at all in the face of Luke's menacing expression. Instead, he looked even more curious. How did you get here? Luke grinned and thought to himself that this young girl should have never left the continent of Red Earth since she was born. Inside, there is still the innocence that a young girl should have. It's like being a lady of the house for a long time. Just as Luke was about to speak, suddenly, the group of guards whose parade had been far away just now suddenly turned back, and the direction they were headed was exactly where Luke and the young girl were. A dagger slipped out of Luke's hand and was instantly behind the young girl. At the same time, his entire body was hidden behind the girl's white Tenryu man costume, and his mouth was vicious to the girl. What to say and what not to say? I hope you understand, or I swear I'll kill you before those guards do. Luke couldn't see the young girl's expression either since he was standing behind her. As he watched, the group of guards came closer and closer, and finally arrived in front of the young girl. The head guard-like figure at the head of the group saluted the young girl. Irin-sama, what are you doing here? At that moment Luke was standing behind the young girl, and he was ready to strike at any moment. The big deal is that it makes things a little more problematic. There seemed to be a moment of silence before the young girl's voice rang out. Nothing, I'm just walking around. When the head guard heard the young girl's words, he immediately made another bow. Then we will leave Irin-sama alone. After saying that, the group of guards left towards the distance. After making sure that the group had gone away, Luke put away his dagger and came to the young girl. The young girl blinked her wide eyes and looked at Luke with even more curiosity. What is a pariah like you doing here? If they catch them, it's to be killed. The young girl's mouthful of pariahs made Luke uncomfortable to listen to. On the contrary, he could still clearly feel that the other party was not malicious. Luke stared at the young girl as he played with his own dagger in his hand and spoke. Your name is Elaine? The young girl, Elaine, nodded, and seemed unconcerned about Luke's coercion just now. Instead, he smiled. What's your pariah name? Luke's face was fierce. You call me a pariah again and I'll carve a few words into your pretty face. Elaine had an innocent look on her face. Since you're not a Tenryu, or a squire or knights of God, well, after a pause Elaine continued. You're not in the Navy either, are you? But even if you were, the Navy is a pariah. Luke hated being called a pariah in every breath. This group of celestial dragons, who considered themselves to be the descendants of the gods, seemed as if everyone else in the world was a class or even a few classes below them. Except for them, the Navy goes to great lengths every day to protect them. In the end they are pariahs in their mouths too. Luke picks up his dagger and makes a mean 3 at Elaine. Never mind who I am. I'm here in the Red Earth continent now to do only 3 things. Elaine wondered. What is it? Luke said viciously. That's fair or ing fair. Elaine's eyes rolled. Then she spoke. You're here ready to kill some Skrull, aren't you? Luke raised an eyebrow, thinking she was right, so he nodded. Exactly. A smile suddenly appeared on Elaine's face. You can't kill anyone. Instead, you'll lose your life because of your stupid behavior. Believe me, bitchy. Well, downworlders like you have appeared here before. They called themselves the Y Revolutionary Army, but they didn't kill anyone. Instead they were captured by the Knights of God's Army Sunsama, and then lost his life. Luke rolled his eyes. It looked like someone from the Revolutionary Army had infiltrated the Redlands earlier. Who are they trying to kill? Seeing Luke contemplating, Elaine assumed he had heard her words, so spoke up. I can figure out a way to get you out safely, but you have to listen to me. Otherwise I can't protect you if that group of guards or the Knights of God find out. Luke looked up at her. You're still weirdly nice. Elaine spread her hands. You can pretend to be my slave for a while, and then I'll find an opportunity for you to escape. Slaves again? When he himself had first traveled through the Valley of the Gods, he had at first become the slave of a Skrull. Are these people addicted to taking slaves? Luke muttered darkly, then shook his head. No need. Chapter 131, Panga City. Getting Luke's refusal. A flicker of disbelief flashed across Elaine's face. In her opinion, she clearly wanted to save someone, but the other party insisted on seeking death. Unsure of what she was remembering, Elaine looked at Luke and murmured, "It seems that you people always have something more valuable than your own lives." Luke rolled his eyes, thinking that even if he was just bent on death right now, and I'm afraid there's no one in the world who can take their own life. Dispelling the clutter of thoughts in his mind, Luke stared at Elaine. "Take me somewhere, Elaine, while I will save you. I will not help you kill anyone." Luke gave a grim smile. "Miss, I'm afraid you don't realize what's going on right now, and I'm not discussing it with you." When he finished speaking, Luke gently shook the dagger in his hand. A hint of fear finally appeared in Elaine's wide eyes. Soon, though, she calmed down. "This place is heavily guarded. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to escape, let alone accomplish your goal." Luke's dagger pressed gently against the glass cover of Elaine's head. "So play nice and cooperate. Just need you to take me places, and it's none of your business what I do next." Elaine took a deep breath and then spoke. "Where are you going?" Luke said slowly. "Pangu City." Hearing Luke's words, a hint of confusion appeared within Elaine's large eyes. "Pangu City?" Luke nodded. "Yes, it's where your Lord Im resides." The confusion within Elaine's eyes increased. "Lord Im?" Luke stared at Elaine's face. Please make sure her confusion wasn't feigned. It was strangely dark at once. The Tenryou people don't know about the existence of Pangu Castle and Im? It can't be, can it? After thinking about it, Luke decided to ask a different question. Who is the supreme being of your Tenryou people? Hearing Luke's words, Elaine's face suddenly showed a devout expression. A hand gently brushed against his chest. "Of course it's the God Sama." Luke scratched his head. "This God Sama, he's real, isn't he?" It was as if Elaine was a little angry at Luke's remark. "Of course, perhaps you pariahs of the lower realms can't stand the sight of us sky dragons, but our God, the Lord, must never be dishonored." Luke didn't expect such a reaction from Elaine, so the tone changed. "And where does this God Sama of yours reside?" Elaine gave Luke a wary look and then asked, "What do you want? Do you want to?" Elaine's tone faltered and she suddenly laughed. "You want to assassinate our God Sama?" The look on her face was like she was trying to determine if an ant was going to kill a sea king species. To this, Luke was unconcerned. According to his guess, the God Sama that Elaine was talking about should be Im. It seems that Imna is an extremely mysterious and pushy existence even among the Tenryou people. It was a long time before Elaine stopped laughing. "Lord Divine resides in the holy city. Even if I take you there, you won't be able to get close." Luke raised one eyebrow. "Why?" Elaine was smiling. "You're coming with me." With that said, Elaine led the way with Luke following behind. I had thought that Elaine would just take herself there, but I didn't expect it. Finally, he actually came to a palace. The two walked into the side entrance of the palace and ended up in a place where vehicles were parked. An opulent carriage was parked there, and in front of it, tethered to it, were not horses. Instead, it was a couple of stocky fishmen. Luke grinned. Sure enough, the rest of the race was in their opinion, except for the Skrulls themselves, no different than livestock. Though Elaine, the Skrull, seemed like she was a bit of a goody-goody. But in the end, it was still the bloodline of the Tenryou people that flowed in his bones. Elaine gave Luke a look that seemed to know what was on his mind. Raising his jade finger to point at the fish people who were acting as horses in front of the carriage, he spoke. "I didn't mistreat them. On the contrary, I saved their lives. Stay here and at the very least it won't cost them their lives. And I don't use the car very often. They're free most of the time." Several of the fishmen in front of the wagon had a slightly demented look on their faces, much like some of the Skrulls. Elaine led Luke to the carriage, followed by the few fishmen pulling the cart and walking right out of the palace. In the carriage, Luke and Elaine sat opposite each other. He was just about to reach out and lift the curtains of the carriage to look outside, but Elaine stopped him. "You'll get in trouble if anyone sees you. A pariah sharing a carriage with a Skrull would never be allowed here." Luke grinned. "Are we going to Pangu? Well, the holy city now?" Elaine nodded. "You guys don't know the Red Earth continent. It's huge, and it takes a little while to get to the holy city." Luke stopped speaking and glanced across the room at Elaine for a few moments. It seems not all Tenryou people are stereotypical looking either. There is no shortage of existences like Elaine. Suddenly, Luke remembered Doflamingo's father. So, there might be quite a few deviants within the Skrulls. Inside the huge palace, the towering figure of him stood above. Pit St. kneels beneath the Great Hall. It was a long time before Im's androgynous voice resounded in the Great Hall. "Are you saying that Luke has appeared near the continent of Red Earth?" Pietro St. bowed his head and spoke cautiously. "Just got an update that Luke's pirate ship is anchored just below the Red Earth continent, but he's disappeared, and the only two people on board are Green Pheasant and Doflamingo." Imam's crown-wearing head nodded gently. Suddenly red eyes looked outside the Great Hall. "Your guess is that he has entered the Red Earth continent?" Pietro St. bowed his head. "Or, maybe." Im stood up, unable to see the look on his face, but the voice held a hint of anticipation. "The last time I saw him in Marihoa, He was so weak then. In such a short period of time, it's as if he has undergone a metamorphosis. It's getting more and more like him from 800 years ago. Listening to him's words, Peter Saint still kept his head down, not daring to make any comments. The only sound left in the empty hall was Im's mumbling. The fishman pulled the wagon and moved slowly. Luke still peeked out and lifted the curtains to look out. The cluster of palaces around them grew denser and denser as they walked, and a huge complex of extremely towering buildings appeared in front of the carriage. Vaguely recognizing it, Luke responded, "That would be where the Manhwa world government is located." After advancing a little further, suddenly the carriage stopped. Elaine lifted the curtains and looked outside, then turned to Luke. "Arrived. Don't talk freely when you get out of the car." After giving the instructions once more, Elaine took the lead and stepped out of the carriage. Luke was a close second. Chapter 132, Infiltration. Just as he got off the carriage, he saw a group of figures whose costumes were clearly no longer ordinary guards, parading over from the distance. A few of the guards just nodded when they saw Elaine. "Irin-sama." Elaine returned the greeting with the same slight nod, and a few of the guards clearly showed a question within their eyes when they saw Luke behind her. Elaine explained in a hurry, "He is my slave." The guard at the head of the group, expressionless, opened his mouth. "Lord Elaine, I still feel the need to remind you that slaves are supposed to wear collars to be appropriate." Elaine smiled slightly at the guard. "As you know, the slaves under my command will never wear any restraints." The guards looked at her faintly. Then after nodding slightly, they simply left. Only after the group of guards had left did Elaine whisper to Luke, "You see, this place is heavily guarded, and the holy city, it is there." With that, Elaine's hand pointed forward. The highest point there, the top of that building, had a dome that looked like a sword. Luke's eyes surveyed the place and he spoke in a hushed voice. "Your God-sama resides there?" Elaine nodded. "To get there, you need to pass through Manhwa's outer city first, and after that there are 3 more layers of guards, all guarded by members of the Knights of God. And Garen Saint-sama, who is the head of the Knights of God, was there as well. So you, alone, are simply not going to make it." Luke's face was thoughtful. Elaine spoke again. "So, do you stand by your decision?" Thinking about it, Elaine added, "What I said still stands, and if you want to escape, I'll help you figure it out." Luke still had a thoughtful look on his face, which Elaine took as a sign of his timidity, so she didn't make a sound either, just let Luke think it over. After a long time, Luke hooked the corners of his mouth slightly, a small smile on his face. "Thanks." Elaine was unsure and was just about to open her mouth to say something to Luke, but before she could open her mouth, Luke's figure was already heading towards the palace complex ahead. Luke's figure was like a ghost, rapidly traveling through the countless palaces. Elaine opened her mouth to call out to him, but she was afraid of attracting the attention of the group of guards. Luke, on the other hand, was flickering rapidly, quickly heading towards the palace at the highest point. It didn't take long for his form to arrive in front of the gate of the first palace, and at the entrance of the gate stood 6 figures. The clothes they were wearing were the very symbols of the Knights of God. At the head of the group was a woman with red hair who was the first to see Luke. "Hey, where's from?" Before she could finish her words, Luke raised a finger to his lips, speaking softly, "Shoo, be quiet." At the same time, an extremely terrifying overlord-colored hegemonic aura violently erupted from his body. The 6 figures standing at the entrance of the palace let out a muffled grunt neatly. Everyone's faces instantly turned white as well. A male member of the Knights of God, against the pressure of a huge hegemony. A few words squeezed out from within his teeth. There's been an attack on." He couldn't finish his words after all. Under Luke's powerful dominance, staying a figure Dunton was doubled over and fainted. Luke reached the gate, reached out and gently pushed on it. Squeak! After a soft thud, the door slowly opened. Behind the door, there was a long hallway. The walls on either side had light sources illuminating the surroundings. Luke kept going down the corridor. It didn't take long to get out of the first palace. A hidden door appeared in front of them. Gently pushing the door open, the view opened up. A huge, Colosseum-like open space appeared in front of him, and the clearing was surrounded by towering walls. Above the city walls, there were countless figures patrolling back and forth. At the far end of the clearing, there was still a thick wooden door. Behind the wooden gate was a magnificent, towering castle. Luke lowered himself to a low profile and quietly felt his way toward the wooden door. Even though it was a beautiful sunny day outside, the towering buildings all around us when we walked into the place, it blocked out most of the sunlight, a chill that spread all around. Luke, who had lowered his profile, slowly made his way to the wooden door. The number of guards here was far more than he had anticipated. Most of the guards, moreover, were members of the Knights of God, far more powerful than the group of guards patrolling outside. Luke's hand gently pushed open the wooden door in front of him. The wooden door was much lighter than expected, but of course, It could be that his own strength was now simply too great. Just as he pushed open the wooden door, a guard, dressed in the costume of the Knights of God, stood in the doorway. He and Luke were wide-eyed at once. After just a slight moment of stunned silence, that member of the Knights of God's order opened his mouth wide. Apparently Luke was faster though. Before his voice could be heard, Luke's form came right in front of him. A small ball of lightning light slammed into his abdomen. In an instant, electric light wrapped the figure. Put! The figure fell straight to the ground, his body still twitching. Luke breathed a quiet sigh of relief. With that, he took a step into the castle behind the wooden door. But as soon as he stepped into the castle, a feeling of softness came over him. It just flooded Luke's limbs. What's going on? Slightly stunned, Luke quickly responded. The walls all around inside this castle were surprisingly constructed of seafloor stone. As an ability, he was naturally affected by the sea light. Better get through here as soon as possible. Luke's silhouette, weaving quickly through the castle. But the road conditions here are a bit complicated, and there were Knights of God everywhere around. Without extremely strong seeing colors, I'm afraid that Luke would have been exposed a long time ago. After wandering around for a while longer, Luke felt like he was possessed by Sauron. I can't believe I've come halfway around the world and back again. Mother asterisk 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 Luke cursed. It's obviously a place to live. How come it's built like a maze? Just as Luke was debating which side of the left and right he should choose, suddenly a shriek came from not far away. Not good. Someone's coming in. Luke looked in the direction of the voice and speculated. It could be that the guards he had just knocked out had been discovered by the others. That group of Knights of God must have been alerted. One had to get out of this damn maze-like place as soon as possible. Luke buried himself in another round of scurrying within the labyrinthine aisles of the castle, but still couldn't find an exit. And there was already a steady stream of dense footsteps all around. It seems that the group of Knights of God members, after realizing that someone had broken in, a lineup has already begun. Despite the color of sight and sound, some encounters are completely unavoidable. Just after passing a corner, a group of Knights of God members, armed with weapons, appeared in front of Luke. This time a group appeared instead of one. Luke was having a little trouble trying to take care of them without causing a bit of a stir, and now he suffers from the effects of the seafloor stone. It was also difficult to fully exert the hegemony. Chapter 133, The World Government's Strongest Battle Force. The several figures that appeared in front of Luke were all wearing the costumes of the Knights of God. Several people immediately raised their weapons the moment they saw Luke. Bang! Without a single word of unnecessary nonsense at all, a gun went off in the hands of a member of the Knights of God. The bullet broke out, but it stalled in the air a meter away from Luke. Since we've been discovered, there's no need to hide. This place isn't much farther from Pangu City, I'm sure. In an instant, blue arcs of electricity wrapped around Luke's entire body. His figure transformed into a residual shadow, instantly heading towards the several members of the Knights of God in front of him. Even though the surrounding sea light is a limitation to Luke's fruit abilities, but the strength Luke had displayed was still frighteningly strong. Numerous crackling sounds rang out wherever the arc of electricity passed. In just a single glance, several members of the Knights of God instantly fell to the ground in convulsions. After resolving a few people, the sound of dense footsteps once again resounded within the corridor. More guards, coming from all over the place. A dense crowd of people stood all over the corridor, surrounded Luke to the death. Rubbing his fingers together slightly, it seemed that if he wanted to enter Pangu City, sneaking in would no longer work, just have to kill it. The next moment, Luke slowly raised his hands. Terrifying arcs of electricity flickered continuously. At the same time, a powerful overbearing aura emanated from his body. Dark red arcs of electricity and blue arcs of electricity filled the surroundings. Luke would have been perfectly capable of dominance alone without the sea light suppression. Just take care of everyone here. Taking a deep breath, Luke's lips parted lightly. Divine punishment. The two words exited, and in an instant the lightning that filled Luke's surroundings, it seemed to spread out in all directions as if it had gone mad, densely dotted with lightning. Wherever it passed there were screams and wails. Even the walls made of seafloor stone around them were cracked. Raging lightning filled every corridor throughout the castle. In an instant, the guards who came to surround Luke all lay on the ground. With just one move, they were all wiped out. Luke retracted his arc, and the hallway floor in front of him was littered with figures lying in constant convulsions. Luke circles away from them on the feet and keeps looking for the strike. Inside the huge palace, Pietro St. remained on his knees, and above him, suddenly seemed to feel something, snapped his head up and looked out. He could detect a powerful overbearing aura that appeared not far away. The power of that hegemonic aura was so strong that even the Peter Saint below had sensed it. Is he? Speaking from above. Suddenly, closed her eyes and slowly opened her hands. A dark shadow suddenly slipped out from under him. After the shadow had left him, surprisingly, he slowly stood up from the ground. A woman's figure appeared in the great hall. The woman was covered in bandages, and her upper body seemed extremely ill-fitting. The sleeves were long and drooping. She wore a hat on her head, a high collar and hat obscuring most of her face, the only eyes revealed, one of which turned out to be circled like Im's. "Check it out." Im's voice rang out. The only eyes the bandaged woman showed were devoid of any emotion, as if she was like a puppet. "Yes." After saying that, the figure of the bandaged woman walked towards the outside of the Great Hall, and Pietro St. on the ground spoke up at that moment. "Do you need me to go too, Lord Im?" Im red eyes looked out, followed by an androgynous voice. "All 5 of you go." "Yes." The figure of Pietro St. also exited the Great Hall. The only voice left in the empty hall was Im's. A hint of doubt seemed to show within his red eyes as he looked out for a long time. Inside the castle, Luke almost goes crazy looking for an exit. In the end, there was no choice but to grab a constantly twitching figure from the ground. The slap went down and the man awoke from his stupor. Luke tugged at his collar. "Where's the exit?" The figure's eyes seemed to be a bit unhinged from the electric shock, and looked at Luke for a moment of confusion. A small ball of lightning light appeared on Luke's finger and gently pressed it towards the figure's brow. In the next moment, the figure convulsed violently while an extremely painful scream escaped from its mouth. Ah! It was as if Luke was incarnated as Young, and it took a few moments for everything to calm down. At the same time, an unpleasant smell came from the figure's lower body. It's normal to be electrocuted to the point of incontinence. Luke looked at him again. "Where's the exit?" The figure's eyes became incomparably clear at this moment. Luke lifted his finger and a small ball of lightning light appeared at his fingertips once again. For a moment, all that remained on the figure's face was fear. "In a hurry," he exclaimed. "All the corridors here have been specially set up so that every fork you pass needs to be on the left. That's the way to get out. No wonder I couldn't find an exit after wandering around for half a day." Luke dropped the figure in his hands and then headed for the exit. According to the man, Luke chose to go left every time he passed the fork. Sure enough, it didn't take long. A thick wooden door came into view. "Looks like this is the exit." Luke walked over to the wooden door and pressed his palm against it just as he was about to open it. A powerful sense of smell color perceived that there seemed to be several scents present behind the wooden door, and among those scents, there were a few more that were familiar to him. Squeak! Luke reached out and pushed open the wooden door. Just outside the wooden door, there stood several figures. Among them were ones that Luke had just felt familiar with. It was none other than Peter St., one of the 5 Elder Stars, and Garen St., who was the head of the Knights of God at this time. In addition to the 2 of them, there were several other figures that he hadn't seen before, and at that moment everyone's eyes were all on Luke. Pit St. had a serious face. "Sure enough, it's you. There's intelligence that your ship is anchored below the Red Earth continent, and with no sign of you on board. I had long guessed that you might have entered the Red Earth continent." Luke looked at Pit St. and moved his wrist slightly. Then he turned his gaze to Garen St. beside him. Garen St. also noticed Luke's gaze. His eyes flirty as he looked towards Luke and casually opened his mouth. "So you're the pirate with all the rumors?" Garen St. was holding a long sword in his arms, sizing up Luke. It doesn't seem to be anything special. Although Garen St. was meeting Luke for the first time, Luke crossed back into the Valley of the Gods. It was no longer a stranger to him. In addition to Garen St. and Peter St., there were 4 other figures standing on the sidelines. Everyone's breath seemed to exude an uncomplicated flavor. What Luke noticed most was a woman covered in bandages. All over the woman's body, except for her long, straight, bare legs, were the eyes on her face. Notably, one of her eyes is surprisingly bizarrely circled. Those eyes, at that moment, were quietly looking at Luke. Chapter 134, Feeling the Thunder God's Power. Luke slowly stepped out from behind the wooden door. The moment he walked out of the castle, the feeling of being suppressed was finally swept away. Luke turned his neck slightly, the hegemonic aura in his body, no longer needing to be suppressed at this point. Boom! Everyone even felt a roar coming from their ears, and a ripple, visible to the naked eye, unexpectedly spread out slowly in all directions with Luke at the center. Feeling the overbearing aura that was strong to the extreme, the several figures across from Luke, all of their faces showed a look of shock. The only one still maintaining her composure was the bandaged woman. Perhaps it was also because most of her features were blocked. That's why she seemed to be the most composed one. Garen Shang, on the other hand, had his eyes wide open. The light-hearted look on his face just a moment ago had completely disappeared by now. Within the rolling round eyes, they were filled with shock at the moment. The dominance in Luke's body sent a wave of memories within his mind that had been dusted off for a long time. Suddenly it came flooding back again. The great battle decades ago. The one in the Valley of the Gods that left the celestial dragons devastated. Garen Saint's lips were pursed tightly. After that great battle, he had used all his means to try to find that mysterious figure, but all to no avail. Now, that figure had actually appeared right in front of his eyes. "It's you!" Garen Saint spoke through gritted teeth against the pressure of the raging hegemony. It was the same kind of brutal dominance on the Valley of the Gods back then. There's no mistaking it. All these years, I've been searching for your whereabouts, and I didn't realize. Luke held his hands out in palms, his gaze calmly looking at Garlianus, a slight smile. My purpose here today is to over everyone. Garen Saint gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. Innocent. Luke licked his lips on his outstretched palms. Blue lightning flashed continuously. In the next moment, he slowly merged his hands. Thunder God descends. As the 4 words were exited, a rumble of thunder suddenly came from the sky. The sky, which was still clear, was instantly covered in dark clouds. Boom! After a loud bang, a figure that stood on top of the sky violently appeared in front of the crowd. That green-faced, fanged face was no longer like before, but was like substance. Nor was there any longer a hint of illusory sound in the looming voice. A topsy-turvy thunder god's body truly stood in front of the crowd. The palm of Pietro St. holding a walking stick, his gaze went to the tall Thor figure. Whispered, rattling thunder fruit? That's a bit hokey. Miso. In the next moment, within the walking stick in his hand, a long sword was drawn, and Garen St. didn't hesitate for a second. The long sword in his hand was also sheathed at the same moment. Decades ago, that terrifying domineering aura made him unforgettable for a long time. It was like a piece of nightmare. Isn't today the best chance to get rid of that nightmare? A few other figures around them were also in a fighting stance. Only the woman, covered in bandages, remained coldly watching it all. Boom! Luke, who had transformed into a gigantic thunder god body, raised his foot that looked like a mountain, stomping down hard towards a few tiny groans. Although huge, the paws are surprisingly fast. It doesn't look bulky in any way at all. Before the feet landed, the violently compressed air formed a strong astral wind. Sonic booms were even heard within the air. Seek death. Garen Saint let out a roar, a foot so large that it enveloped everyone. Trying to escape was inevitably out of the question, and the only thing that could be done was to go and carry off his attack. Chop! Only one word came out of Garen Saint's mouth. On the long sword in his hand, he fiercely gathered powerful strength. With that, he raised his longsword high and chopped at the stamping foot, and the figure of Peter Saint came forward along with Garen Saint. The 2 men raised their longswords high into Luke's paws. Rumble! There seemed to be a shaking coming from the earth. The long swords of the 2 men produced barely the slightest resistance to Luke's massive paws. The giant foot stomped straight down. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and dust instantly filled the air. After a flurry of flying sand, Luke raised his paws, only to see that below, the original existence of several figures unexpectedly all disappeared. The green-faced, fanged head of Thor suddenly looked behind him, only to see that Peter Saint had transformed into a huge worm-like monster. On the head of the worm was a mouth that looked like an abyss. Hiss! The worm opened its mouth and let out a hoarse hiss. Luke grunted lightly, and in the next moment, the huge slap was like swatting a mosquito. Slap towards the worm that Pitiste had transformed into. Although Pitiste turned into a giant worm, all the same, he lost his speed. Facing the slap that slammed down, there was no way to do any dodging at all. All that could be done was to open a huge mouth, a massive sand-like substance, out of his giant mouth. Bang! Luke's palm slapped down, colliding with the yellow sand in Pitiste's mouth. The yellow sand didn't even last a second before it was dispersed by Luke's slap, and without the slightest pause, the huge palm continued to slap downward. Put! A muffled sound came. The huge worm body is really like a mosquito. It was instantly slapped into a ball of mush. However, in the next moment, a black flame wrapped around the mass of flesh and mud. Within moments, the giant worm manifested itself again from within the flames. Can't you kill it? Luke, who was incarnated in the body of Thor, said in his heart. Luke noticed it the last time he fought Satan Saint. No matter how much one strikes out to seriously injure the 5 Elder Stars, they always seem to recover. Is this the power that Im has bestowed upon them? That depends on how many times you can recover. Luke grunted softly, and then the huge slap was raised again, but just the moment he raised his palm, a white bandage that spread violently up his palm. In the next moment, countless bandages were like vines that quickly climbed up Luke's huge body. Luke in the guise of Thor let out a puzzled sound. He sensed that even though he had transformed into the Thunder God state, and yet, he still felt a hint of resistance in that bandage. The bandages bound Luke in an instant. I thought that was the end of it. Yet the next second, the front end of the bandage suddenly transformed into a sharp spear. Several muffled sounds came from the bandages that transformed into long hairs, like swimming dragons, weaving back and forth across Luke's Thorian body. It surprisingly passed through Luke's body effortlessly, and just then, Garen Saint's form, too, appeared in front of Luke's head. The sharp blade in his hand glowed with a cold light. Break! Garen Saint let out a soft grunt. A cold light slashed across the neck of the giant Thor. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Garen Shang's mouth. The body was penetrated and the head was severed. Daring to barge into the Red Earth continent alone with such strength is a bit presumptuous. Just as his mind was just hitting on Luke for not being fruitful. But just then, the huge Thor head, slowly, he lifted, to such an extent, it can't hurt me now. Suddenly, terrifying lightning surged out from within Luke's looming body. Chapter 135, World-Destroying Divine Spear. Lightning followed the bandages and surged towards the bandaged woman in the distance. The Garlean Saint in front of him, on the other hand, was suddenly grabbed by a huge lightning palm. Feel the divine punishment, Luke murmured softly. Suddenly, within the dark clouds in the sky, thick lightning bolts fell violently. The power carried by each lightning bolt pierced the air. Bang! The figures surrounding Luke were all hit by lightning, and countless muffled grunts rang out in an instant. Whoosh! 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 A few cracking sounds came from the air, and the several figures that originally surrounded Luke all retreated to the distance. The two plus Lin Shang, on the other hand, were still in Luke's death grip. Head of the Knights of God? Luke stared at the Garlean St. in his palm, his voice flooding, and Garen Saint's face, already reddened. The enormous pressure of power coming from the palm that wrapped around him made the blood in his entire body seem to stop flowing. Die! Luke suddenly let out a roar. At the same time the palms of his hands snapped, a muffled sound came from him, and the Garlean Saint in his palm instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. This mutation caused everyone to gasp. Chief, Garen St. Several members of the Knights of God, along with Peter Saint, all exclaimed in shock. The bandaged woman, who only showed a pair of eyes, also had her eyes change for the first time since her appearance. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at Luke's Thorian body, unsure of what she was thinking. After resolving Garlean St., Luke's huge body turned violently. The target once again locked onto the few figures in front of them. It seems that the five elders' terrifying regenerative abilities were granted by him only to the five elders. Garen Saint did not revive after being crushed into a mist of blood by himself. Luke himself didn't expect that the head of the Knights of God was so easily taken care of by himself. For dying in the palm of your own hand. That's why that bursting mass of light was also absorbed by Luke in the first place. At this moment, the face of Peter Saint, who had regained his human form, was filled with panic. Luke's battle prowess exceeded everyone's expectations. In just a single glance, the head of the Knights of God Order, Galen Saint, whose battle strength could be ranked within the entire Celestial Dragons, was actually killed by him in direct seconds. Then who else out of all the people present could have stopped him? Cold sweat trailed down the side of Pit Saint's head while his gaze looked into the distance. Obviously the others have been notified. Why haven't they arrived yet? Just as Pit Saint panicked, Luke's looming form had made another move. The huge lightning body violently raised his right hand high. The figure was simply too huge, so just by raising his hand, he directly probed into the thick dark clouds in the sky. In the next moment, a thick lightning bolt was actually directly ripped out from within the dark cloud by Luke. The thick lightning transformed into a lightning spear in his hand. Luke held his spear high in his hand. The terrifying gusto sent chills down the spines of all those who watched him. The God Spear of Extinction. A voice like a bell tolling came from Luke's mouth. With that, the terrifying lightning spear was viciously thrown out by him. It smashed towards the several figures in front of him. The air, unable to withstand the terrifying energy carried by the spear, was compressed and emitted an ear-piercing sonic boom. All of the figures facing the spears all had a deep sense of powerlessness rising from the deepest part of their hearts. Just in the nick of time, suddenly 4 clusters of burning black flames rose violently from all around Peter Saint. The next moment, 4 figures appeared from within the black flames. It was the other 4 members of the 5 elders. As soon as the few people appeared, they detected a terrifying aura. Immediately afterward, the horrified gazes saw the terrifying spear that smashed towards them, sending chills down one's spine. Resist together. In a panic, Pit St. couldn't explain that much. Only a hasty yell could be given. With that, the entire figure transformed into a giant worm, and the remaining 4 of the 5 elders did not hesitate, instantly revealing his body. 5 monsters with different forms appeared in front of Shaggy. A black flame rose from each monster's body. It formed a black shield in the air. The next moment, the spear and shield collided. In an instant, all sounds in heaven and earth disappeared. Extremely brilliant light exploded in front of everyone's eyes. The entire heaven and earth were reflected in a white color. Complete silence lasted for several seconds. Rumble. A loud noise came violently. Countless buildings in the surroundings were swallowed up by the white light and finally turned into pieces. Elaine, who was standing in place, originally had a vaguely worried look on her face. She knew in her heart that there could only be one downfall for Luke walking in there. That's death. Suddenly, a little part of her regretted bringing Luke here. Just as she looked worriedly at the castle high above in the distance, suddenly, A topsy-turvy thunder and lightning figure appeared in the middle of that building. Elaine's mouth slightly widened. Then the scene that horrified her even more came into view. Only several figures were visible, all of which were members of the Knights of God that she was familiar with. An attack was launched around the tall lightning figure. The aftermath of the battle left Ellen unable to keep her eyes open. A long time passed before everything seemed to calm down. Elaine looked towards the battlefield there, and a scene that shocked her even more appeared. One could only see the thunder and lightning figure that stood on top of the sky, and at that moment, a terrifying spear was raised in his hand. Then eye to eye, the spear fell. Then, heaven and earth were violently engulfed in white. All that remained within her ears was a buzzing. Seconds later, a loud boom came. The terrifying airwave lifted Elaine, who was a long way away, straight up, and she saw many buildings around the holy city turn into pieces. Luke's figure came to her mind. I came here for three things only. Fair is still ing fair. What Luke had said rang in her ears again. Turns out, he hadn't been lying to himself all along. He really has that kind of strength. That terrifying figure of thunder and lightning. Is that him? It's got to be him. Who else could it be? Elaine's body was sent flying backwards by the terrifying airwave. Below the Red Earth continent, on a pirate ship flying the lightning flag, Doflamingo and Green Pheasant stood side by side at the bow of the ship. Just a moment ago, both of them simultaneously detected a terrifying fluctuation coming from above the Red Earth continent. The domineering aura that made them feel familiar and terrifying came from above the Red Earth continent. Doflamingo frowned and sulked. It's the captain. Green Pheasant frowned without a word. He didn't realize that their captain, the madman, surprisingly, he really rushed into the Red Earth continent alone and caused such a terrifying sight. One man single-handedly taking on the entire Tenryou people on the Red Earth continent? What is this if not madness? Rumble. Just as the two were looking up, suddenly, a loud noise came. The two men did not ascend to the Red Earth continent, but they still felt a strong shaking. Even the nearby sea set off shocking waves. Chapter 136, Killing Topanga City. The trembling of the Red Earth continent caused a violent tsunami. The waves were violently kicked up, rocking the ship's home where Doflamingo and Green Pheasant were violently. Green Pheasant was busy stretching out his hands, and terrifying cold air gushed out from his hands. The images around them suddenly turned into ice that glowed with a cold light, but the ice didn't last more than a few seconds. Click! A crunching sound came from the ice, and the surface of the ice directly shattered. A chunk of ice, about the size of a ship, surged towards the two. At the critical moment, Doflamingo picked up his 10 fingers. Countless transparent silk threads appeared in the air, and the violently churning ice was all held back by the threads, suspended in the air. The violent shaking continued for a long time before it finally subsided. Doflamingo wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed at Green Pheasant. Just what kind of crazy tactics can cause such a horrifying sight? So much for the end of the world. As Doflamingo finished his words, he saw Green Pheasant looking behind him with a dumbfounded expression. What's wrong? Doflamingo wondered, while looking back behind himself. With just a glance, even Doflamingo froze in place. One could only see that the originally intact Red Earth continent was now covered in terrifying cracks. The cracks spread from the top of the Red Earth continent to just below the surface of the sea. Dense cracks cut off almost the entire Red Earth continent. Doflamingo's eyes rounded and his mouth dropped open into an O. Red Earth continent. His voice trembled, and he had trouble saying a complete sentence. Above the continent of Red Earth, a huge ruin appeared to stand in front of them. Originally stood a large number of palaces and castles. At this time all turned into devastation. Wow! It's the sound of flesh and blood surging. 5 figures slowly appeared from the black flames. Satan Saint's face paled. Although they could come back to life after death, this horrible injury had caused them to lose the ability to transform into monsters. Pit St. looked down. Only a terrifying crack stood in the midst of the ruins. This terrifying crack almost truncated the entire Red Earth continent. Seeing the scene in front of them, cold sweat immediately crossed all the heads of the 5 Elder Stars. In the distance, Luke also faded out of his Thor status. He took a deep breath and struck with such full force. It's really exhausting, and the effect didn't seem to be as good as one would expect from one's own full force. It did put the Redlands continent in jeopardy. But, his gaze went to the figure of the 5 Elder Stars in front of him. Shaking his head slightly he sighed, but it didn't even kill 5 of them. Just as Luke was silently lamenting, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Luke's eyes narrowed slightly. It was the bandaged woman who appeared in front of her. The woman looked at the horrible crack in the ground before her, speaking for the first time. What a headache. After saying that, the bandaged woman held out her own hands. Countless bandages suddenly sprang out of the front of the soft-threaded sleeves. The bandages surged toward the cracks in the ground. Then came a scene that made Luke's eyes widen. Only the bandage was seen to pass through the land, and then it was like sewing up a wound. The cracks were surprisingly hard and tugged to heal together. After doing this, the bandaged woman seemed to become weak instantly as well. Obviously, such behavior, too, took a lot of her strength. Her eyes looked up at Luke, her voice as calm as if she were a puppet. Why? Luke was puzzled, then pointed to the ruins in front of him. Why did you do that? The bandaged woman didn't say anything and seemed to acquiesce. Luke let out a laugh, then pulled a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it before taking a deep drag. Just can't stand the sight of you Skrulls. Or, Luke thought about speaking again. Or maybe you've been standing tall for too long and it's time for the world to look different. The bandaged woman looked at Luke, her tone still flat. On what grounds? Luke raised an eyebrow. The bandaged woman continued. 800 years ago, the outcome of that great battle sealed everything. We stand tall, and that's because of what was done 800 years ago. And now just because of a simple look of displeasure on your part, you're going to reverse everything? Wouldn't that be a little unfair? It was a bit groundbreaking for a Skrull to talk to himself about fairness. The bandaged woman continued to speak. And on your own. The bandaged woman opened her hands and pointed to the ruins in front of her. That's all you can do, I guess. As she spoke, there were already countless figures in the distance heading this way. All of them are Tian Long people, densely packed like ants in a sheet. And the 5 old stars behind the bandaged woman seemed to have finally slowed down at that moment. 5 eyes, looking at Luke. A smile seemed to appear within the bandaged woman's eyes. Did you see that? Luke suddenly took a deep drag on his cigarette, and the dying but threw it to the ground, stamping it out hard with his foot. You're right, it's going to be hard to change what the world looks like on my own. But, after a pause, Luke suddenly flashed a smile at the bandaged woman. I still want to see how far I can go on my own. After saying that, a terrifying overbearing aura suddenly surged out from Luke's body. The figures that were coming thick and fast in the distance had not yet had time to approach. It was then invaded by a mad surge of hegemony. Groups of people like the wheat of the fall harvest fell in pieces. Watching Luke's behavior, the bandaged woman frowned slightly, and black flames surged out violently from the body of the 5 elder stars. Luke smiled slightly again, suddenly gazing off into the distance. A lofty city stood there. Panga City, that's where it is, right? The bandaged woman seemed to realize what Luke was going to do. Without waiting for her to react, Luke's form transformed into a bolt of lightning. The dominance and lightning wrapped around his entire body, looking like a dazzling ball of light. Since the 5 elder stars couldn't be killed, it would be better to just charge into Pango City. Bang, bang, bang. Luke's form quickly swept past the 5 elder stars. Several muffled sounds came from the black flames rising from the 5 elder stars. It was casually dispersed by Luke, and the 5 people's figures were directly sent flying backwards by Luke's slap. The next moment, Luke's form appeared in front of the bandaged woman. The bandaged woman's pupils shrank as Luke's lightning-wrapped palm, instantly slapping towards her chest. But unexpectedly, this one even seemed to shoot into the air. It went straight through the bandaged woman's form. Ha! Luke eeped. In the next moment, the domineering chi wrapped around the left leg, a hard kick towards the bandaged woman's waist. Yet again, as if hitting air, Luke's left foot went through the bandaged woman's body. Not a fruit ability? Luke wondered. However, while he couldn't hit the bandaged woman himself, she couldn't stop himself all the same. A soft grunt. Luke's figure stopped pausing and instantly swept towards the city behind him. Chapter 137, The Fruit of the Sun. Watching the direction Luke rushed off in, the bandaged woman stood still instead, and it was at this moment that the 5 elder stars, who had just recovered, suddenly knelt on the ground, only to see that within the towering city, a giant silhouette that was suddenly pitch black stood up from within the city. The silhouette was incredibly slender. Even the head was pointy in appearance. What stood out was the giant figure's head, which had 2 lantern-like red eyes. Sprinting along, Luke looked up and met those bloodshot eyes the instant he looked up. Counting. This was the second time he had seen him. When he had first met him in Marihoa, Im's astonishing finger had made the power in his own body feel as if it had been frozen. That scene, for a time, left a deep shadow in Luke's mind. But today, he is not the same Luke. The moment the giant black shadow appeared, he raised his right hand. The palm of his hand fell toward the front as if to caress something, gently groping it. In an instant, the speeding Luke suddenly stopped, because just for a moment, as Im reached out his hand, he felt a familiar sensation. That was the rattling thunder fruit within himself, which had suddenly lost its effect. It felt as if he had never acquired the ability of the rattling thunder fruit. Kind of interesting, Luke muttered. Im should have an ability in his body. That would be to make the fruit ability incapacitated. Those blood-red eyes faintly looked at Luke, then once again reached out his palm and gently clenched it towards the void. Only a cloud of blood mist appeared in front of the palm. The blood mist slowly surged, and in the next moment, a human figure appeared from within the blood mist. It was the same Garlean Essay that had just died at Luke's hands. So far, Luke had only seen 2 abilities in him. One is a means to make fruit power users lose their fruit powers, and the other is this terrifying ability to bring people back from the dead. It didn't matter if it was the recently resurrected Garlean Saint or the 5 elder stars in the distance, they all seemed to get resurrected by him constantly. After everything was done, Im's gaze then went to Luke. An indistinguishable male and female voice came. Why? Same question the bandage woman just asked. Luke looked at him and snorted softly through his nose, then exclaimed, "Where's the why?" Losing his fruit ability. At this point Luke could only rely purely on his physical strength and dominance. His knees were slightly bent, and then his entire body jumped up like a spring. In the next moment, his form arrived in front of the giganticized Im. At the same time the right fist was raised high. Hegemony. As the two words exited, a terrifying cyclone of chi converged above his right fist. It was then slammed hard towards Im's face. Bang! A loud sound came from Luke's punch, which actually passed through Im's figure and smashed straight into the city at the back. The huge figure of him still stood silently. Bloodshot eyes looked at Luke. The Im at this moment seemed to be the same as the bandage woman from earlier. Completely unhittable. A swing and a miss from Luke lands back in his tracks. In the next moment, both of his fists were slowly wrapped in hegemonic energy, becoming a pair of black fists. His body leapt high into the air once again. The black fist wrapped in berserk overbearing aura, once again swung towards Im in front of him. In the face of Luke's punch, Im's voice finally wavered. It's really a hegemony that's not on par with his. Rumble. The loud noise came again, and Luke's fist still passed through Im's figure and slammed down hard on top of the city behind him. All of his own attacks, surprisingly, could not hit him. Luke mentally cursed. Im's head, on the other hand, turned slowly towards him. Suddenly, Luke's mind wandered. System, Luke murmured in his head. Replace the sun fruit. As Luke's order was given, suddenly, a dazzling light blossomed from his body. The huge Im figure, it seemed, sensed something. A soft huh? There was a sound. The next moment, Luke's figure was like a slowly rising sun. The dazzling light emanating from his body seemed to melt away everything around him. The crowd of 5 elder stars in the distance was illuminated by the dazzling light. Suddenly a wisp of black flame erupted from his body. All 5 of them had pained looks on their faces. What the hell? Pit St. let out an exclamation of surprise. The bandage woman on the side, unexpectedly, directly transformed into a black shadow under the illumination of the light. Garen Saint, who had just been resurrected, was even worse. There was a snorting sound on the flesh of the whole man in the face of the light. Within moments, there was flesh and blood exposed. A wail of pain escaped his lips, and the huge imp, at this point, was visibly alarmed. What did you do? Panic filled Im's voice within. Those bloodshot eyes had long since ceased to be calm. Wrapped in light, Luke slowly rose from the ground. In the next moment, slowly floating up, he seemed to transform into a second sun in the sky, wrapped in dazzling light. No one could see his figure at this time. It just felt like there was all white in front of me. The earth's moisture is rapidly evaporating. The surrounding vegetation instantly withered and turned into flying ash. The earth, which had lost its moisture, was also slowly cracking. Im's huge form, under the light, gradually became transparent. After a few sucks, it completely disappeared between heaven and earth. While inside Panga City, Im's main body violently rushed out of the city. His blood-red eyes stared straight at Luke, who was transformed into a ball of light in the sky, and his tone was full of trembling. Who the hell are you? And Luke, who was in the sky at that moment, only felt that the power in his body was rapidly draining away. The rate at which this fruit consumed energy was simply huge. The rattling thunder fruit could definitely last for more than half an hour on its own even if it maintained the thunder god state all the time. But this sun fruit is like a pump. The power within his own body was being rapidly extracted in a steady stream. Such a state of affairs lasts for 3 minutes at most on its own. And after that, you might have to go into a long period of power failure like Luffy did when he turned on his Nika form. Luffy is the protagonist and turns the tables every time. Not himself. If he went into a state of exhaustion, the only thing that might happen to him would be to be blasted right into dust by him. ******ing reckless. Luke gave a mental chuckle, and at that moment, he also saw the figure of him within the city, and it seemed that the huge shadow just now, it was just an incarnation of him, so no wonder he hadn't been able to attack him. After a strike, quickly withdraw. Be sure to leave the Red Earth continent before you go into a state of exhaustion yourself. Luke's mind made plans. The purpose of his own visit was not to expect to destroy the entire celestial dragons at once, in order to test the limits of the division itself. Chapter 138 Grand Station Im. It is rumored that one of the 3 ancient weapons, the Tenno, is controlled by Imu. I wondered if he would use that bottom card in the face of his last move, and whether his current self could withstand the might of the Heavenly King. Completely wrapped in light, Luke's limbs stretched out completely. In the next moment, the light that enveloped his surroundings intensified. A wave of light followed. slowly separating from his body. That wave of light carried a terrifying energy that silenced everything. On the ground, inside Pangu City, looking at the waves of light slowly separating out of the sky, there was no longer a trace of calm within the bloodshot eyes. His intuition told him that if that wave of light landed on the Red Earth continent, the consequences of that would inevitably be irreversible. Im's figure violently disappeared inside Pangu City. The next moment, he appeared in the sky. The slender figure floated in front of that wave of light. Being able to rule the entire world for more than 800 years, the depths possessed by the entire celestial dragon people were by no means something that outsiders could speculate on. At this moment, Im's eyes were red as if they were dripping blood, obviously by joining forces. As we did 800 years ago, we can share everything in this world. Your behavior at this moment seems foolish to me. Im's words were clearly meant for Luke, but at this time, Luke, after making his last move, it felt as if his entire body had been emptied, weak without a trace of strength. Im's words didn't even reach his ears, but to Im, Luke was unmoved. A tear of blood crossed from the corner of his eye. Inside his eyes, the circle of ripples suddenly turned. If Luke had seen this scene, he would have inevitably screamed, "Isn't this the king of thieves? What's with all the weird village stuff running amok?" The next moment, a red beam of light shot out from within Im's eyes. The columns of light are very tiny. It was a good thing that the light wave Luke had separated wasn't too thick. The two attacked, but from the looks of it, there wasn't even a hint of deterrence. There wasn't even any horrific visions happening all around. It was a red and a white light that slowly met in the air. The two collided without any rattling sound coming from them. All that could be seen was a distortion in the space around them. A tiny black crack appeared as if space had been torn apart. Storm cracks without sound. The entire Sky Dragon people on the Red Earth continent all looked at the scene in the sky. Suddenly, a figure spat out a large mouthful of blood. There was some confusion within his eyes. There was no sound coming from the collision in the sky, nor were there any aftershocks of the battle coming from the surroundings. But how could one feel hurt by the waves? Immediately afterward, countless celestial dragons all vomited blood from their mouths. As for the few people from the 5 elder stars who were closest to the collision, they were all looking at the black cracks that appeared within the space in shock at this moment. There were no horrible noises or violent explosions though, but the black cracks caused by the Lucian duo's exchange of hands made them feel a trace of bone-deep fear from the bottom of their bones. Satan Saint stared dumbfounded at everything in front of him. Suddenly, a black crack as tiny as a hairline appeared at his side. The next moment, Satan Saint's body was like ink that had met water. It actually disintegrated during that moment. Lord Im, in a panic, Satan St. shouted for help to him in the air. However, the strike just now had clearly overdrawn Im's strength as well. At this time, weak as he was, he couldn't care less about Satan Saint. Satan Saint could only watch his body dissipate a little bit. Sky Im, despite being exhausted at this point, but his gaze remained vigilant as he swept across the sky until he was sure Luke's form had disappeared, and there was no detectable scent of him around. It was then that Im covered his chest and stifled a grunt, a sliver of blood, spilling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes, on the other hand, were red beyond words. Obviously the move against Luke had cost him dearly. His voice fell from the air. "Clean up any mess." He dropped only this sentence to the 5 elder stars and the Garlean Saint, and then hurriedly headed towards the inner Pangu City. The black cracks in the sky spread for a long time before finally coming to a stop. Space was like the surface of a lake with ripples, constantly twisting and flickering, but anyone who touched the black crack would all directly dissolve a little bit like Satan Saint. Fortunately, those black cracks were repairing themselves little by little at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it disappears completely. Everything had returned to calm, and the entire outskirts of Pangu City had all but become a ruin. Below the Red Earth continent, Green Pheasant and Doflamingo, just stabilizing the situation. Two people were so angry they didn't even catch their breath. Then it was seen. Above the whole continent of Red Earth, it was as if a second sun had risen. The blinding white light almost invaded the two men's vision. Luckily, Green Pheasant was wearing sunglasses, and not to mention that Doflamingo's sunglasses never left his eyes. Despite the sunglasses blocking it, the intense light still made it impossible for the two to open their eyes. Meanwhile, blazing energy, coming from the sky. "You're frozen by Green Pheasant." An ice cube controlled by Doflamingo with the thread fruit. It's rapidly melting away. However, that wasn't the end of it. The next moment, the surrounding sea water seemed to be boiling, bubbling madly in an instant. Both of them standing on the boat detected an extremely strong vapor coming from the sea. Doflamingo yelled in panic. "What the hell is the captain doing up there?" Pheasant had no answer for him. At this moment, Green Pheasant could only keep releasing cold air to try and fight the terrifying blazing heat of the sky. In the past, when his cold aura touched the seawater, the surface would be frozen in an instant. But right now, All he could do was barely keep the water from boiling so much. The two hadn't been steady for long. Suddenly, they saw a wave of light separating from the extra sun in the sky. Even though they were far apart, the silent power within the wave of light. Still, it made the green pheasant duo's hairs stand on end. The two watched as the wave of light slowly descended towards the red Earth continent. Doflamingo yelled, "Run! If that wave of light falls, even if we're here, we'll still be affected." Green pheasant took a deep breath. This was the first time he had seen such a horrible scene. Doflamingo is right. If we don't run now, then, when the light wave fell, there would likely be no chance of escape. What the hell did the captain do up there? It's amazing how you can make such a horrible scene. Just as Green Pheasant hesitated to run away, suddenly the two of them saw the light of that second sun, suspended in the air, dimmed rapidly. In the end, it actually turned into a human form, and then the figure. It was coming towards their place at a terrifying speed. Chapter 139 Ancient Weapons. The figure that fell from the sky was getting closer and closer as the duo looked on in horror. The last two people who were close enough could see him clearly. "Captain!" Doflamingo yelled. Luke's brow was furrowed in the fall and his eyes were closed as if he had lost consciousness. Doflamingo was busy holding out his hands, transparent threads catching Luke's figure. Snap! Luke's figure landed on the ship. Green Pheasant crouched down beside him, pulled out a canteen, and poured some water around Luke's mouth. Luke then weakly opened his eyes. At this time he was as pale as a piece of white paper. The level of energy consumption of that sunfruit was simply not something that the current him could carry. In just one move, all of his strength was drained in one fell swoop. He was so tired now that he didn't even want to move a finger. After a few large gulps of water, he barely regained a bit of strength. "Withdraw, quickly," Luke spoke weakly. Hearing his order, both Green Pheasant and Doflamingo's faces changed. From the time they had followed Luke until now, they had never seen Luke suffer such a big loss. Associating it with the commotion above the Red Earth continent just now, the two vaguely already guessed what was going on. Doflamingo quickly ran to the sail, let go of the rope, and the sail rose into the wind. Green Pheasant, on the other hand, quickly began to collect the anchor. Luke's pirate ship, slowly leaving the foot of the Red Earth continent. Luke, at that moment, was lying on the deck breathing heavily. That move with the sunfruit drained his strength though, but I'm sure it was definitely not a good idea for him to take that move. But now he was temporarily incapacitated himself, though he might not have the strength to chase him out either. But he has so many other men. It doesn't matter if it's the 5 elders or the Garlinesse, or that bandage woman. A few of them chasing out any one of them right now would be big trouble. In case someone did come out after him, then he would have to rely on Green Pheasant and Doflamingo for now. The ship traveled slowly for a long distance. Doflamingo had been standing at the stern of the ship looking back through his binoculars. Having once been a celestial dragon man, he naturally understood the terror of the celestial dragon man better than anyone else. At the same time, the heart was more appalled by Luke's behavior. A lone intruder into the Red Earth continent, the home base of the Tenria people, and causing that much commotion. The scariest part is that Luke even escaped. Although his situation looked miserable right now, Doflamingo had realized it when he checked just now. Luke wasn't really hurt at all. It's just a temporary disengagement. Thinking of the sudden appearance of the terrifying rift on the Red Earth continent that nearly truncated the entire Red Earth continent, and the sudden rise of a second sun in the sky, all of that horrific sight sent chills down the spine of Doflamingo. Half a dozen times with binoculars in hand, make sure no ships or people are coming after them. Doflamingo let out a long sigh of relief. There was only one possibility that the self-respecting Skrulls hadn't come after them. That is, they're too preoccupied with themselves right now to go after a fleeing Luke. Hiss! A breath of cold air poured out of Doflamingo's mouth. What the hell did that monster, the captain, do up there? The moon was high in the sky, and the sea breeze was slightly brushing the surface of the sea. The pirate ship flying the lightning flag slowly traveled across the sea. At this point in time, they had been sailing for 3 days. Long ago, we were far away from the Red Earth continent. For the past 3 days, Luke had been passed out. On the deck at that moment, Green Pheasant held a newspaper in his hand. By a dim light from the plywood, Green Pheasant looked at the paper. It was a long time before he put away the paper. At that moment, Doflamingo also came out of the cabin. Looking at Green Pheasant standing on the deck, Doflamingo spoke. "The captain hasn't woken up yet." Green Pheasant rubbed his brow, then handed the newspaper in his hand to Doflamingo. Taking the paper, Doflamingo opened it. Reflected on the front page of today's headlines, the Holy Land of Manhwa is closed. All harbors in the Upside Down Mountains are closed to traffic. Most of the Navy's forces headed for the Holy Land of Manhwa. A great battle is suspected to be taking place above the Red Earth continent. Mystics attack Red Earth continent. The war of the century. Suspected mystery weapon activated. Who is the mysterious strongman? One after another, All of them were reports of battles on top of the Red Earth continent. Green Pheasant frowned. You used to be a Skrull, right? Doflamingo nodded, not understanding what Green Pheasant meant by asking this all of a sudden. Green Pheasant then spoke slowly. Are some of the rumors about ancient weapons true? Doflamingo rolled up the newspaper and slapped it in the palm of his hand a few times. Opening his mouth, he said, Are you asking me if the site above the Red Earth continent that day was the Skrulls activating the ancient weapons? Pheasant didn't say anything, just looked at Doflamingo. Hey, Doflamingo suddenly smiled. The situation within the Skrulls is not what you think it is. Although they are all Tenrya people, there are 3, 6, 9 classes within the Tenrya people. There are some important secrets that not all Skrulls have access to either. All I know is that it's in the highest part of the continent of Red Earth, the deepest part of Manhwa. There is the place known to the Tenrya people as the Sacred City, where the gods of our Tenrya people reside. Pheasant snapped his head up. The gods of the Skrulls? Doflamingo nodded triumphantly. That's right, a real-life god. But any more specific than that, I'm not sure. As for whether or not the Skrulls are in control of the ancient weapons, I have no way of knowing, let alone what the ancient weapons look like when they're activated. Pheasant took a deep breath and said no more. It's not really hard to imagine a power that has ruled the world for over 800 years. The undercard held in his hand must be unimaginable. I just don't know what their captain, exactly, is doing up there. The two men were silent. Just then, suddenly there was a commotion in the cabin. The two men rushed towards the cabin. Just inside, they saw Luke, who was already new. At that moment, Luke's eyes seemed to be glowing green as he looked over at the Green Pheasant duo. The voice opened a little hoarse. Give me food. On the table, a boiling hot pot. Luke has been up since he woke up 2 hours ago. The chopsticks in his hands never stopped. The boat was stocked with what would have been enough rice balls for 3 people for several days. It has been wiped out by Luke, and most of the meat that had been stored was now going into Luke's stomach. At this moment, Luke was like a hungry ghost reincarnated. The chopsticks in his hands were almost swinging out of the stump. Finally, after a long time, the food on the ship was almost all consumed, and Luke finally stopped the chopsticks in his hands. He rubbed his rolled stomach and got comfortable in his chair. A long burp. Chapter 140, Land. Both Green Pheasant and Doflamingo's eyes went to Luke's face. It seemed like he was expecting him to say something. Luke leisurely lit a cigarette and opened his mouth after taking a long drag. What are you looking at me for? Doflamingo paused before speaking slowly. On the Red Earth continent. Before he could finish his sentence, Luke waved his hand toward him. Nothing much happened, but it was just that I went up there and had a big fight. Though I didn't win, but it didn't lose. Green Pheasant and Doflamingo looked at each other, and both saw the shock in the other's eyes. Although it had been guessed, it was still a bit of a surprise to both men to have it confirmed by Luke himself. So, all the commotion on the Red Earth continent that day, it was all caused by Luke. Luke slumped in his chair, cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, squinting upwards. The Skrulls are far more powerful than expected. Hearing Luke's words, both Green Pheasant and Doflamingo pulled the corners of their mouths. A person rushed up to the Red Earth continent alone and caused a big battle like that. Such a record is already enough to astonish the entire world. It's more or less Versailles to say something like that now. Pheasant leaned back in his chair similarly and looked at Luke. So what do we do next? Luke flicked his cigarette ash. Without the slightest hesitation, go to Hive Island. Hive Island? Green Pheasant, Doflamingo and the two of them wondered at the same time. Luke nodded. Exactly. Hive Island has been attacked once since Luke led the navy. It has now become Blackbeard's territory. All the pirates under his command are entrenched there. Although the level of ferocity was naturally not comparable to the Red Earth continent, what was the point of going there? Luke threw the butt in his hand to the ground. I need a large force, even if it's cannon fodder. Pheasant narrowed his eyes. You want to swallow the entire Blackbeard pirates? Luke looked at him and shook his head slightly. That's not nearly enough. Pheasant narrowed his eyes and stopped talking, while Doflamingo sat quietly on a stool with his knees crossed. The night is getting thicker. This encounter had been clear to Luke. Trying to take down the Tenrya people, who have ruled the entire world for over 800 years, on their own is a bit unrealistic, and that sunfruit was a bit too much for his current self to use, whether it's their own strength or the forces under them. It's all too far. Luke stroked his fingers, and in his mind, the fruit of the hour popped up. When the fruit of the hour is awakened, you can have 3 chances to travel to the past. He had already used it twice himself, and was now down to his last chance. The corners of Luke's mouth suddenly quirked into a smile. What exactly happened 800 years ago does make one a bit curious. And, 800 years ago, the death of Joey Boy. If one could obtain his light cluster, then the consumption of the sunfruit might not be so great for oneself. Inside his head, something that excited Luke. Slowly it emerged. Inside Hive Island, during the period of time that it was entrenched by Blackbeard, the number of pirates throughout the Hive Island was climbing dramatically. Everything, it seems, has gone back to the way it was a long time ago, the way it looked when it was ruled by locusts, and the last time this place was this busy was during the rocks. Blackbeard put out a recruitment order on the ocean. Countless pirates came here in a mad rush, and some of the pirates who were being hunted by the navy or bounty hunters and had no way out also all chose to come to the Hive Island. Here, it seems to have become a worldly purgatory for pirates. As more and more pirates converged here, the prosperity of the entire Hive Island even vaguely had the appearance of surpassing that of Locust time. And with more manpower, the defenses of Jenga Hive Island are higher. Along with Blackbeard's southern campaigns during this time, some of Whitebeard and Big Mom's territories and resources were also plundered back by him. Now he has a devil fruit for almost everyone under his command. Though Blackbeard made the supreme statement that dominating the entire ocean is definitely not by devil fruit, only a hegemony that was strong to a certain degree was the capital to dominate the sea. But what Wabi-Sabi does runs counter to that statement. Not only did he get devil fruits for all of his men, but he is also the only person in the world who possesses a double fruit. And in the future, it wasn't ruled out that he would have a third fruit. Now that Kaido and the Big Mom have fallen by the wayside, Whitebeard was killed earlier in the war at the top. Only one of the once old four emperors remains, the Redhead, and Blackbeard's power and strength has vaguely become the entire sea of the existence of one of the two. As the Hive prospered, Blackbeard's ambitions grew. At the top of Hive Island, Blackbeard is feasting on meat in one hand and wine in the other. Lafitte, who was at the level of Blackbeard's pirates military division, was standing beside him at that moment. In Lafitte's hand, he held a newspaper, and at that moment, he was reading its contents carefully. The newspapers have been all over the place lately about that battle on the Redlands, and speculation about that fight is rife. Blackbeard took a large gulp of his drink, then his eyes went to Lafitte. That paper, Blackbeard had read it all long ago. At that moment, seeing that Lafitte was still obsessed with the paper, he spoke up. What? You guessed the identity of that mysterious person who attacked the Red Earth continent? Lafitte sniffed and put away the paper, then shook his head slowly. No. After a pause Lafitte continued. The identity of that person, though, may not be so mysterious. Blackbeard let go of the meat in his hand and looked at Lafitte. Oh, tell me about it. Lafitte tapped his fingers lightly on the desktop in front of him. There aren't really many people in the entire world who have that strength. Blackbeard nodded. The Redhead, perhaps, could also enter the Red Earth continent and make a bit of a mess, but never make that much of a fuss, so he rules it out. Next up is the Revolutionary Army, and their leader, the father of the Straw Hat Kid. Maybe he's got that kind of power too. And the Revolutionary Army, they seem to have done that before, but it failed. Listening to Lafitte's words, Blackbeard muttered. So, it's him? Lafitte, however, shook his head slowly. I don't think it's likely though. That group of people, they wouldn't do something so purposeless and pointless. Blackbeard narrowed his eyes, the dazzling ring on his finger gleaming. A moment of contemplation passed before he spoke. So who else, you say? Lafitte suddenly raised his head and looked at Blackbeard and slowly said, and then there's the one that's an old acquaintance of ours. Blackbeard narrowed his eyes. You mean, Luke of the Lightning Pirates? Lafitte nodded gently. Chapter 141, Blackbeard Pirates vs. Lightning Pirates. At the mention of Luke's name, Blackbeard was clearly still shadowed. You know the Lightning Pirates ship was still taken from him. Viciously, he slammed the wine jug in his hand on the table. That brat. One day I'll get my revenge, Blackbeard said viciously. However, if the commotion on the Red Earth continent is really his mess, then his current strength. Hiss. A cold breath fell from Blackbeard's mouth. He said that he would take revenge, but the difference in strength between himself and that brat was terribly large. I don't know how in the world that little brat has that much strength. Just then, suddenly a pirate stumbled in at the door position. The look on his face was full of panic. Captain, it's no good. Blackbeard looked at him with a disgruntled look on his face. What's wrong? The hell with it? There was even sweat sliding down on that pirate's forehead. At this time he didn't care to rub it, but turned to Blackbeard with a face full of horror. Lightning pirates. Blackbeard rose from his chair with a mischievous thud. It was a hell of a thing. Just now he himself was discussing the brat with Lafitte. He said anxiously, what happened to the Lightning Pirates? The pirate gasped. The Lightning Pirates ship, killing Rocky Harbor. What? Blackbeard exclaimed with a frown. Is this taking advantage of you as a weakling? Coming again and again to provoke, even if you are very strong. But today's Blackbeard's pirates are no slouches. Blackbeard gritted his teeth. Just then, suddenly there was a loud bang at the entrance gate. Then a figure smashed in from outside, facing the dazzling sunlight from the doorway. Two tall and one short. Three figures stood in the doorway, and smashing into the ground was none other than Blackbeard's right-hand man, Jesus, Bahaz. At this time, he was already lying on the ground with both eyes rolled over, losing consciousness. The knot in Blackbeard's throat surged hard. Luke walked into the house with Green Pheasant and Doflamingo. casually patting the dust off of his body. Luke picked a chair at random in his big horse and sat down. Blackbeard looked at him, and his face changed color a few times, finally pulling a smile that was worse than tears. Luke, Captain Luke. Luke grinned toward him, then pointed to badgers on the ground. He just said something like your Hive Island doesn't welcome us. We're very close old friends, right? Hearing Luke's words, Blackbeard's face tugged. Random dry laugh. Ha ha ha, that's of course, we, the Blackbeard pirates, and the Lightning pirates, that's an absolute old friend. Luke nodded slightly and lit a cigarette. The Lightning pirates' pirate ships are all from you. Our friendship is strong. Listening to Luke's loud words, Blackbeard could only keep nodding and smiling. In fact, mentally, he had already greeted Luke's 8 generations. The two circled around for several more words before Blackbeard suddenly rolled his eyes. Of course we welcome Captain Luke on Hive Island. I just wonder what your purpose is in this visit. Luke had a cigarette in his fingers as he swept his gaze across the entire interior of the house. Speaking slowly, this time I came to talk to you about a cooperation. Cooperation? Blackbeard narrowed his eyes, a slight smirk still on his face. What did he and the Lightning pirates have to work with? Blackbeard couldn't imagine that. In his opinion, with Luke's strength, even though the pirates only had Green Pheasant and Doflamingo, but all three were not to be underestimated no matter which one they were. There was nothing at all to work with him on. Luke tapped his fingers on the armrests of his chair. I need a lot of hands. With that, Luke's gaze went outside the house. You have a lot of pirates here. Well, it's worthy of being a pirate's paradise. The corner of Blackbeard's mouth tugged, and then he spoke. You Lightning pirates, you wouldn't need this small group of characters on the island. Luke shook his head gently. Of course, it's not just these minor characters, but those captains you have under your command. Lend them to me as well. Blackbeard's gaze grew somber. He mulled over the meaning of Luke's words. After a long time, the gloom under his eyes grew heavier. You mean, are trying to annex my Blackbeard pirates? Luke nodded. Pretty much that. Blackbeard snapped out of his chair, with an angry look on his face. He looked at Luke. Luke, his face still clouded, waved his hand gently at and Beard. Don't be angry. It's not like I'm going to deprive you of your position as captain of the Blackbeard pirates, because you, too, have to listen to me. Blackbeard's teeth squeaked. On both hands, the black substance emanating from the dark fruit slowly seeped out. Luke was still smiling, looking at his hands. I'm not discussing this with you. Oh. Blackbeard's face was grim, his voice somber. Captain Luke, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. The current Blackbeard pirates, but it's a far cry from before. Luke crossed his fingers and braced his hands on his legs. Yeah, we haven't seen each other in a while, and I'm a lot different than I used to be. Just as the two were talking, the doorway was positioned. Several other captains of Blackbeard's pirates had already heard the news. Harry of the Rain, Poison Q, Van Oka, and a few other captains. All stood in the doorway, and all looked at Luke with a leap of faith. Behind Luke, a cold aura had slowly seeped out of Green Pheasant's body, his feet, already covered in frost. As for Doflamingo, 10 fingers had been slightly crossed. In the air, under the refraction of the sunlight, countless transparent threads could be seen spreading out from Doflamingo's fingers. Blackbeard looked at Luke. What if I refuse? Luke spread his hands. As I said, this is not a negotiation, so you don't have the right to refuse. Oh. There was a rustling sound that came from several other captains of Blackbeard's pirates pulling out their weapons. As for Blackbeard's hands, they had been thoroughly wrapped in the black substance emanating from the dark fruit. Then try it. Suddenly, Blackbeard let out a roar. The dark matter on his hands erupted violently, and then it spread out from his feet towards where Luke was. And several captains of the Blackbeard pirates at the entrance also struck at the same moment. Van Oka's gun, Rain Hirio's sword, Poison Q's venom, as well as the attacks of several other captains, all coming toward Luke. Luke loomed large, and behind him, Green Pheasant and Doflamingo had struck. Silken threads and a terrifyingly cold aura spread out in all directions. Fighting broke out between the two groups of Blackbeard's pirates and the Lightning pirates in the small room. Chapter 142, Submit to Me. A thick wall of ice made of cold ice blocked the center between several captains of the Blackbeard pirates and Blackbeard. On the other hand, Blackbeard's dark fruit had surrounded Luke. Luke's feet, even, were sunk into the dark matter. Blackbeard's face broke into a maniacal laugh. Kid, I've told you before, I'm not the same person I was. There's a price to pay for underestimating me. Blackbeard's fingers kept waving, and the black substance wrapped down Luke's legs and toward his body. Doflamingo was manipulating the thin air and trying to get a hold of Blackbeard, but all the silk threads instantly lost their vigor after touching Blackbeard, and became ordinary silk threads in an instant. This is the ability of Blackbeard's dark fruit, which has a restraining effect on all devil fruits. Captain, Doflamingo yelled at Luke. once wrapped in Blackbeard's dark fruit. It's the strongest fruit ability. It will also fail. Luke rubbed his head. Rising from his seat, he looked down at the black substance spreading towards the top. The face was helpless. You're not the same person you were. But I, too, am not the same person I was. Word after word exits Luke's body. Strong hegemonic aura swarmed out violently. Buzz. There was a buzz in the air. In an instant, it didn't matter if it was Blackbeard's dark matter or the wall of ice caused by Green Pheasant. They all turned into flying ash in a flash. Blackbeard's pupils snapped. The wall of ice shattered in the distance, and several other captains of Blackbeard's pirates. And finally, we can come to support, but not before a few people took a step. Suddenly a powerful pressure slammed into his face. The faces of several people, all of them went white, and in an instant, all of their bodies trembled slightly. Blackbeard's situation, too, was no better. His legs trembled slightly, and he held out his hands to try and perform his dark fruit, or shock fruit abilities again. But then he realized that he no longer had an ounce of strength in his body. Even the trembling legs couldn't resist the urge to fall to their knees at any moment. Luke looked at Blackbeard in front of him and raised his foot, taking a casual step. The pressure of the overlord-colored hegemonic aura in the air suddenly increased once again. Poof! Blackbeard let out a muffled grunt and his legs poofed to the ground, far away from the reign of Shiliofan Oka and others, but also has long been unable to withstand. All of them neatly kneeled on the ground. Luke scanned his eyes around and took a few steps to Blackbeard. Looking down into Blackbeard's face, he then spoke slowly. I said this is not a discussion. A blinding light blossomed violently from within Luke's eyes. Blackbeard, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, struggled to raise his head and look into Luke's eyes. In that moment, it was as if Blackbeard saw a blazing sun slowly rising within Luke's eyes. A feeling of dryness inexplicably surged out of Blackbeard's body. Blackbeard only felt as if a blazing fire had risen within him. In the next moment, the blazing fire was about to erupt from his own body. Then burn yourself to ashes. What the hell kind of power is that? Inside Blackbeard's mind, it was as if there was a shocking wave churning. He himself had only locked eyes with Luke, and his eyes, it seemed, had some kind of magic in them. The ability to set a nameless fire within one's body. Blackbeard was so emboldened that he couldn't stop trembling. To be able to stay under Whitebeard for more than 20 years at a time, calling Whitebeard his old man for more than 20 years, this all shows that Blackbeard is a man who can bend the rules and knows what's right. At this time, facing the powerful Luke, even though the conditions proposed by the other party were extremely powerless and extremely suffocating, but he knew that he had no choice at all. Either agree or perish. These are the two paths now before you. Wait. Blackbeard fell to his knees, his body trembling and full of head, and raised his right hand high in the air and exclaimed. Luke smiled slightly, the light within his eyes leisurely dissipating. Sunfruit doesn't use that much energy as long as it's not fully cast, and he discovered a wonderful use for the sunfruit. That can raise an unquenchable flame from the heart of each person, and the more fearful they are, the stronger the flame will burn. Such a fruit ability, coupled with one's own top-notch hegemonic color hegemony, was simply a supreme weapon. Putting away the gleam in his eyes, Luke smiled. What? Figured it out? Blackbeard felt the appalling flames in his body finally go out, and knelt on the ground with his hands on the ground panting heavily. I figured it out. Figured it out. The entire Blackbeard pirates, the entire Hive Island, including me, all at your disposal. Luke stood up, and at the doorway position, the remaining captains who had been planning to back up, after feeling Luke's dominance, things were no better than Blackbeard's. Everyone was gasping for air, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. Everyone subconsciously took a slight step back as they felt Luke's gaze sweep over them. Luke sat down where Blackbeard had just sat. Taking out a clean wine glass, he poured himself a glass of wine. Lifting it up and taking a sip, Luke let out a long breath. Green Pheasant and Doflamingo silently stood behind Luke. Luke looked at a few of Blackbeard's men. Our purpose, too, is similar. Blackbeard bowed his head and did not speak. His character belongs to the absolute take it or leave it category, since he had decided to be submissive. At this point, he completely changed his face. A fawning smile filled his face as he looked up. Luke leaned back in his chair and crossed his legs. In the meantime, everything on Hive Island is still up to you. But, after a pause, Luke raised his hand and pointed at the two Green Pheasant Doflamingos. The two of them, they have an absolute say in certain things. Their word is my word. Blackbeard compensated. That's for sure. Luke picked up his glass and took another sip. I need more men. The more the better. In the meantime, you'll start recruiting heavily. Blackbeard rolled his eyes. I did the same thing before, and those who wanted to come have already come long ago, so I'm afraid that even if I send out another recruitment order now, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to recruit many more people immediately. Luke rested his chin in the palm of his hand, then announced to the public that the owner of Hive Island has changed. Blackbeard raised his head slightly. Luke stood up. the owner of Hive Island has been changed to me. After a pause, Luke slowly continued. It was I who returned from the great battle on the Red Earth continent. As his words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the entire room suddenly stagnated. Blackbeard's pupils contracted violently as he looked at Luke. The newspapers of late have been full of reports of great battles on the Redlands, and speculation is rife about the mysterious man who started the war. Now, in Luke's mouth, the answer came. The man, surprisingly, was Luke. Sure enough, it was Luke. Chapter 143. 800 years ago. Blackbeard's lips trembled slightly, and the pupils of his gaze contracted as he looked at Luke. Newspapers, about the movement on the Red Earth continent, though it doesn't make the main character clear, but it documents the subsequent results of that commotion. Almost all naval forces returned to the Holy Land of Manhwa, and all ports to the upside-down mountains were blocked. According to rumors, the war on that day even caused the entire Red Earth continent to crack. And now, the culprit who caused it all, standing right in front of him. How else could Blackbeard keep his composure? So what Luke just said, I'm not the same person I was then, either. That's exactly right. Back on the battlefield of Marineford, a group of men surrounded and defeated Luke. Now, Luke had actually broken into the Red Earth continent alone and caused such a big commotion, but escaped intact. Then how strong has he become now? He was not the only one who was chilled. The several other captains of the Blackbeard's pirates standing in the doorway had been rooted to the spot and frozen in place. Luke stood in his chair and gently patted Blackbeard on the head. I'm going to need a lot of men, and you should be able to guess what I'm going to do. Blackbeard was alarmed. It wasn't true that he was targeting the entire world, but he definitely didn't have the guts to take on the Skrulls right now. He swallowed. Luke rubbed his hands together and then spoke. I was the one who started the war on the Red Earth continent, and the news will soon be circulated. Along with that comes the news that I'm taking over Hive Island. By then, there will be even more pirates coming to join us. Luke's words echoed in Blackbeard's ears. That's right. Once the outside world learns that Luke is the one who started the war on the continent of Red Earth, it's going to be an uproar. Then the Hive Island that was taken over by him would inevitably hold a great deal of gold in the hearts of the pirates. Then there are bound to be quite a few pirates who will come in admiration at that time. There was no doubt that the current Luke was the #1 sea pirate in the entire world. The purpose of what he was trying to do by gathering such a large number of people was already self-evident. Luke jumped out of his chair and turned his back on Blackbeard. I'll leave the rest to you and Green Pheasant and Doflamingo. I hope that when I come back, the whole Hive Island of pirates. After a pause, Luke turned back. I hope that by then there will be enough pirates in the whole of Hive Island for me to make a trip to the Red Earth continent. Everyone in the entire room, including Blackbeard, all stuttered in their hearts. Could it be that the thing that turned the whole world upside down was about to happen in their time? Doflamingo looked at Luke's back and spoke. And you, Captain? Luke whistled. I'm going to do something very important for a year or a few days. With that, he looked aside to Blackbeard. But no matter how long it takes, I'm sure I'll be back. The threat could not have been more obvious in those words. Blackbeard smiled with him and was busy nodding his head. Don't worry, when you return, the number of pirates on the entire Hive Island will definitely satisfy you. Luke nodded slightly and then left the house. Only Blackbeard's group and Green Pheasant Doflamingo were left staring at each other. Pheasant turned around, also intending to head towards the outside of the house. At the same time, he turned to Blackbeard. These are things you feel sure Doflamingo would be better at. After saying that, Green Pheasant walked towards the outside. Once upon a time he, too, had spent some time under Blackbeard, so not exactly a stranger to Hive Island. The remaining Doflamingo had a look of excitement on his face at that moment. He is, right now, representing what could be Luke. Blackbeard looked at Doflamingo with a bit of a complicated look. In fact, he could have left the entire Hive Island behind and escaped with a few of his own men. Feel free to find another place to start again. Though for so long, he had put a lot of effort into Hive Island, but all of these seemed to him to be things that could be acquired again at any time. What he was more interested in seeing now, though, was what Luke was going to do next. His heart was also agitating. If the result, when the time came, was that Luke and the world government lost both, that would be the best outcome. Something like sitting on the sidelines. It's not the first time he's done it. If it's a world government victory when the time comes, he's perfectly capable of just running away as well. No matter how you do the math, he doesn't lose out. Now, even if one endured humiliation under Luke, so what? It wouldn't be the first time he'd done something like that in a foster home. Thinking about everything, Blackbeard's eyes towards Doflamingo took on a flattering look. Captain Mingo, so what do we do next? Once an Akira, and an important figure in charge of trade between the world government and Kaido, and he's involved in almost all of the world's black and white. In some ways, he even kinda stinks with Blackbeard. At this time the two were gathered together, but instead, they were a bit of a wolf. Luke made his way to the harbor, found a small boat, and then left Hive Island. There's no way around it. He can't drive the bigger boats at all. The boat drifted, and after 7 days, it docked in front of a remote island. Securing the boat, Luke walked onto the island. Still as before, Luke scrutinized the entire island. After determining that it was an uninhabited yellow island, he then proceeded to the center of the island. It was surprising to find a narrow cave at the end. The location is perfect. Luke looked around, then stepped inside the cave, casually blocking a boulder in the opening. Luke pulled out his familiar hoodie, then pulled it over his body. It's time to use the fruit of the hour's last chance to travel to the past. Luke muttered. 800 years ago, a great war was supposed to have taken place between several kingdoms led by Joyboy and him, and that battle resulted in the death of Joyboy and the emergence of him as king of the world. Then the Tenryu people and the world government were formed, resulting in the world situation as it is today. All one has to do is go back 800 years, just get the Joyboy's light cluster, that itself. Absolutely, then you can harness the sun fruit in its entirety. At that time, I hope that Blackbeard Doflamingo and the others have also accomplished the task that they explained. At that time, his own self who perfectly harnessed the sun fruit, plus a huge group of pirates, the Skylanders, the world government, the navy, over the Red Earth continent. Everything will be turned upside down. Luke, who had put on his hoodie, extended his fingers and flicked them toward the space in front of him. The blackened door of time and space appeared. Luke took a deep breath and stepped inside the time portal. Familiarity wrapped around him, and after a long time, he stepped out from within the darkened door of time and space. Now, it's 800 years ago. Chapter 144, A Different World. The rustle of the wind blowing the leaves came through his ears. It was dark all around, with only a ray of sunlight coming from the direction of the head. Where is this traveling to? Luke was speechless for a moment. The bad thing about this fruit is that every time you cross over, it's completely random. Luke extended his fist and slammed it toward the light above his head. There was a loud bang and Luke crawled out of the darkness. Outside, it's a village look-alike. Himself, on the other hand, had crawled out of a rocky crevice at the entrance to the village, craned his neck and moved his limbs. Luke surveyed the village before him. It looks very old and most of the houses are built of straw wood, and the whole village was silent, not a single soul in sight. Luke walked into the village and took a good look around the houses. It was determined that there really wasn't a single person in the entire village and that all the houses were basically left with their doors open. The inside of the house, on the other hand, was strewn with various things. Looks like the group left in a hurry. Where the hell is this? Luke rubbed his brow and looked around. Luke saw something that was foreign to the pirate world. That is, in the distance, there was actually a huge mountain range that stretched for an unknown length. You know, the whole pirate world is basically a sea of small islands. It's rare to look at complete swaths of land, except above the red clay continent. But that mountain range in the distance might be something the Red Earth continent couldn't put down. It seems that there is a big difference between the world 800 years ago and 800 years later. Where would one go to find Joey Boy now? Luke aimlessly picked a random spot and quickly swept away. The priority now is to find the human population in a hurry. This is how you can determine what is going on in the world. Right now, the land swept by quickly beneath his feet, and soon Luke was surprised. The breadth of the continent here was simply more than one could imagine. He had been traveling at full speed for a long time, but he still hadn't seen the border of the continent. Is this still the familiar world of pirates? Luke's head was full of questions. After a long time had passed, Luke was finally able to see a small village on the distant horizon. The size of this village was even smaller and more downtrodden than what he had just seen. But fortunately, across the distance, Luke saw smoke rising from within the village. Apparently, it's populated. So Luke's form quickly headed towards that village, arriving at the entrance to the village, which had maybe a dozen or so homes, and all the houses are still built of straw and mud, but it was a lot more backward than the abandoned village. Luke stepped into the village and headed toward the place where the smoke of the cooks rose. It was only when they got to the center of the village that they finally saw what the smoke was rising from. There was only a large open space in the middle of the village. In the clearing, several figures were gathered around. Each figure, old as they were. This group of old men is gathered around a large pot in the center. There was some kind of slimy brown object cooking in the pot. Hearing movement coming from Luke's side, an old man turned back to him. The remaining few old men also noticed the commotion and all turned back to look at Luke, and within their eyes, they were full of vigilance. A few pale figures shielded the cauldron behind them. Seeing the scene, Luke was busy raising his hand and waving it to show that he meant no harm. With that, he opened his mouth. Don't get me wrong, I don't mean any harm. I just got lost and that's why I came here. Several of the older men looked Luke up and down, seeing the clean clothes on him, his still fair skin, and it really doesn't sound like much of a villain to talk. The vigilance on his face relaxed only a little, but only a little. An old man, with his own cane in his hand. What are you? Luke kept a safer distance from them. With that, he opened his mouth. I told you, I got lost and that's why I'm here. All you have to do is show me the way and I'll leave immediately. The old man at the head of the group eyed Luke suspiciously for a few moments. Only then did he speak. Where are you going? Luke gave a thoughtful look. Where are you going by yourself? Do they know if they just say they're going to Joey Boy? Seeing that Luke didn't say anything, an old man in the crowd suddenly fell to his knees and wailed. Can't we just leave us old guys alone? All the young men in the village have already been taken to become soldiers. Do you want to take us old men as well? The old man at the head of the group immediately pulled that old man to his feet. The mouth exclaimed. It's not clear what the situation is. He's not necessarily here to make an arrest. Luke surveyed the cauldron behind a few people, which was surrounded by a number of dishes. It looks like the strange stuff in the pot is their food. Luke took a deep breath and shook his head slightly. I'm not here to arrest anyone. I'm really just lost. The old man at the head spoke. Where are you going? Luke thought about it. I'm going to the battlefield. Battlefield? Several old men spoke in unison. Luke nodded. I accidentally got separated from the group and now I have to find a way to get to the front. Several of the older men looked at each other. With that an old man spoke. Which king are you a soldier under? Luke, of course, couldn't answer his question and could only be vague. You don't need to ask much about this, so be careful of getting into unnecessary trouble. Several of the old men nodded their heads in a hurry, seeming to recognize what Luke had said. An old man stepped forward and pointed in the direction of a large mountain in the distance. Now all the king's soldiers, who are on the other side of the mountain, have heard. The old man suddenly let out a long sigh. That's before continuing. I hear the final battle is about to begin. All the king's soldiers, it seems, are the rumored 20 kings. The final showdown, then naturally, is also the big battle with Joey Boy. Luke gave a small nod of thanks to a couple of the older men, looking behind them at the cauldron and the food inside that obviously wouldn't be much more than palatable. Luke reached into his arms and felt around, just in case you cross into some deserted place. Luke had some food in his arms when he crossed over. Nothing more than some dry biscuits and some jerky. Placing that food on the floor, Luke thanked the few old men again. A few of the older men were almost glowing within their eyes at the sight of the food on the floor. One elderly man even had tears in his eyes from excitement. Without waiting for them to say anything, Luke waved his hand slightly and turned his head away without a word. War is a bunch of poor people selling their lives for a small group of powerful people. Win or lose, it is always the ordinary people who suffer. Following the direction pointed out by the old man, Luke's figure quickly headed towards the side of the mountain range. Chapter 145. The Battlefield. As he got closer to the mountains, Luke soon saw, on the other side of the mountain range, there was rolling black smoke rising up, and the sounds of killing and roaring could be faintly heard. It seemed that the direction the old man had pointed out to him was correct. The battlefield was just over the mountain range. Luke's form quickly drew up, and soon he was above the mountains, standing on the ridge looking towards the side of the mountain range. Just over the ridge was an open plain, and at this moment on the plains, the densely packed silhouettes were like an ant colony, are fighting each other. This was the first time Luke had seen such a magnificent battlefield since he had traveled through the pirate world so far. Whether it was the battlefield of Marineford, or the Valley of the Gods in the first place, or the Great War in the Land of Peace, in front of the battlefield at this point, it looked like child's play. A quick glance at the number of people involved in the battle below alone would have been astronomical, and although it was a long way away, a faint smell of blood could be smelled within the air, accompanied by a smell of burnt flesh and skin. This is the real war. Luke silently lamented that it was no wonder some of the villages over there had been abandoned. Even in the villages where people still live, there are only a few old and sick people left. A war of this magnitude could have involved the entire population of the pirate world, and the war is clearly not going to end overnight. Probably countless people had died in the war before that. And this, the final battlefield? Luke mused, his eyes scanning the battlefield. At the center of the battlefield were the two groups of people who were fighting, and at the back of the two groups, there was another group of figures that had gathered together. Apparently, they were the generals of their respective armies. Firearms don't seem to have been around on the battlefields 800 years ago. Soldiers on the battlefield still rely on cold weapons for the most part. And, Luke's gaze, seeing the battlefield being fought among the crowd, there were countless huge figures that were obviously much taller in stature, probably tens of meters tall. It appears to be a warrior of the giant race. Luke stood on the ridge and observed the battlefield in silence for a while. With that, he quietly lowered his figure and leaned towards the battlefield. In fact, he didn't even need to deliberately hide his figure. The current battlefield was just too chaotic. No one would even notice his presence. Near the edge of the battlefield, there were all sorts of light clusters scattered all over the earth. Each ball of light carries with it the dissipation of a life. Luke didn't waste any time either, picking up clusters of light as he went. It was only when he got close enough at this point that Luke could see what the group of men who had joined the battle really looked like. the two groups of warring men. One side at least had clothes that could cover their bodies, and even on some soldiers, the clothes they wore could barely be called battle armor. The other side of the warring parties, on the other hand, had much worse attire on them. There was even a large portion of the soldiers who were not wearing an inch of clothing, and the weapons in the hands of both sides are very different. Luke even saw farm implements on the ground of the battlefield, things like hoes and shovels. It seems that not only do they have no clothes to wear, but even their weapons are self-prepared from home. Luke guessed silently. If the guess is correct, this group of better equipped would be the allied forces of 20, and the nearly equipped ones would be the slave class, or pauper class, led by Joy Boy. I just wonder, where is Joey Boy now? Luke gazed out over the battlefield, guessing at Joy Boy's strength based on known clues. It's bound to be tough as hell. It even cast a deep shadow over the side on this war. Otherwise it wouldn't have been hundreds of years later when him was seeing the dominance left behind by Joey Boy, and still be scared out of your wits. However, at this time on the battlefield, most of the people fighting were some ordinary soldiers. Just as Luke was wandering all over the battlefield, suddenly, the sky that had been clear, turned cloudy. Luke looked up and saw only the right rear of the battlefield. A figure covered in black robes stood out from within the crowd. In his hand, he also held a scepter. As his scepter continued to wave, the dark clouds in the sky, too, churned. Luke looked at the figure holding the scepter with a thoughtful look on his face. In fact, from the time he first entered the battlefield he realized that namely in this war, there doesn't seem to be any devil fruit power users out there. Could it be that in this world now, there are no devil fruits yet? Luke mused darkly. The thick clouds in the sky had been churning more and more violently as the scepter-wielding figure waved it around. In the next moment, a blazing fire, surprisingly, descended from the sky, on a battlefield full of cold weapons. Such an unexpected situation was a downward spiral for that group of engaged soldiers. In an instant, blazing fire fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Countless wailing sounds came in a flash. Countless soldiers were wrapped up in the flames, their bodies burning with a roaring fire. Countless figures kept rolling and wailing on the ground. But it's not over. The clouds in the sky rolled and brewed again. A blazing fire, even more terrifying than earlier, was brewing within the clouds once again. The soldiers, who already had experience, all showed fear after seeing the sight in the sky. Some of them even paused their exchanges, trying to find places where they could hide in the first place. The next moment, the blazing fire within the clouds descended again. Seeing that the terrifying flames were about to land, just then, suddenly a drum sounded on the battlefield. Knock, knock, knock. The drums, which were just starting to sound, weren't that loud, but it clearly spread throughout the battlefield. The crowd that heard the drums had different looks on their faces. The group of ragged soldiers all showed excitement the moment they heard the drums. It was as if their spiritual support had appeared. The soldiers on the other side, the moment they heard the drums, panic and fear all appeared on their faces. It was as if something even more horrible than the flames falling from the sky was about to happen, and the black-robed figure wielding the scepter suddenly stopped moving his hand at that moment. He looked around warily. Knock, knock, knock. The drums were getting sharper and louder. The next moment, a sudden burst of unrestrained laughter came from over the heads of the crowd. That unrestrained laughter even shook the clouds in the sky apart. Everyone looked up, only to see the sky. A figure covered in white flames appeared in the sky in front of the sun. Fight, soldiers! The figure laughed while shouting loudly. His voice seemed to have a magic power. As long as the people who heard it could all feel a heartfelt happiness and freedom. Even though the scene on the battlefield was extremely miserable, the faces of the group of ragged soldiers at that moment actually showed a hint of happiness. The war will end. We will be free. Someone raised a weapon in his hand and shouted. The yell seemed like a stone's throw. Countless silhouettes followed him and raised the weapons in their hands as they shouted together. Freedom! 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 Chapter 146, Fruits and Fighter Power. Behind the figure holding the scepter in the distance stood several other figures in similar dress. At this moment, everyone's faces showed panic. The silhouette covered in white flames in the sky leapt to the center of the battlefield. His limbs, as if they were rubber, could be stretched and lengthened at will. The moment he landed on the ground, his long, thin arms grabbed towards those black-robed figures. Looking at the incoming large hand, several people yelled in panic. It's Joey Boy. Ha 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 ha. Joey Boy laughed. His palm surprisingly grabbed several figures all at once. Feel the taste of freedom, Joey Boy yelled. And with that, he grabbed the men in his palms and spun them violently through the air. Several people let out yells of panic. On the battlefield, the soldiers whose morale had originally been almost shattered by the blazing fire that descended from the sky. Once again, he raised the weapon in his hand, and his body exuded an ounce of battle spirit. Instead, it was the group of polished soldiers, all of whom had horror on their faces. The appearance of Joey Boy alone completely changed the situation on the battlefield. Luke looked at the figure of Joey Boy in the sky and rubbed his chin in emotion. Luffy looked exactly like him after he awakened. Joey Boy's form jumped back and forth across the battlefield. Every time it appeared in a place, a large swath of enemies were defeated there. Just then, Luke suddenly saw it. At the very back of the battlefield, a tall figure suddenly stood out. The figure was shrouded in black robes, but a pair of blood-red eyes stood out. Luke narrowed his eyes slightly. It's I'm? The slender, tall figure and the red eyes were identical to him. Joey Boy, who was jumping and weaving back and forth across the battlefield, was also at the moment that figure appeared. Then he looked over his shoulder. Ha ha ha, Joey Boy yelled at the figure. It also fit Luke's suspicion that the man was indeed him. Looking at the Joey Boy, gritting his teeth, his voice grim. Joey Boy, you are not going to win. Ha ha ha. Joey Boy lets out a big laugh without a care in the world. It was never the winning or losing of a war that I was after. What I seek is nothing more than freedom. And people like you will never understand that. Behind him stood several other figures with various weapons. No more, no less, just 19. Together with him, that's exactly all the kingly leaders of the 20 allied powers. All eyes went to Joey Boy. Within the eyes, they were filled with scorn and fear. Having been at war for so long, they could be said to have suffered at the hands of Joey Boy. What he leads is nothing but a bunch of lowly lowlifes. Not only did that group not have qualified weapons, they didn't even have decent battle armor. But a few years into the war, they were at the hands of the group of irregulars led by the Joey Boy. Took a lot of defeats. As we watched, large tracts of land were occupied by the group. That lowly bunch, in all the occupied lands, all put up flags, claiming that it was the flag of freedom, the flag of liberation, the flag of equality. But to 20 kings, that flag was really something disgusting. Freedom? Equality? Emancipation? Every single one of them is full of words that smell sickening. A king wearing thick battle armor and holding a giant sword came to his side. This should be the last battle. Scarlet Eyes looked at the figure of Joey Boy in the distance, hatred filling his eyes within. What an abomination. Another king, also in armor, came to the front of the group. Just a clown-like character. Really think he can change the world by leading this group of pariahs? Freedom? Emancipation? Equality? What a ridiculous word. Suddenly turned back to the other kings. Have you already familiarized yourselves with what's inside you? The king, who was holding a giant sword, had excitement on his face. Of course, I can't wait to use that power. In the crowd stood one of the thinnest kings, and the look on his face at that moment was a little different from the others. He couldn't see a bit of excitement within his eyes. Instead they were filled with worry. After hesitating for a moment, the skinny king spoke in a slightly sad tone. Borrowing this power is like making a deal with the devil. I can't even go near the ocean right now. The water makes me feel intimidated and uncomfortable. His words clearly caused everyone's displeasure. A state guard standing beside him gave him a blank look. We live on a vast expanse of land. The sea is still far away. Except for the fact that your country is closest to the sea, we may never touch the sea in our lives. That's not really something to worry about at all, is it? The other kings nodded their heads. Disdain and mockery filled within their eyes as they looked at the skinny king. The scrawny king, it seemed, was still unsure. Muttered the words, but I just feel a little uneasy. That kind of power and strength should not be allowed in this world, right? Suddenly looked back at him. A powerful aura that emanated from him's body. It made everyone around them involuntarily shiver. Scarlet Eyes, looking at the skinny king. When you ate the fruit yesterday, you had no objections, did you? But, the skinny king was about to say something else when spoke up in a burst of anger. Why the concern today? The purpose of Joey Boy is to let those dirty pariahs go and pollute all our countries. It's not my war. It's not his war. It's a war we all need to face. You're a cowardly and stupid guy. Understand? All the remaining kings subconsciously shrunk their heads in the face of the furious Im. Turned her head and looked at Joey Boy in the distance. In a deep voice, he spoke. Power gained by making a deal with the devil? What about him? Everyone looked towards Joey Boy, who was, at that moment, galloping freely across the battlefield. The body was as if it were rubber, waving its slender limbs at random. With every strike, a large swath of enemies fell on the battlefield. Gritting his teeth. His power, too, is given by the fruit. There should have been nothing but dominance in this world. The skinny king, finally, was lowering his head and not saying another word. The attitudes of the rest of the people towards him all changed slightly. It seemed shameful to be in his company. The king, who wielded a giant greatsword, spoke slowly to him. Let's not let him go on with this nonsense. Let's strike. Narrowing her eyes, she took a deep breath and slowly nodded her head and opened her mouth. Yes, this farce is long overdue. Chapter 147, The Elephant Master. Joey Boy, in the distance, still gallops recklessly across the battlefield. The exhilarating and deafening sound of the drums, which continued to play, Wherever his figure, which was bubbling with white fire, passed, countless figures were sent flying. In just a moment's time, a large number of soldiers from the 20-nation coalition army fell under him. The king, who was holding a huge sword, was the first to sulk. He waved the huge sword in his hand and gave a soft grunt through his nose. Then let me go first. The devil fruit's ability to inflate his confidence to a frightening degree. Boom! A fierce fire erupted from his body. The blazing heat caused the air around them to distort. A few surrounding figures, subconsciously pulled away from him. At the same time, a flash of excitement flashed within his eyes as he looked towards the figure of the king holding the giant sword. That was the power they now wielded. That powerful force they had never seen or heard of. Even if it was a deal with the devil, it was worth it. A powerful force that fascinated them beyond measure. Bang! The ground let out a cracking sound as the figure bubbling with fire, holding a giant sword of flame, charged towards the distant Joy Boy. In's eyes, too, looked expectantly at that king. He also wanted to see just how far he could go with the devil fruit. Joy Boy, who was in the middle of his rampage, suddenly noticed something unusual in the sky. When he looked up, he saw a humanoid figure wrapped in flames, barreling towards him. Joey Boy hummed dubiously. In the next moment, a violent fluctuation was suddenly revealed within his eyes. Before he could react, the flaming silhouette holding a huge sword arrived in front of him. The flaming giant sword in his hand slashed down towards Joy Boy's body. Joey Boy raised his fist, and dominance and white flames wrapped his fist. The two collided and a loud bang came out. This was supposed to be the first time in this world that two fruit power users collided. Bang! Terrifying airwaves lifted countless ordinary soldiers around them off the ground, and the king, who was holding a huge sword, thumped back a few steps. Even the flames on his body were a few points weaker. He looked at the figure of Joey Boy with disbelief. After mastering his fruit abilities, he thought for a while that he had gained a great power that was not tolerated by this world. But after fighting Joey Boy, he realized the terrifying power that had shaken and inflated himself beyond measure was still inadequate against Joey Boy. The king's eyes were filled with shock within them. Joey Boy isn't much better. Although he repelled that king, within his eyes, he was also filled with waves. Looking at the king before him, Joey Boy exclaimed, "Do you know what it means to swallow the fruit?" That king grunted. "Of course I know. Swallowing the fruit means we're about to end this war." Joey Boy lowered his head slightly for a long moment before speaking. The appearance of the devil fruit will mean that, in the future, the entire world will be plunged into never-ending war and killing. Ha 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 ha. That king suddenly laughed a few times. "Wasn't it you who first made a deal with the devil?" Joey Boy stared at him. "You will regret this." That king was full of disdain. Losing this war is what's more unacceptable. After he spoke, even fiercer flames erupted from his body. At the same time he turned back to the other kings and yelled, "Hurry up and end this." With that, he took the lead and struck out towards Joey Boy. In an instant, the white and red flames of the battlefield continued to intertwine and collide. At Im's side, several kings watched the situation on the battlefield with interest. The power of the devil fruit is truly incomparable. Immediately upon possession, there is the ability to compete with Joey Boy. It's time to end things. A king, holding a scepter, stepped out from within the crowd. The excitement within his eyes was undisguised. The anticipation of the newfound power within radiated from his body. In the next moment, his figure transformed into a yellow light and joined the battlefield as well. As he joined in, a few other kings, too, jumped into the fray. Red eyes looked at the battlefield for a long time, speaking slowly to the few figures around him. "It's time to show him what we're capable of now." As his words fell, the corners of the mouths of the remaining few kings all revealed a fierce smile. Immediately afterward, a number of figures all joined the battlefield. Luke, not far away, watched what was happening on the battlefield. Stroking his chin, he saw several of the kings who joined the battlefield, performing abilities that were both familiar and never seen before. Flames, storms, beams, even freezing. All kinds of devil fruit abilities exploded in extreme splendor on the battlefield. In an instant, Joy Boy's figure was, surprisingly, submerged in a sea of devil fruit abilities. Luke's eyes went to him, who had never made a move in the distance. It was clear that even among the 20 kings, Im was the absolute leader. It's even quite possible that the group of kings had the devil fruit ability that Im helped them have. So, where exactly did the devil fruit come from? And Im's devil fruit, for that matter, something to do with the secret of his eternal life? Luke mused silently. The situation on the battlefield had entered a white heat. Even though how powerful Joey Boy is and how powerful his devil fruit is. But what he was facing now was a siege of a dozen or so different fruit ability users. And none of those dozen figures' fruit abilities were simple. As the great battle continued, excitement had appeared within the eyes of him, who still hadn't made a move in the distance. As expected, even Joy Boy would have trouble resisting the siege of so many fruit ability users. The scales of victory were already tilting in their favor. Joey Boy on the battlefield, almost powerless to fight back. Facing the barrage of various skills, it was difficult just to cope with it alone. Even the sound of the drums, which had originally spread throughout the battlefield, had become faint. When everyone thought Joey Boy was bound to lose, suddenly, a loud elephant's roar resounded through the sky. Immediately afterward, a violent tremor came from the earth, but commotion immediately attracted everyone's attention. Luke craned his head to look as well. Only in the distance, a huge figure with a body that towered over the clouds was seen. It was coming towards the side of the battlefield step by step. As that figure continued to approach, a burst of elephantine calls that resounded through the heavens continued to be heard. Luke's eyes narrowed slightly. It's the Elephant Lord. The Elephant Lord at this time was not as old and weak as he would be 800 years later. At this time it is in its prime. With each step, the entire ground had to tremble together. The shock brought by that huge figure towering into the clouds was beyond words. Chapter 148, Robots. The huge figure of the Elephant Lord kept approaching the battlefield. Just a single nose, like a small ridge going forward. Numerous figures flew up like pieces of paper as their noses swept by. Faced with such a huge figure, countless soldiers let out shouts of despair. The few people who were surrounding Joy Boy also saw the huge Elephant Lord figure. It was still the most hot-tempered king with a huge sword and a fiery body that took the lead. Looks like it's his reinforcements coming. At this point in time, Joey Boy was in a complete downward spiral. After all, with so many fruit ability users surrounding them, it would be difficult for anyone else to resist. At this moment, seeing the figure of the Elephant Lord in the distance, Joy Boy's face didn't seem to show too much joy. It seems to be still reeling from the events of Devil Fruit. This also caused him to look a bit worried during the battle just now. The king with the giant sword in his hand, the flames on his body once again skyrocketed. He spoke to the others. That guy, I'll take care of it. After saying that, his flaming figure transformed into a stream of light. The initiative met the figure of the Elephant Lord. At the same time, a huge ball of fire coalesced from his sword blade. Go to hell! The sword-wielding king shouted while swinging out the huge sword in his hand. The huge ball of fire on the sword's blade instantly detached from the blade and smashed towards the Elephant Lord's figure. With such a large body, there was no possibility of dodging. Facing the incoming fire, the Elephant Lord let out an elephant cry. The ridge-like nose swung toward the fire mass. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the seemingly vociferous fireball. Surprisingly, the Elephant Lord was swatted away with a single trunk. The elephant trunk, on the other hand, didn't even have the slightest intention of stopping. Once again, it slammed towards the king holding the giant sword. Bang! The king's figure was like a broken meteor that was directly smashed from the air to the ground. Several of the men who had surrounded Joey Boy saw his tragic image. All of them were suddenly in awe. It wasn't the first time that the figure of the Elephant Lord had appeared on the battlefield. Everyone knew the terrifying destructive power that huge body could cause. The old them, for this horrible guy, there is simply nothing that works. But today, nothing is the same. On the battlefield, 6 figures headed towards the gigantic Elephant Lord. Although in front of the Elephant Lord, the figures of the 6 were as small as ants. But the terrifying power carried by the 6 was not to be underestimated. Cut! A man shouted from his mouth. A ripple, visible to the naked eye, bounced off his palm in the air, toward the Elephant Lord's head. Bang! The ripples collided with the Elephant Lord's head and a violent explosion occurred. Before the smoke from the explosion cleared, the attacks of several other figures followed. 6 tiny figures struck out with all their might against the Elephant Lord. In an instant, that huge figure actually stumbled, and the king, who was originally smashed into the ground holding a huge sword, returned to the battlefield at this time. His face, filled with indignation, gritted his teeth and looked at the Elephant Lord. Damn you guys, I'm going to make you pay. After having the devil fruit, his confidence was at the top of its expansion. Even Joey Boy, under their siege, was in a scorched earth. How could he allow himself to be defeated by a smash me? The king dropped the huge sword in his hand and held it aloft with both hands. The entire sky was dyed with the red color of flames. A huge ball of fire. It slowly coalesced from the sky, reflecting half the sky red. With that, the fireball smashed towards the Elephant Lord's figure. But just then, a huge axe. It was suddenly thrown from a distance. On the axe, there was no devil fruit ability attached to it. It was just entwined with a strong and unbelievably dominating aura. The fireball and the giant axe collided, deflecting the blow for the Elephant Lord. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were, once again, attracted. Turning his head to look, he saw a giant, over 100 meters tall, appear beside the Elephant Lord. The giant stooped and picked up the huge axe from the ground. Everyone then got a good look at him. An exterior of steel with a metallic luster, and his eyes are 2 light bulbs that emit a reddish glow. Snort! A sound of pneumatic plus mechanical operation came. The behemoth that appeared before everyone's eyes turned out to be a robot. Not far away, Luke's mouth dropped open. Through the battlefield just now, Luke thought for a moment that the technological civilization of this era was far inferior to that of 800 years later, but the appearance of this huge droid shattered all of Luke's perceptions. It's a little too magical. Luke opened his mouth to mumble. The robot held his giant axe in his hand, and two clusters of light, representing eyes, swept over all those who surrounded the Elephant Lord and Joy Boy. Who hadn't made a move, also showed seriousness within his eyes at this moment. At this point they were facing all the power of Joey Boy. Destroying them would end a war that's been going on for years. Take care of that troublemaker first. Spoke up. At once the eyes of all the kings were turned to Joy Boy. Everyone understands that of all the opponents in this, just settle for Joey Boy. The rest of the guys, no matter how powerful they were, wouldn't be making any waves. In an instant, everyone's eyes looked at Joy Boy. At this moment, Joy Boy, a white flame rose from his body. Stand still. A black spike slowly extended out from under him's robes. Luke stared at him, growing more and more curious. Whether it's now, 800 years ago, or 800 years from now, M's entire body was covered tightly with robes. Is there some secret you're hiding that you can't see? Black spikes, spreading out from under M's robes, quickly headed toward the distant Joy Boy. Several other kings, too, struck out at the same time, all toward Joy Boy. It was also at this point that the Elephant Lord and the robot covered in metal in the distance all reacted. The giant axe in the robot's hand slammed towards him, and the huge body of the Elephant Lord ran towards Joy Boy. Nowadays, they were divided, and if they stood together, the 20 kings might not be able to win even if they joined forces. Stop those two guys, yelled. The 6 people who had originally surrounded the Elephant Lord, together with the king who was holding a huge sword. 7 people suddenly stopped in front of the Elephant Lord and the robot, and the remaining 11, all heading toward Joy Boy. The Great War, once again, is on the verge of breaking out. Who hadn't been making a move, joined the battlefield besieging Joy Boy at that moment. Everyone understands that the only way to fix Joey Boy is to fix Joey Boy. It's the key to this war. The besieged Joey Boy, still with that distracted look, faced with everyone's attacks, they all just dodged and rarely fought back. Luke, in the distance, was watching the way attacked. After all, his opponent, after this place was over, was In all that time, he himself had never even seen Emu at full strength. Chapter 149, The Great Battle of Joey Boy. Black shadows that spread out from under Im's feet. In an instant, he appeared at the feet of Joy Boy, who was dodging a siege from the remaining few, as if he hadn't noticed the sneak attack at his feet. The black shadow was like a vine, instantly wrapping around Joey Boy's legs. In the next moment, the gray-black flame above the black shadow bloomed violently. It was then that Joey Boy reacted, looking down at his legs, his eyes snapping round. Then he looked to him. The white flames on Joy Boy's body as they met Im's black flames. Instantly it was like snow that had met flame, and a sound of dissolution came. The flames on Emu's body instantly weakened by a few points. This year, you will surely die. Emma spread her arms wide and exclaimed. In a flash, more black shadows spread out from under his feet. Countless black shadows bubbling with black flames twined towards Joy Boy, and the original standing siege. A few people also saw the opportunity. The moves in his hand were even more severe. Joy Boy, who had already seemed unmotivated to fight, was instantly wrapped in black shadows all over his body, and the skills of the remaining few kings bloomed into countless explosions on his body. The robots and elephant lords in the distance were seeing the battle over here. The elephant lord let out an elephant call with anxiety, flinging his huge trunk and desperately trying to support towards this side, but there were several kings before him, blocking his way. Great battles constantly erupted on the battlefield, with countless skills colliding with fire and explosions. Ordinary soldiers were killed and wounded all around them, while Luke kept dodging the aftermath of the incoming battle. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, an extremely brilliant light violently erupted on the battlefield. Luke whipped his head around. The Joey Boy, who had originally been nearly wrapped into a ball by the black shadow of him, suddenly emitted white flames all over his body. The sound of the war drums, which had already been faint, suddenly resounded in everyone's ears once again. Next moment, bang! A loud thud came as the figure of Joy Boy broke through the black bindings. The white flames on his body burned to the extreme. His body was level with the sun. Ha 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 ha. A loud laugh came from Joey Boy's mouth. The look on his face had also undergone a huge transformation from before. I saw it, Joey Boy yelled. As he broke through the restraints, Im's eyes gazed up. I thought that Joey Boy was bound to lose today, but I didn't expect that he would still be able to break out in such a fierce battle when he was fighting to such an extent. Joey Boy's limbs, constantly dancing with excitement. I saw it, he kept shouting with excitement. Who knows what he actually saw? Just know that right now he seems incredibly excited. The limbs kept dancing, and white flames kept scattering towards the surroundings as he danced. Everyone on my command, Joey Boy yelled, his voice traveling quickly across the battlefield. Everyone froze at the sound of his voice. Still full of excitement, Joey Boy yelled at the Elephant Lord and the robot, who were still struggling in the distance. Everyone, all of you, leave the battlefield. As he shouted, his body continued to rapidly twist and expand. Luke also looked at Joey Boy suspiciously, wondering what he was going to do. Joey Boy, who had swelled up enormously, suddenly raised his own right fist and slammed it hard into the ground. Bang! The earth trembled and countless cracks appeared. Joey Boy then yelled, "Free will not be defeated." With that, he looked to the group of soldiers who had followed him in battle for many years and shouted, "Everyone, leave the battlefield." Immediately, his gaze went to the Elephant Lord. "You, take everyone and retreat." Although no one still understood what exactly Joey Boy was up to, there was subconscious obedience to his orders. The Elephant Lord let out a mournful cry of disbelief. Joey Boy grinned broadly, followed by their characteristic way of communicating with each other. It seemed to give an account of itself to the Lord of the Elephants. An elephant call once again emanated from the trunk of the Elephant Lord. His huge eyes, seemingly with disbelief and resignation, looked to Joey Boy. After hesitating for a moment, the Elephant Lord suddenly let out an elephant call, then turned around and headed in the opposite direction of the battlefield. Seeing the Elephant Lord leave, the puzzlement on everyone's faces increased. Joey Boy yelled again at this point, "Everyone, evacuate the battlefield." The yell finished, and the figure of Joey Boy, once again, leaped high into the air. The huge fist was wrapped in white flames and became enormous in an instant. Bang! The fist smashed into the ground, and all of a sudden, the ground shook and the earth continuously trembled. Im was filled with disbelief though, even though he didn't understand what Joey Boy was doing right now. But he understood that there was bound to be a huge conspiracy behind it. As the Elephant Lord retreated, countless soldiers on the battlefield, though looked at Joey Boy with eyes full of disbelief, but still chose to follow the orders of the spiritual leader in their hearts. Large swaths of troops began to withdraw. The look of excitement on Joey Boy's face increased as he saw the troops withdraw. Im's brow furrowed. Stop them. Didn't know what Joey Boy was going to do, but his gut told him, just don't let any of Joey Boy's plans succeed. It's the right thing to do. As Im's orders were given, countless soldiers began to intercept against the retreating crowd. But just then, Joey Boy's figure leapt high into the air once again. The huge foot was wrapped in overpowering aura and white flames, stepping viciously towards Imu's troops. Bang! The earth trembled and wails came from countless people. Joey Boy looked at him and exclaimed excitedly, "And you know what's coming to this world when the devil fruit appears? Demons that are rejected by the great will eventually be swallowed by the sea." Joey Boy yelled, and Im frowned. Bang! Joey Boy's fist, once again, slammed down hard towards the earth. A deep, bottomless crack appeared above the earth. A damp smell came from within the crack. For a moment, Im seemed to understand what Joey Boy was up to. He suddenly exclaimed in panic, "Stop him!" At this point on the battlefield, the men led by Joey Boy had already retreated for the most part. The battlefield was almost entirely filled with Im's men. In an instant, everyone surrounded towards Joey Boy. No fear was visible on Joey Boy's face. Instead, he was even more excited, and his arms, which could stretch at will, grabbed at random towards the crowd in front of him. The most coincidental thing happened. This casual grab by Joey Boy coincided with Luke becoming his target as well. For a moment, Luke's head was filled with black lines. He was merely observing the battle for a while. How come he was also implicated? His figure instantly transformed into a residual shadow and swept towards the outside of Joey Boy's palm. Ha! Joey Boy suddenly gave a soft eep. Instead, his eyes tightened on Luke, who swept into the distance. With that, his palm, once again, grabbed towards Luke. Chapter 150, The Appearance of a Light Mass. Luke cursed an expletive out of his mouth. With that, he hastily adjusted his stance and once again, he avoided Joey Boy's palm. This time, not only Joey Boy, but even Im and a dozen kings in the distance all noticed Luke. Imam's eyes narrowed slightly. This guy who appeared out of nowhere was not from their camp, but looking at Joey Boy's reaction, it's clear that he's not in his camp either. So who is this guy? Luke's figure dodged quickly, dodging two consecutive palms grabbed by Joey Boy. At the same time the look on his face was furious. "Do I have a grudge against you?" Luke yelled at Joey Boy. Joey Boy was unfazed by the sudden appearance of this guy, who had clearly piqued his interest. His palms rapidly expanded, and his overlord color buster aura made his entire palm turn black. The palm of his hand quickly grasped towards Luke, and the air around him sent out a sharp sonic boom. Obviously, he's moved on. The rabbit bites when it's anxious. And Luke, who has been attacked by Joey Boy again and again, anger also appeared on his face. One has never messed with anyone or taken a shot at anyone to begin with, but this Joey Boy, now he was fixated on himself. There was him and a dozen kings trying to kill him. So what was the point of staring at himself at this time? Luke was furious. A blue lightning bolt then bloomed from his palm. Before crossing over, in order to deal with the flaw of not being able to replace the fruit immediately after crossing over, Luke went ahead and sealed a lightning bolt inside himself. For the unexpected. The only reason why I don't have the ability to store the sun fruit is because the sun fruit is for my current self. The consumption is just too great. Thus, a blue-colored lightning bolt blossomed from Luke's palm. In the next moment, Luke's lightning fist swung viciously towards Joey Boy's grasping palm. The two collided in the air, erupting in a shocking explosion. This movement caught the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Im's eyes snapped open, looking at Luke's form in surprise. "It's a devil fruit," he exclaimed. The rest of the kings around them were also filled with astonishment. In the current world, apart from them, Joy Boy is the only one who also holds the devil fruit. Then why does this mysterious person who suddenly appeared also have devil fruit powers? And from the way he casts it, it's clear that he's skilled in devil fruit mastery. Be above them. Who is this man? Really? Huge questions surfaced in everyone's minds. The collision between Joey Boy and Luke moved more than all the previous battles on the battlefield. After a collision of strikes, Luke's form quickly moved far away. Joey Boy, on the other hand, stood his ground, watching Luke's form. A dark red glow flashed across his eyes. That's his unique seeing color hegemony. Suddenly, his figure froze. It seemed to have seen something unimaginable using the seeing colors. Just then, Im suddenly exclaimed, "It's now!" While Joy Boy was frozen in place, Im suddenly lifted the robe that enveloped his entire body. Luke, who was running away, was also caught in the eye by Im. In all that time, he'd never seen him under his robes, only to see Im lifting his robes. A pitch black, incomparable black hole appeared where his chest was. The blackened hole seemed to have magical powers. Even though it was pitch black, it looked as if it had the feeling of devouring everything. Several of the kings around him also saw the moment. All sorts of brilliant rays of light bloomed from a dozen or so figures, all heading toward Joy Boy, and the black hole in front of Im's chest emitted a black line that looked like it was devouring everything, straight toward Joy Boy. With so many devil fruit abilities, even a true god descending into the world wouldn't be able to carry it off. Boom! All the skills hit Joey Boy and the space around him collapsed. The black light that shone out from Imam's chest was consuming everything around it. The sight reminded Luke of a black hole. The entire earth began to tremble as countless cracks spread across the ground. The crimson magma erupted first from within the deep, bottomless fissure. Then, a large stream of water violently gushed out from the depths of the earth. The combined blows of a dozen kings and imps caused the entire earth to begin to crumble. Ha 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 ha. A loud laugh, surprisingly, came from Joey Boy, who was wrapped in an explosion. The sea will swallow the whole world. All of you who have made a deal with the devil and are loathed by the sea, all will eventually be swallowed by the sea. I used the color of sight and see all. Joey Boy's voice, eventually, was swallowed up. The entire earth had fallen to pieces, and countless raging seawater, from the depths of the earth, emerged. As demon fruit ability users, Im and the others were naturally afraid of seawater, so he immediately gave orders to all of them. Take cover on the high ridge. A group of people, quickly fleeing towards the towering ridge behind them that stretched for an unknown number of miles. Luke's form, on the other hand, took advantage of the chaos to head toward where Joy Boy was. It soon came close, a white ball of light that appeared on the ground. Luke reached out and touched his hand toward the mass of light. Boom! Unprecedented sensations flooded his entire body. Inside his head, the system's voice kept ringing out. Ding! Power plus $20 million. Ding! Speed plus $20 million. Ding! Bully Color Buster plus $20 million. Ding! Seeing Color Hegemony plus 20 million. Divine Sight, for seeing the future. Ding! The system's voice kept ringing, and crackling sounds came from Luke's bones all over his body. Powerful feelings that he had never had before surged through his entire body. The terrifying Overlord Color Hegemonic aura seemed to tear the surrounding space apart. The several people from him who were escaping all froze in place at this moment, searching for someone all in the distance. Luke felt a wave of fear and trembling that made people from the bottom of their hearts. That feeling made everyone want to immediately kneel in front of him. Im's pupils plummeted. Before the devil fruit appeared, hegemony was the strongest power a mortal could wield. At this point, however, he was in this man's body. He felt a powerful dominance that he had never seen before. Even without the existence of the devil fruit, this person would be able to dominate this world with his hegemony alone, right? Shocking thoughts spread through him. They were able to defeat Joey Boy, and that mysterious man's credit should definitely not be ignored. If it hadn't been for that punch of lightning, Joey Boy wouldn't have even been able to get his attention drawn to them and get hit by their siege so easily. Im shivered slightly, watching Luke suddenly extend his hand. My partner. Before he could finish his words, the seawater that emerged from the depths of the earth came surging in. He could only withdraw his gaze for now and flee towards the ridge. Chapter 151 Vils of the Valley of the Gods. The raging sea water looked to swallow the entire low-relief ground. Eyes came to Luke's feet. Luke, who was immersed in the explosive growth of his power, was also finally coming back to his senses. Looking at the seawater that was madly coming under his feet, Luke hastily pulled himself up and fled towards the high ridge as well. The soldiers below, without the backlash of the devil fruit, were instead less afraid of the raging waters, but it was also rapidly fleeing toward higher ground. Luke's form blended in with the fleeing soldiers. Coming up to the top of the ridge, Luke gazed in the direction of where was. And a dozen kings were, at that moment, escorted in the center by a group of their own soldiers. Through this engagement, Luke had kind of seen M's methods. That black hole in his chest is his power. No wonder the whole body is forever covered with a robe. I just don't know where he got that immortality, and the ability to grant immortality to others. From, shaking his head slightly, nothing was a problem now. Today's self has the Joy Boys-like mass. Anything, in the face of absolute power, is useless. Pulling down the hoodie that covered his head, Luke ducked his head and headed for the other side of the ridge. After making sure no one was around, he then reached out his finger and gently traced the space in front of him. The dark door of time and space appeared in front of them. Luke lifted his foot and walked in. Inside Hive Island, Doflamingo was sitting in a chair. Next to him was Blackbeard. Through this time of contact, Blackbeard felt more and more. Doflamingo is a talent, and the two reveal a smelly understanding. Without Luke's presence, Blackbeard swears, one would definitely take Doflamingo under his wing. In the past few days, the two men began to spread the news of Hive Island's recruitment of pirates, as Luke had instructed them to do. Meanwhile, news about that big battle in Redlands featuring Luke, it was also emanated. In just a few days, countless pirates came to the city. The pirates on Hive Island grew at a terrifying rate. There were even a few not-so-weak pirates that came to join them, picked up the glass of wine on the table and took a sip. To say that the Blackbeard of before had been resistant to obeying Luke's orders, he was now somewhat expectant. Such a large force has surpassed any pirate group in history. So Luke's purpose, what is it? It has been obvious, gathering so much power, and then linking it to his previous great battle on the Red Earth continent. Apparently, he's trying to take on the Skrulls. Luke is not the only one who has wanted to do this for centuries. Luke is not the only one who is doing this, either. But Blackbeard knows that the world can do it at the moment. It could be just Luke. As for the Revolutionary Army, which has been aiming to bring down the Tenria people, Blackbeard mentally shook his head slightly. Compared to Luke, they're like playing house. In Doflamingo's hand, he held a pamphlet. All the new pirates that have landed on the island are listed in this booklet. Closing the booklet, Doflamingo also took a sip of his drink, followed by, the number of pirates on the island now exceeds 100,000. Blackbeard nodded slightly and smiled without saying a word. With such a large force, the daily consumption of food alone is not a small amount. This number is still growing. Since the last big battle on the Red Earth continent, the world government and the Navy have all returned to Marigold. How else could such a large convergence of pirate forces go unchecked? Just then, suddenly the figure of Lafitte from outside the house walked in. His gaze first looked at Blackbeard, then aimed at Doflamingo. After a slight hesitation, he walked over to Blackbeard and bent down just as he was about to whisper a few words towards him. Doflamingo lifted his glass from the table and coughed lightly. Is something the matter? At that, Lafitte stopped moving. Blackbeard hemmed and hawed. Captain Luke explained when he left that Ming's word is his word, so we should just treat Ming like Captain Luke. There's nothing to hide. Just say it. Lafitte held up his bowler hat. It's my head that's a little confused. Word just came from the harbor that a ship was coming, and Lord Mingo guessed who was on board. With that, Lafayette looked at Doflamingo with a smirk. Doflamingo's fingers gently stroked his glass, his gaze unreadable behind his sunglasses. With that, he put down his glass and smiled. I for one hate riddles. Lafitte held the scepter in his hand, gently tapped the ground, and spun around to say one word. It's the Revolutionary Army. The room went slightly silent at these words. Blackbeard leaned back in his chair, looking playful. Doflamingo also held up his sunglasses, wondering what he was thinking. After a while, Doflamingo said, Who's coming? Lafitte said, It's a man I don't know, calling himself Versailles. Velsi. Blackbeard and Doflamingo murmured at the same time. Although the Revolutionary Army has always been a god, but a few important figures within its ranks are still known to everyone. But this Velzer, apparently no one has ever heard of him. Blackbeard rubbed his chin. How are you sure he's from the Revolutionary Army? Lafayette, he's the one who called himself that. Blackbeard and Doflamingo looked at each other. Then Blackbeard turned to Lafayette. Then bring the people here first. Lafitte departed. It didn't take long to bring a man to Doffrin and Blackbeard. Sizing up the man Lafitte had brought with him, a small man, probably about the same as Luke, with long yellow hair and extremely fair skin, but with a chin full of unkempt stubble. Sizing up the middle-aged man in front of him, The middle-aged man was also sizing up Blackbeard and Doflamingo. After a while, the middle-aged man spoke. "I need to see Captain Luke." Blackbeard looked at him and suddenly laughed. What pirate who comes to Hive Island doesn't want to meet Captain Luke? And how could Captain Luke be anyone who wants to see him? Doflamingo also stood up from his chair, his tall figure coming in front of the middle-aged man. "You say you're with the Revolutionary Army?" The man twisted his head, his slender eyes looking off to the side. "I've known Captain Luke longer than all of you. Captain Luke is my savior. All you have to do is tell Captain Luke that the kid on the Valley of the Gods, back in the day, came looking for him." As soon as his words left his mouth, the air in the entire hall stagnated. Luke's identity has always been a mystery. Most don't know exactly where he came from or what his background is. Just know that when the battlefield of Marineford was in progress, a one-hit wonder Navy brat suddenly appeared. As for what exactly this little soldier was before, the newspaper only records birth in an unknown town. But now, this man's mouth revealed that he had actually appeared on the battlefield of the Valley of the Gods more than 30 years ago. This news, it's already considered big news. Chapter 152 Joining forces with the Revolutionary Army? Luke's outward age looked to be in his early 20s, but he had actually participated in the Battle of the Valley of the Gods more than 30 years ago, which meant that his age was not at all what it appeared on the outside. Luke's identity, to everyone else, seems even more mysterious. Blackbeard's face changed and changed. In the end, it was the glass of wine on the table that he ended up lifting, apparently intending to throw the question to Doflamingo. "People are talking about knowing your captain, and you are now Luke's agent. That's a question that, naturally, is still up to you." As for Luke's participation in the Valley of the Gods battle back then, this kind of secret news, one just pretends not to have heard it. Doflamingo rubbed his chin and hesitated for a moment. Open mouth. "Captain Luke isn't on the island right now, so you can talk to me about anything important." 2. The other side if what they say is true, then one has to be polite to him. Versailles stroked his stubble, after scanning around the room. "Captain Luke has assembled such a large number of men to do something big, hasn't he?" Blackbeard's head was looking at the ceiling in an I don't know anything kind of way. Doflamingo, however, frowned quietly. Anyone with a discerning eye could associate the previous great battle on the Red Earth continent with the current movement on Hive Island. Guess what Luke is up to? But no one is stupid enough to talk about this in the open. This man, no matter what his relationship with Captain Luke was a bit of a fool for him to say what he did. Doflamingo's tone was faintly tinged with a hint of impatience. "Just tell me what you have to do. The captain is away right now and I'm his agent. There are some things that I think I can finalize ideas on as well." Versailles looked at Doflamingo and tapped his toe on the ground. "You're the former Shichibukai Doflamingo, aren't you?" The look on Doflamingo's face grew more and more impatient. "And please say something." Versailles looked at him and whirled around. "And about joining forces with the Revolutionary Army, can you finalize your idea as well?" When these words came out, the hall was silent. From its inception, the Revolutionary Army has been under the banner of fighting against the Skrulls. Now that Luke has gathered so many pirates on Hive Island, his purpose is naturally self-evident. The truth that the enemy of your enemy is your friend applies, in a way, to Luke and the Revolutionary Army. But a matter of this magnitude was clearly not within the purview of Doflamingo, the temporary acting captain. Besides, this Versailles, they had never heard of it. The matter of whether he was a revolutionary or not is debatable. Blackbeard suddenly stood up from his chair and spoke to Doflamingo and Versailles. "It occurs to me that there's something else I need to do. Take your time to discuss this. I'm going out." It's a mess he clearly no longer wants to be in. The Revolutionary Army has been hailed by the world government as the most threatening organization. Getting involved with an organization like this is not a good thing. Although what Luke did was no worse than the Revolutionary Army. But keep in mind that Luke has been a pirate for so long that the world government hasn't even issued the most basic bounty on him. This ambiguity is clearly something to hide. Now that the Revolutionary Army has come to join forces with Luke, hell knows what the end result will be. Blackbeard smiled, and was about to leave the house. But just as he reached the doorway, his body stopped there. A thin figure was coming from the distance. It's only been a few days, but when Luke reappears in front of Blackbeard, an inexplicable threat beyond what had come before rose to Blackbeard's mind. Intuition told him that Luke, now, seemed even more terrifying than he had been a few days ago, although it seemed as if there was no change in appearance. That strong sense of threat, yet more obvious. Blackbeard swallowed. Captain Luke. Luke took a step from the distance and stopped in front of Blackbeard, throwing the hoodie in his hand casually over Blackbeard's shoulder. "On my way back just now, I've seen the changes on the island. You've done a great job these past few days." Blackbeard smiled sarcastically. "But it was done as you ordered." Luke nodded slightly and then headed toward the house. Blackbeard spoke up behind him. "Captain Luke, there is a man to see you." Luke stopped and looked back. "Who?" "Blackbeard, it's a man who calls himself Versailles, and he says he's with the Revolutionary Army." Luke frowned slightly. Velsi? The name? Why does it sound so familiar? Revolutionary Army? Luke mentally mulled it over. Just then, in the house, a figure walked out quickly. It was Versailles. When he came to the door and saw Luke's form, the expression on the entire face became baffled. Luke looked at the bearded middle-aged man in front of him, and Blackbeard was busy. He's the revolutionary who calls himself Velsi. Luke sized him up and then spoke. We've met? The knot in Versailles' throat surged, and there was a slight tremor in his tone. Captain Luke, do you remember the Battle of the Valley of the Gods 38 years ago? Suddenly, Luke remembered. Velsi, the very same little boy that the woman had entrusted to her during her own original battle in the Valley of the Gods. After so many years of not seeing him, he was already a scruffy middle-aged man. But how did he know his identity when he had been hiding his face in the first place? Versailles' voice was a little dry. Captain Luke, you really haven't changed a bit after all these years. When I first heard that there was an additional sea pirate who controlled thunder and lightning on the Great Sea, I guessed that it was you. Now that I've seen it, I was right. Luke looked at him and then shrugged. Come in and talk. With that, he took the lead towards the house. Versailles and Blackbeard were close behind. Coming inside, Luke sat down in a chair and lit a cigarette before taking a long drag. Did you join the Revolutionary Army afterward? Versa nodded at that. That's right, after that big battle, I joined the Revolutionary Army, along with Ivankov and Ginny the Bear. Luke eyed the memories. 30 years? That's fast. Actually, for Luke, it was a couple months ago. Versailles pulled a carton of cigarettes out of his own pocket and handed it to Luke. My mother, back in the day, was trading a carton of cigarettes for you to save my life. To the side, Blackbeard and Doflamingo, though there was little expression on their faces. But inside, waves of shock had already risen. Luke, surprisingly, had actually participated in the great battle of the Valley of the Gods over 30 years ago. So what's the deal with his age? Anyway, does he have the power of eternal life? Luke took Versailles cigarettes and put them away before speaking. So you're looking for me now to thank you for saving my life back then? Versailles shook his head. No, Captain Luke, I'm here to help you. Chapter 153, 3 days later. Help me? Luke's eyes darted, with a serious expression. Versailles nodded solemnly. I have 10,000. Luke's eyes widened slightly. It seemed that Versailles had made his own forces and men in the Revolutionary Army after all these years. Now, is he bringing his group of men with him to defect? Versailles had a firm gaze. Wherever you aim, for whatever purpose, I will do all I can to help you. Looking at Versailles in front of him, Luke suddenly smiled, then stood up and opened his arms to Versailles. Welcome aboard. The next thing you have to do for yourself is to need a good many people. Luke certainly welcomed the addition of Versailles. Late at night, Luke sat at his desk in his room with the information sent to him by Doflamingo in front of him. It detailed the number of people on Hive Island at this time and their approximate strength. After flipping through it for a long time, Luke put down the information and rubbed his brow before lighting a cigarette. Looking at the dense smoke, Luke was lost in thought. If you want to hit the Red Earth continent, you might be able to do it on your own. But trying to destroy the centuries-old foundation of the celestial dragons was no longer something one could do, even if one's strength is as strong as it is. At this point in time, the number of pirates on Hive Island was 150,000, plus the men Velsi brought in today. 160,000 men. That's all the battle power one has now. All of the Navy's battle forces at this time had also returned to the Holy Land of Manhwa. Navy, Luke muttered. The Navy was a sword in the hands of the world government, and 160,000 of its own men seemed like a lot, but trying to break through the world government's first line of defense, which is the Navy, it all seemed a bit of a struggle. But at this point the arrow was on the string and already had to be sent. His own movement had definitely reached the world government side. They have the potential to strike at themselves at any time. So, it must be preemptive. King of Thieves? Luke gave a mocking smile. His own purpose, but the king of the world. Now everything is in place. Just a little nudge. With that in mind, Luke picked up the phone bug on his desk, dialed it, and spoke into it. You come to my place. It didn't take long to put down the phone bug before there was a knock on the door of the room. Come in. Luke spoke up. With that, the door to the room was pushed open and several figures walked in. At the head of the group was Green Pheasant, with Doflamingo and Blackbeard right behind him. Walking at the end of the line was Versailles. Everyone stood in front of Luke's desk. Luke swept his gaze over everyone and then spoke slowly. In 3 days, attack Manhwa. At these words, the entire room fell silent. Everyone had more or less guessed Luke's purpose beforehand, but no one expected the day to come so quickly. 3 days later. Isn't this a little too rushed? And hearing Luke himself give that order felt a little magical to everyone. The world government formed by the Tenrya people has ruled this world for centuries. Now they are about to make a charge to the very top of this world. Blackbeard licked his own lips slightly. the look on his face deeply hidden. Trying to get him to work for Luke is obviously impossible, but this time around, he's definitely in the war. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight, waiting for the fisherman's advantage, this was his usual style. Velse, who joined last, was all excited. For Luke, he had blind adoration and trust. Green Pheasant's brow furrowed slightly. 3 days from now is a bit too soon. Although there are over 100,000 pirates on the island now, some of them haven't been with them for very long. We can't even fully trust them. Who knows if any of these people are mixed in with the world government or the navy? Luke shook his head slightly as he listened to Green Pheasant. None of that matters. And this one isn't exactly a covert operation. Not only is it not a covert operation, but I need you to do it now. With that, Luke paused, scanning everyone before speaking slowly. What I need you to do is spread the word, and the more people who know, the better. At those words, puzzlement flashed across everyone's faces. Wouldn't spreading it out make the world government and navy people ready? Luke tapped his fingers on the tabletop and exhaled a long puff of smoke before speaking. The number of modern-day pirates on the island may be high, but it's just as you said. This group is not to be trusted completely, and perhaps many of them will suddenly turn against us in time of war. It's not unlikely that there are undercover agents from the navy and the world government among them. So I need to spread the word about the attack on Marineford in 3 days. Think about what will happen then. Listening to Luke's words, a contemplative look appeared on several people's faces. After a long time, Blackbeard was the first to react, and Green Pheasant, following suit, understood what Luke meant. Imagine how the outside world would react if they learned of this. Recognized as the strongest sea pirate, and also Luke, who just recently had a big battle on the Red Earth continent. At this point it's time to lead over 100,000 pirates and challenge the world government and the Tenria people. Anyone would want to see such a spectacle, right? Then, when the time comes, there will surely be countless admirers of the pirates going there. And how can the world government and the navy tell the difference between who Luke brought in and who came to see the fun? When the time comes, as soon as the war gets chaotic, there's no guarantee that any other pirates will be dragged down with them. After thinking about it, the several people looked at Luke with a hint of deep scorn. Not only was Luke strong to the core, his mind, too, was frighteningly smart. Anyone who meets such an opponent will feel a headache, right? Luke pressed the butt in his hand into the ashtray in front of him and turned to Doflamingo. This matter is in your hands. The rest of you, just get some rest. It's going to be a very troublesome battle in 3 days. Luke is talking about war, not fighting. Everyone understood what Luke meant. A wave of excitement and nervousness tinged with anticipation surged through several people's hearts. After receiving the order, several people retired. Luke was lying in bed. Look at the ceiling overhead. Reaching out, he grasped at the air in front of him with his palm. With that, he muttered, "King of the world." Really looking forward to it. The headlines in all the newspapers in the last few days have carried a message. World's strongest pirate, a challenge to the world government's Tenryujin. The news of this explosion spread rapidly at an extremely fast speed like mad. In almost a day, it spread to all corners. 3 days later, the news that Luke's pirate group would be launching a battle against the world government was like a thunderbolt, leaving countless people with their mouths open and faces full of dismay. Chapter 154, Trouble in the Navy. The Holy Land of Marineford. Akainu, leading the Green Bull Toho and Yellow Saru, had been stationed here for more than half a month, and all of the Navy's top combatants, Sengoku Karp and several powerful vice admirals, were all transferred over. What was stationed in Marineford, so to speak, was all that was left of the Navy. Akainu, at that moment, was standing in front of Marineford's harbor, eyes looking off into the distance. In his hand, he held a copy of today's newspaper. After a long time, footsteps suddenly came from behind Akainu. You don't have to turn around to know who it is. Yellow Saru took a step to Akainu's side and joined him in looking far out to see beyond the harbor. What a surprise, Yellow Saru muttered, his tone still as careless as usual. Akainu lit a cigar and let out a long puff of smoke. No words, Yellow Saru continued to speak to himself. That kid, who so blatantly challenged the world government, should be praised for his courage, or that he's a reckless fool. Akainu took the cigar out of her mouth and spoke in a deep voice. That battle on the Red Earth continent not too long ago, although I didn't witness it with my own eyes, but based on the current situation, he definitely didn't make a lot of noise back then. It's not like those Tenryu guys from the world government to not show up again for so long, and there are orders for all of us in the Navy to guard this place. It's amazing that there was no reaction even in the face of that Luke guy's recruiting on Hive Island. This feels like, Akainu paused, not saying anything. Yellow Saru, however, took over. It's like they're scared. Akainu's hand cupped around her cigar shook slightly and the ashes fell to the ground. Yellow Ape muttered, launching an attack on the world government in 3 days. It's amazing that news like this was even spread by him. Wouldn't a sneak attack be better? Yellow Sara's words had just finished, when suddenly a voice came from behind the duo. That kid is obviously trying to stir the whole thing up, and the more riots he causes is what he's aiming for. Yellow Saro and Akainu turned around at the same time to find the figures of Sengoku and Carp, surprisingly, arriving at the harbor as well. The one who spoke was none other than Warlord. As a former marshal of the Navy, Sengoku was known as a wise general. Luke had clearly seen through all these little things he was doing. Akainu retracted her gaze and looked pensive for a moment before speaking. Do you think his intention was to cause a riot? Warlord grunted coldly. From the beginning to the end, he was completely wary and defensive of the kid named Luke. Everything today also proved that his feelings were not wrong, including the words he had said to Carps in the first place. Sooner or later the Navy is going to plant a big one on that kid's hands. Now it has all come true, and in his hands fell. Has not only the Navy, even the entire world government, have suffered losses in his hands. The great battle on the Red Earth continent not long ago said it all. Why else would that group of Tenria people from the world government have done nothing for so long? Yellow Sara smacked his lips and swirled his mouth. You say in 3 days, he will come? Warlord gazed into the distance, as if Luke's figure had appeared right in front of him. His gaze gradually clouded over, and then he spoke in a deep voice. Of course I'll come. Carp grunted softly through his nose. According to the intelligence, the pirates on the entire Hive Island are now around 150,000 or so. Such a huge strength is indeed rare in the history of pirates, but most of that group are just stragglers, and not having joined the Lightning Pirates for very long, there's no loyalty to speak of at all. Such a group of rabble is simply not enough to fear. Warlord's gaze was grim as he sniffed and spoke. You're right, but how could that kid not realize that? That's why he spread the word to the outside world that he was attacking the world government in 3 days. All three of Akainu's brows furrowed, obviously pondering the meaning in Warlord's statement. Warlord grunted softly and then spoke. He certainly realizes that it's hard to make waves with just the ragtag group he's assembled, so he spread the word about the exact time of the attack on the world government. Imagine if you were pirates and you heard that there was a guy who was pretty strong and was going to attack the world government, and knowing the exact time. Will you guys come along for the ride? As soon as these words came out of his mouth, a look of sudden realization appeared on the faces of Akainu and the others. So that's what that kid was up to. By the time a group of pirates who had come to see what was going on also came to Manhwa, who knew if something chaotic would break out, even if it doesn't explode, that Luke kid is bound to be behind it, right? Akainu took a deep breath, removed her own hat, and stroked her hair. So that kid is definitely going to show up in 3 days, right? Warlord nodded slowly. That's right, in 3 days, he'll show up with his 100,000 or so men. Yellow Sara smacked his lips, his tone a bit tongue-in-cheek. It's been a long time since the Navy has experienced a spectacle of this magnitude. The remaining few were silent, all eyes looking towards the distant sea. Meanwhile inside the holy land of Manhwa, the 5 Elder Stars and several of the Knights of God were all gathered together. And after that day's great battle, Lord M had entered Pango City and never appeared again. For the outside world, of course they heard about it. The priority now would have been to go forward and ask Lord M, but after that day, Lord M then never showed his face again. It made it impossible for them to report back to him any news from the outside world. What to do? Satan Saint sat in his chair, his face a bit grim. As the world government that had ruled the world for more than 800 years, it had been a long time since their power had been provoked like this, but that kid is now the biggest threat to the entire world government. Peter Saint took a deep breath and then said, now that we can't see Lord M, all we can do is wait. Garen Shang held his own longsword in his arms and spoke in a frivolous tone at his words. Waiting for what? Waiting for him to come and attack Manhwa in 3 days? Pietro St. gave him a slight look, followed by, if you have a better idea, say so. Garen Saint held his sword hilt lightly. Before he could open his mouth, Satan Saint snatched his words. Since we can't ask Im-sama for advice nowadays, we might as well make our own choice. Before that kid does anything, let's kill directly to Hive Island. Pietro St. pinched his brow. That brat is within the Hive Island right now, and we've all seen his battle prowess. Are you sure of your victory? Satan Saint's face stuttered, as if recalling the sun that had risen on the Red Earth continent that day. The atmosphere in the entire hall, once again, fell into silence. Chapter 155, Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army. For the news that Luke was going to attack the Holy Land of Manhwa in 3 days, it had spread to all corners of the world, and the attitudes displayed by the various forces vary. For the pirates, this is naturally a hilarious event not to be missed. Luke's great name has spread across the ocean. His strength naturally didn't need to be mentioned, and everyone knew about the news of Hive Island's big intake of pirates right now. Whether it's Luke's strength or the number of pirates gathered under him, that's unparalleled in pirate history. So, most of the pirates, for what's going to happen in 3 days, it's all full of anticipation. They, it seems, have the opportunity to witness history. the Navy and the world government, on the other hand, had the opposite reaction. Whether it's the 5 elders and the Knights of God, or all of the Navy's forces stationed at the entrance to Marineford, all of them were full of caution, and some of the lieutenant generals take it for granted that the world government, to which they owe allegiance, has ruled the entire world for centuries. There have been countless challengers during that time, but the world, as it is now, is still ruled by the world government. That says it all. How can the majesty of the world government be shaken so easily? 3 days passed in a flash, and in those 3 days, quite a lot happened in the whole world. Countless pirate groups were all approaching the vicinity of Marineford, Hive Island, which has taken in a lot more pirates. 3 days later, the sun was shining and the sea breeze was blowing. Not far from Marineford, in a part of the sea, 2 gigantic ships met together. A ship flying the flag of the pirates. It was 2 crossed long knives and a skull with 2 red markings on it. This pirate flag was recognized by most of the people on the ocean. It's the famous Redhead Pirates. The flag on the other ship, on the other hand, was somewhat unfamiliar and had a more complex pattern. The one-armed redhead stood at the bow of his pirate ship, looking at the vessel in front of him. Beside him, Ben Beckman, cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth, scratched his head before speaking. What a commotion! The Revolutionary Army is even here. The redhead grinned as he gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist with one hand. Yeah, the famous Munchkin D, the dragon, even came out in person. Just as the redhead and Beckman were talking, a figure stepped out from the bow of the ship flying the revolutionary flag across the street. The figure wore a hoodie with a hat fastened to his head. The 5 features under the hat made one feel poor and vicious just by looking at them, and there was a strange scar on that vicious face. Looking at the figure in front of him, Beckman muttered in a small voice, "It's so scary. It's unimaginable that he's Luffy's father." The redhead laughed and then turned to Beckman. "It seems a bit rude to say that in front of someone else." Beckman said no more, while Munch D. Dragon, on the revolutionary ship, reached up and removed the hat from his head. The redhead waved a hand at the dragon. "It's been a long time." The dragon just gave the redhead a faint look. No response within his eyes. The redhead didn't feel embarrassed. There were only a few people in the world who could not give him face. He counts as one. The dragon's gaze looked into the distance, his voice low. "Are you here to see the action in Marineford, too?" The redhead scratched his head. "I'd like to think that it's not hilarious." The dragon's gaze, snapping back, looked straight at the redhead. The redhead shrugged. "I was the one who fought that guy, so I know his terror better than anyone else. And you heard about the battle on the Red Earth continent not too long ago, didn't you?" The dragon nodded without moving. The redhead continued. "So, a scary guy like that now has such a large group of pirates converging under him. I don't think he's aiming to make a spectacle out of it." When the redhead finished, the dragon fell into silence. It was a long time before he spoke slowly. "And how far do you think he can go?" The redhead rubbed her chin with a thoughtful look. "I understand his terror, but I also know that the world government is not simple. Honestly, I can't guess. That's why I'm here now, to see what the end result is." Suddenly, a chuckle escaped the dragon's lips. Spinning around, he snapped the hood of his hoodie back on his head and headed toward the cabin without looking back. At the same time his voice came, "Whether he wins or loses I don't know, but the world government must lose something today." Looking at the place where the dragon figure disappeared, the redhead murmured with a smile on her face, "What a lunatic." Beckman also stood beside him and thought, "That Luke guy's goal, nowadays, seems to be to destroy the world government. In that case, it coincides with the guys from the Revolutionary Army. If they join forces." He didn't say the latter words. On the redhead's face, on the other hand, there was a thoughtful look, and then he turned to Beckman. "Better go to Marineford first." Without a word, Beckman turned back to the boat. With it the ship slowly made its way toward Marineford, and the ships of the Revolutionary Army had all left long before them. At this point on the revolutionary ship, Saber and Ivankov were standing together. Saber looked behind him at the redhead's ship and spoke. "It's Shanks that Luffy keeps mentioning." Ivankov chimed in. "I wonder what he said to the commander-in-chief." Saber suddenly opened his mouth as if remembering something. "I wonder if Road Flyer will show up this time." Saber showed a thoughtful look before speaking after a while. "There's no reason for him to miss out on such a big deal, is there?" Spinning around, Saber looked in a certain direction on the ship and continued to speak. "The commander-in-chief has never formally met with Luffy, and the strangeness of father and son is staggering." Ivankov seemed to be remembering how Luffy looked. The commander-in-chief's son. That's pretty impressive. 2. After the battle in Kazunokuni, he already has the strength to stand alongside the 4 emperors. Saber smiled. Whether it's Luffy's grandfather, the commander-in-chief, or Luffy, they're all uncomplicated guys. Just as the two were continuing to say something, suddenly the phone bug in Saber's arms rang. Saber took out his phone bug, connected it, put it to his ear for a moment, and then put it away. sank his voice to Ivankov. Word has come from the undercover agent we planted on Hive Island that they're out. At that, Ivankov's eyes snapped open. Then he muttered, "Who the hell is the undercover guy? It can't be little Versailles, can it?" Ivankov's eyes dimmed a little at the mention of Versailles' name. About him betraying the Revolutionary Army and joining the Hive Island. Ivankov remained a bit incredulous. After all, Versailles had escaped from the Valley of the Gods with him and joined the Revolutionary Army in the first place. In his heart, he preferred to believe that Versailles had gone undercover and had not really betrayed the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 156. Beehive Island. Harbor location. Densely packed ships are parked all over the harbor, and the crow's feet, moreover, are standing all around. The crowd made a cacophonous noise. Just then, Luke's figure slowly walked out from within the Hive Island. Behind him, on his left and right, followed Doflamingo and Green Pheasant. A close second was Velcy, and Blackbeard and his crew, walking at the very back. As Luke's figure appeared, the originally incredibly noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. Everyone's eyes went to Luke. Doesn't seem to be very big. Looks young, too. Is this the rumored pirate Luke of the sea? The crowd whispered. A large portion of the pirates here were seeing Luke for the first time. For this not so tall and young-looking figure, it seems hard to reconcile it with the one they had in mind. The one who made a big mess of Marineford, destroyed the new headquarters of the Navy, killed Kaido and the big MOM, and ruined the land of Wabi-Sabi. Another connection to the horrible monster that fought a battle on the Red Earth continent. Luke's appearance, not at all menacing, was even handsome. Luke had a cloak draped over his body. The short figure looked even thinner as it was sandwiched between Green Pheasant and Doflamingo. Gazing around, he looked at the dense crowd. Luke cleared his throat and then blurted out, "All board the ship. Target Manhwa." His voice carried clearly to every ear. When they heard the name Manhwa, all the pirates all felt their blood boiling. What they're going to do today is wield a butcher's knife at the high and mighty Skrulls. This was something that countless pirates had never even dared to think about in their lives. In an instant, a boiling wariness surged in everyone's hearts. Countless pirates raised the weapons in their hands. Target Manhwa. The yelling almost washed the clouds out of the sky. Doflamingo, who was following Luke, licked his lips in some excitement. Even the ever-calm Green Pheasant was feeling a bit excited at this point. Swinging for the holy land of Manhwa and attacking the continent of Red Earth. Such a feat, successful or not, is destined for the history books. And the coming together of so many pirates is unparalleled in the entire history of the world. Sort of a simple mobilization after that. Luke leads Green Pheasant and Doflamingo, stepping onto the ship. As they passed the group of pirates, everyone looked at Luke with fervor and excitement. After all, what Luke had led them to do today was so surprising. Blackbeard and his crew, on the other hand, boarded their ship. Standing on the bow of the ship, Blackbeard looked at the scene before him. Suddenly he laughed out loud. What a turn on! The exuberant battle spirit enveloped almost everyone. After Luke boards the ship, all the pirates begin to board. Finally, with Luke's command, the ships in the harbor, all headed out to sea. The huge swarm of pirate ships was like transit locusts. It was densely spread out. The holy land of Manhwa. Sengoku and Carp stood where they could look out to sea. The two men's eyes looked into the distance. Suddenly, a Navy man came hurrying over. Lieutenant General Carp, Lord Warlord, Marshal Akainu has asked you both to come forward for an emergency meeting. Hearing the Navy's words, Sengoku and Carp looked at each other. Both men saw a different look in the other's eyes. Carp muttered, "Coming?" After saying that, the two of them hurriedly headed in the direction of the conference room. When they arrived at the conference room, it was already filled with figures. Yellow Saru, Green Ox, Fujitsugu, Suru, Mama Hair, and two other reserve generals, as well as countless lieutenant generals. They are all sitting in the conference room. Here, almost every important person in the entire Navy was gathered. Akainu, on the other hand, was sitting in the main seat in the very center. Seeing Warlord and Carp arrive, Akainu's face was terribly serious. His brow was furrowed, the cigar in his hand already mostly burned, and the ashtray in front of him. It was even more plugged with cigarette butts. Since everyone is here, let's get started, Akainu murmured. According to word from our eyes planted within Hive Island, Luke is out. Hearing these words, everyone in the conference room, their faces were slightly laughed at. Everyone looked to Akainu, waiting for his next words. Akainu took a large swallow of her cigar before continuing. He leads a number of pirates that we have never encountered before. A full 160,000. Hearing this terrifying figure, countless sounds of gulping came from the entire conference room. 160,000 pirates. That is indeed an unimaginable number. Even huge numbers that some navies have never faced in their lives. Akainu, her face still terribly serious, then spoke. And according to the sentries, near Manhwa, a large number of pirates have converged. There's no shortage of some pretty mind-numbing guys. Akainu hadn't finished his words when suddenly the phone bug on the table in front of him rang. Akainu grabbed the phone bug and put it to her ear. Then his face became more somber. Okay. With that, Akainu put down the phone bug. His somber gaze swept over everyone. Carp spoke up. What's wrong? Akainu viciously pressed the butt in her hand into the ashtray in front of her. The tip just came in. The Revolutionary Army guys? They're here too. Warlock's brow furrowed. The group of guys you're talking about includes. Before he could finish his sentence, Akainu spoke in a deep voice. That's right, that Munch D Dragon, that abomination, is here too. Upon hearing the name of Munch D Dragon, everyone's eyes, subconsciously, looked towards Carp. Everyone knows the complexities of the family's situation with this naval hero full of loyalty. Carp coughed lightly, then viciously, damn guy, if I catch him, I won't spare him. Everyone was silent as Akainu continued. The whole of Manhwa today is practically surrounded by pirates, and we're dealing with almost the entire world's evil. And the guy who started all the trouble hasn't shown up yet. What we're facing is a war for the survival of the entire navy. Warlord spoke up at that moment. What about the world government? Has no news come in yet? Akainu shook her head. The last message received from the world government was for us to return to the defense of Manhwa. The entire conference room had a slightly dull atmosphere. As Akainu said, they're facing it today. Almost the whole world is evil. Even the always mysterious Revolutionary Army showed up along with their commander-in-chief. It's tricky with so many difficult opponents. Chapter 157, Father and Son. Inside the dreary conference room, Mama Hare, who was a reserve general, was currently keeping his head down. The look on her pretty face changed and changed. In her arms, she carried a diary. That's the diary that was first retrieved from Luke's house. What is written on it is something quite mind-boggling. At first, Peach Bunny didn't hand over the diary in the first place. There's no way to hand it over anymore if you do now. After all, hiding this diary for so long is alone highly suspicious. Warlord rubbed his full head of white hair and spoke after a long time. How many naval forces are now stationed in Manhwa? Akainu had already lit another cigar and sniffed in a hushed voice. Counting all the school officers and the regular navy, it's only about 100,000. 100,000 against 100,000 or so. Obviously, the advantage is local. Worry was on everyone's faces. Soon, though, Warlord spoke again. The group of pirates led by Luke are basically all temporary recruits, right? Hive Island was previously ruled by that Blackbeard guy. With that, Warlord stood up from his chair. That Blackbeard guy, I'm sure you all know something about him, right? Insidious, cunning, and willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. A man like him would serve Luke, including his men. Will they be loyal to Luke? And then there's that group of temporarily recruited pirates whose loyalty to Luke is unreliable. Akainu slowly raised her head to look at Warlord. Warlord continued. Though it appears he has over 100,000 men, they are nothing more than stragglers recruited on an ad hoc basis with no loyalty to Luke. And I suspect that Blackbeard will be the first to take a shot at Luke once he reveals any cracks in the battlefield. When the time comes, we'll give Blackbeard a little something for him. And his men. Not only are they not our enemies, but they will be powerful helpers. As Warlord analyzed, everyone in the conference room, their eyes gradually lit up. Akainu let out a long puff of smoke. Wise General Warlord. That nickname really isn't for nothing. Warlord continued to Akainu. What we need to do now is to make a good defense. And as for the forces that come to see what's going on and create a threat, it's up to me and Carp to meet them for a while. With that said, Warlord looked over at Carp. The so-called forces that looked at the situation and became threatened. Everyone knew who Warlord was talking about. Akainu looked to Carp. The so-called threatening force in Warlord's mouth is, naturally, the Revolutionary Army. The relationship between Munch D Cap and Munch D Dragon. It really couldn't have been more appropriate for Warlord and Carp to go to the meeting. After the originally scorching situation was analyzed by Warlord, all of a sudden everyone felt as if it was no big deal. The originally dreary atmosphere had eased up a bit. Akainu spoke up. Yellow Saru, Green Ox, Fujitsugu, the three of you are in charge of good defense, and Sengoku Carp, the two of you will go forward and do what needs to be done. The three generals led the way and left the conference room. Warlord glanced at Carp. With that, he turned to himself and left the conference room. Carp's face had a slightly complicated look on it. Watching Akainu's mouth open a few times, she finally could only let out a long sigh and say yes. Then he left the conference room after Warlord. A few clouds drifted over Manhwa at some point. The shadows happened to loom over all of Manhwa. The sea off Manhwa. The revolutionary ships were anchored there, while a navy battleship slowly approached towards the revolutionary ships. The Revolutionary Army was in existence even more dangerous to the Navy than the pirates. Since the founding of the Revolutionary Army, the Navy had never taken advantage of every encounter with them, and the Revolutionary Army, back in the day, did the same thing that Luke did? That's hitting the Red Earth continent and hitting the front of Panga City. But the warship that was approaching the revolutionary ships at that moment was flying a white flag, and all the cannons on the warship were dismantled. The gun ports are also closed. On the revolutionary ship, Ivankov looked at the warships that suddenly appeared in the distance. At once, he called out to Saber at his side, "Notify the commander-in-chief that the navy is attacking." Saber, who seemed much calmer than Ivankov, picked up his binoculars and took a closer look at the warship, followed by, "Not to attack." All weapons on the warships were removed. "What?" Ivankov exclaimed, then grabbed his binoculars and looked at the warship as well. Upon seeing that the warship had, as Saber had said, all offensive weapons removed, Ivankov was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he suddenly saw two figures on the bow of the warship. The moment he saw those two figures, the hairs on Ivankov's body stood up in sweat. "It's Warlord in Carp!" Ivankov yelled. Saber's brow, to the side, furrowed. Just then, suddenly, a figure appeared beside the duo. The duo looked back and their commander-in-chief, Dragon, was standing there. Ivankov's tone stuttered a little. "Chief, Commander-in-Chief, it's Warlord and Carp's name," Ivankov didn't say after a pause. Dragon reached up and removed the hoodie from his head, and suddenly, the front of the warship, Carp's voice came. "Hey, bastard!" At the sound of Carp's voice, Ivankov and Saber both stiffened. No one in this world had ever dared to call their commander-in-chief that. The dragon's face, on the other hand, looked somewhat pained and helpless. One hand covered his face and he didn't speak. Carp, in the distance, was unforgiving. "Brat, is this the attitude you have when you see your old dad?" Dragon turned directly to Ivankov and Saber and ordered them, "Attack!" "Ha!" Both Ivankovs froze at the same time. The dragon was impatient. "Didn't you hear me? I told you to attack." Ivankov trembled. "But Commander-in-Chief, over there is your father Carp." Before he could finish his words, the dragon spoke angrily. "That's just the navy." Ivankov immediately stood up straight. Yes, in the distance, on a warship, Carp and Warlord stood together. Carp formed his hands into trumpets and yelled something at the distant revolutionary ships. With that, he got off the bow of the boat. Warlord's face had a grimmer look on it. Carp scratched his head in some embarrassment. There was something about their family that really made him sweat as a naval hero. The son is the head of the largest anti-world government organization, and the grandson is a sea pirate who was ranked among the 4 emperors not long ago. It seems that they have been a family for 3 generations, except for themselves. All of them are guys that give the world government, and the navy, a headache. Carp laughed badly. "It's been a long time since I've seen this brat and me, too." It's father and son, but the relationship, as you know, is a bit frosty, and he wouldn't listen to me growing up. Warlord sniffed and was just about to open his mouth when suddenly, a whine came from the sky. The two looked up to see several shells arcing out of the air towards them. Carp's face was shocked and he roared, "Brat, how dare you strike out at my father?" Chapter 158 The imminent arrival in Marineford. Black cannonballs with a roar that cut through the air, toward the warship that Sengoku and Carp were traveling on. Of course, such a simple attack couldn't pose any threat to them at all. Cap's hand-thrown projectiles are all far more terrifying. With a simple release of the Overlord color hegemony, the shells in the air fell sheepishly. Carp exclaimed in exasperation, "We didn't come here to fight." The revolutionary ship in the distance didn't even seem to hear his roar. "The shells are still fired in this direction." Warlord's brow furrowed for a long time as if he understood something, so he spoke to Carp. "Well, let's go back." Carp turned his head. What did you say?" Warlord said calmly. "He's made it very clear that we have nothing to talk about." Carp was filled with rage. "What is this? That brat dared to make a move on his old man," Warlord said in a deep voice. "It wasn't his own father he attacked, it was the navy." With that, Warlord turned to the cabin and gave the order to retreat. The navy's warships slowly retreated. On the revolutionary ship, looking at the retreating warships, Ivankov and Saber looked at each other. The Great Blue Sea, a pirate ship floated on the sea. A small pirate with an eye patch stood at the bow of the ship, watching as his men were scrambling to gather up the sails. All of a sudden his face was filled with fire. "What's going on? If we keep dawdling like this, we'll get there and it'll all be over." His men could only scramble to speed up the movements of their hands when they heard the captain's questioning. One of the men was spared a mutter. "Luke's lightning pirates attacked Marineford? What were small pirates like them going to do? In a horrible war like that, just being caught in the aftermath, I'm afraid that they would all become debris." It was so confusing why their captain had to go to this hilarity. Just as he was scrambling to gather up the tangled sails, suddenly, one of his partners, standing across from him, froze in place. "Don't hurry up, the captain will be scolded again later." But his companion, who stood opposite him, had a stony look on his face, and his mouth had grown into a great circle. Fingers trembling, he pointed in the direction behind him. It's It was half a dozen times, and not a single word came out of his mouth. The pirate twisted his head in disbelief and looked behind himself. With just a single glance, he stood still as if he were a wooden chicken as well. Behind him was a shocking scene that he would never forget in his life. Only to see countless pirate ships coming head-on in the vast ocean. So many pirate ships that they almost filled the sea level where the sea and sky met. And on each of the pirate ships, a black flag was flying. On the flag, a yellow lightning bolt. Flash, lightning pirates. After a long effort, the pirate let out an almost disembodied scream. The captain, who was wearing an eye patch, also saw the shocking scene in the distance at that moment. Cold sweat continued to run down his forehead as he panicked and yelled, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" His men were even more flustered than he was, scrambling around trying to untangle the tangled ropes. But the more hasty you are, the more likely you are to make a mistake. Instead, the rope wrapped tighter, and the vast, overwhelming swarm of pirate ships came before them. Several people looked up in horror to see a tall pirate with curly hair and a few missing teeth standing at the bow of the ship smiling at them. Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard burst into a fit of laughter, and today's Bob made his blood boil, too. For a small pirate to even dare to stand in their way, Blackbeard was too lazy to waste any words with them. Just by raising his arms, the air around him emitted a vibrating hum. It was the sign of the shock fruit being activated. "Go to hell," Blackbeard called out. Several of the small pirates were paralyzed on the boat, losing all their strength from fear. "It's over. It's over. I'm going to die here today." The other party is Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors. Just as several people were about to accept death, suddenly, a young voice rang out. "Hey, stop." At the sound of his voice, Blackbeard folded his arms. The vibrating hum in the air also disappeared. Luke stood in the other boat, a cigarette in his fingers. "We're at a time when we're in need of manpower, and since we've met them, let them join in as well." Blackbeard looked slightly stunned. "Captain Luke, they're just a few useless little pirates. As a pirate who can't even use a sail, what a disgrace to pirates. Do you want to recruit even such a loser?" Luke exhaled a puff of smoke, casually. "Whatever." Spinning around, he looked at a few people on the boat. "Will you pledge your allegiance to us, the lightning pirates?" The several pirates on the ship, at this moment, looked at Luke. Their foreheads filled with cold sweat and their faces were pale. Even Blackbeard, one of the 4 emperors, has to take orders from him. Is this the rumored Thor Luke? It doesn't seem to be as scary as the legends. It looks so young. Several pirates froze in place, their minds constantly thinking. Luke yawned. "It seems unwilling. Kill it." When he finished, Blackbeard let out a sardonic laugh, raised his arms. Several pirates woke up as if in a dream. Hurriedly, he dropped to his knees on the ship and bowed his head to Luke and yelled, "We're willing." "Of course we do." Luke grinned and beckoned to a pirate at his side. "Go help them with that damn sail. Then go along with everyone else." "Yes." After settling everything, Luke sat down on one of the recliners in the bow. The ship slowly made its way towards Marineford. Beside him was Green Pheasant, who had just put down his phone bug. "Captain, there is some news." Luke didn't look back. "Speak." Green Pheasant spoke up. "Over in Marineford, the Navy has put up a good defense, and near Marineford, some looky-loos did show up." Luke gave a cry. He was not surprised that the Navy was doing a good job of defending itself. The group that he had improvised must have had undercover agents from the Navy or various forces in it. At the first moment of his own departure, surely the various forces had received the news. Luke was interested in just what forces had come to see the fun. Green Pheasant went on. "The Revolutionary Army has shown up, and their leader, Munch D. Dragon, is there." Luke's eyes narrowed slightly. "Luffy's father?" Green Pheasant went on. "And the red-haired pirates showed up." Luke gave a soft hmm. With that, he opened his mouth. "Shouldn't we be getting close to Marineford?" Pheasant nodded slowly. Luke got up from the recliner and stretched hard. Mumbles. "This time, I'm going to give the whole world a little shock."